The man suddenly opened his eyes, and he dreamed again of the apocalyptic scene before his rebirth. Divine swords like dragons, giant cauldrons devouring corpses, lotus leaves shimmering, and colossal beasts covering the sky. That earth-shattering battle was still vivid in his mind. A king-level expert wielded a divine weapon and fought against a giant beast, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. He, however, was nothing more than an ant, killed by the shockwave of the battle. Fortunately, he was reborn into the post-apocalyptic world. 100 years later, humanity built walls to defend against alien beasts. Female characters can transform into tools and weapons, with transformation levels ranging from F to SSS, and can revert to their ancestral form. After reverting to their ancestral form, female characters can transform into ancient weapons, greatly increasing their strength. Although boys cannot transform, they can cultivate themselves faster, with different levels such as 9th rank, breakthrough rank, grandmaster, marquis, and king. Both boys and girls can fight alone, but their strength is not increased. However, if a boy wields a weapon, he can achieve a combat power boost far exceeding the norm. Rumors circulated throughout the campus. It was said that Yi Qing and Wang Tingting's partnership had disbanded. Yi Qing didn't fight, relying entirely on Wang Tingting to fight. A 50-50 split? Wang Tingting is a B-level artifact spirit. Although she hasn't reverted to her ancestral form, she's still very powerful. If Yi Qing had real strength, she wouldn't have broken the contract. As the discussion grew, Yi Qing stood by the window, sneering silently. After his rebirth, he unexpectedly activated the Many Children, Many Blessings sign-in system. System interface displayed. Name, Yi Qing. Height, 185 centimeters. Age, 20. Level 2 Spirit Master. Late stage. Contracted Spirit. None. Skill, God-level hunting. System description. You can sign in to receive regular rewards. Contracts and spirit births will grant divine rewards and shorten the spirit's reversion time. However, having multiple spirits in a contract increases the physical burden exponentially. High-level spirits are extremely difficult to revert to their ancestral form, while low-level spirits are almost impossible to revert to. And even if they do, they are likely to become useless spirits. Therefore, Yi Qing only contracted with one artifact spirit. Thinking of the scene of Wang Tingting breaking the contract, Yi Qing snorted coldly. She probably thought that she was the one who killed the monster, and that he was just an observer. Yi Qing stood by the window in a daze for a moment, then went back to her room. In the distance, a girl in a white dress looked at him with a hesitant expression, biting her lips slightly, appearing extremely nervous. Since her parents were devoured by the Titan serpent, she has been hanging around the school, all for the sake of contracting a spirit master and seeking revenge. Upon hearing that Yi Qing and Wang Tingting had disbanded, she walked towards the detached dormitory and knocked on the door. The door creaked open, and Yi Qing saw Zhou Lingxue. She nervously clutched her skirt, looking shy. Yi Qing's heart skipped a beat. He recognized her as the Divine Sword, one of the top 5 weapon spirits in his previous life. Zhou Lingxue said in a low voice, "Hello, my weapon spirit is the F-rank Tetanus Blade. Can we be together?" Although her words were subtle, her meaning was clear. "Come in first." Yi Qing suppressed his excitement. Zhou Lingxue's heart raced, her face a mixture of joy and nervousness. Yi Qing added, "We need to increase the level of our contract. You understand what I mean. If you're willing, we can work together. If not..." The door closed slowly. She grabbed Yi Qing's clothes with her small hand, her voice trembling. "I promise you. Go take a shower first." Yi Qing looked at Zhou Lingxue. Her body trembled. She bit her lip and walked into the room, gently closing the door behind her. A moment later, she changed her clothes and came out, standing in front of Yi Qing. A mysterious power surged into her body, and she shuddered violently. "Accept it," Yi Qing said softly, and Zhou Lingxue slowly accepted the power. Instantly, a wave of wind erupted from her body, lifting her skirt, which she quickly pressed down with her hands. A light screen rose up in front of Yi Qing. "Congratulations, host. The contract has been successfully completed, and you have obtained the first-tier skill of Heavenly Sky Qi. This is Zhou Lingxue's contract talent, which grants a power boost, but causes a brief period of weakness after use. The boost increases and the weakness period shortens with skill upgrades." Yi Qing swiftly channeled his Heavenly Sky energy, a surge of power coursing through his body. As he clenched his fist, a sonic boom erupted, startling Zhou Lingxue into wide-eyed stares. Subsequently, she gained a new skill, Rapid absorption of crystal cores. The rampaging energy of the crystal cores causes no damage. This is a rare ability that allows her to quickly absorb crystal core energy without the need for slow accumulation. Hours later, Yi Qing looked out the window and saw that the night had deepened when the light screen popped up again. Heavenly Sky Chi has advanced to the 4th level. He turned and walked out of the room. The sun was just rising, and the light screen popped up again. Zhou Lingxue has undergone a first ancestral rebirth. The reborn artifact spirit is the Heaven-Slaying Sword. Yi Qing brought up the information panel. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master level. Late 2nd tier. Contracted Spirit. F rank Lacrimal Blade. One-time Ancestral Reversion. Heaven-Slaying Sword. Skills: God level Hunting Skill. Heavenly Chi level 4. Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill. He found the remaining few 2nd tier crystal cores, and with a thought, a huge amount of power surged into his body. The information panel showed early stage of 3rd tier. With his Heavenly Chi, Divine Hunting Skills, and the Heaven-Slaying Sword, he can now venture deep into the jungle to hunt exotic beasts, even those in the early stages of the 4th tier. Yi Qing decided to go out and hunt strange beasts without disturbing Zhou Lingxue, who was already asleep. Several hours later, he heard rustling sounds inside the room and went to open the door. "Ah!" Zhou Lingxue exclaimed softly as Yi Qing entered. A blush crept onto Zhou Lingxue's face. She quickly took a shower and then left the room. Several sets of clothes were neatly arranged on the sofa. "Are these for me?" she wondered. Yi Qing explained, "We're going to practice outside the barrier today. We might encounter strange beasts, so I picked out a few sets for you." Outside the barrier? Zhou Lingxue was instantly excited. She finally had a chance to step out of the barrier. Would she encounter the Titan Serpent? A desire to become stronger rose within her, fueled by hatred for her parents and the bullying she suffered from her family. She picked up her clothes and went into her room to change. Finally, she chose a pair of skinny jeans and a black top and left the room. Yi Qing reminded her, "Go eat first, then go to the meeting." She replied, "Okay." On the way, everyone watched the pair. Some whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Yi Qing?" And next to him is Tetanus Blade. Zhou Lingxue's status was instantly revealed. F rank, the lowest level of artifact spirit. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The boy scoffed. He used to fight with throwing knives, always just watching. Now, even the Tetanus Blade is nothing special. Some people scoffed. Trash can only be paired with trash. Zhou Lingxue felt the gazes, but as she drew closer to Yi Qing, a sense of security rose within her. Yi Qing's gaze turned cold. Not far away, a familiar figure came into view. Wang Tingting, a B-rank throwing knife expert. Wang Tingting was taken aback, her gaze falling on Zhou Lingxue. Her expression immediately became flustered, then she showed self-reproach. Then her eyes changed abruptly, looking down at her with disdain, as if she were looking at maggots, and she turned away triumphantly. The young man next to her asked, "Tingting, what's wrong?" Wang Tingting replied coldly, "I saw Yi Qing, and he formed a new weapon spirit, the F-rank Tetanus Blade." Sure enough, trash begets trash. Luli scoffed. A contracted blade of tear-inducing mutilation? What great achievements could this guy possibly make? Wang Tingting's cold attitude displeased Luli. Previously, Wang Tingting and Yi Qing were a renowned duo, capable of slaying early-stage Tier 3 beasts, largely thanks to Wang Tingting. Luli knew that senior students at the school were Tier 4 spirit masters, while most of the younger teachers were Tier 5. Yi Qing led Zhou Lingxue into the restaurant, got their food, and the two sat down. In the distance, several figures pointed and laughed at them. "Hey, have you finished laughing over there?" This question stunned everyone. Yi Qing glanced over coldly. The provocative youth's face was full of disdain. This gigolo still dares to speak? The young man provoked, and someone warned, "Be careful of the Tetanus Blade attack." Suyang snorted and prepared to sit down when suddenly an iron plate flew over, striking his face directly. It deformed and stuck to his body, creating a sharp sound as it broke through the air. A somber voice rang in his ear. "I'm waiting for her to finish eating. What are you waiting for, to die?" His hair stood on end, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and he was sent flying backward. Suyang rolled across the ground, eventually crashing into a thick wall and embedding himself deeply, leaving everyone around him wide-eyed. In an instant, a young man snapped back to reality and shouted angrily, "You're asking for death. Go, beat him up." Wang Bingyu was pressed against her collarbone and instantly transformed into a 9-section whip, falling into the boy's hand. The man's face was cold and stern as he lashed out at Yi Qing with his whip. Zhou Lingxue rushed over immediately. She wanted to use her illusion to help him in battle, but Yi Qing reached out and grabbed the 9-section whip. With a pull, the man lunged forward, and Yi Qing kicked out, creating a sonic boom. Both figures flew backward out of the cafeteria, while the man and Wang Bingyu reverted to their spirit forms. The students outside witnessed everything and exclaimed in shock. How can we eat like this? Was the spirit form repelled? Some analysts are asking, how could a second-tier spirit master be beaten like this? Did a senior make a move? In the principal's office, Li Peng looked at Su Bing. 2 freshmen in your class have terminated their contracts? It's been widely rumored. Su Bing explained. Wang Tingting, a B-level throwing knife user, felt that Yi Qing hadn't contributed enough and terminated the contract. The angle at which the strange beast was slain was tricky, resulting in a fatal blow. Li Peng asked curiously, Yi Qing's strength? Has it been announced? No, he hasn't, Su Bing replied in a deep voice. Su Bing rushed to her practical class when a student at the door urgently reported. A fight has broken out in the cafeteria. Yi Qing is fighting against 5 or 6 second-year spirit masters. Su Bing knew that someone must have provoked Yi Qing. Yi Qing is fine, but they were all stunned. The spirit's illusionary state was broken. Student report. Li Peng was also stunned. A freshman spirit master defeated 5 or 6 pairs. Broken the spirit's state? Su Bing said repeatedly, I'll go first, and hurried towards the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, Zhou Lingxue was astonished. The combat power was beyond her imagination. Yi Qing scanned the surroundings, and everyone he looked at took a half-step back. He was as terrifying as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He walked towards Su Yang, grabbed his hair, and pulled him out of the wall. He carried him out of the cafeteria to feel the power of the 4th-level Heavenly Sky Qi. The area outside was crowded with students who witnessed Yi Qing walking out of the cafeteria and throwing Su Yang to the ground. Their hearts were filled with anguish. Is this a spirit master? A freshman with such strength? Everyone was shocked. Su Bing arrived and saw the mess in the cafeteria. Quick, get a few people here and get them to the medical room right away. Su Bing immediately began giving instructions. Upon seeing Su Bing arrive, many people sprang into action. The cafeteria manager walked over, frowned, and said, You can't leave. You've broken so many things, you'll have to pay for them. After inspecting the damage, Su Bing said calmly, It's about the loss of 2 second-tier beast cores. Go back and get them for me. Su Bing looked at Yi Qing. This student must be at least a late-stage, 3rd-tier spirit master, while he himself was only a mid-stage, 5th-tier spirit master. Then, Yi Qing walked over to Zhou Lingxue and asked with concern, How are you? Were you all right? No. And you, are you hurt? Zhou Lingxue snapped out of her daze from the scene she had just witnessed. At that moment, Su Bing saw the scene before him. He recognized the girl who frequented the school, an F-rank spirit. He strode over and asked, Yi Qing, did you form a contract with her? Yi Qing took Zhou Lingxue's hand and said, That's right, she is now my spirit. Zhou Lingxue blushed as she felt Yi Qing's hand. Su Bing's face fell. You, come with me to the office. Sai, you should come too. Su Bing glanced at Zhou Lingxue, worried that leaving her alone would lead to retaliation. Inside, Su Bing scolded Yi Qing in a low voice. How could you be so useless? Even if you break off the contract with Wang Tingting, you can't give up on yourself. Yi Qing looked at him calmly. Teacher Su, if you want me to terminate my contract with Zhou Lingxue, then there's no need to say anything more. Su Bing was stunned. This kid, he sighed and said, I'm warning you. The spirit of the artifact is not an accessory, it's a living person. Don't play with emotions like that. Once you've made a decision, stick to it, Yi Qing replied calmly. Su Bing sat down helplessly. You brat, go prepare for your practical lesson first. I'm going to find the principal. After Su Bing came out, he sighed, rubbed his forehead, glanced at Zhou Lingxue, and then walked away into the distance. Yi Qing also came out. Zhou Lingxue stood outside, but vaguely understood that Yi Qing had been called in because of her. Yi Qing, she called softly. Let's go prepare for the practical lesson. We'll need your strength to go outside the barrier today. Yi Qing gestured for her to follow. Su Bing first went to compensate the canteen manager, then checked on the injured in the infirmary. Fortunately, they were all minor injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief, but was still surprised by Yi Qing's control. It was truly remarkable that he could control such force so precisely. The commotion in the cafeteria had spread throughout the school. Have you heard? Several sophomores were brutally beaten by Yi Qing, a freshman. I heard that several girls' illusions were broken. Yi Qing's strength is terrifying. The students were buzzing with discussion. In the restroom, Wang Tingting was about to wash her hands when she heard this news and was shocked. Yi Qing? He's so cruel. Wang Tingting began to regret her decision, wondering if she should try to renew her contract with Yi Qing. Although Yi Qing had already signed a contract with Zhou Lingxue, she didn't care. An F-rank laceration blade is worlds apart from a B-rank throwing knife. But wouldn't it be beneath me to go find Yi Qing now? Perfect timing. I have a practical class today. She chuckled to herself, made up her mind, and hummed a little tune as she walked towards the classroom. Meanwhile, Su Bing knocked and entered the principal's office. The principal sipped his tea and looked at him. All done. It's all resolved. This Yi Qing really didn't show off before, Su Bing reported. After hearing this, the principal and Li Peng were greatly surprised by Yi Qing's potential, believing that such a student was a blessing for the school and that he might shine in the future competition. Su Bing reminded the principal, Yi Qing just formed a contract with an F-rank weapon spirit, the Tetanus Blade. The principal nearly spat out his coffee table, his eyes widening in disbelief. Contracted with an F-rank weapon spirit. Has he gone mad? Su Bing explained that their relationship was good and that it was appropriate. It took the principal a long time to calm down and allow Yi Qing to go unpunished. Afterwards, Su Bing gathered the students in the class, including Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue. They went together to the vicinity of the barrier. Yi Qing looked up at the towering, thick city walls. Zhou Lingxue was also stunned by the sight before her, knowing that the inside and outside of the city walls were two different worlds. Outside was bloody battles and rampant beasts. Inside, however, there was relative peace. Wang Tingting's attention, however, was entirely focused on Zhou Lingxue beside Yi Qing. She sneered to herself. This girl has clearly never stepped out of her comfort zone. She secretly assessed in her heart. Yi Qing, once you get out there, you'll know the difference between F level and B level. Standing beside Wang Tingting, Lu Li also noticed her actions and expressions. Could it be that Wang Tingting had suddenly decided to get back together with him? Yi Qing walked out of the city gate and looked around. In the jungle before him, there were towering trees, some tens or even hundreds of meters tall, with huge canopies that blocked out the sun. It is said that when the end of the world came, everything grew wildly, and these giant trees are the most direct proof of that. A gust of wind blew by, carrying the lingering scent of human and animal blood accumulated over the years. Zhou Lingxue's face paled slightly upon smelling the scent, but she endured it. Yi Qing glanced at her, secretly praising, "This girl is not bad." Outside, a group of figures stood silently, exuding an imposing aura. Zhou Lingxue asked curiously, "Yi Qing, who are these people?" "The fortress guards," Yi Qing replied. "Most of them are third-tier or higher spirit masters and artifact spirits, guarding the defensive fortress that humanity has built over a century." He then explained this to Zhou Lingxue. Those nearby overheard this and said, "Does such simple knowledge even need to be explained? He's such a beginner." Once they were deeper into the jungle, everyone became highly alert. Su Bing spoke up, "All right, this depth is about right." Suddenly, a rustling sound came from afar. Yi Qing and Su Bing both became alert. Someone was approaching. A moment later, several figures came into view. They were wearing guard uniforms, but were wounded. One of them had 3 claw marks on his chest. Several guards looked at Su Bing and his group, asking warily, "Are you university students?" "I'm their teacher." Su Bing stepped forward. "Have you encountered any strange beasts?" "Yes, there are several groups of strange beasts over there. We are fighting them off, but they are very powerful. We originally planned to go back and get reinforcements, but there isn't enough time to get back now. We need your help." A horde of strange beasts. Yi Qing's eyes flashed with excitement. He was just worried about not having any strange beasts to kill. As long as he obtained the crystal cores of the strange beasts, he could quickly increase his strength. "I'll take the students to help," Su Bing decided immediately and turned to the crowd. "I'll select a few people, and the rest will prepare here. We'll talk about it if we need more manpower." Su Bing began assigning teams. Wang Tingting, Team 1. Zhou Kai, Team 1. Finally, his gaze fell on Yi Qing, and he frowned. Yi Qing's strength should have been sufficient, but fighting against strange beasts is different from fighting between humans. These beasts have thick skin and flesh, and you mainly rely on the spirit of the artifact to break through their defenses, rather than your fists. After weighing the options, Su Bing called out names, omitting Yi Qing. Wang Tingting thought to herself, "What a pity. If he went, he would see the gap between himself and Zhou Lingxue." Su Bing led the selected men into the depths of the jungle. and the guards nodded in acknowledgement. Those who remained began to whisper among themselves. Why aren't they targeting us? We should just stay here. Teacher Su and the others might still need us. They reminded each other. At this moment, Zhou Lingxue was stopped by Yi Qing. Yi Qing, where are we going? To slay the alien beasts. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. A furious shout came from not far away. A guard, wielding a battle axe as tall as himself, stepped out and charged at a 3 or 4 meter tall armored black-bristled boar. As the battle axe cleaved down, a figure was sent flying through the dust, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. A Tier 4 early-stage armored black-bristled boar was indeed difficult to deal with. "Captain, are you all right?" a guard exclaimed. He saw that the captain was holding a knife in his right hand, his left arm was severed, and there were teeth marks on the broken arm. Everyone was wounded and fought valiantly, their long swords trembling and emitting mournful cries, as if they were preparing for their final battle. The armored black-bristled boar charged again. The captain's arm was numb, and he couldn't exert any strength. He could only watch helplessly as it approached. The next moment, a muffled thud was heard, and the armored black-bristled boar was thrown into the air. Its screams attracted the attention of its other kind, and all eyes were focused on Su Bing. Holding the dragon-slaying mace, Su Bing felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the ferocity of the beasts. Facing multiple armored black-bristled boars, he had to proceed with extreme caution. "Wang Tingting, pay attention. Wait for my command," Su Bing shouted, charging towards the armored black-bristled boar. The captain asked in shock, "Who are these people?" "Teachers and students from Jinling University came to help," Su Bing replied succinctly. Although the captain was furious, there was no turning back. During the battle, Su Bing dodged and weaved through the horde of beasts, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his dragon-slaying mace. The armored black-bristled boars were incredibly resilient, forcing Su Bing to concentrate his firepower. Shouting, "Wang Tingting, use the golden flying blade. Attack its eyes." Wang Tingting used the move, but found that the speed, power, and accuracy were far inferior to before. The armored black-bristled boar noticed the throwing knife. It immediately pushed aside Su Bing and swept its fangs. The immense force directly collided with the throwing knife. The throwing knife flew out and slammed into the tree, breaking her illusionary state. Wang Tingting also fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Why? This is impossible." She was shocked. When she was standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Qing before, she was definitely able to seize the opportunity, but now she was clearly lagging behind. Many classmates nearby witnessed this scene and were dumbfounded. "What's going on?" Wang Tingting thought to herself, "This is bad." She remembered that when she was with Yi Qing before, he easily killed early-stage third-tier alien beasts, right? Logically speaking, now that he is with Lu Li, his strength should be even higher. Even so, it was impossible for him to break his illusionary state so easily and be in such a sorry state when facing this armored black-maned boar. In the distance, Su Bing cursed under his breath. The gap is just too big. The situation before him had completely disrupted his original plans. Fortunately, the guards were given a chance to catch their breath, and with the students keeping them in check, things were not out of control for the time being. But Su Bing soon began to worry about another group of students. That group consisted entirely of students, none of whom were high-level spirit masters like himself. If something happened to them, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, a loud crash came from the other side. A guard was thrown backward and crashed directly into several giant trees that could be embraced by one arm. His spirit was also forced out of its illusionary state and collapsed to the side. What kind of power is this? Several students stared wide-eyed. Then, a roar rang out, drawing everyone's attention. A giant silver-backed ape, as large as a small mountain, stood upright, its sharp teeth bared, its hands pounding its chest, displaying its power. The students turned pale as they looked at the herd of beasts, more than a dozen strange creatures, all of which were at least Tier 3. The leading silverback giant ape was even at the early Tier 4. Everyone immediately regretted being assigned to this group. Some secretly wondered, would things be much better if I were in a group with Teacher Su? Someone muttered to themselves, "I don't want to die." "All right, shut up," a boy shouted sternly. "What time is it now?" Still yelling, "Don't leave the barrier if you don't want to die." Before the words were finished, figures appeared in the distance. The guards and students looked over and, sure enough, saw two figures approaching. Yi Qing and his weapon spirit, the Blade of Lacrimal. The guards were shocked. "Is this your classmate?" "He's our classmate, but he's no use coming here." A boy let out a helpless growl, as if his newly ignited hope had been shattered once more. The guards hurriedly asked, "How strong is he? What kind of spirit has he contracted?" Yi Qing blurted out the name of the tetanus blade in his hand. Rank F tetanus blade. The guards were completely dumbfounded. F rank? A rusty sword? This kid not only wouldn't help, but would also drain their energy protecting him. Yi Qing looked at the herd of beasts, his gaze falling on the silver-backed giant ape that looked like a small mountain. Ling Xue, are you ready? Zhou Lingxue gripped the magical artifact tightly, hatred burning in her eyes. She felt Yi Qing's large hand gently pressing against her collarbone. Her body gradually became ethereal, transforming into a rusty longsword that landed in Yi Qing's hand. But the flashing sword light in Yi Qing's hand attracted the attention of all the strange beasts and spirit masters. The rust gradually disappeared, revealing a brand new longsword, the Heaven-Slaying Sword. Everyone was shocked, and the guards and students were filled with doubt. Wasn't it an F-rank tetanus blade? How could it unleash such a killing aura? The silverback ape roared, its eyes bloodshot, its fists pounding its chest like iron hammers, causing the giant tree to sway. Its hoarse roar, mixed with the stench of blood, filled the air. Yi Qing gripped the Heaven-Slaying Sword, pushed off with his feet, and charged towards the silver-backed giant ape. A whooshing sound filled the air as the giant ape opened its massive arms to meet the attack. In the instant the sword and fist clashed, Yi Qing's blade severed several thick fingers. Yi Qing grabbed the hair on the giant ape's arm, leaped onto its back, and swiftly and cleanly moved the Heaven-Slaying Sword through the giant ape's flesh and blood. The guards and students were stunned and speechless. Was this Yi Qing's strength? Finally, Yi Qing let out a low shout and slashed his long sword at the back of the giant ape's neck, the blade severing the neck bone as easily as cutting tofu. The silver-backed giant ape let out a final roar and collapsed to the ground. Yi Qing's gaze swept across the other beasts, locking onto them before his figure vanished like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared before another beast, his long sword piercing its eye socket. All that remained at the scene was the sound of flesh and blood tearing apart, as piercing as a utility knife slicing through paper, keeping everyone on edge. As the last beast fell, Yi Qing stood still, looking at the pile of corpses before him. The faint blood mist in the air had not yet dissipated. He wielded the Heaven-Slaying Sword, flicking away all the blood on the blade, leaving no residue. When everyone looked at Yi Qing, they were utterly shocked by the battle. For the first time, they realized that a spirit master could so completely overwhelm their opponent. "Brother Yi," a boy immediately ran up to him. "Brother Yi, you're so handsome. From now on, you're my big brother." The guards also came over and looked at Yi Qing. "Young man, thank you very much this time." The Heaven-Slaying Sword in Yi Qing's hand trembled slightly before exiting its illusionary state. Although Zhou Lingxue, who was standing next to him, was exhausted to the point of collapse, she never expected that the sword would be so powerful. "Yi Qing, why did I become like this?" She couldn't help but ask the question that was bothering her and on behalf of the others. Yi Qing pulled Zhou Lingxue to his side and whispered in her ear. Zhou Lingxue was stunned. It turned out that when she was extremely exhausted yesterday, she had actually reverted to her primal nature. That ancestral power has now transformed into a sharp sword that can cut through iron like mud, giving her the idea of avenging her parents. However, she also knew that the transformation state was short-lived, and if she wanted to last longer and withstand more intense battles, she had to keep getting stronger. The students nearby whispered amongst themselves, but no one dared to say anything. Yi Qing glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "All right, let's clean up the mess." Soon, the group took out the crystal cores they had obtained in the battle and handed them to Yi Qing. "Brother Qing, these are the crystal cores of the alien beasts you just killed. They're all yours." Yi Qing looked at the largest one, a fourth-order silverback giant ape crystal core the size of a fist, and the other third-order crystal cores. He neatly put all the crystal cores away. "Take the rest of the flesh and blood back as well," Yi Qing ordered. Although the most valuable part of a strange beast is its crystal core, its flesh and fur can also fetch a good price. At this moment, the students, like his lackeys, did not resist his words at all, and worked together to drag the monster's corpse back to the meeting point. "How's the battle going on the captain's side?" someone asked. "Our teacher Su is a fifth-tier expert. He went to provide support, so he should finish things off before we do." Meanwhile, Su Bing and the others returned to the gathering point, only to find everyone covered in blood, with the defending troops suffering particularly heavy casualties. Su Bing looked at Wang Tingting, but ultimately only sighed. Wang Tingting understood, and she also gave Lu Li a resentful glance. This guy was truly useless. She never expected Yi Qing to bring such a powerful fighter jet. She used to think he was just a freeloader, but now she realized how wrong she was. When Yi Qing comes back, she will ask him to get back together with her. She and Yi Qing are a more suitable couple. Teacher Su, you're back. The students who stayed behind rushed forward to greet you. Are you all right? Look at all that blood on you. You should rest. Take care of the wounded first. The other team hasn't returned yet. These words made Su Bing's heart tighten. Sure enough, without a strong protector on that side, they would likely struggle to deal with those strange beasts. Let's go provide support. The garrison commander mustered his last breath. Su Bing commanded, those of you who are strong, come with me. He was searching for Yi Qing. The situation was urgent, and there was a severe shortage of manpower, so he could only take Yi Qing with him first. Yi Qing has run away, a young man exclaimed. What do you mean? Where did they go? Su Bing asked, frowning. They must have escaped and gone back into the fortress, someone echoed. Su Bing snapped. All right, shut up. The captain came over and explained. Students who lack strength and are afraid of alien beasts should not be criticized, but those who can fight against alien beasts deserve to be commended. Can you still fight? Come with me one more time. Su Bing asked. I can you? The captain said, forcing himself to stay upright. A familiar voice came from afar, and everyone froze. It was Yi Qing's voice. Yi Qing is back. Didn't she run away? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Soon, Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue slowly appeared behind the giant tree. Everyone stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they were seeing, and Su Bing also gasped. The guards were stunned. What Yi Qing was holding in his hand was a fourth-order alien beast crystal core. Look at what Zhou Lingxue is holding, a student reminded them. Everyone looked at her and saw that she was holding more than a dozen crystal cores. Although each one was not as big as the one in Yi Qing's hand, it was still quite large. You killed all these strange beasts? Such few casualties? The captain exclaimed in surprise. Thanks to this young man, his weapon spirit, which was originally a rusty sword, has reverted to its ancestral form and become a sharp sword. Cutting down these strange beasts is as easy as slicing a melon, the guards reported. Zhou Lingxue listened, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had finally shed the label of F-rank tetanus blade. All thanks to Yi Qing. The screen displayed. Heavenly Qi has been upgraded to level 5. Su Bing stepped forward to inquire about the battle and learned that the tetanus blade had reverted to the heaven-slaying sword, which was incredibly lucky. Hearing this from afar, Wang Tingting felt her pride crushed and clenched her fists in silent resentment. Yi Qing looked at the guards and whispered, we shouldn't stay here any longer. The smell of blood will attract other beasts. Let's go back to the fortress. The group entered the fortress, breathed a sigh of relief, and dragged the beast's corpse back, attracting a lot of attention along the way. The students stood proudly with their chests puffed out, while only Wang Tingting and Lu Li were ashamed and at the back of the line. Back at school, Yi Qing disposed of the beast corpses, giving them to Su Bing as compensation, while he and Zhou Lingxue went to rest. Su Bing looked at the corpses, secretly envious. Soon after, in the principal's office, Li Peng was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The F-level tetanus blade has actually reverted to its ancestral form as a sword that can cut through iron like mud. After Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue changed their clothes, they entered the office. Zhou Lingxue immediately transformed, her chilling aura stunning everyone present. Yi Qing dispelled the illusion, and Li Peng breathed a sigh of relief. This is rare. With further growth in the future, her potential is limitless. Su Bing reminded the principal that student resources were limited. Li Peng then took out the spirit-breaking pill. It can enhance the spirit's strength and shorten the time required to revert to its ancestral state. Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue accepted it, and Zhou Lingxue thanked them sweetly. Afterwards, Li Peng presented Yi Qing with the key to dormitory number 5 in the upscale dormitory area. Yi Qing then led Zhou Lingxue to the new dormitory, which was magnificent in its architecture and spacious in its courtyard, leaving them in awe. At night, Yi Qing watched Zhou Lingxue, who had just taken the spirit-breaking pill. She closed her eyes to absorb the power, and her body emitted a faint light. Yi Qing took out 2 third-tier alien beast crystal cores for later use, covered the remaining crystal cores with his hand, and instantly absorbed the energy. A huge torrent broke through the power barrier. After the barrier shattered, Yi Qing brought up the information panel. Name: Yi Qing, Spirit Master level, late stage 3. Contracted spirit, F-rank lavage blade, ancestral. Heaven-Slaying Sword. Skills. God-level hunting skill, Heavenly Chi level 5, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption skill. Having advanced 2 levels from the late stage of the 3rd tier, Yi Qing was extremely excited. Outside the dormitory, Wang Tingting looked around, still puzzled. Yi Qing walked out of the room, and Wang Tingting quickly stepped forward. Yi Qing, I want to renew our contract and deepen it. Yi Qing said coldly. Don't be so insolent in front of my villa. Get lost. Wang Tingting gritted her teeth and whispered, From now on, I'll listen to you. Before she could finish speaking, a force grabbed her neck, and her whole body trembled violently. Yi Qing casually tossed her aside, and she hurriedly got up and ran away, her eyes filled with extreme coldness. Yi Qing murmured something and returned to his room. Zhou Lingxue opened her eyes, feeling her power increase. Yi Qing, my strength seems to have increased. You haven't fully absorbed what the principal gave you yet. Once you've fully absorbed it, your strength will be even greater, Yi Qing replied calmly. The sun slowly rose. Yi Qing looked outside, and the light screen popped up another notification. Heavenly Sky Chi has advanced to level 6. Spiritual Vessel Pregnancy detected. Dragon Tiger Spirit skill rewarded. Zhou Lingxue lay down beside him and whispered, Husband, I'm going to sleep now, before turning over and falling asleep. Yi Qing had no choice but to give up. During the day, he pulled Zhou Lingxue away from the fortress. The stench of blood assaulted their nostrils, but she was filled with excitement. The two ventured deeper into the jungle than the day before. Yi Qing placed his hand on Zhou Lingxue's collarbone, and the heaven-slaying sword instantly appeared in his palm. With a stomp of his foot, he soared upwards, landing on a thick tree trunk, and began to stealthily traverse the trees. Utilizing his godlike hunting skills, he moved through the jungle like a ghost, searching for prey. Soon after, the sound of bones cracking came from deep within the jungle. A Tier 3 ironclad black-bristled boar fell, its flesh torn apart. The 3-headed, early stage, 4th tier, 7-colored glazed leopard was enjoying its spoils, letting out a warning growl. The sound of leaves rustling filled the air, and a leopard looked up alertly, but seeing nothing amiss, it lowered its head again and continued walking. In an instant, the heaven-slaying sword pierced the head of a 7-colored glazed leopard, disappearing completely at the root like a knife cutting through tofu, startling the other 7-colored glazed leopards. Yi Qing crouched down and kicked out with one foot, unleashing the full power of his 6th-level Heavenly Sky Chi. The force struck another leopard, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. It flew through the air, crashing into 2 giant trees before finally stopping. It tried to stand up, but the bone in its leg pierced its flesh, causing it to howl in pain. Seeing this, the remaining leopards panicked and fled to the trees, but as soon as they leaped up, a sharp sword pierced their side. Yi Qing stepped forward, drew the heaven-slaying sword, and went towards the last leopard. With a swift movement, a head flew off. He gathered his spoils, storing 3 4th-tier beast cores into his body, and a surge of energy flowed into him. A pop-up message appeared. Sign in opportunity, sign in now. Yi Qing decisively signed in and received 5 god-level control pills, which allowed him to control spirit masters or artifact spirits below the 6th rank for 7 days. Then, Yi Qing retrieved his personal information. Name: Yi Qing, Spirit Master level, Early Stage 4. Contracted Spirit, F-rank Titanic Blade, One-time Ancestral Reversion, Heaven-Slaying Sword. Skills: God-level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Chi level 6, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit. Items: 5 God-level Control Pills. Yi Qing looked around at the corpse of the 7-colored glazed leopard, feeling a slight pang of regret. These crystal cores were indeed a treasure, but with the earth trembling, he lightly stepped onto a tree branch, his sword slung behind his back, pressed close to the trunk. Rumbling sounds grew closer as a herd of armored black-bristled boars charged towards them, their thick hides radiating terror. Yi Qing remained motionless, his expression calm. Suddenly, a monkey's cry rang out from afar, growing louder as it approached. Then, a pure white figure swept past. It was a giant ape, slightly thinner than the silverback ape, yet strangely eerie, its entire body snow-white, its face as red as blood. It has 4 arms on each side and back, resembling an 8-armed Vajra from a temple. 8-armed fiery monkey, early stage of Tier 5. In Chapter 11, we encountered the giant cauldron on the spirit ranking. Yi Qing quickly recognized the strange beast before him, the 8-armed fiery monkey, renowned for its strength and agility. It fixed its gaze on an armored black-bristled boar on the ground, leaped down, and slammed its fists down with a resounding thud. The boar's head struck the ground, its limbs twitching, but it was not dead. The 8-armed fiery monkey began slaughtering the herd of beasts. The sounds of flesh tearing and bones breaking echoed all around, the scene resembling a meat grinder. After a while, the scene quieted down, and the 8-armed fiery monkey grabbed a pig's severed limb and stuffed it into its mouth. It sensed an unusual stench of blood and looked up. Several corpses of the 7-colored glass leopards were right in front of it. Swoosh! A whooshing sound came from overhead. The 8-armed fiery monkey raised a pig leg to defend itself, but the heaven-slaying sword instantly severed the pig leg, the sword energy slicing across its chest and leaving a deep, bloody gash. The 8-armed fiery monkey roared angrily, its 8 arms flailing wildly in the air with an extremely strong sense of oppression, before pouncing towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing steadied himself, using his heaven-slaying sword to block the iron fist while simultaneously unleashing a punch. A sonic boom ripped through the air, colliding with the 8-armed fiery monkey's iron fist. Thump! It flew backward, crashing into a giant tree, causing it to collapse and filling the air with dust. The 8-armed fiery monkey charged out again, striking repeatedly with a series of booming blows, creating a devastating destruction in the area. In the distance, Fei and his bandits observed and discussed how to use this to threaten the Liu family. Liu Lianming was tied to a low-level spirit beast. Her fair skin and slender figure aroused the bandits' lust. Liu Lianming's eyes were filled with resentment. All the guards her father had sent to escort her had been killed, and she had become a bargaining chip and a weakness. Back on the battlefield, the 8-armed fiery monkey was in a bloodthirsty frenzy. With only 4 of its 8 arms remaining and blood splattering everywhere, it glared angrily at Yi Qing, reaching its maximum speed and unleashing 4 punches simultaneously, as if it wanted to blast Yi Qing into a pulp. However, all 4 fists were driven into the tree trunk, leaving the 8-armed fiery monkey in disbelief. Yi Qing tumbled through the air, wielding the heaven-slaying sword. Die! Thud! The sound of flesh and blood shattering rang out as a sword sliced off half of the 8-armed fiery monkey's head. Blood splattered as it crashed to the ground. Yi Qing murmured coldly, "These agile beasts are good at dodging, but the heaven-slaying sword is sharp enough." He then collected the crystal cores, including not only a 5th-tier beast crystal core, but also other crystal cores. He absorbed the crystal cores, and a massive amount of power surged into his body, like a torrent breaking through barriers, an unprecedented surge sweeping over his entire body. Information panel refreshed. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master Level, Mid-Tier 4. Contracted Spirit. F-Rank Vulnerability Blade. One-Time Ancestral Reversion. Heaven-Slaying Sword. Skills: God-Level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Chi Level 6. Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit Skill. Item: 5 God-Level Control Pills. Yi Qing felt the surging power. He could easily defeat the 8-armed fiery monkey. He thanked Zhou Lingxue and thought to himself, "Tonight I'll strive to break through to the 7th level of Heavenly Qi." Just as Yi Qing was basking in the glory of his victory, a whooshing sound rang out in the distance as a black bullet hurtled towards him, its speed far exceeding that of firearms. Yi Qing parried with his sword, deflecting the bullet, his gaze sharp as he locked onto several people in the distance. Then, he noticed the girl bound at the very back, one of those on the spirit ranking, the giant cauldron capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones, right before his eyes. Chapter 12. Crying? Crying counts as time too. The Shinnom cauldron shimmered with light, its group healing ability covering the entire battlefield, but Yi Qing paid it no heed. He was pleased to encounter the divine artifact, but the earlier sneak attack still made him wary. "I didn't expect that even a spent force could stop my bullets." The leader blew away the black smoke from the muzzle of his gun, the spear formed by the weapon's spirit gleaming coldly. Yi Qing glanced at these demonic guards. Their strength was slightly greater than that of the 8-armed fiery monkey. If he hadn't just advanced in level, dealing with them might have been even more difficult. "Who are you?" Yi Qing questioned. "Have you heard of the demon spirit guards?" The leader, Fei, chuckled. This group roamed the land, robbing and plundering. They were quite powerful, with even a Grandmaster-level expert at their headquarters, and the military had a bounty on their heads. Yi Qing quickly realized that the girl in front of him was their spoils of war. "Hand over the crystal core and the artifact spirit in your hand." And Fei's tone was casual, clearly full of confidence. Several late-stage 4th-tier underlings behind him also smiled, thinking that Yi Qing could be easily dealt with after handing over the items. The underling stepped forward, but Yi Qing coldly stared at him, then slashed down with his sword, sending the man's head flying. The spirit of the weapon immediately withdrew from its illusion, and Fei was stunned, not expecting Yi Qing to dare retaliate. A bullet shot towards him, which Yi Qing parried with one hand, his sword slicing the bullet in two. And Fei's heart tightened. This kid was strange, his speed and strength far exceeding the early stage of the 5th rank. "Come back," and Fei shouted, only to see his underling cut in half at the waist. The scream startled everyone. Lu Lianming witnessed the bloody scene and was so shocked that she almost vomited. The remaining demon guards were filled with fear and knelt on the ground. Yi Qing gripped his long sword, the tip touching the ground, sparks flying, as he approached step by step. The crowd pleaded, "Spare us. We'll be your slaves from now on." Several heads flew off. Lu Lianming's eyes trembled. She had never witnessed such a bloody and cruel scene. After sorting through the spoils, Yi Qing picked up the unconscious woman. Although half of her face was injured, it didn't affect her receiving the award. He murmured softly, "I never expected there would be a weapon spirit that could transform into a firearm. It's much stronger than those from the apocalypse." Yi Qing approached Lu Lianming, his sword lightly slicing through the ropes, and Zhou Lingxue withdrew from the illusion. Lu Lianming was stunned. She looked at Zhou Lingxue, who was both beautiful and powerful, far surpassing her own situation of relying on her father's influence to survive. "Thank you for saving me," Lu Lianming said softly, still sitting on the ground, shaken. Yi Qing reached out and pinched her chin, bringing his face close to hers, his breath hitting her face. "What level are you?" Yi Qing asked coldly. "I am an E-grade Jianxiu iron pot, a useless artifact spirit," Lu Lianming stammered, thinking that this person probably wouldn't have any improper intentions. "I'll give you 1 minute to form a contract with me, or I'll kill you." Yi Qing's lips curled into a smile, his words sharp and ruthless. Lu Lianming's eyes widened upon hearing this, as if she had just escaped one danger only to fall into another. Her nose stung, and she couldn't help but cry. Yi Qing watched her cry, reached out and touched her head, and said in her ear, "Crying counts as time too." Chapter 13 King Level, Gatling Gun emitting blue flames. Lu Lianming stared in astonishment at the scene before her, inwardly screaming, "A horror movie!" She burst into tears, but stared wide-eyed at Zhou Lingxue. The spirit didn't react, nor did it stop her. She even saw excitement and agitation in Zhou Lingxue's eyes. Madness. The world has gone mad. Today, she had encountered 2 truly insane people. "Half a minute left," Yi Qing said calmly. Lu Lianming gritted her teeth, a thought of revenge welling up in her heart. "Since they've gone all out, I have nothing to fear either." She looked at Yi Qing and said firmly, "I promise you." Yi Qing reached out and injected a force into Lu Lianming's body, but it was blocked by a barrier. He exerted a little force, and with a pop, Lu Lianming felt a warm current throughout her body. This was the feeling of a contract. "Accepted," Yi Qing commanded, and Lu Lianming obediently nodded. Instantly, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. "Congratulations, host. The contract has been successfully completed, and you have obtained the first-tier skill, Indestructible Vajra. Your body is resilient and possesses powerful self-healing abilities. As the skill levels up, your physical strength and self-healing abilities will increase." Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction, settled Lu Lianming on and Fei's back, and then let Zhou Lingxue out. Zhou Lingxue smiled and said, "Good sister, from now on we're family." Lu Lianming was speechless. Crazy. Yi Qing was busy processing the spoils of war, wrapping several enemy heads in cloth bags and hanging them on Fei's horse. While low-level beasts weren't enough for combat, they were sufficient for transportation. "Let's go back," Yi Qing said to Lu Lianming. There was still a big battle tonight. After entering the fortress, he went straight to the military's bounty office. Inside the hall, many people were exchanging the hides and flesh of 3rd or 4th-tier alien beasts for crystal cores. Yi Qing saw the captain of yesterday's team and greeted him. "Captain, you've recovered from your injuries quite quickly." The captain nodded in response. "The military has allowed us to rest and recuperate here temporarily. Thanks to you all, the casualties yesterday were relatively small. We have also reported it, and your awards and certificates will be sent to the school." "A reward? I'll just take it back." A greedy glint flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. The captain was speechless and could only say, "We'll deliver it." The people around him were getting impatient. "Young man, line up to collect the reward. Don't waste time." The captain instructed the clerk to process it. Yi Qing tore open the cloth bag, and heads rolled all over the floor, shocking everyone. Holy crap! What is this? Everyone in the room except Yi Qing was horrified, mistaking him for a serial killer. Even the captain couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yi Qing, what is this? I was hunting strange beasts when these demon guards tried to ambush me, but I killed them all. They were on the bounty, so I just happened to be there. Yi Qing grabbed Fei's head. It's him, the leader of this group. Fei's early-stage 5th-tier strength caused the captain to growl, while the others turned pale. Yi Qing had not only killed the team leader, but also wiped out his underlings and the weapon spirit. The captain was shocked. Just how strong is this kid? These should be enough for a decent bounty, right? Yi Qing asked. The captain nodded and handed over the bounty. Yi Qing received 2 5th-tier beast cores and several 4th-tier cores, immediately exchanging the 4th-tier cores for potions to enhance the spirit's strength. During a break from work, the captain chatted with Yi Qing. You little rascal, you always surprise me. Fei is not easy to deal with. He's good at sneak attacks. Yi Qing said. His weapon spirit is a black gun. It's the first time I've seen a weapon spirit that can transform into a firearm. The captain laughed and said, You've seen too little. He's one of the 9 king-level powerhouses, and his weapon spirit is an S-class 10-directional fire weapon that has undergone 2 ancestral reversions. Yi Qing froze, thinking to himself, a Gatling gun emitting blue flames. Chapter 14 Business Matters. Soon after, the guards brought the medicine, which Yi Qing took and left with Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming. I'm leaving now, Captain. We have important business to attend to. Yi Qing had no time to say more. The Vajra indestructible technique had only just reached the first stage, and time was precious. After leaving, the captain immediately went to report to his superiors. I've never heard of this kid before. A burly man sat up straight, looking thoughtful. I know all the prodigies at Jinling University, but this is the first time I've heard of him. Perfect timing. I'll go to Jinling University tomorrow to deliver the award and visit him while I'm at it. If what you say is true, then the Purgatory training camp could have one more candidate. The captain secretly rejoiced that Master Li had personally gone, and Yi Qing had done him a great favor. The trio's entry into the school drew a lot of attention. News of Yi Qing's astonishing performance yesterday had already spread, and with Zhou Lingxue's transformation into a sword, the duo had become renowned throughout the school. Yi Qing was covered in blood. You could even smell the blood. They went to slay the strange beasts. I originally thought that his contract with an F-level artifact spirit would become a joke, but I didn't expect that after a reversion to his ancestral form, the tetanus blade would turn into a sharp sword. A group of students were whispering amongst themselves, some even speculating that Lu Lianming was Yi Qing's spirit. After being corrected, they shook their heads helplessly and could only follow the 3. Yi Qing led the 2 to the villa. This is where I live. Come in. Although the giant cauldron, after reverting to its ancestral form, no longer possessed the power of group healing, it was still sufficient for alchemy. High-grade medicinal herbs were rare and precious, and he couldn't wait to try it out. Lu Lianming looked at the villa, frowning slightly, but acknowledging Yi Qing's strength. She glanced at Yi Qing, her eyes filled with vengeance. Now that the contract is in place, everything about you will change. Yi Qing's gaze was cold and sharp. He gestured for her to go take a shower. Go take a shower. Okay. Lu Lianming responded without question. Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue went into the bathroom separately. The spaciousness of the villa made it easy for them to move around. Amidst the sound of water, Yi washed away the blood from his body, then covered his palm with the crystal core to absorb it. The immense power surged through his body, almost overwhelming him instantly. Thump. He pulled up the information. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, late stage 4. Contracted spirit. F-grade vulnerability blade, ancestral. Heaven-slaying sword. E-grade Zhangqiu iron pot. Skills: God level hunting. Heavenly Qi level 6. Rapid crystal core absorption. Dragon tier spirit. Vajra indestructible level 1. Item: 5 God level control pills. Late stage 4. Yi Qing sensed the power and decided to accelerate his cultivation of the Vajra indestructible technique in order to level up quickly. After taking a shower, Lu Lianming received the clothes prepared by Zhou Lingxue and walked out of the bathroom. She saw Yi Qing drying his half-dry hair, wearing a bath towel around his waist, revealing his strong and muscular upper body. Yi Qing led her into the room, and Zhou Lingxue changed her clothes, only to find the room empty. She breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally get a good rest tonight. Chapter 15 Reward. Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist. As night fell, Zhou Lingxue prepared to rest. But then she saw the medicine that Yi Qing had specially placed on the table and couldn't help but smile. My husband is so thoughtful. She put the medicine away, a satisfied smile on her face. At night, Yi Qing felt the changes in his Vajra indestructible body, harder and stronger, as if it had been tempered. In a short time, his Vajra indestructible body had been upgraded to the 4th level, and its power would be even greater when used again. Then, a light screen popped up. Obtained prison-suppressing dragon fist. The fist technique appeared in his mind, its power astonishing, leaving Yi Qing in shock. At the same time, the Zhangqiu iron pot underwent a transformation, becoming the Hua Tuo cauldron, a reverted artifact spirit capable of refining medicine. Yi Qing suppressed his excitement, abandoning the idea of further increasing their compatibility, and fell asleep beside Lu Lianming. At dawn, Yi Qing got up and went to the courtyard to practice the prison-suppressing dragon fist. The wind howled as he punched, and a dragon's roar echoed throughout the courtyard. Zhou Lingxue woke up and sighed, feeling light and comfortable within her body, and was overjoyed. She lifted the curtains and was immediately awestruck by Yi Qing's fist technique, running outside to watch. Hearing the noise, Lu Lianming assumed it was Yi Qing and didn't open her eyes. Zhou Lingxue called out, "Sister, quickly look, your husband is practicing boxing outside." Lu Lianming exclaimed in surprise, awkwardly asking Zhou Lingxue to help her get her clothes. Zhou Lingxue agreed and went out. Soon after, she returned with the clothes. The dragon's roar sounded again. Lu Lianming knelt by the window, peering through the crack at Yi Qing. The force of his punches was powerful and imposing. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Yi Qing's powerful fist technique made her feel as if she were in another dimension, the power she felt far exceeding her imagination. While Lu Lianming was still in shock, a soft touch came to her mind, but she was stunned by Zhou Lingxue's words. "Isn't my husband amazing?" I followed him and reverted to my ancestral form as a sword. Lu Lianming's composure crumbled. She had been deluding herself all along, and the previous battle hadn't even damaged her essence. She exclaimed, I am an E-rank Zhangqiu iron pot." Zhou Lingxue nodded and encouraged. "You might experience this too. After your husband finishes his boxing match, we'll go ask him about it." Lu Lianming was filled with anticipation, as if she had seen a savior. The two women watched Yi Qing practice his boxing from the window, completely absorbed. After the session, they rushed downstairs. Lu Lianming, limping due to her injury, still concealed her wounds with her clothes, and went out wearing white silk stockings. Yi Qing pulled them back to the room, pressed his hand on Lu Lianming's collarbone, and a surge of scalding power flowed into her. Her body became ethereal, transforming into a giant cauldron. The sound of it hitting the ground shook the villa. This was the Hua Tuo cauldron, heavy and ancient, with a faint medicinal fragrance permeating the air. Zhou Lingxue exclaimed, "Sister Lianming has also reverted to her ancestral form?" Her reverted ancestral artifact spirit. Lu Lianming withdrew from the illusion, dumbfounded. This was actually her artifact spirit, not the original Zhangqiu iron pot. Yi Qing explained the principle of atavism, and Lu Lianming suddenly understood, gaining new knowledge about alchemy. Yi Qing planned to purchase spiritual plants for alchemy. At the beginning of the apocalypse, everything mutated, and spiritual plants stored energy, which could be used as raw materials for medicine. "All right, let's go." Lu Lianming was filled with joy, as if she had seen her savior. She could finally shed the label of useless and no longer rely on her father's protection. She took a step, but her legs felt weak, so she had to pull Zhou Lingxue upstairs to tidy up. Her white silk hair covered her wounds. She sighed and prepared to embark on the path of alchemy and cultivation. Chapter 16: The fragrance of medicine fills the campus. Before leaving, Yi Qing, Zhou Lingxue, and Lu Lianming headed towards the Crystal Core trading market inside the school. As they walked, they naturally attracted many glances. Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming were inherently charming, making it difficult to look away once you saw them. "Holy crap! Look, isn't that Yi Qing and his spirit artifact? And that girl next to him is there too," someone exclaimed in a low voice. Before the words were finished, the sound stopped abruptly. "Huh? Why aren't you saying anything? What are you looking at?" The others followed his gaze, their lips twitching. Beneath the white stockings, an unexpected sight was revealed, knees that were shockingly exposed. Has Yi Qing really gone mad? Has he really contracted with multiple artifact spirits at the same time? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. "Now it seems that's true," another person agreed. "Humph, this kid is too arrogant. How dare he do such a thing?" Someone gritted their teeth in dissatisfaction. However, if he enjoys it first and suffers later, this kid is probably asking for trouble, someone else scoffed. Words filled with envy and jealousy circulated among them, as if the grapes were sour because they couldn't have them. All right, stop looking. This kid's going to get into trouble. Let's go over there. I heard the presidents and senior officials from several universities in Nanjing are here today for a meeting. We can go over and find out what's going on. The group said as they left. On the other side, Lu Yinming approached Yi Qing, feeling the gazes of those around her. Zhou Lingxue, no longer feeling inferior, stood tall and proud, attracting attention along the way as well. Upon arriving at the crystal core trading market, Yi Qing examined the crystal cores in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. The situation was not optimistic. Spiritual plants were already rare and expensive, and those that could enhance strength were even more pricey. All right, let's try it out today. These healing herbs are good quality and inexpensive, so let's buy these for now. After Yi Qing made his decision, the three of them finished their purchases. On the way back, he openly held Zhou Lingxue and Lu Yinming's hands, as if declaring something. At that moment, many people, especially the boys, cast envious, jealous, and even faintly resentful glances at him. Back home, Yi Qing placed his hand on Lu Yinming's collarbone. Lu Yinming gasped in surprise, instantly transforming into the Hua Tuo cauldron. Yi Qing examined the Hua Tuo cauldron, gently stroking his chin, pondering whether to start a fire. Finally, he carried the Hua Tuo cauldron to the courtyard. Despite circulating his 6th-level heavenly sky chi, the cauldron's weight still made him struggle. He tossed the spirit plant into the cauldron, and blue flames immediately shot out. Zhou Lingxue leaned closer and exclaimed in surprise, "Phew, you scared me. Husband, look." Yi Qing's gaze fell on the flames, which reflected his own image. He thought to himself, as expected of the Hua Tuo cauldron, its methods are extraordinary. All right, now we can just wait and see. Yi Qing pulled Zhou Lingxue down to sit and watch quietly. Meanwhile, on campus, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit was accompanied by a woman in a formal dress. The man remarked, "It's so nice to see these vibrant students." The woman rolled her eyes. "You've been eyeing the school's top students right from the start. Aren't you afraid Li Peng will find out and kick you out?" The man laughed and waved his hand. "Haha, whether he can beat us is another matter." The man approached the students and overheard their discussion. "Hey, did you hear? Yi Qing made contracts with multiple spirits at the same time." "What? Contracts with multiple spirits at the same time? He's got a death wish." Hearing their chatter, Yu Qingji instinctively moved closer to listen intently. This was extremely rare. Even elementary school students knew that simultaneously contracting with multiple spirits posed a huge danger, yet Yi Qing dared to attempt it. Some people commented, "This kid is too arrogant. Last time he got lucky and the F-grade artifact spirit reverted to its ancestral form and turned into a sharp sword. Now he's causing this kind of trouble." Reverted F-grade artifact spirits are difficult to control and generally don't end well. Several students noticed Yu Chengji eavesdropping, glanced at him, and then turned to the distance, saying, "Look, there's old Deng over there eavesdropping on us." Eventually, they left, and Yu Chengji looked embarrassed. The woman next to him laughed. "What did I tell you? What did you overhear? Tell me." Yu Chengji chuckled dryly. "I won't tell." In the principal's office, Li Peng was talking with the principals and their wives. While discussing the number of places for the Purgatory training camp, he explained, "Our school students are mainly top students and scions of prominent families. We'll observe their character and combat performance to prepare them for military selection." Suddenly, Grandmaster Li Xiao appeared, bringing a commendation order and crystal core rewards. He specifically mentioned Yi Qing, a freshman who had already gained some fame, having killed a team of demon spirit guards led by An Fei, astonishing everyone present. A medicinal fragrance suddenly filled the campus, covering an area of several kilometers. Students exclaimed, "It smells so good. My wounds don't hurt as much anymore." The Academic Affairs Office immediately investigated the source and discovered that Yi Qing was refining something. Hearing the name, Yi Qing, everyone was shaken. Li Zhao's voice was firm. "Lead the way. I must see this student today." Chapter 17 Black Lotus. The principals were shocked when they heard the secretary's report. It was actually done by a student? They immediately followed Master Li and hurried over to investigate. At this moment, Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue smelled a strong medicinal aroma. Yi Qing slapped his thigh. "What a blunder. The energy has dissipated. Next time, we'll have to put the lid on." Zhou Lingxue nodded, but quickly noticed that the Hua Tuo cauldron was frantically absorbing energy from the air. The dissipated medicinal properties were being recovered several times over, all being poured into the Hua Tuo cauldron. Yi Qing rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "Wow, you can do that." Soon, the medicinal paste was ready, and Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue began to roll it into pills. Just as the two were working on it, anxious voices came from not far away. The principals were approaching with Li Xiao and Li Peng. Yi Qing looked up and replied calmly, "Refining medicine." All eyes fell on the Hua Tuo cauldron. Its heavy, ancient patterns and imposing presence made the spirits of the artifacts pale. Li Xiao pointed at the Hua Tuo cauldron and asked, "What is this?" Yi Qing calmly said, "This is the spirit of my new contract, a large cauldron that can be used for alchemy." Li Peng was astonished and secretly realized that Yi Qing had contracted with multiple artifact spirits at the same time, yet his physique was completely normal. "Is your health all right?" Li Peng asked anxiously. "He's become even stronger," Yi Qing said casually, shocking everyone. "A monster. A real monster." After confirming the situation, Li Xiao also decided to report to his superiors. Li Xiao then handed Yi Qing an invitation to the Purgatory training camp. Yi Qing looked at it, his only concern being the resource allocation. "Are there many resources?" "Many," Li Xiao replied. Yi Qing smiled, narrowing his eyes. "All right then, no need to waste time." Li Xiao sighed helplessly, secretly marveling at how extraordinary this young man was. Li Peng reminded him to pay attention to the reward crystal cores. Yi Qing obtained a 4th-tier exotic beast crystal core, feeling indifferent. Just a few days ago, this was still a rare find. He exchanged the crystal core for a spirit potion, and the two returned to the entrance, only to encounter several figures. "You must be Yi Qing?" The boy in the lead introduced himself as Zhang Qin, the leader of the Ember Club, and invited Yi Qing to join. Yi Qing whispered to Zhou Lingxue, "Should we just slap him?" Zhang Qin boasted about the club's strength and resource allocation, but Yi Qing's face darkened upon hearing this. Wasn't this just becoming a thug? The students around him were filled with envy, and several major clubs also came one after another, each inviting Yi Qing to join, but Yi Qing refused them all. "I'm not interested." One sentence made everyone's eyes widen, and a cold glint flashed in Zhang Qin's eyes. The other club leaders also looked at him with disapproval, but Yi Qing had no choice, and everyone had to leave. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Lotus Society's premises, a girl lay in bed, her brow furrowed, surrounded by dark energy. She shivered, wrapped in blankets, the dark aura emanating a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Jia frowned. "The medicine we use to suppress the coldness is almost worn out. We need to buy some more." The girl whispered, "We're short on funds and manpower, so we might have to hunt down alien beasts to make up for it." Suddenly, a black lotus bloomed on the girl's forehead, slowly rotating, its texture like glass. Zhang Jia squinted at it, puzzled. Her artifact spirit is merely an E-grade black lotus glass lamp, with limited attack power, so why does it have such a master-devouring effect? Chapter 18: The Green Lotus with 36 Leaves. Zhang Jia then gave the girl a pill, and the black lotus's aura finally dissipated. He said to the people beside him, "Let's go. Go out and call everyone over to discuss the recruitment." Then, he took the lead and walked out. Soon, the members of the Dark Lotus Club arrived one after another. After Zhang Jia raised the issue, everyone was stunned. Recruiting new members now? But the best talents had already been recruited by other clubs, and they were currently in a transitional phase. Even if they recruited new members, it would only result in a weak group. Think about it. Are there any suitable candidates? Zhang Jia asked. Someone immediately replied, "I have a good candidate on my side. Yi Qing, who has been quite the talk of the school recently. His weapon spirit has reverted to its ancestral form, transforming into a sword that can cut through iron like mud, and his overall strength is definitely above the 4th or 5th rank." Zhang Jia was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and thought to herself that this was indeed a good candidate. "You want to invite Yi Qing? Forget about it." The vice leader walked in at this moment, shook his head. "I just passed by and saw that top-tier clubs such as the Deep Sea Club and the Ember Club were recruiting." Zhang Jia gasped upon hearing this. The leaders of those clubs were all above the 6th rank, far surpassing his mid-5th rank strength, and their clubs were also much larger. Yi Qing could very well fall into their hands. Surprisingly, Yi Qing has not yet joined any club or organization. Everyone was astonished. With so many invitations from top clubs, he hasn't accepted a single one? This gives us an opportunity. I'll go find Yi Qing this evening and invite him to join us, Zhang Jia decided decisively. The deputy leader hesitated, But he rejected all those top-tier clubs. Can we really go? Zheng Jia waved her hand and laughed. How will you know it won't work if you don't try? Those top gangs are arrogant and conceited. It's okay, I'll bring some wine tonight and have a good heart-to-heart talk with them. The deputy commander felt a chill run down his spine, immediately recalling his past experience of being tricked, but Zheng Jia had already changed the subject. Xiaofeng, come with me tonight. Bring out the good wine we got before, and drink until we drop with Yi Qing. Lu Feng nodded and began preparations. Another member leaned in and said, Team leader, Teacher Su Bing is having a celebration banquet tonight, and she's invited Yi Qing too. We can go together. After hearing about Yi Qing's deeds, the club members were even more shocked. This kid was not only powerful, but also good at medicine making, and his decisiveness in saving people made Zheng Jia full of respect for him and secretly admire him. As night fell, Zheng Jia led Lu Feng and the other members to Yi Qing's villa. Looking at the spacious villa, Zheng Jia couldn't help but marvel. After knocking on the door, Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue came out to greet them, their expressions filled with doubt. Zheng Jia introduced himself. I am the president of the Dark Lotus Club, a mid-stage 5th-tier spirit master. I hope to join you at the celebration banquet tonight. He extended his hand and said respectfully, I've heard about your achievements. You've been quite a prominent figure at school lately. Let's have a few drinks together tonight. Yi Qing smiled slightly and reached out to hold Zheng Jia's hand. Okay. Although the Dark Lotus Guild is not as powerful as the top guilds, it is still considered excellent in the 2nd tier. After the celebration banquet began, everyone was stunned when they saw Zheng Jia and Lu Feng. The president of the Dark Lotus Society had also come. Su Bing smiled, secretly pondering the scheming behind it. As Yi Qing raised his glass, he naturally drank it all in one gulp, but he felt that the changes in his body were minimal. The alcohol was broken down as a harmful substance by the Vajra indestructible technique, and he felt no tipsy feeling at all, which amazed the onlookers. Zheng Jia raised his glass in a toast. Yi Qing, if it weren't for you, my gang would have lost a valuable member. I'll do it, you can do whatever you want. Yi Qing replied, responding casually. After several rounds, Zheng Jia's face turned red, and his consciousness gradually blurred, but he was still intimidated by Yi Qing's calm aura. He picked up a bottle of wine, walked to Yi Qing's side, and drank a few more glasses before completely blacking out. He swayed and staggered, calling Yi Qing Big Brother, and declaring that they should address each other as brothers from now on. Lu Feng and the other members were dumbfounded. This was completely different from their original plan to recruit Yi Qing into the gang. Zheng Jia not only recognized him as an elder brother, but also handed over the position of gang leader. The scene was shocking, and even Su Bing couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of wine. Yi Qing observed Zheng Jia's sincere expression, pondered for a moment, and said, Okay, then it's settled. Zheng Jia looked smug, casting a boastful glance at Lu Feng. Lu Feng was speechless, inwardly thinking, Your move is just too arrogant. Afterwards, Zheng Jia was pulled away by Yi Qing to rest, while the members of the Dark Lotus Society toasted Yi Qing to celebrate his becoming the new leader. Back in her room, Zhou Lingxue went straight to rest. Yi Qing sighed inwardly. His own strength was terrifying, and the Vajra indestructible technique, having reached the 4th level, was even more powerful. Yi Qing then entered Lu Lianming's room, and a notification popped up on the screen. Indestructible Vajra has advanced to the 5th rank. He was overjoyed. Reaching the 5th rank in the early stages of cultivation was already top tier. Increasing compatibility would require a special opportunity. After resting for a while next to Lu Lianming, Zhou Lingxue opened her eyes at dawn. The beauty of life made her happy. She went to cook first, indicating that a new day of club affairs was about to begin. Meanwhile, in another lounge of the Dark Lotus Society, Zheng Jia slowly woke up, his mind reeling. He remembered drinking with Yi Qing the night before. Although he had some blackouts, he had at least successfully moved Yi Qing with his sincerity and recruited him into the society, greatly increasing the society's strength. A buzz of discussion arose outside, as Zheng Jia not only addressed Yi Qing as Big Brother, but also relinquished his position as club leader, leaving everyone shocked. Zheng Jia opened the door and walked out, silencing the crowd. Yi Qing strode in, his expression composed. Although the club members and vice leader were resentful, they had to admit the reality. Yi Qing had indeed become the new club leader. Yi Qing surveyed the current state of the club and said softly, Let me take a look at the club's accounts. Looking at the limited resources, he sighed inwardly. It seems I have to go out and replenish some today. A gust of cold wind swept through the room, causing everyone to shiver. Yi Qing turned to look at another lounge and called out, "Little sister." Zheng Jia sensed something was wrong and hurriedly opened the door to check. What she found about the girl on the bed surprised Yi Qing. Chapter 19, You will be of great importance in the future. Yi Qing looked at Zheng Yusin, who had just come of age and still looked somewhat immature, and his heart stirred slightly. This appearance is definitely not wrong. In her previous life, she was ranked at the top of the weapon spirit list. After reverting to her ancestral form, her weapon spirit was that 36-petaled blue lotus, with unparalleled strength and the power to destroy the world. He never expected that joining the club would lead to the unexpected acquisition of such a rare person. Zheng Yusin's skin was as white as snow, but at this moment she looked sickly and so fragile that it evoked pity, like a girl next door. What's going on? Yi Qing asked. Zheng Jia sighed. She was plagued by the backlash from the E-grade artifact Spirit Black Lotus glazed lamp since she was a child. The older she gets, the more severe the backlash becomes, and she is almost bedridden. Originally, I wanted to find someone to form a contract with, but who would contract with a sickly person? Now, I only hope that she is healthy, and I will take care of everything else. Yi Qing nodded and took out the pills he had refined yesterday. The aroma of the medicine instantly filled the room, causing everyone present to tremble. Give it to her first, it will protect her body. Yi Qing gently placed the pill into Zheng Yusin's mouth and poured water to help her swallow. She frowned as she tasted the bitterness, but still swallowed it smoothly. The black lotus glass lamp on her forehead flashed and disappeared into her body. It really worked. Zheng Jia was overjoyed, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qing's intervention greatly reduced their resistance to the new leader. A moment later, Zheng Yusin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Brother, have I had another episode?" "Yes, this time it's more serious than before. It's thanks to Yi Qing that you were able to wake up," Zheng Jia explained. Zheng Yusin looked at Yi Qing. Her heart skipped a beat. So handsome. His brows exuded domineering aura. "Thank you," she said sweetly. "Is this a new member of the club?" she wondered. Zheng Jia replied with a smile. "Yi Qing is now the regimental commander, and also my elder brother." "Big brother," Zheng Yusin repeated playfully, joking as soon as she woke up. She got out of bed, and Yi Qing secretly admired her. Her long, straight legs alone were enough to attract attention. He knew in his heart that his older brother's willingness to relinquish the position of regimental commander was a testament to his extraordinary abilities. "The pills will last for a while. I'll give you 2 more to carry with you." Yi Qing handed over the pills, and Zheng Yusin was flattered. "Thank you, brother Yi Qing," she said sweetly. Yi Qing said, "Let's go. We'll go out and hunt exotic beasts today and collect any spiritual plants we find. Everyone, please report your strength and the spirit of the artifact so I can make arrangements." Yi Qing's words caused dissatisfaction among the crowd, but they still reported the truth. A moment later, the group ventured deeper into the jungle, where Zheng Jia discovered a herd of strange beasts. There are 4-tier 3-tailed snow deer over there, and the lead deer should be in the early stage of the 5th tier. Yi Qing stroked his chin and said, "Even a fly's leg is meat. Let's kill it first and talk about it later." He led his men closer and saw a herd of white deer grazing. Their 3 short tails swayed gently, seemingly harmless, but their massive bodies, scarlet eyes, sharp horns, and wide hooves all revealed their ferocity. Once the battle begins, the deer will scatter. Zheng Jia, you lead the men to surround them. Zhang Kai, you go and block the other side. Yi Qing assigned tasks swiftly and decisively. Everyone wondered to themselves, are all these missions about encirclement and suppression? What about the key targets for the hunt? Zheng Jia frowned, also not understanding Yi Qing's intentions. Yi Qing led Zhou Lingxue to the side. "Proceed according to plan, safety first." The next moment, a beam of light burst forth. Yi Qing placed his hand on Zhou Lingxue's collarbone, and she instantly transformed, a sharp sword imbued with a chilling aura appearing in Yi Qing's hand. The deer herd hesitated for a moment, then rushed towards Yi Qing. "You're courting death." Yi Qing leaped forward, his sword flashing out in a swift motion. Thud, blood splattered as several snow deer had their necks torn apart. He used the deer's heads as a springboard to leap up, charging straight at the lead deer. The deer's eyes blazed with ferocity, the ground beneath its feet cracked, and its antlers shot out like a flurry of swords. Everyone tensed, and Yi Qing swung his sword to meet the attack. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk like a knife slicing through tofu. The deer's antlers were completely severed. He swung his sword in midair, creating a dazzling display, and then slashed down furiously. Asterisk splatter. Crack. Asterisk flesh and bone snapped in unison. The deer's head cleaved open by the sword, splattering red and white blood everywhere. The crowd surrounding them stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yi Qing was so fierce. Chapter 26 Tier Beast, Two-Winged Silver Tiger. The sky filled with crimson and white blood left the gang members dumbfounded, as if struck by a heavy hammer, utterly horrified. Sensing the threat, the herd of three-tailed snow deer let out sharp cries and scattered in all directions. Don't stand there, attack! Zheng Jia shouted, his long sword gleaming coldly, its nine-linked blade resembling a ghost-head saber. He lightly touched the ground with his foot, swung his sword down, and a deer leg snapped off instantly, causing the herd to shrug. Zheng Jia thought to himself, this was all thanks to Yi Qing disrupting the beasts' minds, making them desperate to escape. Yi Qing moved like a ghost, each step covering tens of meters. His sword, sharp as an unparalleled blade, sliced through flesh, bone, and antlers with a single stroke. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sounds of flesh shattering horrified every member of the gang. In an instant, they understood Yi Qing's purpose in setting up the encirclement. Everything was under control, and his strength and the spirit of his weapon were even greater than their leaders. Watch out, over there! Yi Qing shouted in a low voice. Everyone perked up and stopped being distracted, starting to frantically kill or block the deer herd. As the last three-tailed snow deer was slain, silence fell. Yi Qing flicked his longsword, piercing the deer's brain and picking out a crystal core. He surveyed his surroundings. Dozens of deer had fallen, a considerable number, but their quality was only average for him at this point. My God, they almost wiped out all these three-tailed snow deer. Zheng Jia walked closer, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, her eyelids twitching with excitement. The other members were also excited, standing in front of Yi Qing, who stood like a god of war, their sense of respect instantly rising. Everyone, hurry up and pack up. Take out the crystal cores, keep the useful parts from the deer, and take as much of the rest as you can, Yi Qing instructed. Everyone responded and began processing the spoils. Crystal cores were collected, deer hides were removed, and the odds and ends were sorted. Everyone received a considerable haul. Yi Qing frowned. The group had limited members, and they couldn't get much more after just one hunt. He wondered to himself, should we go back like this today? In the distance, a loud thud echoed, startling a flock of birds into flight. Yi Qing reacted first, leaping upwards towards the treetop. Zheng Jia and the deputy commander followed, also looking down into the distance from their vantage point. They saw the giant tree crash down, billowing dust and smoke. There's a fight going on in the distance, and they're quite strong. Zheng Jia exclaimed in a low voice, calling him Big Brother with obvious satisfaction. Yi Qing's eyes flashed with excitement as he led his men quickly towards the location, ordering them, don't collect the rest. Take the valuables and head that way. Although the gang members were reluctant, they obeyed. A sound of flesh tearing rang out as a figure was flung against a tree, nearly losing his grip on the waterfire staff, a long, bloody wound throbbing from his leg. Li Mubai gritted his teeth and stepped forward, stomping his foot, causing the earth to crack and blood to spurt out as he charged towards the mid-stage 6th-tier, double-winged silver tiger before him. At this moment, Yi Qing was almost in front of the two-winged silver tiger. He kicked out, creating a sonic boom and a whooshing sound, slightly distorting space. Thump! The kick landed on the silver tiger's mouth, sending it flying backward with a howl. Two of its sharp teeth were knocked out, and it crashed into a giant tree, breaking it and filling the air with dust. Yi Qing leaped into the dust. Zheng Jia and the other members of the gang shouted in unison and followed. Li Mubai was shocked. There was actually a gang supporting them. As the dust settled, a figure appeared. Yi Qing, holding a long sword, a huge crystal core tucked under his arm, and dragging a massive winged silver tiger's tail with his other hand. Chapter 21. You think I sell fake medicine? I'm a college student with integrity, okay? Yi Qing's imposing appearance and the oppressive aura emanating from the sword in his hand shocked Li Mubai. He stared at the hole in the head of the winged silver tiger and the wounds on its body, then looked at the sword in Yi Qing's hand, feeling an immense pressure. This weapon spirit was so sharp and powerful that he couldn't help but marvel. This kid actually contracted such a terrifying weapon spirit. Commander, Big Brother, are you alright? Li Mubai asked anxiously. It's alright. Yi Qing glanced at the cave in the distance and was slightly taken aback. So there's a cave here. A few of you, come with me to take a look. There might be some spirit plants. With that, he put down the winged silver tiger and led the group toward the cave. Li Mubai's water fire staff retracted from its illusion, and he thought anxiously. There are still people trapped. We have to save them. Han Shui asked with concern. Mubai, how are you? I'm fine, Li Mubai replied, his face pale, clearly indicating that his injuries were serious. A moment later, Yi Qing emerged from the cave with his group, his face beaming with smiles. The winged silver tiger's cave had actually contained a large number of spirit plants, which they had collected and taken away. The guild members busied themselves packing up their spoils, including crystal cores and spirit plants. Yi Qing walked towards Li Mubai, and Zheng Jia quietly reminded her, Do you know him? Yi Qing replied in a low voice. This is a top senior at Jinling Yuling University, the leader of the university's top-tier club, and his family has a prominent position in the Jinling military. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself, this guy is not only strong, but also comes from a wealthy family. Li Mubai looked at Yi Qing, knowing that the victory over the beast was due to the artifact spirit, and despite his surprise, he still expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Don't be so polite, we're all brothers. Your injuries are quite serious. I have some medicine here, Yi Qing said, and Han Shui quickly echoed. Yi Qing handed over the pill and said slowly, a highly effective medicine. 1/6 tier crystal core is needed for 1 course of treatment. Everyone froze, gasps of surprise rising and falling. A 6th order crystal core? Li Mubai's expression changed drastically, glaring at Yi Qing. You're asking for too much. I don't believe in any miracle cures. Come on, Han Shui, let's go first. Li Mubai tried to get up, but he had lost too much blood and was too weak. Han Shui quickly pressed him down. You're like this. Where do you think you're going? Li Mubai gritted his teeth. Fine, 1/6 order crystal core it is. I didn't bring any, but you know my identity. I'll get it from you when I get back. Yi Qing doubled the price again, leaving Zheng Jia and the others dumbfounded, and Li Mubai nearly bursting with anger. Yi Qing shrugged. You think I'm selling fake medicine? I'm a respectable college student with integrity. Okay. Li Mubai had no choice but to nod. Okay, we'll do as you say. Yi Qing said indifferently. Mo Ling, I'll take 2 6th order crystal cores from you. The club members were stunned. This new club leader was truly shameless, yet admirable. Li Mubai almost gritted his teeth as he sat down. Zhang Kai, bring the medicinal wine over. The medicinal wine was opened, releasing a strong aroma of alcohol mixed with the scent of herbs. Yi Qing applied the wine directly to Li Mubai's wound. A sharp pain, penetrating to the bone, instantly shot through Li Mubai. He screamed, his facial muscles twitching as he struggled violently. Yi Qing said calmly, good medicine tastes bitter, but it's good for the illness. His hand, like an iron clamp, forced the medicinal wine into Li Mubai's body. After several rounds of deep chewing, the medicine quickly took effect in Li Mubai's body, and the wounds healed at a visible speed. A surge of warm, nourishing energy washed over his entire body, repairing and strengthening the bones in his limbs, bringing him extreme comfort. Look, Zheng Jia pointed at Li Mubai, and all the club members stared at him. They saw that Li Mubai's wounds were healing rapidly, and Han Shui covered her mouth in surprise. Miracle drug. This is a true miracle drug. Chapter 22 Cold and aloof older sister. Li Mubai opened his eyes and found his wounds healing rapidly. His gaze towards Yi Qing changed. This guy's got some skills. Zheng Jia also watched the medicine's effects, amazed by its value, and secretly admired it. The other club members, seeing how Yi Qing had unconditionally given Yu Xian the medicine, respected him even more. All right, let's go. Yi Qing greeted everyone with a smile. This trip had been quite fruitful. 3 6-tier exotic beast cores, plus a spirit plant, and the rest were just things he picked up along the way. Let's go back. Everyone rushed to help Yi Qing carry the spoils of war. The scene was like a star being surrounded by admirers. Yi Qing told Zhou Lingxue to exit the illusion, and as she landed, she felt proud. This time, she was able to persist until the end of the battle. At least she had perfectly cooperated with Yi Qing. Li Mubai looked at Zhou Lingxue, frowned, and muttered to himself. This artifact spirit is too strange. It is powerful, but I have never heard of it before. I must find out more about it when I get back. Mubai, how are you? Han Shui asked anxiously. I'm fine, Li Mubai replied. Your brow is still furrowed. Go to the military medical clinic for a checkup later. The group then went to the military medical room, which was also where crystal cores were exchanged. Yi Qing told Zhou Lingxue to rest aside while he checked the effects of Li Mubai's medicine. Old. Yi Qing, what are you doing going in there? Zhou Lingxue almost blurted out, husband, but quickly corrected herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yi Qing smiled and said, I'll go check on the medicine's effects. Li Mubai looked at Yi Qing and had to admit that this guy had indeed saved him. Although he was furious and had a headache, he couldn't refuse. Just then, a beautiful figure approached. Little White, you were seriously injured while hunting strange beasts outside. Yi Qing's eyes trembled slightly when he saw the person who came. The sun-shooting Bao, ranked among the top 10 on the spirit weapon ranking. The girl was slender, with cold and sharp eyes, exuding a cool and aloof aura, and her long legs were thin yet full of power. After the test results came out, Li Zijing looked at Yi Qing and asked, Are you Xiaobai's classmate? My name is Yi Qing. I saved him while hunting strange beasts with my gang and gave him a special medicine, so I came to see how it works, Yi Qing explained with a smile. Li Zijing nodded her thanks. Thank you, Yi Qing. I'm Xiaobai's older sister. Yi Qing grasped Li Zijing's soft hand. Helping our compatriots in distress is our bounden duty. Li Mubai gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. This guy really knows how to pat himself on the back. He clearly took 2 of my 6th order crystal cores, yet he acts like a hero who saved me. Li Mubai suppressed his embarrassment and stepped forward, saying, All right, you can let go now. Yi Qing smiled and echoed, Sorry, I was distracted just now. Li Zijing pointed at Li Mubai with her finger, speaking in a lecturing tone. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be here right now. Yi Qing leaned against the wall, smiling as she looked at Li Mubai, leaving him speechless with anger. A burly figure entered through the doorway. What's going on? I heard you were hunting 2-winged silver tigers outside. Yi Qing looked up and saw a familiar face. Li Xiao, Li Mubai's father. Li Mubai immediately deflated. Yi Qing, what are you doing here? Li Xiao asked, his eyes wide with shock. Yi Qing explained. My gang and I were hunting strange beasts when we encountered Li Mubai, who was on the verge of death. We rescued him and gave him some special medicine, so we came to see how it works. Li Xiao was shocked upon hearing this. He had thought that the 5th rank was the limit, but he never expected that Yi Qing could hunt down the twin-winged silver tiger and restore Li Mubai to his original state. Good. Yi Qing, you did a great job. Li Xiao patted Yi Qing on the shoulder. Well done. I owe you a favor. Yi Qing smiled again and said, Helping our compatriots in distress is our bounden duty. Li Mubai gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. This guy is taking showing off to the extreme. Chapter 23 Lu Lianming, Wake Up and Work Overtime. Yi Qing waved goodbye to Master Li and Li Mubai, his tone indifferent. I'll come to your school to see you tomorrow. Li Mubai stood there stunned, inwardly cursing. Are you here to see me, or to collect a debt? Li Zijing left a few words of admonition and saw Yi Qing out. Yi Qing left gracefully and returned to his residence. He saw that the crystal cores had been exchanged, took most of them, and kept the rest for the club's expenses. Keep half of the crystal cores from these 3-tailed snow deer in the guild, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. Yi Qing's words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. After all, he had personally killed most of them. Someone argued, Guild leader, you killed most of them, we can't take them. Yi Qing smiled and patted his chest. All right, from now on we're all family. You'll also need to help me transport the spirit plants home later. Everyone responded. No problem, Guild leader. Afterwards, Yi Qing asked Zheng Jia about Li Mubai's sister. Zheng Jia nodded and said, I know, she's just an E-level spirit, not very well known. A glint flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. The group returned to campus, heads held high, attracting much attention. The corpses of the 3-tailed snow deer and the 2-winged silver tiger had been exchanged, making the campus a hotbed of attention. After placing the spirit plant in the villa, Zheng Jia led everyone back to the club. Zheng Yusin paced back and forth at the door, anxiously asking, Where's Yi Qing? Zheng Jia explained that Yi Qing had gone back to rest, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to Zheng Jia recount her gains and exciting experiences, Zheng Yusin was dumbfounded, feeling both amazed and envious of Yi Qing's strength. Inside the villa, Yi Qing entered Lu Lianming's room and pulled back the covers. You've been sleeping until now? Lu Lianming exclaimed, rubbing her eyes. Yi Qing tapped her forehead. Get up and work overtime refining medicine. Lu Lianming obediently responded and ran out happily. Yi Qing followed her to the courtyard. Looking at the pile of spiritual herbs, he placed them into the Hua Tuo cauldron. closed the lid, and began refining medicine while absorbing energy from all directions. Zhou Lingxue waited nearby, anticipating the medicine's effects. As night fell, Li Mubai sat on the sofa in the Li family home, his mind in turmoil. Li Zijing approached. What's Yi Qing's background? Do you know? Li Mubai smiled bitterly. Yi Qing already possessed a powerful spirit. His sister's lips twitched with anger, secretly realizing she had misunderstood. During their argument, Li Zijing lunged at Li Mubai, who could only dodge. The suppression of his bloodline prevented him from retaliating. You rascal, you're like a monkey. Li Zijing gasped for breath. Li Mubai thought to himself. Yi Qing's sword, capable of piercing the head of a winged silver tiger in such a short time, was no ordinary weapon spirit. He snorted softly, thinking, if I didn't have that sword, I'd teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a force came from his neck, and a voice like that of a hellish demon rang out. Umph, got you. Li Mubai panicked immediately. Chapter 24 Lu Lianming is pregnant and receives a god-level reward. Inside the villa, Yi Qing could smell the rich fragrance even with the lid of the cauldron covered. If it weren't covered, the aroma would probably have already spread beyond the campus. After all, this spiritual plant was carefully selected by the twin-winged silver tiger, and it was almost ready to be made into medicine. The air suddenly vibrated, and energy swirled into the Hua Tuo cauldron. Yi Qing seized the opportunity to lift the lid of the cauldron, and the energy that could not enter before instantly found an outlet and poured into the cauldron. Principal Li Peng sensed something amiss in his sleep, turned over, and looked outside. The spirit beside him also woke up. What's wrong? Something's not right. This energy, it's all surging in one place. Li Peng sighed. This little guy, I'll have to remind him not to concoct medicine so late at night. The woman beside him chuckled. Otherwise, the medicinal properties will dissipate. Yi Qing, immersed in the joy of the completed medicine, called to Zhou Lingxue. It's done. Come on, make the medicine. Soon, the pills were placed in a porcelain bottle, while the dregs were soaked in high-grade white wine, making a kind of medicinal wine. Lu Lianming exited her illusionary state, and cheerfully approached Yi Qing. Honey, can I go home now? Yi Qing laughed. Go home? Have you ever seen the evils of capitalism? Afterwards, Yi Qing handed the medicine to Zhou Lingxue, then took the remaining medicine and a mid-stage 6th-tier beast core upstairs. He activated his Vajra indestructible technique, golden light covering his entire body as he felt his physical strength and combat potential. After absorbing the core and the elixirs, the light on his body became even more dazzling. With a loud boom, the Vajra indestructible technique dissipated, and his cultivation level leaped to the mid-stage of the 5th tier, skipping 2 tiers. Yi Qing sighed. The higher the level, the greater the energy required for advancement. Then, he looked towards the bathroom. Indestructible Vajra has been upgraded to tier 6. A surge of exhilaration coursed through his body, and a system notification appeared. Spiritual pregnancy detected. Reward, Divine Level Movement Technique. The Divine Level Movement Technique skill quickly entered his mind. Yi Qing checked the information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master Level, Mid-Tier 5. Contracted Spirits, F-Grade Tyrix Blade, Ancestral, Heaven Slaying Sword, E-Grade Zhangxiu Iron Pot, Ancestral, Hua Tuo Cauldron. Skills, God Level Hunting, Heavenly Chi Level 6, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption, Dragon Tier Spirit, God Level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible Level 6. Item, 5 God Level Control Pills. Martial Arts Skill, Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist. Meanwhile, in the darkness outside the fortress, several demon guards sat on the rooftop, swinging their legs. It's been a long time since we've suffered a loss. This time, it was the students who taught us a lesson. The woman in the lead was dressed in a tight-fitting night outfit. She was slender and had celestial-like features, yet her eyes held a bandit-like glint. Behind her were Wang Tingting and Lu Li. Wang Tingting looked at the demon guards, fear rising within her, but she still clenched her fists and resolutely moved forward. You're back. The woman stared at Wang Tingting. You've betrayed your classmate. What do you want in return? Wang Tingting looked up. I want him dead. She truthfully explained how Yi Qing had killed the 6th-tier alien beast, the twin-winged silver tiger. The woman nodded. Let's finish this quickly. Letting him live another day is too easy for him. Luo Qing, send them back. This time, killing him will allow your soul-summoning banner to absorb some good souls. Wang Sheng watched the woman's retreating figure. This girl has a strong bandit-like air about her, but her spirit level is too low. Otherwise, she would be very useful in the Demon Spirit Guard. He smiled and looked at Jinling University. Kid, cherish the rest of your time. At this moment, Lu Lianming softly called out. Husband, the sun is out. Can I rest now? Yi Qing smiled and replied. It's not up to you to decide when to rest. I'm just reminding you not to overwork yourself. Lu Lianming was speechless. Chapter 25 Li Mubai, you really are a dog. 3 poles in the sun. Yi Qing also sighed. As expected, breaking through to the 7th level of the Vajra indestructible realm is quite difficult. It requires sustained effort. After going outside, Zhou Lingxue had already prepared the meal and looked at Yi Qing with a bright and cheerful expression, a sweet smile on her face. Honey, you've worked hard. Come and eat. Yi Qing sat down. He was in a good mood today. After all, we're going to get 2 more crystal cores today. It's a 6th tier alien beast core. I'm going to Jinling Yuling University in a bit. You can just rest at home. You must have been exhausted from yesterday's battle. Yi Qing said. Okay. Zhou Lingxue also sat down to eat. After finishing the meal, Yi Qing then walked outside. After leaving the school gate, we headed towards Jinling Yuling University. A little while later, within the community, Zheng Yusin glanced at the doorway every now and then. Then, seeing a figure enter, her eyes lit up, but when she realized it wasn't Yi Qing, she sighed heavily. The newcomer. Huh? What do you mean? Does this mean I'm not welcome? Should I leave? Huh? Should I leave? After waiting for a while, Zheng Yusin got tired and collapsed onto the table. Zheng Jia looked at her and thought she was feeling unwell again. Yusin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? No, not at all. Hey, bro, why isn't the guild leader here today? Big brother. Zheng Jia had now fully accepted the term big brother and said it almost without thinking. He must have gone to collect a debt today. Huh? Collecting debts? What kind of debts? I forgot to tell you yesterday. Then, Zheng Jia began to speak. Such a thing is unbelievable. Brother Yi Qing is so cunning. Zheng Yusin listened with great interest. She never expected that Yi Qing had such a cunning side. But why are you suddenly so concerned about your older brother, little girl? As Zheng Jia spoke, Zheng Yusin's face visibly turned red. What nonsense are you talking about, bro? I didn't. Zheng Jia was too lazy to listen to her sister's explanation. This is the entrance to Jinling Yuling University. Li Mubai was already waiting. However, there were still red marks on his neck. Li Mubai touched his neck and thought to himself, this is definitely my older sister. I wouldn't have been so ruthless to someone who wasn't my sister. He looked into the distance, sitting to the side with a helpless expression on his face. When is this guy coming? Li Mubai was also holding his breath. If he wasn't afraid of losing face if word got out that he was being blackmailed, he would have been waiting for him here so early in the morning. Since the matter of being rescued cannot be kept secret, the matter of being extorted for 2 level 6 alien beast cores must not be spread. Otherwise, how will he ever get by at Jinling Yuling University again? Are you even going to stay in this business? That bastard, why isn't he here yet? Li Mubai thought to himself. A voice came from the side. Senior Li, are you waiting for someone? Ah, yes. When others greeted him, Li Mubai also put away the coldness in his eyes and responded with a smile. Look, it really is Senior Li. Who is he waiting for? I think he's been waiting here for quite a while. I don't know, but someone who can make Senior Li take this seriously must be no ordinary person. I'll wait and see. From the side, one voice after another could be heard. As Li Mubai watched the growing crowd, he felt a sense of panic. If Yi Qing came and started asking him for 2 crystal cores, wouldn't he be in a panic? A little while later, Yi Qing strolled over. Li Mubai went to greet him, and when he saw Yi Qing's handsome face, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This guy is all smiles. I really want to punch him in the face. Then, Yi Qing looked at Li Mubai's neck. There were also faint dark circles under the eyes. He raised an eyebrow. It wasn't there when I came back yesterday. What happened to you that night? Surprisingly, this guy actually likes this kind of thing. You're playing pretty fancy games, young man. You should be more restrained, Yi Qing said earnestly. Li Mubai. What the hell are you talking about, huh? Then, looking into Yi Qing's eyes, he understood. It's not what you think. I'm not the kind of person who likes candles, whips, or dog leashes. Never mind. Now is not the time to explain in public. Besides, the more you try to cover it up, the worse it gets. Come with me, and I'll give you 2 6th-tier beast cores. But I want you to shut up and never mention those 2 beast cores or what happened yesterday again, Li Mubai said in a low voice. Yi Qing looked at him with amusement, then said righteously, this is my reward for saving people, a symbol of my act of bravery. How can I not publicize it? I'm even planning to go back and talk to our principal about making an honor roll. If you put it that way, I'm in a difficult position. Puff. Li Mubai almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Difficult to handle? Then let's not do it. Li Mubai wanted to flip the table immediately, but he had to hold back for now. However, we're not saying this is impossible, but it's not that it can't be done. Yi Qing added. How can we do this? Li Mubai's eyes were also blazing with anger. You need to pay more. Li Mubai. Wow. You son of a bitch. This costs money. You're obsessed with money. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he really would have attacked Yi Qing. Alright, I'll give you another tier 5 beast core. Is that enough? That's great. I love your personality. Let's go, let's go. As Yi Qing spoke, she followed Li Mubai inside. A little while later, the 3 crystal cores were then in his hands. Yi Qing weighed the crystal core in her hand. The two had just left. Hey, Yi Qing, you're here? Then, a voice came from behind. Yi Qing turned around and saw that the person speaking was none other than Li Zijing. You actually came to see Xiao Bai? I thought. You thought I was just saying that, didn't you? Yi Qing smiled, and then Li Zijing looked at Yi Qing's bag and asked, What's this? This one, Yi Qing said, showing it to Li Zijing as well. The next moment, Li Zijing's beautiful eyes widened. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. This is 6th tier alien beast core. It seems there's also a tier 5 alien beast crystal core. Why are you carrying so many crystal cores with you? Oh, I came to see Mubai because he was injured. I didn't know what to bring, so I brought crystal cores. But it seems that Mubai is already healed, so he probably doesn't need them anymore. Yi Qing spoke slowly. This. Li Zijing's heart trembled upon hearing this. Bringing such an expensive gift. This person must have a huge hand. How loyal and devoted to love and righteousness. No wonder his father speaks so highly of him. At this moment, Yi Qing's position in Li Zijing's heart has risen even higher. Li Mubai. Holy crap. You're a real dog. He gritted his teeth. I feel like I'm not fully recovered yet. I still need it. What do you need? Have you no shame? How can you be so shameless? After saying that, Li Zijing grabbed Li Mubai's ear and pinched it. Then a tremendous force came. Hey. Sis, I was wrong. I was wrong. I don't want it anymore. A moment later, Yi Qing leaned closer and whispered in Li Mubai's red ear. Do you think I would say this if your sister wasn't here? You are too naive. You. Li Mubai stared at Yi Qing, his lips twitching involuntarily. I refuse to believe it. On my turf, I can't beat you. You didn't bring your spirit today, did you? At that moment, Li Mubai's lips curled into a cold smile. An idea slowly took shape in my mind. Chapter 26 Yi Qing, Humanoid Beast. Snap. What kind of expression is that when you look at Yi Qing? Before Li Mubai could even show his ferocity, Li Zijing slapped him on the back of the head. The sound was exceptionally crisp. Great head. You wait. I'll go back and tell Dad. Look at him. And then look at you. Not only did he save you yesterday, but he also came to see you today, bringing such a high-level crystal core. You're shameless enough to accept someone else's crystal core. Why are you still making that face? What are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid Dad will beat you up? The words that came out of Li Zijing's mouth made Li Mubai's lips twitch. That's my crystal core. Mine. However, Li Mubai held back for now. He looked at his older sister and said, Sis, don't be angry. I was just joking. Brother Yi Qing, you should be free of anything today. This must be your first time at Jinling Yuling University, right? Come on, let me show you around. Let's take a stroll around our club. That works. Yi Qing nodded as well. Then, he followed Li Mubai. Along the way, Yi Qing chatted and laughed with Li Zijing. This left many people around them stunned. My God, look, isn't that Li Zijing over there? This isn't the famous Ice Beauty. I thought she didn't like men. After all, there hasn't been a contract for so long. What do you mean she doesn't like men? She doesn't like you. A girl might be cold in front of you, but she'll be warm in front of the person she likes. As each sentence was spoken, Li Mubai gritted his teeth. This guy is so good at making people happy. A master at flirting. He wouldn't care if it were someone else, but now he's flirting with his older sister. I just can't stand it. A little while later. Then they arrived at the club. Han Shui was also in the club at this time. Mubai, you're here. Han Shui saw Li Mubai and immediately spoke, then noticed that Li Mubai's expression was off. Why does he look so grumpy? Then he saw the two people behind him chatting and laughing. Looking at Yi Qing, Han Shui instantly understood. Commander, you've arrived. One sentence after another came through. Yi Qing looked at the people from Li Mubai's gang. He nodded. As expected of a top-tier club at Jinling Yuling University. It's much better than the Dark Lotus Society. It seems I need to recruit some talented people. Yi Qingxiang and Li Mubai also introduced Yi Qing to everyone. After exchanging greetings, Li Mubai led Yi Qingxiao to the back of the gang. That's an exhibition hall. The achievements of the exhibition club. There's such a thing? Yi Qing nodded as well. When we recruit new employees, if we show this out, won't everyone want to come? Yi Qing, let's go take a look at the training hall of our Jinling Yuling University later. It cost a lot of money to build it. Okay. Yi Qing agreed. A smile appeared on Li Mubai's face when Yi Qing agreed. Okay. You agreed, right? You'll see in a minute. In the training ground. Yi Qing, go change your clothes. Your casual clothes aren't quite right. We should all change too. Now that we're here, let's train properly. Li Mubai greeted everyone. Everyone headed towards the locker room. They provide brand new training uniforms. A little while later, Li Mubai then came out. The tight-fitting training suit wrapped around his body, which made him feel a sense of power. Then, several spirit masters came out. Commander, you still have such a great figure. TSK, have you been practicing extra lately? Huh? When did they start extra practice? How come I didn't know? You sleep with the commander at night. How could you know about the extra training? Go away, why don't you sleep with the commander? Words came one by one. Li Mubai looked at everyone and clenched his fists. Your skin's too tight, isn't it? Do I need to loosen it up for you? Everyone immediately fell silent. They knew that Li Mubai's strength was above the 6th rank. Such a spirit master is also quite powerful individually. Its power is terrifying. If they speak again, even without using the artifact spirit, Li Mubai will pin them to the ground and beat them to a pulp. You guys come here. Li Mubai called everyone over and spoke to them in a low voice. Let me tell you, today, you're going to teach that Yi Qing a lesson. Later, we'll have a no-holds-barred fight, so use whatever ruthless moves you have on him. Don't hold back. Let's all go after him. It's okay if we hurt him. There's a cure for this guy. Just keep hitting him. Do you understand? Li Mubai's face was filled with a frenzied ruthlessness, as if he could see the dawn of revenge right in front of him. So close. Everyone. Foggrass. What happened? So ruthless? Why did the commander suddenly become so ruthless? How did this person offend the regimental commander? TSK, you unlucky little thing. Of all the people to offend, you have to offend their regimental commander. They can't disobey the commander, so we can only apologize to this kid named Yi Qing. Don't blame us. Blame yourself for offending the commander. One of the boys was thinking about it, then glanced over there and couldn't take his eyes off it. And there it was. Li Zijin also changed into a tight-fitting training outfit and came out. That figure is absolutely stunning. She had a shapely figure, and her long, slender legs seemed to outlive him. Li Zijing tied her hair back, making her look more capable, and her mature and cold demeanor was even stronger. Many people looked over. They all wore expressions of amazement. What were you talking about just now? I think I heard you say you were going to fight. Li Zijing walked over and asked. I just told them to warm up properly and practice with Yi Qing later. After all, they are guests who have come from afar. It wouldn't be right not to entertain them properly. We're going to have a no-holds-barred fight in a bit. Let's all get some steam. Unrestricted combat? Li Zijing frowned. What kind of approach is this? Sis, you don't understand. This is a kind of romance that only men have. Is that right? Li Mubai looked at everyone. Everyone quickly responded. Yes. That's exactly right. Sister Zijing, you don't understand. This is an unspoken understanding between us men. Just as Li Zijing was about to speak, a soft gasp came from the side. She then turned her head, looking at Yi Qing who had changed her clothes and came out. Then, his gaze sharpened. That figure. Breastplate and abdominal armor. Those muscles were as if they had been carved with a knife and axe. Furthermore, it is incredibly symmetrical. Just looking at it gives you an extreme sense of dynamism and an overwhelming sense of power. Li Zijing couldn't help but fan herself with her small hand. So handsome. That's so cool. As for the other girls, their eyes were all on Yi Qing. Everyone was completely absorbed in watching. Seeing this scene, Li Mubai's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Damn it. He tricked me again. The boys next to him twitched at the sight, and at that moment, they also wanted to give Yi Qing a good beating. Li Zijing looked at Yi Qing's figure, and then remembered what her younger brother had said earlier. Are they going to fight? Wouldn't that be especially beautiful? These muscles look so good now. If they were to get moving and become engorged with blood, wouldn't they be even more powerful? Just thinking about it made Li Zijing's heart pound. A few of us are going to buy some things, and then we'll watch your performance. Right then and there, Li Zijing called a group of girls to go shopping. The remaining people were Yi Qing, Li Mubai, and others. Li Mubai also looked at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, you can warm up first. The sandbags and such here are all made of exotic beast hides, up to the 7th tier exotic beast hides. You can choose one. Yi Qing glanced at it, and then went directly to the sandbag made of 7th tier alien beast hide. Everyone snorted coldly at Yi Qing's choice. This guy is way too overconfident. These 7th tier beast hides are only used by school leaders. Did he just use it right away? Li Mubai shook his head and chuckled. This guy is really overestimating himself. However, he probably hadn't seen a 7th tier beast before, so he wanted to take a look. Then you've really made the right choice. Li Mubai picked up the water and took a sip. This is the hide of a 7th tier exotic beast, the Vajra rhinoceros. The diamond rhinoceros, as the name suggests. It's known for its toughness and durability. If Yi Qing were to throw a punch, he might not even break the beast's hide, but he himself would likely break a bone. Yi Qing also arrived at the beast's skin. Looking at the animal hide, Yi Qing rubbed his fist. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he twisted his body. One punch. With a sonic boom and the sound of wind breaking. Even the space itself began to distort where the fist passed. Thump. One punch. It smashed directly onto the animal hide. The animal hide caved in with a powerful blow from Yi Qing. Puff. Seeing this, Li Mubai spat out a mouthful of water. It was as if the punch had landed not on the animal hide, but on his stomach. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. What the hell is this? Why? It's terrifying. Why? Is this guy a spirit master? Is that a ferocious beast? Knock, knock, knock. In an instant, a series of sounds, like war drums, rang out. Yi Qing could also sense the toughness of the beast hide, and immediately, his attacks became even more ferocious. Drink. Then, Yi Qing let out a loud shout, and all the muscles in his body swelled up. Those arms were like coiled dragons. Call. A deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted. With Yi Qing's fist, it landed heavily on the sandbag made of the alien beast skin. Sizzle. After the animal hide underwent violent deformation, it was torn apart. Splash. The filling material inside was scattered all over the floor. Oh no, we're doomed. Chapter 27 Shadows in the Night. Yi Qing never expected it to turn out this way. You've ruined someone else's things, that's unacceptable. Then, he stopped and walked over to Li Mubai, intending to ask him what to do. However, at this moment, Li Mubai was still with the others. It was as if they had been petrified. Looking at the broken sandbag, I felt as if I were immersed in it, unable to pull myself out for a long time. Far away, Li Zijing arrived with her entourage. She has already told a group of girls about fighting, although they didn't really understand either. But, there's free fighting to watch, so why not take a look? They even prepared snacks. Huh? Why are they all standing there? Is this the end of warm-up? Li Zijing led everyone over. We are ready. Please begin your preparations. Before she could finish speaking, Li Mubai covered her mouth. Wah? Li Zijing was also taken aback when she felt Li Mubai's strength. Then he looked at Li Mubai, whose face was as pale as his name suggested. That head was like a rattle drum. Shake it wildly. This is a subtle way of telling Li Zijing to stop talking. Even his eyes were pleading. Please. This. What's going on? Li Zijing was also confused. You guys are really something. You were the ones who said it was a man's romance just now, and now you're the ones who said you're not fighting anymore. Are you making fun of us? Li Zijing broke free from Li Mubai. I was just about to speak. Then, she saw the broken sandbags here and was immediately amazed. If she remembered correctly, this sandbag was made from the hide of a 7th tier exotic beast. Incredibly resilient. Who is it? Break it all. The other girls were the same. They all stood there, practically frozen in place. While they were stunned, the administrator strode over as well. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Who broke the equipment? It's him. Among the crowd, a boy pointed at Yi Qing and said. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Yi Qing. Li Zijing, in particular, instantly covered her slightly open mouth with her delicate hand. The air conditioning was intermittent. The other girls were also stunned. What? Did Yi Qing tear this beast hide? This. At that moment, they understood why the boys had been so eager to fight. But now, they're all like wilted eggplants. What's the point of fighting when we encounter such a humanoid monster? How do I fight this? I've told you so many times, don't use the spirit to attack this. This is for individual training. I'm telling you, you have to compensate me. If you don't, I'm telling you, I'll give you a public reprimand. The administrator said angrily, misunderstanding that Yi Qing was attacking with a spirit weapon. Li Mubai, you seem to have misunderstood something. This guy was smashed to pieces with his fists. Fist. And a public reprimand? How to criticize? One punch shattered the hide of a 7th-tier alien beast? Holy crap. Is this a public reprimand? This is a notification of reward, isn't it? Li Zijing and the others also knew that Yi Qing came alone today. So how could he have been destroyed by the artifact spirit? Can this reprimand be transferred to another school? Yi Qing asked with a smile. This left the administrator completely bewildered. What's the meaning? All right, I'll pay for it. Li Mubai said immediately. It's just about a 5th-tier beast core. I can afford it. Stop letting him show off. I'm begging you. Let's make him leave while there are still few people around. Li Mubai immediately took action. A moment later, he pulled Yi Qing away from the training ground. You're truly my good brother. Yi Qing patted Li Mubai on the shoulder. Li Mubai? What the hell? Get out of here right now. He roared inwardly, but when he got to his lips, he changed his words. We're practically family. We've almost finished touring our school, you see? All right, I'm off then. Yi Qing picked up the crystal core and prepared to leave. I've only taken a few steps. Then a voice came. Huh? Yi Qing. Everyone looked over and saw that it was none other than Principal Yu Qingji. Li Mubai's heart skipped a beat. How did the principal know Yi Qing? Who are you? Yi Qing turned around and looked at the person with a puzzled expression. Everyone. Good grief. Our principal knows you, but you don't know our principal, right? Headmaster. You're making me lose face. This is our principal. Headmaster. Yi Qing also remembered that this person was indeed among the people who came with Li Xiao when he was refining medicine that day. After saying hello and exchanging a few words, Yi Qing left. After Yi Qing left, Li Mubai was also looking at the principal. Principal, how do you know him? This kid seems to have some skills. What's he doing here? He is a friend of Mubai. Li Zijin said. Oh. Yu Qingji looked at Li Mubai and said, Mubai, if you have the chance, try to win him over, preferably by bringing him into our school. This kid is quite amazing. Then, Yu Qingji began to speak. I had heard about Yi Qing's situation before. Multiple contracts. To revert the F-rank tetanus blade to a sword capable of cutting through iron like mud. And then there's alchemy. As they listened, everyone felt numb. This guy is too ruthless. Li Mubai's forehead veins bulged as he listened. Beside her, Li Zijing blinked her beautiful eyes as she listened to the principal's words. Anything at the F level is fine, but does she have a chance? She wouldn't even glance at anyone else. However, Yi Qing's words. In an instant, everyone had their own thoughts. On the other side, Yi Qing carried the crystal core back to the villa. Then we went upstairs. The heavenly chi has advanced to the 7th level. Oh, this is a pleasant surprise. Yi Qing watched the light screen rise up. We'll let Zhou Lingxue go for now. See, he said. This improved compatibility will happen naturally. Zhou Lingxue also went to take a bath. Yi Qing sat on the bed, looking at the 3 crystal cores. Absorb. A little while later, he looked at the light screen. Name. Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, late stage 5. Contracted spirits. F-grade T-Rex blade. One-time reversion to the Heaven-slaying sword. E-grade Zhangqiu iron pot. One-time reversion to the Hua Tuo cauldron. Skills. God level hunting skill. Heavenly Chi level 7. Rapid crystal core absorption skill. Dragon tier spirit. God level movement technique. Vajra indestructible level 6. Item. 5 God level control pills. Martial arts skill. Prison suppressing dragon fist. We've made a breakthrough. Late stage of tier 5. He walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and looked outside. It was already night, and everything was quiet. The next moment, a dark shadow swept past his window. Extremely fast. This sudden scene made Yi Qing's eyes narrow, and his heart skip a beat. Then, he lightly touched the ground with his foot, and pushed open the bathroom door. Something's up. Yi Qing said a sentence, and then placed his hand on Zhou Lingxue's collarbone, holding the heaven-slaying sword. He opened the window and climbed out. Step on your foot. The speed suddenly increased. Chapter 28 Demon Soldiers, Soul Summoning Flag. In an instant, Yi Qing also pushed his divine-level movement technique to its limit. Yi Qing seemed to have transformed into a ghost, wandering through the school. Then, Yi Qing lightly stepped onto the roof of a dormitory building and looked at the dark figure in the distance. His brows were also furrowed. Hiss. Why does this thing look so strange? However, Yi Qing couldn't quite put his finger on what was strange about it. Let's go up and take a look first. In a single breath, Yi Qing arrived behind the dark figure. Who are you? In short. Then, the dark figure suddenly turned around and headed towards Yi Qing. Only then did Yi Qing see the face of the dark figure clearly. Faceless. Like a faceless person. They still dare to pounce. Only, this guy is way too slow. Yi Qing then slashed down with his sword. Laugh. A crisp sound, like tearing paper, rang out. The dark figure in front of him was sliced in two by Yi Qing from head to toe. However, the blood spraying and blood mist filling the sky that Yi Qing had expected did not occur. The shadowy figure transformed into a cloud of black mist and drifted away into the distance. It's something conjured by the spirit of the artifact. Almost instantly, Yi Qing understood. There are spirits like that. Go check it out. At the same time, on the other side, many people were preparing, including Wang Tingting and Lu Li, who were looking at Yin Luoqing, who had transformed into a small banner, with excitement on their faces. Lu Li hadn't expected that Xiao Fan could conjure up such a monster. However, their strength shouldn't be too great. It's just rather unusual. And she was a solitary illusion, without a spirit master. Therefore, the effect is far from reaching the point where 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. Her role was simply to lure Yi Qing out. As long as Yi Qing is lured here, he will only end up being hacked to death. While Lu Li was thinking, the small banner that Yin Luoqing had conjured suddenly trembled. What is this? Wang Sheng asked, looking on from the side. Then I understood. It seems this kid caught up with the spirit and destroyed it. That should be the case. I didn't expect this kid to be so fast, but we'll see if he comes back with the spirit. Alright, let's get ready. If he dares to come over, this day next year will be the anniversary of his death. Wang Sheng immediately made some arrangements. This way, Yi Qing looked at the spirit with increasing amazement, having observed it the entire way. If he could return even after destroying it, wouldn't he be able to recover? People cannot be brought back to life after they die, but this thing can actually do that. If this were even more powerful, wouldn't it be considered a bug? Even if we are destroyed, we can recover. There are 2 brushes, but they don't have many bristles. We're too weak now. Judging from this, the spirit of the main body should be around F or E level. If this spirit becomes stronger. Yi Qing thought back to the spirit list before his rebirth, and there was a spirit that was quite similar to him. But that's definitely much more powerful than this. Yi Qing looked at the thing. This thing must have been there to lure him in. Let me see who it is. Yi Qing whispered. A little while later, we arrived at a deserted area outside the campus. There, a small banner was stuck there. The black mass surged into the small banner. Here, Yin Luoqing exited the illusionary state. Yi Qing looked at Yin Luoqing, and a chilling aura rose from beneath his feet. In the spirit weapon ranking, there is also a demon weapon ranking, and this girl is among the top 5 on the demon weapon ranking. It was the spirit he had been thinking about. A high-level form of ancestral regression, the Qiyu banner. Unexpectedly, I encountered such a top-tier artifact spirit here. At this moment, Yin Luoqing clenched her teeth. She was already of low social status, and the destruction of her soul by Yi Qing also affected her. At this moment, her face was deathly pale, and the combination of her original appearance and her current deathly pallor gave her a somewhat Western beauty look. Her figure appeared even more slender under the cover of her night clothes. Even with tight clothes on his body, his broad chest could not be concealed. I didn't expect you to actually dare to follow me. A voice came from the side. Then, Yi Qing looked over and saw that it was none other than Wang Tingting. At that moment, Yi Qing's eyes turned sinister. This guy? That tone. It seems she wants to die. There must be others here. You two wouldn't dare show yourselves in front of me like this. You're asking for death. You. Wang Tingting and Lu Li's lips twitched as they listened to Yi Qing's words. This guy is incredibly arrogant. Okay. The more arrogant you are now, the more miserable you will be in a moment. Kid, you actually guessed right. There's a reward for correct answers. In a bit, I might leave you with a whole corpse. Wang Sheng walked out holding the 5 Elements 8 trigram staff. The others also wielded magical artifacts. They all emerged from the shadows with grim expressions. The demon guards? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes as he sensed their presence. Only the demon spirit guards would go to such lengths to ambush him. I quite admire your intelligence, but unfortunately, tomorrow, your clever mind will be left outside the gates of the fortified city. You guys? Wang Sheng hadn't finished speaking. Yi Qing snorted coldly. The footsteps landed on a single point, and the next moment, he flashed in front of Wang Sheng. Call. In an instant. Look at Yi Qing's incredibly fast speed. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. How could this kid be so fast? Oh no. It's easy to deal with you since you're demon guards. I happen to be short of crystal cores. In short, a chilling message came through. It has captured everyone's hearts. Like a heavy hammer, it struck their hearts directly. That kid. That means they've treated them like prey. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Laugh. As soon as Yi Qing uttered those words, his sword sliced through the air and slashed directly down at Wang Sheng's head. Wang Sheng hadn't expected Yi Qing to have such speed and such momentum. He immediately raised both hands and used the 5 elements 8 trigram staff to block the attack above his head. Clang. The moment the sword and the Wulong Bagua staff collided, the Wulong Bagua staff underwent a violent deformation. The depth of that indentation was as if it were about to be completely severed. Click. The next moment. Then came the sound of bones cracking. It's broken. Wang Sheng's hands were also broken by the powerful force. A bone spur pierced straight through his arm. Blood gushed out. It got poured all over my head. Call. One strike. Wang Sheng, along with the artifact spirit, was sent flying backwards. In midair, Wang Sheng felt excruciating pain throughout his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. On the other side, his spirit also exited the illusionary state, but it was in an even more miserable state than Wang Sheng. Her waist was folded in an extremely bizarre posture. It's broken. It's definitely broken. Chapter 29, the God-level control pill comes in handy. Wang Sheng's heart pounded, and his heart rate soared to its maximum. I was careless. That kid. They're incredibly strong. Only. The next moment, Yi Qing appeared behind him as he flew backward. The heaven-slaying sword was held horizontally behind his neck. Sizzle. It's like slicing tofu with a knife. Wang Sheng's head and body were separated. Yi Qing grabbed his head. His body flew backward. They kept wiping the floor as if they never stopped. Knock, knock, knock. A series of sounds came from all directions. This way. Everyone who witnessed this scene turned pale. They hadn't expected Yi Qing to be so strong. How's the battle going over there? How is Wang Sheng? They couldn't see what was happening inside the smoke and dust. However, an extremely unpleasant feeling rose in Yin Luoqing's heart. Her face turned even paler, and even her original bandit-like demeanor seemed to have faded considerably. Tread. Tread. Footsteps approached. Everyone looked over. A figure emerged from the smoke and dust. One hand holds a sword. In his other hand, he was holding a head. He also had one tucked under his arm. The 2 heads belonged to none other than Wang Sheng and his spirit. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill rise from their feet. They all felt as if they had fallen into a frozen river in the dead of winter and then been pulled out and put into an ice cellar. My whole body started trembling. My teeth are chattering. Just a few breaths. Wang Sheng is dead. How could that be? Wang Tingting's legs felt weak and sore. The duck sat directly on the ground. Yi Qing walked over, then placed Wang Sheng's head on the ground, and then picked up the head from under his armpit and looked at it. Fortunately, I can still recognize who it is. If I get disfigured and the military doesn't offer a reward, that would be terrible. Right? Yi Qing grinned at the crowd in the distance. Run. Without the slightest hesitation, the remaining people all made that sound in unison. Then, they scattered and fled. Run. Yi Qing let out a cold laugh in his heart. Perfect. This is a good opportunity to test his godlike movement technique. Rub. The next moment, he headed forward. Uft. Click. Rub. Thump. A series of strange noises then rang out. Just a few breaths. Yi Qing is like someone collecting the 7 Dragon Balls. They brought back a bunch of round, chubby heads. It was placed in front of Yin Luoqing, Wang Tingting, and Lu Li. The 3 of them at this moment. Even if you have the courage to run away, they no longer have the strength to escape. My legs are too sore to move. Yin Luoqing was a little better. Although her face was deathly pale and her whole body was trembling, she managed to keep her composure and no foul smell wafted out. As for the other 2, they were kneeling on the ground, and a foul stench emanated from them. This is absolutely outrageous. Yi Qing approached Wang Tingting. Wang Tingting looked at Yi Qing's legs, then looked up at Yi Qing's condescending face. That cold gaze made her feel as if she were looking not at Yi Qing, but at the 18 kings of hell looking down upon the mortal world. Yi Qing, don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. I'll make you form a deep contract right now. Right here. Bang. Yi Qing grabbed Wang Tingting's head. Then, push harder. Her head deformed, and then exploded. Red and white splattered onto Lu Li's face and onto Yin Luoqing's feet. Vomit. Lu Li couldn't help but start trembling. Then, bang. Another explosion rang out. These two are not part of the Demon Guard and cannot claim bounties, so they are of little use. This way, we can save him from any unnecessary trouble that might arise later. Now, only Yin Luoqing is left. Yi Qing came to Yin Luoqing. He curled his index finger and hooked it under Yin Luoqing's chin. He looked at Yin Luoqing's face, though he was already terrified. However, there was still a hint of resentment and banditry in his eyes. Like an untamed wild horse. Looks like this won't be easy. Yi Qing slowly uttered a sentence. Then, Yin Luoqing looked at Yi Qing, tilted her head, and prepared to bite Yi Qing's finger. Snap! Yi Qing slapped him across the face. They knocked Yin Luoqing down with a single blow. Her face. A red palm print appeared. This was only because Yi Qing held back. Otherwise, her head would have exploded like Wang Tingting's. Make a pact with me, and I'll spare your life. Yi Qing's cold and sharp voice rang out. Yin Luoqing was also taken aback. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, forget about it. Just kill me. Go claim the bounty. Then, Yi Qing came over and held Yin Luoqing down. What are you going to do? I will not give in to you. As she spoke, Yi Qing pinched her cheeks, and then Yin Luoqing felt something being stuffed into her mouth. Wah! What are you doing? What do you want to do? At this moment, tears of humiliation streamed from the corners of Yin Luoqing's eyes. That thing went into my mouth. Then, it turned into mist. It transformed into energy, filling her limbs and bones, rendering her completely immobile. What's this? Why can't I move? An unknown fear pierced Yin Luoqing's heart. What did you do to me? Stand up. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Yin Luoqing immediately stood up. Me this? What? Yin Luoqing roared. She is completely baffled as to how this could have happened. She's like a puppet on strings right now. Let Yi Qing do as he pleases. This thing looks pretty good. However, it seems that one cannot control their mouth. Yi Qing glanced at Yin Luoqing, then walked over. He grabbed at the night clothes on her leg. Sizzle. The sound of clothes tearing came from inside. Yin Luoqing felt this way, thinking, what a bastard. What should we do to her? Just as she was about to speak, she saw Yi Qing roll up the torn night clothes and roughly stuff them into her mouth. Wah! Yin Luoqing made a whimpering sound, but it was to no avail. He's really tough, but with this god-level control pill, I'm not afraid of you being made of steel. Yi Qing thought to herself. Then they covered all the heads in front of them. They were tied to Yin Luoqing. Yin Luoqing. Ah, devil. Alright, you'll be my delivery truck today. Come with me, we're going to the military headquarters to collect the bounty. Yi Qing gave the order. Yin Luoqing followed behind Yi Qing. However, tears still streamed down her face. A little while later, within the military headquarters, the captain was bored out of his mind. He wants to leave work now too. It's this time of day. How could anyone else possibly come? It's simply unreasonable to expect him to stay here all night. This is absolutely unreasonable. When he was thinking about it, outside, Yi Qing then walked in. Captain, I'm here again. Hey kid, what brings you here now? The captain looked at Yi Qing with unusual enthusiasm, but then, as if realizing something, he looked at the cloth bag in Yi Qing's hand and the round shape that was being stretched out. Glug. Even the team leader couldn't help but swallow. Chapter 30 Locking the Witch in the Darkroom. What's this? Yi Qing, what is this? This round, uneven thing. Could this guy have killed another 5th-tier demon guard? This is so late at night, and they've brought so many heads over again. Isn't this a horror movie? In an instant, the captain's distress also dissipated. He looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, what's wrong with you? Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qing opened the cloth bag and then placed the heads inside one by one on the table. Boom. In an instant. As the captain looked at these people's faces, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind. It left him completely bewildered. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. Holy crap. This is Wang Sheng, a 7th-tier spirit master. Besides, there are others, either 6th or 7th rank, or they're spirit beasts. Neat and tidy. That's absolutely terrifying. The captain's lips twitched. This guy, is he trying to wipe out the demon guards? However, the demon guard's headquarters is elusive, and their demon lord is said to be at least a grandmaster level. This guy probably can't cause any trouble right now. Otherwise, I feel that, given this kid's personality, he might just storm straight to the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters. The captain thought to himself, his heart pounding. After Yi Qing finished arranging everything, he wrapped the cloth bundle around himself and then tossed it aside. Captain, how about it? Can I claim the bounty? Okay, I'll register you, and then you can claim the reward. The captain also said. A little while later, after registering, Yi Qing took several 7th-tier beast cores and other low-level cores and headed straight for Jinling University. After Yi Qing left, the captain looked around, then thought for a moment, and quickly headed towards Master Li's house. A little while later, this is at Master Li's house. The captain looked at the enormous door. It truly lives up to its reputation as a grandmaster's home, resembling a manor. But, compared to the overall power and old residence of the Li family, this place is insignificant. You should know that the old man of the Li family is one of the highest-ranking officials in the Nanjing military. The other members of the Li family are also not ordinary people. Without thinking too much about it, the captain immediately knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The captain banged quite loudly. Ugh. Inside the room, Li Zijing let out a soft moan of being disturbed while sleeping, then hugged the large teddy bear next to her, her long legs clamping the doll between them. It turned around and headed in another direction. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Li Zijing was surprised by the constant knocking and got up, her face full of annoyance. Then he knocked on the wall next to him. Thump. Li Mubai, are you fast asleep? Go open the door. Call. The knocking had already made Li Mubai half asleep, but Li Zijing's knock made him open his eyes wide and spring out of bed with a jolt. Then he let out a long sigh. Open the door quickly. Open the door quickly, otherwise my older sister will come and it won't be fun. After opening the door, Li Mubai looked at the captain. Uncle Lu, what brings you here so late at night? There's something I need to report to Master Li. Please come in. Please come in. Li Mubai invited him in. Hearing the sounds below, Li Zijing also hugged the teddy bear tightly. Then she kept her legs clamped together, but this clamping motion was driven by anger. It looked like it almost snapped the teddy bear in half. I don't even want to think about what would happen if it got stuck in someone's skin. Why are you here so late? Li Xiao tidied himself up and looked at the captain. Master Li, I apologize for disturbing you so late, but I do have something to report. Master Li waved his hand, indicating that he wouldn't disturb him. Then, he looked at Li Mubai. Li Mubai pursed his lips and wisely left. Master Li, please take a look at these lists. As he spoke, the captain brought over the list. Aren't these demon guards? These insects are causing trouble again. Li Xiao's face was cold and stern. No, he was killed. Killed by Yi Qing. Just now, Yi Qing came to our military headquarters to collect the bounty. He beheaded all of these people and used the money to collect the bounty. What? Li Xiao was wide awake. That guy Yi Qing. That's terrifying. Slaying so many 7th-tier spirit masters and weapon spirits. Could this guy be at the 7th or 8th rank? Wrong. Then, Li Xiao shook his head. His weapon spirit is extraordinary after it reverts to its ancestral form. It might even be able to fight beyond its level. However, it can be seen that Yi Qing's overall strength, including that of the artifact spirit, should be at the 7th level. Although much of this should be attributed to that sharp sword. It seems I'll need to update and collect everyone's information tomorrow, Li Xiao thought. He could update the information of the students who entered the training camp again tomorrow to make further preparations for the upcoming training camp. Judging from this, it shouldn't be that Yi Qing actively hunted these demon spirit guards. It should be that the demon spirit guards wanted to hunt Yi Qing. They suffered a loss last time when Yi Qing killed several of their 5th-tier members. This time, they sent out 7th-level fighters, thinking they had Yi Qing cornered. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. These guys might get even more outrageous later on. They might send out 8th tier, 9th tier, or even those who have broken through to the next tier. If you see Yi Qing, remember to remind him to be careful. Alright, Master Li, I'll head back now. The captain left. Over here, Li Xiao was also staring at the list, sitting there in a daze. This little guy has given him quite a few surprises. He originally thought that even if he gave Yi Qing an admission ticket to the Purgatory training camp, he would still be at the bottom of the rankings. However, judging from the current situation, at the very least, he has a certain level of strength, although a 7th-rank individual in the Purgatory training camp is only at the middle or lower level. It's much better than being at the bottom of the class. The useless artifact spirit has reverted to its ancestral form and become stronger, decisive in killing, and is a promising talent. Li Xiao nodded as well. Then he thought about how he had saved Li Mubai. A sentence was added. They are also loyal and righteous, and have a strong sense of justice. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, humming a little tune, led Zhou Lingxue and Yin Luoqing back to the villa. Yi Qing also locked Yin Luoqing in a small dark room. Chapter 31. I promise you, okay? Honey, I'm going to take another shower, Zhou Lingxue said. I just finished showering, and I'm covered in blood again. Then we'll have to wash it again. Go. After Yi Qing said something. Seeing Zhou Lingxue enter the bathroom, Yi Qing also went into the small dark room. Turn on the light, and Yin Luoqing is standing inside. Yi Qing stroked his chin, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing his appearance, Yin Luoqing also let out 2 soft whimpers. However, all she can make now is a whimpering sound. She had no idea what this guy was thinking. However, it's definitely not a good thing. Damn it, that bastard. Yin Luoqing thought to herself. Then, Yi Qing took out the crystal core. Looking at the crystal cores, Yin Luoqing also looked at them. These crystal cores were obtained by exchanging the heads of her companions. Then, she saw Yi Qing cover it with his hand. Laugh. A strange noise. The crystal core dissipated, turning into energy that entered Yi Qing's body. What's this? For a moment, Yin Luoqing was also stunned. Why? Crystal nuclei can be absorbed like this? What is his physical condition? How dare they absorb the energy of a raging alien beast's crystal core like this? While Yin Luoqing was frantically wondering. Thump. A muffled thud came from Yi Qing's body. Then, Yi Qing opened his eyes and brought up the light screen. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master Level, Early Stage 6. Contracted Spirits. F-Grade T-Rex Blade. One-time reversion to the Heaven-Slaying Sword. E-Grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot. One-time reversion to the Hua Tuo Cauldron. Skills. God-Level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Qi Level 7. Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tier Spirit. God-Level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible Level 6. Item, 4 God-Level Control Pills. Martial Arts Skill, Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist. Early Stage of Tier 6. He scoffed. I've absorbed so many crystal cores, and I'm only at the early stage of the 6th rank. It seems that the upgrades will be quite difficult in the future. However, this is probably also because each of his tiers is more robust than others, thus requiring more energy. Yi Qing clenched his fist. Then, the sound of wind breaking and sonic booms rang out. Yin Luoqing looked at Yi Qing's palm. Just now, the space in his palm seemed to distort. Fear. This guy is absolutely terrifying. Yi Qing walked over and looked at Yin Luoqing. So, how have you considered my conditions? Wah! Yin Luoqing seemed to be rebuking him angrily. It really is a wild horse, but I quite like the feeling of taming it. Okay, it's okay if you can't figure it out right now. Just keep thinking about it here. You'll understand when you do. As Yi Qing spoke, she also prepared to go out. After Yi Qing left, Yin Luoqing was practically roaring inside. This way, Yi Qing returned to her room. The next day, Yi Qing looked at the rising sun. It was also full of doubts. There's no progress bar to upgrade the heavenly qi. Outside, a figure appeared outside the villa. She looked at the villa and thought, is this a student dormitory? What are the conditions? You can live in a place like this. She collected so much information about the top students in the university's purgatory training camp, but she didn't mention that anyone got to live in such a nice dormitory. This is the first one. She rang the doorbell. Nobody here? Still not awake? I pressed it again. A little while later. Then Yi Qing came out. However, he didn't look too good, as if he had been disturbed. What's wrong? Hello. I'm here to collect your information for the purgatory training camp. In a single sentence, he explained his purpose. Yi Qing understood as well. Then, looking at the information form, I filled it out immediately. Then, they went back. Looking at the information sheet, the girl pursed her lips, thinking, not that impressive. Early stage of Tier 6. How can we live in such good student dormitories? Then, she looked behind her. He was stunned. What the hell is this? Multiple contracts. And, what was the contract? Rank F, Vulnerability Windblade. Grade E, Zhangqiu Iron Walk. Are you kidding me? She wanted to ring the doorbell again to ask, but then she thought about Yi Qing's attitude earlier, and besides, this was the purgatory training camp, which even the scions of aristocratic families would take very seriously, let alone the students from the school. I think the information is probably correct. But, how could someone like that get in? The various conflicts were driving her crazy. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore. She then left. Yi Qing then entered the small dark room. Looking at Yin Luoqing. At this point, Yin Luoqing had been in the same position all night. I feel like my back is about to break. She saw Yi Qing come in at that moment. My psychological defenses have weakened further. Looks like you still won't give in. Looks like I need to think of other ways. Oh, right. I heard there used to be some cruel torture methods that I could try. It's perfect that you can't move. I'll go catch a low-level beast to lick your feet. Also, have you heard of the Jade Maiden climbing the ladder? And there's more. Yi Qing then listed a few more, and with each one he listed, Yin Luoqing's face turned paler. Devil. This guy is a complete devil. Her body couldn't help but start trembling. I promise you, okay? Untie me now. I need to go to the toilet. I can't hold it in anymore. Chapter 32. Obtaining God-level skills. Please, hurry up. At that moment, Yin Luoqing began to get excited. Looking at her like this, Yi Qing realized that she really couldn't keep the door open any longer. If it wasn't untied soon, he's probably going to clean up this dark little room soon. Yi Qing then began to unravel the mystery. There's a restroom over there. It's obvious that he must have been feeling quite uncomfortable holding it in. Yi Qing thought about this God-level control pill. It can last for 7 days. Even though he's untied now, if this little girl doesn't behave, he can still subdue her severely. A while later, Yi Qing also went out. Yin Luoqing walked over and looked at Yi Qing. His eyes were also filled with fear. My body trembled involuntarily. The image of Yi Qing, who was like a god of death last night, involuntarily surfaced in my mind. And there were methods of tormenting her that were like those of a devil. The thing in front of me isn't human, it's a demon. Otherwise, how could they control people and come up with such vicious methods? Yi Qing smiled as he looked at Yin Luoqing. It seemed that his stern words had completely dispelled her bandit-like aura. Go take a shower first, and then we'll make the contract. As Yi Qing spoke, Yin Luoqing's body trembled violently. She gently bit her lip, her face full of shyness. She knew perfectly well that what Yi Qing was talking about was not an ordinary contract, but a deep contract. But she has no other choice now. She immediately went to the bathroom, changed her clothes, and left them outside. While taking a shower, Yin Luoqing was also thinking about something. Why? Yi Qing didn't kill her. Instead, he wanted to form a contract with her. She was just an E-level artifact spirit, a soul-summoning flag. Aside from having some unique features, it doesn't have strong offensive capabilities or functionalities. There was even something sinister and eerie about it. Furthermore, he already has a spirit artifact, yet he dares to form multiple contracts. There are too many things she can't understand. Then, Yi Qing walked over. He tapped Yin Luoqing's head with his finger. A surge of energy flowed into Yin Luoqing's body. Yin Luoqing felt the scalding energy. It is also acceptance. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the contract. You have acquired the Tier 1 Time Freeze skill, a talent granted through Yin Luoqing's contract. Time delaying. Yi Qing then looked at the relevant information. I understand now. Goodness. That skill. Specifically, when used, it can slow down the opponent's movements. The higher the opponent's rank, the shorter the delay time. Yi Qing looked at this level of skill. Although the time was very short. However, high-level battles are often decided in an instant. In that instant, life or death may be decided. But it's only at level 1 now. It's only morning. There's plenty of time ahead, and I believe the God-level delay skill will soon reach the 5th or even 6th tier. Upgrade card obtained. Crafting progress 50%. 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Oh, this is 2 awards. The previous one, which is the general one, means that this upgrade card can only upgrade 1 tier. It's more useful if it's a large rank. However, the storage space in the latter part of the system is quite good. Time Freeze has been upgraded to Tier 4. The Soul Summoning banner has reverted to its ancestral form as a Netherworld banner. It wasn't until the afternoon. Outside, Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming also woke up. After leaving the room, they glanced at each other, and then froze in surprise, listening to the rustling sounds coming from inside. Sister Zhou, I thought it was you. I thought it was you too, Zhou Lingxue said, then clapped her hands and exclaimed, I understand. It seems we've gained another comrade in arms. Chapter 33. Those born in the year of the donkey need to be whipped. Another comrade in arms. In an instant, Lu Lianming's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. This is absolutely fantastic news. That means, can she finally shut up? Finally, I don't have to be bothered every day anymore. Okay. That's wonderful. But what's going on here? Lu Lianming began to speak, and then Zhou Lingxue recounted what had happened the previous night. Lu Lianming heard that Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue had encountered such a fierce battle in her sleep. She also covered her mouth with her small hand. It's absolutely terrifying. All right. We don't have anything to do today, and someone's helping us carry the artillery fire. Let's go buy some clothes, Zhou Lingxue suggested. Lu Lianming quickly nodded. This time, I must buy some with good wrapping properties. Right. The two hit it off immediately, and then went out. At the same time, within the military headquarters, Li Xiao was also looking at the information he had collected about the prodigies of the Purgatory training camp. 9 times out of 10, the information is the same as before, with no change at all. After that, Li Xiao started paying attention to Yi Qing's information. He looked at Yi Qing's information sheet, judging from his strength at the early stage of the 6th rank. At that moment, the corner of his mouth twitched. Is this guy writing something real? But Yi Qing has no reason to fabricate anything. So, just as he had suspected, he killed Wang Sheng and the others by relying on the spirit of the artifact. Then, he looked down. Li Xiao. Rank F? Tetanus Blade? Grade E. Zhangqiu Iron Walk. Ah, good heavens. Look at what you've written. This is so misleading. That's a tetanus blade? That's a sharp sword, isn't it? A sharp sword that allows you to fight opponents of higher levels. Li Xiao was taken aback. Etc. It seems he's overlooked something. He then looked at the information sheet again. What? An E-grade Zhangqiu Iron Walk. Isn't this referring to the large cauldron for refining medicine that he saw in Yi Qing's courtyard before? Thinking about the patterns on the cauldron, Li Xiao narrowed his eyes. That's an E-class vehicle? No, it's definitely not an E-class. That means he's become stronger by reverting to his ancestral nature. What incredible luck this kid had. It's understandable that a low-level artifact spirit might revert to its ancestral form and become stronger, although the probability is extremely low. However, it's unbelievable that 2 of them could revert to their ancestral form and become stronger. Something's not right. However, he has no clue what to do now. There's no point in speculating here. Let's wait and see how this kid performs after the training camp starts tomorrow. Li Xiao placed the information sheet on the table. His individual strength is at the early stage of the 6th rank, and his overall strength is at the 7th rank. He is quite good among the school's prodigies. However, they are not at a disadvantage against those family science. Li Xiao thought about the youngsters in those families. Their overall strength was at least at the 7th rank, 8th rank, or even 9th rank. All of these can be achieved. Just as Li Xiao was thinking, a figure outside began to knock on the door. Master Li, Master Song and Master Su are waiting for you outside. Are they heading to the training camp now? Yes. I said I was going to make some arrangements first, and then I came to ask if you wanted to come along. All right. These 2 guys are still in such a hurry. Li Xiao stood up, then dragged the box next to him and strode outside. At the same time, inside the villa, the rustling sounds gradually stopped. Yi Qing looked at it and curled her lips. It's still 4th order. The time freeze technique ultimately failed to break through to the 5th rank. Never mind. Yi Qing then changed her clothes. I'm going out for a bit. You stay at home. As Yi Qing spoke, he also put a stop to preventing Yin Luoqing from leaving the house. However, even if Yi Qing couldn't control himself, she can't even leave the villa. They couldn't even leave their rooms. My legs are so weak, how can I walk? How do we get out? Should we climb out? Sleep. I need to sleep. While this demon is gone, let's quickly rest and recuperate. Yi Qing headed towards the club. Upon arriving at the club, Zheng Yusin saw Yi Qing, and a smile immediately appeared on her face as she approached Yi Qing. Brother Yi Qing, you're here. Big brother. Are you going to the Purgatory training camp tomorrow? Zheng Jia also came over. When the others saw Yi Qing arrive, they quickly came over as well. They were all talking at once. Yes, we're going tomorrow. We'll go and see if we can recruit a few members to our Dark Lotus Society and strengthen our society. One sentence left everyone speechless. Zheng Jia remained silent. It seems that Big Brother is still unaware of the strength of the geniuses in that training camp. Furthermore, those prodigies are usually the leaders of top-tier clubs and universities. Within a family, they are usually the ceiling for the younger generation. They all have their own pride, so how could they possibly join our club? This is just a joke. Shall I prepare a farewell feast for you today? Go away, go away. Do you think I'm going on a long trip? This training camp is only 3 or 4 days long. It's basically just an assessment. Yi Qing explained what he knew. After going, you can get a lot of resources, and there will be strong military personnel providing guidance in actual combat. However, the most important thing is to record the assessment and report it to the military for future reference. Yi Qing explained it to everyone. Everyone listened, their faces showing sudden realization. So that's how it is. TSK, TSK. Although the time was short, resources were plentiful, and there was even guidance from strong military figures. No wonder I heard that those people had all improved significantly after they came back. Brother Yi Qing, this is a sachet I made for you as a good luck charm. Zheng Yusin came over, her face flushed, and handed the sachet to Yi Qing. Seeing her expression, everyone smiled like doting ants. I think I understand something now. Yi Qing accepted it. Here are some crystal cores for you. Spend them while I'm gone, don't be stingy. When I return, we'll go hunting in the jungle or find some other methods. As Yi Qing spoke, he took out some low-level crystal cores. Of course, it's a low level for Yi Qing, but for them, it's not a low level at all. That's a huge sum of money. Yes, Commander. The group accepted it. Yi Qing waved his hand and left. Chapter 34. The Purgatory Training Camp begins. On her way back to the villa, Yi Qing saw two beautiful figures ahead of her, carrying bags of various sizes, walking with a hint of joy. So that's where you two girls went. You went to buy new clothes. One sentence startled both of them. Then, looking behind him and seeing that it was Yi Qing, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Night fell. All right, go to sleep early. We'll report to the military headquarters tomorrow. As Yi Qing spoke, he also entered Yin Luoqing's room. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the sign-in event, and your time delay has been upgraded to Tier 5. Finally, I got promoted. Yi Qing then looked at her own information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, early stage 6. Contracted spirits. F-grade Torino blade, one-time reversion to Heaven-slaying sword. E-grade Zhangxiu iron pot, one-time reversion to Hua Tuo cauldron. E-grade soul summoning banner, one-time reversion to Netherworld flag. Skills. God level hunting skill, Heavenly Chi level 7, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level movement technique, Vajra Indestructible level 6, Time Freeze level 5. Items, 4 God level control pills, upgrade card, crafting progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial arts skill, prison suppressing dragon fist. He now wants to test his abilities. With the addition of time freezing and his own realm improvement, his overall strength should now be at a terrifying level. Purgatory Training Camp. He now genuinely wants to turn this place into a living hell. The next morning, Yi Qing, Zhou Lingxue, and Lu Lianmeng were all ready. Huh? Honey, where's the other sister? Zhou Lingxue asked, puzzled. A while later, Yin Luoqing came out. Alright, let's go. Yin Luoqing was also following Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianmeng. She could tell that these two were her comrades in arms. Walking on campus, many people looked at this group with envy on their faces. Several boys watched, especially their gazes falling on the 3 girls behind them, which made them feel a pang of jealousy. Damn it! Didn't Yi Qing make multiple contracts before, and only made contracts with 2 beauties? How come there's another one? And I've never seen him before. He shouldn't be a student at the school. Goodness, this guy is really riding high now. Not only does he have 3 beautiful women with him, but he can also go to the Purgatory Training Camp. What's so great about going to the Purgatory Training Camp? With his arrogant attitude, he'd probably get a really bad beating there. They'll definitely get a severe beating from those geniuses. I've heard that those geniuses love to take down those who are too arrogant. Just wait and see. He might come back missing an arm or a leg. The people who were talking watched Yi Qing and her group leave the campus, their faces full of envy and sourness. Arrive at the reporting point of the Purgatory Training Camp. Yi Qing looked at this place and realized it was outside the barrier. The reporting area resembled a small barrier. The venue is spacious. The main gate alone was incredibly heavy. He was surrounded by military personnel. Even unlike the guards in the fortress, those here seemed to be at least at the 6th or 7th rank or higher. At this point, Yi Qing felt that she had arrived rather late. I imagine many people have already reported on this. He arrived at the press office. Then I saw 2 familiar faces. Hey, isn't this my good buddy Mubai? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Mubai's body trembled violently. Holy crap. That bastard. We unexpectedly ran into each other at this time. He knew he would run into this bastard here, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. We just bumped into each other. Instantly. The memory of Li Mubai's death is that he begins to attack him relentlessly. He turned his head and looked at Yi Qing, who had a big smile on his handsome face. However, that smile was still incredibly irritating. Then, he looked at the 3 girls. When his gaze fell on Yin Luoqing and Lu Lianming, he was suddenly stunned. He had only met Zhou Lingxue before. This was the first time he had met these two girls. It must be the spirit of his multiple contracts. But that's not right. He heard that this guy had contracted with 2 artifact spirits. How come there are 3 now? If he hadn't known how terrifying Zhou Lingxue was, just looking at her face and figure, he would have thought this guy was possessed by a pervert. Never mind. We can't afford to mess with them. He can hide. Afterwards, Li Mubai didn't even greet Yi Qing and pulled Han Shui to walk in the other direction. Yi Qing, we're leaving now. Han Shui hadn't expected Mubai to react this way. Although she looked puzzled, she still said something to Yi Qing. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat your savior? Seeing Li Mubai's reaction, Yi Qing immediately pursed her lips. I don't often trick people. Why are you walking so fast? Chapter 35 Expanding Influence. Why is Li Mubai ignoring you so much? Zhou Lingxue asked, puzzled. Who knows? Yi Qing waved his hand. Never mind him. Let's register first. At the same time, many people have already gathered in the square behind the registration point. This has led to the formation of quite a few teams. These were all scions of prominent families, many of whom were longtime friends. Now that they were all in the same training camp, they naturally gathered in small groups. It seems there are quite a few students from the school this time. We can make good use of them and make some profits, a young man said, stroking his chin. Brother Hang, don't go too far. Won't the instructors intervene? Manage? I've already inquired about it. Every year's purgatory training camp follows roughly the same pattern. We, the children of our families, always suppress the students from these schools. Here, fists are the strongest. After all, the military's mission is to conduct assessments. As long as we do it discreetly, what are we afraid of? Besides, these students aren't from any powerful families. What can they do if we bully them? When the time comes, we'll ask them to help us hunt down the alien beasts and give us the points, so we can get more resources, Yu Hang said, and the couples next to him nodded in agreement. Have you seen any promising talents? Look at those guys. They're just like us, staring at those academy students. It seems they're thinking the same thing as us. Let's strike first and get some of the chosen workers to work for us. Beside him, Chu Zhengfeng thought back. The students in these schools aren't very strong. There are only a few above the 7th rank. They're not like you, Brother Hang, who's trying to become a 9th rank spirit master. However, there are exceptions. Oh, special. Everyone was taken aback. Is there something special about this thing? Yes, I saw a kid who seemed to be at the early stage of the 6th rank, but he had multiple contracts. It seems like 2 contracts have been formed. What? After those words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. Multiple contracts. This is a major taboo for spirit masters. Is this kid crazy? Furthermore, judging from the spirits he contracted, they are either F rank or E rank. Everyone, this kid's gone mad. He's absolutely insane. Yu Hang pondered for a moment, then looked at several figures not far away. You're not talking about those guys over there, are you? In short, everyone looked ahead and saw Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue. It seems so. A spirit master has brought several artifact spirits with him. But I remember this guy only contracted 2. How come he has 3 now? Several boys looked at Zhou Lingxue and her companions, and were also amazed by their beauty. These spirits must be celestial beings descended to Earth. However, according to Chu Zhengfeng, they wouldn't even consider F grade or E grade. This way, Yi Qing also noticed the gaze and looked over. He looked them over. After Yi Qing walked over. Damn, what was that look in that kid's eyes just now? Yu Hang was furious. That guy's look just now was very complicated. Anyway, it's not a good look. Face. In an instant, Yu Hang stood up, his hand preparing to press down on the collarbone of the girl next to him. Hey, Brother Hang. Seeing Yu Hang's posture, Chu Zhengfeng and the other boys quickly stopped him. We can't make a move now. By making a move here, we've really embarrassed the instructor. This time, the lead instructor is none other than Grandmaster Li Xiao from the Li family. There are also 2 other Grandmaster instructors, as well as many assistant instructors who have broken through to higher ranks. A few words were enough to stop Yu Hang from taking action. After all, with this lineup, even if he comes from a prominent family, he can't act recklessly. However, the look that kid gave me just now was really infuriating. Once we're assigned dorm rooms, we can finally have some fun. Let's calm down first. As they spoke, Yu Hang also suppressed his anger, his eyes filled with a sinister glint, and nodded. Wow. On the other side, a commotion suddenly erupted. Everyone looked over and saw a group of people dressed in instructors' uniforms approaching. The one in the lead was none other than Li Xiao. Yi Qing looked on, and to her surprise, she ran into an acquaintance besides Li Mubai this time. Li Xiao also saw Yi Qing immediately. After all, a lineup of one spirit master paired with 3 spirit artifacts is bound to attract attention. Etc. 3 artifact spirits. Li Xiao was immediately stunned. That kid. How come I've contracted another artifact spirit? Weren't there only 2 before? So this new one was just contracted yesterday. The first 2 were so terrifying after their ancestral transformations. What kind of spirit is this one? At that moment, Li Xiao's mind raced, but he had no answer. All right, everyone gather. At that moment, the students present began to gather together. There were nearly 100 people. Li Xiao looked at them and lowered his voice. I think you've all heard about the purgatory training camp before. Here, you can kill any beast you want. The beasts you kill are yours, and we'll give you extra points as a reward. Points can be redeemed at the military headquarters for crystal cores, medicines, spirit plants, and more. You are free to demonstrate your strength to the fullest extent, and we will record it and file it with the military. Of course, we will also provide guidance during the battle. Li Xiao immediately began speaking. Everyone listened attentively. Yi Qing also touched his chin. That's a good thing. That's quite a statement. The military is indeed very wealthy and powerful. They must be able to obtain a lot of resources. However, it's too slow to work alone. It would be great if I could recruit some people. Yi Qing then looked at the people around him, also thinking about how to recruit them. All right, that's all I wanted to say. You can go to your dormitories and settle in now. Meet here in half a day. Disband. A little while later, Yi Qing and the others arrived at their dormitory and looked at it. It turned out to be a standalone dormitory building. Although it's smaller than the detached dormitory Yi Qing used to live in. However, outside the barrier, this is not bad. Yi Qing immediately made arrangements. After settling in, Yi Qing stroked his chin. Li Mubai is quite capable. Let's recruit him first, since the dorms are close by anyway. Hee, Brother Mubai, I hope you won't refuse me. As Yi Qing pondered this, he clenched his fists, and the sound of his knuckles rubbing together immediately rang out. But, the next moment, there was a knock on his door. Chapter 36. Have you heard of the Dark Lotus Society? Why is someone knocking on the door now? Yi Qing opened the door. Then, several couples squeezed in. The person in the lead was none other than Yu Hang, followed by Chu Zhengfeng and others, all of whom entered with unfriendly expressions. What do these people do? Zhou Lingxue looked at them and sensed something was wrong, so she took the initiative to stand next to Yi Qing. As for Lu Lianming and Yin Luoqing, they also joined in at this time. Judging from your appearance, you must be from a prominent family. Why aren't you staying in your own dorms? What are you doing rushing to my dorm? Relax, don't be nervous. We're here to invite you to be our ally. As a student from such a low-level school, you have no idea how terrifying the purgatory training camp is. If you ally with us, we will protect you. Of course, it wouldn't be right for you not to contribute something, would it? As Yu Hang spoke, a mocking and sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Didn't this kid look at him like that before? Now, would you still dare? Be a good boy and become my vassal. Otherwise, what if I don't? Yi Qing's words made Yu Hang raise an eyebrow. This kid is quite bold. If you don't want to, I advise you to think it over carefully. After all, you might not get another chance to be among the 7th or 8th rank people like us. And we don't like feeling humiliated. 7th or 8th rank. The emphasis was suddenly placed on Yu Hang. The threat was palpable. Yi Qing nodded. You want to make a scene here? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the instructors? Kid, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The purgatory training camp is all about respecting the strong. We not only don't oppose it, but we encourage competition and battle. I am a member of the Yu family, while you are just a student at a school. The difference in our status is like heaven and earth. Do you understand? Understood. Yi Qing nodded, then looked at them. Good. Yu Hang thought this kid was really that tough. It seems he's not stupid after all, knowing when to be soft and when to be hard. Compared to that, I have a better suggestion, Yi Qing said slowly with a smile. What suggestion? Have you heard of the Dark Lotus Society? Dark Lotus Society? Yu Hang looked puzzled. What kind of society was this? There shouldn't be any top-tier societies in the universities with this name. He then looked at Chu Zhengfeng, who also shook his head. You are somewhat ignorant. The Dark Lotus Society is now my society, and I feel you are qualified to join. How about it? In short, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Yu Hang and the others stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they had just heard. What is this kid saying? Are you crazy? He wants them to join his gang. How arrogant. Court death. Are you courting death? Yu Hang whispered something. At the same time, outside, many people saw Yu Hang and others enter Yi Qing's dormitory. Many people are watching from afar or nearby. Yu Hang is quick to act, starting to recruit people so soon. However, I think he miscalculated. The dormitory he went to is occupied by someone named Yi Qing. That guy is quite special. I saw his information, a 6th-tier early-stage spirit master. But not only does he have multiple contracts, the spirits he contracts with are either F rank or E rank. What good can this do? That's why Yu Hang made a mistake in his calculations. Either they had a grudge before, or whatever the case, that kid is probably going to be in trouble. Hopefully this kid isn't a hothead. Otherwise, Yu Hang is not someone to be trifled with. Many people around were watching this scene with the intention of seeing a spectacle. Li Mubai, who was not far away, had just seen Yu Hang and the others enter Yi Qing's room, and his face was now sinister. Those bastards. However, Li Mubai also knew that Yu Hang and the others were quite powerful. Yu Hang, an 8th-level spirit master, plus his weapon spirit, has a combined strength close to the 9th level. The other combinations are also roughly at the 8th tier in terms of overall strength. Yi Qing is someone you absolutely cannot defeat. And, given Yi Qing's personality, he would never be a lackey of Yu Hang, so there's only one path left. In an instant, Li Mubai seemed to see Yi Qing's body shooting out of the dormitory. Let's go over there. As Li Mubai spoke, he also prepared to go and lend a hand. Although he's not very strong. But damn, my dad's fierce. My dad is the chief instructor of the Purgatory training camp. Who would dare to disrespect me? The fox borrows the tiger's power. What good would it do to protect Yi Qing? Li Xiao and his group also came to inspect. Then I overheard the conversations of the students around me. Yi Qing. Li Xiao's gaze then settled on Yi Qing's dormitory, as he still owed Yi Qing a favor. Now, I can lend a hand. I'll go take a look. Li Xiao said something to the people around him, but then Su Biao grabbed his arm. Master Li, according to the rules of the Purgatory training camp, instructors generally do not need to get involved in such matters. The Purgatory training camp, as the name suggests, is a place where only the strong can transcend and be reborn. Moreover, the law of the jungle has become the norm in this world. After a few words, Li Xiao stared at Su Biao, his eyes also filled with hostility. He knew that Yu Hang, who entered Yi Qing's dormitory, was Su Biao's nephew, which is why he tried to stop him. However, that is indeed the rule of this Purgatory training camp. Snap! Li Xiao pushed Su Biao's hand away and was just about to go over. Then, beams of light burst forth from Yi Qing's dormitory. Base. This. In the distance, everyone stared at the light in astonishment. Then a smile appeared on his face, as if he was enjoying the spectacle. What we just saw was the light manifested by the spirit of the artifact. It has to be said. That kid. That's really tough. They're at odds and about to fight. Not good. Li Mubai also let out a soft cry. It looks like these guys are really going to make a move. Yi Qing, this is bad. Let's go, let's hurry. As Li Mubai spoke, Li Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Biao, standing next to him, had a smile on his face. But, the next moment, sizzle, thump, a loud bang. Yi Qing's dormitory door suddenly burst open. Chapter 37, All Incorporated. All prodigies bow down. Call. The sound of wind breaking through the air burst forth instantly. That intense. This kid got beaten up so quickly. Everyone's watching. But, the next moment, they all stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they were seeing. This is not a human figure. Instead, there are 3 or 4. And, it doesn't seem to be Yi Qing either. But, Yu Hang and others. Li Mubai. Han Shui. Su Biao. Li Xiao. What's going on here? Why were Yu Hang and the others thrown out backwards? In the air, Yu Hang held a long knife, his body almost lying flat. At this moment, his face was contorted, and his whole body felt as if it had been hit by a truck. All the internal organs have shifted. Uffed. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yu Hang's mouth. Everyone's lips twitched as they looked at the blood arrow in the air. But, then, a dark figure shot out from the dormitory, heading towards Yu Hang in the sky. In an instant, we arrived in Yu Hang. Then, the arm, coiled like a dragon, fell down. Moment. Space itself began to distort. Yu Hang watched the fist fall and used all his strength to swing his long sword to block it. Clang. A golden voice rang out. Yu Hang looked at his artifact spirit. It's already starting to warp. There were even cracking sounds. Wow. The illusionary state has been shattered. The girl was sent flying backwards. The car plowed the ground for dozens of meters in Yuhang, creating a deep pit before finally stopping. The others also rolled and tumbled on the ground, and when they stopped, they were covered in dust and blood, looking extremely disheveled. Even Li Zhao's lips twitched. He looked at Zhou Lingxue and the others who had just left the dormitory, and then at Yi Qing. This guy? The artifact spirit wasn't used at all. He fought his way out of these people through his own strength. Using his own strength, he forced the spirit of Yuhang out of its illusionary state. Is this early stage of Tier 6? This is early stage of Tier 6. Everyone in the audience, not just Li Xiao, remained standing still. The silence was deafening. Even the sound of the wind seemed quite noisy. This way, Yuhang and the others staggered to their feet. They then saw Yi Qing slowly approaching them. Over here, Yuhang and the others looked at Yi Qing, and their legs began to tremble involuntarily. An extreme fear enveloped them. Standing before them at this moment seemed to be Yama, the king of hell. They just used the spirit of the artifact to try and attack Yi Qing. But it seemed like just for a moment, they felt like they couldn't move. Then, Yi Qing knocked him out. Strangeness. Extremely strange. This is why they are so afraid. Seeing this, Su Biao also prepared to step forward. Snap. Then, Li Xiao grabbed his arm. Master Su, have you forgotten what you just said? After saying those two sentences, Su Biao turned around, feeling the force from Li Xiao, and gritted his teeth. He is currently at the early stage of Grandmaster, while Li Xiao is at the late stage of Grandmaster. Even though they are both Grandmasters, the difference between them can be described as an insurmountable chasm. Besides, there's nothing he can do about what he said before. We can only watch helplessly. A few steps later, Yi Qing then came to Yuhang and the others. Join the Dark Lotus Society, and let's develop together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After I finish speaking, who agrees and who disagrees? I object. Yuhang blurted out immediately. Snap. A crisp slap. It was thrown right in Yuhang's face. He was sent flying. He tumbled through the air countless times before crashing to the ground, half of his face already red and swollen, like half a pig's head. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. That's too cruel, absolutely too cruel. And you? Yi Qing then looked at Chu Zhengfeng and the others. I agree. I'll join the Dark Lotus Guild from now on and serve you faithfully, leader. Chu Zhengfeng's eyes immediately filled with extreme sincerity as he spoke loudly. I agree. I'm in. One voice after another rang out, and immediately, the lips of everyone around twitched. Good heavens. You guys are really good at knowing when to back down. They looked at these people with helpless expressions on their faces. These guys are really unlucky. They thought they were just bullying a student in a school, but it turned out like this. Then, Yi Qing then looked towards Yuhang. I walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, Tell me, do you agree or disagree? I object. I agree. I agree. Yuhang is at the last minute. He used his last bit of strength to shout it out, almost screaming. Agreed. If we hadn't gotten married sooner, we wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Yi Qing clapped his hands. The crowd in the distance. Goodness. And just like that, Yuhang and his group were recruited? This kid is a bit scary. At this moment, many scions of prominent families were thinking that when they went to find these school students, they should keep their eyes open and not run into the same bad luck as Yuhang. Just when everyone thought Yi Qing's story was over. The next moment, Yi Qing looked at Li Mubai, who was standing not far away. Then, with a smile on his face, he clenched his fist, and a grinding sound immediately came from his knuckles. Brother Mubai. Commander, what do you want from me? Li Mubai looked at Yi Qing and immediately said. The way he stood up straight instantly stunned Han Shui, who was standing next to him. Good heavens. When did you join the Dark Lotus Guild? Just joined. So straightforward. Li Xiao. Wow, it turns out my son is the real genius. Be pragmatic. Then, Li Mubai eagerly came to Yi Qing's side, acting like a lackey. This was a stark contrast to the indifference shown at the registration desk earlier. Commander, I've arrived. Commander, were you injured just now? Li Mubai asked immediately. Everyone. Wow, you're like a simp. However, they dared not say such things aloud. After all, if Li Mubai was a sycophant, wouldn't Li Xiao be too? Even if you can't speak. But then a series of disdainful glances were cast upon them. It shot fiercely onto Li Mubai's body. Li Mubai raised his eyes and looked at everyone. A soft hum. He He was pointing at them right now, saying, "Team leader, I feel we can recruit more members. I'll show you the way. I know most of these people who are joining the camp." Li Mubai's voice wasn't quiet. In an instant, the people in the distance looked as if they had fallen into a frozen river in the dead of winter. A chill ran straight up from the soles of my feet. Every hair on my body stood on end. Everyone, "Wow. Li Mubai, you little bastard. You son of a bitch. It's a real dog." Oh, Yi Qing nodded in agreement with Li Mubai's words. "Let's go, let's set off." A little while later, Li Mubai led Yi Qing to a dormitory building. Knock on the door. A man and a woman looked at Yi Qing and Li Mubai. "This is the leader of another top club at our Jinling Yuling University, named Lu Zonglin. His overall strength should have reached the late stage of the 6th rank." Li Mubai then introduced it. Lu Zonglin. "Li Mubai, you son of a bitch. Are you using this to settle a personal score? What brings you here?" Lu Zonglin asked, feigning ignorance. "I'm here to invite you to join our Dark Lotus Society." Yi Qing then reached out and patted Lu Zonglin on the shoulder, a friendly smile on his face. This slap made Lu Zonglin's body tremble violently. I'll join," Lu Zonglin said, his face showing a tearful expression. "Hey, why that expression? Our Dark Lotus Club has great benefits. Come on, give us a smile," Yi Qing said. Lu Zonglin immediately forced a smile. "Yi Qing. Li Mubai. Your smile is uglier than your crying. All right, let's go. Let's recruit new members together." As Yi Qing spoke, he also took Lu Zonglin with him. Yu Hang and others followed behind, all heading towards the next dormitory. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, who had initially been trying to stop Su Biao, also gradually sensed that something was amiss. Yi Qing's approach seems to be quite different from what he expected. While he was thinking about it, thump! Another loud bang rang out. Once again, a figure burst out of the dormitory like a cannonball. A little while later, another couple stood behind Yi Qing. Li Xiao. Wrong. Something's not right. What does Yi Qing mean? He understood. You can play it like this. This has never happened before in the previous purgatory training camp. How did the Dragon Slayer turn into a dragon? No, we have to stop them. He was about to head towards Yi Qing when a voice drifted over. Master Li, Master Su, what are you trying to do? As you said before, this purgatory training camp has always had this rule, the strong prey on the weak. You wouldn't be trying to stop us, would you? No way. Li Xiao and Su Biao turned their heads and saw Song Jixing watching the show. This guy was known in the military as a cunning and wicked man. Now Li Xiao and Su Biao both know what he wants to do. This guy's playful side is kicking in again. However, those were indeed the words they had said before. How can this be a contradiction? Knock knock knock. Hey kid, want to join our Dark Lotus Club? The people behind us are all our members. By this time, Yi Qing had already led his men far away. We arrived at some dormitories on the outer edge. The Dark Lotus Society? Never heard of it. How could a scion of a noble family like me possibly join? The young man initially wanted to refuse, but as he looked outside, his eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. Yu Hang has a bruised and swollen face. Chu Jingfeng was in a sorry state. Everyone else had their heads down and eyes lowered, looking as if their hostility had been worn away. It's obvious they've been beaten up. It was suppressed by force. That explains it. It was this leader who did it. The young man is from a prominent family and has his own pride, but he is not a fool. Oh, so you're saying you're not joining us? What? How could this be? I said I'm joining. From now on, I'm a member of, what was that secret society again? The Dark Lotus Society, Li Mubai said. Yes, yes, yes. I, Wang Ziqing, will now be a member of the Dark Lotus Society. Wang Ziqing said with great enthusiasm. The crowd behind. Why are you yelling so loudly? After going around in circles, behind Yi Qing was a vast and mighty force. At this moment, Yi Qing was just like a gang leader. Chapter 38. Have you ever heard of Since You're Here, Make the Best of It? Is anyone else here? Yi Qing turned around and asked Li Mubai. Commander, there shouldn't be any more. This is the number of people who came to the purgatory training camp this time. Yi Qing then walked up to a high platform and looked down at the crowd below. A completely dark mass. After all, there are nearly 100 people. Let me say a few words briefly. Welcome everyone to the Dark Lotus Guild. As Yi Qing was speaking, Li Xiao and the others watched from the sidelines, their mouths twitching incessantly. This guy? What did I do? What exactly did he do? He took in all the students. Those who are obedient, stand there properly. Those who don't obey will stand there with bruises and swelling. Does this guy want to become an instructor? Wrong. Damn it. He's even more special than the drill instructor. Instructors generally do not lay a hand on trainees. But this guy is completely unscrupulous. You can also get resource rewards. Oh no. They watched helplessly as a bug was created. Li Xiao and Su Biao exchanged a glance, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They all regretted it. Su Biao now wished he could slap himself twice. Damn it. Why was he so stupid in the first place? He should have just asked Li Xiao to go over and stop it. Yu Hang would neither have been hurt nor become someone else's vassal. Such a situation will not occur at present. However, Song Jixing's later part became increasingly interesting. To be honest, I'm actually looking forward to what happens next. Li Xiao and Su Biao looked over and saw Song Jixing staring at Yi Qing. Yi Qing is being suppressed by force now. Organizations formed in this way are often unstable. In particular, these people are either scions of prominent families or the pride of their schools. Each one carries their own pride. Now, Yi Qing has temporarily suppressed them, but they are definitely resentful. I can suppress one or two, but if these prodigies and scions of noble families realize what's going on, or if Yi Qing harms their interests and forces them to form small groups to fight against Yi Qing together, what kind of scene would it be at that time? As Song Jixing spoke, his eyes gleamed with interest. Li Xiao, Su Biao, you're really something, always looking for trouble. However, Li Xiao nodded in agreement. What Song Jixing said made sense. The situation may even be more serious than Song Jixing described. We'll probably find out this afternoon. Even if Yi Qing is stronger, he probably won't be able to fight against so many opponents. However, judging from this, Yi Qing is not going to stop. Let's take it one step at a time. If that didn't work, Li Xiao also thought of a backup plan. Expelling Yi Qing directly from the training camp would temporarily guarantee his safety. However, once the training camp ends, Yi Qing will definitely become the target of all the geniuses and scions of powerful families. Their minds were racing. Yi Qing finished speaking and told everyone to go back first. Noon. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Lingxue looked at Yi Qing with curiosity in her eyes. She really doesn't know how Yi Qing's thought process works. How did he come up with this idea? Honey, you're amazing. You managed to get all the students into the Dark Lotus Society in such a short time. But Zhou Lingxue changed the subject. I feel that such violent suppression may not be reliable, and more powerful control measures may be needed. Yi Qing looked at Zhou Lingxue and realized that what the girl said was true. However, the fundamental reason for its instability is that the use of force to suppress it is not strong enough. Have you ever heard of any of these sayings? Since we're here, let's make the best of it. A gentleman is not a vessel. I have not seen a truly resolute person. Zhou Lingxue looked confused and said she had never heard of it. Yi Qing could understand. After all, he had transmigrated here, and this was knowledge he had learned since elementary school. As for an explanation, first sentence, if they dare to rebel, then let them be given a proper burial and a proper send-off. Second sentence, I can kill them without using the weapon spirit. Thirdly, I have never seen anyone who is supposedly indestructible and unkillable. The explanation is perfect. Also, you'll all be working overtime this afternoon. Yi Qing's words stunned the three girls. What? Everyone has to work overtime. Weren't we supposed to be hunting strange beasts this afternoon? How can we hunt inside the room? Lu Lianming then took a half step back. You don't think the three of us are strange beasts, do you? Yi Qing, your thought process is truly extraordinary. What are you thinking? Yi Qing walked up to Lu Lianming and flicked her on the head with his hand. Lu Lianming let out a soft cry. You'd better make me some medicine this afternoon, you. Yi Qing looked at Yin Luoqing and said, get ready to absorb the souls of the alien beasts. As for Lingxue, she probably doesn't need to work overtime. After all, it would be too beneath me, a dignified leader, to have to hunt down alien beasts. Yi Qing spoke slowly. Working overtime like this? That's all right. Lu Lianming patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. All right, get some rest. Okay. The three girls then went back to their room to rest. At the same time, on the other side, in the other student dormitories. Damn it. We've just joined the Dark Lotus Society without even knowing why, and become their lackeys. It's all that bastard Li Mubai's fault. He's the one who brought Yi Qing here. However, although we've joined, we haven't sensed anything amiss yet. One of the young men said, looking at the others. Besides, who would dare rebel now? Aren't you Hang, and the others a cautionary tale? You know, they were sent flying by the commander's fists. Even the spirit's illusory form was directly knocked back. Do you dare to go now? You dare? Or is it you? And you? After a few words, everyone fell silent. What did they say? However, Chapter 39, the Netherworld banner appears. The young man stroked his chin. If he really does something to harm us, like demanding protection money or something else, that will definitely cause dissatisfaction among everyone. When that happens, everyone will gang up on him. With so many people, I don't believe he can fight them all. He hasn't used the artifact spirit before. If he does, his combat power will probably increase even further. Someone interrupted. Don't worry, I've seen his file. He has multiple contracts, but the quality of those contracts, well, it's hard to describe. They're either F rank or E rank. So he relied entirely on his fists today and didn't use any artifact spirits at all. So that's how it is. No wonder he didn't use a spirit weapon. Understood. Okay, then we'll see how things go and adapt accordingly. Everyone listened and nodded in agreement. Afternoon. Everyone gathered together. Li Xiao and the others were also looking at them. Why hasn't Yi Qing arrived yet? This guy? Li Xiao checked the time and realized it wasn't time yet. But this little guy is really too calm. Just as he was thinking about it, Yi Qing walked over slowly with 3 girls. Commander. Li Mubai looked at Yi Qing and immediately stood up straight. With a serious expression, he spoke loudly. Yu Hang. Chu Zhengfeng. Everyone. Wow, you're a total simp. That's how you lick it. However, after a breath, Yu Hang also suddenly stood up straight, looked directly at Yi Qing, and shouted, Commander. In a short period of time, he accomplished the actions of despising Li Mubai, understanding Li Mubai, becoming Li Mubai, and surpassing Li Mubai. Commander. Commander. Then, everyone started talking loudly. Li Xiao. A plant. Why weren't you like this when we instructors came? Then, Yi Qing also arrived at the head of the line. Li Xiao looked at them, suppressed his helplessness, and then said, I think you've heard about the old rules, so we won't go into details. Go ahead and hunt. Show your full strength. We will record it and register it with the military. Go. Just as Li Xiao finished speaking, everyone was preparing to set off. Etc. Yi Qing then spoke loudly. One sentence made everyone pause in their tracks, and then they turned to look at Yi Qing, a bad feeling arising in their hearts. Could it be that Yi Qing wants them to pay protection money? Their expressions immediately changed. Let me explain the rules. You need to bring back all the spirit plants, as well as the corpses of exotic beasts and crystal cores, preferably freshly slaughtered ones. Bring them back first, and then you can exchange them with me. Exchange. What's the meaning? What can I exchange for? Yu Hang felt a sudden pang in his heart. Alas, in the end, he couldn't escape it after all. However, he couldn't muster any resistance at the moment. After all, only when the fist landed on him would he realize how terrifying Yi Qing was. Others, however, did not share Yu Hang's awareness. At that moment, everyone was looking at each other, their eyes filled with complex emotions. They are really going to be plundered. I'm refining medicine here today, and you can exchange it for the things I just mentioned. Boom. In short, it was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened in shock, and they gasped for breath. Alchemy. Yi Qing can actually concoct medicine. Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Qing stretched out his hand, and the next moment, it was placed on Lu Lianming's collarbone. Base. A flash of light. Then, Lu Lianming began to dazzle. Almost instantly. Thump. A huge cauldron appeared before everyone. Call. This. What's this? Looking at the patterns engraved on the Hua Tua Ding, Yu Hang and the others felt as if they were seeing the marks of an era. Such a spirit. They've never seen it before. What an imposing presence. It's terrifying. The students who were still discussing things at noon also stared wide-eyed at the person who had leaked the information, their eyes filled with accusation. A kiss from Nima? Is this the E-grade artifact spirit you mentioned? Shouldn't you double-check what you said? This overwhelming pressure. Could it be an E-grade artifact spirit? In an instant, they realized how ridiculous their thoughts at noon had been. Although this giant cauldron is not an offensive artifact spirit, but they could already imagine the terrifying feeling of Yi Qing lifting the giant cauldron and smashing it down on them. Shudder. Over here, Su Biao and Song Jixing watched, their lips twitching. What was this? Of all those present, only Li Xiao remained calm. After all, he had seen this giant cauldron before. Then, a medicinal fragrance wafted over. Everyone who smelled it felt their bodies become more active, as if their energy had been mobilized. How many medicinal ingredients must have been refined to create this fragrant aroma? This large cauldron extinguished most of their will to resist. However, Commander, what did you mean by bringing back the beast you just slaughtered? Why do this? Chu Jingfeng inquired, since they usually didn't want the flesh and blood when they killed the alien beasts. Because I need to absorb souls. Absorbing souls. This. How could that be? While they were wondering, Yi Qing reached out and placed his hand on Yin Luoqing's collarbone. Tongue. A wisp of black mist rose up from Yin Luoqing's body. Then, Yin Luoqing became ethereal, and black mist burst forth from her body. A moment later, a huge banner, tall enough to be 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, appeared in Yi Qing's hand. The banners fluttered even without wind. An extreme chill swept over us. It made everyone feel as if they had fallen into a frozen river in the dead of winter. His face was deathly pale. My whole body started trembling. Look! A trembling voice came from Yu Hang. Then, everyone looked at the brand on the flag. It's a monster. Before they could even get a good look. The next moment, black smoke burst forth. Then, it condensed in the air. Roar. A roar that shook the entire world resounded. 100-meter-tall Dharma image formed behind Yi Qing. Solidify. Look at that Dharma image. The netherworld. Especially those blood-red eyes, which seemed to suck in one's soul. Chapter 40. Everyone. Giving our hearts to the club. Ah. A series of low gasps could be heard. Many of the students had already collapsed to the ground, staring at the ghostly Dharma image in the sky. Even Li Xiao and the others felt a surge of dread as they experienced this extreme chill. If they hadn't known that this was Yi Qing's spirit, they would have already attacked. What kind of spirit is this? Su Biao looked at Li Xiao, but he could only see an even greater shock in Li Xiao's expression than he could. Under the oppressive aura of the shadowy figure, the student's last shred of resistance was shattered. Hee. The next moment, the Dharma image opens its mouth. Inside, several wisps of black mist flew out, accompanied by eerie laughter. Everyone watching felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Their already tense nerves were on the verge of snapping. This is a spirit. Souls really exist. This artifact spirit can really absorb souls. How is that possible? A cloud of black mist transformed into a human form and then came in front of a student, sizing him up. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The young man's body trembled. Then, he swung his hand down forcefully, but the spirit dodged it. Yi Qing looked at the spirit. As expected, it truly deserves to be the artifact spirit that eventually evolved into a demonic weapon on the list. This soul should be the one that Yin Luoqing absorbed before. However, he could tell from the fact that the spirit had dodged the young man's attack that the spirit's strength had increased considerably. After all, he had fought against spirits before, but the spirits back then were far weaker than those now. At that moment, several spirits began to wreak havoc, looking around at the students. Although no physical violence was committed, there was no malicious intent. But these trainees had never seen anything like this before, let alone the students. Even Li Xiao and the other instructors had never seen such a spirit before. Commander, please stop your supernatural powers. Lu Zonglin also shouted, and Wang Ziqing, Yu Hang, and others were the same. Then, Yi Qing then swept his hand across the paper. The netherworld flag was rolled up on the flagpole. At the same time, those souls, along with the Dharma image formed by the black energy behind Yi Qing, were also absorbed into the flag. In an instant, the smoke and clouds vanished. The chill and oppressive feeling had dissipated considerably. Clang. Yi Qing planted the netherworld flag in his hand into the ground. Secure it to the ground. A little while later, the group then calmed down. He stood up from his previous slumped position. However, they were all patting their chests, trying hard to suppress their pounding hearts. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. They looked at Yi Qing with nothing but awe in their eyes. That's all. Captain, let's go hunt down exotic beasts and collect spirit plants. Wait for us to come back. As Yu Hang spoke, he turned his head and noticed that Li Mubai, who was standing next to him, had disappeared. Hey, where's Li Mubai? Where did he go? I don't know. I didn't notice. I saw it. That guy just took the artifact spirit deep into the jungle. He must have gone to hunt some strange beasts. Yu Hang. Everyone. Grass. That little bastard. That's utterly unsportsmanlike. Damn. This guy must have known something beforehand. Yu Hang immediately deduced. Maybe this guy has already taken the medicine that Yi Qing made. Once you've tasted the marrow, you'll know the true flavor. Now you're in such a hurry. This also proves the medicine refined by that divine cauldron is extraordinary. That little bastard. Damn it, I give up. You scoundrel, you scoundrel. We'll catch up with him later and teach him a lesson he won't forget. Immediately, the crowd began to curse, venting their dissatisfaction to the fullest. They completely ignored Li Xiao's situation. As Li Xiao listened to the insults, the veins on his forehead throbbed. But what could he say? It's really not right for my own son to do this. Come with me. Let's hunt down these beasts. As Yu Hang spoke, he placed his hand on the collarbone of the girl next to him. He immediately charged into the jungle with his knife. Seeing this, the others immediately took action as well. Then they headed into the jungle. Yi Qing and Zhou Lingxue stood there without making a move. Song Jixing and Su Biao looked at the Hua Tuo cauldron and the Netherworld banner. Then he looked at Zhou Lingxue, standing next to Yi Qing. His eyes were full of curiosity. What is this one? Master Li, do you know what Yi Qing's last artifact spirit is? Su Biao also became respectful to Li Xiao, since he needed Li Xiao's help now. I know, it is a sharp sword. Hiss. One sentence made both of them gasp in shock. This. A sharp sword. What does that mean? What level of artifact spirit is it? However, it seems there's still one problem. Yi Qing, aren't you going to hunt strange beasts in the jungle? Song Jixing came to Yi Qing's side, then looked at the Netherworld flag next to him, and immediately moved away a little. This chilling coldness made him feel as if he were being pricked by thorns. Me? Why would I go hunting monsters? I have my good brothers with me. I trust their strength. Yi Qing said with a smile on his face. Instructor, have you ever heard the saying, do not do to others what you would not have them do to you? Yi Qing asked in return, seeing that Song Jixing did not know. It means that when I don't want to hit someone, no one can persuade me to do so. Song Jixing. Okay. Is this how you play the game? You were beating up your good brothers this morning, and now you're saying you believe in their abilities? Were you testing them this morning? But have you forgotten what Grandmaster Li Xiao said before? Our purgatory training camp is for assessment, that is, to record your strength in actual combat. How can we record this if you do this? It's very difficult for us. If you don't keep records, how will you register with the military? These can all be your stepping stones in the future, and this is for your own good. After a few words, Yi Qing chuckled. Instructor, have you misunderstood something? I'm only a freshman, and you're already talking to me about joining the military? Isn't that a bit premature? Yi Qing thought to himself. Now others are working for him, but if he joins the military, he'll be working for someone else. Only a fool would do such a losing business. It can't get any closer. I came here for resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come even if you begged me. Song Jixing. Damn it. You really are blunt. Li Xiao. Oh no, I've become the clown. Purgatory training camp has become a clown. We've been tricked. Li Xiao wanted to slap himself right now. He was determined to make a firm rule from now on. When issuing camp admission qualifications to students at the school, they must be seniors. What should we do with this great deity? We can't kick him out now. Holy crap. As Li Xiao thought about it, his brows furrowed and his face contorted in a grimace. Now he understands what it means to invite a god, but find it hard to send him away. Chapter 41 Resource Gathering. At this moment, in the jungle, Yu Hang looked at the 8-armed fiery monkey not far away. He also frowned slightly. Damn it. After all this time, we've finally found this one that looks somewhat decent. Well, oh well, even a fly's leg is meat. Just a step away from Yu Hang. His body soared upwards. The next moment, he was holding onto a tree branch. Her body swayed, even lighter than the 8-armed fiery monkey. Squeak. The moment it swung, a slight sound of a branch bending rang out. The 8-armed fiery monkey's ears twitched. They immediately became alert. It suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Yu Hang. But it's too late. At this moment, in its eyes, the giant sword in Yu Hang's hand had already fallen. Uft. In an instant, the sound of flesh and blood tearing apart rang out. The 8-armed fiery monkey was instantly killed. Just as Yu Hang was about to use his knife to split open the head of the 8-armed fiery monkey, he remembered Yi Qing's words. It must be freshly slaughtered and whole. Let's drag this whole thing back first. Right then and there, he grabbed one of the 8-armed fiery monkey's fingers and dragged it back to the camp. A short while later, we arrived at the campsite. Many students have already returned. Mythical beast. There are quite a few spirit plants displayed here. Yi Qing looked at the several strange beasts over there. Then they arrived at the Netherworld flag and unfurled the long flag. Hee hee. The soul inside immediately burst forth, flipping and soaring through the air. Hearing that eerie laughter, everyone's lips twitched. Looking at the spirits in the air, these spirits seemed to have lost their own consciousness. their energy absorbed by the flag, becoming subservient to it. Call. The next moment, a gust of wind came. The spirits in the air exploded instantly. It turned into black smoke and dissipated into the air. For a moment, everyone was stunned. This obliterates the previous soul. Is this an upgrade? So they're replacing the old, low-level spirits? Is that even possible? Yi Qing waved the netherworld flag in his hand, and then a seventh-order alien beast appeared not far away. A plume of black smoke rose up. In an instant, it coalesced into a gigantic black shadow. They were still resisting at that moment. Come over. Yi Qing gave a low shout. Ah! The strange beast roared, and was then sucked into the netherworld flag. At that moment, a small mark appeared on the netherworld banner, within the enormous, outstretched claw of the netherworld shadow. Wang Ziqing, give it a try. As Yi Qing spoke, he then raised the netherworld flag in his hand. The giant black shadow just now burst out from the flag. Ah! Feeling the aura of this behemoth, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. Especially Wang Ziqing, who just killed this strange beast head-on. Now, once again, I feel the aura of this spirit, which is even on par with that of a physical beast. How could that be? The core and flesh of this strange beast are all here. How could its soul alone reach such a level? This defies common sense. Or did the flag provide a boost? At that moment, he was filled with a myriad of thoughts, but the strange beast was already right in front of him. He was not allowed to think any further. Die! Wang Ziqing immediately unleashed a sweeping attack with his silver dragon spear. Thump! A loud bang was heard immediately. Roar! This guy actually managed to pull it off. How could that be? Wang Ziqing's body trembled violently. Then it crashed. Thump! The beast attacked the spot where he had just landed, then crushed the ground beneath its feet. Wang Ziqing stared at the beast's blood-red eyes, and a sense of uncertainty began to creep into his heart. This beast's soul is even stronger than its physical body. How did you do that? Now, there's only one explanation: the increase in the flag's value. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. However, at this moment, he could no longer have any other thoughts, as the strange beast had already set its sights on him, like a maggot clinging to a bone, just as they were about to launch the next attack. Then, a suction force came from behind, pulling the illusory soul of the alien beast back. Call. Wang Ziqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Only, this completely stunned everyone, including Li Xiao and other instructors. Li Xiao's lips twitched as he looked at the netherworld flag. He had noticed it just now too. A small mark had appeared on the huge demonic claw when it absorbed the 7th-tier alien beast's soul. What does this mean? So this means it can absorb a lot of souls, right? So what kind of combat power is this? Li Xiao couldn't even imagine it. Someone, give me paper and a pen. Li Xiao then wrote it down. After all, seeing Yi Qing like this, he couldn't possibly make a move. Just record as many as you can. Yi Qing also felt the power of this soul, which was beyond his expectations, but it was a good thing. Not bad, not bad. Afterwards, Yi Qing went to the spiritual plants here, selected some, and threw them into the Hua Tuo cauldron. Everyone crowded around to look. People in Yuhang, in particular, were very curious about this giant cauldron. He leaned closer. I asked a profound question. How do you start a fire with this? As he spoke, he began to peer inside. Call. A burst of spiritual flames instantly rose up. Holy crap. Yuhang suddenly let out a howl. Then he covered his face. Brother Hang, are you alright? Chu Zhengfeng and the spirit also came over to check on him, showing their concern. Listening to Chu Zhengfeng's words, Yuhang waved his hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. Alas, curiosity killed the cat. This served as a lesson for him. The moment he removed his hand, Chu Zhengfeng looked at Yuhang's face and couldn't help but laugh. Huh, what do you mean? What are you laughing at? Is it funny that I got burned by fire? Yuhang was immediately enraged. It's not funny at all, Chu Zhengfeng said, but then he still laughed out loud. I couldn't help it. I just couldn't help it. Yuhang raised an eyebrow, his veins bulging. Huh, that's not right. The feeling of that eyebrow raise, just now. Yuhang immediately touched his eyebrows. Holy crap. That's all. Where are my eyebrows? Wow, so that's what you were laughing at. Next, Yuhang tore off strips of cloth to cover it up. It's very much like a cosplay of Gojo Satoru. Yi Qing then found a lid and put it on the Hua Tuo cauldron. Everyone's attention returned to the Hua Tuo ding. A moment later, a fragrance wafted through the air. Everyone who smelled it felt refreshed and relaxed. As time goes by, the next moment, The energy in the air began to vibrate. It's time. Yi Qing opened the lid, and the surrounding energy immediately poured into the Hua Tuo cauldron. Over-the-counter medicine. Lingxue, come and apply the medicine. Zhou Lingxue immediately came over and started applying the medicine. After a while, the small porcelain bottles were filled. Come on, let's redeem it. As Yi Qing spoke, he began exchanging the items for everyone. Yu Hang received several medications. He then tilted his head back and swallowed all the medicine. Medication in the throat. It transformed into a torrent of energy flowing through his body. Compared to this fifth-tier beast crystal core, it's infinitely stronger. Furthermore, it can be absorbed instantly. It would take a long time to absorb the beast's crystal core. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to withstand the beast's violent energy. Nice one. This is really good stuff. Although these elixirs did not enable him to break through, they gave him a glimmer of hope. Thump. Not far away. A voice rang out. Feeling his own power, Li Mubai wore an incredulous smile. I broke through. Li Xiao also looked over. So he'd broken through? Everyone. You little rascal, you've really hit the jackpot today. That's a breakthrough. See, we told you that you knew what this medicine did beforehand, which is why you did this. However, criticism is just criticism. Everyone was overjoyed. Although they weren't the ones who broke through this time, they might be the next ones to do so. Commander, wait here for me. I'll go kill the strange beasts and gather the spirit plants right now. Yu Hang left with a single sentence. Let's get going. Damn it. How could we let him wait that long? It's like having 10 times the experience in a game right now. If you don't rush in now, when will you? Here, everyone is also starting to set off with great enthusiasm. Yi Qing started operating the business here. They used the points they redeemed to make a huge purchase at the military headquarters. I also bought some strong liquor. I put the remaining dregs in. As for medicine, a little while later, apart from the medicines that were on the surface, everything else was arranged in a row in Yi Qing's storage space. They look rather horrifying. As for the crystal cores, there were a whole bunch of them placed on the side. The points earned have already surpassed previous records. Song Jixing looked at Yi Qing. Oh no, he's got it up and running. The situation he had anticipated did not occur at all. Yi Qing first used the artifact spirit to suppress everyone. Then they gave him candy. The way to manage people is nothing more than using both kindness and severity. This guy has completely figured them out. The other trainees are now charging forward with great enthusiasm. He frantically amassed wealth for Yi Qing. It can be said that all the resources are now concentrated on Yi Qing. Su Biao and Li Xiao, who were nearby, also noticed the problem. Old Song, what do you mean? What's the point of saying that? Song Jixing looked at Yi Qing. Whether it's strength or strategy, he's top tier. If he really grows up, maybe China will have another extremely terrifying king-level expert. A powerful figure who has been granted the title of king. Those few words struck Li Xiao and Su Biao's hearts like a heavy hammer. In the entire Blue Star China, there are only a handful of king-level powerhouses who have been granted the title of king. Old Song, isn't your evaluation a bit too high? Whether my evaluation is high or low is not up to me. Let's just honestly write down what happened to Yi Qing in the Purgatory training camp and send it to the higher-ups. The rest is up to them to judge. The others listened and nodded in agreement. While they are thinking, not far away. Then came the screams. Then, several students were carried over. Commander, there are people injured. Yi Qing then came over and saw that one of the people had teeth marks and scratches on his body, clearly indicating that he had provoked a strange beast that they could not deal with. Yi Qing looked at this person, Lu Zonglin. The person Li Mubai used to settle personal scores with was also the leader of another top club in Li Mubai's school. At this moment, Lu Zonglin gritted his teeth, trying his best to suppress his groans of pain. But sometimes, however, I just can't help but hum a few times. Compared to physical pain, the despair in one's heart is far more deadly. He had just heard about the spiritual medicine Yi Qing had refined, so he took the risk and prepared to hunt down a higher-level beast. But I never expected it to turn out like this. His injuries won't heal anytime soon. This journey through the Purgatory training camp is likely to end like this. Furthermore, he didn't exchange for any spiritual medicine. He missed such a good opportunity to improve his strength. Waste. Lu Zonglin cursed himself inwardly. In addition, there was pain. Their faces were all contorted. Have eaten. Then, Yi Qing's words came. Lu Zonglin looked up and saw Yi Qing handing over a pill. This can heal your wounds. Commander. Lu Zonglin looked at Yi Qing, gritting his teeth, his voice already choked with sobs. He then took the medicine and swallowed it. A warm sensation suddenly rose within his body. Then, the wound is itchy. It heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people around them twitched at the speed of the healing. What an amazing speed. A little while later, Lu Zonglin has fully recovered. Lu Zonglin stood up and faced Yi Qing, hesitating several times as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. Finally, clench your fist. Commander, I don't need to thank you enough. Just look at my performance. After saying that, Lu Zonglin led the artifact spirits to charge into the jungle once again. Not long after, Lu Zonglin returned, dragging a 6th-tier beast with him. Chapter 42. The difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. It was getting close to evening. Pass down the order to call all the trainees back. They are forbidden from going deep into the jungle at night. It's too dangerous. At Li Zhao's command, Song Jixing and Su Biao went to inform the group of assistant instructors who were roaming in the jungle. Let them stop the trainees. A little while later. Why did you bring me back here? I haven't killed the beast yet. I'm going to slay strange beasts and collect spiritual herbs. Words came from the mouths of several trainees who had nothing in their hands. They were also constantly wailing in their hearts. What the hell is wrong with me? They were really unlucky today. They didn't encounter any strange beasts or spirit plants. Not a single medicine was redeemed. Seeing others enjoying a life of luxury, how could they not feel anxious? All right, what should I call you? Over here, several assistant instructors also scolded. Don't you know how dangerous it is to go hunting in the jungle at night? A few words from them also fueled their resentment. I'm not angry at the instructor. I'm angry at myself. How utterly useless. Then, Yi Qing then walked over. Look at them. One person received several pills. Commander, what's going on? The men looked at the medicine with embarrassment on their faces. They were defeated generals. How could they speak of courage? Commander, are we giving them charity? Their self-esteem was also challenged, especially in full view of everyone. Just as they were about to refuse, Yi Qing patted them on the shoulder. You've had a long day. Take a break. However, it settled then. This isn't free. You'll have to pay me back later. Got it? No. Several people shouted. They looked at Yi Qing, and the fact that the commander hadn't kept any records showed that his later words were just to give them face. Make it so they can't refuse, and it won't be shameful for them. Commander. In their eyes and those of the people around them, Yi Qing's image suddenly became much taller. Afterwards, Yi Qing led everyone back. Commander, let me take the crystal core back to the dormitory for you. Me too. Me too. Yu Hang, Chu Zhongfeng, and Lu Zonglin all rushed over to help. Certainly, Li Mubai was the most proactive among them. Everyone looked at Li Mubai, and their lips twitched. Yu Hang then pulled Chu Zhongfeng aside and said, From now on, keep a close eye on this bastard, understand? Don't worry, Brother Hang. Chu Zhongfeng had disliked him for a long time. Over here, everyone is still scrambling to help Yi Qing hold the crystal core. We're coming too. Words came through the air, everyone was talking frantically, and they all came over to help carry the crystal core. However, the worldly desire for the crystal core was no longer in his eyes. This thing is now completely useless to them. Absorption is too slow. Compared to Yi Qing's medicine, it's far inferior. One is in the sky, the other is on the ground. A little while later, they put all their things in Yi Qing's dormitory. Commander, we're heading back now. Let's go, Commander. Everyone went back home, and Yu Hang and the others were satisfied. Although they did not make a breakthrough today, they felt that their strength had improved a lot. The others were also average, but they received significant improvements. As for those who failed to slay the beasts, they secretly resolved to learn from their shame and strive harder. Sharpening our knives, we're ready to unleash our full potential tomorrow. This way. Yin Luoqing looked at so many crystal cores with excitement on her face. Most of these are 5th or 6th tier beast crystal cores, with very few 7th or 8th tier beast crystal cores. However, it was already extremely terrifying. After all, among these students, only a handful have reached the 8th or 9th level in overall strength. However, compared to these crystal cores, Yin Luoqing was even more horrified by her own appearance. Honey, what happened to me? There were too many people earlier, so Yin Luoqing was too embarrassed to ask, but now that only a few of them were left, she quickly asked. You must have also experienced a primal reversion and become stronger, just like me and Sister Lianming. Zhou Lingxue also said. Yin Luoqing nodded. Since all three of them are in this situation, then it's obvious. It was thanks to Yi Qing. How did you do that? But, Sister Luoqing, the spirit you conjured was so cool. Zhou Lingxue said immediately. Recalling the Dharma form and those spirits, she was still shocked. This is extraordinary. The spirit within this artifact is clearly unusual. Alright, you've all had a long day, go take a shower. As Yi Qing spoke, the three girls went to take a shower. Yi Qing looked at all those crystal cores. Then, they selected a few high-level ones. Absorb. Then, a surge of energy came through. Thump. A muffled thud suddenly rang out. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-tier 6. Contracted spirits. F-grade Torino Blade, one-time reversion to Heaven Slaying Sword. E-grade Zhangxiu Iron Pot, one-time reversion to Hua Tuo Cauldron. E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, one-time reversion to Netherworld Flag. Skills: God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Chi level 7, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible level 6, Time Freeze level 5. Items: 4 God level Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial Arts Skill, Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist. We've made a breakthrough. Mid-stage of Tier 6. I've been waiting for so long. Yi Qing looked at the three girls, but didn't come out. Why is it taking so long to take a shower? Squeak. A door opened, and Yin Luoqing came out first. Yi Qing watched her come out, and then stood up. He carried her and headed towards the room. Yin Luoqing was almost in tears. I've been busy all day, and I still have to work overtime tonight. She was almost crying as she said this. You have the nerve to say that? You ate so much today, you should throw some up now. Don't you know that? Time Freeze is currently only at level 5. Why don't struggling students get extra tutoring? Yi Qing thought for a moment, then led Yin Luoqing into the room. A little while later. This way. Zhou Lingxue cautiously opened the bathroom door a crack. Then, he heard a faint rustling sound outside, and immediately patted his chest with relief. She went out, and then encountered Lu Lianming, who was also tiptoeing around like a melon thief. Sister Lianming. Sister Lingxue. The two exchanged a glance, and immediately knew who the unlucky guy was. Snap. The two high-fived, setting off a spark for a peaceful night's sleep. Looks like I can get a good night's sleep tonight. Minute Maid. At the same time. On the other side, Yu Hang and others were also gathered together. Everyone has slain quite a few monsters today. You've all worked hard. We haven't eaten yet. So how about we have a bonfire dinner tonight, and invite the guild leader and a few of the wives to celebrate together? As soon as the sentence was uttered, everyone agreed. I'll go get the battalion commander. As Yu Hang spoke, he volunteered to go and call Yi Qing. After all, this was his idea, and he had to make a good impression on the commander. Then Li Mubai looked at him and said, No need. I've already asked Han Shui to call them. Let's prepare the dishes first. Everyone. Yu Hang's expression changed as well, and he stared directly at Chu Zhengfeng. That means they're here to demand an explanation. Chu Zhengfeng was cursing inwardly. Damn it. I've been wronged. I've been keeping a close eye on this bastard. But who knew? He summoned his spirit. 800 schemes. Alright. Let's prepare the vegetables and meat first. Yu Hang had no choice but to get everyone ready. Over here, Han Shui hummed a tune and skipped over to Yi Qing's dormitory. I was just about to knock on the door. Then I heard a faint rustling sound. She stopped what she was doing, and then she knew what had happened. In an instant, Han Shui's face turned red. She seems to have arrived at the worst possible time. Wait a minute. Let's take a walk around. According to what Mu Bai told her, for most guys, she estimated that it would be enough for him to walk around and come back in a bit. After one lap. Han Shui. Why? This. At that moment, Han Shui spun around a few more times. With each turn, Han Shui's face grew more gloomy. Click, click, click. Han Shui clenched her fists, and the sound of her knuckles grinding together could be heard. Is the difference between people really greater than the difference between people and dogs? Li Mu Bai? You're lying to me. It's one thing if you're not good enough. But you also lied to me and said that nobody is good enough. If it weren't for today, I actually believed your lies. When I get back, I'll settle the score with you. Chapter 43 Li Mu Bai gets brutally beaten. Han Shui looked at Yi Qing's dormitory with a helpless expression on her face. It seems we won't be able to find anyone for the time being, so we should head back first. Here, one can only increase her envy and highlight her sadness. However then, the dormitory door creaked open. Han Shui, what are you doing here? Zhou Lingxue greeted Han Shui. Then, Han Shui explained what had happened. Oh, I see. Zhou Lingxue turned around and looked inside the room. Then his lips twitched. Based on the current situation, She dared not go over to call Yi Qing. If she wasn't careful, she would also get into trouble. There's absolutely no way to escape. My husband is busy with something right now, so he probably can't come over. Should we go over there first? Han Shui made the suggestion. Okay, I'll leave a message for my husband. If he comes out, he'll be able to see where we are. Wait for me a moment. Then, Zhou Lingxue ran back and left a note. And so we set off. A little while later, the group arrived at the bonfire banquet location. Sister-in-law is here. Sister-in-law, you too, please take your seats. When Yu Hang saw Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming arrive, he quickly made arrangements. The people around them also gathered around, each with a respectful expression, and greeted Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming. He kept calling her sister-in-law, which made Zhou Lingxue and the other woman blush deeply. Li Mubai also came over and noticed that Yi Qing hadn't arrived. He immediately asked, Xiao Xua, why hasn't the commander come over? In short, it drew everyone's attention. They also wanted to know why Yi Qing hadn't come, since the main character tonight was the group leader. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it, because as soon as she did, Han Shui immediately remembered what had just happened. Right then and there, she looked at Li Mubai and stormed over to him. He grabbed Li Mubai by the collar. Everyone stared wide-eyed at what they were seeing, hardly believing what they were witnessing. Isn't this pair very harmonious? How did this scene suddenly appear? Yu Hang, Chu Zhongfeng, Lu Zonglin, and others gathered together to watch the spectacle unfold. Lu Zonglin, in particular, was secretly pleased. After all, Li Mubai had schemed against him before, settling a personal score. As for Yu Hang, Chu Zhongfeng, and the others, they simply disliked this brat. Li Mubai, you lied to me. Everyone. Wow, this is some big news. Yu Hang was eating melon seeds with a smile on his face, and the people around him were the same, all smiling. Li Mubai. Xiaoxua, what did you discover? Where did I lie to her? Could it be that the cheap ring I bought for her when I was short of money was discovered? I don't think so. Didn't I add other things later? Was his secret stash of money discovered? In an instant, Li Mubai began to brainstorm. In silence. Beside him, Chu Zhongfeng shouted loudly. Damn it, what a scumbag. All the women, beat him up. Call. Right now? Chu Zhongfeng's call was met with overwhelming support. The girls immediately rushed forward. Many of them had disliked Li Mubai for a long time. Hey. Seeing this, Li Mubai could only squat on the ground, covering his head. Bang bang bang. The sound of fists landing solid echoed. Yu Hang watched, his lips twitching, then patted Chu Zhongfeng on the shoulder. You know how to stir up trouble. Han Shui was completely stunned. Wait, how did things turn out like this? A little while later, everyone dispersed. Li Mubai was also squatting there with a bruised and swollen face. He looked at Han Shui, his face immediately contorted with despair. I admit it. I did indeed hide some money, and there's more in other places. Also, when I said your cooking was delicious, I was definitely lying to you. I lied to you before and said it was shark fin soup made from a 7th-tier alien beast, a ferocious shark. Actually, it was made from vermicelli. Besides, Han Shui. Wow. You had so much to do. Sisters, beat him up. In an instant, Han Shui was furious. The girls who had just dispersed turned around upon hearing Han Shui's voice, and then came over. Bang bang bang. Ouch. Then came Li Mubai's screams of agony. The boys next to them had smiles on their faces. To stand by and watch. Wait a moment. Li Mubai sat down on the ground, his face covered in panda eyes. Sister-in-law, when is the regimental commander coming? Yu Hang looked at Lu Lianming and came over to ask her questions as well. He has some important things to take care of, Lu Lianming said. It's all right. We don't need to wait for him. We'll eat as soon as it's ready. At the same time, inside the dormitory, Time Freeze has been upgraded to Tier 6. Finally, he's broken through to the 6th rank. Afterwards, Yi Qing took a shower and came out to find that Yin Luoqing had already fallen into a deep sleep. He came out and saw the note left by Zhou Lingxue. How can this banquet be complete without wine? Then, Yi Qing looked at the large vat next to him. Inside. But it's medicinal wine. Made from the dregs of various medicinal herbs today. It can be described as a medicinal wine or a tonic. Then, Yi Qing simply swept his arm around her. He carried the medicinal wine and went out. A little while later. The dishes are ready here too. Yi Qing was still nowhere to be seen. The shock on Han Shui's face grew stronger. Logically speaking, if Yi Qing had come out and seen the note, he would definitely have come over. Since he hasn't come over yet, he must still be in the room. Sister Zhou and the others are so lucky. At that moment, she looked at Li Mubai beside her with resentment in her eyes. Li Mubai instinctively covered his head, looking aggrieved. You guys are really well prepared. A loud voice rang out. Hearing this, everyone paused in their actions and looked over. Then they saw Yi Qing carrying a large vat and striding towards them. Commander, you've arrived. What's this? You brought alcohol. Yes. Yi Qing put the large vat on the ground, then glanced at it. Go and call a few instructors. Right. Commander, look at my brain. How could I forget about that? I'll go get it right now. Yu Hang said. Hurry up and set off with your people. A little while later, Li Xiao and his group then arrived. Master Li, Master Su, Master Song, and all the assistant instructors, shall we have a few drinks together later? Yi Qing also came over. Li Xiao listened and waved his hand. Having a meal with the students is not a problem. However, drinking is out of the question. If you drink too much and a strange beast attacks at night, that would be a serious problem. These trainees have had a long and tiring day, so it's understandable that they need to relax. The instructors just need to focus on security. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qing opened the lid of the wine jar. Call. The next moment, the aroma of wine mingles with the aroma of medicine, and then it bursts forth. That gentle warmth. That rich and mellow flavor. Straight to the tip of your nose. This surprised Li Xiao and the others. Right now, I feel like my cravings are being whetted. After a while, Li Xiao looked at Su Biao next to him and said, Old Su, how about we have a drink or two? After all, Yi Qing and the others invited us, so we can't be too formal, right? Su Biao. Pack. Keep pretending. Do you think I don't know what you're really thinking? However, he did not disagree. Indeed, it's fine if we just have 1 or 2 drinks. Chapter 44 Sign-in. God-level pure-blooded beast, 6-winged sky tiger. They then took their seats. The banquet will begin shortly. Everyone raised their glasses together. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. The wine goes down. In an instant, it transformed into a torrent of energy. Medicated wine, tonic wine. Both functions suddenly came into play. Heal hidden injuries while increasing strength. In addition, it has a rich flavor and a medicinal aroma. It's absolutely delicious. Everyone closed their eyes and felt it. In an instant, the scene became completely silent. A moment later, Li Xiao opened his eyes, and then exhaled a breath of alcohol from his nose. This wine is wonderful. If we could get some for the old man, wouldn't he be overjoyed? I'll talk to Yi Qing when I get back, and see if I can get some over there. At worst, I can exchange some. After a couple of drinks, Li Xiao and the instructors ate something before leaving the table. The rest of the time was up to Yi Qing and the others. Alright, everyone, drink to your heart's content and have a great time. Yi Qing gave the order. After a while, everyone relaxed and started clinking glasses and drinking. They're like brothers. After a few rounds of drinks, Yu Hang is already completely intoxicated. Then, he took a large cup and came to Yi Qing. Commander, I must toast you. I've never really admired anyone in Yu Hang until now, but right now, I admire you the most. I won't say any more. Watch me. As Yu Hang spoke, he also looked at his own large cup. Come on, fill it up. I'll give our guild leader a flower. A voice full of heroic spirit rang out. Everyone looked over here. Then, looking at the large wine glass from Yu Hang, that's amazing. Is he going to chug it all in one go? Beside him, Chu Zhengfeng quickly filled Yu Hang's cup. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. This kid has a good alcohol tolerance. Moreover, it also allows you to challenge yourself with something more difficult. Come on, Yu Hang. Yi Qing and Yu Hang clinked glasses and then drank it all in one gulp. Commander, you're so generous. I can't be slacking off either, Yu Hang said. Then he tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. But, the next moment, his expression changed immediately. His body swayed. Vomit. Yi Qing. What the hell? In an instant, he tapped his foot, and his divine-level movement technique was instantly maxed out. Dodge to the side. Vomit. The sound of Yuhangta came from there. Everyone was stunned. Chu Zhengfeng. Everyone. Yi Qing stood by, feeling helpless. Thankfully, he has godlike movement skills. Otherwise, he probably would have had to take 3 baths tonight. He looked at Yu Hang, who was vomiting while hugging the table, and his lips twitched. I thought you were up to something big, but you just had diarrhea. I thought you had some skills, but it turns out your brush has no bristles. Everyone watching couldn't help but twitch their lips. You're no good. What are you doing? If you can't do it, why are you pretending? It's so awkward. Afterwards, Yi Qing called 2 people to help Yu Hang back. Then he turned his head, and the others came over one after another. Commander, let me toast you. Commander, I'll do it too. Me too. As toasts were raised one after another, the atmosphere in the room reached its peak, and everyone's sense of unity and cohesion was maximized. They put their arms around each other's shoulders, just like brothers. Wait until the banquet ends. Everyone was at least slightly tipsy, and they all went back to sleep. Of course, this does not include Yi Qing and the other two. After returning home, Yi Qing also started to sleep. The next morning, everyone gathered together. Li Xiao looked at everyone and said, "Yesterday, you all did a great job. You showed me the strength and spirit of the Jinling prodigies. The strong should wield their swords towards the heavens, fighting to the death. Today, continue to demonstrate your strength." Li Xiao spoke with great passion and fervor. However, there was complete silence below. Li Xiao, you guys are making me look stupid. Then, everyone looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing turned around and waved his hand. Yu Hang turned around, placed his hand directly on the collarbone of the girl next to him, and then a giant knife fell into his hand. "Brothers, follow me and kill. Kill. Kill." Each word resonated powerfully at that moment. Then, the group set off into the jungle. Li Xiao. He then looked at Song Jixing beside him, thinking about what he had said yesterday. The way to manage people is nothing more than a combination of kindness and severity, and Yi Qing had done it to the extreme. Right now, the team's cohesion and unity are truly terrifying. Yi Qing seems to have them under her control. But who are these people? A scion of a prominent family, a prodigy at school. The resources and power behind them are terrifyingly vast. Seeing Yi Qing's overwhelming support, Song Jixing gritted his teeth, his lips twitching. "Yi Qing, your leadership is just too strong." A little while later, deep in the jungle, clang, a golden voice rang out. Yu Hang brought down his giant sword, which collided with a golden-armored cockroach that was 2 zhang tall. "Old Chu." The words had barely left his mouth. Chu Zhengfeng arrived with a dozen or so people. The weapon struck the golden-armored cockroach hard. Knock, knock, knock. Within a radius of 100 meters, dust and mist began to rise from everything. 15 minutes later, then everyone came out, and then there were also the corpses of golden-armored cockroaches. At this moment, everyone felt a surge of heroic spirit. Is this the power of the collective? They can all kill this golden-armored cockroach. On the other sides, the Kaohsiung MRT is also frequently involved. A little while later, camp. Li Xiao stared at the corpse of the golden-armored cockroach. They were all taken aback. Are they capable of killing him? How did they do that? "Commander, we're back. We're back too." Nearby, the voices of several more teams could be heard. Several high-level exotic beasts were also brought back, and a host of high-level spirit plants. Looking at these spirit plants, Su Biao understood that these guys had not only killed the alien beast, but also raided its lair. Yi Qinghe, just like yesterday, unfurled the Qiyu banner. "Absorb souls." But, the next moment, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. "Congratulations, host, you have been granted a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in." "Sign in successful. Obtain the divine-level purebred beast, the 6-winged celestial tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, mid-stage rank 9. The location has been assigned deep within the jungle. Host, please follow the map to find it." A divine-level pure-blooded alien beast, the 6-winged sky tiger. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed as she watched. It's clear that this thing is extraordinary. Even in its juvenile stage, it had already reached the mid-stage of the 9th rank. Chapter 45: The Gluttonous Giant Lizard. We can wait until we've prepared this batch of medicine before setting off. Go deep into the jungle and bring back the 6-winged tiger. Yi Qing was already quite impatient. As he was thinking, the Hua Tuo cauldron beside him began absorbing energy again. The medicine will be ready in a moment. Yi Qing also began organizing the exchange. Li Xiao also pulled Song Jixing and Su Biao to the side. "Do you think this little guy still has any chance of going out to hunt strange beasts?" Li Xiao said, then looked at Yi Qing and sighed heavily. At first, they thought Yi Qing was joking when he said he wouldn't go out to hunt strange beasts. They're still foolishly waiting here, hoping to record Yi Qing's battle. But now it seems that Yi Qing really has no intention of going out to hunt alien beasts. They are completely useless here, just standing there. Furthermore, these trainees are clearing out the alien beasts far too quickly. They have begun to venture deeper into dangerous areas. They should go deep into the jungle and keep an eye on them, making sure nothing goes wrong and the whole army is wiped out. "I have a feeling that this guy is definitely not going to leave," Su Biao said, shrugging his shoulders. Song Jixing also held the same opinion. "All right, Then let's split up and work with the assistant instructors to record the other trainees' combat performance. Okay. Su Biao nodded. Then they left. Over here, Yu Hang is holding the medicine. Swallow it in one gulp. Call. This time, the medicine was made from a high-grade spiritual plant. A surge of energy, like the ocean, erupted within him. A little while later, thump. A muffled thud of breakthrough came from Yu Hang's body. This attracted the attention of many bystanders. Brother Hang, you've broken through? Chu Zhengfeng and the others also looked at Yu Hang with envy. Right. Yu Hang looked at Yi Qing, then cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Commander. I'll be going now. I'm off to hunt more beasts. Nearby, there were also several groups that broke through. They all felt the envious looks from those around them, and their chests puffed out unconsciously. Those who have made a breakthrough are preparing to work even harder, while those who haven't are also eager to achieve one. So, without taking a break, they all set off immediately. Yi Qing put in another pot of spiritual herbs, and then looked at the netherworld flag that was stuck there. At this moment, they are in the clutches of evil. There are already more than 20 or 30 branded marks. These marks are all from beasts of the 7th rank or higher. Alright, let's not linger here any longer. Let's go. Yi Qing murmured a sentence. The next moment, he placed his hand on Zhou Lingshue's collarbone. Base. A flash of light. Then, sword energy rippled in all directions. A chilling light swept outwards. It conveys the feeling of a sword's frost chilling 14 provinces. Nearby, many members stared wide-eyed at the scene, hardly believing what they were seeing. This is that the guild leader's last artifact spirit. The legendary sword. They actually saw it. Looking at the heaven-slaying sword and feeling its aura and sword energy, they all felt their legs go weak. A bone-chilling cold rose up from the feet and shot straight to the top of the head. If they hadn't known that Yi Qing wasn't targeting them, they probably would have collapsed to the ground by now. Then, Yi Qing tapped his foot. A divine-level movement technique was instantly unleashed. Call. The sound of wind breaking and sonic booms carried Yi Qing forward at breakneck speed. Commander, what kind of speed is that? After a long while, Li Mubai exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the speed. He was now feeling Yi Qing's terror more and more. They swept through the enemy lines at breakneck speed. Far away, several assistant instructors had just finished recording the assessment records of several trainees. Then they saw a blurry figure heading into the distance. That speed. Like a ghost. One breath later. Call. The sonic boom and the sound of wind breaking through the air barely reached us. At the same time, the gust of wind, carrying leaves, rushed straight towards them. It was Yi Qing's rampage that stirred up the storm. What's this? Looking at this outfit, it seems to be Yi Qing. Yi Qing. How could that be? They felt that this speed was like they had already broken through to a higher level. Why is Yi Qing here? Wasn't he sitting back and doing nothing? I thought he wouldn't venture deep into the jungle to hunt. Never mind, let's catch up first. Have you forgotten what the instructors said? Now, the only thing missing is Yi Qing's combat record. If we can record it, Grandmaster Li will definitely reward us. After a few words, the assistant instructors also became excited. Take a step right now. Thump. The ground beneath their feet instantly cracked open. The soil shot out like arrows. After they left, all that remained at the scene were a few large pits. They headed in Yi Qing's direction. But, a little while later, those who had broken through to the next level were dumbfounded. They're gone. People. Lost them. How could that be? Keep in mind, they are all spirit masters who have broken through to the next level. And he also received professional physical training at the military headquarters. Let's go. Go report to Grandmaster Li Xiao and the others. The group immediately made a decision. After all, once they lost track of Yi Qing, finding him in this vast jungle would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. A short while later, they found Li Xiao and his group. Li Xiao is recording the battle in Yu Hang. This guy has grown a lot in such a short time. Master Li, Yi Qing has come out to hunt strange beasts. What? Li Xiao turned around abruptly and stared at the person who had spoken. Where? I don't know. I saw him go by, but when the rest of us chased after him, we couldn't catch up. None of you can catch up? Li Xiao felt surprised. After listening to the descriptions from several instructors, even Li Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Just how strong is Yi Qing now? Where is it? Take me there quickly. Li Xiao said this at the moment. A little while later, they returned to the place where they had just met Yi Qing. Su Biao and Song Jixing also arrived. It seems Yi Qing has gone even deeper into it. Unless Yi Qing makes some kind of disturbance, we won't be able to find him, Song Jixing said, clenching his fist. Damn it, they've waited all day, they can't wait any longer. Now look what's happened, the opportunity has been missed. At the same time, on the other side, roar. A low murmur then rang out. A giant, snow-white tiger, 3 zhang tall, and over 7 zhang long, resembling a small mountain, was crouching low. Its 6 enormous wings spread out behind it. It's everywhere. It enveloped the surroundings like a barrier. Its entire body is covered in black patterns that seem to be shrouded in demonic energy, giving it an imposing and intimidating appearance. Its sharp teeth and bloody mouth are enough to make anyone shudder at first glance. Thump. The tiger's massive, millstone-sized claws landed on the ground, kicking up dust. At that moment, its vertical pupils were fixed on the mid-stage breakthrough beast, the Taotai giant lizard, opposite it. On the side of the giant Taotai lizard, which was also as large as a small mountain, were 3 claw marks that had pierced through its scales and were so deep that flesh could be seen. Hiss. This trauma caused it pain, but it also enraged it. His eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. The gluttonous giant lizard looked at the 6-winged celestial tiger, and the next moment, it pounced on it. Chapter 46, This is a Child Form? Thump. At the moment the giant gluttonous lizard took its first step, the ground dented violently where its claws landed. It formed a huge footprint. It also shot out suddenly, heading towards the 6-winged sky tiger. His eyes were bloodshot to the extreme. His muscles bulged all over his body, like a coiling dragon. Its gaping maw opened wide, and a tongue covered in thick saliva and carrying the stench of blood swung around inside. Roar. A roar that was extremely sharp rang out. It was as if it wanted to tear this intruder who had entered its territory to shreds. Leave nothing behind. The 6-winged celestial tiger stared at the gluttonous giant lizard with its pair of piercing tiger eyes and snorted. Then, they charged towards it. The two then collided. Thump. A muffled thud resounded, and the space where the 2 objects made contact seemed to distort. Then, the space was compressed to its limit, resulting in an explosion. A blast of air erupted. Call. The wind and waves whipped up sand and dust, sending it flying outwards. Trees also cracked during the blast wave. Dust storm. Wood chips. Fallen leaves. It looked like a small mushroom cloud. It dissipated outwards. Puffed. Amidst the smoke and dust, the sound of flesh and blood tearing apart rang out. Then, a dark figure was sent flying backward from the smoke and dust. It's nothing else. It was that gluttonous giant lizard. At this moment, several more tiger claw marks appeared on the body of the Taotai giant lizard. Furthermore, as it flew backwards in the air, a blood-red sword shot out from that gaping maw that had been filled with ferocity. Thump, thump, thump. A series of explosions rang out. The gluttonous giant lizard crashed into a giant tree, and the next moment, the giant tree was torn apart, deformed, and shattered by this immense force. 1, 2. The gluttonous giant lizard crashed through the air, its roars growing weaker. At the same time, Yi Qing heard the sound and looked in that direction. Wasn't that the location of the divine-level beast he had signed in for? At that moment, Yi Qing felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Good heavens, could it be that we've trespassed into the territory of some powerful beast and been mistaken for intruders? And then they started fighting. No, my tiger is only a cub. If this gets damaged, all my check-in efforts will have been for nothing. We must save them. They absolutely must be saved. At that moment, Yi Qing pushed off with his feet, instantly increasing his speed to its maximum. Far away, Li Xiao, Su Biao, and several assistant instructors also heard the sound coming from there. They glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Not good. Li Xiao was the first to react. He pushed off with his feet, and his body soared straight up, then stepped on a tree branch again in midair. He leaned out from the treetop. At the same time, Su Biao, Song Jixing, and others also emerged from the tree canopy. Look into the distance. In an instant, their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. This is far away. It was a trail of dust and smoke. It's like a stick, lying there. Along that route, the trees were broken, revealing the darkness beneath. Why? Is this really happening? Li Xiao made up his mind. Like this. It's likely that they fought each other, and one of them was swept away, which led to this situation. However, such a scene is probably beyond the breakthrough stage. Li Xiao and the others landed in the tree canopy. Su Biao then uttered a statement that made everyone's lips twitch. Could it be that Yi Qing got into a fight with the alien beast and was then thrown out? You never know. Several assistant instructors looked in that direction. Yi Qing did indeed head in that direction, and judging by his speed, he should have reached that location by now. We've trespassed into the territory of some powerful beast, and we're probably being attacked. Song Jixing clenched his fist. Let's go? Let's help. He then uttered a single sentence. But then he looked at Li Xiao beside him, but Li Xiao had already disappeared and set off. This guy really cares about Yi Qing. He's in such a hurry. However, they also knew that the situation was urgent. Keep up. Song Jixing and others also quickly set out. Many members nearby also heard the explosion and peered out from the treetops. They were all shocked by the horrific scene. Yu Hang, meanwhile, led a large group of people towards this location. Although they could tell that the strange beast that caused this battle was beyond their ability to deal with, Yu Hang wanted to try his luck, and maybe he could reap the benefits. Roar! I wonder how many trees it smashed along the way. At this moment, the giant lizard finally stopped. However, its body was already covered in wounds. Flesh and blood shattered, his entire body soaked in blood. The former territorial dominance is completely gone. However, extreme anger followed, and a roar erupted. The gluttonous monitor lizard's eyes widened in horror. His eyes were bloodshot. Looking into the distance, at the six-winged celestial tiger that was rushing towards them, they suddenly stood up and roared angrily at the sky. It's like drawing a sword towards the sky. We must fight the six-winged sky tiger to the death. Yi Qing also rushed over here. That's what I saw. He stared at the gluttonous giant lizard. Then I saw the six-winged celestial tiger that looked like a small mountain. For a moment, Yi Qing was somewhat dazed. This is a fucking juvenile body. Is your baby so big? I thought it was one of those cute little tigers that are furry and waddle when they walk. But there's no time to worry about that now. He also saw the bloodstains on the six-winged celestial tiger. Next, he stared at the gluttonous giant lizard. Damn it, how dare you hit my tiger? Court death. Thump. Yi Qing stomped his foot. The soil collapsed. It shot out in all directions. Yi Qing pushed his speed to the limit, heading towards that gluttonous giant lizard. The gluttonous giant lizard also noticed Yi Qing, who was approaching like a shooting star, and raised its claws, ready to strike. But the gluttonous giant lizard felt its own claws. It's impossible to miss. It seemed to be frozen in place. All he could see were his scarlet eyes as Yi Qing approached. Uffed. Yi Qing brought his sword down fiercely, slashing towards the head of the gluttonous giant lizard. In an instant, break through the famously tough, thick scales of the gluttonous monitor lizard, deep into flesh and blood. Sword energy. It will cause brain matter to splatter out. Sizzle. After the attack, Yi Qing's feet swept off the ground. It darted for more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. The instant he turned around, boom, the sound of a huge corpse falling suddenly rang out. The giant lizard lay lifeless on the ground. Damn beast. Yi Qing looked at the gluttonous giant lizard with disgust on his face, but he needed to hurry up and check on his six-winged celestial tiger to see how badly it was injured. Although it is relatively large, according to the system, it is ultimately a juvenile. The six-winged celestial tiger saw Yi Qing and quickly ran over to him. They arrived in front of Yi Qing. The six-winged celestial tiger lowered its head and crouched low, appearing submissive and obedient. A large, black nose came close to Yi Qing. Yi Qing touched the nose of the six-winged celestial tiger, looking at this mountain-like behemoth. So, this will be his tamed beast from now on. Slurp. The six-winged celestial tiger then stuck out its tongue, trying to lick Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the tongue covered in barbs, each barb resembling an iron hook used for executions in the past. Stop licking me. Let me see your wound. The six-winged celestial tiger was stunned when it heard Yi Qing's words. Then, he looked at himself. I saw that pool of blood. They started licking. Looking at its appearance, Yi Qing was still thinking about how much medicine to prepare for it. But, after licking it a few times, Yi Qing looked on and immediately felt helpless. Good heavens. This isn't blood from a wound at all. Instead, the blood of the gluttonous giant lizard was only splattered on its snow-white fur. After licking it a few times, the bloodstains disappeared. Yi Qing turned back to look at the gluttonous giant lizard and said, Sorry, it was a misunderstanding. However, you're already dead and can't be resurrected. So, here's what we'll do. We'll take your soul into the netherworld flag in a bit, so you can live on in another form. Chapter 47. What is Yi Qing's strength? Above the breakthrough rank? Or perhaps a grandmaster? Yi Qing thought to herself. But Yi Qing noticed something. He had heard of the gluttonous giant lizard. It is a ferocious beast at the mid-stage of the breakthrough realm. His six-winged celestial tiger is a pure-blooded beast at the mid-stage of the 9th rank. However, the six-winged celestial tiger still easily defeated the gluttonous giant lizard. The six-winged celestial tiger can now be considered capable of fighting beyond its level. Good heavens, it truly lives up to its reputation as his tamed beast, living up to the name of pure blood. Then, several ghostly figures rushed over. Yi Qing, it really is you. Li Xiao looked at Yi Qing and naturally also noticed the six-winged celestial tiger beside him. Not only Li Xiao, but everyone's eyes were now on the six-winged sky tiger. What kind of strange beast is this? Li Xiao looked at Su Biao and Song Jixing beside him with a puzzled expression. Su Biao and Song Jixing were also staring at the giant tiger, completely dumbfounded. They had memorized the encyclopedia of mythical beasts perfectly, but it seemed they had never seen this enormous white tiger before. Could it be a mutated beast? That's not right. Like a small mountain. It has 6 wings on its back. White with black stripes all over. They look incredibly fierce. What kind of mutated beast is this? But now is not the time to dwell on this. They also noticed the lifeless giant Taotai lizard on the other side. Judging from the look of it, those scratches were caused by this gluttonous giant lizard. As for who made them, now all we have is this tiger and Yi Qing. It's most likely this tiger. That tiger must be terrifying. At the very least, he possesses the strength of a grandmaster. Yu Hang and the others also rushed over from the side. Seeing this scene, seeing the white tiger, the shock in their hearts was far greater than that of Li Xiao and the others. After all, these were exotic beasts that they could only dream of. Yi Qing, get away from this giant tiger, Li Xiao said. It could be considered a low growl. He showed his anxiety, but dared not raise his voice for fear of angering the giant tiger and harming Yi Qing. Commander, run. Why are you so close to that giant tiger? That's right, Commander. Over here, Yu Hang and the others also twitched at the corners of their mouths and whispered in unison. They now wished they could communicate telepathically. Tell Yi Qing to leave immediately. Danger. That's too dangerous. Yi Qing waved his hand as he heard their voices. It's okay, everyone don't be nervous. This is my pet, I just tamed it. What do you think, isn't it cool? As Yi Qing spoke, he also came to the side of the 6-winged celestial tiger's legs and patted the thick legs that looked like pillars supporting the sky. Look at those muscles, aren't they impressive? Everyone. This is insane. This is insane. What are you doing? Not only did you not leave, but you also went and patted his leg. Aren't you afraid someone will sweat you to death with one claw? Li Xiao was extremely anxious. He was at his wit's end. He had no choice but to force his way in and rescue Yi Qing. Although he didn't understand why it wasn't attacking Yi Qing now, it was too dangerous for Yi Qing to be there. Alright, sit down. The moment Li Xiao was about to set out, Yi Qing gave the order. Thump. The 6-winged celestial tiger immediately sat down. Get down. The 6-winged celestial tiger crouched low and lay directly in front of Yi Qing. Then Yi Qing lightly touched the ground with his feet and sat directly on the white tiger's nose. She looked at everyone with a smile. How was my pet? Was it obedient? Everyone. Holy crap. You actually tamed this beast. Alright, I have to go back now. Otherwise, once this gluttonous giant lizard gets cold, I don't know if it will be able to absorb souls anymore. As Yi Qing spoke, he also braced himself with his hand, flipped in the air, and landed on the tiger's head. Do you want to ride? He looked at the crowd and saw that none of them spoke. That was the end of it. The 6-winged celestial tiger also got up, shook off the dust, and walked towards the gluttonous giant lizard. Take it with you. Let's take off. At Yi Qing's command, the 6-winged celestial tiger snapped its sharp teeth down, and the gluttonous giant lizard's proud, hard scales were as soft as tofu under the tiger's teeth. It was torn apart in an instant. After picking it up, the 6-winged sky tiger spreads its 6 wings. Call. The sound of wind breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Then, the 6-winged celestial tiger flapped its 6 wings downwards with a mighty roar. The air in the entire area was compressed. It felt like it was about to burst. Space itself began to distort. Base. Then, the 6-winged celestial tiger soared straight up. With a few flaps of its wings, it soars straight into the sky. Yi Qing hadn't expected this guy to be so fast. What a treasure of a beast tamer. Under. Cough, cough, cough. In that instant, Yu Hang and the others felt their bodies were under immense pressure, their muscles and bones cracking and popping as if they were about to fall apart. As for the lungs, needless to say, now that the pressure has been released, they can't help but cough violently. As for Li Xiao and the others, they simply dusted themselves off. Looking up at the sky, Yi Qing and the six-winged celestial tiger were nowhere to be seen. What level of strength does Yi Qing possess? After a long while, Song Jixing opened his mouth. He looked at Li Xiao and said, "The thing Yi Qing is holding is his spirit sword, which hasn't appeared yet, right?" "Right." As Li Xiao spoke, Song Jixing was also thinking about the sharpness of that sword just now. It was no exaggeration to call it a sharp sword. And he just looked at the corpse of the gluttonous giant lizard. The fatal wound was caused by the sword. As for the other damage, it consisted of tiger claw marks. In other words, the Taotai giant lizard was killed effortlessly by a man and a tiger. Yi Qing also subdued the giant tiger. So, what level of strength does he possess? Beyond the breakthrough rank. Even a grandmaster. Chapter 48. Alas, take off. Even Song Jixing's lips twitched as he reflected on his earlier thoughts. Goodness. Beyond the breakthrough rank, even grandmaster. How terrifying is this? Just how old is Yi Qing? Furthermore, it seems that he truly did not lose his original essence. That's unscientific, absolutely unscientific. Let's go back. Let's go back and keep an eye on Yi Qing. Maybe he'll make another move later. Su Biao sighed beside him and said blankly, "Okay, I feel the same way. We missed this opportunity, but we definitely can't miss it next time." Li Xiao nodded. At the same time, in the air, call. With a flap of its wings, the six-winged celestial tiger's speed suddenly increased. The surging air currents directly tore through the clouds, as if a sharp knife had sliced through the thick clouds. "All right, let's go down, it's not far. We're almost there." Yi Qing spoke loudly and patted the tiger's head. A swirl. The six-winged celestial tiger descended to its lowest altitude, saw the camp below, and then headed towards it. Under. Many members are from the same group. Huh? Where's the commander? He's nowhere to be seen. I don't know. I've been here for a while now, and I haven't seen the commander come back yet. Commander, did you go out to hunt some strange beasts? Maybe. One message after another came through. The next moment, a shadow loomed over them. They looked up. Everyone looked up, their lips twitching, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they were seeing. What is it? Such a gigantic beast. They were all somewhat bewildered as they stared at the strange beast. What kind of strange beast is this? They had never seen it before, nor had they seen it in any illustrated guides. But they did recognize that what the strange beast was carrying was a giant Taotai lizard, a powerful and ferocious beast in the mid-stage of breaking through to the next level. Hiss! Doesn't this mean that the white tiger must have strength above the mid-stage of the breakthrough realm? What are you all standing there for? Run! Among the crowd, someone was the first to react and say something. The others also suddenly came to their senses and then scattered and fled. Only, they didn't leave very fast. Their legs were so weak. How fast could they run? All right, stop running. A voice came from the sky. Everyone froze for a moment. Is that the commander's voice? Although everyone recognized it, they still instinctively moved away from the giant tiger again. Call! Call! Thump! The six-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings and fell from the sky. The moment it hit the ground, the earth trembled. Even the Hua Tuo cauldron was shaken up from the ground before crashing down. At this time, only then did everyone realize just how big this giant tiger really was. So tall and imposing. This was a behemoth they had never seen before. And they look incredibly fierce. Look, it's the regimental commander. Lu Zonglin added a sentence, and everyone looked over, only to see Yi Qing jump down from the giant tiger's head. Shall we go take a look? Lu Zonglin's words drew everyone's attention. After thinking for a while, he slowly nodded. If it weren't for Yi Qing, they would definitely have run as far away as possible by now. Yi Qing jumped down, and then had Zhou Lingxue exit the illusionary state. Zhou Lingxue stood up straight and looked at the giant tiger in front of her. Although she had met Yi Qing before, the contrast was even clearer now. She could hardly believe the size of the giant tiger. Okay, put it down now. Yi Qing waved to the six-winged celestial tiger. Thump! The six-winged celestial tiger opened its bloody maw and released the gluttonous giant lizard. Then, Yi Qing went over and drew the Netherworld flag. After unfolding, the Netherworld banner moves without wind. The Dharma image manifests once again. The six-winged celestial tiger looked at the Dharma image, its tiger eyes suddenly narrowing. They all lowered their bodies. However, it did not launch an attack without Yi Qing's order. Call! A sudden gust of wind swept in. Above the gluttonous giant lizard, Black energy was drawn from its body and condensed into a black shadow in the air. The shadowy figure looked at its own body, as if still puzzled. But the suction that followed woke it up. It suddenly understood what Yi Qing was going to do. Struggling right now. A cornered beast will fight to the death. Get over here. In short, it carries an undeniable air of dominance. The Netherworld banner in his hand moved without wind, whistling loudly. It's like a roar. The giant Taotai lizard's shadowy form looked up and opened its mouth, then was unwillingly sucked into the Netherworld flag. On the flag, a mark larger than any other beast brand was formed. Good. Yi Qing looked at the mark and smiled. Then he looked at the six-winged winged tiger. Such a beast was not common. This time, we were very grateful for this guy. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to find it. After Yi Qing finished, everyone crowded around. Commander, what is this tiger? From now on, this will be my tamed beast, named the Six-Winged Sky Tiger. Six-Winged Sky Tiger, Beast Tamer. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, they all trembled, and a chill immediately rose from their feet. Just how strong is the captain? How could it be so terrifying? Giant tigers capable of slaying the Taotai giant lizard can be recruited into your ranks. Look at the corpse of this gluttonous giant lizard. Lu Zonlin exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw the sword wound on its head and the scars on its body. At that moment, they understood. This gluttonous giant lizard wasn't killed by the giant tiger, but by the guild leader. After killing it, they then subdued the giant tiger. Help me get the crystal core out, Yi Qing said to the six-winged sky tiger, and then the six-winged sky tiger walked towards the gluttonous giant lizard. Then, the tiger's claws rose. Take the picture. Click. A sharp cracking sound, like bone breaking, suddenly rang out. The gluttonous giant lizard's head was cracked open, and its enormous crystal core was extracted. All right, you can eat the rest. Yi Qing was not stingy at all. Although the corpse of the gluttonous giant lizard could be exchanged for a lot of points, there was no need for it now. Click. Upon hearing the sound, the six-winged celestial tiger approached the gluttonous giant lizard and tore open its hide with its claws. Lick it with your tongue. One time, its tongue, covered in iron hooks, tore off chunks of flesh and blood and put them into its mouth. Then, the six-winged celestial tiger then began to feast. The way he ate made all the other trainees around him feel extremely terrified. Chapter 49 Breakthrough. Late Stage 6. It's indecent, but it's horrifying enough. Yi Qing also exchanged them for everyone. Then, Yi Qing opened the storage space. Look at it yourself. Porcelain vases were neatly arranged. It's safe to say that the number has reached a rather alarming level. There are also spirit plants and high-level crystal cores. In just about a day and a half, we have already reaped a great harvest. Of course, Yi Qing still has a lot of points. When it's time to leave, exchange them all for high-level spirit plants. This place is great. You can get points for slaying monsters, and if you redeem them again, it's like buying one and getting one free. Yi Qing thought to herself. A while later, Li Xiao, Song Jixing, and the others also returned. Upon arriving, they saw the six-winged celestial tiger feeding. Click, click, uft. The sound of flesh and bone breaking rang out. It struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. TSK, TSK. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. The six-winged celestial tiger sensed the arrival of the group and turned to look. Then, Li Xiao and the others saw the six-winged celestial tiger with blood all around its mouth. In addition, its low-lying posture. This made everyone feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. They seemed ready to go into battle at any moment. They walked around and looked at Yi Qing, who was still exchanging medicines, thoroughly enjoying himself. Old Su, do you think Yi Qing can still go out and hunt strange beasts? I have a bit of a feeling that it's risky. He's acting like a businessman, Song Jixing said slowly as he came over. If he stops hunting strange beasts, what will his evaluation be? Su Biao turned to look at the two of them and whispered. How should I write it? Just write it truthfully. Li Xiao slowly said. Multiple contracts, unparalleled strength in the training camp. Besides, as Li Xiao spoke, the two fell silent. Really? That's correct. This achievement is something that even the scions of prominent families in Shanghai and Beijing probably couldn't accomplish, Su Biao said thoughtfully. Shanghai, Beijing. Li Xiao shook his head. Our Jinling is only a second or third tier stronghold in the Blue Star China, while Shanghai and the capital are top tier strongholds, with countless powerful figures residing there. Both of these top tier strongholds are guarded by king level experts, not to mention how many experts below the king level there are. The historical foundations of those prominent families are even richer. It can be said that as long as the children's talents are not weak, they can produce a young grandmaster simply by throwing resources at them. At the very least, we'll reach the town general's position. Moreover, these are just signs of aristocratic families with average talent. If they were exceptionally talented, those families would pool their resources to support them, and it wouldn't be as simple as just becoming a town general. As Li Xiao spoke, Su Biao and Song Jixing both felt their hearts pounding. A little while later, Yu Hang and the others rushed back. At this time, the gluttonous giant lizard has already been half-eaten by the six-winged sky tiger. Looking at the remains of the gluttonous giant lizard, Yu Hang and the others' gazes towards Yi Qing changed. The leader's abilities seemed to have surpassed those of a student. That's beyond the scope of what these young people are capable of. Brother Hang, you guys are back. How about this? This is the beast that the guild leader tamed. Isn't it awesome? We've been watching here for a while. Let me tell you what just happened. Wang Ziqing saw the group return and joined in the conversation. Chu Jingfeng waved his hand, seeing his expert-like expression. Go away. How could we not know these things? We were there when we arrived. We know everything. Chu Jingfeng then told Wang Ziqing and the others about the situation at the scene. Wang Ziqing. Good heavens. The situation on the ground was far more terrifying than what they had encountered. After watching for a while, Yu Hang and the others also left quickly. After all, this is something you can't look at too often. It really shakes their minds. Let them lose the courage to hunt alien beasts. One afternoon, Yi Qing slowed down considerably as he observed the hunting speed. It seems that the nearby beasts have been almost all killed. The journey to the distant ones is long, and we may also encounter more powerful beasts that are more difficult to deal with. Those powerful mythical beasts are also quite difficult to find. As Yi Qing pondered this, Li Xiao, who was beside her and checking the time, also gave the order, telling everyone to come back. The troops sounded the retreat. Lu Lianming and Yin Luoqing both exited their illusionary state. Looking at the giant tiger in this direction, I felt a tremor in my heart. If Yi Qing hadn't been there, they probably would have run away. From now on, this will be our tamed beast. As Yi Qing introduced them, the six-winged celestial tiger stared at the two girls with its vertical pupils and sniffed the air. They smelled Yi Qing's scent on them and immediately became docile. It brought its huge head closer. Yin Luoqing. Lu Lianming. We like petting cats, but not cats this big. This is a bit too terrifying. In particular, there was a lot of blood around the mouth of the six-winged celestial tiger. The stench of blood made them all keep their distance. All right, let's go back. Yi Qing said that today was even more fruitful than yesterday. After all, most of the beasts hunted today were high-level exotic beasts. Later, Yu Hang and the others also felt their strength improve, and the corners of their mouths unconsciously turned up. Although Yu Hang didn't get upgraded today, it still felt like it improved a lot. As for Chu Jingfeng next to him, he advanced to the next level today. Everyone has advanced to the next level. Li Mubai, who was behind him, was humming a little tune. His strength was not very high, so he directly advanced 2 levels. It's like a heifer riding a rocket. That's incredibly awesome. Yu Hang and the others all looked at Yi Qing. It's so good to be with the leader. There's medicine to take care of. This speed of improvement in strength is far better than their individual efforts and arduous training. This improvement in such a short time is equivalent to 6 months or even a year of hard training. Once we reached the outside of the camp, Yi Qing thought about the gaps between the student dormitories and realized that there probably wouldn't be enough room for this guy. All right, you stay here. At Yi Qing's command, the six-winged celestial tiger roared and laid down on the ground. Its eyes shone brightly even in the darkness as it stared at the jungle, exuding a powerful sense of awe. Yi Qing returned to her dormitory. The giant crystal core of the gluttonous giant lizard was removed, along with several other high-level crystal cores and medicines. Absorb. In an instant, an immense surge of energy rushed into Yi Qing's body. Clang. Clang. That energy was washing over Yi Qing's body. Even with the Vajra indestructible technique operating at its limit, Yi Qing still felt a little uncomfortable from being stretched. A little while later, boom, the sound of something breaking through the wall came from inside. Late stage of Tier 6. Yi Qing felt his own power. He had broken through to a higher level. However, he only broke through to the 1st level. He was already close to the 7th rank, but he still couldn't break through the barrier of the 7th rank. Do I really need this massive amount of energy to break through now? However, in this way, My foundation is also much deeper than others. Yi Qing looked at her outstretched palm and murmured to herself. I waited for a long time. Yi Qing looked at the several bathrooms. It was just a twitch at the corner of their mouth. For so long, not one of you has come out. Are they all going to sleep in the bathroom? After a moment's thought, Yi Qing guessed what the girls were thinking. Okay. Is this how you all play now? If you don't come out, then I can't go in? Then, Yi Qing walked towards a bathroom. Chapter 50. No, I haven't made enough yet. Is it really over after I've killed enough alien beasts? Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Xiao was racking his brains trying to think of Yi Qing's comments. But the next moment, knock knock knock. A rapid knocking sounded immediately. Enter. Su Biao pushed the door open and came in. Master Li, come on, let's go take a look. Let's go see what's going on outside, that giant tiger. Tung. The next moment, Li Xiao stood up instantly, looked at Su Biao, and his eyes widened. What happened to the giant tiger outside? Did someone get hurt? Or is it something else? His lips twitched. He had been worried that the giant tiger would hurt people, and his right eyelid had been twitching just now, as if something was about to happen. He never expected this. Who was injured? A student? Were there any deaths? Su Biao was also taken aback when he heard Li Xiao's words. Wow, you have quite the imagination. No, that guy does listen to Yi Qing quite well. Even when students get close to it, it acts as if they don't exist and has no intention of harming anyone. However, it seems to have entered a magical state now. It seems to be absorbing the moon's energy. Boom. One sentence, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, left Li Xiao completely stunned. Absorbing the moon's energy? Isn't this a complete fantasy? But seeing is believing. After he finished packing, he quickly went with Su Biao to the entrance of the camp. The moment Li Xiao saw the six-winged celestial tiger, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. At this moment, the six-winged celestial tiger had its 6 wings fully spread out, covering the entire creature completely, just like a tent. Furthermore, all 6 wings were facing the moon and glowed faintly. The moonlight converged towards it, forming a beam of light. What's going on? Song Jixing asked Li Xiao. Li Xiao, you're asking me? Who should I ask? This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. No, this is the first time I've ever seen this strange beast. Li Xiao walked over and observed the condition of the 6-winged celestial tiger. This state is really a bit strange. And the moonlight it absorbed seems to have a rather concentrated energy. Imagine absorbing energy all night long, plus the area of those 6 enormous wings. How much energy could that accumulate? This is incredible. This beast is absolutely extraordinary. Should we inform the commander about this? As Li Mubai spoke, Han Shui thought about what had happened that day. At this hour, the commander was probably, how about we don't bother the leader since it's so late? This state of the giant tiger isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's actually a good thing, Han Shui added. After a moment's thought, everyone agreed that the girls were the most thoughtful. Alright everyone, stop watching and let's go back. We still have to hunt monsters tomorrow. Li Xiao waved to the crowd, and they all went back. Su Biao, standing nearby, changed his expression upon hearing Li Xiao's words. Master Li, there are some things I need to tell you. What is it? Let's go, a few of us will go to your office. Su Biao called to Song Jixing as well. A little while later, the 3 of them arrived at the office. Su Biao sat down, also organizing his thoughts. What's wrong? Li Xiao asked. There's a situation we need to discuss. This time, the situation in the Purgatory training camp is completely different from before. In the past, everyone fought on their own. Although they hunted strange beasts, the efficiency and quality of killing them were not very high. In addition, the military's preparations are thorough, so the beasts in the general training camp area are not completely wiped out, and the exchange resources prepared by the military for the training camp have never been insufficient. But now, Yi Qing gathered all these students together. Their cohesion was so strong that they were practically a collective. With Yi Qing's encouragement, they fought together all the way, and almost all the alien beasts in the area were hunted down. Furthermore, the resources we've exchanged are almost gone. They're heading towards the outer edge of the area now. Even more powerful beasts are appearing there. They're advancing in such a tight group. If some strange beast comes along, what if they're all wiped out? Su Biao analyzed. Li Xiao clicked his tongue. Although there is danger, this will also allow them to grow quickly. Or, cough. Su Biao coughed, interrupting Li Xiao. Master Li, do you really want me to spell it out like this? Didn't I already say? The budget is about to be exceeded. We're out of money, understand? We're out of money. Oh, I see. Then we need to discuss this carefully. Li Xiao's face darkened, and he immediately began to speak. He's a bit slow on the uptake. After discussion, the three of them also decided that the purgatory training camp would end a day early. We'll make the arrangements tomorrow. But I'm afraid no one is willing to do this. After Su Biao and Song Jixing left, Li Xiao stood by the window and looked outside. They're all enjoying the thrill of rapid leveling up right now. And if it suddenly stops, they'll definitely feel resentful. It seems I still need to talk to Yi Qing tomorrow morning. Right now, his influence is the only one that's really strong. The next morning, Yi Qing got up early. Although Yi Qing didn't improve much that night, he unlocked many new scenes and opened up many new battlefields. Different battlefields required different combat skills. In another sense, it was a great achievement. I just went out. On the other side, Li Xiao, Li Mubai, and Han Shui walked over. You came to see him so early in the morning, there must be something wrong. What's wrong, Instructor Li? Yi Qing, I need to talk to you. Li Xiao looked around and, seeing that there was no one else there, said, the purgatory training camp is ending a day early. We will announce this today. Yi Qing. What? What did you just say? It's over? 2 days. 2 days. It's only been 2 days. This is way too short. No, I haven't gotten enough. No, I haven't killed enough alien beasts, and you're already ending this. Yi Qing said, his questioning tone particularly prominent. Li Xiao. Okay. You've finally spoken your mind. Not enough monsters killed. You only killed that one. You had no desire to kill any other beasts. Chapter 51 Breakthrough. 7th rank. At this moment, Li Xiao looked into Yi Qing's burning gaze and listened to his righteous and stern words. It's numb too. This guy really does urinate and defecate anywhere from a moral high ground. Judging from Yi Qing's attitude, he wouldn't give up unless he told the truth. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Seeing that he couldn't remain incorruptible, Li Xiao found a place to sit down and said, this time, the beasts in the purgatory training camp territory have been almost completely wiped out by you. You hunted them way too fast. Furthermore, the budget for points redemption is almost over, or rather, it has already been over. Yi Qing. Farewell. No need to send it. Yi Qing also sighed, not expecting that these good days would end so quickly. And the Nanjing military headquarters is so stingy. We've already made all the preparations. Could we prepare a little more and get a larger budget? How can you cultivate talent if you're so stingy? However, there's no point in him saying this to Li Xiao now. This is not something Li Xiao can decide. Instructor Li, I understand what you mean. Yes, but you may understand, but others may not. They are currently in the midst of their excitement. If we bring them to an abrupt halt, they might become dissatisfied with the purgatory training camp or the military. I miss you. Can we say a few words? Li Xiao didn't explain things very clearly. However, Yi Qing already understood that this was because he was relying on his prestige to reduce everyone's complaints. Of course, things won't be done in vain. As Li Xiao spoke, he took out a 9th-tier alien beast crystal core from another bag. Oh. Yi Qing looked at it, and a smile appeared on her lips. No problem. I love your straightforward personality. And one more thing, could you give me some of that wine? That's easy. Yi Qing turned back and returned a moment later, carrying a small jar of wine. Come visit my Li family after the purgatory training camp is over, Li Xiao said. The Li family. Hearing this, Yi Qing knew that he had heard about the Li family before. The old man of the Li family was a high-ranking figure in the Jinling military. The Li family had considerable influence in Jinling. He could go and see what this aristocratic family is really like. Seeing Yi Qing deep in thought, Li Xiao also looked at Li Mubai. Li Mubai and Han Shui smiled and said, Commander, you can go back and rest for a while, and then come to our school to find me. Right now, the leaders of several top clubs in our school, including myself and Lu Zonglin, are all members of the Dark Lotus Club. That means that all the members of the top clubs in our school are members of your club. You should come and see for yourself. Li Mubai added, afraid that Yi Qing would refuse. He said this partly out of self-interest. After all, with Yi Qing coming over, he could use her as a shield again. It's good to have a big tree to lean on for shade. Besides, we can also exchange for some spirit plants at our school. Come and take a look. If you need any, we can exchange for some, Li Mubai said, and Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go back and settle in today, and then I'll come find you tomorrow. All right. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai thought that with this sentence, he could go back and use his power to mobilize Lu Zonglin and the others. A little while later, all the students gradually got up. Yi Qing also brought 3 girls to the meeting point. Commander, you've arrived. Haha. Today, I'll lead the team to fight again. Just you wait and see, Captain. Yu Hang said excitedly. All right, calm down. Li Xiao also gestured for people to quiet down. Everyone quieted down. I have something to announce. This purgatory training camp has come to a successful conclusion. One sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded directly in everyone's ears. It has a truly earth-shattering effect. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. Instructor Li, do you want to listen to what you just said? Finish? It's over in just 2 days. Wow. Yu Hang is completely exasperated here. He had just said those things, and then Li Xiao slapped him across the face. This is ridiculous. Everyone was dissatisfied and started chattering. Li Xiao looked at everyone and said, I know that this purgatory training camp was a bit short for you, but we also saw your powerful ability to hunt alien beasts and your teamwork. The strange beasts in the purgatory training camp have been completely killed. The outer domains are more dangerous, so after careful consideration, we made this decision. However, we will also state this in your summary report. You are the only group of people like this in all these years. Li Xiao spoke without ever explicitly mentioning poverty, yet every sentence he uttered was inseparable from it. However, not many people bought into it. After all, summaries are just abstract concepts, but improvements in skills are a very real and tangible thing. Commander, we can't live without you. Commander, say something, Commander. Everyone looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at them and cleared her throat. Call. In an instant, everyone fell silent. All eyes turned to Yi Qing, waiting for him to speak. Why are you all crying and shouting like that? Is our Dark Lotus Society going to disband? Or are you guys leaving the group? A few words from him left everyone stunned. What does the commander mean? In the future, will they still be able to contribute to the club? This is amazing. That's right. The club hasn't disbanded. My brain, haha. Indeed, it doesn't matter whether it's 1 day more or 1 day less, since we've already joined the Dark Lotus Society. At that moment, everyone was all smiles. Seeing this, Li Xiao's lips twitched. He now wants to give this podium position to Yi Qing. Come on, stand here, and I'll roll away. All right, everyone go pack up. Go back and get some rest for a few days. Yi Qing gave the order, and everyone immediately left, heading towards their respective dormitories. Yi Qing returned to her dormitory. Holding the crystal core from the morning, he then took out a few pills. Absorb. Then Yi Qing put the medicine into his mouth. The previous breakthrough to the mid-stage crystal core allowed him to skip almost 2 stages, and he was now just 1 step away from the 7th stage. Now, we can finally expose it. Things will fall into place naturally. A little while later, a muffled thud came from Yi Qing's body. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, early stage, 7. Contracted spirits. F grade Torino Blade, 1-time reversion to Heaven Slaying Sword. E grade Zhangxiu Iron Pot, 1-time reversion to Hua Tua Cauldron. E grade Soul Summoning Banner, 1-time reversion to Netherworld Flag. Skills, God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Chi level 7, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible level 6, Time Freeze level 6. Items, 4 God level Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial Arts Skill, Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist. Tier 7, Early Stage. Yi Qing felt this power. Pack. Set off. Right then and there, Yi Qing and the others started packing. After all, there were still quite a few low-level crystal cores left, which wouldn't be of much use to Yi Qing if he absorbed them. Instead, he could go back and exchange them for some spirit plants. A little while later, thump. After a muffled thud, a huge tiger paw stepped out of the purgatory training camp. Chapter 52. I'm back. On the giant tiger's head sat Yi Qing. On the back of the giant tiger were Yi Qing's spoils from this trip. Originally, bags and bags of crystal cores seemed like nothing on the broad back of the giant tiger. Zhou Lingxue and the others were happy to have some free time, especially since the fur on the back of the 6-winged celestial tiger was soft. They simply lay there, as if they were lying on a lawn, basking in the sun, completely at ease. Behind them, many students looked at Yi Qing. Captain, let's go back to the clan to rest for a bit. Then we'll come find you. Everyone bid farewell to Yi Qing. Then he left on his own. The once bustling purgatory training camp was now empty except for Li Xiao and a group of instructors and assistant instructors. Li Xiao looked at a report in front of him. It was none other than Yi Qing's. Although the details of the battle were not recorded, Yi Qing's every move was recorded in great detail. I wrote one. Final comments. Li Xiao frowned, and then his pen fell to the ground. Beyond the breakthrough stage, unrivaled in both strategy and martial prowess. I think the Nanjing Military Command and the Suzhou Military Command, which is one level above it, should be able to understand this assessment. He absolutely deserves this assessment. As Li Xiao spoke, he then signed his name under the comments. At the same time, within the fortified walls of Jinling. Brother, is the guild leader coming back from the purgatory training camp tomorrow? Zheng Yusin asked, following Zheng Jia. Lu Feng, along with the other members, followed behind. Anyway, it's either tomorrow or the day after, so let's go out and buy things first, decorate, and prepare in advance to celebrate our brother's return. Zheng Jia said, and then gave the instructions. All right, everyone go and prepare what you need to buy. Okay, Jiaji. Brother, I'm leaving too. Everyone went off to buy their own things. Zheng Yusin, on the other hand, was observing from the stalls on the other side. She was picking things out, her face flushed with a blush, as if she were lost in thought. Underneath the short skirt, her long, slender legs stood out in the crowd. Plus, she has that girl next door vibe. This has drawn the attention of many. Of course, most of the attention was focused on those legs wrapped in white stockings. Huff, huff. A voice came from the side. Listen to the heavy breathing. Zheng Yusin also turned around. The next moment, she was startled, and then the object in her hand fell to the ground and shattered instantly. Before her stood a 7-colored glass leopard. Huge in size. He's obviously an adult. At this moment, his face revealed a fierce look, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Its gaping maw reeked of a foul stench. It dissipates with every breath. This makes it even more terrifying. A young man is sitting astride it. His eyes were fixed on Zheng Yusin's legs, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. He was originally planning to come over and see if it was a back view killer. Unexpectedly, the front view was an even bigger surprise for him. What a pretty little girl. While not exactly broad-minded, it's still quite manageable. Hey beautiful, out shopping? How about I take you for a ride? This is my new mount, the 7-colored glazed leopard. The young man spoke, emphasizing the 7-colored glass leopard. Excuse me, I came with someone. A fellow traveler? The young man looked around but didn't see Zheng Yusin's companion. Little beauty, it's not good to lie. What's it to you if I say I'm not lying? Get out of here. I don't have time for you, Zheng Yusin said through gritted teeth. The young man raised an eyebrow as he listened to Zheng Yusin's words. This pretty girl certainly had a temper. On the other side, Zheng Jia is selecting food and drinks. Big brother, you were quite a drinker last time. What do you want this time? Zheng Jia had a terrible headache. After all, he didn't want to black out again this time. I tolerated your blackout last time, brother. If you black out again this time, don't make a fool of yourself. Jiaji, come quick. Look over there. In short, the news arrived immediately. Zheng Jia and Lu Feng also came over. Then, he looked into the distance. The next moment, they saw what was happening on Zheng Yusin's side. A young man who looked like a hooligan was talking to Zheng Yusin. The 7-colored glass leopard he was riding was still closing in on Zheng Yusin. Damn it, you little thug. As Zheng Jia said this, she was about to place her hand on Lu Feng's collarbone. But, thump. One sound later, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. What's going on? Zheng Jia and the others were shocked. Everyone was stunned. An earthquake? Wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. Thump, thump, thump. A series of sounds came from afar, growing louder as they approached. That sound sounds like footsteps. Zheng Jia said it in one sentence. These words sent a chill down everyone's spines. What nonsense was Jiaji spouting? What kind of footsteps could be so heavy? Brother Jia, look. A figure next to them pointed to the rooftop of a detached villa in the distance. Isn't that the commander? Zheng Jia and the others looked over. He really is the leader. Commander, why are you back at this hour? Shouldn't he be in the purgatory training camp? How did you end up here? And that doesn't make sense. The position of the group leader is so strange. Not on the roof. It's as if it's on a platform level with the roof. No. Commander, it seems to be above something. Thump. Another muffled thud was heard. A huge white figure appeared, coming into everyone's view. In an instant, Zheng Jia and the others stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they were seeing. A bone-chilling cold rose from beneath their feet, shooting straight to the top of their heads. Chapter 53. Why didn't Yi Qing come back? Did he get beaten up? Zheng Yusin's expression changed as she looked at the giant tiger in front of her. Young people are just like everyone else. He looked up at the giant tiger, which was as big as a small mountain, and could only see its nostrils. This. He quickly squeezed the 7-colored glass leopard between his legs. This silly leopard, what time is it? Why are you still standing here? Don't you know you should run away? But the once majestic and ferocious 7-colored glass leopard has long lost its former grandeur. All 4 legs began to tremble violently. Forget about running away. It's already good enough that I can stand here. Along with its body and the youth on it, it seemed to tremble as if it were being shaken. Zheng Yusin was also standing there, feeling her legs going weak. In that instant, her mind even began to race with images. Call. While she was still in a daze, a figure leaped down from the tiger's head. Why are there still people here? The young man stared in disbelief as Yi Qing leaped down. Why are people getting off here? However, he soon realized that this person, like him, was someone who had a mount. However, his mount was a 7-colored glass leopard, but the mount of the person in front of him was a 6-winged giant tiger as big as a small mountain. That makes things easier. With its master present, the giant tiger dared not act recklessly. Thinking this, he also got off the 7-colored glass leopard and straightened his back a bit. Brother Yi Qing. Before he could even stand up straight, Zheng Yusin's words made his legs buckle and he almost knelt on the ground. What? What did you just say? Is that your brother? Holy crap. In an instant, the young man felt as if he were repeatedly leaping between the gates of hell and back. Yi Qing walked up to Zheng Yusin. Brother Yi Qing, why did you come back early? We were planning to buy some nice things today, decorate the house with lanterns and streamers, and have a welcome feast for you tomorrow and the day after. We finished early and came back first. As Yi Qing was speaking, he noticed the young man not far away and walked towards him. The young man looked at Yi Qing, and his lips twitched. What does he want to do? What are you trying to do? Yi Qing looked at him and spoke coldly. I came to ask for directions. Yes, I just wanted to ask this little girl for directions. The young man had a flash of inspiration and immediately said, thump. No sooner had he finished speaking than a giant claw descended upon him. It slammed directly onto the 7-colored glass leopard, pinning it to the ground. The young man looked at the tiger's claws that had been falling towards him and slowly raised them back up. The colorful glass leopard below has been reduced to a pulp. The young man's eyes trembled, and the next moment, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. The young man covered his head and crawled to the other side, leaving a long trail of water behind him. The smell was so strong that it made people wrinkle their noses. Yi Qing looked at the young man with disgust on her face. The stall owner, seeing this, spoke up. Little girl, that thing from before. Oh. Zheng Yusin looked at the broken pieces on the ground. She had been startled and had broken things. I'll pay for it. I broke something. I'll pay for it. No. You misunderstood. What I meant was, if you like it, just take another one. It's free. No problem. The stall owner quickly explained after hearing Zheng Yusin's words. Zheng Yusin, goodness, as expected, Yi Qing's intimidating power is truly strong. She was being harassed here, but Yi Qing's arrival immediately broke the ice. You don't even need to pay for the broken items. This way. Zheng Jia and the others also came over. Big brother. You're back. Commander, my God, is this giant tiger your mount? One of the members pointed at the giant tiger and asked a question. Yes, I subdued it in the purgatory training camp. I heard from Yusin that you were planning to throw a welcome party for me, but no need. We can just have lunch together. Let's go back to school first. Yi Qing gave the order, then looked at Zheng Yusin. How about it, Yusin? Shall I take you up to see the scenery? Okay. As soon as Zheng Yusin finished speaking, Yi Qing put his arm around her slender waist, and with a light step, lifted her up into the air. Zheng Yusin's long legs danced in the air, and she secretly thought to herself that it was good that she was wearing safety shorts. You all come up here too. Following Yi Qing's words, everyone boarded the tiger's back. Sister Zhou, what's going on here? Lu Fang looked at Zhou Lingxue and the others and spoke up as well. Come on, lie down here like us, it's very comfortable. Yes, look at this fur, how soft it is. If you think the outer long fur is too stiff, you can brush it aside, and the underfur underneath will be revealed. Come on, come lie down. Zhou Lingxue invited Lu Fang over, while the others noticed the bags on the other side, all of which were uneven and bumpy. Is that a crystal nucleus inside? It seems the commander has had a very fruitful trip this time. At this moment, on the tiger's head, Yi Qing still had his arm around Zheng Yusin's waist, making her face flush with embarrassment. For now, I can only think of other things to ease the tension. For example, what level of mythical beast is this giant tiger? What is Yi Qing's strength like now? Alright, let's go. Yi Qing said something, then patted the six-winged celestial tiger's head. Thump, thump. The dull footsteps sounded again, and the six-winged celestial tiger continued walking towards the school. At this moment, inside Jinling University, principal's office, Su Bing is having tea with Principal Li Peng. By the way, hasn't Yi Qing been at the purgatory training camp for more than 2 days now? Li Peng asked Su Bing while sipping his tea. I should be back in a day or two, Su Bing said. Looking at Su Bing, Li Peng said, you seem very worried. But that makes sense. A student as impulsive as you will likely suffer a lot in the training camp. In particular, those are all signs of powerful families. None of them are easy to mess with. Not only are they quite strong, but they also stick together as a group. I hope Yi Qing's spirit won't be dampened. Li Peng also had high hopes for Yi Qing's future, but for now, in the purgatory training camp, he was still someone who would be dealt with. Just as they were thinking, there was a knock on the door. Enter. After Li Peng finished speaking, 2 or 3 senior students came over. Both Li Peng and Su Bing were stunned when they saw them. Aren't these students going to the purgatory training camp? How come you're back now? No, you deserted? How come you're back from training camp after only 2 days? Suddenly, Li Peng stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the group. What are you doing? Hearing Li Peng's reprimand, the group quickly waved their hands. Don't get agitated, principal. How could we be deserters? The purgatory training camp ended early, so we came back. Huh? The purgatory training camp ended early. Li Peng was stunned. He had never heard of such a situation before. He looked behind them, but didn't see Yi Qing or the other girls. Where's Yi Qing? Why didn't he come back with you? Is he doing well in the training camp? Is he jumping around too much? Has he gotten beaten up? Huh? Did you get beaten up? These words reached the ears of several people. In an instant, their expressions began to change. Chapter 50 for the head of the Leaf family. Everyone. Principal, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Goodness. Getting beaten up? Who dares to beat up the guild leader? Beside him, a young man looked at the principal and asked, Principal, are you trying to ask if the regimental commander hit anyone? Oh. Li Peng looked at them and chuckled. What happened to these kids after their trip to the purgatory training camp? They've become silly. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Yi Qing can fight others? It's good enough if we don't get beaten up. And what did you mean by what you just said? Commander? Who is your team leader? Aren't you all the leaders of your own clubs? What I'm asking is whether Yi Qing was beaten up. No, but he did beat up those scions of noble families. Principal, it seems you don't have a good understanding of the commander's strength. After they finished speaking, they began to tell Su Bing and Li Peng about the details of the purgatory training camp. The two listened, initially sitting, then standing. Later on, I almost had to kneel down to listen. What's this? What happened in just 2 short days? Yi Qing has recruited all the prodigies of the purgatory training camp under his command, and they even tamed a giant tiger. They slew the gluttonous giant lizard, which was at the mid-stage of the breakthrough realm. Moreover, they even collected beast souls, and also making medicine. Even the fact that the purgatory training camp ended early was largely due to Yi Qing. Oh my god. Upon hearing the final words, both Li Peng and Su Bing widened their eyes in disbelief, hardly able to believe what they had just heard. If they didn't know these little guys couldn't possibly lie to them, they would have thought these guys were joking. That's not right. According to what you're saying, Yi Qing should have returned riding the giant tiger by now. How come you're all back? But he hasn't. Su Bing was also puzzled. I don't know. The commander might have been delayed by something on the way. As he was speaking, the principal's secretary pushed the door open and entered. Principal, Yi Qing is back, and he brought back a giant tiger with him. Upon hearing the anxious voice, Li Peng stood up. Looking at the secretary, he said, Don't panic. What's the rush? Come on, let's go take a look. His calm demeanor really made him look like he was faking it. Several students, including Su Bing, looked at Li Peng with a sense of helplessness. Goodness, Principal, you're the real master of showing off. If we hadn't seen your shocked expression just now, we would have actually believed it. Walk. A while later, at the school gate, many students gathered here, chattering and making quite a racket. Yi Qing also called on everyone to transport the crystal cores to his dormitory. Li Peng looked at this scene, and then saw the giant tiger that the group had mentioned. This six-winged white tiger. What kind of strange beast is this? Even though Li Peng was very knowledgeable, He didn't recognize it. However, its aura was terrifying enough. All right. Everyone make way. As Li Peng spoke, he also asked everyone to make way. Yi Qing, you're quite the troublemaker. I just heard what happened to you in the purgatory training camp. You really know how to cause trouble. Principal, Yi Qing greeted him. Li Peng reached out, ready to pat Yi Qing on the shoulder. Ugh. However, the six-winged celestial tiger then lowered its body, as if it was about to launch an attack when Li Peng's palm fell. This prompted Li Peng to immediately back down. Yi Qing, you strange beast. This is the one I tamed. I think it's suitable to place it at the entrance of our school. Yi Qing said, looking at the size of the six-winged celestial tiger. This guy is too big. It would be just right to place it outside. It would be too inconvenient if it were near the dormitory. Is this all right? Li Peng's heart skipped a beat. If this giant tiger were at the school gate, it would be incredibly imposing. But won't it hurt someone? Hearing Li Peng's concerns, Yi Qing waved his hand and said, Come on, tiger, give everyone something to do. At Yi Qing's command, the six-winged sky tiger immediately performed a backflip on the spot. Li Peng. Goodness, I believe you now. You'd better stop using your supernatural powers. All right, you stay here and keep watch. After Yi Qing finished speaking, the six-winged sky tiger also lay down at the school gate. It's as if a divine beast is guarding the south heavenly gate. Incredibly domineering. In an instant, the entire school's level of sophistication was significantly elevated. Those who know it are familiar with Jinling University, but those who don't might think they've arrived at a university in Beijing. Li Peng looked on, and he also stood tall and proud, feeling honored. After Yi Qing tidied up for a while, then he went to a welcome dinner with Zheng Jia and the others. At the same time, at the entrance of the Li family's house, Li Xiao had just finished his work at the military headquarters and submitted his summary to the Nanjing military headquarters and the Suzhou military headquarters. He then withdrew his hand. I'm going to give the wine I got from Yi Qing to my father. He looked up at the old house, which resembled a royal palace. The carved beams and painted rafters, and the 4 beams and 8 pillars are all made of the finest materials. I have to say, my father truly lives up to his reputation as someone who served in the military in the capital. He brought the architectural style from the capital to Nanjing. Magnificent. If Dad hadn't been injured, he should be able to establish himself in the military headquarters in the capital by now. Li Xiao sighed, realizing that the old man's strength and experience far surpassed his own. He pushed open the door and went inside. Once inside, it was quite lively. Many family heads were gathered there, drinking tea and chatting. The old man at the head of the group sat there upright, dressed in a white long robe. His hair and beard were all white, but his eyes were piercing. He exuded a righteous aura, and his mere presence was enough to command respect. Among all the heads of the Jinling family, he is in a class of his own in terms of temperament. Li Jinhai looked at Li Xiao and blinked. Why are you back at this time? Weren't you supposed to be leading the purgatory training camp? Yes, but the purgatory training camp ended early, so I came back first. Has the purgatory training camp ended? Li Jinhai narrowed his eyes. This was unprecedented, and there must be some special circumstances. However, some of the family heads were not from the military, so it was not appropriate to ask them now. Li Xiao knew it wasn't appropriate to discuss military matters in front of these people, so he came over. Young man, you finally got some free time today. Why don't you join us old folks for a few drinks? The Yu family patriarch changed the subject, and Li Xiao nodded. Of course. Okay, perfect timing. I brought some good wine with me today. Everyone can have a taste later. I think it's unnecessary to go to so much trouble. Isn't this ready-made? Why do we need the wine you brought? Old Master Li pointed to the wine in Li Xiao's hand. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao unconsciously raised an eyebrow, and then gave the old man a meaningful look. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Li Xiao spoke up. Grandpa, this wine is definitely not as good as Uncle Yu's. I think we should drink Uncle Yu's first. Chapter 55 Brother, I want to make a contract with Big Brother. As for this wine, you can keep it and enjoy it at your leisure. As Li Xiao spoke, the old man snorted coldly. Your own son, Sai. I think we can switch your Uncle Yu's wine with mine, and keep the other one for me. The wine he brought is really good. Go away, go away. Old Master Yu waved his hand, his face full of helplessness. However, looking at Li Xiao's expression and listening to his words, Old Master Yu also felt that something was amiss. It seems like Li Xiao's words suggest there's something special about this wine. How about this? Let's drink what you brought. Here, let me see what good wine it is. As Grandpa Yu spoke, the others echoed his sentiments. Having no other choice, Li Xiao gave the wine to Old Master Yu. Pop! Grandpa Yu opened the lid, and the next moment, a rich aroma of wine, mixed with the scent of medicine, wafted out. In an instant, everyone smelled the aroma of the wine, and their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were smelling. This wine smells amazing. There's also the smell of medicine. This is top-quality wine. Even Li Junhai was taken aback. Then his eyes widened as he stared at Li Xiao. Li Xiao shrugged, clearly implying that he had given Li Xiao a meaningful look, but Li Xiao hadn't paid any attention, so Li Xiao couldn't blame him now. When Old Master Li saw Li Xiao's expression, the corner of his mouth twitched. "You brat, couldn't you have been a little more explicit?" The other family heads and Old Master Yu, who were nearby, were amused by the exchange between the two. Okay. Is this how you guys play the game? Trying to outsmart me, huh? We'll drink this wine to the last drop today? Let's go try it. Yes, the food over there should be ready by now. Let's not sit here anymore. Let's go. Old Master Yu, carrying his wine, walked towards the banquet hall. A little while later, Li Xiao also poured some for everyone. Everyone took a small sip, and the fine wine instantly transformed into a surge of energy that washed over their bodies. The medicine also helped to slowly repair their hidden injuries. The healing feeling made them even more fascinated. After taking that bite, they all closed their eyes and savored it for a long time. Good wine. Li Junhai nodded, offering his praise generously. Afterwards, everyone began to clink glasses and toast. Looking at their expressions, Li Junhai realized they clearly intended to finish all his wine. Good grief, they're not planning to leave him anything at all. A feeling of heartache suddenly welled up inside me. It seems I can't keep this to enjoy myself. The banquet ended a while later. A few old men went to have tea. Li Junhai then left the reception room. Next, I saw Li Xiao. Tell me what happened. The Purgatory training camp has always ended on time for so many years. Why did it end early this time? Compared to the wine, Li Junhai was more concerned about this abnormal situation. Li Xiao then explained the situation. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Li Junhai narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming serious. You're saying that Yi Qing made multiple contracts without damaging his origin? Doesn't that mean he only contracts with low-level artifact spirits? Yes, his artifact spirits were originally all at the lowest level, but after forming a contract with him, they all experienced a reversion to their ancestral state and became stronger. They became extraordinary artifact spirits. I have never seen anything like it before. Old man, you've seen it all. Have you ever seen anything like this before? This kid is really something else. This kid is really something else. Li Junhai thought to himself. I could invite this kid over so I can meet him. I've already invited him. Mubai will bring him over tomorrow. You did a good job. As Li Junhai spoke, anticipation began to rise within him. Okay, I'm not quite full yet. I'm going to the kitchen. After Li Junhai finished speaking, he walked towards the kitchen. After all, there was still some wine in that small wine pot. If poured out, it would fill a wine cup. We can't let this go. He hummed a little tune as he entered the kitchen. Then, looking inside, you can see Old Master Yu Zhongtian, there, pouring wine into a small wine cup. What are you doing? As Li Junhai spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the wine cup. Yu Zhongtian. He then picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Li Junhai. Ah, you old geezer. Li Junhai, though his heart was pounding with shock, remained calm on the surface. Old Yu, this is rather inappropriate of you. It's not proper, it's fine. At least we got to drink it, otherwise it would have been a waste, right? It's better to drink it than not to drink it at all. Yu Zhongtian's words were deliberately meant to annoy Li Junhai, leaving him speechless. I'm going back soon. Now that the Purgatory training camp is over, my grandson should be back from the camp too. I wonder how he's doing there. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside Yi Qing's welcoming banquet, Zheng Yusin stood there, gazing blankly at the distant scenery. She seemed lost in thought, her face flushed with shyness, like a young girl experiencing first love. Slightly tipsy, Zheng Jia also came out and saw her younger sister standing there alone, so she came over. Yusin, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, brother. Then why don't you go inside? Zheng Jia, slightly tipsy, leaned against the railing next to Zheng Yusin. Something on your mind? Tell your brother, and he'll help you solve it. Real? Zheng Yusin looked at Zheng Jia, then bit her lip lightly, her face showing a shy expression. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Brother, I want to form a contract with Brother Yi Qing. Huh. Zheng Jia was stunned when she heard Zheng Yusin's words. My body jolted, and my almost drunken state instantly became 3/10 sober. What did my younger sister just say? Want to form a contract with Yi Qing? Holy crap. You are my sister. Now she actually wants to be my sister-in-law. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zheng Jia immediately began speaking. Snort. Zheng Yusin's eyebrows shot up. Brother, how could you lie to me? You said you'd agree to anything just now, and now that I've finally mustered the courage to say it, you're saying no again. I'm never talking to you again. Seeing her younger sister like this, Zheng Jia knew she was really angry, so she came over and patted her head. You silly girl. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the gap between you two is just too big. Big brother, we can tame those giant tigers now. As for you, that black lotus glazed lamp is of no use to him. If you bring it up now, you will almost certainly be rejected. Sister, why are you doing this? Zheng Jiayu said earnestly, while Zheng Yusin stomped her foot and said, Are you going to help me talk to him or not? If you're not going, I'll go talk to brother Yi Qing myself. The chances are slim, but I'll still give it a try. Seeing Zheng Yusin like this, Zheng Jia sighed. All right, I'll go talk to my older brother then. He looked at Zheng Yusin, never expecting that this little girl would have such feelings for her older brother. Chapter 56 The Contract. However, beauties have always loved heroes. Yi Qing did save Yu Xian, and given that Zheng Yu Xian often inquired about her older brother's situation before, it's likely that she had already developed feelings for him back then. However, being a boy, he was too oblivious and didn't notice anything amiss. As Zheng Jia walked back into the room, Zheng Yusin crossed her arms in front of her chest, looked up at the sky, and silently prayed. At the same time, her face was extremely red with embarrassment. Inside, everyone was still clinking glasses and enjoying themselves. Zheng Jia then came to Yi Qing's side and sat down next to Yi Qing while toasting, even squeezing Yin Luoqing outwards. Yin Luoqing looked at Zheng Jia, her sharp teeth clenched. Why is this guy, a grown man, standing so close? Seriously. Seeing Zheng Jia standing so close, holding a wine glass, Yi Qing was immediately overwhelmed by the memories of his past. This guy? Is he going to get drunk and put on a show like Yuhang did? You're not drunk, are you? Are you going to do something fancy for me? Perform a flower dance. What kind of dance? Oh, it's nothing, as long as you don't perform. Yi Qing then watched Zheng Jia drink one sip of wine after another. It's as if alcohol emboldens the coward. At that moment, Yi Qing was also numb. At this rate, Zheng Jia won't be far from giving him a show of skill. All right, get to the point. You look like you have something to tell me. Come on, say it. Yi Qing could tell that Zheng Jia had something on her mind, so she called her out on the spot. There is something. When Zheng Jia heard Yi Qing speak, she also moved closer to Yi Qing. Huh, why are they whispering to each other? Nearby, Yin Luoqing and Zhou Lingxue also gathered around, ready to listen. After all, girls still have some gossip genes in them. Big brother, my sister, Yusin, wants to form a contract with you. Zheng Jia's words. This immediately surprised Yi Qing and the others. Yi Qing never expected that what he had been searching for would come to him so easily. What an extraordinary spirit, that is. I wonder what kind of boost will be given after forming a contract. What abilities will he have? Yi Qing hadn't spoken yet. Yin Luoqing spoke first. I agree. That was like rain after a long drought, or meeting an old friend in a foreign land. I'm so excited. Zheng Jia looked at Yin Luoqing for a moment and asked, No, sister-in-law, why are you so excited? Shouldn't you be unhappy? Why do you seem to be feeling a sense of relief now? Your reaction is wrong. But, seeing that Yi Qing didn't speak, Zheng Jia sighed. Big brother, I know this is impossible. I'll go out and talk to Yusin right now. Big brother, just pretend this never happened. I'm going out now. Zheng Jia prepared to get up. But, the next moment, one hand pressed down on his shoulder, rendering him unable to move. Feeling the strength coming from her shoulder, Zheng Jia looked up and saw Yi Qing with a big smile on her face. It seems that from now on you and Yusin will have to address each other separately. She will call you brother, and you will call her sister-in-law. What does this mean? Zheng Jia felt like her brain had stopped working. Does this mean they agree? Brother, you agree? You really agree? In an instant, he felt as if a barrage of slaps were being delivered to his face. He was just outside telling Yusin that it was impossible, absolutely impossible, that his older brother would never agree. And now it's done? This is such a quick slap in the face. The happiest person nearby was none other than Yin Luoqing. Finally. She's finally free. Then she ran outside. Yi Qing looked at the girl and knew what she was going to do without even thinking. Outside. Seeing that her brother had been inside for so long without any news, Zheng Yusin feared that the matter had fallen through. However, it's understandable that it failed. While she was feeling melancholy, Yin Luoqing rushed out in a great hurry. Looking at Yin Luoqing, Zheng Yusin's heart skipped a beat. Could this older sister be here to beat her up? After all, by doing this, she was essentially competing with them for Yi Qingge. Let them get beaten up. However, the next moment, Yin Luoqing came to Zheng Yusin and pulled her into his arms. My dear sister, from now on, we're family. We must share the good times and the bad. Yin Luoqing emphasized the phrase, sharing weal and woe, in particular. Zheng Yusin, what? That means. Yi Qing agreed. Zheng Yusin's heart was pounding like a rabbit's. I was completely dazed. He only came to his senses after returning to the villa with Yi Qing, Zhou Lingxue, and the others. Yi Qing looked at her. Then he touched her forehead with his finger. Accept it. Yi Qing's voice came through. Zheng Yusin's body trembled. Then came the scalding sensation. Call. The next moment, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the contract and obtaining the Shadow Puppet Summoning Tier 1 skill. This is Zheng Yusin's contract talent. It allows you to summon shadow puppets, a Tier 1 skill, capable of summoning 3 shadow puppets, each with a strength equal to 10% of the host's individual combat power. If a shadow puppet is killed, it will reform after 1 day. Shadow puppet. Yi Qing thought that he could summon one when no one was around. Yi Qing looked at the description of the shadow puppet. This is how it is at the first tier. So, when the tiers increase, wouldn't it be possible to summon more and stronger puppets, and the time it takes for them to reassemble after being killed would be shorter? Although this increase did not affect him, it significantly boosted his power. He's not high-ranking now, but if he becomes a town general, a marquis, or even higher in the future, wouldn't it be terrifying to have a bunch of shadow puppets with similar overall strength to him? However, Yi Qing also noticed that these shadow puppets were only related to his individual overall strength. In other words, these puppets could benefit from the amplification of Yi Qing's existing skills, such as divine-level movement techniques, but could not benefit from the amplification of skills like the Heaven-Slaying Sword. This makes sense, since they don't have any contracted spirits. Compared to this, Yi Qing was more interested in Zheng Yusin's spirit body. Congratulations, host. Due to Zheng Yusin's extremely high level of affection for you, you have successfully reverted to your ancestral form. Your reverted spirit is the Black Lotus of Karmic Fire. This. Yi Qing never expected that having a high affection level could lead to a direct reversion to one's ancestral nature. Good. Black Lotus of Karmic Fire. That sounds pretty powerful. The next moment, Yi Qing placed his palm on Zheng Yusin's collarbone. Chapter 57 Deep Contract, Shadow Puppet. Base. The instant Yi Qing's hand touched Zheng Yusin's collarbone, a burst of black flames suddenly erupted from Zheng Yusin's body. Zhou Lingxue and the others nearby were also stunned when they saw this. What? It's on fire. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. This situation is truly terrifying. They felt the black flames. It was very cold and damp. This creates an extreme contrast. Fireworks are supposed to be scorching hot, but here they've produced this effect. Call. The black flames suddenly grew larger, and then Zheng Yusin's body began to etherealize. A little while later, a small black lotus floated in Yi Qing's hand. Everyone looked at this black lotus, which was completely different from the previous glass lamp. The black lotus is now a physical entity, and as the black flames sway continuously, just looking at it gives one the feeling that their soul is about to be burned by this karmic fire. Furthermore, this black lotus is not large, yet it seems to conceal a world-destroying power. Honey, what kind of spirit is this? Zhou Lingxue looked on and asked a question. After all, she had seen Yin Luoqing's Netherworld banner before, and this black lotus was different from the Netherworld banner. It can be said that it is just as good, even worse. The black lotus of karmic fire. She just reverted to her ancestral form. She reverted to this form. Yi Qing looked at the black lotus and spoke slowly. Everyone was stunned. Could this really be possible? For a moment, they all looked at Yi Qing. Husband, you're getting more and more amazing. Yi Qing looked at the black lotus, and then the black lotus entered Yi Qing's body. A black lotus mark formed on his wrist. Click. This is. Several girls looked at Yi Qing, only to see that dark karmic flames were burning on Yi Qing's body. Then, a black armor covered Yi Qing from head to toe, overbearing and domineering. That armor. It's so cool. Lu Yinmeng was also wondering. She never expected that the karmic fire black lotus could be transformed into a piece of armor. This armor must have very high defensive capabilities. Looking at the black armor, Yin Luoqing made a guess. You're right. and there's more than just these things. Yi Qing opened his palm, and a dark fire dragon immediately shot out. Hold head high. A dragon's roar erupted. The fire dragon formed from karmic fire circled once in the air before returning to Yi Qing's body. These are all formed from karmic fire. The most powerful thing about this artifact spirit is its control over karmic fire. As Yi Qing spoke, he also felt the power of the karmic fire. If this karmic fire were to burn a person's body, it would reduce their fighting strength and even damage their mind. Furthermore, the damage it causes has a corrosive effect and is extremely difficult to heal. This thing has one last application. Yi Qing looked at Zhou Lingxue and then placed his hand on her collarbone. Laugh. The karmic fire instantly engulfed Zhou Lingxue. A little while later, then the heaven-slaying sword, stained with black flames, appeared. Divine light, black flames. Angels and demons. The two forces intertwined and coalesced into a flame that danced between light and darkness. This, enchant. Lu Lianming also used this word, and Yi Qing looked at her. You do know how to use words. This sentence is correct. With the sword energy combined with the karmic fire, its power can be said to be multiplied. Can I enchant my character too? As Lu Lianming was speaking, Yi Qing glanced at her and said, You should just keep quiet. Using karmic fire to refine medicine. Aren't you afraid of blowing up your cauldron? Huh? You can't. Lu Lianming was immediately disappointed. However, Yin Luoqing's eyes lit up. What if her soul was enchanted? Is that also quite powerful? My husband can try it then. Then, Yi Qing dispelled their illusionary state. Zheng Yusin's face was also full of excitement. She had also undergone a transformation. Sure enough, being with brother Yi Qing makes you stronger. Okay, I'm going to take a shower now. As Yi Qing spoke, he also pulled up his own information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, early stage, 7. Contracted spirits. F-grade laceration blade, one-time reversion to Heaven-slaying sword. E-grade Zhangqiu iron pot, one-time reversion to Hua Tuo cauldron. E-grade soul summoning banner, one-time reversion to Netherworld flag. E-grade black lotus glazed lamp, one-time reversion to karmic fire black lotus. Skills. God level hunting skill, heavenly sky, Qi level 7, rapid crystal core absorption skill, dragon tiger spirit, God level movement technique, Vajra indestructible level 6, time freeze level 6, shadow puppet level 1, 3 players, 10% of overall strength. Items, 4 God level control pills, upgrade card, crafting progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial arts skill, prison suppressing dragon fist. A little while later, Yi Qing came out of the bathroom and then went into the room. Chapter 58 In one night, the shadow puppet was upgraded to the 6th tier. Gained the blazing fire body tempering skill. Forging the body with karmic fire? Looking at this skill, Yi Qing felt a chilling flame ignite within his body. Then, his body began to tremble slightly. It is also a method of body tempering. And it's sustainable. It can continuously improve physical strength. It's not quite the same as being indestructible. This does indeed align with the concept of indestructibility. It's a pretty good product. However, Yi Qing didn't have time to experience this yet. Now, this cannot stop Yi Qing's progress. Shadow Puppet has advanced to Tier 4, 10 in total, 40% of the overall strength. Outside, as Yin Luoqing listened to the rustling sounds, the corners of her mouth involuntarily began to twitch. It seems her husband is very satisfied with her outfit. Sister Yusin, it's better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me, so you can't blame your older sister. As Yin Luoqing thought about it, she put her hands together and slowly prayed for Zheng Yusin. The next morning, Zheng Yusin saw the rising sun. Then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qing looked at her information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, early stage, 7. Contracted spirits. F-grade laceration blade, one-time reversion to Heaven-slaying sword. E-grade Zhangqiu iron pot, one-time reversion to Hua Tuo cauldron. E-grade soul summoning banner, one-time reversion to Netherworld flag. E-grade black lotus glazed lamp, one-time reversion to karmic fire black lotus. Skills. God level hunting skill, heavenly sky, Qi level 7. Rapid crystal core absorption skill, dragon tiger spirit. God level movement technique, Vajra indestructible level 6. Time freeze level 6. Shadow puppet level 6. Rank 30. Overall strength 60%. Items. 4 God level control pills, upgrade card, crafting progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial arts skill, prison suppressing dragon fist. 6th rank. He advanced 6 ranks in just one night. I don't know if it's because this little girl already had feelings for him. So after the deep contract, it was a natural progression to the 6th rank. Yi Qing walked out. Looking around the villa, all the other room doors were locked. There was no sign of it being opened. Then, he flicked it with one hand. A dark shadow descended from the wall, rising from the ground. The shadows dissipated, and a man in black robes appeared before Yi Qing. It's a shadow puppet. Yi Qing looked at him, originally wanting to test his strength, but since the others were all asleep, she decided to give up for now. The 6th tier shadow puppet skill allows these shadow puppets to reassemble in just 1 hour, even if they are killed. That was a great help to him. All right, you may leave. Yi Qing waved his hand, and the shadow puppet turned into darkness and fell into the ground. I have to go to Jinling Yuling University today and visit the Li family. Yi Qing thought to himself that the Li family had deep roots in the Jinling military and wielded considerable influence in Jinling. He had also heard that the Li family patriarch, Li Zhenhai, was a capable man. He came from the military headquarters in the capital city. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes as he thought about this place. That kind of top-tier barrier must be something to aspire to. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in now? The next moment, just as Yi Qing was thinking, a screen of light rose up in front of him. Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in and gained the skill of shrinking and enlarging your beasts. Oh, the beast taming skill allows the beast to shrink and grow? Yi Qing glanced at the introduction. This skill doesn't offer any substantial improvement, but it does allow him to change the size of his tamed beasts. Of course, the beasts themselves can also make their own decisions. However, the beasts were obedient, and overall, Yi Qing was still in charge. This skill is quite good. For example, the 6-winged sky tiger is now too big. Although it looks imposing, it's not easy to place. Humming a little tune, Yi Qing then went out the door. Only, a gaze pierced through the curtains, watching Yi Qing's retreating figure. It was none other than Yin Luoqing. Change rooms. I want to change rooms. Yin Luoqing roared inwardly. She hadn't felt anything when she was on the battlefield before. But now, last night, although she wasn't in the center of the battlefield, she felt like she was surrounded by enemies on all sides. The memories of her dead attack her relentlessly. She didn't sleep well either. However, now I can finally get a good night's sleep. At the school gate, many students looked at the 6-winged celestial tiger. There's a lot of discussion about it. Look, its 6 wings have retracted. Is this one solar-powered? What solar energy? This is clearly lunar energy. So imposing, so incredibly imposing. When will I ever own a beast like that? A young man said. Beside him, a girl touched his forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? Many students, as well as spirit masters and artifact spirits who came after hearing the news, were watching the 6-winged celestial tiger at the school gate. It feels like they're treating the 6-winged sky tiger as a tourist attraction. They only looked from a distance, but dared not approach at all. If that giant tiger were to suddenly attack, it would be no laughing matter. Look, someone just walked by. A student whispered. Many people around him were watching him. Stop shouting nonsense. That one is Yi Qing, and that giant tiger is his mount. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yi Qing walked up to the 6-winged celestial tiger and patted its nose. Forced wake up. The 6-winged celestial tiger opened its eyes, looked at Yi Qing, slowly stood up, and yawned. I stretched. My whole body started to tremble. Its 6 wings flapped and whistled, creating a fierce wind. A tiger's roar resounded. This caused many people to disperse. Yi Qing placed his hand on the 6-winged celestial tiger. Next, use the skill. Call. A beam of light shot out. The 6-winged celestial tiger was directly enveloped. The light is shrinking. Shrink it again. Yi Qing looked at the ball of light in front of her, holding it with one hand. Laugh. The light faded. A little white kitten appeared in Yi Qing's hand. However, the little white cat had faint black markings on its body, and 6 small wings on its back, making it even more pitiful. Is this a smaller version of the 6-winged tiger? For a moment, Yi Qing could only describe it as cute. The 6-winged celestial tiger's eyes widened as it felt its own body, finding it hard to believe. In a short while, it regained control over its size. Right now, I'm quite happy with things turning out this way. Phew. 6 wings flapped. The 6-winged celestial tiger also took flight. He stood beside Yi Qing's shoulder, not far away. Everyone froze in place. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. This. How did you do that? This strange beast. It can even change size anywhere. Is this reasonable? Is this really reasonable? The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. You could hear a pin drop. Yi Qing and the six-winged sky tiger had been gone for a long time before a huge commotion erupted from the spot. Chapter 59: The Shrinking Six-Winged Sky Tiger. Did you see that? Shut up. I'm not blind, of course I can see. I've never seen a strange beast that can change size. I knew this strange beast was something I'd never seen before. It must be extraordinary. Is this something unusual? Words came one by one. Everyone was discussing it wildly. Yi Qing then led the six-winged celestial tiger toward Jinling Royal Spirit University. A little while later. Yi Qing, didn't you go to the Purgatory training camp? Yi Qing looked back. The speaker was none other than Li Zijing. Li Zijing walked over quickly, looking at Yi Qing with a smile on her face. The next moment, she then saw the winged tiger flapping its wings next to Yi Qing. Wow, what an adorable kitten. Li Zijing raised both hands, holding the six-winged tiger as if picking a cantaloupe from a tree. It's so chubby and cute, Yi Qing. Where did you catch this little beast cub? I've never seen one like this before. Li Zijing hugged it and then stroked it. Its soft fur, plump body, and six strange little wings make it absolutely irresistible. Cute. So cute. Plus, it's so unique. It's amazing. It's very fierce. Yi Qing offered a reminder. Li Zijing almost burst out laughing. Ferocious? Where is it fierce? She must have been this cute all these years, right? I don't care. I'm going to masturbate for a bit first. As Li Zijing spoke, she stroked the head of the six-winged celestial tiger and occasionally teased its little nose with her finger. I love it so much. Seeing this situation, Yi Qing decided to let Li Zijing do as she pleased, since he had already given her a warning. Oh right, did you come back from the Purgatory training camp? Li Zijing asked again. You don't know about the Purgatory training camp? Didn't Li Mubai tell you? No? Mubai hasn't been home these past few days, so I've been staying at my best friend's house for a few days. I was thinking that Mubai would be back in the next day or two, so I left my best friend's house to come to the school to pick him up. Li Zijing added, then leaned closer to Yi Qing. Tell me quickly, why did you come back early? The Purgatory training camp ended early, probably because they ran out of money. Li Zijing. Out of money? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be no money? It seems Yi Qing doesn't know the reason. We can ask Mubai when we find him. Where are you going now? I went to Jinling Yuling University to find Mubai, and Uncle Li invited me to visit the Li family's old house. Oh, Dad actually invited Yi Qing to the old house. You should know that place is a quiet place. Since the old man retired from the military, only members of the Li family and a few heads of families in the Jinling stronghold can go there. It must have been the old man's idea, right? The reason why should she ask Mubai when she sees him? Perfect timing, we're traveling together. Li Zijing smiled as she held the six-winged celestial tiger in her arms, following beside Yi Qing. They chatted and laughed all the way. Several figures nearby also noticed what was happening. Who is this? Chatting and laughing with Li Zijing. A young man was talking, looking at the situation. After all, Li Zijing was the eldest daughter of the Li family, and many people coveted her. Although the spirit of the artifact is not very strong. But Li Jiaqiang. If we could form a contract with Li Zijing, it would be considered as getting close to the Li family. Although their reputation will suffer, they will be well off and secure in terms of status. I don't know, but this kid looks like a pretty boy. Look at Brother Zhang. Li Zijing is all smiles. Before, she presented herself as an ice queen at school, giving off a feeling that no one should approach her. A person nearby couldn't help but sigh. The colder someone is to you if they don't like you, the warmer they will be to someone they like. This kid looks like a pretty boy. Look, Li Zijing has a cat in her arms. It must belong to him. Using a kitten to seduce girls, huh? That's quite a scheme. As they were talking, Zhang Qin, who was in charge, looked at the situation and his expression changed slightly. Then he snorted coldly. Let's go back to school first. At his command, the group quickly headed towards the school. A little while later, they arrived at the school gate, but suddenly stopped. What's going on? Looking ahead, at the entrance of Jinling Yuling University, there were nearly 100 people standing. He's a member of one of the school's top clubs. Leading them were the leaders of several top-tier clubs. Li Mubai, Lu Zonglin. There are other regimental commanders. The nearly 100 people standing at the school gate represent a powerful force among the students. Many students who wanted to get in or out also backed down after seeing this scene. How could they dare to do that? What? What's going on, Brother Zhang? What are you talking about? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Zhang Qin retorted, and then he saw Lu Zonglin walking towards them. Go away. Get out of here. Don't stand here. Don't you have any manners? Lu Zonglin said without any politeness. You. Just as the person next to Zhang Qin was about to speak, Lu Zonglin interrupted him with a soft eh. Zhang Qin quickly covered the mouth of the person who was speaking. Can't this guy have any common sense? This is Commander Lu. We're leaving, Zhang Qin said, while Lu Zonglin sneered. Still want to argue? There are some who are really unhappy. The regimental commander should be arriving soon. Anyone who dares to stand here will be sent flying. Hearing Lu Zonglin's words, Zhang Qin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Commander? What does this mean? Isn't Lu Zonglin already the leader of a top-tier triad? How come he has a regimental commander above him? Zhang Qin was completely confused, but he knew. The next person to come here is probably going to be in trouble. Zhang Qin and the others headed in the other direction. A little while later. Hey, Brother Qin, look, that kid's here. Someone said, watching Yi Qing and Li Zijing walk over. This kid's going to be in trouble soon. Look, he's still chatting and laughing with Li Zijing, unaware that disaster is about to befall him. As they talked, Zhang Qin nodded in agreement. This kid was probably doomed. After all, Lu Zonglin had just made that statement. Li Zijing was petting a cat and chatting happily with Yi Qing when she turned her head and saw the scene in front of her. Why are Mu Bai, Han Shui, and the other group leaders and members all standing here today? What are they trying to do? While she was wondering, everyone moved. As I mentioned in Chapter 60, this guy is very fierce. A mighty and magnificent procession. It was as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. They were remarkably uniform. He walked towards Yi Qing. The people around were also taken aback. Why did these people suddenly start moving? He was standing there motionless just a moment ago, exuding an intimidating aura. However, walking like this is even more impressive. Standing nearby, Zhang Qin and the others felt their scalps tingle as they sensed this imposing aura. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. Brother Qin, look, these people are heading towards that kid. What's going on? Could it be that they're all going to take him down together? One sentence was enough to enlighten Zhang Qin. He looked around and saw that these people were indeed heading towards Yi Qing's direction. Maybe she really is going to sleep with that pretty boy. At that moment, a cold smile appeared on his lips. All right, kid, you've gone to the wrong place. Now you're going to get what's coming to you. Just you wait. You're probably going to get thrown out soon. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. And there it was. Li Mubai and the others approached Yi Qing. Commander. Li Mubai, Lu Zonglin, and several other commanders exclaimed. Just one sentence. Commander. Later, members of these top-tier organizations were also shouting at the moment. Like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. The enormous sound waves spread outwards. Echoing. It will continue for a long time. In an instant, silence fell. Zhang Qin and the others stared blankly at the scene, feeling as if their minds were about to freeze. What did those people call Yi Qing? Commander? Why? Why do these people call Yi Qing commander? Why would the leaders of top-tier gangs like Li Mubai still call Yi Qing team leader? Although he didn't know the reason, he understood that Yi Qing's strength was definitely far superior to these people. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be shouting like this so willingly. Thinking about this, his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Thank goodness I didn't provoke Yi Qing just now, otherwise I might have been in trouble. At this moment, Li Zijing was holding the winged tiger, with her other hand covering her mouth. His face was filled with shock. Even someone as worldly wise as her couldn't help but gasp at the sight. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Why? Why would Mu Bai lead these people to call Yi Qing commander? There were so many things she didn't understand and wanted to ask. But now she can't bring herself to ask. You always manage to come up with something new for me, Yi Qing said with a smile, looking at Li Mubai. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Yi Qing looked at everyone and spoke. Seeing how friendly Yi Qing was, everyone relaxed and let go of their tension. Huh, what's this? Li Mubai had seen his older sister and brother Yi walking together earlier, but now his gaze fell on Li Zijing's arms. This is... He looked at the kitten, then at its 6 wings. At that moment, he remembered that terrifying giant tiger. This seems to be true. Could this be the giant tiger in disguise? Impossible. Lu Zonglin, who was standing nearby, also noticed it. What? Lu Zonglin also started to stutter. Why? Why did that giant tiger become so small? That's unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. So cute? It's so cute it'll melt your heart. Could this be the giant tiger, or its cub? Upon realizing this, Lu Zonglin suddenly understood. Maybe it really is. After all, he had never heard of a strange beast that could change size. Sis, let me touch this. Li Mubai, who was standing next to him, also thought of this. It couldn't be the giant tiger. It could only be the giant tiger's cub. Okay, your parents are so fierce, I don't dare to touch them. But you? Then I can go ahead and masturbate to my heart's content. Mubai, let me touch you a couple of times. Captain, what kind of beast cub is this? So cute, I want to touch it too. Li Mubai took the six-winged sky tiger from Li Zijing and stroked it in his hands. Then, Lu Zonglin and the girls in the club gathered around. Everyone wanted to pet the adorable six-winged kitten. The hand was almost always aimed at the head. Li Mubai, in particular, gave the six-winged tiger's head a hard pat. Oh whoa! The six-winged celestial tiger, sensing the force of the crowd, also let out a cry. However, their voices were still very childish. Hey, this little guy is pretty fierce. He really inherited his parents' genes. Let me tell you, your parents aren't here right now. You're still trying to use their connections as a shield. Let me tell you, if you don't behave, I'll hit you. Li Mubai spoke like a bully who was picking on a child. As he spoke, he reached out his hand and flicked the head off the six-winged tiger. Call. The next moment, a strong wind is blowing. A beam of light burst forth from the body of the six-winged celestial tiger. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Li Mubai was completely stunned. I just flicked its head once. How did it suddenly light up? We hope we don't bounce the kitten too hard. While he was lost in thought, the light gradually expanded. Call. One breath later, a colossal figure flapped its six wings and hovered in the air. It looked as if a small mountain had taken flight. A shadow instantly enveloped everyone. Li Mubai. Isn't that the giant tiger? Wow. Just now, wasn't that its cub, but it... Li Mubai immediately felt dizzy. But, this is far from over. The six-winged celestial tiger stared at Li Mubai with its vertical pupils. Ah! Roar. Two roars. This almost caused Li Mubai to collapse on the spot. His saliva splashed all over him. That aura made it seem as if it would devour him alive at any moment. Its imposing presence is terrifying beyond compare. I was wrong. I shouldn't have played that on you. I didn't know it was you. I made a mistake. Don't get angry, don't. Bang. Before Li Mubai could finish speaking, the six-winged celestial tiger's claws lashed out. They sent Li Mubai flying. Sizzle. Li Mubai's body fell straight out horizontally. He landed and tumbled. It rolled dozens of times before finally stopping, looking utterly pathetic. He struggled to get up for a long time, but ultimately failed. It's impossible to get back up. Glug. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Li Mubai, look at him now. What if they get slapped? How can they possibly live? What did they just do? Lu Zonglin's right eyelid twitched wildly. Could he be the next one to fly out? Roar. The six-winged celestial tiger roared fiercely at its surroundings. Right now? Let's take the ones we just petted and the ones we didn't. Half of them were scared. Li Zijing was also so frightened that her face turned pale. In an instant, Yi Qing's words echoed in her ears. This guy is fierce. Chapter 61 Mysterious Girl. Alright. Yi Qing then said something. The six-winged celestial tiger looked at Yi Qing, suppressed its ferocity, and shrunk back to the size of a kitten. It followed Yi Qing, its six wings flapping. Quite cute. However, this time, no one dared to approach. Li Zijing looked at it, and remembered that there seemed to be another one lying in the distance. Mubai. Han Shui was the same. She quickly ran away into the distance. Then, they helped Li Mubai up. That was an utterly pathetic sight. Needless to say, his clothes were torn in many places, and he also had many abrasions on his body. Li Mubai stood up and felt his body. Just now, he felt as if he had been hit by a train. My whole body feels like it's about to fall apart. I almost lost my life. After all, he knew the giant tiger's strength. Killing him instantly would be no problem at all. It was only because Yi Qing was there that he met such a tragic end. If the commander hadn't been there, his fate would have been far more miserable. He wouldn't dare again. He would never dare to do it again. In the future, if you encounter such small creatures, you should definitely stay away from them. At that moment, Li Mubai made a vow in his heart. Alright, go change your clothes. Let's go for a walk on campus. Yi Qing walked over, saw that he was alright, and sighed. Serves you right for being so impulsive. Now you've got what's coming to you. Okay, I'll go back and change my clothes first. Zonglin, you take the regimental commander for a stroll. Good. Lu Zonglin also came closer. Then, the six-winged celestial tiger looked at Lu Zonglin, narrowed its eyes, and tilted its head, as if recalling whether the person in front of it had been frantically petting it earlier. Hiss. Looking into the eyes of the six-winged celestial tiger, Lu Zonglin also gasped. He quickly turned half his face away, not daring to face the six-winged celestial tiger directly. If he were discovered, his fate, even if better than Li Mubai's, would not be much better. Team leader, let me show you around first. Let's go to our school's Crystal Core Exchange Market. Okay, Yi Qing said. I went for a stroll with them. It has to be said. This Crystal Core Exchange Market is no less impressive than that of Jinling University, with a considerable number of spirit plants, which Yi Qing selected. Lu Zonglin was quite perceptive and quickly made the payment. On the other side, outside Li Mubai's dormitory, Li Zijing and Han Shui stood there. Li Zijing looked at her and asked, Xiao Shui, what did that scene mean? Why did Mubai and the others call Yi Qing commander? Isn't Yi Qing from Jinling University? Mubai and the others aren't from the same school as Yi Qing, and Mubai is already the head of a club. Also, why did the purgatory training camp end early? What exactly happened? Li Zijing asked all her questions at once, and Han Shui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing them. This is a long story, Han Shui said. Li Zijing was initially quite interested, with a gossipy smile on her face. But gradually, the smile froze on his face, slowly disappearing. Instead, it turned into shock. It's gradually getting worse. In the end, even the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. What? What did she just hear? Yi Qing has actually done so much, subduing a prodigy, taming a giant tiger, and even killing a mid-stage breakthrough realm cultivator. They even managed to bankrupt the purgatory training camp. Okay, that's amazing. In an instant, Yi Qing's status in Li Zijing's heart rose from being equal to being looked up to. No, it's been elevated to the level of a war god, to the point that it's impossible to even look up to him. Okay, I've changed my clothes. What were you guys talking about just now? Li Mubai changed his clothes and then recovered from his illness. Seeing the two chatting, he came over and chimed in. Nothing, just chatting. Let's go find Yi Qing. Didn't the old man invite him to our house today? That's true. We shouldn't keep the old man waiting too long. Li Mubai and his group found Yi Qing. The six-winged celestial tiger looked at Li Mubai, flapped its wings and flew over, arriving in front of Li Mubai with its vertical pupils staring at him, as if it was about to launch another attack at any moment. Hiss. Li Mubai quickly put his hands together, bowed, and apologized. He doesn't want to be photographed like that again. I strolled around for a while. All right, Zonglin, I'm going to the Li family in a bit. Just take all these spirit plants to my school dormitory. All right, Commander. We'll send you out. The large group followed Yi Qing out. After seeing Yi Qing off, the remaining people began to move the spirit plants toward Yi Qing's dormitory. A little while later, the group then arrived at the Li family's old residence. Wow. Yi Qing looked at the old house. It was quite impressive. Your grandfather has made this place look like a palace, Yi Qing said slowly as he approached Li Zijing. The old man spent some time in the capital before, so he might have been influenced by it, Li Zijing said, and then knocked on the door. Then, Li Xiao opened the door and looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, you're here. Before Li Xiao could finish his sentence, he saw the six-winged celestial tiger next to Yi Qing. Huh, you. Is this the cub of that giant tiger? Li Xiao asked. Beside him, Li Mubai smiled and gave a thumbs up. Dad, you're so knowledgeable, you understood it at a glance. You can touch it more. Han Shui. Li Zijing. You're really good at screwing over your dad. Li Zijing immediately explained the situation to Li Xiao, and Li Xiao's lips twitched as he listened. This thing was actually a transformation of that giant tiger. Why can it change size? This giant tiger is no ordinary tiger. This is extraordinary. Moreover, what he cares about more now is Li Mubai. This kid is really getting a little too cocky. Mubai, it's been a long time since we, father and son, had a heart-to-heart talk. Li Xiao glared at Li Mubai, then greeted Yi Qing with a smile. We got inside. Yi Qing then saw Li Zhenhai. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Li Zhenhai put down his teacup and stood up. You must be Yi Qing. As expected of a young hero, his appearance alone is not much different from the young hero in my heart. Li Zhenhai said. Come, sit down, have some tea. Li Zhenhai invited Yi Qing to sit down and personally poured tea for her. Everyone stared in astonishment. The old man actually poured tea for Yi Qing himself? TSK, TSK. What a treat. Yi Qing was just about to take a sip. A sweet voice came from outside. Grandpa Li, I've come to see you again. As soon as she finished speaking, a beautiful figure came in from outside. A tight-fitting outfit. Show off your figure perfectly. She had a slender figure, and a pair of incredibly long legs peeked out from under her skirt. Her face was exquisite, with bright, beautiful eyes and skin as white as snow, as if she had descended from heaven. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Yi Qing also looked over. His eyes narrowed instantly. Chapter 62 Chaos. What kind of divine artifact is it? Top 3 on the spirit weapon ranking. Shangguan Yinran. However, in her previous life, her spirit was not listed on the rankings. I don't know what the true form is. This is also the only one on the spirit ranking whose ancestral transformation state is unknown even to the official authorities, so he naturally pays special attention to her. Over here, Li Jinhai looked at Shangguan Yinran, stood up, and asked with a smile, "Why did you come all the way from the capital?" "I'm here to take care of something, Grandpa Li. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. You know, ever since I went to the capital from Nanjing to see the old chief, we haven't seen each other again. It's been a year or two, hasn't it? How have you been lately?" Li Jinhai said. Shangguan Yinran gave a wry smile. "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Li. I'm doing well lately. Grandpa Li, do you have guests here?" Shangguan Yinran looked at Yi Qing and nodded, which was also a way of greeting him. Yi Qing nodded in response. "This is Yi Qing, a young talent from Jinling. I can tell." Shangguan Yinran smiled sweetly and followed up with a sentence, revealing the air of a large family and demonstrating her mastery of social etiquette. Next, Li Jinhai introduced Li Mubai and the others. Shangguan Yinran greeted them one by one. "Grandpa Li, let me take care of the important business first. If I don't do it well, Grandpa will scold me when I get back," Shangguan Yinran said, taking out the medicine from her handbag. "Grandpa asked me to give this to you." Shangguan Yinran handed the medicine to Li Jinhai. Li Jinhai held the medicine and said, "The old commander is so kind as to bring me medicine. My hidden injury has almost healed. Grandpa said that it was you, Grandpa Li, who helped him block that blow that damaged his very essence. He still can't get over it. This medicine should work. Grandpa Li, please don't refuse." Shangguan Yinran made a move to leave. "I have other things to do. I'll be going now." Hey, you child. You've come all the way to Jinling. Why are you in such a hurry? At least we could have a meal together." Li Jinhai followed her out, but Shangguan Yinran was already walking away. "Grandpa Li, please don't see me off. I'm going to the Eastern Theater Command to find Feng Haiwan. It's an important matter, and I can't delay it." Sealing the Sea King. In short, a vein bulged on Li Zhao's forehead. That was a king-level expert. He must be incredibly powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have earned the title of Sea King. "All right, then I won't keep you any longer." Hearing that Shangguan Yinran had important matters to attend to, Li Jinhai did not try to persuade her to stay. "Drive carefully." "Understood, Grandpa Li." Shangguan Yinran left after saying that. Li Jinhai walked back to the guest room. "Sir, who is this gentleman?" Li Xiao asked. The old man has never talked much about his experiences in the capital, and even his sons and grandsons don't know much about them. "As you just heard, this is my old commander's granddaughter, the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family." "The Shangguan family must be very powerful, right?" Li Mubai asked. "Impressive." Li Jinhai took a sip of tea. "The Shangguan family is a prominent family in the capital, and my former superior is almost a king. Hiss. Nearly king level. In the entire Blue Star China, there are only a handful of people at the king level, and those who are close to the king level can be considered the pinnacle of the pyramid." One sentence made Li Mubai and the others gasp in shock. "You can tell, it's from the capital," Li Mubai remarked. The next moment, Li Jinhai rolled his eyes at him, then recalled, "Old chief, you really didn't believe in bad luck. You used resources to force Yinran back to her ancestral form. Kid, if you knew how many resources were used on her, you would understand how powerful the Shangguan family is. Simply put, if the resources used on her were used on you, you would be at least at the town general level by now. Li Mubai, etc. Old man, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by applying this to me? I'm at least a town general level, and my talent isn't bad at all. No way, old man. Do you think I'm joking with a child like you?" The old chief felt that with his genes, it was impossible to give birth to a granddaughter with such a spirit, so he frantically poured the essence blood of a king-level beast, along with other resources, into Yinran. The essence and blood of a king-level beast. There are other resources too. Everyone listened, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they were hearing. You should know that a king-level beast only has a single drop of its essence blood. Its rarity is such that it's priceless. Why would such a precious item be used on a girl? Moreover, judging from what the old man said, there are other expensive resources. Yi Qing understood what the old man meant and then asked, Grandpa, why did this happen? Who was the spirit of that person just now? Chaos. Chaos. What does this mean? You don't need to look like that. Her spirit is a chaotic mess, with no known function or nature. Originally, the old chief thought it couldn't be a useless spirit and planned to activate it with the essence blood of a king-level beast. However, even after the ancestral return was successful, the spirit is still chaotic. I don't know if the essence blood of a king-level beast is not enough to break through the shackles, or if Yanran is such a spirit. Everyone has their own destiny, and you can't force it. However, given the old chief's power, even if no one wants to form a contract with Yanran in her lifetime, she will still be rich and well off without any worries about food and clothing. A few words fell silent. Goodness. So, wouldn't this resource be wasted? What a waste. Li Mubai understood what the old man had just said. If he used these resources to shove him, he could indeed create a future for the town. Only Yi Qing, standing to the side, fell silent. He knew that the girl from earlier could not possibly be a useless spirit, and quite the opposite. Only chaos. What kind of magical artifact is this? Chapter 63. The plan to annihilate the demon spirit guards. Alright, everyone, let's not talk about Yanran anymore. In that family, encountering such a situation, I really don't know whether it's this little girl's good fortune or her misfortune. Li Jinhai sighed as he spoke. Li Zijin felt it even more clearly. She also came from a prestigious family in Jinling, but she was just a small wooden bow. She has received a lot of disdain from childhood to adulthood. Shangguan Yanran comes from a prestigious family in the capital, and her spirit is even more useless than her. She must feel even worse. Well, Yi Qing, let's go. The food over there is ready. Today is a family dinner, so don't be shy. Li Jinhai looked at Yi Qing warmly and led him over there. After a while, Yi Qing had no choice but to speak. This family banquet at the Li family's home is far too lavish. Just as he was enjoying his meal, outside, the butler rushed over. Master, there are quite a few family heads outside the door. It seems they also want to invite Yi Qing to their homes as guests. What do you think? Li Jinhai. These guys are quite well informed. Outside, old Master Yu, leading Yu Hang, also arrived here, his face slightly angry. This old Li acted too quickly. If we're going to do it, let's all do it together. You always try to strike first. Then, old Master Yu remembered what Yu Hang had told him about Yi Qing's performance in the purgatory training camp. Such a promising talent will at least reach the rank of town general, or even higher. At that time, with the help of his contracted artifact spirit, he will be able to carve out a niche for himself in the East. How can they sit still? They need to work on building good relationships first. What are you doing? What are you all doing? Gathered at my doorstep and blocking the way. Are you trying to be my guardian beasts? Li Jinhai came out and said irritably, these guys, not letting people have a proper meal in the middle of the day, and even bringing their juniors to cause trouble. What kind of behavior is this? Old Master Yu. The other family heads. Who are you cursing? You old geezer, who are you cursing? Commander. Yu Hang, who was standing nearby, greeted Yi Qing immediately. Behind them, many scions of prominent families introduced Yi Qing to their elders when they saw him come out. Esteemed family heads. Yi Qing looked at everyone and nodded. When everyone saw Yi Qing come out, their attention was no longer on Li Jinhai. Yi Qing, how about coming to visit us tomorrow? We old folks have all heard from the younger generation in our families that you were a great help to them in the purgatory training camp. We are preparing to hold a big banquet tomorrow. This can also be considered a thank you banquet. That's what Grandpa Yu said. Nearby, many family heads nodded in agreement. Okay, then, tomorrow at noon? Yi Qing agreed. The anger towards Li Jinhai dissipated considerably in an instant, and Yu Hang and the others were also all smiles. Then, Commander, we'll come pick you up tomorrow. Okay. Yi Qing greeted them for a while before they left safely. Old Master Li watched their departing figures and sighed. These guys are so afraid of being taken advantage of, but... He looked at Yi Qing and said, in the end, it's your strength that matters. Beside her, Li Zijing observed the attitudes of the family heads and her grandfather towards Yi Qing, and Yi Qing's status in her heart rose even higher. The group was just about to go back and continue eating. The sound of a fierce wind could be heard from here. Military personnel rode on strange beasts from afar. Master Li, there's an emergency. Li Xiao took the report and looked at the situation on it. His brows furrowed deeply, as if they were about to form a deep frown. Damn the demon guards. They're causing trouble again. Yi Qing, I can't have lunch with you all anymore. I need to go to the military headquarters to take care of some things. It's all right, Uncle Li, you can go. Li Xiao then left. The remaining few went back, but the conversation naturally centered on the demon guards. These demon guards are really persistent. However, their organization is quite tight. I heard my father say that they have a hierarchical structure with upper and lower levels. If a lower level member is captured, it's useless because they have no idea where their superiors are or who the higher-ups are. The information we have now is all being collected bit by bit. As Li Mubai spoke, Yi Qing's eyes also darkened. These demonic guards had been eyeing him for a while. Now that he possesses the 4 divine artifacts and his strength has increased dramatically, he can finally deal with the demon spirit guards. Fortunately, Luo Qing, as a former insider, should also know some things. Everyone had their own thoughts after finishing the meal. Brother, shall I take you home? As Li Mubai spoke, Yi Qing waved her hand. No need. I'll just fly back. Huh? Fly back? How? As he spoke, Yi Qing had already grabbed the tiger's claws of the 6-winged sky tiger. Call. A sudden gust of wind blew by. The 6-winged celestial tiger flapped its 6 wings, stirring up a storm in the Li family's courtyard. Then, he took off with Yi Qing on the spot. Below, everyone stared wide-eyed at what they were seeing, hardly believing what they were witnessing. Goodness. This giant tiger can be used like this, right? Grandpa, thank you for your hospitality. I'll be heading back now. Okay, come visit often in the future. Watching Yi Qingyuan's departing figure, Li Jinhai murmured, that little guy is quite interesting. How about I become your grandson-in-law? A soft voice came from the side. Not bad either. Li Jinhai took over. Beside her, Li Zijing. Li Mubai, you're going to get me. Li Zijing blushed and went towards Li Mubai. Li Mubai was prepared and immediately led Han Shui out the door. Yi Qing landed directly in the dormitory courtyard. All 3 girls came out. Only Zheng Yusin was left inside catching up on sleep. Honey, you're back? As they were talking, they saw the 6-winged celestial tiger that Yi Qing was holding. Is this our tiger? Why has it become so small? Wow, so cute. Oh my god. A few girls came over and petted the guy like a cat. Awoo. Although the 6-winged celestial tiger was being ravaged, it dared not be as ferocious as before. After all, these girls all carry Yi Qing's aura, so they can be considered his masters. It bares its teeth at its owner. Does it even want to live? So all it could do was howl and beg. However, what they received was an even more brutal devastation. Looking at the 6-winged celestial tiger, Lu Lianming seemed to see her former self. Alas, there was nothing she could do. The dragon slayer eventually became a dragon herself. Alright, stop playing around and come inside with me. Yi Qing came to Yin Luoqing's side and whispered something. Why me again? Yin Luoqing raised her head, looking indignant. Why her again? She only had 1 night's rest and hasn't had a good night's sleep yet. Why not someone else? I want to ask about the demon guards. What do you say? Oh, so you're asking about the demon guards. I thought. Chapter 64 Annihilation, begin. What else did you think? Yi Qing retorted. It's nothing. Yin Luoqing quickly said. Since Yi Qing has already said that, what else could she say? If she were to say that again, Yi Qing might suddenly get carried away and she'd probably suffer again. Yin Luoqing then quickly followed Yi Qing back into the house. Do you know where the headquarters of the demon guard is? Yi Qing got straight to the point. Hiss. Yin Luoqing frowned in thought and slowly said. Among the demon spirit guards, communication is usually between superiors and subordinates. We subordinates generally do not have access to the things of our superiors. But one time I overheard their conversation and secretly glanced at them. On their map, there was a circle drawn between the Nanjing Fortress and the Suzhou Fortress. I have a feeling that the headquarters should be in that place. Between the Jinling Fortress and the Suzhou Fortress. That place was truly a no-man's land. Furthermore, the area is deep in the jungle and far from the walls, making it difficult for people to find. Yi Qing thought for a moment, then left the room. A while later, I found a map. Based on her previous memory, Yin Luoqing drew a circle on it. This is the spot they drew about a while ago. Yi Qing looked at the place. How about it? Think of a way. Let's give him a good thrashing. Yin Luoqing was still quite confused by his words. But, the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Yi Qing in disbelief. What? Honey, what did you just say? What is he saying? Shall we give him a good slap? Who are you going to mess with? Demon guardians. Relying on them? This. That's unlikely. Honey, this is no joke. Rumor has it that the leader of the Demon Spirit Guard is a Grandmaster level expert in the early stage, and he has many breakthrough realm experts under his command, as well as other 8th and 9th level experts. They have a large number of people, and their fighting strength is not weak. At that time, 2 fists will be no match for 4 hands. We might. As Yin Luoqing spoke, Yi Qing patted her shoulder. It's alright, we also have spirit weapons with area of effect attacks, right? Yin Luoqing. Yi Qing looked at her, who said that 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. There's still the Shadow Golem, isn't there? And there are so many souls accumulated inside the Netherworld banner. An army is trained for 1,000 days, but used for only 1. Then tonight it is. Yi Qing set a time. Then he called Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming over. After thinking about it, there's another one in the room upstairs. He went up and knocked on the door. A while later, Zheng Yusen came out wearing yesterday's clothes. Brother Yi Qing. Huh? You were behaving perfectly fine last night. Why are you changing back today? Husband. Zheng Yusen bit her lips slightly, speaking shyly. After all, what happened now is not the same as what happened last night. Yesterday, I was overcome with emotion and couldn't help myself. But now, in broad daylight, she's really not used to saying it like that. Come on, something's come up here. We might have a big battle tonight. Yi Qing pulled Zheng Yusen down. Zheng Yusen's heart skipped a beat as she listened to Yi Qing's words. Was this battle really serious? However, once she got downstairs, she saw several of her older sisters circling around a map, and she knew things were getting serious. Over here, watching Zheng Yusen descend the stairs, Yin Luoqing also felt a sense of cruelty towards this innocent girl. Looking at Zheng Yusen, she also felt that this girl seemed a little different. To be specific, it might just be that he lacked a bit of naivety. She's become more feminine. It seems like this is a transformation. Let's go there first tonight. Yi Qing made a preliminary plan. Lu Lianming listened with great interest, but by the end, she looked completely bewildered. No, what about me? What about me? Why isn't my part included in the battle plan? Yi Qing. That's a good question. Don't ask it again. How could you even ask that question? Don't you know your own situation? How do you fight? The overlord lifted a 1,000-pound cauldron, then smash it down. Yi Qing frowned immediately. Come. Your role is to refine medicine now. To refine medicine that can stimulate potential. Give it to the 3 of them tonight, and it will also boost their combat power for a short time. That works too. Lu Lianming couldn't bear the thought of not being able to help much. Then they began to refine the medicine. Night fell. Yi Qing looked at the 6-winged winged tiger flapping its wings. He patted its butt and said, Stop acting cute. Get to work. A burst of light. The 6-winged celestial tiger suddenly grew larger. It took up almost half the yard. Yi Qing looked at the 6-winged celestial tiger, then led Zhou Lingxue and the others upstairs, leaving Lu Lianming to guard the house. Honey, please be careful and come home soon. As Lu Lianming spoke, her face was filled with worry. After all, she knew that Yi Qing and his team's operation this time was fraught with danger. Okay, don't worry. Yi Qing said one sentence. Let's go, tiger. Yi Qing spoke a word, and the 6-winged sky tiger gently flapped its wings. My body rose up little by little, then left the campus and flew into the clouds. The moment its body entered the clouds, the 6-winged celestial tiger ceased to exert its power. Call. A sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out. It was accompanied by a sonic boom. In an instant, even the clouds in the sky were cut apart. The speed of the 6-winged celestial tiger suddenly increased, breaking the sound barrier. 15 minutes later, the 6-winged celestial tiger poked its head out from the cloud city. Look down. Above its head, Yi Qing was already protected by armor, holding the Etienne sword, and behind it, a long flag was slung diagonally. Both the heaven-slaying sword and the netherworld banner were wreathed in karmic flames. It appears even more mysterious and eerie. Yi Qing also looked down. Really, in this mountain valley, there is a huge campsite. At this moment, the lights are on. It emits a foul odor. It looks like something is being simmered. What are those demon guards doing? They've made such a stench. Especially since Yi Qing was in the air at the moment, the scent was even more pronounced. Yi Qing looked at it and waved his hand. Below, in the camp, several dark figures swept across the ground. News from the camp reached Yi Qing's ears one after another. After a few breaths, Yi Qing was certain that this was the headquarters of the Demon Spirit Guard. Meanwhile, in the camp below. Huh? What did I just see? One member looked at the ground not far away and rubbed his eyes. What are you doing, slacking off? A person nearby immediately spoke up. I think I just saw a dark shadow pass by on the ground. It was like a shadow, it just darted away. A shadowy figure? You've probably been affected by Lord Serpent Spirit's venom and are out of your mind. How could a shadow be moving around you? Hurry up and boil it. In a little while, this highly toxic venom will become an excellent tonic. Be tired and suffer now, but you'll get to enjoy the tonic later. Not only can it improve your strength, it can also make you feel incredibly good, many times better than a deep contract. As the members spoke, the others nearby exchanged knowing smiles and continued simmering. Laugh. The next moment, a whooshing sound came from the sky. They looked into the distance. A long flag descended from the sky with a whooshing sound and a sonic boom. Drive it into the ground. Call. Black flames suddenly expanded atop the long banner, just like a military flag amidst the flames of war. Chapter 65, Demonic Mask. Transforming oneself into a demon. What's this? One by one, the members of the Demon Guard looked at the giant flag in this direction. Their eyes widened, filled with deep doubt. Why? Why would something like this fall from the sky out of nowhere? And why are black flames flickering on this flag? It sends chills down your spine just by looking at it. How strange. They were just about to go over and take a look. The next moment, tongue. The giant flag is unfurled. Black mist rises. Moment. A ghostly phantom then emerged from behind the giant banner. The phantom looked at the members of the Demon Guard in front of it. His bloodshot eyes seemed to burn with rage. Next, open your palms. Suddenly, he swept it towards the front of him. Ah! Roar! Heh. Roars and sinister laughter rang out. One after another, black shadows shot out from his hands, solidified in the air, and then stomped on the ground. They charged towards the surrounding area. Roar! The solidified black shadow of the gluttonous giant lizard looked at the figure of a member of the Demon Spirit Guard, darted over, and grabbed him. Click! With a forceful movement, the member's waist bent at an extremely bizarre angle. It's obviously broken. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. It sounded like the howls of hellish ghosts, echoing in everyone's ears. Uft! Before he could speak again, his head was bitten off by the shadowy, gluttonous lizard. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared on the ground. They charged into a frenzied battle around them. What is that? Not good. Run, run. The shadowy figure is incredibly powerful. What is this? A series of sounds immediately rang out. The area centered around the Netherworld flag instantly turned into a living hell. What a tragic scene. At the same time, in its main business. Chief, these are the crystal cores we've collected over this period. This portion of them is to be handed over to the higher-ups. This part is to support Lord Snake Spirit. There's no other way. After all, Lord Snake Spirit is someone's tamed beast. He's being fostered here, and we can use the venom produced by Lord Snake Spirit to enhance our strength. So let's take good care of him. The remaining small portion is our own. There aren't many left. After listening to the man in black robes beside him finish speaking, Yin Fei, the leader of the Demon Spirit Guards, looked at the document in his hand. He snorted coldly. Pass down the order. We need to speed things up. We need to infiltrate the Nanjing and Suzhou strongholds more quickly. At the same time, kill all the people on that list on the wall who deserve to be killed, who deserve revenge. As Yin Fei spoke, he also looked at the kill list in front of him. Yi Qing's name and information were prominently listed. Furthermore, given his high ranking, it's safe to say that the Demon Guards hate Yi Qing to the core and are eager to eliminate him. The man in black robes nodded, just about to go out and make arrangements to kill all these people and seize their wealth. But then they heard screams from outside. Then, a whistling sound came from outside. Wrong. Yin Fei became alert and hurried outside with the woman beside him. After we get out, then we saw flames burning inside the headquarters. No open flame. Instead, it was that chilling, bone-chilling karmic fire. It lowered the temperature at headquarters by several degrees. What's this? What's going on? Yin Fei spoke in a questioning tone, but no one around him responded. The next moment, his hand then landed on the collarbone of the girl next to him. A flash of light. A terrifying, grotesque mask with fangs landed in Yin Fei's hands. A demonic mask representing ancestry. It can transform itself into a demon. It uses the power of people's fear of the Demon King to empower itself. Then he placed it on his face, and the mask extended fleshy buds that fit tightly against Yin Fei's face. Moo. Yin Fei let out a cry that no human could make. That sound is more like a cow's. He opened his eyes beneath the mask, and those eyes were already covered in crimson. His height suddenly increased. Muscle entanglement. On its head, cow horns actually grew. With a single hand reaching out, a mixed iron rod materialized in the void. Moo. Another howl. He looked at the phantom of a strange beast in front of him and slammed it down hard. Puff. The iron rod seemed to smash into rotten flesh. The phantom of the strange beast shattered instantly. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into black smoke and returned to the Netherworld banner. Yin Fei stared at the flag, looked at the Dharma image, snorted coldly, and prepared to head towards the Netherworld flag. He could see that the root of the problem lay in that giant banner. Get rid of it, and that should solve the problem. The next moment, in the air, a sonic boom was heard. A white shadow, like a shooting star, crashed down from the sky. It is indeed the six-winged heavenly tiger. In the air, Yi Qing stood on the head of the six-winged celestial tiger, his gaze fixed on Yin Fei. With that kind of strength, he must be the leader of the demon guard. Yi Qing looked at the mask on his face. This artifact spirit must have also undergone a primal regression, and it seems that this state has amplified the strength of the demon spirit guard leader. He almost seems like a demon king. Yin Fei's current appearance, with the iron rod in his hand, seems to have been transformed into the bull demon by the mask. Yi Qing watched, then stepped forward and broke free from the six-winged celestial tiger. He then slashed at Yin Fei. Face. Yi Qing's speed was 3 times faster than a meteor. There was no sound anywhere he went, breaking the sound barrier. Even space itself began to distort. Yi Qing tumbled through the air, then his long sword, wreathed in karmic fire, slashed down furiously. The scene resembled Gong Gong angrily smashing Buzhou Mountain. Moo. Yin Fei never expected that Yi Qing would lock onto him directly and head straight for him. He roared to the sky, displaying an indomitable spirit akin to Sun Wukong, resisting the Five-Finger Mountain. His arms were coiled like dragons, and he thrust the iron rod upwards with a mighty force. It clashed with the heaven sword. Boom. A huge explosion suddenly rang out. Yin Fei felt the power coming from his arm and looked on in disbelief. His arm was about to explode. The bones are about to break. Yin Fei's feet suddenly sank. Within a radius of 100 meters. In an instant, everything was crushed. It crashed down and created a huge crater. Click. The iron rod was now bent to its limit. Cracks have appeared on the demon mask. The fragments drifted out from the corner of his eye. Call. The shockwave from the explosion carried dust and dissipated in an instant. Right now, sand and stones are flying everywhere. The sandstorm was like a blade, slicing through everyone's bodies. Those who are close by are like kites whose strings have been broken. It was blown straight out. Chapter 66. Compatibility Improvement, Reward Martial Skill, Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. As expected of a Grandmaster. It's pretty tough. Yi Qing felt Yin Fei's power, and his eyes turned cold. The 7th Order Heavenly Chi was pushed to its limit. In the blink of an eye, the whip kick sent Yin Fei hurtling towards the small hill behind him. Call. The sound of something cutting through the air came through. Yin Fei smashed it indirectly. Thump. A muffled thud was heard. Inside the small hill behind it, there was actually a hollow cavity. Yin Fei fell into it. He struggled to his feet and looked up. 2 blood-red eyes, like lanterns, appeared before him. Its protruding tongue, carrying a bloody stench, flew straight at Yin Fei's face. This almost made Yin Fei, who was already suffering a heavy blow, vomit a mouthful of blood that threatened to protect his heart. Illuminated by twinkling starlight. Before Yin Fei stood a gigantic python. Lord Serpent Spirit, I did not mean to offend you. A powerful enemy has arrived outside. I was forced in. We beg Lord Serpent Spirit to take action and slay this villain. As Yin Fei spoke, his voice trembled slightly from the pain of the attack he had just received. Hiss. The giant python flicked its tongue, as if trying to determine whether Yin Fei was deceiving it. At the same time, outside, the smoke and dust have cleared up quite a bit. Cries of agony followed one after another. I saw the chief being knocked into the mountainside. What? Even the leader has been defeated? The leader got blown up. Damn it. The leader's dead. If we keep fighting, aren't we just asking for death? Run? We have to run. The word spread like wildfire, eventually becoming a rumor. Morale collapsed, and the soldiers scattered and fled. As soon as the words were spoken, A giant claw slammed down on the speaker's head. Crush him into mincemeat. The six-winged celestial tiger stared at its surroundings and let out a furious roar, nearly scaring many people out of their wits. Call. Before a bandit leader who had broken through to the next level, a black shadow rose from the ground and condensed into a black-robed figure. This. In an instant, the bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. What is this? Why is this so strange? Never mind. Anyone who blocks my way shall die. He thrust his 18-foot spear down fiercely. Call. The shadow vanished. The spear missed its target. This. How could that be? In the instant he was stunned, the black-robed figure materialized behind him, his hand forming a claw that pierced straight at his back. Uft. The bandit leader froze, staring at his body in disbelief. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had been gripped tightly. This isn't a metaphor. It's the real deal. Don't want. Bang. A loud bang rang out, and the bandit leader's eyes immediately went blank. 30 shadow puppets darted wildly across the battlefield, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Demon Guard members in an unexpected and extremely bizarre manner. In addition to the Netherworld Flag Spirit and the six-winged Heavenly Tiger, the entire headquarters has now been transformed into a living hell. The sounds of wailing and screaming were incessant, and severed limbs were everywhere. Every step they take leaves a river of blood. Thump. The next moment, a massive earthquake struck. All eyes were on the small hill that Yin Fei had crashed into. The sound came from there. Yi Qing also stared at the small hill, and then another loud bang suddenly came. Whoosh. Then, Xiaoshan was actually knocked aside. A giant python, 50 or 60 meters long, emerged from inside. The giant python was entirely golden, and its scales were larger than millstones. However, its head is a proper triangle, which clearly indicates that it is highly poisonous. Lord Serpent Spirit. It's Lord Serpent Spirit who's angry. We're saved. The demon guards cheered when they saw the giant python emerge. It was as if they had seen a savior and grasped at the last straw. Hold head high. The moment the giant python appeared, even the heaven-slaying sword began to tremble and groan. Yi Qing sensed the unusual movement of the sword, and his eyes narrowed. Zhou Lingshue's parents were killed by a giant python before. Could it be that the giant python in front of us is the same one? Hiss. A giant python emerges from its cave. They locked onto Yi Qing immediately. Brute. Yi reached out with one hand. The black lotus mark suddenly lit up. It's in Yi Qing's hands. Flames erupted. A thick, long chain appeared. Splash. Get out of here. Yi Qing stared intently at the giant python, and with a flick of his wrist, the chains wrapped around its body, binding it tightly. The chain's strength remains undiminished. It carried the giant python and crashed into the mountain behind it. Thump. A loud bang followed, and dust billowed up. The hill behind it was smashed and half of it collapsed. The demon guards. The serpent spirit has arrived. The serpent spirit has departed. That's way too fast. They still have hope? Hope my foot. Yi Qing extinguished the karmic fire with a flick of his hand, and then stomped his feet towards the dust and mist. Using the dust and mist as cover, they pressed their way forward. The sharp sword in his hand pierced straight into the giant python's flesh. Hiss. The giant python felt the pain of its scales being torn open. His body suddenly began to roll over. Knock, knock, knock. The massive body collided with the mountain, creating a series of loud explosions. Yi Qing pushed his divine-level movement technique to its limit, advancing all the way up. The long sword in his hand drew deep marks. The more they fought, the stronger the sword's cry grew. The heavenly chi has advanced to the 8th level. Second reversion to ancestral form successful. The reverted artifact spirit is the immortal slaying sword. Reward. Martial skill. Sword chi across the 8 directions. The compatibility has actually improved. And, incredibly, it successfully reverted to its ancestral form a second time. This is terrifying. He looked at the long sword in his hand, and it materialized once more. It will transform into a divine sword gleaming with cold light. That oppressive aura seemed to descend from the heavens. It's terrifying. Then, a technique suddenly surged into Yi Qing's mind. Hiss. In the instant Yi Qing was stunned, the giant python rammed into him. Snort. Yi Qing lightly touched the ground with his feet and flew into the air. Then, the immortal slaying sword in his hand danced with dazzling swordplay. Moment. 1, 2. Thousands of sword energies coalesced into the illusory image of the immortal slaying sword, gathering beside Yi Qing. This. Glug. Yin Fei, who had just escaped from the ruins of the hill, couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw this scene. What kind of move is that? This person is extraordinary. He now had only one thought in mind. Run. Run as fast as you can. Run as far as you can. In the air, as Yi Qing drew his sword, 1,000 sword energies fiercely pierced down towards the giant python. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of flesh and blood tearing apart continued to echo. Each sword aura pierced directly into the giant python's body, until it is completely lifeless. Hearing the sounds behind him, Yin Fei quickened his pace, but the next moment, a voice slowly emerged from behind. Where are you trying to go? Hiss. One sentence made Yin Fei feel as if he had fallen into an icy river in the dead of winter, and his whole body began to tremble. The whispers of the ancient demons. I vote. As Yin Fei spoke, he turned his body, but a sword light pierced through his neck. Thump, thump. 2 dull thuds sounded as the ice hit the ground. Yi Qing turned around and looked at the battlefield. A little while later. We surrender. My lord, we surrender. Please don't kill us. We beg you. The few remaining bandits knelt on the ground, kneeling and howling, looking utterly terrified. Chapter 67 The Treasure Trove of the Demon Spirit Guard. Yi Qing walked over. Everyone looked at the immortal slaying sword in Yi Qing's hand, as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper's scythe. It looked as if it would fall at any moment, separating their heads from their bodies. My lord, spare me. I know the chief's treasure vault. I'll take you there. There are lots of good things there. Go and take a look. Let's go take a look. A member of the demon guard shouted quickly, his voice trembling violently. They were clearly terrified. Oh, Yi Qing had completely forgotten about this. I never expected there would be a treasure vault here. This demon guard headquarters must have a lot of good stuff. After all, these demon spirit guards were constantly burning, killing, and looting, committing all sorts of evil deeds. Let's go? Stop trying anything. No, no. The man stood up, but his legs were sore and weak, and he walked with a limp. He led Yi Qing Chao to the other side. Upon arriving at a certain place, the man, suppressing his nausea, removed the corpses and severed limbs covering the area. A huge iron ring appeared. He pulled, and the lid was lifted. Sir, please come in. The members led the way. Beneath the lid is a passageway leading downwards. The area below was brightly lit by fire. It must have been a flame lit with the oil of a strange beast. Oh, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Not far away, the sound of an underground treasure vault being opened could be heard, and echoes reverberated from within. Is anyone there? Who's inside? Yi Qing listened to these voices, all of which were panicked female voices. I'll take you to see it. A little while later, before them appeared a huge room. One by one, the girls had their necks locked and their bodies bound by shackles, restricting them. Yi Qing's gaze swept over them. Yi Qing glanced around and saw that these girls were all pretty and had good figures. Then, Yi Qing's gaze fell on a girl in the corner. When the girl saw Yi Qing looking over, she met his gaze with her beautiful eyes, as if she were filled with an indomitable will. Beside him, the members watched Yi Qing's expression, and the corners of their mouths gradually turned up. It seemed that this lord, like their leader, was also dazzled by the dazzling array of temptations. My lord, these girls are all clean. Our leader hasn't even touched them yet. Sir, look, this one is so thin and bony. She must have been starving here. I suggest we send her directly to you, so you can take good care of her for a few days and feed her plenty of nutritious food. Sir, look at this one. Her sides are so swollen. It must have been those beasts guarding her who beat her up like this. I think if I send her to you, you'll have a pair of hands that can heal her and help reduce the swelling. This one. The man walked up to Yi Xiaojing, pointed at her, and said, Sir, look at this one. This one has such fair skin. She must have been imprisoned in this dungeon for a long time. I suggest sending her to you so she can bask in the sun for a few days and her skin will return to normal. Words came one by one. Yi Qing looked at him. This guy, with his eloquence and flattery, must be a leader at least in the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters. Yi Qing walked up to Yi Xiaojing, who was looking at him, and looked at her. Yi Xiaojing looked up at Yi Qing, her eyes filled with anger. In her eyes, Yi Qing was also a bandit leader. They've simply moved from one den of wolves to another. She's so annoying. I didn't listen to my family's advice. It would be so much better to just stay in Shanghai. They insisted on coming out, and now look what happened. They've been caught. I'm about to lose the purity I've maintained for so many years. She thought that if Yi Qing were to treat her, she would rather die than bend, and it would be even better if she could hurt Yi Qing. Only, the next moment, Yi Qing reached out and squeezed the chain around her neck. Laugh. Click. Collapse. The sound of metal breaking rang out. Yi Xiaojing and the other girls stared wide-eyed at what they were seeing, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Is this a human? This looks like a humanoid monster. Go and unlock all the chains on them. Yi Qing directed the man, who eagerly went and opened everything. The group of girls stood there, their hearts filled with sorrow. Now that things had come to this, and given Yi Qing's recent display of strength, even if they resisted, it would likely be a fight to the death. Wait here. In a little while, I will take you back to the Jinling fortress. After that, you will be free. What did he just say? Everyone's bodies trembled violently. Look at Yi Qing. His words flowed through them like an electric current. It made their hearts pound. Is this person going to rescue them? Can they really go out now? Will I really be able to regain my freedom? As they thought about it, tears welled up in their eyes. Yi Xiaojing slowly opened her fist. She misunderstood Yi Qing just now. Come on, take me inside. I'd like to see how many good things your leader has. Sir, please come with me. The two talked as they walked inside. We passed through a deep, narrow path. Suddenly see the light. Before, a heavy bronze door stood prominently. The gate is over 10 meters high and looks incredibly heavy. Mythical beasts are carved on the door. Its imposing presence is quite frightening. My lord, this is the innermost treasure vault. However, I don't have the key right now. I'll go to the main camp to retrieve it in a bit. No. As soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, he brandished the immortal slaying sword in his hand. The sword energy slashed down. An outline was carved on the bronze door. He stepped forward and raised a foot. Thump. Kick it right onto the outline you just drew. Click. Boom. A deep, muffled sound suddenly rang out. The massive bronze gate was simply carved out into a path that allowed people to pass through. Yi Qing walked in. Then he looked at the items inside. Wow. It's really not bad. Chapter 68 Mysterious Scales. Before my eyes was the pelt of a six-tailed snow fox, a beast in the late stage of the breakthrough realm. Inside, there were the hides and bones of various broken-level exotic beasts. Yi Qing watched. He wondered if he should absorb the souls of these strange beasts. In just a moment, Yi Qing rejected the idea. After all, as time goes by, the soul will gradually become incomplete and turn into a remnant soul. The power that a remnant soul can exert will be reduced once it is absorbed into the Netherworld banner. Unless it's a very powerful remnant soul of a mythical beast, it's not worth adding to the Netherworld banner. This reminded Yi Qing. In a little while, I can go out and absorb all the souls on the battlefield. Yi Qing walked inside. Next, I saw several crystal cores that had broken through the previous level. Yi Qing looked at the small number of crystal cores in front of him. The next moment, she turned around, grabbed the man by the collar, and lifted him up. Are you kidding me? This almost scared the man so much he peed his pants. His face was contorted, and he looked extremely aggrieved. My lord, spare me. Spare me. How could I dare to play a trick on you? You demon spirit guards cause trouble every day. The entire Jinling, and even the Suzhou City Fortress, are infamous because of you. After all these years of operation, this is all the crystal cores you have? I'm not kidding you. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. Startled by Yi Qing's words, the man lost the little composure he had regained earlier. At this moment, I will speak freely and without reservation. We have collected quite a few crystal cores, but as you saw, the giant python you slew, whom we call Lord Serpent Spirit, has given many of the crystal cores we obtained to Lord Serpent Spirit. After Lord Serpent Spirit eats it, it will produce venom. The venom is highly poisonous, but it is also a very good medicine to enhance strength. After we obtain the venom, we will boil it to enhance our strength. A give-and-take situation can be considered a win-win situation. After all, crystal core spirit masters and artifact spirits absorb it very slowly, but Lord Snake's spirit absorbs it very quickly and can also produce venom. We absorb the prepared venom very quickly. So, Yi Qing. Goodness, so that's how it is. So, after all that, you've been feeding that giant python, haven't you? That guy is a real bastard. Yi Qing walked inside. Walked to the very inside. Here, there is a huge jade box displayed here. Yi Qing opened it and looked inside. This is scales. Are these scales? These are enormous scales. The python scales were like millstones, but the scales in front of me were much larger than those of the python. Yi Qing took it out and stood it in front of her, looking at it. This thing, glowing with 7 colors under the firelight, was slashed down by Yi Qing's immortal slaying sword. Laugh. The sound of metal and jade clashing could be heard. There wasn't a single mark left on the scales. Oh, Yi Qing also became interested, holding the scale with one hand and stabbing down with the immortal slaying sword with the other. Clang. A loud crash was heard. The first strike failed. Not a single white spot was left on the scales. Great stuff. What level of beast scales are these? Even the immortal slaying sword has no effect on it. It's so big, it could be used as a shield. Thinking about it, Yi Qing also put this income into the storage space. He walked outside and stood before the man, who was still standing, terrified. Is there anything else good that you haven't told me? Without you, sir, I will tell you everything I know. Think about it again. Yi Qing's authoritative voice fell on the man's ear, startling him. I remember now. Yes. Our leader also has a manor inside the Suzhou fortress, and in the Jinling fortress. The man immediately revealed all his businesses. Yi Qing listened and nodded. Anything else? That's all. It's really all gone now. The man was almost crying from fright as he spoke. Uft. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qing slashed down with his sword. He has good speaking skills, but he doesn't know the saying. When the birds are all gone, the good bough is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. Yi Qing put everything inside into the storage space. Then they carried the man's head out. As Yi Qing went out, all the girls looked at him, and then they saw the man's head in Yi Qing's hand, which startled them. Let's go, let's get out. An unquestionable voice rang out, and they followed Yi Qing outside. After going outside, Yi Xiaojing breathed a long sigh of relief. Is this what fresh air from outside tastes like? Is this what freedom feels like? A gust of wind blew by. Yi Xiaojing's expression suddenly changed. What does this taste like? A heavy, pungent smell of blood. It was as if someone had smeared congealed blood on her face. She and a group of girls looked in front of them. Each of them trembled. My body feels weak. What kind of scene is this? Have they come to hell on earth? Yi Qing walked forward and pulled out the netherworld flag that was deeply embedded in the ground. A grand display. Roar. The Dharma image suddenly expanded. Standing there, it seems to overlook the world. All of you come here. Yi Qing let out a low roar. It's like the whispers of the ancient gods. The netherworld flag was waved. The Dharma image extends one hand. A tremendous suction force came. One after another, spirits emerged from the corpse. The giant python and Yin-Fei's soul struggled for a moment, but were also completely absorbed into the netherworld banner. Fa Xiang looked at the souls in his palm, his blood-red eyes flashing, and many of the souls exploded. Those are all weak spirits. It has been replaced. Yi Qing's actions chilled everyone to the bone. This was the first time they had ever seen such a spirit. It was terrifying and bizarre. You guys cut off all the heads of these bandits, put them away, and also put the giant python back in there. Come with me, we'll transport it back to Jinling Fortress together. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the group dared not linger and immediately sprang into action. After everything was installed, Yi Qing boarded the six-winged celestial tiger and led the team slowly toward the Jinling Fortress. Looking up, a ray of newly risen sunlight greets you. At the same time, the gate of Jinling Fortress City. Lu Lianming was waiting anxiously here. Although Yi Qing told her to stay home and rest, she couldn't get any rest at all. She lingered here not long after Yi Qing and the others left. She looked at the sunlight. The sun was already up. Husband, you've been gone all night. A whole night. Why haven't they come back yet? Is there any danger? Yes, this time it will definitely be fraught with danger. After all, that is the headquarters of the Demon Spirit Guard. It is guarded by a Grandmaster level expert. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, her pace quickening as she paced back and forth at the city gate. What does this girl mean? Is she pretending to be a guard patrolling the city? Why is she pacing back and forth like this? It's been so long, and she doesn't seem to be stopping. If these feet keep walking like this, they're probably going to get sparks flying. You're too late. This girl has been here for quite a while. Many people were talking around her, but Lu Lianming was completely unaware. Much later, she looked into the distance. If her husband and the others don't come back soon, she'll report to the military and ask them to send reinforcements to help. Although my husband told me not to do this, the situation was urgent. Compared to being punished by her husband when she got home, she was more afraid that she would never be able to be punished by her husband again. Chapter 69 Yi Qing, what exactly did you do? Meanwhile, another group of people headed towards Jinling University in a grand procession. It was Yu Hang and his group. They came early in the morning to invite Yi Qing to their home. Upon arriving at Jinling University, many people spotted this group of people. His face showed confusion. Are these students from our school? It's obviously not. You lot, stop your nonsense. The leader is Yu Hang from the Yu family. Together with the artifact spirit, he has a combined strength approaching the 9th rank. Those behind are all from prominent families, and their strength is considerable. Any one of them is much stronger than the geniuses of our school. Wow, that's terrifying. What are they doing at our school? I don't know. Ignoring the gossip, Yu Hang and his group arrived at Yi Qing's detached villa. Ring the doorbell. But no one answered. Brother Hang, did we come at the wrong time? The team leader might have been working too hard last night and is still catching up on sleep, said the girl next to Yu Hang. Yu Hang, you understand. If he disturbs the guild leader's rest, the guild leader will come out in a huff and beat him up, and he can't stand that. In an instant, his dead memories attacked him frantically. Then let's wait outside for a while. Much later, Yu Hang rang the doorbell again. Still no one answered. I pressed it several times, but nothing came of it. The commander isn't sleeping, he's gone out. But where is the commander so early? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Let's split up and look for it. We're just killing time anyway. Good. Damn it. Did that bastardly Mubai drag me away again? Chu Zhengfeng suddenly exclaimed in alarm. No way. The commander said yesterday that he would come today. Let's look for it first. Within the military headquarters, Li Zijin walked through the military headquarters, carrying food in her hands, preparing to deliver it to her father, who had worked overtime all night the previous night. Then, Lu Lianming hurriedly entered her father's office. This one seems to be one of Yi Qing's contracted spirits. Why is he looking for Dad so early? Could it be that something happened to Yi Qing? Li Zijing's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly walked towards the office door. They pricked up their ears to listen to what was happening inside. A little while later, base. Li Xiao suddenly stood up. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Lianming in front of him. Lu Lianming's words just now were like a bomb, exploding in his mind. Yi Qing, what have you been doing? Did they go to the Demon Guard headquarters? One person. Isn't that just asking for death? Nonsense. Li Xiao was also filled with worry at this moment. Isn't this utter nonsense? What is Yi Qing trying to do? Going to the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters alone. The leader of the Demon Spirit Guard is a Grandmaster, and there are quite a few experts who have broken through to higher ranks below him. Even our military headquarters hasn't properly counted its members. He dares to go so rashly. Lu Lianming hadn't expected Li Xiao to react this way. After hesitating for a moment, she explained. He said he was going to take a look, but he wasn't sure if it was the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters. However, he hasn't come back yet. They haven't returned yet, so they must have already made their move. Li Xiao knew Yi Qing's personality to some extent. If he hadn't returned by now, he must have gone straight to the heart of the enemy. Guards, gather your men. Gather everyone together. Send someone else to report to the higher-ups. He pushed open the door and spoke loudly. Then, they found Li Zijing standing frozen at the door. At this moment, Li Zijing was completely petrified. She stood there blankly, recalling what Lu Lianming had said. Yi Qing, has she gone mad? One person went to the Demon Guard headquarters. What are we supposed to do? At this moment, even Lu Lianming felt that the matter had become serious. A little while later, Li Xiao reported to his superiors. A group of people were then prominently displayed. They're all top-notch. Li Xiao, Song Jixing, Su Biao. At this moment, Song Jixing looked at Li Xiao and asked, Li Xiao, how did you guess? Maybe Yi Qing has already clashed with those beasts at the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters. Yes, according to the information I received, Yi Qing set off there last night, but he didn't know if that was the headquarters of the Demon Spirit Guard. He was just going there to investigate. But now it's dawn, and he hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid he's been discovered and has already clashed with the Demon Spirit Guard. They went up last night and haven't come back yet. Su Biao's heart tightened upon hearing this. What are we waiting for? It's been so long, they're probably already. Let's go. At this moment, Su Biao was also extremely nervous. Judging from Yi Qing's performance in the Purgatory training camp, he was a promising talent. In the future, he would at least become a town general. Is this how I'm going to perish? Just as everyone was about to set off, but then, a rustling sound came from the jungle. It looked as if a large army was marching. What's going on? Could it be a beast tide? It's truly one problem after another. Prepare. At Li Xiao's command, everyone began to prepare. At this moment, on the city wall, looking at the troops below, Li Zijing also became anxious. What was her father doing? Why hadn't he led the troops to set off yet? She was thinking about what had just happened. She had asked to go together, but had been told to stay put. Li Zijing felt depressed. Without strength, Could she only stand by and watch? She's had enough. While she was lost in thought, the rustling sound in the jungle became increasingly clear. Li Zijin also looked over. What's this? Her eyes widened suddenly as she looked ahead, then rubbed them together and stared, hardly believing what she was seeing. The crowd below, including Lu Lianming, all looked ahead with expressions of disbelief. Husband! Lu Lianming's shout brought everyone back to their senses. They were looking ahead. It was Yi Qing's six-winged sky tiger. At this moment, Yi Qing sat on the tiger's head, feeling as if he were sitting on a throne. Behind the six-winged celestial tiger, it was a very long queue. A giant python. There were also cloth bags filled with round, bulging items. And all sorts of other things. That giant python. What level of beast is this? That length, that size. It's probably a beast at the Grandmaster level. While everyone was horrified by the giant python, Li Xiao focused his attention on the round, lumpy objects loaded in the car. Based on his past experience of listening to Yi Qingling's offer of a reward. These round, plump objects. Could it be the head of a member of the Demon Guard headquarters? So much. Yi Qing wiped out the Demon Spirit Guard stronghold, didn't he? This guy? What earth-shattering thing did this person do? Chapter 70. The design of the new battle robe is rather daring. Yi Qing. Li Xiao rode over on a strange beast, and Yi Qing jumped off the head of the six-winged celestial tiger. Uncle Li, what are you guys doing here? Li Xiao. What are we going to do? Don't you know what we're going to do? Husband, I was just too worried about your safety. I reported your itinerary to Master Li, and that's why he quickly gathered people to rescue you. Beside her, Lu Lianming, seeing Yi Qing and the others return safely, felt much relieved and offered her explanation. All right, enough talk. What's going on here? Li Xiao looked at Yi Qing and pointed to the men behind him. What does this mean? I took down the Demon Guard headquarters. As Yi Qing spoke, he walked to the back, picked and chose, and picked out a cloth bag, which he then brought to Li Xiao. Open. A head was exposed. This is Yin Fei, the leader of the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters. This guy is really skilled. Moreover, the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters even keeps a giant python, the one in the back. If I hadn't been more skilled, I would have almost fallen for his trick. Boom. His words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Listen to your tone. Do you sound like you've just survived a disaster? It's just like killing a nest of ants. My heart was completely unmoved. Oh no, that kid tricked me again. It's only been a few days, but this kid's strength seems to have increased a lot since he was in the Purgatory training camp. This kid is a complete freak. Previously, he reported to the Suqing military headquarters, and the Suqing military headquarters replied that he should train him well. So what about this time? How should the Suzhou military headquarters respond? As for the report, let's wait until the exact number of demon guards is tallied before reporting to the Su City military headquarters. Li Zijing also ran downstairs, and upon hearing what had happened, she stood there stunned, unable to extricate herself from the situation for a long time. Everyone took a while to recover. Only then did I truly accept this fact. The demon guards were annihilated. What are these girls doing? Li Xiao asked, looking at the girls. Yi Qing turned around and said, they were all captured by the demon guards. Uncle Li, could you please arrange for them to be sent back? That's no problem. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao waved his hand, and several guards came over and led the girls into the fortified area. In the crowd, Yi Xiaojing turned around and looked at Yi Qing standing there, imprinting his face firmly in her mind. Good lad. Li Xiao patted Yi Qing on the shoulder heavily. This time, you've done a great job. Then you should give me a bigger reward, Uncle Li. Li Xiao. This kid, why is he always so obsessed with money? Well, the Nanjing military headquarters doesn't have much grain left either. No, you wiped out the demon guards, but didn't make a fortune? Wow, don't tell me that. Yi Qing pouted and recounted to Li Xiao how he raised the giant python and then refined poison. Li Xiao was also dumbfounded. So that's how it is. Tell me the exact address, and I'll send people over to clean up the battlefield again. Also, kill any remaining enemies who have returned from outside. Okay. Gradually, news of what was happening outside the fortress reached the Nanjing fortress. Soon after, the news spread like wildfire, causing a great uproar throughout the city. Wow. Brother Hang. Chu Xingfeng ran all the way to Yu Hang. What's wrong? Did you find the commander? Yu Hang was searching desperately, but couldn't find any trace of the commander. It's almost noon. We didn't eat lunch together. We found the commander. No, that's not right. I don't know how to say it. Chu Xingfeng took a breath and organized his thoughts. Commander, Take down the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters. Kill the Demon Spirit Guard leader and all the high-ranking officers. We're at the gates of Bastion now. Those heads filled several truckloads. There's another giant python. Yu Hang. Huh? What? What did you say? Do you want to hear what you're saying? At that moment, Yu Hang reached out and placed his hand on Chu Zhongfeng's forehead. He doesn't have a fever, so why is he starting to talk nonsense? Even if you can't find the commander's whereabouts, you can't just spout nonsense like this. Snap. Chu Zhongfeng slapped Yu Hang's hand away. Brother Hang, if you don't believe me, come with me. All of you come with me. Chu Zhongfeng grabbed Yu Hang's hand and started running wildly. Yu Hang. Sigh. If you do this and everyone sees it, it will be very bad for my reputation. A while later, the group arrived at the city gate and saw the military dismembering heads. Look. Am I right? Am I right? Chu Zhongfeng had a you'll see look on his face. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Captain, this is too much of a commotion. They completely wiped out the demon guards. Come on, help unload the goods. Yi Qing waved to the group of people who came over, and Yu Hang and the others also came over. However, even they dared not make a move. A little while later, everything was unloaded. Roar! The six-winged celestial tiger stared at several members of the Demon Spirit Guard and pounced on them, slapping them one by one. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. You bastard, I told you to keep your head, and you still smashed two of them. Yi Qing stood in front of the six-winged celestial tiger and reprimanded it. The six-winged celestial tiger stood there with its head down, listening to Yi Qing's reprimand, just like a child. Seeing this, Su Biao's lips twitched. Yi Qing is too cold-blooded and too fierce. With this kind of personality, he might become a powerful figure in the future. Uncle Li, you guys do the tallying and verification here. Once it's done, don't forget to give me the crystal cores. Yi Qing came up to Li Xiao and greeted him. Okay, don't worry, you'll get your share. Once we report to the Su City Fortress, the higher military will definitely give you the crystal core. Li Xiao responded, but the Jinling military headquarters was probably running out of food supplies and would have to ask the Suzhou Fortress for help. Then, Yi Qing took out the giant python's crystal core. The corpse was taken back by the group. It was a highly nutritious substance that the six-winged sky tiger could consume. This guy hasn't had much sex since he came back from the purgatory training camp. He went to a clothing workshop near the Crystal Core Trading Center and took out the fur of some exotic beasts to make clothes for Zhou Lingxue and the others. Yi Qing also discussed the production requirements with the female owner of the garment workshop and finalized the design. Of course, some were for wearing outside, and some were for wearing at home. The styles of the clothes worn at home were so novel and daring that they made the girls in the garment workshop blush with embarrassment. Chapter 71. The 5 Major War Zones of China and the Distribution of Powerful Individuals Across 34 Provinces. However, they still accepted the offer. After all, not only were the raw materials valuable, but the price Yi Qing offered them was also extremely high. Hello, sir, we will do our best. We'll work through the night to finish it, and it should be ready by tomorrow. The shop owner spoke with a respectful expression and a slight bow. From Yi Qing's perspective, he could see a hill and valley. It is very long and narrow. With these words in mind, Yi Qing was certain that this shop owner's future business would be successful. At the same time, Yu Hang and the others had already placed the giant python in the yard. He scratched his head. Why did the commander order us to bring this thing back? This thing is so big and takes up so much space. And even after it rots, it still has a smell. How about we see what to do with it? As Yu Hang spoke, the 6-winged celestial tiger fluttered its 6 small wings and flew towards him, arriving beside him. Roar! A tiger's roar suddenly rang out. Looking at the 6-winged celestial tiger, Yu Hang immediately understood why Yi Qing had brought it back. It turns out there was such an ancestor in the family. Tiger Lord, please don't be angry. I just forgot you were still here. Please calm down. Looking at the small 6-winged celestial tiger, Yu Hang didn't know how to comfort it, so he reached out to pat its head. The next moment, but Zhou Lingxue stopped her. Don't touch it, unless you want to get slapped until you vomit blood. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yu Hang trembled violently and quickly withdrew his hand. The 6-winged celestial tiger looked at Yu Hang, sneered, and turned to head towards the giant python. Click! The 6-winged celestial tiger looked at the enormous scales. Just bite it. A scale the size of a millstone was suddenly pierced. With a forceful tug, the 6-winged celestial tiger tore off its scales, then bit through its flesh and charged straight in to slash down. Uft! The sound of flesh and blood tearing could be heard. As everyone stared at the giant python deflated at a visible speed, their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. What kind of eating speed is that? That's too fast, it's just too fast. And it was so small just now. How big can that belly be? This contains far more than just a little bit of flesh and blood. In a short period of time, it must have consumed hundreds or even thousands of pounds of flesh and blood. While they were still in a daze, Yi Qing is back. He walked up to a group of girls. Honey, you're back? Where did you go? Zheng Yusin looked at Yi Qing and quickly spoke, unconsciously leaning closer to Yi Qing. I made some clothes for you, using the best materials. I also carefully selected the style. You can pick it up tomorrow at. As Yi Qing spoke, she emphasized the word carefully. Zhou Lingxue, Lu Lianming, In Luoqing. Thank you, honey. Zheng Yusin quickly said sweetly, her face full of happiness. The three people beside Zheng Yusin looked at her and thought, little sister, you're still so naive. I still don't understand my husband enough. The style he chose. I'm afraid so. In an instant, all three girls had a bad feeling, especially In Luoqing, whose body trembled violently. It seemed that she would need a new battle armor. Commander, you're back. Look at the white tiger. Yu Hang pointed to the area under the giant python's skin. Yi Qing looked over, and his lips twitched as well. This guy can really eat. But let him eat it. We brought this back to feed him. All right, let's get ready. We're still going to your house to have lunch with the old folks at noon. Yi Qing said. Yu Hang also looked over. Haha. Commander, you've been fighting all night. Why don't you take a rest today? I'll go back and talk to the old man about it. No need for that. This is nothing. Yi Qing waved his hand. All right, let's set off. By the way, Captain, do you still have the wine from last time? Yu Hang said, looking a little embarrassed, since asking the captain for things like this wasn't in his nature. However, ever since the old man drank that wine at the Li family's house last time, he has been thinking about it constantly and has mentioned it to him several times. His ears are practically calloused from hearing it. I can have the wine, but don't drink it. I'm afraid you'll get drunk and do something inappropriate to me. Yi Qing came over and patted Yu Hang on the shoulder. Yu Hang. That was an accident last time. An accident, okay? However, any explanation would be too weak at this point. Okay. I won't drink anymore. Yu Hang admitted. A while later, at the Yu family's old residence, many family heads had already arrived, and each of them wore a look of shock on their faces. Have you heard? Yi Qing did something big without anyone noticing last night. Understood. One person goes to the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters and wipes out the Demon Spirit Guard. They even killed a giant python. It's terrifying. To reach this level at this age, one's future is limitless. The old man of the Yu family listened and nodded. Originally, the Demon Spirit Guards were a thorn in the side of the Jinling and Suzhou strongholds, but for so many years, we have been unable to discover them because their connections between the upper and lower levels were too weak, and their headquarters were well hidden. If Yi Qing can be found and taken down together, the pressure on both fortresses will be much less. The others nodded in agreement. This time, Yi Qing should also catch Lord Lingfeng's eye. To achieve such results at such a young age is enough to make Lord Lingfeng take him seriously. Marquis Lingfeng. The weight of those three words was clear to everyone. Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian. A Marquis-level expert. The highest levels of the Suzhou Military Command. The tallest building in the entire Suzhou area. He was previously a powerful figure under Feng Haiwang in the Eastern Theater Command, and his strength was formidable. Lord Lingfeng is known for his generosity. Given Yi Qing's achievements this time, he shouldn't be stingy with his money. Grandpa, you took a sip of tea. While everyone was pondering, a commotion arose outside. You should be here. Old Master Yu got up first and went out to look around. Then he saw Yi Qing and the others coming over, with Yu Hang carrying a wine vat next to him. The sight of that wine jar immediately brought a smile to the faces of the old men present, filling them with immense joy. Yi Qing. Haha. Good lad. We've been waiting for you for ages. Come, sit down. Have a sip of tea first. Several old men invited Yi Qing to sit down. After exchanging greetings, Old Master Yu spoke up. We were just saying that you've done a great service this time, and Marquis Lingfeng shouldn't treat you unfairly. Marquis Lingfeng? Seeing the confusion on Yi Qing's face, Yu Hang explained the information about Marquis Lingfeng. In general, the Jinling barrier is still small, only a second-tier barrier. If you want to seek greater development, it won't work here. You still need to move up to the first-tier barrier, or even the super first-tier barrier. Once you get there, you realize that there are always people more capable than you, and that your horizons will broaden. I would like to hear the details. Yi Qing looked at Grandpa Yu and said, "To be honest, I have been staying in Jinling Barrier and do not have a deep understanding of other barriers, nor do I understand the difference between first-tier and super first-tier barriers. It's normal that you don't know. Old Master, you took a sip of tea. In our second-tier strongholds, the strongest are usually either the garrison commander or a powerful grandmaster. Among our stronghold, the strongest is Old Li. If he hadn't damaged his essence when he was young and couldn't make any progress, he wouldn't have come here. Add the rest of us and a few young guys from the military, and to be frank, we're the ceiling here. For example, the first-line strongholds, like the Sioux City stronghold, are guarded by experts at the marquis level, and there are even more at the general level. Once you reach the top-tier strongholds, such as Shanghai or Beijing, which are considered the center of the war zone and are guarded by king-level powerhouses. King-level experts not only guard the top-tier defenses, but also exert influence throughout the entire war zone. Don't be fooled by the fact that the strongest individuals at these barriers seem to be only one major realm apart. You are still young. You won't know until you become a town general. After that, the difference between each minor rank is like an insurmountable chasm. I have seen young grandmasters who, when they died of old age, had only reached the threshold of becoming town generals. I have also seen people who, throughout their entire lives, never made any progress in town, not even a single rank in 40 or 50 years. Which of these people isn't exceptionally talented? From this perspective, isn't the gap between the top-tier and first-tier barriers, and between first-tier and second-tier barriers, somewhat terrifying? Chapter 72. You've arrived just in time. As the old man of the Yu family spoke, not only Yi Qing listened attentively, but Yu Hang and the others, who were also not very clear about these things before, also studied diligently. Yi Qing also learned a lot from it. I'm not telling you this to put pressure on you. If you have the chance, you should still go and see the wider world. Grandpa Yu looked at Yi Qing and said, "As people get older, they become a bit long-winded." "No, thank you for your guidance, sir." Yi Qing smiled. "All right, the grand banquet has begun over there. Let's take our seats." Grandpa Yu led everyone to their seats. Then the grand banquet began. As everyone drank, they became more talkative. Yi Qing took the opportunity to ask questions. It also makes the relationship between barriers clearer and more understandable. 5 war zones. 9 king-level powerhouses guarded the area. 34 states. There are countless experts at the marquis level. Below are countless generals, grandmasters, and experts who have broken through to higher ranks. These are the distribution and cultural heritage of China. As the banquet drew to a close, the old men were all slightly tipsy. Yu Hang and the others escorted the old men to their rest areas. Yi Qing then led everyone back. When we got home, looking at the situation in front of him, his lips twitched. Good heavens! A huge snake skeleton was laid out there. All around, the scales were neatly stacked. On the other side are the poison glands. The 6-winged celestial tiger considered this thing useless and didn't eat it. That's all. Flesh. All gone. Even the bones were sucked clean. It was incredibly clean. This way, the 6-winged celestial tiger was lying there on its back. Upside down. The belly will swell up even more. This. Zhou Lingxua looked at it, her small mouth slightly open, her slender hand unconsciously covering her cherry lips. Our tiger is stuffed. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Qing slapped her on the buttocks, making her let out a soft cry. Then, Yi Qing walked towards the 6-winged sky tiger. I picked it up. The 6-winged celestial tiger opened its eyes and saw that it was Yi Qing. Immediately, it flapped its 6 wings and moved closer to Yi Qing. Several girls stepped forward and touched the belly of the 6-winged celestial tiger. That belly is so round and round. Given that it already had a tiger-like head, it now looks like a winged ball. I have to say, you've got quite an appetite. You managed to suck out a giant python in such a short time. All right, go sunbathe now. As Yi Qing spoke, he grabbed the 6-winged celestial tiger with both hands and put it back in its previous position. The 6-winged celestial tiger was also happy to have this. I went inside. Yi Qing then returned to his room and retrieved the crystal core. Looking at the giant python's crystal core, there were others as well. Absorb. Call. A torrent of water rushed into my body. Yi Qing endured this massive, violent energy. A little while later, 2 loud explosions erupted from his body. Boom. Yi Qing felt the comfort emanating from his body, and then pulled up his personal information. Name. Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, late stage 7. Contracted spirits. F-grade Laceration Blade, Secondary Reversion, Immortal Slaying Sword, E-grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, First Reversion, Hua Tuo Cauldron, E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, First Reversion, Netherworld Flag, E-grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, First Reversion, Karmic Fire Black Lotus. Skills: God Level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi Level 8, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God Level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible Level 6, Time Freeze Level 6, Shadow Puppet Level 6, 30th place, 60% of overall strength, Beast Taming Skill, Size Change. Items: 4 God Level Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial Arts: Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist, Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. Slide across 2 small steps. Good. In an instant, Yi Qing began to look forward to it. He had heard that Marquis Ling Feng was quite generous, so he shouldn't be stingy. He should give him more things. Outside, Zhou Lingxue and the others were chatting. Then, several loud bangs were heard, which startled Yin Luoqing. This. What happened? Honey, it exploded. She immediately tiptoed over to check the situation. As soon as he arrived at the door, Yi Qing opened it. Their eyes met. Yi Qing looked at her furtive manner and asked, "What's wrong, little girl? What are you trying to do?" "I heard the noise over here and wanted to come and see what you were doing, to see what exploded, and whether I came at the wrong time," Yin Luoqing explained. Then, Yi Qing put his large hand around the back of Yin Luoqing's head. "There was no explosion, it's just that I just advanced in rank, and you've come at just the right time." As Yi Qing spoke, she pulled Yin Luoqing into the house. Time Freeze Delay upgraded to Tier 7. Yi Qing looked at the light screen and thought, finally, hard work pays off. Time Freeze has reached level 7. Okay, one should press on with full force, but the momentum wanes with each attempt and exhausts itself with each subsequent one. Let's see if we can reach level 8. However, there was still no movement by dawn. Yi Qing gave up and just lay down. The next moment, a light screen popped up. Chapter 73 Artifact. Species: Hexagonal Tiger. Physical form: childlike. Strength: late stage 9. Yi Qing took a look and realized that the 6-winged sky tiger had advanced. They advanced in just a few days. That's quite fast. It truly lives up to its reputation as a pure-blooded beast. Thinking about it, Yi Qing also hugged Yin Luoqing and slept for a while. An hour or two later, outside, the 6-winged celestial tiger was resting on the giant python skeleton. Then, its black nose twitched, as if a strange fragrance in the air was attracting it. It spread its wings and flew away following the scent. A little while later, a girl is walking through the Jinling walls. She is wearing a strapless red short dress, the upper edge of which intersects with the cleavage to form a cross. With her slender waist, she is truly graceful. A pair of slender legs, encased in black stockings with suspenders, peeked out from under the skirt. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Just by walking there, he attracted the attention of many spirit masters. Any man who sees this will surely feel a burning passion within him. Only, they chickened out when they saw the huge beast behind the girl. Behind the girl was a 6th-tier exotic beast, the golden armored mantis. This golden armored mantis is 2 meters tall, with 2 giant sides in front and 6 legs arched behind, showing its ferocious appearance. At a pure gold shell, it's absolutely breathtaking. It's so striking that one glance makes you want to stay away, not daring to get any closer. Walking around with such a strange beast, no one who might covet it would dare to approach. The girl looked ahead, and then she heard the sound of a fan. She raised her head slightly and looked up at the sky. This? Huh. Su Yulan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. What kind of strange beast cub was this? So cute? I've never seen this before. However, this little guy was probably attracted by her. Wow. I never thought my spirit could attract such an adorable little cutie. As she spoke, Su Yulan opened her arms, preparing to hug the 6-winged celestial tiger. Behind it, the golden mantis looked at the 6-winged sky tiger, its twin sides clattering together with a clanging sound. It was as if it was warning the 6-winged celestial tiger not to come near. However, its eyes met those of the 6-winged celestial tiger, and the next moment, the golden armored mantis's imposing presence and stature made it appear shorter. From its original height of 2 meters, it instantly dropped to 1 meter, as if bowing down in submission. All right, stop scaring this little guy, Su Yulan said, turning around to comfort the golden armored mantis. But when I turned around, the golden mantis was gone. She looked down. This guy? Why are you sitting so low? Goodness. Why are you still hiding next to me? They were just sharpening their knives. How did they end up like this? Suddenly I chickened out. Never mind. As long as it doesn't kill the little guy, that's fine. Su Yulon reached out and picked up the six-winged celestial tiger. Looking at its 6 thick wings, she remained puzzled for a long time. Good. This little guy is quite nice. Is anyone there? Whose beast is this? It's escaped. Do you want it or not? Su Yulon shouted a few words. Don't let me take it with me. Su Yulon spoke in jest. After all, this little tiger looked like a rare beast cub that someone had captured and was probably planning to raise with great care. This is really a worrying matter. With me, the spirit of this artifact, around, this little guy probably won't go back. I'll have to help it find its way home. Su Yulon rubbed her forehead, clearly not the first time she had dealt with this kind of situation. Inside the villa, Yi Qing came out. Let's see what the six-winged sky tiger looks like after its upgrade. But after searching around, Yi Qing also couldn't find this guy. Wow, he went out to play as soon as he leveled up? As Yi Qing spoke, he also brought up the light screen and looked at the location of the six-winged celestial tiger. Why did you run so far? Is something wrong? Yi Qing sensed something was wrong, so he pushed off with his feet and set off forward. His body moved like a ghost through the barriers. A little while later, Yi Qing arrived at the location and looked ahead. At this moment, the six-winged celestial tiger was being held in the arms of a beautiful woman. I have to say, this guy's shrunk form is just too adorable. Yi Qing looked at the girl and exclaimed, This. Su Yulon. Top 10 of the spirit weapon ranking. The demon refining pot. He witnessed Su Yulon refining a king-level alien beast during that great battle. Then, Yi Qing thought about Su Yulon's basic artifact spirit before she reverted to her ancestral form, which seemed to be a beast trap. Goodness. What are you doing with this pitcher plant? And you stupid tiger. Thank goodness she hasn't reverted to her ancestral form. Otherwise you'd probably be a pool of blood by now. At this moment, Su Yulon was also extremely conflicted. This little guy is so cute and well-behaved. I was reluctant to send it back. Thump. As she was thinking, without looking up, she bumped directly into someone's chest. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Su Yulon apologized, and then prepared to walk around to the side. Only, Yi Qing took a step to the side, blocking Su Yulon's path. Su Yulon sensed something was wrong. This person was doing this on purpose. Does this mean they think she's easy to bully? In an instant, Su Yulon lost her temper. You must know that she was carrying the powerful beast she had captured, the golden armored mantis. She put one hand on her hip and said, What do you mean? Why are you stopping me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? I've come to ask you for something. I just bumped into you, and you're trying to extort money from me. Su Yulon said angrily. Yi Qing didn't speak to her, but took the six-winged celestial tiger from her hand and patted it on the head. You disappeared early this morning, running so far away. Su Yulon. Oh, so you're the owner of this little tiger. It's a misunderstanding. This made Su Yulon blush deeply. Are you from the Jinling barrier? Yi Qing asked Su Yulon after scolding the six-winged sky tiger. No, I'm from the Su City barrier. Su Yulon said, then stared intently at the six-winged winged tiger. She liked this little guy so much, and she had a feeling that if she raised him up, he would definitely become a powerful beast. She has now captured and bred many exotic beasts with the help of her artifact spirit, and has gained a foothold in the Su City stronghold. If she adds this little tiger, it will truly be like adding wings to a tiger. Handsome guy. Can I talk to you about something? What did you say? Can I talk to you about something? The previous sentence. Handsome guy. Go ahead and say it, Yi Qing said with a smile. Su Yulon. I want to buy your beast. I'll offer a 6th-tier beast core. How about it? Yi Qing. What did you say? How much? A 6th-tier alien beast core? Are you kidding me? What did you say? Do you know? These are my beloved pets, my limbs and my beasts. Chapter 70 for the first S-rank or higher artifact spirit besides divine artifacts. Su Yulon. What a loving and devoted companion, a brother and a tamer of beasts. If I want to buy it, do I have to pay extra? Su Yulon looked at the little tiger. It was no ordinary creature and would probably require many crystal cores. Never mind. She doesn't have that much money right now, so she can't afford such an exorbitant price. Su Yulon dismissed the idea. Look at how stingy you are. If you don't want to sell, then don't sell. Su Yulon pouted. Yi Qing looked at her. This little tiger wasn't something that couldn't be sold, but it wasn't something that could be sold. It needed to be exchanged. If I were to exchange you for it, that would be acceptable. After all, once a deep contract is established, There's no distinction between yours and mine. Everything you own is mine, not to mention anything that belongs to you. Su Yulon looked at the six-winged celestial tiger with affection and reluctance in her eyes. I'm leaving now. If you have time in the future, come visit me at Suching Fortress. Are you inviting me? Yi Qing asked back, a helpless look on his face. Is that asking him to go play? It's about letting her play with the six-winged sky tiger, okay? This made Su Yulon blush deeply, as Yi Qing had seen through her ruse. If you bring it with you, I'll treat you to a meal too, okay? Then I'm just an appendage, I won't go. Hey you. Fine, bring it with you. I'll treat you like a VIP, okay? Su Yulon was almost stamping her feet in frustration. Yi Qing nodded. That's something we can consider. Yi Qing didn't need to ask where the girl lived in the Suzhou city barrier, since the six-winged sky tiger was essentially a physical navigation device. The two were quite in sync on this point. Su Yulon didn't say anything, but she wanted Yi Qing to bring the little tiger. They're gone. Su Yulon led the golden, armored mantis forward. Without turning around, he casually waved to Yi Qing. Behind her, the golden mantis, having distanced itself from the six-winged tiger and Yi Qing, stopped and continued to swagger behind Su Yulon. It's like the saying, when the tiger's away, the monkeys run rampant. The Suzhou fortress? Yi Qing also thought about what Grandpa Yu had said, and decided that he should go and explore the larger barriers. The walls of Suzhou, the walls of Shanghai, and even the walls of the capital. Furthermore, they certainly wouldn't let go of this divine artifact, the demon refining pot. Back in the villa, Yi Qing looked at the remaining venom glands and snake bones. This thing doesn't look good sitting here. Just sell them on the Crystal Core trading market. Yi Qing dragged the dragon skeleton and carried the poison gland, heading towards the Jinling Barrier Crystal Core trading market. A little while later, Crystal Core trading market. Many people's attention was focused on a young couple. The two were seated on a 7th-tier exotic beast, a radiant unicorn. However, this radiant unicorn has 8 legs. Normally, a plant only has 4 legs, but this one has twice as many. My God, did you see that radiant unicorn? Is it a different species? Who knows? This is the first time I've ever seen it either. It's really strange. This thing has 8 legs. It's quite rare. Listening to the crowd's discussions, the young man sat high on his horse. Although he knew the various reasons, he did not offer any explanation. A cursory glance. After looking around the Jinling stronghold, he thought to himself, as expected, it's only a 2nd-tier stronghold. Compared to the Crystal Core trading market in the capital stronghold, not only are there fewer types, but the quality is also far inferior. Wang Yuanyuan nodded as she listened to Li Haowen's words. What you're saying sounds a bit like nonsense. The capital is a top-tier city, while Nanjing is still far behind. However, this trip has been quite a learning experience, and I've gained a lot. I feel that once I return to the capital, I can try to break through to the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. As Li Haowen spoke, he showed no attachment to the Crystal Core trading market and did not linger there. Ready to leave. Sizzle. Behind them came the sound of a heavy object being dragged on the ground. Getting closer and closer. Li Haowen pulled the reins, and the Qinghui unicorn in his hand turned around. This is... Li Haowen looked ahead and was immediately stunned. Wang Yuanyuan, who was standing next to her, and everyone else in the Crystal Core trading market stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. What is this? Such a big bone. It was being dragged around at will by one person. This is Yi Qing, right? The one who stirred up a storm in the city and single-handedly wiped out the demon spirit guard, isn't he? It definitely is. Stop looking. It's Yi Qing. To achieve such results alone, he must be at least a grandmaster. A young grandmaster. His talent is truly outstanding. The crowd was talking, but their voices were drowned out by the dragging noise. A grandmaster-level beast. Li Haowen made his conclusion by looking at the size of the strange beast skeleton. He looked at Yi Qing. So young? How could someone as young as Jinling Wall be able to slay such a strange beast? He was probably killed at home, so let him sell his wares here. Let's go see what good stuff they have. He gave the order. Once seated, the radiant unicorn moved forward on its 8 legs. Yi Qing looked at him as he approached, her eyes filled with confusion. Isn't that the Qinghui unicorn he's riding? This thing doesn't have 4 legs. How did it become 8 legs? Holy crap. That's strange. Brother, is that a poison gland? As Li Haowen approached, he also saw the poison gland that Yi Qing was holding. Then he dragged the giant skeleton with effortless ease. This person is also quite capable. It's this beast's poison gland. Do you want it? I'll take it. How much? A mid-stage breakthrough crystal core. Huh. Li Haowen was taken aback when he heard the price. Goodness, it really wasn't cheap. He doesn't actually have that much money right now. He got off the unicorn. I'm going to try and negotiate a price with Yi Qing. After a few words, Yi Qing roughly understood what Li Haowen meant. If you don't have money, what can you buy? Are you from the Jiling barracks? No, I'm from the Imperial Capital Barrier. Oh, the capital's stronghold. Yi Qing thought of Shangwan Yinran. The person in front of him was dressed in rich clothes, so he must be from a noble family. He might know more about Shangwan Yinran. Although Mr. Li did say some things, he had lived in Nanjing for a long time and probably didn't understand it thoroughly. Chapter 75 Yi Qing's aesthetic sense is indeed extraordinary. Yes, that's why I didn't bring that many crystal cores with me when I came out. I'm basically fighting and training wherever I go, so now. As Li Haowen spoke, Yi Qing waved his hand. Compared to that, I'm more curious about why this Qingwei unicorn has 8 legs. Haha, so that's why you kept looking this way. Then, Li Haowen placed his hand on Wang Yuanyuan's collarbone, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a jade-carved and golden-laid, extremely luxurious calligraphy brush in Li Haowen's hand. My artifact spirit is the S-rank Tianlu Imperial Brush. Although it hasn't reverted to its ancestral form yet, it already has this function. Watch closely, brother, I'll show you. Li Haowen made a gesture in the air and began to manipulate the Qingwei unicorn. A little while later, I drew 2 extra legs. Hold head high. The unicorn let out a soft cry. It will grow to have 10 legs. Yi Qing. What the hell? I don't understand it, but I'm deeply moved. As expected of an S-rank artifact spirit, its level of strangeness already qualifies it. Will this be faster? Generally, once you have 8 legs, your speed reaches its limit, and at that point, you'll need additional assistance. Li Haowen waved his hand. A few gusts of wind were drawn at the feet of the Qingwei unicorn, riding the wind and galloping. In that case, the speed will increase dramatically. Brother, I see you're quite interested. How about this? Let's make a trade. What do you need me to draw? Li Haowen said. This thing of yours isn't permanent, is it? Yi Qing's words made Li Haowen scratch his head. As expected of a discerning person, they could see it at a glance. To put it bluntly, it's still energy leakage. For high-level things, it's temporary, but for some small items or low-level changes, it's permanent. Li Haowen said, also looking at the 6-winged celestial tiger flapping its 6 wings next to Yi Qing. I think your beast cub is quite special. How about we draw it a couple more wings? I don't think you can draw it. Yi Qing glanced at the 6-winged celestial tiger. Who do you think you are? Li Haowen pursed his lips, then picked up his pen. 1 stroke. Call. On the way. Then came a huge storm. The wind distorted his face. It's preventing him from putting pen to paper. What's going on? He just wanted to draw 2 wings on this little thing, so why is there such great resistance? He looked at Yi Qing beside him, who was smiling as she looked at him. You. Then, he slowly pushed forward. The more the pen moves forward, the greater the resistance becomes. In an instant, Li Haowen was covered in sweat, and his hands began to tremble. Tongue. The next moment, Tianlu Imperial Brush flew backwards, exiting its illusionary state in midair. They landed with a stagger. At this moment, Li Haowen looked at the 6-winged celestial tiger as if he were looking at a monster. How could that be? How so? Something's not right. He looked at Yi Qing, and at that moment Yi Qing's status in his heart rose considerably. All right, if you want this poison gland, just take it for now. You can pay me back later. Yi Qing casually tossed the poison gland to him. Seeing Yi Qing's generosity, Li Haowen and Wang Yuanyuan felt a little embarrassed, adding to the embarrassment of messing up the attempt to show off earlier. Once we get back to the capital, we'll have someone send you the crystal core. Li Haowen said, holding the poison gland. How about we have lunch together today? It's fate that we met here. Okay, I'll go over there and consign this snake bone. After saying that, Yi Qing went over and processed it. They then followed Li Haowen to a place for tea and a meal. At the same time, inside the villa, several girls woke up one after another. Yin Luoqing also came downstairs. Although she was still sleepy, they had all taken the medicine made by Lu Lianming, which had greatly improved their levels and physical condition. Although not as monstrous as Yi Qing, we could barely put up a fight against them. Where did my husband go so early this morning? I don't know. He must have gone out on business. Oh, right. My husband said he ordered some new clothes for us. We could go check them out. Zhou Lingxue clapped her hands, looking rather expectant. I feel like my husband shouldn't just make them battle outfits. He should also make some other clothes. Let's go get our clothes. Let's go. Everyone agreed immediately and went out the door, looking at the empty courtyard. It seems that my husband has probably taken the snake bones out to sell, since they're just getting in the way here. All right, let's go. Several girls strode out of the villa together. A little while later, garment workshop. The female shop owner and several employees were frantically inspecting the clothes in front of them. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. It truly lives up to its reputation as something made from the hides of high-level mythical beasts. It's not just like that. The feel of this is absolutely amazing. Everyone, please check carefully. Someone might come to pick it up soon, so let's make sure nothing goes wrong. Okay, boss. Okay. A series of sounds came from behind. The female boss also personally went out to greet them. Outside, a man and a woman walked in, and the woman immediately took a liking to the clothes. Boss, how much is this? The girl asked, and the boss explained. The girl gave up. It was custom-made, and naturally she couldn't have it. While we were talking, Zhou Lingxue and the others walked in. Boss, my husband came to order some clothes yesterday, and we've come to pick them up. As Zhou Lingxue spoke, the shop owner smiled broadly. So these are custom-made for you ladies. Beautiful clothes really do suit beautiful women. These are some of the clothes that gentlemen asked us to make yesterday. As the shopkeeper spoke, several girls' eyes also fell on the clothes. I was immediately captivated. What beautiful clothes. They touched it, feeling the softness of the fur. It's definitely made of high-end stuff. It's just different. My husband has good taste. The group felt apologetic, realizing they had misunderstood Yi Qing. The more they looked at it, the more they liked it. Shall we take it now? Of course, that gentleman already paid yesterday, the female shop owner said, then waved to Zhou Lingxue and the others. Ladies, could you please come to the back with me? What happened? Lu Lianming watched, but then followed. The four of them went to the back. Here are some other clothes that the gentleman ordered yesterday. Please take a look and see if there's anything that's unsuitable. The female boss then went out first, leaving them alone. In Luoqing picked up one of the items, opened the packaging, and looked at it. Her face flushed crimson, so red it looked like it was about to bleed. This. What is this? Is this even wearable? Wearing this will surely grant a crazy attack speed buff, right? Standing nearby, Zheng Yusin blushed instantly. As a naive young girl, she had never seen anything like this before. I'm going crazy. A little while later, 4 girls came out, but each of them had a blush on their face and were tightly clutching the clothes they had taken out, afraid of revealing even the slightest bit of them. Chapter 76: The Giant Bell and the Chaos. Boss, if there are no problems, we'll be leaving now. Zhou Lingxue checked all the outer clothes as well, and then asked the shopkeeper to pack them up. The boss gave them a toast, then smiled and saw them all out. Call. The boss returned and breathed a sigh of relief. There was an indescribable sense of ease. This big customer has finally been taken care of. Boss, were all those clothes made to order? The man had asked earlier. Yes, sir, you'd also like to order one? The shopkeeper beamed. What's going on lately? This incredible wealth is just pouring in? The man nodded. Just make the same styles as those people just now, and use the same materials. Yes, sir. However, we may need to verify your credentials. After all, those are the pelts of high-level exotic beasts, and it will take us some time to collect them, the shopkeeper said truthfully. Do we still need to verify funds? The pelt of a high-level mythical beast? What level do you need to be verified for? I've never encountered anything like this in Shanghai. It's our problem. After all, we're just a small business. The fur on the clothes of those people just now was from a Grandmaster level 6-tailed snow fox. Boom. One sentence left both men and women wide-eyed, hardly believing what they had just heard. Clothes made from the fur of a 6-tailed snow fox? Good heavens. What kind of family is this? So extravagant. This situation is not common even within the walls of Shanghai. Sir, would you like to buy this fur yourself, or would you like us to buy it for you? The shopkeeper suggested. Man, your boss has no sense of propriety at all. Doesn't he even know that I'm not the kind of person who can afford this kind of thing? Let's think about it some more. After the man finished speaking, he pulled the woman next to him and quickly left. Over here, Zhou Lingxue and the others watched as the people carrying their things left, their faces still flushed for a long time. The clothes my husband ordered are way too daring. Stop talking. This is a family matter. Let's talk about it when we get home. Besides, we haven't even put them on yet, so we don't know how they'll look. Lu Lianming waved her hand and said, Others? Just looking at it gives me this feeling. If I wore it, wouldn't my attack speed increase by 200%? Horrible, absolutely terrifying. As they pondered, Zheng Yusin looked into the distance and asked, Sisters, look, Isn't that my husband over there? Everyone looked over, and who else could it be but Yi Qing? Beside him, the six-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings and followed. However, what came into their view was the radiant unicorn. A 10-legged, radiant unicorn. In an instant, the girls were all bewildered. The 10 legs of the Qinghui unicorn made their scalps tingle. What is this? Isn't that the Qinghui unicorn? Isn't it supposed to be a 4-legged beast? How come it has 10 legs? But even though it has 10 legs, it seems to walk quite smoothly. Is this something that can't be coordinated? Yin Luoqing's lips twitched. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm not watching it anymore. This is too weird. Zhou Lingxue watched as the three of them walked into a place where they ate and drank tea. Oh, it seems like my husband needs to talk to these two. How about we stroll around here for a bit, and then go home with him after he's done? Okay. Sure, there are plenty of shops around here. The women chatted and strolled around the street. After all, once they formed a contract with Yi Qing, they were either fighting or on their way to fight, so they didn't have any free time to stroll around peacefully. At the same time, inside the tea shop, the group took their seats. After chatting for a while, Yi Qing roughly understood the identities of the two people in front of him. They were from prominent families in the capital, and it seemed that there were at least some powerful experts at the marquis level in their families. There have been quite a few young men from the capital like you coming to Jinling lately, Yi Qing said. Oh. Li Haowen's interest was immediately piqued by Yi Qing's words. Are there other young people from the capital who have come? Brother Yi, besides us, who else has come? I ran into Shangwan Yinran when I was having dinner at a large family in Jinling. Have you heard of her? Shangwan Yinran. The eldest daughter of the Shangwan family. How could they not know? The Shangwan family has a very deep and complex network of connections in the capital, thanks to the status of their patriarch. It is truly a momentous event. Although the Li family is also very powerful, it is still far beyond the reach of the Shangwan family. Miss Shangwan, of course I've heard of her. She's a celebrity in Beijing. Oh, why? Is it because her spirit is more powerful? Yi Qing coaxed. Her spirit. Brother Yi, this isn't exactly a secret in the capital. Her artifact spirit is chaos. Isn't it inappropriate for us to talk about Shangwan Yinran behind her back like this? The girl next to Li Haowen reminded him. It's alright, just chatting. Besides, this is Jinling. These things are common knowledge among the big families in the capital. Li Haowen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. The girl listened and nodded. Indeed, these things were common knowledge among the prominent families in the capital. After all, the Shangwan family patriarch's ambitions are truly immense. Her artifact spirit was a chaotic mass, a useless artifact spirit. The patriarch of the Shangwan family felt that Shangwan Yinran's artifact spirit could never be useless, so he used the essence blood of a king-level exotic beast to try and break the shackles. I still remember that day, when Shangwan Yinran reverted to her ancestral form. I was playing outside that day when I heard a roar, and chaos expanded and swirled out. In a daze, I seemed to see a giant bell in the chaos. A giant bell. Yi Qing didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Chaos. A giant bell? That could be. Chapter 77, Eastern Emperor Bell? The Eastern Emperor Bell. When Yi Qing thought of combining chaos with a giant bell, the first thing that came to mind was the Eastern Emperor Bell. That is also a legendary artifact. It is said that the Eastern Emperor Bell is the gate to the heavens. Moreover, it has not only this function, but its power is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth and devour all the heavens. This startled Yi Qing. Of course, this is just what I saw. However, I was quite young at the time, and it was quite far away. I only saw it vaguely. When I went back and told my family and talked to those young people from the capital, they all said they didn't see anything in the chaos. Not to mention the giant bell. So now I'm starting to doubt whether what I saw that day was real. However, Shangwan Yinran's spirit did not break through the shackles after absorbing the essence of a king-level beast. So, it seems that the old man of the Shangwan family has resigned himself to his fate and stopped trying. Li Haowen said, taking a sip of tea. We've even used the essence blood of a king-level beast, and it still doesn't work. How can we possibly manage this? If this continues, even with the Shangwan family's wealth, they might end up bankrupt. This is really quite interesting. Yi Qing waved his hand. I'm just listening to what's going on in the capital, treating it as a bit of fun, like a passing breeze. None of this matters, Li Haowen said, his fondness for Yi Qing growing even stronger. A little while later, it started to drizzle outside. Their tea party ended. Go outside. Li Haowen looked at Xiaoyu and conjured up the heavenly brush. Although I didn't draw wings on your little tiger before, giving you an umbrella is no problem. This umbrella is permanent. As Li Haowen spoke, he drew a single-person umbrella for Yi Qing. Then he looked outside. Then I saw it in the distance. This. Under the eaves, for beautiful women were taking shelter from the rain. Each one of them was stunningly beautiful and possessed unparalleled beauty. With her slender figure, it could be said that when he was in the capital, he saw all the flowers in Chang'an in a single day, but none of them were as beautiful as the 4 flowers in front of him. Wow. What stunning looks. What a figure. Why are they still waving this way? Who should I greet? Before he could react, Yi Qing spoke up. This umbrella is a little small. How big of an umbrella do you need for yourself? Okay, I'll draw you a big one. As Li Haowen spoke, he drew a huge umbrella. How about that? Is it okay now? Yi Qing looked at the large umbrella that could easily accommodate 7 or 8 people, and said, that's perfect. Then, he opened his umbrella and went outside, saying, Brother Yi, come visit me in the capital sometime. As for the crystal core, I'll have someone send it to you when I get back. Yi Qing nodded. Li Haowen was also preparing to leave, but the next moment, he stared in the direction Yi Qing had walked, and his steps faltered. His eyes began to tremble. No way. Then he saw Yi Qing come up to them, and the girls quickly hid under the umbrella and frantically moved closer to Yi Qing. Holy crap, Li Haowen cursed inwardly. Fine. You're going to play it this way, huh? Nobody in the capital can pull off anything as fancy as you. 4. Li Haowen stood there, stunned, cursing Yi Qing in his heart for as long as he stood there. Li Haowen never considered the multiple contracts, treating Yi Qing as a playboy. After, he grumbled and rode away on his Qingwei unicorn. With 10 legs and the ability to ride the wind, it disappeared in a short time. So, do you like the clothes I customized for you? We really like the clothes on the outside. They're very pretty. But as for the rest, as long as my husband likes them, that's fine, Zhou Lingxue said, a blush creeping across her face. You're quite good with words. All right, it's raining, let's go back first. Looking at the umbrella drawn by Li Haowen, Yi Qing had to admit that it was really good. It could easily accommodate twice as many people. When I got home, several girls started trying on clothes. Each has its own merits. Especially now, several of them, including Zheng Yusen, have a lot of femininity, and they are more adept at wearing these clothes. All right, the ones outside are all good. You can try others. The girls exchanged glances. Hey, I think Sister Yin looks really good in this outfit, Lu Lianming said, tossing a set of clothes to Yin Luoqing. He was also speaking eloquently. It's like saying, better to sacrifice a fellow Taoist than myself. Yin Luoqing. Sister Lu. This has caused immense harm. I think this set should be given to Sister Zheng. Yin Luoqing then transformed into a non-stick pan, frantically tossing it around. Zheng Yusen, don't go too far. Finally, the girls all said in unison, we'll change tonight. Okay, that's not hard to say. Look how nervous you all are. Yi Qing thought to himself, the military is moving way too slowly. How much time has passed? When will my reward come through? He looked outside, and, after so much time, the rain had finally stopped. The sky was getting dark. All right, I'll go to the military headquarters. Yi Qing went out, while the 6-winged sky tiger lay there resting, waiting for the night to come. This guy is getting lazier and lazier. Yi Qing didn't call it either. A short while later, they arrived at the military headquarters. It just so happens that Li Zijing is bringing food to Li Xiao. What a coincidence. Yes. Li Zijing leaned closer to Yi Qing, and the two walked into Li Xiao's office together. At this moment, Li Xiao was frantically compiling a report, preparing to send it to the military headquarters in Suzhou. Then they saw Yi Qing arrive. He felt numb instantly. This guy coming now must mean nothing else. They must be here to inquire about the reward. Thinking of this, he felt a headache coming on. So many high-ranking members of the Demon Spirit Guard would probably require a crystal core from a late-stage grandmaster or even a town general. Yi Qing, don't worry. I've almost finished organizing it, and I'm ready to send it to the Sioux City military headquarters. You'll definitely get your reward then, Li Xiao said. Yi Qing chimed in. Uncle Li, what do you take me for? Did I come here just to collect a reward? It is our duty to slay bandits and thugs. Good. Li Xiao listened to Yi Qing's words and thought to himself. He admired Yi Qing's sense of righteousness and integrity. However, the next moment, he saw Yi Qing come closer. Huh? Uncle Li, how could you write unknown cultivation level on these guys? They're obviously bandit leaders. At the very least, they should be experts who have broken through to the next level. Come on, fill in the breakthrough realm. Li Xiao. Zijin, How can you be so clueless? Can't you see that your father is busy and doesn't have time to spend with Yi Qing? You, you. Take him out for a walk, take him around the campus, and help your father entertain Yi Qing properly. Li Xiao was extremely annoyed and quickly made arrangements for Li Zijin. Li Zijin noticed it too. Yi Qing, shall we go out for a walk? All right, Uncle Li, I'll be going now. With Li Zijing by her side, Yi Qing was still quite willing to go with her. After Yi Qing left, Li Xiao thought about what Yi Qing had just said. It made sense. Since it was highly likely that the Suzhou military would pay for it, he might as well do Yi Qing a favor. Let's add it then. As Li Xiao spoke, he stroked his chin and wrote down several mid to late stage breakthroughs. Chapter 78 Li Zijing, you did a great job. Outside, night fell. After treating Yi Qing to a meal, Li Zijing took him for a stroll around Jinling Yuling University. That evening, many spirit masters were also practicing at Jinling Spirit University. That's the training ground. Li Zijing introduced them to Yi Qing. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds came from behind. Yi Qing looked over and saw two spirit masters fighting each other with iron rods in their hands. The iron rod in his hand is not a weapon spirit. It seems he is training his own strength. Clang. A golden voice rang out. One of them lost his grip on the iron rod, and it flew out of his hand. It flew straight towards Li Zijing. Careful. The two of them looked at the situation and their hearts tightened suddenly. He immediately realized something was wrong. They're carrying black iron rods. It was meant to worsen the condition. With the force from before, if it had hit someone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Zijing looked at the stick, and the next moment, Yi Qing then stood in front of her, grabbing her with one hand. Then, he swung the black iron rod in his hand. The sound of wind breaking and sonic booms rang out immediately. This left the two men who had just been fighting stunned. Looking behind her, Li Zijing blushed. It felt so good to be protected. Then, Yi Qing said something and swung out the black iron rod in his hand. One person in the arena leaped up and grasped the black iron rod in his hand. Their eyes lit up as they looked at Yi Qing. Judging from Yi Qing's stance just now, he's clearly a master of martial arts. If we could invite them over to teach them, wouldn't their skills improve very quickly? Brother, can you teach us? No, you guys have fun. We're leaving now. Yi Qing said, then led Li Zijing away in the other direction. The two. Let's play. We practiced diligently, okay? When did it become a game? That's incredibly insulting. Sigh, we didn't even get to invite this person, and we ended up getting insulted. I think you've humiliated yourself. Don't you see how beautiful the spirit is? If she's going to practice, she'll definitely practice with her girlfriend. The other person. I feel like you're making a suggestive joke, but I have no proof. Is the exercise you're talking about, is it serious? But, to be honest, that girl was really pretty. If I had a spirit like that, I wouldn't practice with you. Bullshit, judging by your appearance. Do you think you can find such a spirit? Who are you cursing? Who are you cursing? You're acting like you can find the same thing as everyone else. As the group was arguing, a friend came over and said, Hey, you two. What were you talking about with Yi Qing and Li Zijing? I saw you interacting with Yi Qing from a distance. Yi Qing, do you remember the boy's name? Seeing the two looking puzzled, his friend's lips twitched. Don't tell me you don't know Yi Qing's name. A few days ago, those people from our school's top clubs, Li Mubai, Lu Zonglin, and other members, greeted him at the school gate. A massive display. You guys don't know, do you? Hiss. In an instant, their eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. Goodness. So this is the person who caused such a huge uproar a few days ago. They weren't at school that day, so they missed witnessing that grand scene. Furthermore, it seems there are other legends about this person within the stronghold recently. The two thought about the deeds of Yi Qing that they had heard before. Recalling Yi Qing's earlier words, let's play. He sighed. Indeed, their strength was nothing compared to Yi Qing's. It was like child's play. However, I find it a bit strange. Li Zijing seems to be very close to Yi Qing, even though Li Zijing isn't his spirit. Could it be that Li Zijing has already been won over by Yi Qing? I don't know. Judging from Yi Qing's skill in wielding the spear and stick just now, he may have already subdued him. The two. Wow, you can drive on this lousy road. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and the others arrived at the grove of trees on the back mountain. Walking along the forest path, Yi Qing looked ahead. How about we stop going forward? What's wrong? The scenery here will be great tomorrow. Once you get to the top of the mountain, you can overlook the entire Jinling Yuling University. But I've never been here at night before. However, I imagine the view from up there won't be too bad. At the top of the mountain, you can look up at the starry sky and also overlook the school. After Li Zijin finished speaking, she saw that Yi Qing was still standing there without moving. Hey Yi Qing, are you afraid of the dark? As Li Zijing spoke, a playful expression appeared on her face. She hadn't expected that Yi Qing would be afraid of the dark. She seems to have discovered something incredible. Thinking about it, she then scrambled a few more steps upwards, saying, "It's all right, being in the dark isn't a problem." As she spoke, the smile on her face gradually froze. She looked into the distance. Over there was a rustling sound coming from inside. What is that? A strange beast? No way. She picked up a rock and threw it in that direction. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. Who the hell threw a stone at me? Someone's there. Who's there? Li Zijin said in a low voice. This low shout, full of force, startled the other party. Oh my God, could it be the teacher? Then came the sounds of people fleeing in panic. As he ran, the boy shouted, "The teacher is coming." Wow! Why are there teachers here? Run, run, don't get caught. Don't take your coat, let's go. On the hill, a series of voices suddenly rang out. A panicked sound, a sound of someone falling, a voice urging, the sounds of fleeing. All of them came out at once. Li Zijin stood there, looking at the situation, and her puzzled face suddenly became clear. Holy crap! What are you doing? So many of you couples so late at night. This is a school. Do schools understand? A place to hone your skills and learn new knowledge. While she was stunned, Yi Qing walked over from below, patted her on the shoulder, and gave her a thumbs up. Well done. There shouldn't be anyone left on the back mountain now, so we can enjoy the scenery properly. Li Zijin. Please stop talking. Please stop talking. What did I do? I really didn't mean to. Li Zijing blushed deeply, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Chapter 79 Li Zijin. I need your strength. Seeing Li Zijing's expression, Yi Qing's lips curled up. He pulled her upstairs. The view from the top was beautiful. A sky full of stars. Just as Li Zijing said, you can see a sky full of stars. From below, you can overlook Royal Spirit University. Li Zijing sat on the edge of a protruding rock, her long, slender legs dangling out and swinging in the air. She then turned around and gave Yi Qing a sweet smile. At the same time, at the gate of Jinling Fortress, the guards are changing shifts. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Of course, after exchanging brief greetings, the guards on duty changed shifts. Only, the next moment, a buzzing sound came from the distant sky. From far to near, it seems to have come very quickly. That was the sound of something cutting through the air. In an instant, everyone's heart tightened. This special situation has drawn their extra attention. They looked up at the sky. In the darkness, it seemed as if something was approaching. Searchlight. In short, the dazzling lights shone in the direction from which the sound came from. When the guards saw it clearly, their eyes widened in disbelief. A group of flying monsters. Dark Sky Wolf Pack. Each of the celestial wolves is 3 or 4 zhang long. A pair of enormous wings flapped behind it. A frenzied raid. And that jet black fur. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the Grim Reaper of the Dark. Alarm! The guards quickly shouted towards the distance. This dark sky wolf is a rare beast in the early stage of breaking through the current level. And they are incredibly cunning. With wings on their backs, they can fight in the air and move in groups in an orderly manner. So this group of dark sky wolves in the early stages of breaking through to the next level. They are absolutely a match for a group of mid-stage breakthrough level land-based beasts. This scale of dark wolf swarm assault is a calamity for the Jinling stronghold. It was a tremendous catastrophe. The guard had barely finished speaking. The sound of something cutting through the air came from behind me. He turned his head. Uffed. A sudden sound of flesh and blood shattering rang out. With a single bite, the dark wolf severed his head, and as it chewed, red and white matter scattered down its face. It dripped onto the other guards. Thump! A muffled thud was heard. The guard slammed his fist into the siren. The alarm immediately went off. The silent fortresses of Nanjing were awakened in an instant. Within the Li family, after being busy for several days, Li Xiao, who had just sent the statistical report to the military headquarters in Suzhou, suddenly woke up from his half-asleep state. He hurriedly went out while putting on his clothes. Li Zhenhai also came out with them. What's going on? Li Zhenhai suddenly exuded an aura of power, and the previously restrained majesty was instantly revealed. The old man seemed to have returned to his youth, full of vigor and vitality. I don't know yet, Li Xiao said as he walked outside. Not far away. A scream rang out. Li Xiao looked towards the direction from which the screams came from. A gigantic, dark wolf shadow soared into the air. This is Dark Wolf. Oh no. Seeing this, Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Dark Wolf. He knows it all too well. Furthermore, this type of beast is extremely difficult to deal with. They often travel in large groups. And, most importantly, they are flying beasts. High-level flying type alien beast. Although there are flying beasts in the military, their levels are too low. Even if a grandmaster like him or a general like his father rode those flying beasts into the sky, they would not be able to catch up with the Dark Sky Wolf. Furthermore, among the high-level combat forces within the fortress, there are no powerful ranged weapon spirits. Now, all they can do is wait for the Dark Sky Wolf to attack the ground, and then seize the opportunity to kill it. Frustrating. Li Jinhai also frowned deeply. He never expected it to be this kind of beast. In an instant, a figure appeared in Li Jinhai's mind. Yi Qing. What about Yi Qing? Doesn't he have a very powerful flying-type beast? And he's strong enough, so he should be able to take action when he sees this situation. Li Jinhai analyzed. However, upon hearing this, Li Xiao's lips twitched, and his face turned ashen. For a long time, there was no way out. Old Master Li noticed his unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" When Yi Qing came to see me earlier, I asked Zijing to take her out for a walk. Zijing hasn't come back yet, so Yi Qing must be with her. Yi Qing didn't bring that giant tiger out today. So, as he spoke, Li Xiao gritted his teeth. Li Jinhai. What did you say? You. Li Jinhai was devastated. However, Li Xiao hadn't expected things to turn out this way, and it was too late to say anything. And now is not the time to blame others. What are you waiting for? Let's go? See if we can find an opportunity to kill the dark wolves on the ground. Are we just going to watch them destroy the barrier like this? As Li Jinhai spoke, he returned to his room and conjured the spirit of the artifact. A moment later, he came out holding a Miao knife. With a flick of the wrist, the hissing sound of the Miao sword slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Step on the ground. Thump. The thick bluestone slab beneath his feet shattered in an instant, revealing a spiderweb-like pattern. Li Jinhai leaped out and strode away into the distance. Li Mubai watched his grandfather's speed and strength, thinking, what a passionate old man. Grandpa and Grandma, it's been a long time since you've fought. Their combat power is still terrifying. Li Xiao stopped standing there dumbfounded and looked at Li Mubai. Go find Yi Qing. Good. Li Mubai accepted the order and headed towards Jinling Yuling University. Meanwhile, inside the villa, several girls also heard the alarm. They went outside the villa, and the six-winged tiger was also looking up at the sky. The next moment, a dark shadow streaked through the air. Call. What's this? Have no idea. Yin Luoqing shook her head. She hadn't seen it clearly just now. It's the dark sky wolf. Lu Lianmeng, being knowledgeable, immediately explained the beast's situation to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts clenched. It looks like the fortress is going to be in trouble. Since my husband's not here, let's take the tiger with us. Walk. Walk. Zhou Lingshue's call was met with immediate response, and then they looked at the little tiger. What are you standing there for? Grow bigger. Zhou Lingxue smacked the six-winged celestial tiger on the head in exasperation. Facing Zhou Lingxue, the six-winged sky tiger dared not act rashly. After all, these people all carried a strong aura of their master. It let out a low growl, and its body grew larger. Looking up at the sky, a bloodthirsty expression instantly appeared. The group leaped onto the tiger's back. Although Yi Qing was not there, and they could not transform into divine artifacts, but they can command six-winged celestial tigers. Walk. Ah. The six-winged celestial tiger let out a low roar, flying into the sky. On the other side, on the back mountain of Jinling Yuling University, Yi Qing and Li Zijin also understood the current situation. Yi Qing, what do we do now? They've scattered. They've scattered and are breaching the barriers. Will you make a move? Li Zijing looked at Yi Qing, but hesitated before saying the last sentence. She regretted it. She shouldn't have brought Yi Qing along. If Yi Qing were here with his spirit and the giant tiger, the crisis at the barrier would definitely be resolved. But now, even if Yi Qing wanted to take action, he was powerless to do so. When she was anxious, then they saw Yi Qing walking over. Yi Qing placed her hand on Li Zijin's forehead. A surge of scalding energy immediately penetrated in. I need your strength. A single sentence drifted over. Chapter 80. The contract with Li Zijin. Is this what a contract feels like? This was the first time she had ever felt this way in her entire life. But, what use am I? Although I am a ranged weapon, I am just a small wooden bow. The kind that breaks as soon as you pull it. What can I do? Even if you're amazing, I'm not. Even if I could hit it, it would be impossible for me to cause any damage to a beast of such a high level. In an instant, a strong sense of powerlessness washed over her, and Li Zijing was almost in tears. Looking into Yi Qing's expectant eyes, she felt increasingly powerless. Accept it. Yi Qing added one more thing. At this point, we have no choice but to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. If Li Zijing were in the same situation as Zheng Yusen, she would just regress to her ancestral form. Yi Qing felt that there shouldn't be any major problems with her attitude towards him. However, no matter what, Yi Qing will not lose out. Li Zijing gritted her teeth. She gently bit her lip with her pearly teeth. The next moment, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the contract. You have obtained the first-tier skill of the 9 Netherworld Divine Soul, which is Li Zijing's contract talent. This talent allows you to condense your soul and enhance your spiritual power. It's a skill that enhances mental strength. The next moment, a cool sensation flooded Yi Qing's mind. He felt that his perception of the things around him had improved a lot. Yi Qing even felt as if he were standing in front of the dark sky wolf in the distance, observing its every move. We'll have to wait and see what happens next. Great skill. The first level has such an effect. However, now is not the time to continue exploring. Detected that Li Zijing has strong feelings for the host, triggering a primal reversion. A prime example of atavism. The giant bow for shooting eagles. The condor-slaying giant bow. Yi Qing looked at Li Zijing, and then placed his hand on her collarbone. Base. A golden light shone forth. Li Zijing's figure began to blur. A giant bow slowly emerged from the phantom. His body was crimson red, like blood. It's as if it's been coated with layers upon layers of dragon's blood. The bowstring is red gold. It seemed to possess immense power. The giant bow that shoots eagles. Yi Qing felt this weightiness. Then, Zhang placed his hand on the string. The moment Yi Qing drew his bow, a silver-white arrow, gleaming with a chilling light, appeared in the void. Drink. Yi Qing gave a low shout. Lunge forward, draw the bow, and raise it upward. Draw the sun-shooting bow to its full extent. He can draw his bow as full as the moon. Looking northwest. Shoot the heavenly wolf. At the same time, Li Jinhai and Li Xiao led the guards, busy running around inside the fortifications. They've been busy for so long, but they still can't catch the dark wolf. The only option is to drive them from one place to another. It had absolutely no effect. This can't go on. Li Jinhai realized this, but he had no other choice at the moment. As for Li Xiao, he was even more anxious. Look, it's Yi Qing's giant tiger. Yi Qing has been dispatched. The old man also saw the giant tiger. He stared intently at the tiger as it took off, looking at its back. No, Yi Qing isn't up there. The old man finished speaking. The crowd looked dejected. They had thought Yi Qing had made a move, but it turned out that only the 6-winged sky tiger had been dispatched. Faced with this pack of dark sky wolves, even a lone tiger would probably not be able to withstand it. They were thinking. My eyes were immediately drawn to a dazzling white light. A beam of light shot into the sky from afar. It charged straight at a dark sky wolf. What is that? It's not just Li Jinhai, Li Xiao, Li Mubai who was heading towards Jinling Yuling University, and everyone inside the barrier all saw this white light. The white light sliced through the dark sky wolf as easily as a knife cutting through tofu the instant it touched it. Without the slightest hesitation, it entered. Then it pierced through and exited. Vanished into the horizon. The dark wolf, pierced through, lost its strength in midair and fell to the ground. Thump. With a muffled thud, Li Jinhai looked at Li Xiao beside him. Dead. So Dark Wolf is dead. What kind of spirit is this? While they were wondering, one after another, beams of white light shot out, heading towards Sirius in the sky. Uft. Uft. Knock knock knock. A series of muffled thuds rang out. Just one breath. The Sirius in the sky has been completely wiped out. Seeing this, Li Jinhai felt a chill run down his spine. There are powerful experts inside the barrier, and they're using ranged weapon spirits. He looked at Li Xiao, who frowned and then shook his head. I haven't heard of such a powerful figure recently arriving at the barrier. In the air, seeing this sudden turn of events, Zhou Lingxue and the others' fighting spirit dissipated. They were just about to pull off a major operation, trying to turn the tide while their husbands were away. That's it. However, they were not disappointed. After all, if the dark sky wolf was not dealt with as soon as possible, Who knows how many more members in the stronghold would be harmed. In just the short time they were in the city, they caused huge casualties. Alright, let's go down. Zhou Lingxue also saw Li Xiao and the others, and urged the six-winged celestial tiger to fly down. Call! Call! The sound of wings flapping could be heard, and the six-winged celestial tiger landed. Zhou Lingxue and the others came down. They saw Li Jinhai and the others examining the corpse of the dark sky wolf. Master Li, was it someone from your military that made the move? Zhou Lingxue asked. No, there is no such person in the military, Li Xiao denied. Beside him, Li Jinhai looked at the wound and said, Look, this wound is too smooth. It must have been caused by a very high-level artifact spirit. This dark sky wolf died in an instant. This expert skill in both the strength of the artifact spirit and the precision of the attack has reached a level of consummate mastery. Li Jinhai analyzed the situation, and the people around him nodded in agreement. They knew that the dark sky wolves were not only famous for their powerful mobility, but also for their pack behavior. Any one of these creatures is a formidable beast. That animal hide was incredibly tough. Ordinary weapon spirits cannot pierce it, not to mention how it runs through the entire structure. It can be said that the archery masters have reached a terrifying level in terms of both their own strength and the power of their weapon spirits. A little while later, they planned to take the corpse of the dark wolf back and clean up the mess at the fortress. You're all here. A familiar voice came from not far away. Yi Qing. Upon hearing the voice, everyone recognized it and turned around. The next moment, however, he stood there dumbfounded. Glug. Even Li Jinhai, looking ahead, narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 81. I need to work things out with Yi Qing. This is... They turned their heads and looked at Yi Qing, who was carrying a giant bow. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. Look at that giant bow. That oppressive aura. That's the kind of presence they're in. Yi Qing, those arrows just now, were they fired by you? After a long pause, Li Jinhai finally uttered these words, and the people around him looked at Yi Qing with questioning eyes, as if they were searching for the same answer. It's me. Yi Qing nodded. However, it's also thanks to her. Yi Qing showed off the giant bow in his hand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill so many dark sky wolves on my own. This is the spirit you contracted? Li Xiao's lips twitched as he looked at the giant bow. This is definitely a mutation too. Nobody knows what it originally looked like. However, whoever it was, they were all heroes in quelling this chaos. He thought about it. A beam of light shone before them. The giant bow becomes invisible. Her beautiful figure appeared. As Li Xiao stared at the figure, his eyes gradually widened to the size of copper bells. Zijin, it's you. Li Xiao's question was tinged with doubt, but also with surprise. My own daughter isn't a good-for-nothing after all. After forming a contract with Yi Qing, such a primal mutation actually occurred. This is amazing. My daughter can finally shed her reputation as a useless spirit. Li Jinhai strode over to Li Zijing and asked, Zijing, what's going on? Grandpa, I've made a contract with Yi Qing. My original spirit was just a small wooden bow, but I don't know how. After making a contract with Yi Qing, I reverted to my ancestral form. I turned into that giant bow. That was a sense of power I'd never felt before. Li Zijing recalled that feeling of power and still couldn't help but feel excited. So that's how it is. Li Jinhai nodded. It was a regression to ancestral form that occurred after Zijing and Yi Qing made their contract. The same situation as the other artifact spirits that Yi Qing contracted. Li Zijing looked at her grandfather, her heart filled with conflict. Would her father and grandfather ask her to break off the contract with Yi Qing? In that case, she will fight back. Dad, Grandpa, although the situation was urgent just now and I made a contract with Yi Qing, please don't make me break the contract with Yi Qing. Li Zijing said, blushing. As soon as she said those words, everyone felt an immediate dependence on Yi Qing. But she can't care about that now. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she bit her lip lightly, as if waiting for her father and grandfather's criticism. Contract termination. Li Jinhai glared angrily at Li Xiao, his eyes seeming to demand an explanation. Did Li Xiao accuse Zijing of breaking her contract with Yi Qing? Looking at the old man's eyes, Li Xiao recalled the belt he had been given as a child. His lips twitched, and he spread his hands, looking helpless. I'm innocent. Dad, you know me. How could I possibly say such a thing? Li Xiao quickly spoke up. Zijing, when did your grandfather and I ever say that you should break off your contract with Yi Qing? Your agreement is excellent. Very good. Not only did it resolve the crisis at Jinling's defenses, but because of Yi Qing, I only now realize who you truly are. As Li Xiao spoke, Li Zijing felt a sudden surge of joy. Let's go home. Li Zijing also felt a little tired. It was probably because her cultivation level was too low. She was already tired after only a short while of transforming. Go home. Li Xiao looked at her. Go home which way? Li Zijing. With that said, which home can I go back to? Come back to my house. You should spend more time with Yi Qing. Li Xiao said seriously. Li Zijing. Huh. This isn't right. Over here, Zhou Lingxue and the others watched, and their hearts were also stirred. So that's what I mean. From now on, we'll be best buddies in the same trench. Best friend. Especially when Yin Luoqing and Zheng Yusin looked at Li Zijing, they thought, she's not just a good friend, she's a lifesaver for getting a good night's sleep. Yin Luoqing rushed to Li Zijing's side and took her arm, saying, Good sister, welcome to our big family. Yes. Dear sister, it's so good that you're here. Don't worry, our family is very loving. One sentence after another came through. Seeing this, Li Xiao and Li Jinhai breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected their granddaughter to integrate so quickly. Hearing everyone's comments, Li Zijing blushed with embarrassment. Good. All right, you guys rest here for a bit. It's still quite chaotic inside the fortress. I need to go and take care of things first. Li Xiao led his men away. Yi Qing found a few people to help transport the corpse of the dark sky wolf back, as it was a great source of food for the six-winged sky tiger. The crystal nuclei inside, of course, cannot be overlooked either. A while later, Yi Qing and the others also left. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. At the same time, at Jinling Imperial Spirit University, Li Mubai is still looking for Yi Qing at school. Holy crap, where did my sis take the captain? Wait, what happened over there? It seems like the dark sky wolf has already been eliminated. So why do we still need to look for the captain? I'm having such a hard time right now. Li Mubai hesitated for a while, then decided to continue looking for his older sister at school. Back at the villa, Yi Qing took out all the crystal cores of the dark sky wolf. All right, you can eat the rest. The remaining corpses were plentiful and plentiful. There wasn't enough to fill the whole yard, but there was still some outside. Having received permission, the six-winged celestial tiger immediately began to feast. Meanwhile, several girls pulled Li Zijing into the room. Good sister. You worked really hard tonight. You were absolutely amazing. Chapter 82 Deep Contract, God-Level Skill. Mental Erosion. A little while later, after taking a shower and changing her clothes, Li Zijing came out. Gain the Mind Erosion Skill. Spiritual Erosion? Looking at the description displayed on the pop-up screen, Yi Qing realized that this skill was something he had never encountered before. It's a mental attack skill. After forming a contract with Li Zijing, Yi Qing obtained the 9 Netherworld Divine Soul skill. It is a skill focused on enhancing mental strength. That skill, which has a profound foundation, makes one's mental strength powerful, enhancing one's perception and defense against external threats. However, there are no methods of mental attack. Now, this mental erosion skill makes up for that. Great skill. Yi Qing practiced for a while and mastered it, but now he had nowhere to use it. Furthermore, his spiritual power is not yet strong enough, and he needs to quickly improve his 9 Netherworld Divine Soul skill. 9 Netherworld Soul advances to 5th tier. 5th rank. One night, the 9 Nether Souls then reached the 5th rank. Yi Qing felt his abundant spiritual power and explored outwards. The feeling was like mercury flowing across the ground. He had complete control over everything around him. As he sensed the situation outside, the corner of his mouth twitched. Good heavens, the six-winged sky tiger ate all the dark sky wolves. It's currently wrapped in 6 wings, absorbing solar energy. You're something else, eating your fill and then going to sleep. Yi Qing withdrew his spiritual energy, walked to the window, and looked at the rising sun outside. Turning around, Li Zijing's eyelids were already drooping. She finally understands what happened last night. Now I understand why her 4 older sisters welcomed her so warmly and even prepared clothes for her with such enthusiasm. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for this one. That's exactly the mindset. I imagine the older sisters slept quite well tonight. Envious. Now Li Zijing didn't want to think about anything else. She just wanted to sleep. The next moment, everything went dark before her eyes, and she fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qing retrieved the information. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master Level, Late Stage 7. Contracted Spirits, F-Grade Lavage Blade, Secondary Reversion, Immortal Slaying Sword, E-Grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, First Reversion, Hua Tua Cauldron. E-Grade Soul Summoning Banner. First Reversion, Netherworld Flag. E-Grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp. First Reversion, Karmic Fire Black Lotus. E-Grade Small Wooden Bow. First Reversion, Eagle Shooting Giant Bow. Skills. God Level Hunting Skill. Heavenly Sky Chi Level 8. Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill. Dragon Tiger Spirit. God Level Movement Technique. Vajra Indestructible Level 6. Time Freeze Level 7. Shadow Puppet Level 6. 30th place. 60% of overall strength. Beast Taming Skill. Size Change. 9 Nether Soul Level 5. Mental Erosion. Items. 4 God Level Control Pills. Upgrade Card. Crafting Progress 50%. 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial Arts. Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist. Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. The 9 Nether Soul reached the 5th rank in one night, which is not bad. Okay, let's take a break. A little while later, within the military headquarters of Suzhou, Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, arrived at his office early in the morning. Lord Lingfeng, please take a look at this document. It was just sent by the Jinling Fortress. As someone spoke, Li Xian looked at the document. Was it sent by the Nanjing military headquarters? It looks like it was delivered overnight. There must be some urgent situation that required reporting overnight. He opened it and looked at it, and gradually, his eyes narrowed. His expression was serious. Then he fell silent. The Jinling stronghold actually has such a remarkable figure. Furthermore, according to Li Zhao's description, this little guy's strength has at least reached the level of a junior grandmaster. With the strength of a 6th or 7th rank, yet his overall strength has reached the level of a grandmaster. This is unprecedented. Li Xiao wouldn't write something carelessly. Li Zhenhai must know about this too. It seems that this person is only more capable than what's written in the documents, not weaker. When Ling Feng Ho saw what was behind him, he let out a soft exclamation. I read the document again, especially the last point, regarding the Nanjing military headquarters promise to fulfill the reward. Li Xiankai suddenly understood. It turns out that this document contained only 2 words between the lines. No money. Good grief. So you're here to play the poor card, huh? Li Xian tapped the table with his hand. They're getting more and more subtle now. He's using all that writing skill to beg for money, Sai? There was no point in saying more, so Li Xian thought for a moment and said, Someone, go and summon General Zhou Kai. Good. A little while later, a burly, unassuming man entered from outside. He was as tall as a black tower and looked like a seasoned veteran who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He walked over, opened his mouth, and his loud voice rang out. What's wrong, Lord Lingfeng? Zhou Kai looked anxious. He had just been preparing to lead his men out into the jungle to clear out the strange beasts and patrol the surrounding area when Li Xian called him over, disrupting his plans. Go to Jinling Fortress, find Li Xiao, and invite the boy named Yi Qing over. Young man. Zhou Kai frowned. What's his strength? 6th or 7th tier, I guess. Huh. Why do we need a town general to personally escort a 6th or 7th level cultivator? We can just have him come by himself. Zhou Kai couldn't help but complain. However, he was also prepared to ask why a town general had to escort a 6th or 7th level youth. Hearing his words, Marquis Lingfeng frowned. This guy is too careless. Forget it, let's find someone else. We don't want a good thing to turn into a bad thing. You go ahead and get busy. I'll find someone else for this. Li Xian waved his hand. Then I'll be leaving now, Lord Lingfeng. After Zhou Kai finished speaking, he quickly went out. This was great. He was happy to have some peace and quiet. Go and summon the other town generals, Li Xian said. Chapter 83. A Marquis Level Expert. Generous Rewards. After Zhou Kai came out, he went to another part of the military headquarters to pick up the necessary paperwork. When we came out, then they saw several guards whispering to each other not far away. He leaned closer to listen. Why such a big commotion so early in the morning? Marquis Lingfeng has summoned several garrison commanders. Something important must have happened. I heard bits and pieces of information. It seemed to be about going to meet a young man from the Jinling stronghold. One sentence made the eyes of the people next to him widen. They could hardly believe what they had just heard. Does it really require a general to go and escort a mere youth? That's way too extravagant. Furthermore, it's one thing that the town general needs to go. Marquis Lingfeng summoned so many generals. He must be selecting people to escort them. This is ridiculous. Even though Zhou Kai was a rough and uncultured man, he sensed that something was wrong when he heard these people talking to him. Marquis Lingfeng is paying far too much attention to this young man. All right, don't make that face. If you knew what this young man did in such a short time, you wouldn't be surprised. According to my information, although this young man only has the strength of a 6th or 7th level cultivator, his overall strength has reached the level of a grandmaster. Boom. One sentence, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, silenced everyone. At this moment, even the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be clearly heard. Zhou Kai listened from behind the pillar, his lips twitching. 6th or 7th rank, 7th or 8th rank, and their overall strength has reached the grandmaster level. What kind of monster is this? How was that achieved? It can't be real, it's impossible. That's right, I've never heard of such a thing before. This young man can form multiple contracts. And not long ago, he single-handedly found the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters and wiped out the Demon Spirit Guard. Furthermore, yesterday, the Jinling stronghold was attacked by a pack of dark sky wolves, but the young man, alone with a bow, wiped them all out in a single breath. Otherwise, the Jinling fortress would have suffered a terrible fate last night. Everyone. What? He single-handedly destroyed the Demon Guard headquarters. Annihilate the dark sky wolf pack. What a ruthless person. This is absolutely terrifying. I just passed by Marquis Lingfeng's place, and I think I heard several town generals inside arguing about this matter. Absolutely. This man's future achievements will definitely go far beyond that of a town general. In short, then, some sounds came from the side. It sent chills down their spines. Someone's eavesdropping. If we were to investigate whether they were discussing private matters here, they could get into serious trouble. They looked in that direction, and then saw a towering figure emerge from behind. General Zhou Kai. A chill ran through them. When will Kaijin arrive this week? However, Zhou Kai had no time to worry about that now and headed straight for Ling Fenghao's room. At this moment, the argument in Ling Fenghao's room had reached a fever pitch. If Li Xian hadn't been there to keep things under control, they probably would have already taken action. You're usually so busy, I can handle this little thing. You're a scoundrel who won't do anything without a profit motive. Do you think I don't know you? I'm telling you this time, I have to go. Thump. The next moment, the door was kicked open. The crowd suddenly stopped talking. Looking towards the doorway, it was Zhou Kai who walked in and looked at Li Xian. Lord Lingfeng, you asked me to go to the Jinling fortress to guide that young man. I agreed, and I'll set off in a bit. Wow. The group of town generals looked at Zhou Kai, turned their guns around, and started firing at him. Zhou Kai, you're quite the smooth talker. Do you think we don't know anything? You were too lazy to go before, but now that you've heard the news, you know to come back. Get out of here. Go cool off somewhere else. You're not even qualified to compete with us, yet you're spouting nonsense. Exactly. Why didn't you do this sooner? You went out for a bit. Did you hear some news? And now you're back? What? Do you really think we're just sitting around doing nothing? One voice after another came, the words seeming to turn into sharp swords, stabbing at Zhou Kai one by one, turning him into a hedgehog. All right. Li Xian thought this was utterly disgraceful and shouted a stern rebuke. Zhong Jiaxing, Wang Weidong, you two go. Yes, Lord Lingfeng. I guarantee I will complete the mission. The two said in unison. He also smiled as he looked at the others. Seeing that Lord Lingfeng had spoken, the others said no more. Zhou Kai was on the verge of tears. What was supposed to be a great thing had been ruined by him. Well, but now, it's too late to say anything. Don't go empty-handed either. The bounty for killing the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters members hasn't been paid to him yet. All right then. Li Xian was silent for a moment. Take a small beast core from the early stage of the Town General realm and give it to him. This. Town General, early stage beast crystal core. Such a grand gesture. What an enormous sum of money. Also, give him a chance to be cleansed in the blood pool. Blood pool cleansing. Everyone listened, their eyes narrowing. This blood pool is no ordinary place. It dates back more than a decade. At that time, Feng Haiwang was stationed to guard the fortifications of Su City. He had only recently reached the king rank. A king-level beast, the Black Water Dragon, attacked from within the walls of Su City. Feng Haiwang fought him for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the enemy is defeated. After removing its crystal core, they buried its body on Qishan Mountain. Only, the blood of this Black Water Dragon entered the Qishan water veins. A pool of blood was formed. This blood pool has a miraculous effect on tempering the body. The blood of a king-level beast cleanses the body, which is quite miraculous. Over the years, many people have used their bodies to cleanse the blood pool, which has darkened considerably. However, it still has some effect. The reward for blood pool refinement is quite generous. All right, then Lord Lingfeng, let's set off. Zhong Jiaxing and Wang Weidong accepted the order and then strode out. 2 hours later, at the Jinling military headquarters, Li Xiao thought about the document he had written. I suppose Marquis Lingfeng should be able to understand it. After he finished speaking, someone came to report from outside. Master Li, 2 town generals from the Su City Fortress, Zhong Jiaxing and Wang Weidong, have arrived, along with their spirits. Who? Li Xiao hadn't expected that the Su City stronghold would actually send 2 garrison commanders over. Please welcome them. Chapter 84 Heading to the Su City Barrier. A short while later, Li Xiao saw Zhong Jiaxing and Wang Weidong in the reception room. The group consisted of people who were old acquaintances. I greeted them. Zhong Jiaxing and Wang Weidong then got down to business. This time, it was Marquis Lingfeng who summoned us. You should know why, Wang Weidong said. Li Xiao nodded as well. After all, he wrote those reports. How could he not know? Every single word was carefully chosen by him. It can be said that the entire piece is not about poverty, but rather about poverty throughout. As he spoke, Wang Weidong took out a huge crystal core. Looking at the enormous crystal core, Li Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. This, a crystal core of the rank of a town general. Yi Qing is a lucky kid. I never expected Marquis Lingfeng to be so generous. This time, Marquis Lingfeng specifically asked us to give him the crystal core of this early-stage Zhenjiang beast, and also to give him a chance to be cleansed in the blood pool. Blood pool cleansing. That's an incredible opportunity. He knew the origin of that blood pool. If that's the case, then Marquis Lingfeng is paying far too much attention to Yi Qing. Okay, I'll send someone to call Yi Qing over right now. Li Xiao went out to make the arrangements. A little while later, outside the villa, Yi Qing came out. Sure enough, once my mental energy was replenished, I felt much more energetic. His body, under the dual blessing of indestructibility and the tempering of karmic fire, is also constantly improving. It frantically absorbs energy from the surrounding air to strengthen itself. Yi Qing looked at the 6-winged celestial tiger that was still sleeping. This guy is greedy for food and sleep and doesn't work. He's beyond redemption. Yi Qing gave it a light kick. The next moment, a burst of light suddenly erupted from the 6-winged celestial tiger. A burst of momentum. Although it is still in its small form, the patterns on its body have become much more intricate. The hair is thicker and denser. A light screen popped up. Species, hexagonal tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, early stage of breakthrough. He's broken through to a higher level. It seems that eating so much of the dark sky wolf's flesh and blood yesterday had an effect. However, this guy's improvement rate is still quite impressive. In just a few days, he has advanced several minor ranks. As expected of a pure-blooded beast. Yi Qing thought to herself. People from the military have arrived. Yi Qing, Master Li wants to see you. Why did they suddenly call me over so early in the morning? Could it be because of Li Zijing? However, it was Li Xiao who spoke up yesterday, asking him to bring Li Zijing back so they could work things out. 2 garrison commanders from the Su City stronghold have come to deliver your reward. A rare beast core for a town general level 1, and a chance to refine it in the blood pool. Early stage mythical beast core in Zhenjiang. What a grand gesture. Indeed, those at the marquee level are truly different. Let's go. We'll talk on the way, Yi Qing said, and headed to the military headquarters with the person who came. What is this blood pool cleansing? Yi Qing asked. As if knowing Yi Qing would ask, the visitor recounted in detail the information Li Xiao had told him about the blood pool's cleansing process. So good. Okay, looks like I'll have to make a trip to Suzhou Fortress. A little while later, within the military headquarters, Yi Qing. When Li Xiao saw Yi Qing arrive, he stood up with a smile on his face, just like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Come, let me introduce you. These 2 are powerful town generals from the Su City stronghold, Zhong Jiaxing and Wang Weidong. These 2 are their weapon spirits. This one is Yi Qing. After getting to know each other for a while, the others also looked at Yi Qing. Young, so very young. Such achievements at such a young age. This is even comparable to the scions of elite families in the top tier. One person wiped out everyone at the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters. They possess at least the comprehensive strength of a grandmaster in the mid to late stage. Even though they were town generals, they dared not underestimate Yi Qing and place him on the same level as themselves. After all, they knew that in a few years, they might not even be qualified to be on the same level as him. This is what Marquis Lingfeng asked me to give to you. As he spoke, Zhong Jiaxing gave Yi Qing the crystal core of a town general level exotic beast. There's one more chance for blood pool cleansing. We're here, mainly to take you there for the cleansing. When would be a good time for us to set off? Then let's wait a while. I'll go home and take them with me. Okay. Wang Weidong naturally knew who Yi Qing was referring to as them. Yi Qing returned to her room. Everyone was called up. Of course, Li Zijin, who had been working hard all night, was also among them. What's wrong, honey? Why are you waking us up so early? Yeah, it's so early. Zhou Lingxue said something, yawned, looked to the side, and instantly, all sleepiness vanished. This is such a large crystal nucleus. Oh my god. What kind of strange beast is this? The other girls also saw the beast core, which was of the town general level, and they all crowded around to look at it. Alright, stop looking. The people from the Sioux City Fortress are here. 2 town generals have arrived. This is a reward for Marquis Lingfeng. Another reward is the blood pool cleansing. Let's go. Pack up. We're going to the Suzhou Fortress. Yi Qing said. Beside her, Lu Yiming trembled. Suzhou barriers. Back then, she encountered the demon spirit guard in Fei and others while being escorted by her own guards from Jinling Fortress to Suqing Fortress. Then they were robbed. Then I met Yi Qing again. But Yi Qing terrified her at that time, and even though she was worried about him, she didn't dare to tell Yi Qing about her family's affairs. The adjustment period is now over. And Lu Lianming also felt the changes in her body. After all, her relative is always very punctual. But this month has already been delayed for a long time. The reason is self-evident. Honey, come here for a second. I have something to tell you. Yi Qing noticed that Lu Lianming's expression was not quite right, so he came over as well. Lu Lianming told the whole story. Honey, can I come home for a visit while we're going to Suzhou Fortress this time? I see. Then that's fine. Real? With joy on her face, Lu Lianming wrapped her arms around Yi Qing and planted a kiss on his cheek. All right, they're waiting over there. Let's go. As Yi Qing spoke, the girls nodded in agreement. After going outside, let's go, tiger. Upon hearing Yi Qing's voice, the 6-winged celestial tiger opened its eyes and flapped its 6 wings. He followed half a step behind Yi Qing. Chapter 85 Midstage 8th rank. Huh? Wait a minute. Yi Qing then turned around and looked at the girls. How about we bring a few sets of clothes? After all, it looks like we'll be spending a few nights inside the Suzhou Fortress. Zhou Lingxue, Lu Lianming. Everyone. They had seen Yi Qing looking quite anxious before and thought her husband would have forgotten about it. They thought they could finally get a good night's sleep these next few days, or at least not have to worry so much. But I never expected this. Sigh, I can't escape it after all. Then, let's go back and pick out some clothes. The girls decided to bring more clothes since they might be staying at the Suzhou Fortress for a while. Go back and pack. Yi Qing looked at her free time. I returned to my room. Then, he looked at the crystal core, which was of the town general level. His eyes narrowed. The next moment, his entire body shimmered with golden light. It was even engulfed in karmic fire. Both body forging techniques were used. He reached out and placed his hand on the Zhenjiang level exotic beast crystal core. Call. Absorb. A massive amount of energy entered Yi Qing's body. It flows continuously through the meridians. The sheer scale of it is absolutely terrifying. Even though Yi Qing used both Vajra indestructible and karmic fire body tempering at the same time, his body was still somewhat overwhelmed. After all, the ability to quickly absorb skills can only ensure that the violent energy inside the crystal core does not harm the body. However, there is no guarantee that the massive amount of energy will not burst the body. Thump. A muffled thud was heard. Yi Qing felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. When you clench your fist, the space within it becomes illusory. Then, he looked at his own light screen. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-8th rank. Contracted spirits, F-grade Lavage Blade, secondary reversion. Immortal Slaying Sword, E-grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, first reversion. Hua Tuo Cauldron, E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, first reversion. Netherworld Flag, E-grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, first reversion. Karmic Fire Black Lotus, E-grade Small Wooden Bow, first reversion. Eagle Shooting Giant Bow. Skills, God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi level 8, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible level 6, Time Freeze level 7, Shadow Puppet level 6, 30th place, 60% of overall strength, Beast Taming Skill, Size Change, 9 Nether Soul level 5, Mental Erosion. Items, 4 God level Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial arts. Prison-suppressing dragon fist, sword chi of the 8 directions. Mid-stage of rank 8. Breaking through 2 levels in a row. A little while later, Yi Qing went out, and the girls had all tidied up. They arrived at the military headquarters. Zhong Jiaxing, Wang Weidong, and their spirits were sitting in the living room, drinking tea with Li Xiao. Then, Yi Qing and the others arrived. Zhong Jiaxing and Wang Weidong looked at the girls next to Yi Qing. Eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. What's this? Good heavens. Those who know you have powerful spirit artifacts, but those who don't might think you've lost your mind and made contracts with so many beautiful women. Li Xiao is currently paying close attention to his daughter. He looked at Li Zijing and thought, this girl seems to have changed a bit. Before, she was quite unruly at home, but now, she's very well behaved next to Yi Qing. He was worried that his daughter, whom he had raised since childhood, had a bad temper and might give Yi Qing a headache. I never expected that they would become so well behaved in just one night. Yi Qing came over, greeted everyone, and introduced himself. Wang Weidong stared intently at the 6-winged celestial tiger flying behind Yi Qing. Yi Qing, where did you catch this little tiger? I feel like I've never seen such a strange beast before. Oh, we caught this one at the Purgatory training camp. Yi Qing explained. All right, let's not linger here any longer. Zhong Jiaxing checked the time. It's almost noon. Even if we set off now and move at top speed, it will still take until the afternoon to reach the Suqing Fortress. Not to mention when I'll go to Qishan Blood Pool to cleanse myself. It's all right, going to the Su City Fortress should be faster. Yi Qing said, and Wang Weidong and the others were taken aback. This kid really didn't know the distance between the 2 fortresses. But they didn't say anything. After all, they also cherished talent. After going outside, Yi Qing stood there. Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing looked at them with confusion. Why did you stop? Weren't we going to the Suzhou Fortress together? Walking there? No, ride those strange beasts over there. Wang Weidong pointed to the strange beasts over there. Yi Qing glanced at it, then waved his hand. What's the meaning? Wang Weidong and the others looked at Yi Qing, while Yi Qing patted the 6-winged sky tiger. Roar! A fierce roar suddenly erupted from the mouth of the 6-winged celestial tiger. Then, shining brightly. Thump! A little while later, a dull thud was heard as a heavy object fell to the ground. The true form of the 6-winged celestial tiger has been revealed. Compared to its original size, the patterns on the now advanced 6-winged sky tiger are deeper and more intimidating. It's also bigger. Look at this tiger. Wang Weidong and the others' mouths twitched. Oh my god, where did this giant tiger come from? How did it turn into this after the flash of light? Good heavens. Come on, everyone get on board. We'll fly over there, it won't take long. As Yi Qing spoke, he led the girls and stepped onto the back of the 6-winged celestial tiger. Wang Weidong and the others also went up. Landing on the back of the 6-winged tiger was like landing on a huge platform. Let's go, tiger. Yi Qing said one sentence. Call. 6-winged heavenly tiger, all 6 wings flapping together. The air below was blown out in an instant, as if a vacuum had been created. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust rose. Thump. The 6-winged celestial tiger rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. With a spread of its 6 wings, it soars straight up to the clouds. Wow, that speed. Zhong Jiaxing sat on the back of the 6-winged celestial tiger, looking at the clouds rushing past beside him, also puzzled as to what kind of strange beast it was. Why is it so powerful? Yi Qing has some good things to rely on. Faster. Yi Qing's mind stirred. The 6-winged celestial tiger moved its 6 wings again, and its speed suddenly increased. Like a shooting star, it shot towards the Su City fortifications. Wang Weidong. Goodness, that speed. I'm afraid it won't be long before we reach the Suqing Fortress. Really? A little while later, below a thick fortified city wall came into view. We've arrived. This is the Su City Fortress. Chapter 86, Second Ancestral Return, 9 Dragon Cauldron. Yi Qing, slow down a bit. Wang Weidong and Yi Qing were talking. After all, such a huge, unregistered beast appearing above the barrier would definitely cause a commotion. At that time, don't let the flood wash away the Dragon King's temple, because a powerful figure from below will come to take action. That's not good. Yi Qing understood what he meant. This slowed down the 6-winged celestial tiger. At this moment, atop the fortified city walls, several guards saw a beam of light shooting towards them from afar. However, the light was extremely quiet, without making a sound. They know about this. This speed broke the sound barrier. Therefore, we can only see its shape first, and then hear its sound. When the guards saw the face of the six-winged celestial tiger, their hearts tightened. Go! A flying-type alien beast is attacking. City-wide alert. These few words struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Suzhou's fortress has not seen anything like this in a long time. Etc. On the back of that strange beast. It's General Wang Weidong and General Zhong Jiaxing. The guards on duty breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Oh, they're one of our own. However, the two town generals rode strange beasts when they went out in the morning. So how come they came back with such a powerful flying beast? Strangeness. These are things beyond their control. All right, crisis resolved. Let's get back to duty. Good. I must say, your beast is quite conspicuous. I have a feeling those guards are about to sound the city-wide alarm. Yi Qing did not respond to Wang Weidong. He looked down at the massive barrier below. As expected of a top-tier barrier, it is much larger in scale than a second-line fortress like the Jinling Fortress. The layout inside is also more dense. The population density is also higher. The more people there are, the greater the probability of a strong person emerging from among them. Beside her, Lu Lianming looked at the Su City Fortress. She's back. She's finally back. In an instant, those scenes from before flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. She and her guards were robbed and killed. They fell into the hands of the demon guardian Anfei. Later, she turned misfortune into blessing, met her husband, and transformed herself from a useless spirit into what she is today. She looked at Yi Qing, her eyes filled with gratitude. The next moment, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. Lu Lianming undergoes a second ancestral rebirth, transforming into the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Has Lianming regressed to her ancestral form? The Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Yi Qing looked at the introduction. This Nine-Dragon Cauldron is an extraordinary spiritual treasure. Not to mention that it originally contained 9 strands of innate dragon energy, which could nourish the medicines refined within it. It can also absorb energy from the air at all times. Replenish the dragon energy. It can be said that the previous mode of absorbing energy once has been transformed into a mode of storing energy. Furthermore, its strength is far greater than that of a single ancestral regression. He looked at Lu Lianming, who was intently searching for her home. She didn't notice Yi Qing's gaze, nor did she feel any changes in her own body. Let's go straight to Qishan. The blood pool for purification is over there, Wang Weidong said, and Yi Qing also directed the six-winged celestial tiger to go there. A little while later, it is near Qishan. Yi Qing saw the blood pool, which resembled a heavenly pool, at the mountaintop. However, the water in this pool was the color of fresh blood, and it even had a slightly bloody smell. Call. The six-winged celestial tiger descended. Several guards who were stationed here came over. Wang Weidong, the garrison commander, Zhong Jiaxing, the garrison commander. The guard leader greeted the two of them, then looked at the six-winged celestial tiger. After being shocked by the giant beast, he turned his gaze to Yi Qing and the other girls. This must be Yi Qing, who underwent the blood pool cleansing this time, right? He received a notification that the two townsmen would be bringing Yi Qing for a cleansing session today. Yi Qing, this is the blood pool. The blood in this blood pool is the blood of that black water dragon. The black water dragon is a king-level beast. Its blood possesses a violent power and can be considered a powerful tool for tempering the body. As they walked, Wang Weidong gave a presentation. After a while, they arrived at the blood pool. Above the blood pool, wisps of mist rose. What is this fog? Yi Qing asked. This mist is the gathering of specks of dragon energy emanating from the blood of the black water dragon. Although this creature is just a dragon, it also possesses dragon energy. Wang Weidong said, All right, go inside and wash up. We'll wait for you on the shore. Yi Qing was just about to go in. Then, a gust of wind came from beside Yi Qing. Then, all eyes turned to Lu Lianming standing to the side. At this moment, Lu Lianming's robes were fluttering in the wind. She herself didn't know what had happened. A blank look on his face. Honey, what's wrong with me? Just as Lu Lianming was wondering what was going on, a wisp of dragon energy poured into her body. Then, the dragon energy above the blood pool trembled. As if they had found an outlet, they all rushed toward Lu Lianming. Huh? Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. They've brought people to the blood pool to cleanse themselves many times. However, it only absorbs the energy from the blood pool and the dragon energy above it. It has never been touched. But now, beside them, Zhou Lingxue and the others stared wide-eyed at Lu Lianming's unusual behavior, their faces filled with worry. As streams of dragon energy entered Lu Lianming's body, she began to feel ethereal. Gradually, a phantom giant cauldron floated in the air. 9 dragons coiled atop the giant cauldron. The engraved patterns are ancient and simple, as if they carry the pressure of a god. Just one glance at it makes you feel completely relaxed. It's as if even your hidden injuries are starting to heal. Several girls looked over, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they were seeing. Previously, Lu Lianming's spirit was not like this. Although it is also a giant cauldron. However, there was no divine power. It's nowhere near this big or this heavy. There was no sense of oppression. What's going on here? Sister Lu, you've reverted to your ancestral ways again. As the only one among the previous group to have undergone 2 instances of the ancestral blade, Zhou Lingxue immediately made her judgment. It can't be wrong. After her second reversion to her ancestral form, Sister Lu became an even more powerful artifact spirit. Right in front of you is the 9 Dragons Cauldron. Secondary atavism. Zhou Lingxue's voice wasn't loud, and it only reached the ears of a few girls nearby. They looked at Lu Lianming. How could this be? It's important to understand that even for artifact spirits of S rank or higher, reverting to their ancestral form is extremely difficult and takes several years. And that's just the time required for 1 reversion. For 2 reversions, it would take many times longer. However, in such a short time, Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming reverted to their ancestral forms twice in a row. They looked at Yi Qing. Their husband possessed miraculous powers. It can shorten their time to revert to their ancestral state. That must be it. Everyone has different thoughts. However, they were all deeply shocked. By the time Wang Weidong came to his senses, most of the mist above the blood pool had already been swallowed up. It's still devouring everything in its path. Wang Weidong. Hey. Stop. These are dragon energies that have been nurtured for so many years. Yi Qing, tell your artifact spirit to stop absorbing. Stop it now, Wang Weidong said hurriedly. Chapter 87 Six-Winged Sky Tiger. It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. Yi Qing looked at Wang Weidong, a puzzled expression on his face. How do we stop here? Wang Weidong. The things floating on this blood pool, it seems like none of you know what their purpose is. Since it has no effect, it's fine to absorb it. What do you say, General Wang Weidong? Uffed. In an instant, Yi Qing delivered 2 more blows to Wang Weidong. He stood there, stunned. What do I want to say? But I don't know how to say it. Yi Qing is right. They really didn't know what the dragon's energy was for. While they were still in a daze, the absorption speed of the 9-dragon cauldron increased once again. The fog was already extremely thin. Seeing this, Zhong Jiaxing said, Yi Qing, don't worry about what this thing does. First, tell your artifact spirit to stop absorbing. Sensing it, you'll definitely find a way. Okay, I'll sense it then. Yi Qing spoke calmly and unhurriedly. The 2 looked at Yi Qing with no other choice. They realized that Yi Qing was just dawdling. But what can we do? Finally, the absorption of power has finally stopped. However, although absorption has stopped, the mist has become extremely thin. It was almost completely drained. Lu Lianming exited her illusionary form, looked at everyone, and felt refreshed. Nice one. This must be good stuff. Wang Weidong looked at them and stood in front of Lu Lianming to prevent her from transforming again and absorbing the last bit of dragon energy. Husband. Lu Lianming looked at Yi Qing, and Yi Qing understood what Wang Weidong and the other person meant. How about this? You go home first, and I'll need some time to clean up here. Really? Lu Lianming was overjoyed, never expecting that she could go home first. Dad, Mom, and everyone in the family. All right, I'll send someone to escort you home. A woman spoke next to Zhong Jiaxing. Thanks. Although Lu Lianming knew that their claim of having someone escort her was a pretense, their real intention was to prevent her from returning to fight. Don't mention it. Someone come here. The woman waved her hand, and several guards came over. You guys, escort this young lady home. You must escort them to their destination, understand? Okay. The guards spoke in unison. Then, honey, I'm going home now. You must come to my house to find me after you've been cleansed in the blood pool, Lu Lianming said, leaving Yi Qing her home address. Okay, let's go. After Lu Lianming left, Yi Qing looked at the blood pool below. Upon getting close, Yi Qing pushed off with his feet and shot directly towards the center of the blood pool. Thump. Yi Qing entered the blood pool. Only. The next moment, Yi Qing immediately sensed that something was wrong. It seemed as if energy was surging into his body from within the pool of blood. It must be the dragon's blood. And the surging dragon blood, combined with his indestructible body and the karmic fire body tempering skill, is frantically enhancing the strength of his body. It has this effect. Yi Qing didn't expect that this time. Not only did Lu Yinming absorb the dragon energy during the blood pool cleansing, but he was also able to absorb a large amount of dragon blood to improve his physical strength. He can now fight across several major levels using only his physical body and god-level skills, without using the artifact spirit. Sure, Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing were thinking about what had just happened. He was just figuring out how to report back when he got back. This blood pool is a treasure that our Sioux City military has guarded for a long time. Moreover, this is where Feng Haiwang made his name. Every time Feng Haiwang returned to the Sioux City stronghold, he would come to take a look. If I come to this place again and see that there's only a little bit of dragon energy left above the blood pool, wouldn't I be doomed? Alright, it's not our fault. After all, nobody knew something like this would happen. We'll just report the truth to Marquis Lingfeng in a bit. Alright, that's all we can do for now. After Wang Weidong finished speaking, he glanced to the other side and immediately raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, several girls, and that giant tiger also headed towards the blood pool. He suddenly became very anxious. Hopefully, the situation won't repeat itself. However, it doesn't matter now even if the situation just happened again. After all, the dragon energy had become so thin that it was almost invisible. Even if you try to absorb more, you won't be able to absorb anything else. Sniff. The six-winged celestial tiger looked at the blood pool in front of it, feeling the bloody aura within. Arriving at the blood pool, he lowered his head and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Old Zhong, look, that giant tiger over there is drinking water from the pool. Wang Weidong said warily. Let it drink. How much can it drink? It can't possibly drink the blood pool dry, can it? Although Zhong Jiaxing said this, his gaze also turned to the six-winged celestial tiger. A little while later, Zhou Lingxue looked at the blood pool. Hey, look, the color of this pool seems to have faded a bit. In short, like a heavy hammer. It's etched in everyone's hearts. This blow was especially strong in the hearts of Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing. They suddenly looked up at the pool of blood. Then, eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. Real. The blood pool has indeed become lighter in color. What's going on? Yin Luoqing looked at the six-winged tiger that was still drinking water and said, It must be a tiger. It's because it drank too much water. As everyone listened to Yin Luoqing's words, they all turned their gazes toward the six-winged celestial tiger. The six-winged celestial tiger, who was drinking water, was also taken aback. He suddenly looked up and looked back. It cried out twice, as if it were extremely aggrieved, as if saying, It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Chapter 88 Blackwater Dragon, Dragon Soul. No, it wasn't caused by that giant tiger. Wang Weidong observed the situation and noticed that the giant tiger was no longer drinking water. But the blood color in the blood pool is still fading. Yi Qing. It must have been Yi Qing's doing. Old Zhong, call Yi Qing out first. After he finished speaking, he stomped his foot. Thump. The rocks beneath Wang Weidong's feet crumbled the moment he stood. That's absolutely terrifying. Wang Weidong headed towards the spot where Yi Qing had just landed. Thump. Enter the water. Zhong Jiaxing followed Wang Weidong into the blood pool. Once underwater, the two stared wide-eyed at the sight before them, hardly believing what they were seeing. At this moment, in the distance, another vortex. All the blood and energy are converging in that direction. Is this a vortex created by Yi Qing? This guy? What a freak he is. Wang Weidong waved to Zhong Jiaxing, and the two swam over there together. Wah! Wang Weidong patted Yi Qing on the shoulder. Yi Qing, who was absorbing blood energy with his eyes closed, opened them and looked at the two of them. Good heavens, how did these two get down here? When Zhong Jiaxing saw Yi Qing open his eyes, he stretched out his hand and pointed upwards. Wah! The meaning couldn't be clearer. On the shore, Yin Luoqing walked towards the six-winged celestial tiger, then patted it on the back. Oh dear, look at you, so stingy. I misunderstood you earlier, and now I'm apologizing. Why do you still look like you haven't forgiven me? The six-winged celestial tiger turned its head to look at Yin Luoqing, then glanced away from the huge tiger head again. Hey, you little stubborn tiger, I'll give you a good beating when you shrink. The six-winged celestial tiger also let out a low growl, as if it simply did not believe it. Alright, you two stop arguing now. What time is it? Why are you still making such a racket? Zhou Lingxue said, looking at the lake as well. She is now more worried about the situation inside. Although Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing have gone down, they have been down for some time now, and the concentration of the blood in the pool is visibly decreasing. Beside her, Li Zijing leaned closer. I don't think we need to worry. What we need to worry about is our husband's health. Will he become stronger again after he comes out? If that happens. After Li Zijing said that, Yin Luoqing's beautiful eyes widened. It was like watching a horror movie. Definitely a horror movie. My husband was already terrifying enough, but if this were to be even more terrifying. Sister Zhou, can I ask you something? Can you help me work overtime tonight? Li Zijing said, a blush appearing on her face. After saying that, she cursed herself in her heart. What nonsense are you spouting? She definitely wouldn't have said something like that before. But now, for my own sleep, and to avoid overwork. This is the only way. Mimi? Even the usually composed Zhou Lingxue began to show a hint of panic. You can ask them. Don't look for me. As Yin Luoqing spoke, thinking back to what had happened, she felt flustered, a mix of anticipation and slight fear rising within her. Without realizing it, she grabbed a handful of tiger fur next to her. The six-winged celestial tiger suddenly turned its head and met Yin Luoqing's gaze. Yin Luoqing, would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose? The six-winged celestial tiger turned and walked away without looking back, determined to get away from Yin Luoqing. Sisterly, if you're tired, I can manage. Beside her, Zheng Yusin bit her lip lightly as she spoke, looking utterly pitiful. It's all right. Now that we've arrived at the Suzhou fortress, there's a host here. It wouldn't be right for her to just stand there and watch without fulfilling her duties as a host, would it? Zhou Lingxue gave Li Zijing a meaningful smile. Li Zijing nodded, a smile also appearing on her face. Whoosh. As they were talking, the lake's surface parted. 3 figures stepped forward in quick succession. It's like floating on water. We've reached the shore. At this point, the color of the blood pool had decreased by another shade. It even turned pink. Before, it was genuine blood. This. Wang Weidong looked at the color of the blood pool, then turned to stare at Yi Qing. How did you manage to do this? They were already having trouble explaining the dragon aura incident to Marquis Lingfeng, and now this other thing has happened. For a moment, they all regretted bringing Yi Qing over. I must stay with him and keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble. I don't know either. Isn't this how everyone's purification process is? As soon as I went in, I felt that energy surging into my body, completely beyond my control. Yi Qing explained, and the two of them were speechless. Is everyone like this? How could that be? They were all people who had been tempered in the blood pool before. They cleansed themselves for a whole day, but the color of the blood pool remained completely unchanged. But it's only been a short while. And that's how it turned out. If you were to spend a whole day cleansing yourself, wouldn't that turn the blood pool into clear water? All right, we'll report the situation to Marquis Lingfeng later. For now, just don't go in again. Wang Weidong waved his hand. This was probably not something Yi Qing did intentionally, as he and Zhong Jiaxing were both town generals. They couldn't do it even if they went in. Other powerful individuals have also undergone the same refinement, but none of them experienced the same thing. It can only be said that this kid's body is truly too strange. Is this guy able to contract with so many spirits at the same time because he's physically strong? A thought immediately came to Wang Weidong's mind. He turned around, looked at Yi Qing, and even felt envy in his eyes. Yi Qing listened to their words and asked, wasn't it supposed to be a day of cleansing? Is it over already? Listen to me, Yi Qing. Anyway, you don't need to go in now. As long as you don't go in, you can do whatever you want. Wang Weidong said, and Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Anything is fine. Yes, I'll do anything. Wang Weidong looked at Yi Qing with a puzzled expression. What else does this kid want to do? He also absorbed the dragon's energy. He absorbed the dragon's blood too. The others. What else? Oh, right, the keel. But that thing is already embedded in the mountain. There's no way this little guy can be dug out. That's all. Yi Qing approached Yin Luoqing, reached out with one hand, and placed it on her collarbone. The next moment, Yin Luoqing's body became ethereal. A huge banner fell into Yi Qing's hands. Yi Qing spreads his wings. Unfurl the flag. A gigantic image of a Buddha emerged from the banner. Standing behind Yi Qing, overlooking the entire blood pool. It looked as if a demon god had descended upon the world. What's this? Although Wang Weidong and others had seen Yi Qing's information, but, upon seeing the giant banner and the Dharma image, their hearts felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. I was utterly horrified. Get out here. Yi Qing stared at the mountain and let out a low shout. The Dharma image behind it emitted a blood-red light from its pair of blood-red eyes, reflected on the mountainside. What kind of tactic is this? Wang Weidong, Zhong Jiaxing, and the others were shocked by Yi Qing's methods, but more than that, they were puzzled. What is this guy trying to do? That's weird. While they were wondering, the next moment, hold head high. A sound like a dragon's roar came from inside the mountain. Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing's eyes were bloodshot. The hairs on his body stood on end instantly. What was that sound, like a dragon's roar? Now, if there's anything here that could make that sound, it's probably only. They turned around. Then, my legs felt weak. And there it was. Inside the mountain. The Blackwater Dragon that was previously killed by the Sea King has emerged. Chapter 89, Subduing the Dragon Soul. This is. Wang Weidong and the others stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they were seeing. Blackwater Dragon. It really is a Blackwater Dragon. Why? That beast is still alive. No, this isn't its true form. Its true form must be dead. Zhong Jiaxing murmured to himself. This also pulled everyone back from their shock. Only then did they begin to pay attention to the Blackwater Dragon. Really, the body is an illusion. This is the dragon soul of the Blackwater Dragon. Zhong Jiaxing exclaimed in realization. Dragon soul. They suddenly looked at the giant flag. The Dharma image behind it stared at the dragon soul with a greedy expression. Yi Qing, are you going to make a move against the dragon soul? Snap. Wang Weidong slapped himself across the face. What a load of rubbish he had. Why did I say that one sentence, letting Yi Qing do whatever he wanted in the blood pool? But now he can't stop it. Hold head high. The Blackwater Dragon soul felt the attraction and then stared at Yi Qing, the giant flag, and the huge Dharma image behind it. A roar, filled with extreme anger. Even a cornered beast will fight. Yi Qing snorted coldly, waved the giant flag in his hand, and the sound of it fluttering rang out. The Dharma image solidified behind it, and one hand reached out. A powerful suction force was generated. Hold head high. The dragon's soul roared, finally understanding Yi Qing's meaning. It stared at Yi Qing, then charged towards him. Not good. As Wang Weidong spoke, his heart suddenly jumped into his throat. He was about to take a step forward and head towards Yi Qing. Roar. A roar erupted from Fa Xiang's mouth, as if enraged by the dragon's soul. Its demonic claws reached out, suddenly growing larger, intercepting the dragon's soul in midair and clamping it in its hand. Seeing the dragon's soul still struggling in his hand, Fa Xiang let out another low roar. Receive. Yi Qing whispered. The dragon's soul gradually faded into nothingness, transforming into a massive mark that landed in the Dharma image's hand. A little while later, Yin Luoqing exits the illusionary state. Wang Weidong and the others also rushed over. They looked at Yi Qing as if he were a monster. Absorb dragon energy, absorb dragon blood. Finally, they didn't even spare the dragon's soul. Now Wang Weidong is also wavering. Next, this guy can't make a move on the dragon bone, can he? Yi Qing, do you collect the dragon soul of this Blackwater Dragon? You just took the dragon soul of a king-level beast like that. Zhong Jiaxing was speaking from the side, but Yi Qing waved his hand. The Blackwater Dragon has been killed for a long time. As you all saw, its dragon soul was not very solid just now. In other words, the power of the dragon soul was greatly reduced, and it can be considered a remnant soul. However, even a remnant soul is far, far stronger than the souls I collected before. Yi Qing explained. The two suddenly realized. Wang Weidong walked to the other side and found a guard. Go and tell Marquis Lingfeng about the situation here. Remember, you must tell him everything without omitting a single word. Wang Weidong began to confess. This way. Yi Qing looked at the place and thought it was nice. This is a treasure trove. At the very least, it's a treasure trove for him. He gained a lot from this baptism in the blood pool. It's a pity that the time spent refining in the blood pool was too short. It would have been better if it were longer. If Zhong Jiaxing knew what Yi Qing was thinking, he would be terrified. Goodness, it's a bit longer. This thing cannot be regenerated. Once you absorb it, it's gone. That's quite a lot, brother. It's really quite a lot. Honey, let's go find Sister Lu later. She might already be home. Let's go visit her. Zhou Lingxue said, her face full of envy. After all, her parents had been killed by wild animals, her family was broken, and she longed for a complete family life. Fortunately, I made the best decision beforehand, and made a pact with my husband, which led to this little family. Okay, let's get ready to go now. Etc. Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing came this way. Yi Qing, where are you all going? Since you won't let me refine my blood in the pool, I'll go take a stroll inside the Sioux City Fortress first. Wang Weidong. Zhong Jiaxing. Are we preventing you from refining yourself in the blood pool? You should speak with a conscience. Then, the two exchanged a glance. Let's go, Yi Qing. We'll go with you. After all, it was Marquis Lingfeng who sent us to the Jinling Fortress to guide you. Now that you've arrived at the Suqing Fortress, we can't just leave you alone like this. Yes, we're with you. Zhong Jiaxing immediately understood what Wang Weidong meant. All right. Yi Qing waved his hand. He understood perfectly well what these people meant. It's just about keeping an eye on him, afraid he'll cause any more trouble. Now he's quite arrogant. Good heavens, he's accompanied by two powerful guards at the level of town generals. At the same time, within the Lu family, Lu Rui was pacing back and forth in the courtyard when a woman beside him looked at him and sighed. How many circles have you gone around in? I'm just worried about Lianming. It's been so many days. She was supposed to come back at that time, but she hasn't. At first, I thought she had encountered something at the Jinling Fortress and was delayed. But it's been so long now, and they still haven't come back. How can I not be anxious? I know you're anxious, but there's no use being anxious. We've already sent people out, haven't we? It will take them some time to get into the Jinling Fortress. We just need to wait for now. The woman offered comfort. As the two were talking, a commotion arose outside. Master, the butler entered. Miss Lianming is back. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui's face immediately broke into a smile. Okay, good. Unexpectedly, my beloved daughter is back. Lianming, you're back. Lu Rui came out, looked at Lu Lianming, and then paused in surprise. Where are the guards who escorted you back? Where have they gone? They're all dead. We encountered the demon guards during our escort mission. Lu Lianming said. Demon guard. Lu Rui was shocked. These beasts. How are you? Are you injured? Were you captured by the demon guards? Lu Rui was so concerned that she lost her composure and asked Lu Lianming. Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm a little thirsty, shall I have some water? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Rui slapped his forehead. It's my fault. Lianming, come in first. Someone, get Lianming some water. After drinking some water, Lu Lianming looked at her parents. Mom and Dad, after the demon guard killed the escorting guards, they captured me and wanted to use me as a hostage to extort money from you. However, afterwards, I met Yi Qing, who killed those demon spirit guards. I've also made a contract with him now. As Lu Lianming spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment, as if she had secretly gotten married outside. Chapter 90. Could Yi Qing not handle that intensity? What? In an instant, Lu Rui's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just heard. A contract has been made. My own daughter actually signed a contract. We formed a contract after being rescued. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? But he also knew that his daughter's spirit was an E-grade Jianxiu iron pot. My daughter is beautiful, but her spirit is too weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained uncontracted. Judging from what the daughter said, the other party was very powerful. They were able to slay those demon guards and rescue Lianming. Come, Lianming, sit down and rest first, then we can talk slowly. Lu Rui pulled Lu Lianming to sit down. How is it? Did that person force you to make a contract with him? If so, tell your father. Your father will go find him and, if necessary, give him some reward for saving you so that he can break the contract with you. Vomit. Lu Lianming was just about to explain after hearing her father's words. But the next moment, then he started to gag. And it was the kind of sudden dry heaving. She ran outside while retching. They ran outside. He leaned against the wall and continued to dry heave. The parents also ran out to watch. Seeing her condition, Lu Lianming's mother suddenly turned her head and stared at Lu Rui. My daughter, this can't be. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already very clear. Lu Rui's lips twitched. He understood what his wife meant. This is a deep contract. And she's pregnant. This. His daughter was still a virgin when she went to Nanjing, and now she's back with a grandson? Isn't that just a fantasy? Even Lu Rui couldn't calm down. He stood beside Lu Lianming, handing her hot water and slowly sorting out his thoughts. The raw rice has now been cooked into cooked rice. Let's wait until we get back and see how that spirit master fared. As long as it's passable, that's fine. Lianming, where's the spirit master you made a contract with? After Lu Lianming felt a little better, Lu Rui was also speaking. Yi Qing has some things to attend to and should come over tomorrow. Lu Lianming thought for a moment. After all, Marquis Lingfeng had given Yi Qing 1 day to refine his skills. That works too. Lu Rui nodded. Tomorrow, I'll be able to see that young man. Just as he was thinking this, the butler rushed in from outside. Master, there's a young man outside who says he's looking for Miss Lianming. As the butler spoke, his tongue began to get tied in knots. He stammered and couldn't explain himself clearly. Lu Lianming was taken aback upon hearing this. My husband's here. That's not right. Didn't we say before that we would spend a day cleansing ourselves? It hasn't been that long. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Lu Lianming walked outside. Her steps hurried. Looking at Lu Lianming's expression, Lu Rui realized that the main character had arrived. He gave a wink to the side. The woman also stood up. The two walked faster, getting ahead of Lu Lianming. Walk outside. He wanted to see what kind of guy this was who had made a pact with his daughter and gotten her pregnant. He took a step forward. Look outside. Then, his body trembled violently. Every hair on my body stood on end. A chill rushed from beneath his feet and crashed into Lu Rui's body, wreaking havoc within him. That's absolutely terrifying. Then, the woman came out too. Looking at the situation outside, just like Lu Rui, he was almost turned into a stone statue. Honey, you really came. Lu Lianming came out of the door, looked at Yi Qing outside, and ran towards him. He hugged Yi Qing. Come, let me introduce you to my father. This is my mother. Mom and Dad, this is my spirit master, Yi Qing. Yi Qing also greeted them. However, the two of them were still stunned. They looked at the giant tiger behind Yi Qing. This behemoth is as big as a mountain. What level is it? This is terrifying. And they also saw two figures behind Yi Qing, Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing. They are all powerful figures within the Suzhou stronghold. A powerful figure at the level of a town general. Someone like Lu Rui is no match for Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing. As an 8th level spirit master, he's not even qualified to offer them a toast. But now, someone like him has actually come with Yi Qing. What does this tell us? Yi Qing is incredibly powerful. And he's quite handsome. After Lu Lian dreamed that Yi Qing greeted her, her parents did not make any move. My heart sank suddenly. What do Mom and Dad mean by this? Could it be that he has some kind of problem with Yi Qing? However, the next moment, Lu Rui made a move. He strode up to Yi Qing, extended his hand, and grasped Yi Qing's hand, saying, My dear son-in-law. Hearing those two words, Lu Lianming's lips twitched violently. Good heavens. Dad, your address of son-in-law was quite loud. Beside him, the members of the surrounding families who had followed him were also greatly shocked by this address of son-in-law. My dear son-in-law. Good heavens. The Lu family is about to make a fortune. Go back and report this immediately. Thinking this, they quickly headed away into the distance, scattering like birds and beasts. Come in quickly. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Lu Rui said with a smile, inviting Yi Qing and the others behind her to come in. As for the 6-winged celestial tiger, Lu Rui was in a dilemma. This thing was just too big. All right, tiger, you can stay here. Yi Qing turned his head and said to the 6-winged sky tiger. Roar. The 6-winged celestial tiger sat down in response. After the others went in, Lu Rui also began to fulfill his duties as host. Lu Lianming was just average. At the same time, within the military headquarters, Marquis Ling Feng was working when he checked the time. That's been quite a while. Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing should have already gone to Jinling Fortress and brought Yi Qing back. The refining process may have already begun. Once he's finished his training, we can call him over to see what a talented young man he is, Ling Fengho thought. Then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. After Ling Fengho spoke, a guard walked in. He recognized the guard. They are the guardians of the blood pool. What does it mean to come at this time? They probably came to confirm whether it was he who asked Yi Qing to do the cleansing. Why did you come in such a hurry? I asked Yi Qing to clean up the mess. Didn't Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing tell you? No need to confirm again. That's what Lord Lingfeng said casually. The guards were stunned when they heard what Ling Fengho said. His expression changed. No, Lord Lingfeng, it was Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing who sent me to see you. Yi Qing has finished his training, but some accidents happened, so I came to report to you. What's the meaning? There were some accidents? What's going on? Yi Qing, could it be that you can't withstand the intensity of the blood pool's cleansing? Ling Fengho suddenly stood up and looked at the guards, asking them a question. Chapter 91 Fiery Tiger. Maybe. Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, narrowed his eyes. That's a blood pool formed from the blood of a king-level beast. Those who were cleansed in the blood pools before were all powerful individuals above the level of a town general. Although Yi Qing has strong overall strength, He is only a 7th or 8th level spirit master. How could they possibly withstand such violent power? That's just his habitual way of thinking. I haven't thought it through. Don't ruin a promising talent. Li Xian's face immediately showed an expression of self-reproach. He then looked up and stared at the guard. How is Yi Qing now? How badly is he injured? No, Yi Qing was not injured. On the contrary. Then, the guards recounted exactly what happened during the blood pool cleansing. Ling Fengho's expression gradually changed. What started as worry turned into shock, and then into numbness. I'm numb. He's really numb. Just who is this guy? They actually managed to do that. Dragon energy. Dragon blood. Dragon soul. They're practically digging out the keel. Alright, I understand. Where's Yi Qing now? After he finished his training, he went down the mountain. I know the location. Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing Town General also went with him, mainly to keep an eye on Yi Qing and make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble. They did the right thing. After thinking for a moment, Marquis Lingfeng said, let's send someone to pick up Yi Qing. Don't just send someone. Take my mount, the Fiery Tiger, with you. Fiery Tiger. The guards shuddered at the mention of that term. This is a beast that's almost at the level of a town general. Extremely powerful. Yes, Lord Lingfeng. Please be polite when you go over there. After everything was explained, the guards also went out. A little while later, he then arrived at the place where the Fiery Tiger was. The Fiery Tiger was enormous, like a small mountain. Furthermore, the hair on its body was like a raging fire. It truly lives up to its name. Beside them stood a town magistrate on guard. The guards approached and looked at the garrison commander. Commander Sun Wei, Marquis Lingfeng, instructed me. I explained what happened. Sun Wei looked at the Fiery Tiger beside him. Let's go pick someone up. Laugh. Upon hearing Sun Wei's words, the Fiery Tiger exhaled a puff of white breath from its nostrils, as if it were sneering disdainfully. It looked reluctant, and after a long while, it slowly got up from the ground. Sun Wei watched from the side, looking helpless. This guy is getting lazier and lazier. But there was nothing that could be done. After all, it was Lord Lingfeng's mount. Furthermore, this Fiery Tiger was originally a beast that was close to the level of Zhenjiang. Plus, she's a shrew, so it's understandable that she has a temper. After getting up, Sun Wei stepped forward and leaped onto the head of the Fiery Tiger. Alright, let's go. Thump. After Sun Wei finished speaking, the Fiery Tiger stomped its foot, and the entire ground suddenly collapsed. Its body shot out like a sharp arrow. It went away together, accompanied by the sound of something cutting through the air and a sonic boom. Cough, cough, cough. The guards were shrouded in smoke and dust. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and he fanned himself with his hand, looking at the scene before him. His eyes widened suddenly, and a storm raged in his heart. Before me lay deep scars. The ground is cracking. The vegetation was crushed. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. Truly worthy of being Marquis Lingfeng's mount. He looked into the distance. At this moment, the Fiery Tiger had already disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in a family next to the Lu family, Master of the house, Master of the house. A young man rushed over, his face filled with anxiety. No, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Has the sky fallen? Zhao Qian snorted. You're so impulsive. Wait a minute, let me check on our business. We've taken a lot of business from the Lu family lately. Furthermore, I recently heard that old man Lu seems to have had some trouble with his daughter and is frantically sending people to the Jinling fortress to gather information. He probably has no mind to manage the affairs of the family anymore. Perfect, this way we can expand our influence again. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. However, the young man who was delivering the message twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing Zhao Qian's words. For a fleeting moment, he even considered running away. Master, this is courting death. Patriarch, this news I have is from the Lu family. When the young man came over, Zhao Qian also picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, Tell me what you think. Then the disciples began to speak. A little while later. Puff. Click. After listening to a few words, Zhao Qian choked on his tea, which sprayed out of his mouth and nose. The teacup in his hand fell onto the table and shattered. Patriarch, please don't get so agitated. Zhao Qian. You tell me not to get excited. How can I not get excited? I just stole some of the Lu family's business. Then you tell me that a virtuous son-in-law has come to old Lu's family. It's not just about having powerful mythical beast mounts. Moreover, 2 powerful garrison commanders from the Sioux City military headquarters were with that young man. If this person finds out what I've done, my entire family will be wiped out. Holy crap. Don't get excited. If you don't get excited now, Then you won't need to get excited at all. Let's go take a look. As Zhao Qian spoke, he quickly headed outside. At the same time, many families also learned of this news and all mobilized, heading towards the Liu family's gate. A little while later, the area around the Liu family's house was already packed with people. Everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at the six-winged celestial tiger lying there like a guardian beast. This is why, within the walls of Sioux City, they knew that this was someone else's tamed beast. Otherwise, they would probably have scattered and fled by now. Sir, please stop shaking your leg. One of the men looked at Zhao Qian beside him and helped him up. Zhao Qian didn't want to shake his leg, but he had no choice. This damn leg won't obey me. This is too difficult. What are we going to do now? Let's go. Let's hurry back to the family and get everything ready. I need to make arrangements for Patriarch Liu. Zhao Qian said. At this point, the only feasible solution was to go to the Liu family to apologize and rebuild their relationship. Many people present shared the same thought and told others to go back and prepare. A little while later, thump, 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 a series of muffled sounds suddenly rang out. The ground began to shake violently. Everyone looked into the distance. Look, what's that? It looks like a ball of fire. What a huge fire. How could it be fire? It must be a living thing. People were talking about it. However, when the fire got closer, they realized that it was not a flame at all. It was a giant tiger. Chapter 92. We are all comrades in the same trench. When everyone saw the giant tiger, their mouths twitched in horror. What kind of strange beast is this? I don't know, but this aura is truly terrifying. My God, just looking at this makes my legs weak. As the group talked, a family head standing nearby looked at the giant tiger. All right, don't be afraid. This tiger won't hurt us. Everyone looked at the family head. What do you mean? You know about this giant tiger? This giant tiger is the Mount of Li Xian, the Marquis of Lingfeng, who guards the walls of Sioux City. I heard that it is a late-stage grandmaster, a beast that is almost at the level of a town general. What? This is Marquis Lingfeng's mount. No wonder. Look, there's someone on that mount. Could it be Marquis Lingfeng? One of them exclaimed in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. That's not Marquis Lingfeng. That's General Sun Wei, the general guarding this giant tiger. The patriarch glared at the speaker, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Oh, I see. The young man scratched his head and didn't dare to say anything more. Thump. As the sound of footsteps approached, the six-winged celestial tiger stood up and shook its 6 giant wings. Then he turned his head and looked at the fiery tiger. At this moment, the fiery tiger and Sun Wei on its back also noticed the 6-winged sky tiger. Sun Wei stared at the 6-winged celestial tiger in front of him, his eyes widening in disbelief at what he was seeing. He had seen Yi Qing's information before. I know Yi Qing has a mount, but I never expected it to turn out like this. This size is even bigger than the fiery tiger. Moreover, those 6 wings were even more terrifying. The fiery tiger looked at the 6-winged sky tiger and seemed to sense its oppressive aura, so it stopped and watched. He let out a low growl. The 6-winged celestial tiger stared at the blazing fiery tiger with disdain, as if it didn't care at all. Sun Wei. Good grief, what kind of look is that? Seeing that the fiery tiger was no longer moving forward, Sun Wei also jumped off its back. Seeing this, the people around quickly made way. What does this mean? Why did General Sun Wei bring Marquis Lingfeng's mount with him? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Just stay here and keep an eye on things. I was just curious. As the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, Sun Weigang prepared to enter the Liu family's residence. The people inside also came out. Hey Sun Wei, what brings you here too? Did Marquis Lingfeng send you? Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing greeted the newcomers, and then spotted the fiery tiger in the distance. Why did this guy bring Lord Lingfeng's mount with him? Are they starting to use official vehicles for private purposes now? That's pretty bold. Is this Yi Qing? Sun Wei ignored the two of them. It's me, Yi Qing nodded. Sun Wei looked at him. So young? So many victories? That's absolutely terrifying. Lord Lingfeng sent me to invite you. He wants to see you. Sun Wei said. Lord Lingfeng specifically asked me to bring his mount to invite you over. Boom. One sentence is all it takes. When these words reached everyone's ears, their mouths twitched as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. I stood there, stunned, unable to pull myself out of it for a long time. Invited personally by Marquis Lingfeng? He even used his mount to greet Yi Qing? What kind of treatment is this? Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing exchanged a glance, both seeing the deep shock in each other's eyes. Even they had never been treated like this before. This shows how much Marquis Lingfeng values Yi Qing. Okay. Yi Qing turned to look at Lu Rui and the others. I'll go to the military headquarters first. My dear son-in-law, you go ahead. These people can stay here with me. Don't worry, Lu Rui said. Yi Qing followed Sun Wei over, and Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing added a comment. Wait. Please bring some for us too. Sun Wei looked at the two of them. It's not that I didn't want to give you a ride. It's just that when Marquis Lingfeng instructed me, he said to take Yi Qing with me. After all, this mount belongs to Marquis Lingfeng, so I don't have the authority to decide. The two of them. Why are you so stubborn? Fine, let's go back ourselves, okay? Yi Qing stepped forward and soared upwards, landing directly on the head of the fiery tiger. Sensing Yi Qing's location, the fiery tiger let out a low growl, expressing dissatisfaction. On the other side, the six-winged sky tiger roared angrily at the appearance of the fiery tiger. His body was lowered to the extreme, as if he were about to leap out at any moment. This posture made the fiery tiger feel extremely threatened. The low growl from his mouth also disappeared. A little while later, Sun Wei then took Yi Qing away. All right, they've gone far enough. Let's go back and rest. Lu Rui looked at Zhou Lingxue and the others, preparing to invite them in. Then a voice came from behind. Patriarch Lu, please wait. Lu Rui turned around and saw Zhao Qian walking towards them with a lot of gifts, his face beaming with smiles. Master Lu, I heard that your beloved daughter has returned safely, and I am very happy for you. I have prepared a small gift to congratulate you. Looking at the things carried by the servants following behind Zhao Qian, Lu Rui realized that there were quite a lot of things, and this was hardly a small gift. However, Lu Rui understood what he meant. This guy hasn't been in the mood to manage his business these past few days. He expanded his territory considerably. Seeing Yi Qing's strength today, they knew they would be punished if they didn't back down, so they eagerly came to his door. Old fox. Lu Rui cursed inwardly. Later, many more family heads came with gifts. Each of them was eloquent and persuasive, trying to persuade Lu Rui to accept the gifts. Everyone, please come in and have a seat. Lu Rui looked at these family heads, many of whom were above his level and people he couldn't even befriend before. But now, they all come to him with gifts, trying to curry favor. The reasons are self-evident. After sitting for a while, no one disturbed them. They simply left the gifts and departed. These family heads are all cunning foxes, very slippery. Lu Lianming came to her father's side, and she also understood what these people meant. This is all thanks to you, thanks to Yi Qing, Lu Rui said, then looked at Lu Lianming. Lianming, I know your current situation. I didn't expect Yi Qing to be able to form multiple contracts without much damage to his origin. With so many of you together, were you bullied? Lu Rui kept this thought to herself, only now having the time to ask it out. Being bullied? From whom? Is it for Sister Zhou? Or for the younger sisters? Don't worry, Dad. No, we're all comrades in the same trench. How could we be bullied? Comrades in the same trench. That's quite a peculiar statement. That makes sense, though. We fought together, slaying strange beasts, so we can't be considered comrades in arms. Okay, at least you weren't bullied. Lu Rui was relieved. Chapter 93 Re-encounter with the Divine Artifact. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters in Suzhou. Within the fortified walls of Suzhou, the heads and scions of several prominent families were waiting. General Zhang, I've been in line for a long time. I should be next, right? Zhou Tang looked at the town general in front of him and asked him a question. Beside him, a girl looked at Zhou Tang and said, Dad, don't worry, we're next. Zhou comforted her father, afraid that he would be upset here. After all, this is the Sioux City military headquarters, a place where powerful people gather. Although his father is a mid-stage Grandmaster Spirit Master. However, it's still not enough to make a difference within the Suzhou military headquarters. He had no choice but to wait in line since they made him wait. You may have to wait a little while. Lord Lingfeng needs to see someone urgently in a while, and he needs to be ahead of you in the queue. You should wait a little longer. After all, this person is quite special. Upon hearing this, many prominent families who had come to see Marquis Lingfeng gathered around. It will take some more time, right? Wow, someone's cutting in line. Never mind, I'll head back now. Seeing the situation, one of the family heads knew that it wouldn't be his turn anytime soon. He waved his hand and prepared to go back. Other family heads who were ranked higher are still preparing to wait a bit longer. A little while later, just as Zhou Tang was getting anxious. Thump, thump. Several muffled thuds suddenly came from afar. What's going on? Zhou Tang turned around, and then his eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. Good heavens, this is amazing. The mount of Marquis Lingfeng. There are still people up there. It's definitely not Marquis Lingfeng. After all, Marquis Lingfeng is currently in his office. So, that means that this person was picked up by Marquis Lingfeng's own mount. What an important person he is. How much does Marquis Lingfeng value this? Father, this person who has come is probably the one that Marquis Lingfeng wants to see. Zhou Ying whispered to her father, Zhou Tang, who nodded and asked, could it be a Marquis-level expert from some stronghold? It's highly likely that only when such a powerful figure arrives will Marquis Lingfeng send his mount to greet him. A little while later, the fiery tiger approached. Yi Qing jumped down from above. Zhou Tang and the others raised their eyebrows as they looked at Yi Qing. Huh. Goodness. They guessed wrong. This one is too young. You must be Yi Qing. Zhang Junjiang walked over and looked at Yi Qing. It's me. Lord Lingfeng has been waiting for you for a long time. Come with me. Yi Qing followed. We walked inside. Outside, the heads of the families then erupted into a huge debate. Who is this person? So young. Yet Marquis Lingfeng values him so much, even sending his mount to personally greet him. I don't know either. Don't you have relatives in the military? Or other connections? You can help find out about this young man's background. That's true. I'll go ask, but whether I can get any information is another matter. As voices rang out, the crowd sprang into action, inquiring about the situation. In the office at this moment, Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, sat there, carefully examining Yi Qing's materials once again. That's really remarkable. Knock knock knock. A knock came at the door. Come in. Lord Lingfeng, I have brought Yi Qing with me. Li Xian looked at Yi Qing and nodded. His eyes and his posture showed that he was the kind of person who could handle such a thing. He sensed Yi Qing's sharpness and murderous aura, and suddenly felt a moment of disorientation. He felt as if he had seen this feeling before with Feng Haiwang, who had guarded the walls of Su City. You can go down now. Li Xian waved his hand, signaling Zhang Jun to go out first. Haha, seeing is believing. You're even younger than I imagined. Li Xian walked up to Yi Qing and patted Yi Qing's shoulder with his thick hand. Those hands did have a kind of iron palm feel to them. He was clearly a veteran of many battles, his hands covered in calluses from years of hard work. Lord Lingfeng, you flatter me. Your achievements are well-deserved. Ling Fenghe led Yi Qing to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. How is it? After being cleansed in the blood pool, are there any abnormalities in your body? As soon as he sat down, Marquis Lingfeng inquired with concern. There's nothing unusual, but I feel my body is more resilient. I'm a little embarrassed, though, because I absorbed all the dragon energy, dragon blood, and dragon soul from the blood pool. Ling Fenghe, your words are full of apology, but I feel that your tone and expression don't convey that much apology. Alright, everything else is minor. As long as you're healthy, that's all that matters. Speaking of which, you really are a freak. So many powerful people went in for the cleansing before and had no problems, but you're different. However, it's not that I'm stingy. That place was formed after the current Sea King killed the Blackwater Dragon. Every time he comes to the Su City Fortress, he has to go and reminisce about those glorious years. It wouldn't be good if he came back as Qing Shui. I see. After the two talked for a while, Ling Fenghe checked the time and said, I'll have them show you around the Suzhou military headquarters in a bit. Ling Fenghe thought that if such a promising talent could not be recruited into the military, it would be a loss for the military. General Zhang. Li Xian called Zhang Wei in and said, take Yi Qing around here. There are some places that aren't confidential, so don't hide them. Take Yi Qing to explore them. I understand, Marquis Lingfeng. After the two left, standing there, Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, Grandpa Li's eye for choosing a grandson-in-law is truly exceptional. He's a promising young man, and Grandpa Li's good fortune is just around the corner. At the same time, outside, the heads of the families were all twitching at the corners of their mouths, recalling the news they had just received. Everyone felt their hearts pounding like war drums. That's terrifying. They're out, they're out. As one of the family heads spoke, everyone looked in that direction. Zhou Ying and many other young ladies saw Yi Qing's face and imprinted it firmly in their minds. Yi Qing, now it's just the two of us, so don't be shy. I'll show you around. Zhang Wei had a smile on his face, a sense of ease he hadn't felt in a long time. Where do you want to go? I'll take you in. You've been personally selected by Marquis Lingfeng to go anywhere except for the most confidential places. What's this place? Yi Qing looked at a strange building next to him and immediately asked about it. Oh, this is the document issuing room. Most documents are issued from here. Let me show you. With that, Zhang Wei led Yi Qing inside. I just strolled around for a while. Yi Qing stopped in his tracks, staring at the beautiful figure in front of him, his mind racing. Chapter 94, Tai Chi Diagram. Yi Qing looked at the beautiful figure in front of him. The girl, dressed in military uniform, sat there upright. However, the loose-fitting clothes of the military personnel could not conceal the surging passion within. Her slender figure is evident even when she's sitting down. Add to that her ethereal, otherworldly aura. As Yi Qing looked at her face, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. No, there are two figures. Tai Chi symbol. A yin-yang symbol formed by twins. As Yi Qing was thinking, Zhang Wei, who was next to him, saw that Yi Qing was in a daze and assumed that he was interested in this place. It's strange now. This place isn't exactly interesting, and Yi Qing's tastes are really different from others. Yi Qing, let me explain it to you in detail. Zhang Wei took Yi Qing for a walk around. Why is this person all alone? Yi Qing asked in a low voice as he stood at a distance from Zhang Wei. The person who spoke was the girl from before. This one is named Jing Yao. As for why she is alone, it's because she hasn't formed a contract yet. Who is her spirit? Yi Qing then asked. Hey, you seem to care about her quite a bit, Zhang Wei said, but he was also very frank and open-minded. Jing Yao's spirit is an encryption and decryption codebook. This F-grade artifact spirit would be nothing more than a useless artifact spirit outside, but here it plays a rather important role. She also has a twin sister named Jingyu. Jingyu works in the military in Shanghai. Some documents are encrypted by Jing Yao and decrypted by Jingyu, or vice versa, to ensure the confidentiality of the encrypted documents. Although they don't hold high positions in the military, no one dares to mess with them. They are the two nieces of the Prince of Shanghai. Zhang Wei blurted it all out. Yi Qing looked and saw that it was true. The final forms of these two spirits should be the yin fish and the yang fish, together forming a Tai Chi diagram. I never expected to find such a magical artifact here. Yi Qing observed Jing Yao for a while. She was working diligently. He didn't seem distracted at all. He was quite focused. Standing nearby, Zhang Wei looked at Yi Qing and said, Let's go look somewhere else. There's no point in staying here. Okay. Yi Qing also knew that although they had discovered the divine artifact, they could not rush into it, and had to proceed step by step, as there was still a long way to go. The two left. The post office watched the two leave. Who is the young man that Zhang Weizhen is leading? I don't know. I've never seen it before, but it wandered around here for quite a while. I noticed his eyes were fixed on Jing Yao. Do you want to form a contract with Jing Yao? In short, he made Jing Yao blush deeply. Jing Yao gritted her teeth and looked at them, naturally understanding their meaning. Such obvious teasing. It wasn't malicious, it was just a joke between colleagues. But Jing Yao was also aware of her situation. The F-level encryption machine was originally a useless artifact spirit, but thanks to her uncle's protection, they were able to have a place in the military. That's already pretty good. As for the contract, Jing Yao knew that no one would want to form a contract with a useless spirit like her. Even if someone were after her uncle's reputation, it's impossible. After all, if you make a contract with her, you're truly useless. What are you talking about? I just saw Zhang Weizhen taking Yi Qing out. A person came in and started talking to the others. Yi Qing? That young man from earlier? That young man just now was called Yi Qing? What's his background? I don't know his background. I overheard the family heads talking outside. It seems that Yi Qing was personally received by Marquis Lingfeng, and he even cut in line with the family heads. That's why they were discussing it just now. As for the rest, I didn't hear it very clearly either. Hey, I thought you actually knew something, someone next to him said with a sneer. Hey, you, is it not enough that I know these things? While everyone was chatting and laughing, a document to be encrypted was placed on Jing Yao's desk. Jing Yao, Marquis Lingfeng asked you to encrypt this. It needs to be sent to King Fenghai later. Okay. Jing Yao picked up the document and looked at it. He had been calm at first, but gradually, her beautiful eyes widened, and she could hardly believe what she was seeing. It was none other than Yi Qing's information. The more Jing Yao looked, the more shocked she became. Especially towards the end, Yi Qing actually extracted the dragon soul of the black water flood dragon that her uncle had killed. That's really quite terrifying. So that young man from earlier was terrifying. She had initially thought they were just people her age. But now, looking at her, she sees that he has already reached the heavens, while she is just a grain of dust. Forget it, let's encrypt it first. A little while later, the encrypted document was sent from what is commonly known as the military headquarters to the Shanghai stronghold. Outside, Zhang Wei led Yi Qing around for a while. The headquarters of the Suzhou military is very large. By the time we finished walking around it, it was almost dark. I'll take you back. A little while later. The Lu family. Lu Rui recalled what happened after Yi Qing left, and it was nothing short of surreal. So many families and patriarchs rushed to him, bringing gifts and trying to build good relationships. Many of them were family heads he had wanted to visit, but had never been able to meet. It's fair to say that this time, the situation has completely reversed. This time, he was overwhelmed with gifts. It's almost dark. Why isn't my husband home yet? I don't know. They should be back soon. While they were talking, several figures then entered from outside. It was Yi Qing, Zhang Wei, and several other military personnel. Honey, you're back, Lu Lianming said. Zhang Wei glanced at the size of the Lu family's residence. It wasn't particularly large. Considering how much Marquis Lingfeng valued Yi Qing, he suggested. Yi Qing, why don't you come and rest at our military headquarters tonight? My dear son-in-law, you can rest here tonight. I'll arrange a big room for you. As Lu Rui spoke, her face was full of enthusiasm. Hearing their suggestion, Yi Qing waved his hand. I own property here. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Do you own property? After I wiped out the Demon Spirit Guard headquarters, they seemed to have a fairly large manor in the Su City Fortress. I'll go take a look. As Yi Qing spoke, everyone suddenly realized what was happening. Let's go take a look. Yi Qing led Zhou Lingxue and the others out. Lu Rui, Zhang Wei, and others followed. A little while later, they arrived at a manor. Wow. So that's what it was. Lu Rui looked at this place. It covered a huge area. It was a huge manor within the walls of Su City. I heard that it was the residence of a Grandmaster-level expert, but I never expected it to be the residence of the leader of the Demon Spirit Guard. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Qing knocked on the door. Squeak. Open the door. Many beautiful figures appeared inside the door. Chapter 95 Time Freeze. 8th rank. Many beautiful women peeked out and peered at the group of people outside. Who are you? Several beautiful women looked at Yi Qing and his group outside. They had never seen these people before, and their eyes were filled with doubt. Yi Qing looked at these beautiful women. Goodness. This Demon Guard leader really knows how to play games. The maintenance and cleaning staff here are all so beautiful. However, it seems that these people were not abused by Yin Fei. After all, there were so many beautiful women in Yin Fei's dungeon, and those women were much prettier than these few. Those people haven't even broken through their defenses yet, let alone these. After Yi Qing spoke with the others were also dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the manor they were responsible for cleaning and maintaining was actually the property of the leader of the Demon Guard. The young man in front of them had actually killed the leader of the Demon Spirit Guard. Then the girls also started to worry about where they would go in the future. If you're willing, you can continue cleaning and maintenance here. As for your wages, I'll give you double. If you don't want to, you can leave. We are willing. After Yi Qing finished speaking, the group of girls agreed. All right, show us around first. As Yi Qing spoke, the group of girls led the group inside. He walked in. The spacious manor then unfolded before everyone's eyes. Lu Rui was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Look left and look right. This place is huge. It's so exquisite. A winding corridor. Small pavilions and waterside terraces. A garden scene in Jiangnan. Plus, it occupies a huge area. It could be said that he received treatment similar to that of a prince in the past. Zhang Wei watched from the side, quite envious. It has to be said, this leader of the Demon Guard really knows how to enjoy life. However, all that was done ultimately benefited others. Yi Qing and the others looked at the situation and nodded. This place was really nice, much better than their residence inside the Jinling Fortress. A little while later. All right, you guys stay here. I'm leaving now. Seeing that Yi Qing had a place to stay, Zhang Wei left first. My dear son-in-law, I'll head back now. Lu Rui said. Hey, Dad. Wait a minute, I'll go back with you. Lu Lianming quickly said. Lu Rui turned her head. Why are you coming back with me? Well, I've been away from you and Mom for quite a while now. I've missed you both so much. I've just gotten back, so I should at least get some sleep at home. Lu Lianming turned to look at Yi Qing, her face showing a pitiful expression. Husband, please. Zhou Lingxue. Yin Luoqing. Wow, you're pretty good at playing games. I thought it was your shift today, but you ran away. Okay, go back to sleep. Yi Qing waved his hand. Thank you, honey. As Lu Lianming spoke, she looked at Yin Luoqing and the others. Sisters, I'm going back now. Tomorrow I'll take you on a tour of the Suzhou Fortress. Yin Luoqing and the others. Good grief, you still talk like that? If you leave, one of the four of us definitely won't be able to properly explore the Suzhou fortress tomorrow. After they all left. Let's go choose a room. I just took a walk around too. After Yi Qing finished speaking, everyone began to make their selections. A little while later, Yin Luoqing finished making up the room. The door was then pushed open. Time freeze has been upgraded to tier 8. As morning approached, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. Good heavens, the time freeze has reached level 8. That's quite a rapid improvement. Yin Luoqing has undergone a second ancestral rebirth, and the spirit of the artifact he possesses is the 6 soul banner. 6 soul flags. Yi Qing looked at it and realized that this thing was indeed powerful. In addition to having many enhanced functions, it can even gradually repair remnant souls. Then, wouldn't the dragon soul of the Blackwater Flood Dragon be able to be repaired? The soul of a king-level mythical beast. If this is really repaired, it will be absolutely terrifying. Although she reverted to her ancestral ways, Yin Luoqing probably doesn't know that. After all, she was so exhausted that she fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qing retrieved her own information. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-8th rank. Contracted Spirits. F-grade Lavage Wine Blade, secondary reversion. Immortal Slayer Sword. E-grade Zhangxiu Iron Pot, secondary reversion. 9 Dragon Cauldron. E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, secondary reversion. 6 Soul Banner. E-grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, first reversion. Karmic Fire Black Lotus. E-grade Small Wooden Bow, first reversion. Eagle Shooting Giant Bow. Skills: God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi level 8, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible level 6, Time Freeze level 8, Shadow Puppet level 6, 30th place, 60% of overall strength, Beast Taming Skill, Size Change, 9 Nether Soul level 5, Mental Erosion. Items: 4 God level Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Martial Arts: Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist, Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. Outside, the group of girls who were cleaning the manor had already gotten up. Their faces were all flushed. After all, the noise from the innermost room started last night after they cleaned it, and only stopped when they started cleaning this morning. Is this the powerful figure who could kill the leader of the Demon Spirit Guard? Let's clean other places first. They opened the door. Then, a huge figure was lying outside. This. A girl collapsed to the ground. Looking at the 6-winged giant tiger in front of her, her eyes trembled wildly. Just as she was about to scream, her companion covered her mouth. Don't shout. This is that Lord's tamed beast. They won't hurt us. After a few words, the girl calmed down a bit. They all looked towards the innermost room. This adult was far too terrifying. The sun rises. Yi Qing came out of the room. I also felt refreshed. Now that we're at the Su City Fortress, we still need to go find Su Yulan. After all, it is the divine artifact demon refining pot. We can't let this go. Go outside. The 6-winged celestial tiger is still sleeping. Yi Qing's mind stirred. The enormous size of the 6-winged celestial tiger suddenly shrank. The 6-winged celestial tiger had just woken up, its eyes still filled with doubt. It looked up at Yi Qing, then flapped its 6 wings and flew to Yi Qing's side. Okay, wake up. I need you to be my navigation. Come on, take me to find that pretty girl from before. You know which one I'm talking about, right? The 6-winged celestial tiger responded to Yi Qing's words. Then it sniffed with its black nose and flew off to the other side. Yi Qing followed behind. A little while later, the 6-winged celestial tiger stopped, sensing the rich aura, as if trying to pinpoint its final location. Yi Qing also stopped. But then, a screen of light popped up in front of us. Chapter 96, Seeing Su Yulan Again. Congratulations, host, you have been granted a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the infinite god-level mythical beast fasting pill. What is this? Yi Qing looked at the description of the item and immediately understood. This stuff, to put it simply, is animal food for exotic beasts. Yi Qing's mind stirred. A fasting pill appeared in Yi Qing's hand. The next moment, a unique fragrance wafted over. The 6-winged celestial tiger, which was originally searching for Su Yulan, turned around as if hooked by the fragrance, its tiger eyes fixed on the divine beast Bigu pill. Hurry up and head this way. Why are you in such a hurry? So, have you found it yet? Are you going to start eating? Yi Qing said a few words, but the 6-winged sky tiger seemed unable to resist the temptation of the Bigu pill and frantically moved closer. Alright, here's one for you. As Yi Qing spoke, he fed the Bigu pill into the mouth of the six-winged celestial tiger. A little while later, the six-winged celestial tiger finished eating the Bigu pill and looked at Yi Qing expectantly once again. 6 tiny wings fluttered. Those eyes were filled with longing. Those who don't know its true nature can easily be fooled by it. Alright, stop looking at me like that. Anyway, this stuff is unlimited. So Yi Qing took out a handful of divine-grade exotic beast fasting pills and placed them on the ground. A rich aroma burst forth, spreading in all directions. Now that you've finished eating, you'll have to keep searching. At the same time, inside a house not far away, Su Yulan came out of the room and looked around, but couldn't find Su Yurue. That little girl disappeared early this morning, without even helping to walk the strange beast. Sigh, we still have to rely on me. With that, Su Yulan reluctantly took out the reins, put them on several strange beasts, and prepared to take them out for a stroll around the area. However, just as Su Yulan was about to set off, several strange beasts stopped abruptly, their noses twitching, and then looked outside. Take a step. Thump. The group of strange beasts suddenly rushed outside. With a cry of pain, Su Yulan was dragged to the ground by the immense force, her body feeling as if it had fallen apart. You could say he was completely disoriented from the fall. The strange beast also charged out suddenly. What happened? Su Yulan endured the excruciating pain and tried to stand up, but she couldn't. She could only watch as the beast, which had always been obedient, ran away. Over here, Yi Qing is watching the six-winged sky tiger eat. In the distance, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Looking at these strange beasts, especially the golden-armored mantis, Yi Qing also realized that these strange beasts were lured and captured by Su Yulan. It seems that it smelled the aroma of the divine beast's fasting pill and couldn't resist the temptation, so it came out directly. Roar! The six-winged celestial tiger also saw the group of strange beasts. He let out a low growl. Sound waves are emitted. This shocked the several strange beasts. They looked at the six-winged celestial tiger, sensing the aura emanating from it. My legs started to feel weak. The golden-armored mantis lowered its body, appearing submissive, and no one dared to take another step forward. Roar! The six-winged celestial tiger looked at them and let out another low growl. Splash! Splash! The strange beasts scattered like birds and headed towards Su Yulan's courtyard. Yi Qing followed several strange beasts into the courtyard. Then they saw Su Yulan fall to the ground, howling in pain. What's wrong? Yi Qing swiftly approached Su Yulan. Su Yulan looked at Yi Qing, wondering if he had really come looking for her. However, I look so pathetic right now. I don't know what went wrong with my beasts just now. They rushed out of the yard, and I was dragged to the ground. As Su Yulan spoke, she gasped in pain. The next moment, her body suddenly felt light, as Yi Qing picked her up in a princess carry. Su Yulan. Why did she suddenly carry him in a princess carry? Why don't you just help me up? As she felt Yi Qing's steel-like chest and muscles, a blush involuntarily rose on her face. The pain in my body seemed to have decreased a lot. Let me take you inside first. Good. Su Yulan murmured to herself. As a girl who had never been in a relationship, she couldn't handle such a situation. At this moment, her mind was in complete turmoil. Entering the house, etc. Su Yulan's eyes narrowed suddenly as she thought about what Yi Qing had just said. My own clothes, along with some black stockings and other garments, are all on the bed. If someone sees this, wouldn't they be in deep trouble? No, you don't need to take me inside. Stop fooling around. You've fallen like this, lie down first. As Yi Qing spoke, she pushed open the door. Upon seeing these things, Yi Qing also noticed them, and Su Yulan immediately closed her eyes tightly. Right now, all she wants is to die quickly. This is just too embarrassing. These would definitely look better on Su Yulan, Yi Qing thought. However, he had a better idea, to tailor-make several battle robes for Su Yulan. Yi Qing held Su Yulan in one arm and tidied up with the other. Then they put her on the bed. The moment she put it down, Su Yulan cried out in pain. Yi Qing took out the medicine. This is medicine that can treat injuries and illnesses. Let me massage it for you, and you should feel better in a little while. Thanks. However, there's no need to trouble you, Yi Qing. I can just take some medicine. That won't work. My massage technique is special. It needs to be combined with medication for a faster recovery, Yi Qing said seriously. This is called tactile therapy, which mimics my father's hands to massage, promoting blood circulation. Yi Qing spoke with an extremely serious expression. Well, okay, thank you for your help. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Su Yulan immediately lay flat, like a fish on a chopping board. Let's eat this first. As Yi Qing spoke, he fed Su Yulan a pill. Call. The pill enters the mouth. It instantly transformed into a torrent of energy flowing through her body. Yi Qing also reached out and placed his hand on Su Yulan's slender waist. With a soft gasp, Su Yulan blushed even more. It was embarrassing, but it really felt good. The pain I felt earlier has subsided considerably. Chapter 97. Did I arrive at the wrong time? A little while later, Su Yurue returned from outside humming a little tune. She had gone out for a stroll early in the morning and was now back. Hopefully, she hadn't missed the chance to go for a walk with her older sister over to see the strange beasts. Huh? Why is the door still open? My older sister has already gone out. She didn't even lock the door when she left. I'm going to give her a good scolding when my older sister gets back. As Su Yurue entered, all the strange beasts looked up at her. She counted them. That's not right. The strange beasts in the house aren't all standing here in neat rows. Not one was missing. My sister couldn't have gone to walk the alien beast. Etc. The next moment, Su Yurue looked at the six-winged celestial tiger flying in the air, her eyes filled with confusion. Oh, this. How come there's such a small strange beast in the house? Is this a young alien beast? So cute. Come here. Su Yurue called out softly. The six-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings and entered Su Yurue's arms. What an adorable little monster cub. I'm afraid it was lured here by my older sister's beast trap again. Thinking about her older sister's spirit, Su Yurue also made the same guess. This beast is great. We'll have something to play with now. Those beasts are too big. They're not as fun as this. As Su Yurue spoke, she looked at the strange beasts in the courtyard, all of which adopted a bizarre posture, as if they were bowing down in submission. Even the usually proud golden mantis was lowering its body, its previous arrogance gone. Hey, what's going on? Why aren't you being arrogant anymore? Su Yurue went to observe the golden mantis. At this moment, inside the room, Yi Qing's hand roamed over Su Yulan's slender waist. The tingling sensation made Su Yulan let out a soft moan. Whoosh. After that sound, even Su Yulan's eyes widened. She could hardly believe what sound she had made. Her face suddenly turned bright red, almost as if it were about to bleed. That was so embarrassing. To actually make such a sound in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing stopped what he was doing. He hadn't expected Su Yulan to be able to make such a soft moaning sound. It was quite interesting. Outside, Su Yurue also heard this sound. Huh. Is someone in the room? She walked into the room. Then he pushed open the door. Sis, I'm back. You didn't go walk the monsters, did you? As Su Yurue spoke, she also pushed open the door. Oh. Su Yulan let out a soft cry and immediately covered herself with the blanket next to her. The clothes on the bed were already flying around in the air. This. Su Yurue looked at the situation, then looked at Yi Qing next to her older sister. His lips twitched suddenly. This. What did she do? She's come at the worst possible time. For a moment, Su Yurue wanted to slap herself. I've come back at the worst possible time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm leaving now, you can continue. You guys continue. As Su Yurue spoke, she ran towards the back, slamming the door shut with a deafening bang. Huh. Su Yulan listened to Su Yurue's words, and then watched her leave in a panic. Considering his own actions just now, the clothes scattered around him, and Yi Qing beside him. Suddenly I understood. This girl, could she be thinking something like this? Yi Qing, tell me, my sister can't have misunderstood, right? Su Yulan blushed deeply as she spoke to Yi Qing, wrapped in the blanket. Yi Qing was still recalling Su Yurue's face. Although she was Su Yulan's younger sister, her looks and figure were not as good as her older sister's. However, she was still a beauty. As for the spirit of the artifact, Yi Qing quickly compared the information in his mind. Su Yulan was not a spirit on the spirit ranking. As for what Su Yulan just said, how would I know what she's thinking? What do you think she's thinking? Yi Qing asked a question in return. Su Yulan, that girl must be thinking. This. How could I possibly say that? Okay, now get up and see how you feel. Does your body still hurt? Listening to Yi Qing's words, Su Yulan adjusted her emotions, got out of bed, and assessed her own condition. Really, the pain in my body has disappeared. It didn't just disappear, it was replaced by a refreshing feeling. How did Yi Qing manage to do that? Was it the medicine, or did Yi Qing's hands possess some magical power? Anyway, thank you, Yi Qing. Don't be shy, let's go out for a walk. You go out first, I'll tidy up this place. As Su Yulan and Yi Qing talked, she looked down at the underwear and vowed that she would never be lazy again and would make sure to put these things away as soon as possible. Yi Qing went out. The six-winged celestial tiger looked at Yi Qing and flew over. He looked just like a licking tiger. I want to eat the divine beast's fasting pill. All right, you guys eat. Yi Qing flipped his hand and handed out a few more. They threw it at the six-winged celestial tiger and the distant beast. All the strange beasts began to eat. A little while later, Su Yulan came out of the room. I don't know where that little girl has run off to. I'll go look for her now. Okay, I'll look for it with you. We can have lunch together then, Yi Qing said. Then I'll treat you to lunch. You've been giving me a massage, and you've worked so hard. I can't let you pay for it again. One sentence made Yi Qing a little embarrassed. This whole thing turned out that after taking advantage of the situation, he was also able to get a free meal. However, it's not bad either. The two went outside. Not far away. Thinking about what had just happened, Su Yurue felt like banging her head against a wall and dying. How could I have been so reckless? Couldn't you knock first? But you can't blame her for that. My older sister quietly brought home a handsome guy. Well, thinking about it, she also sighed deeply. The next moment, what are you doing here, sighing? What's troubling you? Su Yulan came up to Su Yurue. She and Yi Qing had split up to search, but she hadn't expected to find it first. Sis? You guys so fast. Collapse. As soon as Su Yurue finished speaking, a flick on the forehead landed on her head. What's fast? We weren't bothered by you. Wrong. We were just having a normal massage therapy session. What are you talking about? We never intended to. No, we're just friends. A friend. Su Yurue chuckled. Her older sister's lie was too clumsy. Could a friend enter a woman's bedroom, see her underwear, and be in that kind of position? Really friends? Su Yurue took the initiative, pressing closer to Su Yulan with a questioning tone. Then, they must be friends. Don't you have any other thoughts when you're facing that handsome guy? What? Could I possibly have any thoughts? Are you lusting after her body? Su Yurue's words left Su Yulan speechless for a long time. You will press for answers. Chapter 98 Brother-in-law, you're amazing. What are you two doing here? Yi Qing's voice came from behind her, and Su Yurue looked at Yi Qing. Brother-in-law, you're here. Brother-in-law? Su Yulan's lips twitched as she listened. This little girl is going to die? What are you yelling about? Su Yulan glared at her directly. Just when everyone thought she would back down, Su Yurue raised her chin slightly, leaned close to Yi Qing, and looked at him, looking somewhat bewildered. So handsome. And the muscles under those clothes are bulging. It's clear he's the type who looks slim in clothes, but has a muscular physique underneath. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by such a handsome guy? I have to say, my older sister has a really good eye for talent. They lured and captured such a handsome guy. Brother-in-law, what level of spirit master are you? Su Yurue wanted to find out more about the situation, but Su Yulan immediately covered her mouth. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Go home. I'll treat you to lunch. Shut up. As Su Yulan spoke, she placed her small hand on Su Yurue's waist. The threat was all too obvious. Whoosh. Feeling this terrifying sensation, Su Yurue suddenly raised her hands. I dare not do it again. That's more like it. Su Yulan released Su Yurue. The group returned home. Su Yurue continued petting the six-winged celestial tiger. It was almost noon. The group set off. Su Yulan found a nice hotel inside the Su City barrier. He led Yi Qing inside. Su Yurue hadn't been to a hotel of this caliber many times, so she looked around. When it's time to enter the private room, Su Yurue then looked over and saw Zhou Ying and several other figures on the other side. He was taken aback. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Come in here right now. As Su Yulan spoke, Su Yurue quickly entered the private room, saying, I just saw someone I know. Zhou Ying of the Zhou family has awakened the A-grade artifact spirit, the blood droplet. This person is not only extremely talented, but also quite diligent. Our school even invited her to share her experiences as an outstanding alumna before, Su Yurue said, recounting Zhou Ying's spirit in great detail. That day, she watched Zhou Ying share her experiences from below, filled with envy, and regarded her as her role model and idol. A-grade artifact spirit, the blood droplet. Su Yulan felt a sense of shame as she thought about it. She herself was just a low-level artifact spirit, and she mainly relied on the special features of the beast trap to capture some beasts, making herself appear powerful. However, his actual combat ability is almost non-existent. She was quite envious of such a high-level offensive artifact spirit. Well, comparing people is a recipe for disaster. Comparing goods is a recipe for disaster. At the same time, Outside, Zoe also looked at the private room, her eyes narrowing slightly. Seeing her in this state, her companions immediately inquired about her condition. What's wrong? Did you run into someone you know? He's not exactly an acquaintance, but rather a young talent. Zhou Ying's words piqued everyone's interest. What young talent? Tell me. Aren't we young talents? Don't interrupt. Ying, tell us quickly. Everyone started talking at once. Yesterday, I accompanied my grandfather to the military headquarters to see Marquis Lingfeng. Zhou Ying recounted how Yi Qing had arrived yesterday riding on Lingfeng Ho's mount. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. Good heavens! Riding on the mount of Marquis Lingfeng. Who is this person? Do you know his strength? I asked around. This person is terrifying. Zhou Ying then recounted what she had seen and heard the previous day. Boom. A few words, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The explosion left everyone speechless. Such an amazing person. This is practically unique among the youths of Suzhou. They are probably no less impressive than young people in top-tier cities like Shanghai and Beijing. How about we go and offer a toast later? Build some connections. I think it's a good idea. After all, my old man wants to be on good terms with this person. But after he came out of Marquis Lingfeng's office yesterday, he was taken around by General Wang Weizhen. We didn't have a chance to get in touch with him at all. This is a rare opportunity. If I can really get in touch with this person, I don't know how much my grandfather will reward me when we get back, Zhou Ying said with a smile on her face. The group made a decision. Inside the private room at this moment. The dishes are served. Yi Qing, don't be shy, come on, let's eat. Yes, brother-in-law. Brother Yi Qing, don't be shy. Su Yurui's words were cut short as Su Yulan glanced at her, so she had to change her form of address. Looking at the two sisters, Yi Qing thought to herself, Su Yulan is really something. The younger sister's words are so well said. You won't let her speak. Come on, let's eat. A little while later, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Come in. The group looked towards the door and saw it be pushed open. Instead of a waiter, Zhou Ying and her companions entered. Su Yurui looked at Zhou Ying and the others. Why were they here? Could it be that he met her at school last time? Is he coming over to say hello? Su Yurui thought about it, then spat at herself. Goodness, you're dreaming too much. While others were sharing their experiences, she was listening attentively down there. Would people even recognize her? Moreover, Zhou Ying and the others are now behaving very humbly, holding wine glasses in their hands, clearly indicating that they are there to offer a toast. Who are you toasting? Su Yulan, watching from the side, was also puzzled. It certainly wasn't a toast to her. That can only be. Brother Yi Qing, we've come to toast you. We didn't expect to have dinner here today. Zhou Ying led everyone to Yi Qing, a smile on her face. Su Yurui suddenly looked at Su Yulan, her already large eyes widening even more, as if asking her older sister what was going on. Who is Yi Qing? Su Yulan's lips twitched. She understood what Su Yurui meant, but she couldn't answer it. She didn't know why either. Who are you? Yi Qing looked at Zhou Ying with confusion in her eyes. Brother Yi Qing, I forgot to introduce myself. Yesterday, my grandfather and I were queuing up to see Marquis Lingfeng. Later, Marquis Lingfeng urgently received you, and we met there. Marquis Lingfeng. The two sisters, Su Yulan and Su Yurui, were increasingly shocked as they listened. What on earth is going on? Yi Qing was received by Marquis Lingfeng. This is too fantastical. Marquis Lingfeng, that's a Marquis-level expert. He actually received Yi Qing in person. Su Yurui looked at her sister and gave her a thumbs up. It truly lives up to its name as a decoy. They actually managed to lure and capture this real dragon. Wow, sis. At this moment, Su Yurui's admiration for her older sister was like a surging river, never-ending. Chapter 99, My Brother-in-Law's Achievements. Su Yulan felt numb as she looked at her sister's expression and actions. She didn't know what was going on either. How did Yi Qing end up being received by Marquis Lingfeng? Wasn't Yi Qing from the Jinling stronghold before? Su Yulan's mind raced, but she didn't know why. After all, she knew too little about Yi Qing. After toasting, Zhou Ying looked at Su Yulan and Su Yurui and asked, Brother Yi Qing, who are these two? These two are my friends. Is that so? Sisters, I'd like to propose a toast to you both as well. Zhou Ying, talking to herself, poured herself a glass of wine, went to Su Yulan and Su Yurui, and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Su Yulan and the other person poured themselves a glass of wine and drank it. Sister Zhou Ying, could you give me your autograph? Looking at her role model, Su Yurui added a sentence. Have we met before? Haha. Sister Zhou Ying, I was listening to you when you came to our school to share your experiences before. So that's how it is. I never imagined you were my junior from elementary school. Zoe tried to establish a connection, saying, an autograph? That's definitely not related. We're practically family. As she spoke, Zoe signed an autograph for Su Yurue. Since we all know each other, let's sit down and have a meal together. Yi Qing waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Good. Thank you so much, brother Yi Qing. Then we won't stand on ceremony. The group of girls were talking. They also sat down. A little while later. Then everyone started eating and clinking glasses. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Yi Qing also went out for a while. Su Yurue looked at Zoe beside her and quickly asked the question that had been bothering her. Sister Zoe, why was brother Yi Qing personally received by Marquis Lingfeng? He's so young. How did he get to meet someone of Marquis Lingfeng's caliber? Zoe looked at Su Yurue. They had all eaten with Yi Qing and didn't know anything about Yi Qing's situation. You don't know about Yi Qing's situation? Brother Yi Qing is my sister's friend. I'm just here to freeload a meal. Don't say that. Zoe then looked at Su Yulan. Looking at her angelic face, she roughly understood what was going on. After all, she had heard that all of Yi Qing's spirit artifacts were exceptionally beautiful. This one, I'm afraid, is. Then, Zoe began to talk about Yi Qing's situation. Gradually, Su Yurue and Su Yulan's eyes widened, as if they could hardly believe what they had just heard. Yi Qing is incredibly powerful. One person. Annihilate the demon spirit guard. These achievements are astonishing. They are simply not things that someone of this age could accomplish. What are you talking about? When Yi Qing returned, everyone immediately fell silent. It's nothing. We were just chatting, Su Yulan replied. Her face was flushed. She was already slightly tipsy from drinking, and with the news she had just learned, her thoughts turned even deeper as she looked at Yi Qing. So handsome, and with such achievements. However, I am merely a trap for mutated beasts. Thinking about it, Su Yulan couldn't help but sigh. I'm not good enough for you. Hearing her older sister sigh, Su Yurue probably knew what her sister was thinking. She also pondered, wondering how she could help bring them together. Zhou Ying and the others were thinking about how to rebuild their relationship with Yi Qing. Today marks a significant step forward. Returning to the family and speaking with the old man will be a great achievement. Everyone had their own thoughts, but they all fell silent and began to ponder. At the same time, in the capital city, the Li family, Li Haowen changed to a different mount and rode back at breakneck speed. That mount no longer had a normal number of legs. Young master, you're back. The butler looked at Li Haowen's return and then at the strange beasts riding on Li Haowen's back. He felt helpless. The young master really always played like this. Drawing more legs for mythical beasts is driving his obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. However, he couldn't say anything. Fortunately, the extra legs on this strange beast will disappear after a while. Uncle Feng, I'm back. I've been away for so long. I've missed home so much. Li Haowen and his companion got out of the house. He looked at the butler and asked, Where's my grandfather? They're having tea in the main hall. He was talking about you not long ago. Grandfather and grandson have a deep bond, Li Haowen said, looking at the poison glands he had bought from Yi Qing. By the way, Uncle Feng, I've incurred a debt this time I went out. I owe a mid-stage breakthrough crystal core. Could you send someone to deliver this to me? Then, Li Haowen told Yi Qing his name, the barrier he was in, and some characteristics, so that he wouldn't give the crystal core to the wrong person. Yes, young master, I'll arrange it. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Feng. Li Haowen said a few words and then walked towards the main hall. The Li family's territory is even larger than the prince's mansion. It was extremely luxurious. With its various courtyards, it could even be considered a small palace. After walking for a long time, Li Haowen finally arrived at the main hall. Grandfather. Inside the main hall, an elderly man, dressed in a black robe, sat upright in the main seat, holding a teacup in his hand and taking a sip of tea. However, upon hearing Li Haowen's voice, the old man paused and put down his teacup. You brat, you've been gone for so long and haven't even sent a message to your grandpa. I've been away improving my skills, so sometimes I haven't had time to write home. What are you holding in your hand? The old man looked at what Li Haowen was holding, then snorted. You're not so bad after all. You know to bring me some gifts. This, old man, this is food for your beast. It's poison glands I bought inside the Jinling fortress. If you want to eat it, you can have it. The old man. Your trip out didn't seem to improve your strength much, but you've certainly gotten a bit more sluggish. Beside him, Wang Yuan, seeing the old man's somewhat angry expression, quickly chimed in. Grandpa, we didn't see anything good on this trip. Hao Wen kept complaining that this wasn't good enough, that wasn't good enough, and that none of the gifts were worthy of you, Grandpa. That's why I didn't buy it. Hao Wen said on the way that we should improve our strength as soon as possible and buy some good things for the old man, otherwise it won't meet your standards. Oh, real? Of course, I'm your own grandson. Li Haowen climbed up the pole as well, then looked at Wang Yuan and raised an eyebrow. This girl really knows how to make the old man happy. He's been spoiled all this time. All right, let's stop talking and go check on that beast in the back. The old man got up and led the two of them toward the back of the Li family's house. It's a long way to go. We arrived at a huge venue. Roar. A series of angry roars, each with a different tone, echoed from the arena. Chapter 100 Sea King Sea Seal. Roar. Roar. The sounds echoed and reverberated within. The group went inside. Looked down. Below was a cellar as deep as an abyss. It's foggy right now. Plus, it's so dark that you can't see anything. Only a low growl echoed from within. Come out. As soon as the old man spoke, a head popped up from the mist. Then, another one. Another one. 8 enormous dragon heads emerged from the water. Li Haowen looked at the strange beast in front of him. This was the old man's tamed beast. It was shaped like a dragon, with a body as large as a mountain, but with 8 heads and 8 tails. It is highly poisonous and extremely powerful, a formidable beast at the early stage of the Marquis realm. Roar. A dragon head appeared before the three of them, its dragon eyes fixed on them. Li Haowen took out a poison gland, and the dragon head looked at the poison gland with a hint of excitement in its eyes. Eat up. Here's the food I brought back for you. As he spoke, Li Haowen threw out the poison gland, which the dragon head opened its mouth and swallowed, after which a wisp of black gas came out of its mouth. The other dragon heads also showed expressions of enjoyment. Grandpa, do you think if this guy grows any bigger, he might become a powerful beast like the Mount of the Spirit King? The old man turned his head to look at Li Haowen. You brat, what are you thinking about all day long? Don't you know that since the town general level, the gap between each minor rank has become like an insurmountable chasm? The gap is even greater at the Marquis level, and when you reach the King level, it's not as simple as moving mountains and seas. The beast that Jinling King used to tame was originally a powerful beast of the King level. After a battle, its reverse scale was shattered, and its strength declined drastically. However, even so, it was still a powerful beast of the late stage of the Marquis realm. This guy is only at the early stage of the Marquis realm now. How do we grow? How many years will it take? And how many resources will we need to accumulate? And when this guy gets there, how will we control him? All you do is talk. You don't even know how to improve your strength. If you reach the King level, you can take control. The old man launched into a tirade against Li Haowen. It was as if she was venting her anger at not bringing him a gift. Li Haowen, I was wrong, old man. I will definitely bring you a gift when I go out in the future. All right, let's go. Seeing that Li Haowen was silent, the old man also looked at the strange beast in front of him. You can go down too. With a roar, all 8 heads bowed down. Li Haowen observed that, apart from the old man and the grandmother, no one else in the family had the ability to command this strange beast. He really needs to improve his skills. At this moment, another top-tier barrier was formed. Within the walls of Shanghai, Jingyue also acted as a decryption machine, unlocking the documents encrypted by her sister Jingyao. Jingyu sat there, just like her sister, and even the loose military uniform couldn't stop the surging waves of emotion. However, her waist is remarkably slender, and with the belt cinching her waist, her entire figure is fully revealed. It can be described as perfect. Slender branches laden with abundant fruit. Her angelic face gazed at the documents before her, her delicate hands brushing them across them. The shock in their eyes was quite evident. To achieve such results at such a young age is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Even though she had seen too many talented young men here. He actually absorbed the dragon energy, dragon blood, and dragon soul of the black water dragon that my uncle killed. I wonder what my uncle's reaction will be when he sees this. As Jingyu spoke, a figure also came closer. Jingyu, are you deciphering the documents? Upon hearing the sound, Jingyu immediately closed the deciphered document. She looked at the person who had come, and it was none other than Shangguan Yanran. Shangguan Yanran was not annoyed by Jingyu's actions. After all, Jingyu usually deals with confidential information. I'll send the documents to Prince Fenghai first, Jingyu said to Shangguan Yanran as she stood up. Okay, go ahead. Shangguan Yanran looked at Jingyu. Perhaps it's because we share a similar plight. Since they were both useless spirits, she preferred to come and play with Jingyu. Feng Haiwang. This is a coded message sent from the Sioux City fortifications. Jingyu refers to her job title when she is at work. He handed the documents in his hand to the middle-aged man in front of him, whose face was resolute and whose posture was upright. Feng Haiwang looked at the document with initial doubt in his eyes, but later his brows furrowed more and more. It absorbed the dragon's energy, blood, and soul? How did you do that? It should be noted that the rules for the blood pool cleansing were established by him back then, precisely to allow meritorious officials to cleanse their bodies and enhance their physical strength. For ordinary town generals, entering the blood pool for purification has no effect whatsoever. Even so, their physical strength has improved considerably. But things are different with Yi Qing. One person reduced the concentration of dragon blood in the blood pool by so much in such a short period of time. To what extent will his body be tempered? I can't even imagine. What's even stranger is how he did it. Not understand. However, Yi Qing's physical abnormalities may also be the reason why his realm and overall strength are completely inconsistent. And this may also be the reason why he is able to have so many contracts. This kid is quite peculiar. After reading it, Feng Haiwang saw Yi Qing's differences and also saw Yi Qing's achievements. He's a promising talent with a righteous heart. He's worth nurturing. After thinking for a moment, Feng Haiwang also approved some resources on it. Okay, send it over. Also, seal off this little guy's file. As he spoke, Feng Haiwang also wrote a seal. The name Yi Qing was written on it. Okay, King Feng. Jingyu took it and walked outside. Outside, Shangwan Yanran strolled around and then saw Jingyu walk out. Seeing her hurried steps, Shangwan Yanran knew she must have something urgent to attend to, so she didn't disturb her. Huh. Is this the seal for sealing the archives? The name above. Yi Qing. In an instant, Shangwan Yanran remembered the young man she had seen at Grandpa Li's place. His name is Yi Qing. However, Shangwan Yanran ruled him out almost instantly. Those who can have a king-level powerhouse like Feng Haiwang personally seal their files are all exceptionally talented individuals or military leaders. It is obvious that the young players at the second-tier Jinling Fortress do not have the qualifications. Being able to have one's file sealed by the Sea King means their future prospects and resources should be very good, Shangwan Yanran remarked. Exceptional talent combined with resources can lead to rapid advancement. Unlike her, even though the blood essence of a king-level beast caused her to revert to her ancestral form once, she could not escape the fate of becoming a useless artifact spirit. Chapter 101 Emergency Situation at the Shanghai Military Headquarters. A little while later, the entire military was on high alert. Seeing the group of people suddenly hurrying by, Shangwan Yanran also sensed that something was wrong. She stood there, watching Feng Haiwang also come out of the room. However, he no longer had the previous calm and collected demeanor. Instead, his eyes were filled with coldness and a fierce aura. Their footsteps were hurried, as if something terrible had happened. Issue the order to transfer some experts at the marquee level over here. As Feng Haiwang spoke, a figure beside him handed over the form. Feng Haiwang, take a look and see who you can bring over. Li Xian Zhonglei. Looking at the form, Feng Haiwang selected Li Xian as the first choice, and then selected a few others. The situation is urgent. Tell them to set off as soon as they receive the transfer order. Clear. Shangwan Yanran was also terrified by what she saw. What was going on? However, since she was not a member of the Eastern Theater Command, it was not appropriate for her to ask questions in such an emergency. She stood there, as if she were just a passerby, compared to the chaos within the walls of Shanghai. At this time, everyone inside the Suzhou city fortifications was quite relaxed. Yi Qing and the others were almost finished with their meal. After paying the bill, Yi Qing then left with the six-winged sky tiger. Su Yulan took Su Yurue back home. As soon as she got home, a slightly tipsy Su Yurue burst into Su Yulan's room. Sis, I was thinking about this while I was eating and on the way here. Yi Qing is so amazing. You have to hold on to him. We absolutely can't let it go. Otherwise, what good will your little beast trap do? Su Yulan. Who are you cursing? Who are you calling a jerk? Why did you have to start hurling insults instead of just talking? Su Yulan sighed as she thought about Su Yurue's words. She hadn't expected Yi Qing to have become so powerful. His summoned spirits are all incredibly powerful, while she, apart from being a bit pretty, is completely useless to Yi Qing right now. How could Yi Qing possibly have taken a liking to her? Sai, you make it sound so easy, but how am I supposed to grasp it? As Su Yulan spoke, she lay down on the bed, Her eyes glazed over, and the effects of the alcohol began to kick in. It's my fault, Su Yurue said. If only I hadn't come in and disturbed you today. Su Yulon, can we not talk about this anymore? Yi Qing took the six-winged celestial tiger for a stroll around the Su city fortress. The Suzhou fortress was much more prosperous than the Nanjing fortress. There are also many powerful individuals inside. The defending forces are now much stronger. As he walked, he noticed several beautiful figures walking side by side in front of him. He followed them quietly. Why is one person missing? Yi Qing's words startled several girls. Zhou Lingxue and the others turned to look at Yi Qing and said coquettishly, "Husband, where did you come from? You startled us." "Yes, it scared me to death." "Honey, where did you go so early in the morning? We haven't seen you at all. We were planning to explore the city walls with you, but since we couldn't find you, we asked Lianming to take us out." "It's not too late to go for a walk together now," Lu Lianming said with a smile. "By the way, honey, what did you just say? Why is one person missing? Don't you know why one person is missing?" Li Zijing looked at Yi Qing with a half-smile and retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Li Zijing and quietly took a half-step back. Li Zijing was taken aback. "Huh? Are you serious about taking a half-step back? Such a small movement, yet it causes so much damage?" Seeing Yi Qing walk over, Li Zijing realized that she had said the wrong thing. They've gotten themselves into trouble. Yi Qing came to her side and whispered in her ear, "I don't quite understand why someone is missing. Can you tell me tonight?" Li Zijing. Could I possibly say no? She looked at her other sisters, who all seemed indifferent and unconcerned. Li Zijing was left speechless with frustration. What a fake sister. But there was nothing she could do. A little while later, everyone returned home. After dinner, Yi Qing led Li Zijing directly into the room. 9 Netherworld Soul has reached the 7th level. Oh, he advanced 2 levels in one night? That's not bad. Yi Qing sensed his mental power. If his mental power was like a needle before, now it was like a steel pestle. It is incredibly sturdy and will not bend in the slightest. Li Zijing underwent a second ancestral reversion, which resulted in the Qinkuan Bao. Unexpectedly, it triggered a second atavism. Looking at the description of the Qinkuan Bao, Yi Qing realized that it was far more powerful than the previous giant Bao. This is a divine weapon from the primordial era. Then, Yi Qing retrieved his own information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-8th rank. Contracted Spirits, F-grade Lavage Blade, secondary reversion. Immortal Slaying Sword, E-grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, secondary reversion. 9 Dragon Cauldron, E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, secondary reversion. 6 Soul Banner, E-grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, first reversion. Karmic Fire Black Lotus, E-grade Small Wooden Bow, secondary reversion. Qinkuan Bao. Skills, God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi level 8. Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible level 6, Time Freeze level 8, Shadow Puppet level 6, 30th place, 60% of overall strength, Beast Taming Skill, Size Change, 9 Nether Soul level 7, Mental Erosion. Items, 4 Divine Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space, Unlimited Divine Beast Fasting Pills. Martial Arts, Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist, Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. Yi Qing looked at the sky outside, which was almost bright, and thought about how many medicines she still had in her space. We could try pushing the limits and inject all these drugs into the body at once. After being cleansed by the blood pool, Yi Qing felt that his body had reached an extremely terrifying level. You can try this extreme breakthrough. An attempt was made to forcefully break through the constraints using immense energy. Yi Qing slept for a while and then left the room. Then, they saw that Zhou Lingxue and the others had left a note on the table. He picked up the note and looked at it. Then his eyes narrowed. This. Chapter 102 Crazy Breakthrough. Is there really such a good thing? It turns out that someone from the military headquarters came last night to report that Yi Qing could go to the military headquarters today to collect a beast core of the rank of a town general. It has to be said that the Suzhou military headquarters really went all out. It's much better than the Nanjing military region. No, that's not right. The Nanjing military headquarters even sent Li Zijing out. Yi Qing left the room and looked at the 6-winged celestial tiger. Get up, time to eat. Upon hearing Yi Qing's voice, the 6-winged sky tiger suddenly opened its eyes and flew towards Yi Qing, circling around him several times. The meaning couldn't be clearer. You glutton. Come on, eat. Yi Qing was not stingy and directly took out a lot of divine-level beast fasting pills and placed them in front of the six-winged celestial tiger, watching it eat with such gusto. The next moment, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. Species, hexagonal tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, mid-stage breakthrough. You advanced. Have you reached the mid-stage of the breakthrough realm? Yi Qing looked at the six-winged celestial tiger. At this moment, the patterns on the six-winged celestial tiger's body became deeper and its fur became thicker. It looks like a fluffy little toy. Although it has been upgraded, its shrunken form is even more adorable. After the six-winged celestial tiger finished eating, it flapped its six wings and wobbled along beside Yi Qing. Come with me to the military headquarters. The man and the tiger walked towards the military headquarters. A little while later, arrived at the military headquarters. Outside, a voice called out to Yi Qing. Yi Qing, you're here so early. Yi Qing turned around, and the speaker was none other than Jing Yao, whom she had met in the document room yesterday. Jing Yao also jogged over. Looking at it, Yi Qing had to admit that the military uniforms were not very restrictive. The swaying made Yi Qing a little dizzy. Jing Yao also noticed the six-winged celestial tiger next to Yi Qing. She came over to take a look, then picked it up with both hands. The six-winged celestial tiger struggled slightly, but still fell into Jing Yao's hands. Yi Qing, I am Jing Yao from the document office of the Suzhou military headquarters. I saw you when you visited our document office the day before yesterday. As Jing Yao spoke, she also thought about the shock Yi Qing had brought her that day. However, after 2 days of processing, she has gradually accepted it. She looked at Yi Qing up close. He was so handsome. Moreover, he was a ruthless and decisive blade that single-handedly annihilated the demon spirit guards. She looks just like her uncle. Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes, and Jing Yao was no exception. Jing Yao remembered the materials she had handled yesterday. Her uncle had approved some resources for Yi Qing, and Yi Qing must have come to collect those resources today. No need for introductions, I know you. Yi Qing looked at Jing Yao, smiled, and then gave a friendly reminder. My tamed beast is quite fierce. Is it fierce? How fierce is it? Even fiercer than me. Jing Yao glanced at Yi Qing, taking it as a joke. After all, this little tiger is so cute. It looks like a cub. How could it be fierce? Jing Yao was quite pleased with Yi Qing's earlier statement that he knew her. You're here today to collect your resources, right? Right. I'll take you there, Jing Yao said, holding the little tiger in her arms, and led Yi Qing inside. When Yi Qing appeared at the military headquarters in Suzhou, many powerful figures turned to look at him, including several town generals. Yi Qing. Wang Weidong came over and patted Yi Qing on the shoulder. You're really lucky, kid. Wang Weidong couldn't help but say, this kid's luck is absolutely incredible. Yi Qing had absorbed dragon energy, dragon blood, and even the dragon soul. When this matter was reported to Feng Haiwang, everyone thought that Feng Haiwang would be quite angry. However, to everyone's surprise, Feng Haiwang was not only not angry, but also felt that Yi Qing was a promising talent with a bright future. They also allocated resources to him. It is said to be a crystal core of a mythical beast of the rank of a town general. This made Wang Weidong want to go to the blood pool to cleanse himself, but even if he went, he probably wouldn't be able to do what Yi Qing did. Alright, go claim your reward. Wang Weidong made way. Jing Yao led Yi Qing forward. Along the way, many people looked at Yi Qing, their eyes filled with either envy or jealousy. After all, the reward is too generous. A moment later, Yi Qing obtained a huge crystal core. Holding it in your hand, you can feel its heavy weight. Inside lies a vast amount of energy. Is Marquis Lingfeng in his office right now? Yi Qing asked. He accepted this gift. Although I can't thank King Fenghai, it wouldn't be right not to tell Marquis Lingfeng. Lord Lingfeng is not here now. Yesterday, King Fenghai issued a transfer order, transferring him to the Shanghai stronghold. It should be a while before he can come back. Right now, Wang Weidong and a few other powerful military commanders are in charge of the work at the Suqing military headquarters. They went to the Shanghai border. Yi Qing was puzzled. Yes, the transfer order yesterday was quite urgent. Jing Yao thought about how Marquis Lingfeng received the transfer order yesterday, hurriedly handed over the work at the Sioux City fortress, and then hurriedly set off. Yi Qing looked at Jing Yao and chatted with her for a while. This one is a fish in the Tai Chi diagram. However, Yi Qing did not know whether it was a yin fish or a yang fish. After subduing Jing Yao, you still need to subdue the other twin. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. After chatting for a while, Yi Qing also went back. Jing Yao said goodbye to Yi Qing. I returned to the document room, in a good mood, humming a little tune as I went back. Upon arriving at the document room, several girls gathered around. Hey, you seem to be in a good mood. You've become like this after spending some time with a handsome guy. Seeing the girls teasing her, Jing Yao waved her hand and said, No way. Why are you still shy? Keep it up. And by the way, ask around for the ladies if Yi Qing has any brothers, good friends, or other promising young men. We ladies are all still single. It's like you're talking about someone who's never been in a relationship. Besides, why are you making such a fuss? Yi Qing and I have only just met. We're barely friends. Jing Yao suddenly realized that she had almost fallen into a trap. You mean we're friends just because we're friends? I noticed that you weren't so shy around your friends, just sitting there like a little sister next door. A few words made Jing Yao blush deeply, and she hurriedly stood up to cover the mouths of the girls. This led to another round of teasing from everyone. Yi Qing took the crystal core and returned home. This town will have the crystal core, plus those medicines. If we absorb them all at once, what level can we reach? Yi Qing estimated that her body should be able to handle it now. Give it a try? Yi Qing found a room and began to absorb. The enormous crystal core instantly transformed into a torrent of energy that surged into Yi Qing's body. Then Yi Qing took out the medicine. He stuffed it all into his mouth at once. Once the medicine enters the body, it transforms into a powerful energy. At this moment, Yi Qing's body was filled with too much energy. With such a level of energy, even a grandmaster would probably explode and die in an instant. Chapter 103 Beast Tide. Yi Qing intended to forcefully break through the shackles using this violent method. Otherwise, using a gentle approach would be a waste of these precious treasures. That gentle approach is unlikely to reach the level it should have achieved. Drink. Yi Qing felt the immense energy within his body. His lips twitched, and he let out a low shout. Then, it guides the energy within the body to break through the shackles. Outside the room, one by one, beautiful figures rose up. Zhou Lingxue and the others were eating outside when they heard Yi Qing shout. Was that my husband's voice just now? What is my husband doing? Sister Zhou, don't you know what your husband is doing? Last night, he went to Sister Zijing's room. Zheng Yusen said, now exuding a more mature femininity, no longer the girl next door type she used to be. Alas, my dear Sister Zijing, you've suffered so much. Indeed. Why don't you work overtime tonight, Luo Qing? Lu Lianming teased from the side. Luo Qing quickly waved her hand. Sister, I was wrong, sister. Amidst the banter, Li Zijing slowly descended from upstairs. What are you talking about that makes you so happy? Huh. Upon hearing Li Zijing's voice, everyone turned around and stared at her as she came down, their eyes wide with disbelief at what they were seeing. Sister Zijing, what brings you out here? Isn't it usually the husband who comes out first? Then did they fall into a deep sleep? Your husband isn't in your room? No, my husband went out this morning. Zhou Lingxue clapped her hands, looking as if she had just realized something. I understand. After you went into Zijing's room last night, someone from the military came and said they wanted to give you some resources. They asked you to go to the military headquarters today to pick them up. My husband must have gone to the military headquarters this morning to retrieve the resources. That shout just now was probably an attempt to break through. After listening to Zhou Lingxue's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. That must be the case. In that case, let's not disturb our husbands, and let him focus on his breakthrough. After all, my husband's current abilities are undeniable, so we can't afford any mishaps. Yes, we are now our husband's protectors. As the words were spoken, everyone turned to look into the room. At the same time, on the walls of Suqing, the guards were also steadfastly on duty, patrolling meticulously. Thump! A voice suddenly came from afar. The guards were startled by the tremor. The sound was like a sonic attack, causing their bodies and even the city wall to resonate. What's going on? Have no idea. This sound must be coming from deep within the jungle. Hearing the loud bang and hearing the words of others, the patrol captain felt as if his heart was being clenched. At present, the Suzhou stronghold is now occupied by the Marquis of Lingfeng, who has just been transferred to the Shanghai stronghold. It can be said that there is currently no one with absolute power to control the city within the Su city stronghold. The defenses of Suzhou are still relatively weak. What if some powerful alien beast attacks? The consequences would be unimaginable. When he was thinking about it, the team members next to them looked into the distance, their eyes narrowed, and they felt a chill surge from their feet, rushing straight to the top of their heads. It made their hair stand on end. Captain, look over there. Look out there. Look quickly into the distance. The captain looked over there. In the distance, right where the explosion came from, many flying beasts had already taken to the air. The trees in the jungle were now swaying wildly, like wheat fields being blown by the wind. Even the captain trembled at the sight. Not good. A moment later, the captain also gave his judgment. A beast tide. It looks like a beast tide is coming. It was that explosion that triggered the beast tide. After those words were spoken, the alarm immediately went off. The alarm sounded instantly throughout the entire city of Suching. At the Zhou family home, Zhou was having tea with her grandfather when she heard the alarm. Zhou suddenly stood up. Even old Master Zhou crushed the teacup in his hand, splashing tea everywhere. He stepped outside the room, listening to the alarm echoing in the air, his eyes filled with coldness. Alarm. It's an alarm from the military. What happened? Normally, the alarms at the barracks military headquarters are not triggered. The fact that they are being triggered now is not just a warning. We must mobilize the entire population to be soldiers. Protect the barrier. Xiao Ying, pass down the order. The entire Zhou family is mobilized. First, find out what happened. We must obey the military's orders. Old Master Zhou immediately gave the order. Zhou Ying, standing beside him, looked at the old man. He usually gave her a kind and gentle feeling. But now, the old man seems to have transformed into a drawn sword, radiating a chilling aura. Okay, Grandpa, I'll go set it up right away. Just then, Su Yulan and Su Yurue had finished walking the strange beast and were about to go back when they heard the alarm. Sister, what's wrong with this alarm? How would I know if you ask me? But the military doesn't usually issue alarms. If they do, it means there's definitely a situation that threatens the fortress. Let's go back and prepare first. We might need your help. Us. Su Yurue's lips twitched as she listened to her sister's words. They're not very strong, so what's the use of them? Do what you can. Su Yulan's eyes were firm, filled with fighting spirit, as she looked at the group of strange beasts beside her. From now on, you will all follow my command. At this time, in the military headquarters, Wang Weidong, Zhong Jiaxing, and others also came out of the office. Their eyes were all filled with a sinister glint. Unexpectedly, an emergency occurred as soon as Marquis Lingfeng left. It's an alarm coming from the west gate. Let's go take a look. Go on. Call the other town generals and have them all go together. We'll go ahead first. Wang Weidong spoke with the town general who had just come out, and then he and Zhong Jiaxing boarded their flying beasts and headed towards the west gate of the fortress. As the two set off, Jing Yao came out of the document room. Seeing the anxious look on the faces of the town generals, she understood that this time, the matter was serious. A few breaths later, Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing landed at the west gate of the fortress. Outside the west gate, the garrison troops were already lined up. What's going on? Wang Weidong came over and asked questions. It seems something must have happened in the jungle that triggered the beast tide. Judging from the scale just now, the beast tide is huge. So the alarm was sounded. Form ranks outside. Beast tide. Wang Weidong narrowed his eyes, then reached out with one hand and placed it on the collarbone of the woman next to him. Call. The woman next to him had an ethereal, unreal form. Then it transformed into a jade green staff. Chapter 104 Bloodbath. The others looked at the emerald green staff and knew that it was the spirit of General Wang Weidong. This weapon spirit was originally an A-level weapon spirit, the 5-character 8-trigram staff. After the first stage of ancestral regression, we arrived at the dog-beating stick. It can be said to be quite formidable. It's been a long time since we've seen Wang Weidong use it. Beside him, Zhong Jiaxing watched and placed his hand on the collarbone of the woman next to him. A moment later, the bloodthirsty blade appeared in Zhong Jiaxing's hand. He tapped his massive sword on the ground, the blade slightly tilted to the side. A chill ran through me. One glance is enough to feel the chilling aura and heavy stench of blood emanating from the bloodthirsty blade. That's absolutely terrifying. They're here. Wang Weidong looked at the distant jungle, where he could already hear the mournful roars of the beasts. Ah, roar. A beast's roar echoed. A strange beast charged out. Both ends. 3 heads. Hundreds of strange beasts charged out at once. Each one had wide, scarlet eyes, their gazes practically bursting with rage. His mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth. Add to that its massive size and heavy steps. The sense of deterrence is off the charts. Zhong Jiaxing looked at the strange beast in front of him and snorted coldly. Its level isn't low either. Kill, he roared. With a stomp of his foot, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. It shattered. He flew towards the leading beast like a shooting star. Uft. The bloodthirsty blade slashed down. It cleaved the head of a strange beast in two, and the red and white objects swung through the air. Zhong Jiaxing stared at the lifeless, bloodshot eyes, his heart unmoved. He lowered his body and raised his long sword. It sliced through the belly of a strange beast. Sizzle. The sound of a utility knife slicing through paper came from inside. After Zhong Jiaxing's figure flashed past, the beast's abdomen was ripped open, and its internal organs and intestines were scattered all over the ground. The dog-beating stick in Wang Weidong's hand fell. He tapped the heads of several strange beasts. A little while later, knock knock knock, the heads of several low-level alien beasts suddenly exploded. Blood was spilled. Combat style, simple and brutal. The other guards watched the two fight with utter astonishment. This is the strength of the town general. They also wielded their weapon spirits and charged towards the strange beasts. Only, these hundreds of strange beasts were just the vanguard. Subsequently, more and more strange beasts arrived. Those strange beasts came from the deeper jungle and were much stronger. Even more. In a short time, Wang Weidong and his group were engaged in a fierce battle with thousands of strange beasts. The area that was once the West Gate has now been turned into a meat grinder. The guards were no longer able to tell whether the blood splattered around them was from the beasts, their comrades, or even their own. They were blinded by rage. That's their current situation. At this moment, inside the military headquarters, the other townsmen also gathered their forces together. General Zhou Kai, one of the guards who was reporting the news, looked at the man who stood like an iron tower and shouted loudly. What's the situation now? Zhou Kai and the other town generals asked the person who had given the report. Now, General Wang Weidong and General Zhong Jiaxing have led the people who were originally guarding the West Gate in a battle against the strange beasts. The scale of this time's alien beasts is likely to reach a revolutionary level. Revolutionary. Hearing this term, even Zhou Kai felt his scalp tingle. Among the levels of the beast tide, the subversive level is the highest level. The meaning is clear on paper. Revolutionary. It refers to the level that can overturn barriers. Now that Marquis Lingfeng has just left, he definitely won't be able to come back in time. Then they're the only ones who can go. Those above the 6th rank, come with me to the West Gate. At the same time, notify the guards stationed in other parts of the fortress to prepare. If Shimin fails to break through, those strange beasts will probably change direction and go to other places. Brothers, this time, it's a bloody battle. It's a battle to the death. This is a cataclysmic beast tide. If we can't stop their advance and they break through the city walls, no one will be spared. Everyone inside the fortress will die. The fortified city of Su will also become a ruin. Show me your fighting spirit. Follow me and kill. 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 The killing intent was deafening. After saying this, everyone set off and headed madly towards the West Gate. Jing Yao and the others watched from a distance, listening to the crowd's boastful words. They knew that after this journey, countless people would perish on the spot, and countless others would return broken and incomplete. Jing Yao clenched her fists. She was far too weak. There's nothing we can do. Possible. We can only offer a small contribution in transporting the wounded. At this moment, at the West Gate, it has turned into a sea of blood. The spirit masters and the mythical beasts are locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Uft. Zhong Jiaxing has once again slain a Grandmaster-level beast. Roar. The next moment, a late-stage Grandmaster-level beast pounced on him. Seeing the beast's bloody maw, Zhong Jiaxing had no choice but to temporarily avoid its attack. I felt quite aggrieved. If it were a one-on-one fight, he could kill such a beast in just a few moves. But now, several master-level beasts have set their sights on him and are attacking him together, which, combined with his previous losses, has exacerbated the situation. This is the only way to prolong the situation and keep us entangled with them. Damn it! Why aren't Zhou Kai and the others here yet? Stop yelling. We're here. After saying that, a man descended from the sky, swinging a huge battle axe, which was as tall as him, in the air. The next moment, the giant axe crashed down with a whooshing sound and a sonic boom. Call. Uft. With a single axe strike, he cleaved the head of the master-level beast in front of him. Red and white splashed. After slaying a strange beast, Zhou Kai looked at Zhong Jiaxing and said, "You little bastard, I've heard you always talking bad about me before. I caught you insulting me today." Zhou Kai continued to move his body as he spoke. He stomped his foot, his body soaring upwards, and slashed fiercely with his battle axe. Another Grandmaster-level beast has been dealt with. From the air, He also saw the situation in the distance. The jungle stretched for thousands of meters, and now it was like wheat fields being blown by the wind, with trees constantly falling down. This means that a huge number of strange beasts are coming. Currently, their strength is still sufficient to withstand these strange beasts. But what if other powerful alien beasts come later? Can they withstand them? What if the other gates of the fortress are in the same situation? Zhou Kai was thinking, but his train of thought was interrupted by another strange beast. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let's slaughter these beasts first. Zhou Kai let out a low shout, wiped the blood from his face, and headed towards the beast tide. At the same time, north gate of the fortress. Many guards were also transferred to support the west gate. Captain, I'm going to the west gate too. I'm going too. Me too. One after another, voices volunteering to fight came from the north. The captain shouted, "Nonsense. The west gate is under pressure right now. If those beasts' attacks don't go smoothly, they might turn to look for other weaknesses. Our north gate is the closest to the west gate. This area, or even the part between the north and west gates, might be their opportunity." The captain was speaking. Far away, a faint sound of footsteps could be heard. Chapter 105, Life and Death. The captain looked at it, then frowned. He pushed the person in front of him aside and stepped forward to look. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. Just as he said, these beasts actually came towards the north gate, where he was. Oh no. Currently, almost all of the high-level forces are at the west gate and north gate, leaving only the forces that were originally stationed there. In that case, if the same beast tide comes to the north gate as it does to the west gate, that would be annihilated in an instant. Fortunately, only a small number of strange beasts have come so far. You guys come down with me, the rest of you. The captain spoke with an air of unquestionable authority. You lot, go inside the fortress and call all the clan heads and spirit masters inside. Explain the situation to them. If our north gate is breached and the alien beasts enter the fortress, it will be an unimaginable disaster. Clear, clear. One voice after another came from all directions. Then they began to take action. A little while later, Westgate, holding the dog-beating stick, Wang Weidong, even as a town general-level expert, was panting heavily. He had already killed hundreds of strange beasts, but that number was still not enough, far from enough. Many of his men and guards fell beside him. Brute. Wang Weidong was covered in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared intently at the strange beast in front of him, wiped the blood from his face, and flicked it to the ground. His body charged towards the several Grandmaster-level beasts once again. Old Wang is courting death. Zhou Kai swung his axe down again, killing 100 beasts in a short time, but more beasts kept coming. A war of attrition. These beasts, if this continues, they'll be worn down to death. He watched Wang Weidong charge towards the beast tide, and he knew that Wang Weidong was probably at his last gasp now. To rush forward in this state is truly putting one's life at risk. Fortunately, only Simon is under pressure right now. We should be able to hold on. With that thought in mind, Zhou Kai brought his axe down again, splitting the head of a strange beast open. The next moment, several figures appeared behind them. General Zhou Kai. General Zhou Kai. An anxious voice came through. Why are you calling me here if you're not going to kill the beasts? Zhou Kai turned around and said in a low voice. Then, looking at the group, his eyes narrowed. He recognized these people. They were just a few guards stationed at the north gate. How did they get here? They've come to provide support. Still, what's wrong? A low shout came from Zhou Kai's mouth again. What happened at the north gate? General Zhou Kai, those strange beasts are now invading the north gate as well. The guards at the north gate are currently putting up a resistance, but it's foreseeable that since their attack on the west gate is not going smoothly, they will definitely attack the north gate or the area between the two gates. We're afraid we're. Each word was like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into Zhou Kai's heart. He started to feel dizzy. These guys actually headed towards the north gate so quickly. However, now, Shimin has just gained the strength to stand on equal footing with the alien beasts. The west gate remains the main battlefield. If we transfer people to the north gate now, the west gate might be in danger. Simon can't spare any more people right now. Go find the powerful figures from other sects, find the heads of the families within the strongholds, find everyone you can. The defenses of Sioux City are now at a critical juncture, so stop cowering and get them moving. Otherwise, none of them will escape. Zhou Kai didn't speak loudly. After all, if he spoke loudly now and let everyone know about this, the morale of the army would collapse, and then Shimin really wouldn't be able to hold on. Okay, I understand. At this point, the families inside the fortified walls also realized the seriousness of the situation. They all headed towards the north gate. Su Yulan and Su Yurue were the same. They both headed towards the north gate. Besides, Su Yulan followed a number of strange beasts, which were her means of support. Aside from being able to control these strange beasts, she had no other combat abilities. Sister, we're going to the battlefield soon. Su Yurue held Su Yulan's hand. With a resolute look in her eyes, Su Yulan looked at Su Yurue and sighed heavily. Her current strength was too weak. If she went to the battlefield, she would probably only become cannon fodder. I'll lead them up in a bit. You don't have a contract and you don't have much combat power, so you can just stay behind and take care of the wounded. It's okay, we'll definitely get through this. As Su Yulan spoke, she forced a smile, but her eyes held a resolute look. On the other side, Jingyao also followed the military personnel to the north gate. She had been assigned the task of moving the wounded. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She had never felt such powerlessness before. Faced with such a beast tide, at such a critical moment of life and death, she could only watch. The north gate is open. Call. Kill. A series of shouts rang out. The family heads led their members away. Grandpa Zhou also felt his blood rushing to his head, as if he had returned to his youth, full of passion. Kill. Shouts of battle shook the heavens. The group clashed with the strange beast. Jingyao stood behind. A gust of wind blew by. The wind, carrying sand and dust, and the stench of blood, came in from outside the door. It splashed onto everyone's faces. Jingyao smelled the thick, bloody stench of the dust. It looked as if someone had smeared thick blood on her face. She felt her stomach churning violently. No refunds. No refunds available now. Jingyao looked at what was in front of her. Although she didn't have much strength, she would still try her best to contribute even a little bit of her remaining strength. At the same time, inside the manor, Sister Zhou, Sister Lu, I found out why it's so noisy outside. Yin Luoqing ran back, but her face was pale, and she was panting heavily. He looked like something terrible had happened. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Take it slow. Zhou Lingxue stood up. Looking at Yin Luoqing, she also felt that he was not simple. The others also stood up. Seeing this situation, they all felt a chill in their hearts. The city of Su is currently under attack by a horde of monsters of a disruptive level. What? A revolutionary beast tide. The moment this term was uttered, everyone turned pale. Such a beast tide is absolutely terrifying. Enough to overturn the defenses of Suzhou. Furthermore, just recently, Marquis Lingfeng was transferred away from the Suzhou city fortifications. We may have already reached the Shanghai city wall. The Marquis-level expert, is still not here. The group narrowed their eyes. Now they understood the seriousness of the situation even more. Chapter 106, breaking through 4 ranks in succession. These beasts really know how to pick their time, attacking when the overall strength of the Suzhou fortress is at its weakest. Right now, most of those beast tides are at the west gate, where many town generals are leading their guards to kill them. It's possible that they've already reached a point of contention. However, a large number of strange beasts have also appeared at the north gate. The commotion just now was caused by the guards encouraging those family heads to go to the north gate and kill the strange beasts. Otherwise, if the north gate is breached, the defenses of Su City will still be in grave danger. The family heads and the remaining military members should already be heading towards the north gate, and they may have already clashed. However, their strength may not be enough, so let's hurry over there. I'll go call my husband. As Yin Luoqing spoke, she prepared to walk towards Yi Qing's room. But Zhou Lingxue grabbed him the next moment. My husband is advancing in the next round, and it seems he's at a crucial moment. Don't disturb him now. Yes, if we disturb our husbands now, what if something goes wrong? The situation is urgent. I think we should take Tiger with us first. Zhou Lingxue made up her mind. The group exchanged glances and nodded. Inside the room, Yi Qing has already transformed into a little golden statue. Indestructible, forged in the fires of karma. Yi Qing also used the black water dragon blood to its fullest extent. Let the surging energy flow freely within your body. Thump. A loud explosion rang out. Yi Qing felt the exhilarating sensation of breaking through the shackles. Then it guides the energy to break through the next layer of constraints. Thump. Another loud bang. Energy has decreased, but there is still a huge amount of energy left. This time, it was a crystal core of a beast of the general level, and so many medicines from Yi Qing. How could they possibly back down so quickly? Another loud bang. Yi Qing opened her eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He retrieved his own information. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, late stage 9. Contracted spirits. F-grade lavage blade, secondary reversion. Immortal slaying sword. E-grade Zhangqiu iron pot, secondary reversion. 9 dragon cauldron. E-grade soul summoning banner, secondary reversion. 6 soul banner. E-grade black lotus, glazed lamp. First reversion. Karmic fire black lotus. E-grade small wooden bow, secondary reversion. Chinquan bow. Skills. God level hunting skill, heavenly sky chi level 8. Rapid crystal core absorption skill. Dragon tiger spirit. God level movement technique. Vajra indestructible level 6. Time freeze level 8. Shadow puppet level 6. 30th place. 60% of overall strength. Beast taming skill. Size change. 9 nether soul level 7. Mental erosion. Items. 4 divine control pills. Upgrade card. Crafting progress 50%. 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Unlimited divine beast fasting pills. Martial arts. Prison suppressing dragon fist. Sword chi of the 8 directions. Late stage of rank 9. It broke through more than one major level. Feel the surging power within my body. Yi Qing hadn't expected the results to be so outstanding. He looked outside. What are these girls doing? Zhou Lingxue pointed at the 6-winged celestial tiger and said, "Hurry up and grow bigger." The 6-winged celestial tiger let out a puzzled cry. Snap. With a single slap, it landed directly on the head of the 6-winged celestial tiger. Call. The sound of wind is coming. A flash of light. A little while later, a giant tiger, larger than a small mountain, landed in the manor. How did this thing get bigger again? Looking at the size of the 6-winged celestial tiger, Zhou Lingxue and the others were filled with admiration. However, now is not the time to worry about that. Sisters, let's go. Zhou Lingxue and the others prepared to depart. Later, a figure then approached. Where are you little girls going? The group trembled upon hearing the voice. He slowly turned around. Then they saw Yi Qing walking out of the room with light, slow steps. This aura is simply terrifying. It's much more terrifying than before I went into seclusion. Honey, are you done in seclusion? Yes. I've broken through. I'm coming out now. We've made a breakthrough. These 3 words thrilled all the girls. My husband is amazing. Breaking through to the first rank so quickly. If Yi Qing knew what they were thinking, he would definitely tell them that it wasn't the first rank, but the 4th rank. What's going on? Where are you going? Yi Qing looked at them and asked a question. Zhou Lingxue explained the current situation to Yi Qing. A revolutionary beast tide? What are we waiting for? If you go too late, they'll all be killed. While others are eating meat, we can only drink soup. If others knew what Yi Qing was thinking right now, they would probably go crazy. When others encounter a tidal wave of alien beasts, they would definitely think about how to avoid it. But Yi Qing seems to have seen a piece of fat meat and can't wait to get there. Walk. Yi Qing only said one sentence before leading everyone onto the back of the 6-winged celestial tiger. Call. The 6-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings and slowly rose from the ground. Then, it soared into the sky. Once high in the sky, it spreads its 6 wings. Thump. A sonic boom exploded. It headed straight towards the north gate. A huge shadow fell below. At the same time, inside the north gate, the family heads and the guards were also being driven back in defeat. After all, more and more strange beasts are coming from the jungle. The numbers have reached an uncontrollable level. There were quite a few of them, but ultimately not all of them were from the military. Most of them were fighting their own battles. And their strength isn't that top tier either. All of you charge. Hold the line. The garrison commander guarding the north gate had begun to tremble. The spirit in his hand was also trembling slightly. It seems like we're nearing our limit. Wang Weidong, Zhong Jiaxing, you sons of bitches, have you finished dealing with Shimin yet? I can't hold on much longer here. If you don't come soon, you'll be coming down here looking for me if you want to drink again. The town general muttered something under his breath, a murderous intent rising in his eyes. Now, Simon is probably not having an easy time either. There's nothing we can do. Without reinforcements, then we must burn our bridges. Later, Su Yulan watched as her strange beasts all perished in battle. She stood there, clenching her teeth. Sister, help. Su Yurue said that she and Jing Yao were currently moving the wounded. But the strength is insufficient. Su Yulan looked at them, sighed heavily, and joined them. The next moment, call. The sound of wind is coming. They looked up, and then a shadow fell down from above. This is. They stared at the 6-winged behemoth. All the pairs of eyes began to tremble. 6 wings. Such a pattern. Such a tiger. In an instant, the three of them thought of Yi Qing's six-winged kitten, which they had all petted. They looked so alike. Could it be? In an instant, a terrifying thought appeared in everyone's minds. There were many military personnel nearby, many family heads, and there's the town general. Everyone saw the giant tiger leap out of the fortress. Roar. The six-winged celestial tiger roared as it looked at the surging tide of beasts before it. The sound echoed far and wide. It lingered in the jungle for a long time. Chapter 1071 Man can hold off 10,000. A roar, like a heavy hammer, struck the hearts of the beasts. They all looked at the six-winged celestial tiger in the air, and their movements froze. This is Yi Qing's tamed beast. One of the guards looked at the six-winged celestial tiger in the sky and shouted, Yi Qing's beast taming. So big. Hearing the guard's words, many family heads who knew Yi Qing widened their eyes, hardly believing what they were hearing. What level of beast is this? So enormous, so imposing. What level of expert is Yi Qing? I don't know, but he wiped out the demon spirit guard all by himself. As the old man of the Zhou family spoke, everyone around him was shocked. One person wiped out the demon guard. It should be good. This strength should be around the late stage of a grandmaster, or the level of a town general. That should be enough to reduce some of the pressure on the North Gate. Although it may only reduce it by a little bit. Hold on, everyone. You've all seen it. More and more people are coming. We will definitely achieve final victory. The commander of the guards raised his arm and gave a shout. Yi Qing's arrival was just in time. Although their strength may not be that great, it is definitely a significant boost to morale. Call. The next moment, as everyone watched, a long banner wrapped in black flames pierced down from the six-winged celestial tiger. Clang. The sound of metal and jade rang out, and the long banner was driven hard into the earth. What is it? Everyone looked at the long banner, wondering what level of artifact spirit it possessed. Su Yulan, Su Yurue, and Jing Yao beside them all stared at the long flag with puzzled expressions. Why did they suddenly throw down a long flag? This must be Yi Qing's spirit beast. But aren't most spirit summons handheld weapons for combat? I don't know, let's see. Su Yulan stared at the long flag. The six-soul banner moves without wind. Roar. A roar that seemed to defy the heavens came from the six-soul banner. Black smoke is rising. Behind the six-soul banner, a solid Dharma image tens of feet high was formed and stood there. What's this? As everyone looked at the image, staring at its soul-stirring blood-red eyes, and feeling its chilling aura, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Roar. Fa Xiang stared at the strange beast in front of him, let out another low roar, and stretched out one hand. Hold head high. A dragon's roar resounded. The dragon's soul emerged from the Dharma image's hand and charged towards a grandmaster-level beast in front of it. Roar. The strange beast stared at the dragon's soul, let out a low roar, and charged towards it. Between contact, the sound of flesh and blood tearing apart suddenly rang out. Uft. The grandmaster-level beast shattered instantly. Blood mist burst forth in the air. Later. A touch of Dharma. One by one, souls were slicing out of its hand. It charged forward with all its might. Uft. Thump. Boom. A crash. A cracking sound. The sound of bones cracking. A tearing sound. Suddenly it came. It was a crazy thrill to everyone. That's strong. All the guards and the head of the family stopped their attacks, looking at the frantically attacking spirits in front of him. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They were practically dumbfounded. What kind of attack is this? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was utterly devastating. Especially that dragon soul. It's absolutely terrifying. Wherever it went, those strange beasts were no match for it, and were all shattered. That's the soul of the Blackwater Flood Dragon. Old Master Zhou exclaimed as he looked at the dragon soul, recalling the information he had received earlier. Blackwater Dragon. Isn't that the king-level alien beast that Feng Haiwang killed when he was still guarding Sioux City? How did it end up in Yi Qing's artifact spirit? Look at the sky. Yi Qing, why are you flying? What? Hearing what the person next to them said, everyone looked up at the sky. Yi Qing was dressed in black armor. Behind, wings made of black karmic fire. Flames roared. This supports Yi Qing, allowing him to levitate in the air. At this moment, a sharp sword gleamed in Yi Qing's hand. A sword flourish. Sword energies gathered around Yi Qing. 1, 2. Hundreds of sword energies converged. As everyone looked at these sword energies, it felt as if a sharp sword was hanging over their heads. They all felt as if they had fallen into a freezing river in the dead of winter, and their whole bodies began to tremble. As Yi Qing swung his sword down, a series of sword energies pierced straight down towards the strange beast below. Whoosh, whoosh, uft, uft. The sound of flesh and blood being torn apart echoed continuously. Wherever the sword energy reached, ferocious beasts fell one after another. Roar! The six-winged celestial tiger pounced down. A frenzied harvest. Yi Qing also drew his sword and descended, heading downwards. Later, Su Yulan, Su Yurue, and Jing Yao were astonished by the scene. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. That's exactly what they're thinking right now. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Yi Qing's strength is simply terrifying. Wow, Yi Qing is amazing. Even the town general is more impressive. It can still fly. A single battle makes it famous. That's what you call a single battle making it famous. Kill. Let's go too. Let's go together. A series of voices rang out. The morale of the group reached an extremely terrifying level. However, after a while, they discovered a problem. Yi Qing used 2 area of effect skills to wipe out the entire area. It's not their turn to reap the rewards. All they can do now is finish them off. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes as he looked at the several Grandmaster-level beasts in front of him. Although this beast tide is quite large, there aren't many high-level alien beasts. It would be great if we could get a few beasts of the rank of town general. At the same time, Westgate, Wang Weidong and the others have retreated and are currently receiving treatment for their injuries. The continuous high-intensity fighting took a toll on the bodies of Wang Weidong, Zhong Jiaxing, and others. How's the situation at the North Gate? We're managing to hold off these beasts here. However, I have a feeling that the number of strange beasts near the North Gate will increase. We need to deal with the monsters on our side as soon as possible. There's no other way. This is the only way we can resist now. If we can keep sending these monsters, we might be able to hold out for a while longer. Shut up. Don't jinx it. Wang Weidong looked at Zhong Jiaxing. Zhong Jiaxing realized he had said the wrong thing and immediately shut up. General Wang, General Zhong. Over there at the North Gate, a guard at the North Gate said breathlessly. North Gate. In an instant, Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing were both energized. What happened at the North Gate? Can't they withstand the monsters anymore? Wang Weidong mustered his strength, stood up, and stared intently at the person who had brought the report. Chapter 108 Unparalleled Valor. Nearby, many people were looking at the guard, all waiting for him to say the next word. However, everyone probably had a guess in their hearts that the North Gate had fallen. The guards at the North Gate were already few in number, and with some being transferred over, the remaining guard force was even weaker. Although later, the head of the family and other spirit masters from the Sioux City Fortress were mobilized. However, those family heads were ultimately not members of the military. They might have the ability. However, there was almost no cooperation between them. They were all fighting their own battles, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a motley crew with some real strength. Furthermore, given that they are on equal footing with the alien beasts here, these beasts will definitely put pressure on the North Gate. So many factors combined. Beads of sweat the size of beans were also seeping from Wang Weidong's forehead. Grass. Even he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. If the North Gate had fallen, these beasts would probably be wreaking havoc inside the Suzhou city walls by now. Once these strange beasts enter the fortress, they become even more difficult to deal with. It will make them hesitant to act. Oh no. Find some strong men and bring them back to the fortress with me to slay these beasts. I never expected the North Gate to be breached. Walk. As Wang Weidong spoke, the others also struggled to their feet, their eyes blazing with anger and filled with murderous intent. The person who brought the report was taken aback by the posture of Wang Weidong and the others. How did it suddenly turn out like this? How did the North Gate fall? He had barely caught his breath when they had already imagined it to this extent. No. He quickly stopped them. If he didn't speak, they would go back and attack. Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing looked at the person who came to report. No. What do you mean it isn't? The North Gate has not been breached. The beasts at the North Gate have now been dealt with. Boom. One sentence, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The explosion rang in everyone's ears, and Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing's eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. Good heavens. The North Gate issue has been resolved. How is it solved? They looked at the guard who had given the report, their eyes filled with questions. Speak quickly. What happened? Yes. Speak quickly. In an instant, everyone crowded around. She practically grabbed his collar and told him to hurry up and talk. The guards organized their thoughts and began to speak. Previously, the North Gate was attacked by many strange beasts. Even when those family heads came, they were completely unable to stop them. The North Gate is absolutely not going to hold out. But just when the city was about to fall and everyone was about to perish, Yi Qing arrived. Yi Qing, Wang Weidong and Zhong Jiaxing were arguably the first people inside the stronghold to come into contact with Yi Qing, and they were aware of Yi Qing's power. His strength is definitely above the mid to late stage of Grandmaster. Otherwise, the Demon Guard could not have been destroyed. However, such strength is simply not enough in the face of such a revolutionary beast tide. When they have doubts, the guards recounted what had happened since Yi Qing's arrival. The words reached everyone's ears. As they listened, the corners of their mouths gradually twitched. Finally, their expressions changed. The hairs on my body stood on end. Good heavens! Yi Qing wiped out those monsters in just 2 rounds of attacks. Is this the power of Yi Qing's artifact spirit? At that moment, everyone fell silent. I was completely shocked by what the guards had just said. Yi Qing, that's too amazing. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. No matter when it is placed, it is a sight worthy of everyone's admiration. Good. After a long while, Wang Weidong uttered this single word with great emphasis. This word struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Really, this young man, in a sense, single-handedly protected the entire city of Suzhou. Alright, now that there's no problem with the North Gate, then it's just a matter for us and Shimen. Come on, let's put in more effort and drive these beasts back into the jungle. Zhong Jiaxing was invigorated, and his words were full of confidence and quite inspiring. Let's go. Let's tell everyone this news. As Wang Weidong spoke, he picked up the dog-beating stick next to him and tapped it with his foot, heading towards the battlefield. As he walked, he shouted, "Brothers, fight them hard. The beasts at the North Gate have been cleared out, so don't worry about the North Gate. As long as we kill these bastards at the West Gate, we'll have successfully defended the Sioux City Fortress." What? The strange beast at the North Gate has been slain. The battle situation has changed so dramatically. Very good. Very good. Kill. Come. Kill these beasts. One voice after another came through. Everyone looked at the strange beast in front of them and used their weapon spirits to slay it. These strange beasts also sensed the aura of the group of spirit masters and began to retreat in defeat. They're dying. Keep it up. Kill. Zhou Kai watched the defeated beasts, then swung his massive battle axe, spraying blood from its shaft. The battle axe gleamed coldly once more. These beasts are finally going to back down. He's at his last gasp now. If the war really continues, they too may perish. He looked at the other town generals, and they were in a similar situation. Each of them had killed a lot of strange beasts, most of which were powerful beasts above the Grandmaster level. The fact that they can stand up now is a testament to their immense willpower. Look, the beasts have separated. What's going on? Are they retreating? Have no idea. Many of the guards noticed the strange phenomenon and began to discuss it. Wang Weidong and the others frowned as they watched the situation unfold. What's going on? Thump, thump, thump. Just as they were thinking, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the jungle. The guards on the city wall looked into the distance. His eyes narrowed as well. Far away, vast swathes of giant trees collapsed with a deafening roar. It looked as if some enormous thing was moving inside. Hold head high. A cry of an elephant echoed through the air. A gigantic body burst forth from the jungle. This is... Wang Weidong and the others were shocked when they saw the giant elephant in front of them. A colossal steel elephant. The town will soon be filled with beasts. Known as a siege weapon, it once had a second-line fortress, but a giant steel elephant smashed through the city wall and led an army of strange beasts in, destroying the fortress. Roar. Ah. 2 more voices came. Wang Weidong and the others watched as 2 equally enormous figures emerged from the bushes. Firefly lizard. Dark blood lion. They were all beasts from the early stages of the town's administration. Moreover, they were all the troublesome beasts that the town general had dealt with in the early stages. Seeing this, Wang Weidong and his men gritted their teeth. If they were in their prime, they could still deal with these beasts. But now, okay, they really know how to pick their timing. Damn it, guys. Looks like we really have to go downstairs for a drink. Wang Weidong roared. The eyes of the people standing nearby were also filled with a death wish. In this situation, we have no choice but to fight with all our might. They were thinking, and they kept their eyes fixed on the three strange beasts in front of them. The steel giant elephant looked at the three of them and raised its long trunk. It swung around in the air and let out a deep, long cry. It was like a battle cry. The decisive battle is about to begin. But the next moment, in the air, a beam of light shot out. A silver light, accompanied by the sound of wind being cut and a sonic boom. Wherever it passed, space itself became extremely distorted. The light shot towards the head of the steel giant elephant. Then, it disappeared. Chapter 109 Three Arrows, Deciding the Fate. This. Zhong Jiaxing and the others were completely dumbfounded by what they had just witnessed. What's the meaning? What does this mean? What was that thing just now? It flew by in a flash. And it seems to have just disappeared into the head of the steel giant elephant. That can't be. Did they know that the steel giant elephant was not only a beast in the early stages of the town's defense, but was also famous for its powerful defensive capabilities? Otherwise, it cannot be used as a powerful weapon for siege warfare. But that light just now went straight into the body of the steel giant elephant. While they were thinking about it, call, boom, a strong wind is blowing. It was enveloped by the silver light from just now. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. It felt like being cut by a razor blade to Wang Weidong and the others. These wind blades are truly terrifying. Look, Zhou Kai said something. To grab everyone's attention, they looked in the direction Zhou Kai was looking. The steel giant elephant's body began to shake. After shaking it a bit, it collapsed with a crash. Thump! A loud explosion rang out. It was as if the mountains had collapsed and the earth had split open. The colossal steel elephant convulsed violently on the ground, unable to rise again. This. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. They opened their mouths wide, gasped for air, and even inhaled a lot of dust and sand. The steel behemoth is dead. The beast renowned for its defensive capabilities in the early stages of the town's defenses has actually died. It was that silver light that killed him. What is that? They looked behind them. This. In the air, Yi Qing sprouted fiery wings from his back, suspended in midair. In his hand was a giant bow that radiated divine light. His body was hunched over, as if blood was slowly flowing through it. The bowstring shone with divine light, as if it had been made from the sinews of a dragon. Yi Qing looked at the remaining two strange beasts. Draw the bow. The moment Yi Qing pulled the Qinkuan bow, the surrounding air vibrated. Energy convergence. Even the blood mist on the battlefield seemed to unconsciously drift towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing drew his bow to its fullest extent. Two arrows were already knocked on the bowstring. Yi Qing, release. Base. Base. Two sharp arrows shot towards the remaining two strange beasts. Roar. Ah. The two strange beasts had nowhere to run. It could only raise its claws to block the arrows. But the next moment, the arrows pierced their claws as easily as a knife cutting through tofu, then drive it hard into their heads. A few seconds later, two muffled thuds echoed as huge corpses hit the ground. Yi Qing looked at the Qinkuan bow in his hand. 3 arrows, and the fate of the world would be decided. Everyone who stood there was stunned. Wang Weidong looked at Yi Qing. He had just received news that Yi Qing was an unstoppable force, and he assumed that Yi Qing's weapon spirits were all area of effect attacks. That's why it has this effect. But unexpectedly, Yi Qing had a spirit weapon that could target a single target. Still so powerful. That kid. The weapon spirit is too powerful. However, he himself is also quite strange. Now is not the time to think about these things. The crisis is not over yet. We must press our advantage. Brothers, follow me. Kill. Kill. The sounds of battle cries rang out. Everyone seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Charge forward. In the air, Yi Qing drew his bow and knocked an arrow again and again. Base. Base. Every time the bow is drawn, a high-level mythical beast falls. The balance of power has shifted. The beastmen also felt fear. Many strange beasts have already headed into the jungle. Then, more and more strange beasts roared as they rushed inside. In the end, they all scattered. Zhou Kai watched the fleeing beasts, stomped his foot, and brought his giant axe down again. Uft! A cloud of blood mist rose up. He slew down another strange beast. When he landed, both legs lost strength. Just sit there. He wiped the blood from his face, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Many people nearby found the laughter somewhat eerie. Wang Weidong, leaning on his dog-beating stick, burst into laughter upon hearing Zhou Kai's laughter. Zhong Jiaxing, and the other guards were just average. They all burst into loud laughter. They won. They successfully withstood the overwhelming tide of alien beasts. The defenses of Sioux City have been successfully maintained. They turned around and looked at Yi Qing in the air. In their minds, Yi Qing had reached an extremely terrifying level. Since Yi Qing's 3 arrows saved the day, he has gained the same prestige as Marquis Lingfeng in everyone's hearts. Yi Qing slowly descended. Everyone looked at Yi Qing. Brother Yi. Brother Yi. A series of sounds came from all directions. Everyone was completely convinced. Along the way, voices rose and fell, and everyone consciously made way. Yi Qing came to the side of several town generals and looked at them. Yi Qing, well done. Zhou Kai tried to get up, but after struggling for a while, he resigned himself to sitting there. The other town generals also looked at Yi Qing with respect in their eyes. All right, everyone, let's clean up the battlefield. Take all these beasts back inside the fortress. The blood energy here is too strong. We mustn't attract any more powerful beasts. Yi Qing issued the orders. Good. Yes, sir. Everyone accepted the order and began to tidy up. At the same time, North Gate. Hey, look, it seems like there are far fewer strange beasts coming. These strange beasts also seem to be retreating. They seem to be retreating. Hold head high. As everyone was talking, the dragon's soul smashed several more strange beasts. Seeing the dragon's soul and the other spirits, the remaining beasts also hurriedly ran away. They've run away. Look, the monster horde has dispersed. They've all run away. We won. We won. Everyone cheered. Even Su Yulan, Su Yurue, Jing Yao, and others who were helping to move the wounded heard the sounds from the front lines, and their eyes filled with tears. They won. They won. They successfully drove away the monster horde. Although Yi Qing was largely responsible for this, it did not diminish their excitement in the slightest. This is their first major battle. In the very first major battle, I was carried to victory by such a powerful figure. That was so satisfying. Brother Yi Qing is amazing. Su Yurue said, his spirits are all so powerful. Su Yurue's 2 sentences caused Su Yulan and Jing Yao, who were initially excited, to fall silent. Yes, Yi Qing's weapon spirits are all very powerful, while they are just useless weapon spirits. What right does he have to stand next to Yi Qing? Thinking about it, Su Yulan also gently bit her lip. He looked lost in thought, wallowing in self-pity. Beside her, Jing Yao also showed a similar expression. The atmosphere fell silent. They also fell into deep thought. A little while later, a weak voice came from behind. Ladies, could you please help them first? Below, an injured artifact spirit looked at the silent group of people and was about to curse them inwardly. Why did they stop leaving? Why did it stop? It's still bleeding. Please help. If we don't save them soon, they're really going to die. Chapter 110 Breaking Through to the Mid-Stage. The next moment, all 3 girls realized what was happening. They are paramedics now, and they're carrying a woman. How could I have forgotten? I'm so sorry. We'll take you to get treatment right now. A little while later, Yi Qing also flapped her wings and flew over from a distance. Brother Yi, you're back. Brother Yi, how's Simon doing? Should we go help him? The guards all looked at Yi Qing with great enthusiasm. Beside him, the heads of various families looked at Yi Qing and gathered around. Yi Qing, how is Shiman? Let's go help him now. The old man of the Zhou family was also filled with passion at this moment, as if he had found the feeling of his youth again. He was originally prepared to wreak havoc, but Yi Qing killed most of the strange beasts in just 2 moves. He then had no way to perform. No need. Shiman's side is already cleaning up the battlefield. We can just clean up the battlefield here too. Don't worry. Each word, spoken to everyone, brought them a sense of relief. Oh, I see. Shiman finished pretty quickly. Okay. Phew. Does this mean the crisis is over? Right. Yi Qing nodded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Grandpa Zhou's passion was not fully unleashed, it couldn't be better now that the crisis is over. All right, let's clean up the battlefield now. There are quite a few wounded as well. This time, there have been many deaths and injuries. Everyone, hurry up and pack up. As the high-ranking officers of the guard spoke, their faces unconsciously darkened when they mentioned the casualties. As everyone listened, their earlier excitement diminished considerably in an instant. Everyone started getting busy. A little while later, what's the casualty situation on your side? Many of the guards at the West Gate also came to help. There were quite a few casualties. If Brother Yi hadn't come and killed so many alien beasts, it wouldn't just be a matter of how many people died or were injured. The guards at the north gate also recounted Yi Qing's previous situation. The guard at the west gate twitched at the corner of his mouth. He originally thought that Yi Qing's 3 arrows that decided the fate of the world were already terrifying enough. As it turned out, he rushed to the west gate after resolving the crisis at the north gate. This is beyond impressive. That's absolutely terrifying. Brother Yi is terrifying. He actually killed so many strange beasts at the north gate, and then went to the west gate to show off his power. Huh. The guards at the north gate were also shocked upon hearing his words. Going to the west gate to show off their power? What happened? Tell me quickly. Huh? You didn't know? Didn't Brother Yi tell you he was coming back? No. He came back and told us that the crisis for Simon had been resolved, and that we should quickly treat the wounded and clean up the battlefield. Hearing this, many of the West Gate guards held Yi Qing in even higher esteem. He made such a great contribution, yet he never publicized it. Brother Ye's 3 arrows sealed the fate of the world. Then they began to tell their story. Gradually, the news spread like wildfire, and before long, everyone in the North Gate knew about it. Su Yulan, Su Yurue, and Jing Yao were also stunned when they learned of the situation. However, this time they only hesitated for a moment before quickly continuing to treat the wounded. At the same time, Yi Qing arrived in front of the 6-soul banner. Zhang pulled the 6-soul banner out of the earth. With a wave of his hand, the flag rolled up onto the flagpole. This weight is quite heavy. It seems we've collected quite a few more souls. Tiger, come here. At Yi Qing's command, the 6-winged sky tiger took off, and Yi Qing, holding the 6-soul banner, leaped onto its back. Arrive at the West Gate. After all, there are still quite a few powerful spirits here. Yi Qing stood on the 6-winged celestial tiger and waved his hand. Many high-level beast spirits were then collected into the 6-soul banner. In an instant, the 6-soul banner became much heavier. Later, Yi Qing and the others also joined the busy army. Night. Everyone has almost finished packing up. Yi Qing and the others also returned to the manor. Large crystal cores were also placed in Yi Qing's room. Yi Qing looked at the crystal cores, reached out with one hand, and the next moment, a huge amount of energy surged into Yi Qing's body again. At the same time, outside. Ugh, I'm exhausted today. Zhou Lingxue and the others sat down and couldn't help but gasp softly. Indeed, I'm exhausted. Lu Lianming added a sentence. Yin Luoqing looked at Lu Lianming and asked, Sister Lu, why are you so tired today? The implication is self-evident. Lu Lianming looked at Yin Luoqing and walked towards her. Then he cupped her face in his hands and rubbed it vigorously. What? Aren't you worried? Aren't I tired watching you fight from the sidelines? Even a soft, carries a clear, threatening undertone. I was wrong. I'll never say that again. As Yin Luoqing looked at Lu Lianming's face getting closer and closer, a chill rose from her heart. Sisters, let me give you a massage. As Zheng Yusin spoke, she also came over to massage the shoulders of the older sisters, looking very obedient. No need. Yusin, I'm going to sleep soon, Zhou Lingxue said, sounding a little tired. The others thought about it, and all refused, scattering like birds and beasts. The husband is in the room now. If he comes out in a while, it will be too late for them to run away. After everyone left, Zheng Yusin sat there, looking into the room. Thump. The next moment, a muffled thud came from the room. A feeling of comfort immediately arose in Yi Qing's body. Yi Qing sensed his own power and accessed the information. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-stage breakthrough. Contracted spirits. F-grade Lavage Blade, secondary reversion. Immortal Slaying Sword. E-grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, secondary reversion. 9 Dragon Cauldron. E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, secondary reversion. 6 Soul Banner. E-grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, first reversion. Karmic Fire Black Lotus. E-grade Small Wooden Bow, secondary reversion. Qingquan Bow. Skills: God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Qi level 8, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible level 6, Time Freeze level 8, Shadow Puppet level 6, 30th place, 60% of overall strength, Beast Taming Skill, Size Change, 9 Nether Soul level 7, Mental Erosion. Items: 4 Divine Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space, Unlimited Divine Beast Fasting Pills. Martial Arts: Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist, Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. Mid-stage breakthrough. Breaking through 2 levels in a row. Yi Qing was feeling the power within his body, but felt he had nowhere to unleash it. Then, the door was quietly opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. Oh! Yi Qing looked at Zheng Yusin. This little girl had practically delivered herself to his doorstep. Chapter 111 Feng Haiwang learns. Shadow Puppet advances to Tier 8, 80th rank, 80% overall strength. As morning approached, the light screen slowly popped up. The Shadow Puppet has been upgraded to Tier 8, 80. Its strength has reached 80% of Yi Qing's overall strength. Yi Qing watched, a smile also appearing on her lips. Now his individual strength is already terrifying. With so many skills at his disposal, his Shadow Puppet can easily defeat most Grandmasters. Now, he has 80 Shadow Puppets, which is equivalent to having 80 Master-level assassins. That's terrifying enough. Increased compatibility detected. Zheng Yusin has undergone a second ancestral reversion, reverting to the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus. Has it been a second regression to ancestral traits? However, Zheng Yusin can't feel it right now. At the same time, outside, the six-winged celestial tiger was feasting. This time, Yi Qing transported a lot of the flesh and blood from the monsters he killed to the manor, and the guy ate it all night. Only a small part of it has been cleaned up. This shows just how enormous the quantity is. At this moment, the six-winged celestial tiger's 6 wings faced the moon, absorbing the energy emitted by the moon. It continued to devour flesh and blood, and a torrent of energy surged into its body. A little while later, roar! A low growl came from the mouth of the six-winged celestial tiger. Then, it hissed and exhaled a mouthful of blood mist filled with immense energy from its nostrils. Although it has become smaller, the pattern has changed once again, becoming even more intricate. Those black patterns, just one glance at them, seem to devour one's soul. As for the white background, it is pure white, like the wings of an angel. The black and white colors create a bizarre and unsettling atmosphere. Species, hexagonal tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, late stage of breakthrough. Just as Yi Qing was about to go to sleep, a screen of light appeared in front of him. Oh, this guy broke through again. This guy seems to break through levels as easily as drinking water. Truly worthy of being called a pure-blooded beast. It's mainly because Yi Qing fed it well. At this moment, inside the walls of Shanghai, Marquis Lingfeng and several powerful experts at the Marquis level stood there. A little while later, Feng Haiwang walked over from a distance. His steps hurried, his body upright, like an iron tower. As you walk, the sound of a strong wind can be heard. All right, you should all know from the transfer order why I summoned you powerful figures here this time. You are all at the Marquis level now, guarding the front line. Originally, it shouldn't be appropriate for me to call you here, but the situation is urgent. Get ready, we'll be leaving in a bit. With a wave of his hand, Feng Haiwang signaled everyone to begin preparations. Only, behind them, a high-ranking officer of the Shanghai Guard rushed over. Feng Haiwang, Lingfeng Ho, something's up. Upon hearing this, both Feng Haiwang and Ling Fengho stopped and became tense. What happened? What's going on? To be honest, what Ling Fengho fears most right now is something going wrong. He was transferred from the stronghold this time, and he's afraid something might happen inside the stronghold after he leaves. What happened? Tell me quickly. Li Xian, ignoring Feng Haiwang beside him, quickly asked. Lord Lingfeng, after you left, the Su City fortress was hit by a cataclysmic beast tide. Boom. One sentence, and it was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. It struck Feng Haiwang and Ling Fengho hard in their hearts. Many powerful figures nearby also looked over immediately, and even those who had seen a lot couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. A revolutionary beast tide. This is no joke. Historically, there have been many disruptive waves of alien beasts, and only a handful of strongholds have survived. Most of the time, the city gates were breached by those powerful alien beasts. After entering the city, the beasts ran rampant and eventually turned the fortifications into ruins. The cataclysmic beast tide that overturned the Su City fortress must be enormous. After all, it's a beast tide capable of overturning the first-tier barriers. And right now, when a powerful Marquis-level expert guarding the town is not around. Now, could it be that the city walls of Su have already fallen and everyone is dead? The Suching Fortress was an important stronghold in the Eastern Theater Command. Everyone had their own thoughts, but they had already reached a conclusion. The Su City Fortress was likely doomed this time. The Su City Fortress was mainly supported by Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, and its combat power was mainly with him. After he left, the other town generals were actually of average strength and none of them were particularly outstanding. Faced with this situation, those town generals will likely have to risk their lives to secure a glimmer of hope for the Sioux City fortress. Ling Fenghe was anxious and was just about to go forward to retrieve the documents. Feng Haiwang stomped his foot, and the thick marble floor cracked with a loud thud. Cracks everywhere. He darted forward and arrived in front of the messenger, snatched the document from his hand, and examined it carefully. Many powerful figures nearby were now focusing their attention on Feng Haiwang. Because now, the outcome is irreversible. Since Lord Lingfeng is not at the Sioux City fortress, even if he were to ride one of the powerful flying beasts of the Demon City fortress back now, it would still take him half a day to get back. Half a day is definitely not enough time. Furthermore, it must have taken quite a while for these confidential documents to arrive. Feng Haiwang looked at the report, then turned the page. Turned the page again. His brows furrowed even more. The sight sent chills down everyone's spines. Especially Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, was extremely anxious at this moment. He wished he could take the document and read it himself. However, the next moment, Feng Haiwang breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed considerably. His eyes even held a look of amazement and satisfaction. What's going on? Everyone felt a chill when they saw Feng Haiwang's expression. Could it be that there was some turning point? Take a look, Li Xian. After Feng Haiwang finished reading the document, he handed it to Li Xian. Don't worry, the beast tide has been held back. They are now cleaning up the battlefield. Those beasts were kept outside the fortifications, and the city gates were not breached. Although some guards were lost, no one inside the fortifications was injured. They withstood the catastrophic beast tide. Many top-tier stronghold guardians looked at Li Xian with envy in their eyes. Goodness, as expected of a veteran top-tier stronghold like the Sioux City stronghold, it can withstand a catastrophic beast tide. If it were them, I'm afraid it wouldn't work. Li Xian took the document and looked at it himself. Turned to the back. Watching Yi Qing's performance, he felt as if he were reading a book written in a foreign language. Good heavens! What's this? Are these reports? Or is it a story of a lone hero? So fantastical. One person, with just 2 moves, took down so many strange beasts. And 3 arrows decide the fate of the world. Later, they even hunted exotic beasts. It can be said that he single-handedly turned the tide of the entire battle. Incomparably powerful. Seeing the end, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, really well done. He looked up and met Feng Haiwang's eyes, who had a smile on his face. Your Suzhou stronghold has produced a promising talent. Feng Haiwang, are you laughing? Many powerful figures watching from the side couldn't help but swallow hard. Feng Haiwang is known for his gloomy personality and rarely smiles, but now, a smile is on his face. This shows how satisfied he was with the battle. Chapter 112, A Six-Winged Sky Tiger at the Grandmaster level. Alright, Li Xian, this time you don't need to come over there with us. Go back and take charge of the work. Although Yi Qing turned the tide in the end, the Sioux City fortress has experienced a great battle. But many powerful individuals will surely die or be injured. The current Sioux City fortress needs you more than ever. Feng Haiwang said. Yi Qing. This name also reached the ears of other powerful individuals. It's quite unfamiliar. I don't think I've ever heard of it before. However, they were quite curious about who this person was. That was easy to explain. After all, the Sioux City fortress suffered such a great disaster, and Yi Qing turned the tide in it. There will definitely be news coming out later. They'll find out when they ask around. Alright, Sea King, I'll head back now. Li Xian didn't waste any time. Ready to leave. Etc. Beside Feng Haiwang, a man looked at Li Xian and stopped him. He walked towards Li Xian, and there was a strong smell of medicine on his body. Lord Lingfeng, let me go with you to take a look. I heard that this kid has contracted with a spirit, which is a medicine cauldron. This is not common. It is very similar to my spirit. If possible, I would like to take him as my disciple. The man said. Many powerful figures at the Marquis level were watching this person. They all knew him. He was the chief alchemist within the Demon City fortress. Although they are not as strong as them, they are experts in alchemy. The medicines refined from them are extremely rare and hard to come by. Feng Haiwang, I probably won't be able to help much this time at the Rift, so I'll be leaving with Ling Fenghe. Wang Zhoning looked at Feng Haiwang and said, Go ahead and thoroughly observe Yi Qing. Also, you just reminded me, Yi Qing must have expended a lot this time. Take some top-grade medicine with you, and give Yi Qing some rewards. Feng Haiwang was extremely generous. As Feng Haiwang spoke, the other experts at the Marquis level beside him were far from calm. They overheard their conversation and thought Yi Qing seemed quite young. If that's the case, the potential is enormous. Furthermore, isn't Feng Haiwang being a little too appreciative of Yi Qing? By the way, is the selection of the Star of China about to start soon? Feng Haiwang looked at his secretary beside him and asked. Yes, Feng Haiwang. China's star. Everyone knows this. These are the 30 strongest people under the age of 30 in China, and the list is updated every 10 years. Those who made the list are at least powerful individuals at the level of a town general. Most of them are scions of elite families who have reached the highest echelons of society. I feel that we should focus on evaluating Yi Qing this time. I think he should be able to get a spot in the China Star competition. I understand, Sea King. After everything was arranged, he looked at the group of marquee-level experts and said, Let's go. Let's set off. The situation is quite serious this time, so you should all be prepared. Yes. We understand why Feng Haiwang is here. A series of sounds came from all directions. They then left. Wang Zhouning looked at Li Xian and said, Let me take a look at that document. After they arrived, Wang Zhouning looked at them and exclaimed, Wow, what youthful vigor. They actually have the power to turn the tide. It's true that the younger generation surpasses the older generation. Your Sioux City Fortress is indeed producing talented people. Feng Haiwang became a Fengwang realm expert within the Sioux City Fortress. To be precise, Yi Qing isn't from our Suzhou stronghold. He's from the Jinling stronghold. Li Xian thought to himself before speaking slowly. How long has Yi Qingkai been at the Suzhou Fortress? Previously, he had single-handedly wiped out the demon guards, but he hadn't thought much of it. He's just a promising talent. But now, he has actually done it to this extent. He's grown up so fast. It was getting so close that even Li Xian felt his scalp tingling. All right, let's set off. Li Xian was anxious. He wanted to see how much of the fortress he was guarding had been damaged in this disaster, and how many powerful warriors had been lost. All right, I'll go to the military headquarters to get the things I need for Yi Qing, and then we'll set off. 3 poles in the sun. Yi Qing also came out of the room. Husband, you're out. Zhou Lingxue and the others looked at Yi Qing. Honey, did you sleep well last night? Lu Lianming looked at Yi Qing with a smile on her face. After finishing the meal, I'm going to the military headquarters in a bit. They should have done another inventory check today. Yesterday, they sent over the high-level alien beasts I killed, and there are others as well. They probably didn't sleep at all last night either. They were cleaning up all night. Today, the battlefield should be cleaned up and everything should be cleared away. I'll go take a look. You can take a stroll inside the Sioux City fortifications. As Yi Qing spoke, the others shook their heads. Zhou Lingxue thought about yesterday's scene, with its severed limbs and broken arms. Yesterday's beast tide caused the deaths of countless spirit masters and artifact spirits. The damage inflicted on the Sioux City fortress by this disruptive beast tide has not yet healed. They probably won't be in a good mood if they go out shopping. Yi Qing went outside, and the 6-winged sky tiger was still there, eating flesh and blood. As I watched, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. This guy has an enormous appetite. With so much flesh and blood, it was almost all eaten up in one night. No wonder so many of them advanced. As he was thinking this, another light screen popped up the next moment. Species, hexagonal tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, early grandmaster. Early stage of grandmaster. This guy's reached the grandmaster level. Once upon a time, it was a juvenile form of the 9th rank. Alright, stop eating. Come with me to the military headquarters for a visit. As Yi Qing spoke, the 6-winged celestial tiger obediently flapped its wings and came over. Yi Qing grabbed his tiger claw and soared into the air, heading straight for the military headquarters. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, Jing Yao and the rest of the military staff had been busy all night. The inventory was finally completed, including the number of monsters killed, the number of casualties, and the wounded were all sent for treatment. Jing Yao did so much in one night that she felt dark circles forming under her eyes. She was just about to go back to sleep. Then they heard a strange noise coming from not far away. She looked in that direction and saw a figure coming from afar, soaring through the air. Chapter 113 My daughter is so fierce. Call. Call. Yi Qing also saw Jing Yao and directed the 6-winged celestial tiger to land. He released the 6-winged celestial tiger and walked towards Jing Yao. You've been busy all night, haven't you? Yi Qing looked at her tired appearance and asked with concern. Jing Yao looked at Yi Qing with a sweet smile on her face. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't even have had the chance to work all night. I might already be a ghost in the mouths of the alien beasts. It's not that serious. The Sioux City Fortress is very strong. Even without me, there are still so many powerful people guarding the fortress. As Jing Yao listened to Yi Qing's words, her impression of him improved dramatically. After all, Yi Qing had made such a huge contribution in this battle, yet he remained humble and unassuming. Then, Jing Yao looked at the six-winged celestial tiger next to Yi Qing. This time, she dared not pet the little guy like she would a cat. She had seen the little guy's true form yesterday. That enormous, six-winged tiger was as big as a mountain. As it swept across the sky, it could be said to blot out the sun. Incredibly powerful. On the battlefield, 1 against 100. Wherever it went, flesh and blood were torn apart. Thinking about the ferocity of the six-winged celestial tiger yesterday, Jing Yao felt the hairs on her body stand on end. I wonder what I did before. If the six-winged sky tiger had unleashed its power back then, it probably would have swallowed her whole. By the way, Yi Qing, what brings you here so early in the morning? Nothing much. I just came to check if you finished tidying up. Is there anything else I can help with? Of course there are. I just overheard some town generals over there discussing how you killed quite a few strange beasts, and they should all give you the crystal cores or something. I'll take you there. As Jing Yao spoke, she led Yi Qing forward. There were many guards coming towards them. They looked at Yi Qing with smiles on their faces. Brother Yi, you're here. You're here so early. Greetings rang out, many of whom were older than Yi Qing, but were still happy to call him Brother Yi. Seeing this, Jing Yao couldn't help but gently cover her mouth with her hand. It was clear that Yi Qing held a very high position in the military. It may have already reached the point where it commands widespread support. This kind of appeal is stronger than that of the town generals. All right, why don't you go back to sleep first? I can't sleep now either. Upon hearing Jing Yao's words, Yi Qing flipped his hand, and a medicine appeared in his palm. Come on, take it in your mouth. Jing Yao smelled the fragrance of the medicine. It's for calming the nerves. After taking it, you should feel sleepy very quickly and definitely be able to get a good night's sleep. Yi Qing said that this medicine was made by Lu Lianming before, but it had not been used since. After all, he is the nemesis of insomnia. She said that if she had insomnia, spending a night with him would guarantee a good night's sleep. After Jing Yao ate, she felt that the area around her became much quieter. She yawned. Then, Yi Qing, I'll head back first. You go find these town generals. You don't need to stay with me. I can do it myself. You should go back to sleep. Yi Qing waved his hand. Then he walked toward the conference room. Inside the conference room, many town generals were discussing the deployment of forces behind the fortifications. I think we should wait for Marquis Lingfeng to return and make unified arrangements. The defending forces suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Shimen this time, and they may urgently need to be replenished. It was the North Gate. Yi Qing turned the tide, but we still suffered some losses. Wang Weidong said. A knock came at the door. Who's there? Come in. He had barely finished speaking when Yi Qing pushed the door open and came in. Upon seeing Yi Qing, all the town generals stood up, as if they had seen Marquis Lingfeng. This demonstrates Yi Qing's prestige at this time. Yi Qing, why are you at the military headquarters so early in the morning? Zhong Jiaxing looked at Yi Qing with the same sense of awe as everyone else. After all, Yi Qing had turned the tide with 3 arrows, killing a 3-headed town general-level beast. His overall strength is far superior to his. After Yi Qing finished giving his explanation, everyone waved their hands and said they didn't need Yi Qing's help anymore. Wait, Yi Qing, take your other crystal cores. I don't want the crystal core. I'd like to see if I can exchange it for some high-level spirit plants. I use it to make medicine. Okay, I'll take you to see it. As Wang Weidong and his group talked, they took Yi Qing to the military headquarters. A little while later, Yi Qing then opened his eyes. Goodness. The Suzhou military headquarters is indeed far superior to the Nanjing military headquarters. There are quite a few high-level spirit plants. If these were taken back and refined, the quality of the resulting medicine would be terrifying. Let me see. I'll take this one. And this too. This. A series of voices came from above, and Yi Qing was frantically making selections. At the same time, within the fortified walls of Jinling, inside the military headquarters, Li Xiao was sitting in his office processing documents. Sigh, it's really all thanks to Yi Qing. After the demon spirit guard was wiped out, things at the Jinling barrier have become much less troublesome. However, Zijing doesn't bring me food anymore. This girl has been at the Sioux City stronghold for so long, and she didn't even send a message to me and her grandfather to let them know she was safe. Li Xiao sat there, somewhat moved. After he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. Why do I feel sad? My daughter is with Yi Qing, and she has reverted to such a powerful artifact spirit, which should be a happy thing. Forget it, let the sky's the limit. As Li Xiao spoke, he felt relieved and a smile appeared on his face. However, the next moment, a guard rushed over. Master Li, the Sioux City fortress has been hit by a catastrophic beast tide. Boom. One sentence left Li Xiao stunned. He looked at the guard who came to report, his lips twitching, his eyes widening involuntarily, his gaze fierce. What? What did he say? A revolutionary beast tide? Suzhou's fortifications. Yi Qing and Zi Jin are still at the Suzhou City fortress. Oh no. Give me. Li Xiao snatched the report and looked at it. Huh. A moment later, looking at the report, Li Xiao's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Huh. What did Yi Qing do? Keep watching until the end. 3 arrows decide the fate of the world. This. My own daughter also played a huge role. 3 arrows, slaying a 3-headed, general-level beast. It's only been a few days. Li Xiao muttered to himself, but his voice began to tremble. The news spread like wildfire. A little while later, it spread like wildfire within the Jinling fortress. Within the Li family, Li Mubai hurried along. Grandpa, there's important news. What's wrong? Why are you shouting like this so early in the morning? The old man was startled and immediately began to glare and puff out his beard. Oh, if you don't want to hear it, then forget it. I'm leaving. Old Master Li. Chapter 114 The Divine Medicine is completed, and the entire circumstances tremble. You little brat, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Tell me quickly. What happened? Li Jinhai asked hastily. Seeing the old man's state, Li Mubai quickly explained what had happened. This. After hearing this, the old man was also stunned and stood there in place. I can't calm down for a long time. Good heavens, what horrifying thing he heard. When Yi Qing left, wasn't his strength only at the Grandmaster level? The demon spirit guards have been wiped out. But, after a while, it turned out like this. The future is limitless. My own granddaughter has really married into a wealthy family. At this time, in the Yu family home. Upon hearing the report from the person outside, Yu Hang sprang to his feet. We went outside. What did you say? Our commander did it. Chu Zhengfeng, Lu Zonglin, and others also received the news. At Jinling University, Zheng Jia and others were also overjoyed. Principal Li Peng looked at Su Bing standing in his office, stroked his chin, and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Have you unlocked some kind of precognitive ability? You said before that Yi Qing would become an outstanding alumnus, and now he really has become one. He killed 3 3-headed town-guarding beasts with 3 arrows. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the #1 alumnus produced by our Jinling University. Su Bing scratched his head. I knew from the start that this kid was destined for greatness. How about it? Okay, go and find a few more promising students for me and recruit them into Jinling University. Su Bing's lips twitched as he listened to the principal's words. Good heavens, he had overdone it and gotten outmaneuvered. Within the fortified city of Jinling, rumors were spreading, and the story of Yi Qing became increasingly fantastical. A few hours later, west gate of Suqing Fortress. Several figures hurried over from a distance. It was Li Xian, the pharmacist Huang Bai, and several guards. They looked at the scene. The vegetation was broken, and many giant trees had been trampled and turned into wood chips. Huge footprints crisscrossed the ground. Just by looking at this scene, one can imagine how massive and ferocious this beast tide is. It seems that it was really not easy for the Sioux City fortress to hold out this time. After a long while, Li Xian slowly uttered these words. Beside them, Huang Bai and the others nodded in agreement. The scene here was already so terrifying. They had no idea what it would be like when they got to the front. Li Xian and the others headed forward. After leaving the jungle, we arrived at the clearing before the west gate. They saw that the open space, which was originally yellow sand and yellow soil, had been turned into bloody soil. When the wind blew, an extremely strong smell of blood filled everyone's nostrils. Li Xian and Huang Bai, who were in the lead, didn't react to the smell of blood, but the guards behind them were already looking pale and their stomachs were churning. Li Xian walked slowly, looking at the battlefield, and many battle scenes floated into his mind. This place is the meat grinder. Countless strange beasts and the guards fought fiercely. Blood flowed like a river. The further he walked, the heavier his mood became. These beasts. After a long while, Li Xian also uttered these words. The others listening behind him could also sense that Li Xian carried a different kind of emotion, as if he were cursing these strange beasts for attacking the city while he was away. On the city wall, many of the guards also noticed the group. Look, that's it. It's Lord Lingfeng and the others. Lord Lingfeng is back. Lord Lingfeng is back. A series of voices rang out, and the high-ranking officers of the guarding army stationed at the west gate came out to greet them. Lord Lingfeng, you're back. This time, Li Xian waved his hand, stopping the high-level report. I know, you've all worked hard. You are all meritorious contributors to the defense of Suzhou. Let's go. I'll go check the north gate later. Yes, Lord Lingfeng. A little while later, Li Xian and his group went for another stroll around the north gate. The situation at the north gate was equally dire, with the land still stained red. However, according to the guards, because Yi Qing arrived in time, most of the blood staining the land was from strange beasts. He returned to the military headquarters. Many townspeople saw him and rushed over. It was as if they had found their backbone. Lord Lingfeng. Wang Weidong held up the report, saying, "This is the casualty report for this incident." Li Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the report. So many casualties. Many people are recovering from their injuries, so our garrison forces need to be redistributed. What do you think, Lord Lingfeng? I'll go and assign them now. Li Xian redistributed the garrison forces of Su City, transferring a significant number of garrison troops from the East Gate and South Gate to guard the other two gates. After all, the bloody aura outside those two gates is quite attractive to strange beasts, so we need to make arrangements quickly. Where is Yi Qing now? After freeing his hands, Li Xian also asked about Yi Qing's whereabouts. He came to the military headquarters this morning. Because of the previous battle, Yi Qing killed some low-level alien beasts, so we prepared some alien beast cores for Yi Qing, but Yi Qing did not want them. He selected some spirit plants from the military and then went back first. You selected a spirit plant? Huang Bai spoke up from the side. Yi Qing should have gone back to refine medicine. I'll go take a look now and see how the little guy's medicine cauldron is doing. Maybe I can even take on a good apprentice. Wait, I'll go with you. As Li Xian spoke, he looked at Wang Weidong and said, you should also prepare some spirit plants. I'll ask Yi Qing to help me refine some medicine to heal injuries and illnesses. Please, help. When did Marquis Lingfeng become so polite? After this battle, Marquis Lingfeng has placed Yi Qing in an extremely high position. A short while later, many spirit plants were ready. They set off too. At the same time, inside the manor, Yi Qing, Zhou Lingxue, and the others looked at the giant cauldron in front of them. Honey, this medication must be quite potent, right? That's for sure. This time, the medicine is of a very high grade. It's a high-grade medicine that I've never seen before. In addition, with the dragon energy that Lianming absorbed before, this medicine will definitely surpass those that were refined before. As for how far it will go, I have no idea. Let's wait and see. As Yi Qing spoke, everyone nodded and began to look forward to it. Oh, a dozen minutes later, Yi Qing felt the restlessness inside the cauldron. It's almost ready to be made into a medicine. With a soft exclamation, Yi Qing lifted the lid. The next moment, the air itself seemed to vibrate. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1 kilometer. 10 kilometers. It spread rapidly. This caused a stir in all directions. Many people sensed the anomaly at the same time and looked up at the sky. Chapter 1:15 Dragons Soaring. What's going on? Why is this happening? I feel the energy around me being rapidly absorbed. What's happening? One by one, the spirit masters and artifact spirits looked around in fear, their eyes wide open, hardly believing what they were experiencing. At this moment, they had just survived a cataclysmic beast tide, and their minds were already on edge. Now, this was the last thing they were going to do. They all felt their bodies were ice cold, and even had a feeling that another wave of monsters was about to arrive. This. In the distance, Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, and Huang Bai also sensed it. What is this? Energy is flowing. Flowing in one direction. Furthermore, the range of energy extraction is far too wide. As a Marquis-level expert, Li Xian was more sensitive to energy, and he clearly sensed the vast range of energy extraction. Now, the barriers have been extended. It's still stretching into the distance. What kind of method is this? How could they possibly achieve such a feat? Li Xian narrowed his eyes. He had no idea what kind of method this was, but it was indeed remarkable. Could it be that some demonic cultivator has entered the barrier? Don't be nervous, this is quite common. Common? Hearing Huang Bai's words, Li Xian also looked over in this direction. Lord Lingfeng, you haven't seen enough alchemists. The final step for an alchemist is to extract energy from the air and infuse it into the medicine, allowing it to take shape in an instant. Among them, the higher the grade of the medicine, the more difficult it is to refine and the more energy is extracted. You mean, this was caused by someone refining medicine? Li Xian looked in that direction, recalling their report at the military headquarters that Yi Qing had gone to collect the spirit plant early in the morning. You mean, this was caused by Yi Qing refining medicine? Yes, but I don't know what kind of medicine he's making, or how he did it. The range of energy extraction is enormous. Even I have never seen anything like it before, Huang Bai said. His face showed increasing shock. He thought that this trip to the Suzhou fortress would allow him to find a good apprentice and a promising talent. But now it seems that this talent is a bit too good. He might not even be qualified. He shook his head. Huang Bai also shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. Now, all he wanted to do was ride as fast as he could to see what level of medicine this was. Let's go take a look. This level of medication is still very dangerous. Hearing Huang Bai's words, the two quickly headed towards the manor. Approaching the manor, the extraction is still in progress, and we don't know how far it has extended or how far it has covered yet. Ling Fengho sensed his surroundings. Now, the range of energy extraction had exceeded his perception. It reached a terrifying level. Hold head high. Just as they were in shock, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded throughout the manor. The two looked inside, then looked up. A long dragon formed from a wave of air flew out of the manor, circling in the air. 1, 2. Kuzhou. 9 long dragons are circling in the air, stirring it up. Energy was poured into them, causing them to begin to solidify. What kind of tactic is this? Li Xian looked at Huang Bai. His eyes held an urgent question. Huang Bai, wow, you're asking me? I don't know either. This is the first time I've ever seen such a method. It's insane. Why did such an unusual phenomenon occur during the alchemy process? But we can't lose face now. Each artifact spirit has different characteristics, which I'm not entirely clear about. But I do know that the medicine Yi Qing has refined this time is absolutely extraordinary. Huang Bai was so excited that he trembled. Li Xian, I'm not blind. Anyone could see that the medicine Yi Qing refined this time was extraordinary. Hold head high. One after another, dragon roars soared into the sky. Then, 9 long dragons, carrying surging energy, crashed down. Call. The surrounding space began to tremble. At this moment, inside the manor, Yi Qing and several other girls were also shocked by the scene. Goodness, you can play it like this? What a magnificent scene. The 9th long dragon entered the medicine cauldron. The giant cauldron also settled down. All right, the medicine is ready. Everyone, let's start preparing it. At Yi Qing's command, everyone was instructed to rub the medicine together. However, Yi Qing looked inside, and then let out a soft exclamation. Huh, that's not right. Wasn't it all medicinal mud before? But now, it seems not. Knock knock knock. Outside the manor, a knock sounded at the door, and Zhou Lingxue quickly went to open it. The door opened, and Li Xian and Huang Bai were standing outside. Zhou Lingxue looked at Li Xian with a questioning look in her eyes. Who are you? I am Li Xian. Li Xian. That name sounds so familiar. Marquis Lingfeng. Lord Lingfeng, you're back. Zhou Lingxue said something, but Li Xian didn't say much. He was more focused on the medicine he had refined. The Huang Bai, philodendron bark, is also just average. Everyone looked toward the manor. Then, Yi Qing was seen reaching his hand into the giant cauldron. Take out a pill. The medicine is round and has special patterns on it. It's like a divine mark bestowed by the gods, making people feel invigorated at first glance. Nice one. Absolutely amazing stuff. Huang Bai was excited as he watched. This medicine, I'm afraid, even he couldn't refine it. But the young friend in front of me has already succeeded in refining it. It seems he miscalculated this time. But it's not a loss. I used to want to take on apprentices, but now I can make a high-level alchemist friend instead. Yi Qing also looked at the medicine in her hand. Just by holding it in your hands, you can feel the immense and pure energy inside. This is a rare find. He also noticed the 2 people in the distance. Lord Lingfeng, you're back. As he spoke, Yi Qing quickly took a porcelain bottle and put all the medicine pills from the medicine cauldron into it. His movements were so fast that they were practically invisible. Li Xian. Huang Bai. Goodness, you're so fast. Are you afraid we'll steal your medicine? Yi Qing, you're making such a big commotion just by refining medicine. I didn't expect you to be such a seasoned alchemist. Li Xian looked at Yi Qing, his gaze sweeping over her again. He hadn't expected Yi Qing's alchemy skills to have reached such a level. Such an alchemist would be treated as an honored guest even in top-tier cities like Shanghai and Beijing. Li Xian was generous with his praise, and he increasingly placed Yi Qing on the same level as himself. How horrifying. Not long ago, he had asked the town general to escort Yi Qing, but the town general looked down on him and was too lazy to go. Now, things have turned out like this. Lord Lingfeng, you flatter me. And who is this gentleman? Chapter 116 Mental Strength Training. This is Huang Bai, a famous alchemist from Shanghai. He came back from Shanghai with me, originally intending to come and see you. Li Xian wanted to say something, but Huang Bai stopped him. Then, Huang Bai walked towards Yi Qing. Even the wind he carried a faint medicinal fragrance, suggesting that Li Xian's description of famous alchemists was somewhat conservative. Young friend Yi Qing, I feel like we've known each other for ages since we met today. I never imagined your alchemy skills had reached such a level. I even feel like I'm inferior to you. We can exchange ideas more in the future, or you can come to Shanghai, and we can have a good discussion about the art of alchemy. As Huang Bai spoke, he couldn't stop smiling. Their attitude was also exceptionally friendly. Li Xian, who was standing next to him, was stunned. What happened to this guy? He used to be so arrogant in Shanghai, let alone ordinary grandmasters and generals. Even if a powerful expert at the marquis level came to him, he would probably avoid seeing them. That's how capricious she is, yet she has a plan. However, arrogance has its reasons. Alchemists are rare to begin with, and high-level alchemists like them are even rarer. Lord Lingfeng, we've arrived. The voices of the guards could be heard from behind. One by one, the guards arrived with a number of spirit plants. The spirit plants were neatly stacked in a circle around the manor wall. Lord Lingfeng, what do you mean by this? Yi Qing looked at him. He had come to her door in person, bringing gifts. It's nothing. I heard you went to the military headquarters this morning to select some spirit plants. I feel that you probably ran out of spirit plants to use for alchemy, so you asked someone to bring them over. There's one more thing. Although you turned the tide this time, quite a few guards were still injured. I was wondering if you could help me refine some medicine to treat their injuries so that they could use it to recover quickly. Yi Qing understood Li Xian's meaning. That's what I was thinking too, so I made some medicine for treatment, but I haven't had time to send it over yet. As she spoke, Yi Qing went back into the house and came out a moment later, carrying a number of porcelain bottles. Several girls watched, their lips twitching. Goodness, my husband won't act until he sees the benefit. Wasn't this medicine prepared when we were at the Jinling Fortress? It's the same kind that Li Mubai ate before. My husband says it was just made, but nobody really knows. It's not bad to get quite a few spirit plants. You're so thoughtful. Li Xian looked at Yi Qing, his admiration growing even stronger. Huang Bai also poured out a medicine and looked at it. He nodded. Good stuff. This thing should be quite effective in treating illnesses. All right, distribute these things to everyone. Li Xian handed the porcelain bottles to the guards behind him. The guards looked at the porcelain bottles, then looked at Yi Qing with gratitude in their eyes. Yes, Lord Lingfeng. They took it and left. Beside him, Huang Bai looked at Yi Qing and said, Young friend Yi, it's our first meeting, and I didn't bring any gifts. That's a bit abrupt. How about this? If you have any difficulties with alchemy, you can tell me, and I'll help you solve them. Oh, Yi Qing looked at Huang Bai. I don't have anything else right now. I was in Jinling Fortress before, and now I'm in Suzhou Fortress. Compared to Shanghai Fortress, the level of the spirit plant is definitely lower. I want some high-grade medicine to see if I can concoct some good medicine myself. I've never used high-grade spiritual plants to refine medicine before. I want to challenge my weakness. Yi Qing spoke with a big smile on her face. Huang Bai, good grief. Are you trying to challenge your own weakness? Aren't you just asking me for a high-level spirit plant? However, since the words have already been spoken, there's no reason to go back on them. Young friend Yi, I'll keep an eye out for you after I return to Shanghai. I have some too. You can come find me whenever you come to Shanghai. I'll be in Shanghai. Huang Bai gave Yi Qing his address, which she wrote down. He also sensed Huang Bai's extraordinary status in Shanghai, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. After the conversation was over, Li Xian looked at Yi Qing with a smile. Yi Qing, do you want to become stronger? One sentence also caught Yi Qing's attention. Who wouldn't want to be stronger? Your level isn't high enough yet, and there are some things you don't know. Actually, besides physical strength, a spirit master has another ability, but most people haven't developed it. That is, mental power. Mental strength. Yi Qing listened and smiled. After all, his 9 netherworld divine soul was used to nurture spiritual power, making it powerful and resilient. He also has a mental erosion skill, which is a specific attack targeting mental power. While mental strength increases with physical strength, it is not proportional to the increase in physical strength. Come with me to the military headquarters. I'll find someone to help you train your mental strength. Okay. Yi Qing nodded. He also wanted to know how strong his mental abilities were. After tidying up, Yi Qing and the others headed towards the military headquarters together with Li Xian and the others. At the same time, In the vast recuperation facility, the muffled groans continued to come. They were all emitted by spirit masters and artifact spirits. Although these spirit masters and artifact spirits are all guards with unwavering will and can be described as iron-blooded warriors, they still couldn't help but groan in pain when faced with changing their dressings and other forms of suffering. Several guards carried in porcelain bottles. The crowd looked at them and greeted them. Grandmaster Lu Fei. Don't move. Don't move. Seeing that they were about to get up, Lu Fei quickly stopped them. Don't move. I'm here to bring you some things that Yi Qing gave you. What Yi Qing gave them? Now, Yi Qing's prestige can be said to have reached its peak. When his name was mentioned, everyone's faces showed admiration. This is a healing medicine that Yi Qing refined. He asked me to bring it to you. Try it. As he spoke, Lu Fei also poured out a pill. He handed it to a heavily wounded guard standing nearby. Give it a try. Good. As the guard spoke, he put the medicine directly into his mouth and began to chew it. But the next moment, he seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. Everyone who saw it felt the same way. Goodness, what kind of expression is that? Is this medicine really that bitter? Even Lu Fei, who was standing to the side, had his lips twitching. Quick, quick, give him some water and some sugar. Lu Fei made the arrangements. But the next moment, a voice came from not far away. Look at his wound. Chapter 117, Unyielding. One sentence drew the attention of everyone who was busy. Then, everyone's eyes widened suddenly, and they gasped. What's going on? The wounds of the heavily injured guards had begun to regrow. Start the frantic repairs. The speed is so fast that it's beyond just being visible to the naked eye. Brother Ye's medicine is actually this effective? My goodness, what a fast repair speed. Look, his wound has healed already. So fast. One message after another came through. The guard who took the medicine felt the medicinal power washing over his body again, and his face showed a comfortable feeling. This medicinal power not only repaired his current wound, but also repaired his hidden injuries. This medicine is amazing. I feel like many of my hidden injuries have been healed. At the very least, my body no longer has that dull, aching feeling. The guard got out of bed and even jumped up and down. This left everyone utterly astonished. This guy was in a half-dead state before. Now, it has completely recovered. Although his level is not high, the potency of this medicine is still quite amazing. Everyone looked at the medicine in Lu Fei's hand, and they all began to look forward to it. Come on, there's plenty more here. Eat it all, and your wounds will heal. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lu Fei quickly added a comment. This time, Yi Qing gave everyone a lot of medicine and many porcelain bottles. There should be quite a lot of medicine inside. Please divide them up first. As Lu Fei spoke, he arranged for everyone to come and get their medicine. Many guards looked at the medicine in their hands, then at their wounds, and decided to hold off on taking it for the time being. What's wrong? Why aren't you taking your medicine? Lu Fei asked, seeing their state. Let me see if there's enough for everyone. My wound isn't that serious. If there isn't enough for everyone, I'll give it to the brothers first. Me too. Me too. Me too. Another voice came from the guards. Everyone looked at him with helpless expressions. You're a fool. Your wound is so bad. Why aren't you eating yet? That is, eat or not. If you don't, we'll have to use force. As they talked, they also put the medicine into his mouth. Wow, this is so bitter. A scream rang out. Many of the guards who still had no food also strengthened their resolve. This medicine must be swallowed whole. Never chew it. Do not chew. It's healed. This feels so good. My wound is healed. I feel so much lighter. Everyone said that they should not forget the source of their blessings, and their respect for Yi Qing grew stronger. Even many of the guards and high-ranking officers who didn't have their own troops saw this scene, and their impression of Yi Qing improved significantly. At the same time, Yi Qing and the others also arrived at the military headquarters. A little while later, a Grandmaster-level Spirit Master appeared before Yi Qing. Lord Lingfeng, you called me. Jiang, she looked at Ling Fengho, who usually addressed him by that name, meaning he wanted Ling Fengho to help train the mental strength of the military personnel. This time, it should be the same. Because its spirit is unique, it's a soul-capturing bell. Its main attack is the opponent's mental power. Therefore, it can also be used to train people's mental strength. When he used it to attack, he would use the soul-capturing bell to continuously break the opponent's mental power, just like a person breaking a wire, until the opponent's mental strength is broken. This person has gone mad. Of course, it's not like that during training. Generally, you just gently fold and bend it once or twice, and then stop. Although the opponent's mental strength will be damaged, it will repair itself and become more resilient after the repair. After a few times, your mental strength will be much stronger than before. He looked at Yi Qing in front of him, his face filled with reverence. Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded in response when he greeted her. Jiangshi, this time, I've asked you to train Yi Qing's mental strength. However, you need to be careful with the intensity, as Yi Qing's original level is not high, and he has never received any mental strength training before. You must be careful. Li Xian spoke to Jiangshi, and Jiangshi understood. After all, training mental strength was a delicate task. I will start with the smallest thing. He looked at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, the training of mental strength will be very painful. You have to persevere. If you can't hold on any longer, then call it a stop. Okay. As Yi Qing listened to the other person's words, he became even more eager to test his mental strength. Beside him, Huangbai stroked his chin. He had seen powerful individuals attacked by spiritual artifact spirits before, and the image of their suffering was still etched in his mind. That kind of pain doesn't touch the skin and flesh, but it reaches the soul. It can drive someone crazy in an instant. This time, the kid's going to be in trouble. Sai, this is something you have to endure on the path to becoming a strong person, Huangbai said, while Li Xian beside him looked helpless. Why don't you give it a try? Never mind, never mind. One sentence was enough to make Huangbai quickly wave his hand. He wouldn't suffer like that for no reason. Training his mental strength wouldn't be of much use, since he's just an alchemist and his spirit is a cauldron. Charging into battle is unlikely for him. If something happens to him, many people will naturally protect him. Then let's get ready to begin. As soon as Jiangshi finished speaking, he placed one hand on the collarbone of the artifact spirit beside him. Call. The wind is blowing. A moment later, a huge bell appeared in Jiangshi's hand. Jiangshi looked at the bell, then looked around. Everyone, step back a bit. Although my ringtone is mainly aimed at Yi Qing, it will affect you as well. These words were not meant for anyone else to hear, but mainly for Huangbai to hear. After all, given Ling Fengho's mental strength, the bell's experimental level wouldn't have much of an effect on him. Upon hearing this, Huangbai quickly ran towards the back. They were afraid of running too slowly. Li Xian, let everyone in Shanghai see what you're like. Well, after everyone stepped back, Jiangshi shook the bell in her hand. Clang. A wave of sound rushed directly towards Yi Qing. Everyone looked at Yi Qing, waiting for the pained expression on his face. But, after a bell rang, Yi Qing stood there with her eyes closed, without making any response. He didn't even frown. Chapter 118. This spiritual power is like a pillar supporting the sky. What's going on? Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, and Huangbai both frowned at the same time. Why? A bell rang. Even Huangbai felt uncomfortable, but Yi Qing didn't even frown. This is unreasonable. Looking at Yi Qing's state and reflecting on his own feelings just now, Jiangshi was filled with surprise. As if he didn't believe in evil, he rang the bell again at Yi Qing. Clang. Another bell rang, even louder than before. But Yi Qing remained unmoved. Impossible. This time, Jiangshi truly felt something. His eyes were filled with utter shock. Then, another bell rang. Clang. The ringtone was vibrating. It burst forth towards Yi Qing. Wow, couldn't you have told me beforehand if you were going to increase the power? Upon hearing the ringing of the bell, Huangbai's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but curse. As he spoke, he also fled into the distance. At the same time, observe Yi Qing's condition. He looked at Yi Qing, who stood there, unmoved. With my eyes closed, I felt as if I were experiencing the sound of the bell. Monster. It really is a monster. Li Xian, standing nearby, also sensed that something was wrong. Yi Qing had never received any training in mental strength before, so how could he have achieved this level of skill? At first, he thought Yi Qing was enduring it, and that Yi Qing had a strong ability to endure, even mental pain. However, he later discovered that this was not the case at all. This cannot be explained simply by having strong endurance. Clang. Another bell rang. Undeterred, Jiangshi launched another attack on Yi Qing. Not good. Upon hearing the bell, Li Xian realized that this was no longer a means of training. It's not a means of attack. Jiangshi, this guy, sensed something. That's what made him do such a crazy thing. This is insane. This is insane. This mental training has reached a point where it's out of control. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. The bell was already blasting towards Yi Qing. The next moment, Yi Qing opened her eyes. Call. A spiritual force as vast as the sea spread out, heading towards Jiangshi. He let out a muffled groan. Jiangshi swayed slightly. The soul-capturing bell in his hand also exited its illusionary state. He collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim softly. What's going on? Yi Qing, are you alright? Lord Lingfeng, Yi Qing will be fine. Please take care of me first. Jiangshi was somewhat devastated upon hearing Ling Fengho's words. Can't Ling Fengho see such an obvious situation? It's clear he's the one who can't handle it. Looking at Yi Qing again, he didn't seem to be in any trouble. I haven't even said anything to you yet. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to train Yi Qing's mental strength? When you train other people's mental strength, you always proceed step by step. But why did you make such a dangerous move when it came to Yi Qing? Do you know how dangerous this is? Hearing Ling Fengho's words, Jiangshi felt like crying but had no tears. He's innocent. I'm innocent. I tested him several times before and discovered that Yi Qing's mental strength was abnormal. That's why I did this. Huh. Li Xian also froze abruptly. His mental strength was abnormal. How was it abnormal? What happened? Tell me in detail. Huang Bai also returned from a distance and listened. The masters, and even the generals I trained before. Those below the grandmaster level are like iron wires, only a little thicker or thinner, and they are easy to bend. Above the grandmaster level, even a steel rod is difficult to bend. Above the garrison commander, it is considered a fine steel pestle. However, I possess Ziking's spiritual strength. It's like facing a pillar supporting the sky. Don't even mention breaking it. It's impossible to even shake it. As Jiangshi spoke, her voice trembled with tears at the end. He probably had never encountered such a strange person before. Huang Bai, Li Xian. The two were speechless for a moment, then suddenly looked at Yi Qing. In the distance, Yi Qing slowly walked over, quite satisfied with Jiangshi's evaluation of him. Really, the rewards from the contract artifact are truly exceptional. Yi Qing, how did you do that? Have no idea. When Li Xian asked him the question, Yi Qing blurted out the answer. Have no idea. Li Xian was also helpless in the face of this explanation. He might genuinely not know. This is completely inexplicable. However, Yi Qing was already strange enough. This is even stranger than that. It seems these new developments also need to be reported again. Ling Fengho, feeling sorry for Jiangshi, patted him on the shoulder. He admitted that his outburst at Jiangshi earlier was indeed wrong. Hey, look at you, it's nothing serious. Why are you still looking so miserable? How are you? Are you hurt? Jiangshi. Good grief, now you're saying that again. The way you were acting just now was like a maddened beast protecting its offspring. Now you're trying to appease me? Jiangshi stood there without saying a word. Sigh, what's wrong with a grown man like this? Go to the supplies depot and collect a mid-stage Grandmaster Crystal Core. Oh, really? Jiangshi suddenly added. Li Xian looked at him, thinking. His expression changed so quickly. Thank you, Marquis Lingfeng. I'll head over to Marquis Lingfeng now. Having received the benefit, Jiangshi quickly left. Li Xian turned his head, looked at Yi Qing, and muttered, what a monster. Come on, let's go sit in the reception room. I was originally planning to give you a good workout to improve your mental strength, but now that's fine. You don't need to. Let's go have some tea first. They went outside. Then I heard a commotion. Follow the sound. Marquis Lingfeng frowned as he looked at the guards standing there, each with a smile on their face. Aren't all these people injured? They should be in the recuperation center right now. Why did they come back first? Nonsense. Li Xian looked at them and said, you're injured and aren't resting properly. Are you planning to suffer hidden injuries? Do you think you don't have enough hidden injuries already? Listening to Li Xian's rebuke, everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Lord Lingfeng cared for them, as always. But they didn't come out rashly. Lord Lingfeng, we are all better now, and our injuries have all healed. Look, I can even jump really high. We're all better now, and even some of the hidden injuries in our bodies have been cleared up. Li Xian looked at them with a puzzled expression. He could tell that these guys were in pretty good shape. After we took the medicine Yi Qing gave us, we were all better. Our wounds healed visibly, and all the hidden injuries on our bodies were also cleared up. That medicine is truly miraculous. Li Xian felt his lips twitch. Yi Qing had been shocking him all day. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Huang Bai also looked at Yi Qing. He was determined to befriend this young friend. After returning to Shanghai, I quickly prepared some spirit plants for him. That's how relationships should be. Strike while the iron is hot. Chapter 119 Fine Wine. Li Xian looked at everyone's excited expressions. Tonight, we'll hold a grand celebration banquet. This time, the Sioux City fortress was hit by a devastating wave of alien beasts, but thanks to everyone's hard work, we managed to protect it. Such achievements will be remembered by the high command of the military. I originally planned to hold a celebration banquet after you all recovered, but I didn't expect you to recover so quickly after taking Yi Qing's medicine. Since that's the case, let's hold the celebration banquet tonight. Li Xian, a smile on his face, looked at Yi Qing and asked, Yi Qing, how is it? Great. I've brewed quite a bit of good wine over there. Tonight, let's drink until we drop. Yi Qing was quite generous. After all, Li Xian had brought so many spirit plants today, and he didn't know how much he had earned. All right, then let's try the fine wine you brewed, Brother Yi. There will be a grand banquet tonight. Let's go prepare now. Let's go, let's go. Hearing this, everyone began to prepare. At the same time, Yi Qing went back first to pick up Zhou Lingxue and the others, as well as Lu Lianming's father, Lu Rui. A little while later, numerous rumors about Yi Qing were circulating wildly within the military. Do you all know? Yi Qing. Nearby, Jing Yao was passing by with some documents in her hand. She noticed from afar that her colleagues were whispering among themselves. She wasn't a gossip, so she prepared to walk over quickly. However, as soon as they got to the side, they heard the name Yi Qing. So they stopped and stood there. His eyes were filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. What are you talking about? Everyone stared at Jing Yao, momentarily stunned. Huh? Did the sun rise in the west today? Jing Yao generally dislikes gossip and spreading rumors, and she ignores and turns a deaf ear to their gossip. But today was different. They actually asked me about it on their own initiative. Hey, Jing Yao, why are you gossiping today? A girl joked, without a trace of malice on her face. As soon as she uttered those words, Jing Yao recalled the anxiety in her voice and realized that she had been too concerned to think clearly. This is very different from her previous public image. Don't you understand? It's not that Jing Yao is paying more attention because it's news about Yi Qing. If it were someone else, do you think Jing Yao would even care? A girl next to him then teased him. This made Jing Yao blush bright red. Was she making it that obvious? Is there? Jing Yao, if you want to make a move, you'd better hurry. A spirit master can't contract with spirits indefinitely. Yi Qing has already contracted so many. Who knows how many more are left? If you don't hurry, someone else will take your spot, and there won't be any left for you. You'll regret it then. After a few words, Jing Yao was so anxious that she couldn't help but cover her mouth. However, Jing Yao also had some thoughts in her mind, but when she thought about what would happen next, she sighed heavily. What kind of spirit is she? How can an encryption/decryption machine be matched with Yi Qing? All right, stop teasing me. What were you talking about just now? Jing Yao asked. The others stopped keeping her in suspense and told Jing Yao everything they knew. Jing Yao's lips trembled slightly as she listened. Yi Qing, is that amazing? Isn't this a hexagonal warrior? Does he have no weaknesses? Back at the manor, Yi Qing went back and told Zhou Lingxue and the others about the situation. Lu Lianming then went home to call her father. A little while later, everyone's here. Yi Qing observed this situation. He slapped the six-winged celestial tiger. The originally small six-winged celestial tiger burst into light, and its body suddenly expanded. Thump! In an instant, a huge figure appeared in the air. Feeling its own power, the six-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings and let out a low growl. Then it landed. Lu Rui looked at the six-winged celestial tiger, his eyes filled with doubt. That's not right. The tiger was large before, but it wasn't this big. Furthermore, the black and white markings on its body are not so obvious. Even that wasn't as imposing. How did it become like this in such a short time? Daughter, is my son-in-law's giant tiger different from before? I feel that this giant tiger seems to have become even bigger, and the patterns on its body are more obvious, and its aura is stronger. I am standing next to it now, and although I know it will not hurt me, my legs are still trembling a little. Lu Rui approached Lu Lianming and asked her a question. Lu Lianming. Goodness, he keeps calling me his son-in-law. However, it's no wonder that the old man is like this. After Yi Qing arrived, the Lu family status in the Suzhou city fortress rose sharply. After experiencing the beast tide, Yi Qing turned the tide, and the Lu family's status rose to a new level. Those family heads whose strength reached the Grandmaster level all humbled themselves to come and befriend them. This was something the Lu family would never have dared to dream of before. This giant tiger seems to have advanced in the last few days. That's why it has changed. Advancement. Before the others could say anything more, Yi Qing waved his hand and said, Let's go. Let's get on Tiger's back and head to the military headquarters. Good. Set off. Several girls climbed onto the tiger's back. Yi Qing then landed on the tiger's head. With a flap of its wings, the six-winged celestial tiger headed towards the military headquarters. Within the military headquarters, the fiery tiger lay there, utterly bored. Then, the sound of wind is coming. It looked into the distance, watching the six-winged celestial tiger rapidly approaching from the sky. With each flap of its wings, it exudes domineering power. Add to that imposing presence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the king of beasts. This sight caused a strange look to appear in the eyes of the fiery tiger. The fierce wind also allowed many town generals and Li Xian to see the six-winged celestial tiger. Yi Qing's mount is truly imposing. Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. Yi Qing's mount looked much bigger than his own, and its aura was terrifying. However, Yi Qing's mount was a male tiger, while his mount was a female tiger, so the difference in their auras is understandable. But it's different when it flies. Beside him, Wang Weidong and the others looked at the six-winged celestial tiger and stroked their chins. I feel like this guy has gotten quite a bit bigger. What do you think, Lao Zhou? That's what I was just thinking. Could it be that Yi Qing's beast has advanced to a higher level? By the way, what kind of beast is his? I said before, it might be a mutated version of a beast. One voice after another came through. The six-winged celestial tiger also descended from the sky. Everyone came down from upstairs. Li Xian and his group saw a lot of wine jars and came over. Yi Qing, is this the fine wine you brewed? Li Xian spoke. Behind him, Lu Rui looked at the crowd, his heart filled with shock. Marquis Lingfeng. There are still so many garrison commanders. They all treat their sons-in-law like friends. Wrong. These town generals seem to be placing Yi Qing in a position above them. Hiss. Terrifying. Terrifying. Huang Bai gathered a wine jar and opened the lid. Call. The aroma of wine is wonderful. It also has a faint medicinal fragrance. It's incredibly delicious. Li Xian and the others felt extremely comfortable after taking a whiff of it. Fine wine. Chapter 120 Refusing to Listen to Advice. Huang Bai smelled it and realized that this was no ordinary medicinal wine. It must have contained medicinal paste. Furthermore, it should be a paste made from some highly nourishing medicinal herbs. In other words, this wine is a tonic, and it's incredibly nourishing. Most people couldn't handle that. If you have kidney problems, drinking too much might cause nosebleeds. The aroma wafted around them, drawing everyone's attention. The aroma of wine wafts through the air. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were smelling. It's so fragrant and delicious. TSK, TSK. Is this the wine we're going to drink tonight? This is extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. Night. The grand feast was ready, and all sorts of delicious food were laid out. After everyone was seated, Marquis Lingfeng entered with Yi Qing and several town generals. The guards looked at everyone and immediately stood up from their seats, standing straight and looking at Ling Fengho and the others. Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. All right, everyone, don't be shy, please sit down. This time, the Sioux City barrier encountered a catastrophic beast tide while I was away. Thanks to everyone's valiant resistance, disregarding their own safety, we managed to defend the walls of Sioux City. If it weren't for you, all I would see when I come back now is ruins. Everyone here has made great contributions, so tonight, eat and drink to your heart's content. Don't hold back. As Li Xian spoke, everyone's faces turned slightly red. The evaluation of them by Marquis Lingfeng was too high. They couldn't bear it. All of this was mainly done by Yi Qing, who turned the tide at the most critical moment. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. They looked at Yi Qing with admiration on their faces. They took their seats. Li Xian walked up. Then he looked at the position to his left. All the town generals also looked towards that spot. Normally, when a banquet is held, there is no one to the left of Marquis Lingfeng, because the Sioux City fortress only has one city lord and no deputy city lord. So that position has always been empty. However, today, a spot was placed to the left of Marquis Lingfeng, which was clearly a special arrangement made by Marquis Lingfeng. As for who it's for, that goes without saying. Come on, Yi Qing, sit here. As Li Xian spoke, he pointed to that spot towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing noticed that the gazes of the crowd were somewhat unusual, suggesting that this position was not ordinary. To the left of Marquis Lingfeng, the position should logically belong to the deputy city lord, but the Sioux City fortress does not have a deputy city lord. If he were to be appointed. Thinking about this situation, Yi Qing shook his head. He had no interest in that. He was only interested in the spirits of divine artifacts. The town generals, unaware of Yi Qing's thoughts, looked at Yi Qing's location with strange expressions in their eyes. Could it be that Marquis Lingfeng is planning something? They thought to themselves, and quickly took their seats. Below, a flurry of discussion had already begun. Lu Rui wasn't used to sitting in the front, so she sat with the family heads instead. Hearing their whispers, Lu Rui also came over. What are you guys talking about? Brother Lu, why didn't you go sit in the front? What are you doing here? I'm not used to sitting in the front seats, so I feel more comfortable sitting here. As Lu Rui spoke, the crowd spontaneously made way for him. Lu Rui sat down. A family head standing next to him said, "We were just talking about the place where Yi Qing is sitting. That place is to the left of Marquis Lingfeng, which means the left arm. Originally, the deputy city lord should be sitting there, but our Su city fortress doesn't have a deputy city lord. I feel that." Hearing this, Lu Rui understood what everyone meant. Is Marquis Lingfeng going to promote Yi Qing to deputy city lord? Hiss. So many town generals in the Su city stronghold have failed to secure the position of deputy city lord over the years. Yet Yi Qing has only been here a short time and is about to be elected deputy city lord? That's amazing. Thinking of this, Lu Rui straightened his back again. This was a great thing for him. Alright, everyone, try tonight's wine. It's a medicinal wine brewed by Yi Qing. As Ling Fengho spoke, everyone looked at the wine in their glasses. Just smelling it gives me a feeling of complete comfort. It's a fine wine. If you were to take a sip of this, you'd probably feel like you're on top of the world. Let me say something too. Everyone, drink slowly. It's best if each person only drinks 1 cup. It's not that I'm reluctant to share with everyone, but this is a tonic. If you drink too much, it's not good to get a nosebleed. Yi Qing's words made everyone laugh. Especially the town generals. They looked at Yi Qing and understood what he meant. Joke. They were all town generals. No matter how potent the tonic wine was, it couldn't possibly cause them to have nosebleeds. I'm going to drink a lot tonight. Hiss. These words startled Zhou Lingxue and the others. What was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. They were now frantically praying in their hearts that their husbands would drink less. If they drank too much, the sisters chosen that night would suffer. Sister Lianming, is it you tonight? Is it me? Didn't my husband mean you before? Lu Lianming still wanted to argue. Beside her, Yin Luoqing looked at her and said, Sister Lu, this medicinal wine is made from the medicine you refined. You should just accept it. This way, it's a closed loop, and the benefits don't go to outsiders. Hiss. Lu Lianming looked at Yin Luoqing. This guy really loves to stir up trouble. Because it was a medicine she had concocted, she knew its efficacy even better. At that moment, Lu Lianming made up her mind to avoid it as much as possible tonight. Just as Lu Lian was dreaming, Marquis Lingfeng gave an order. Alright everyone, stop staring and let's eat. You are all heroes, so don't be shy. Upon receiving the order, everyone raised their glasses. Then take a small sip. The alcoholic beverage immediately transforms into a surge of energy upon entering the mouth, circulating throughout the body. And some warm energy was poured into everyone's bodies. Everyone closed their eyes and enjoyed themselves for a while. After exhaling a breath of alcohol, I felt much better all over. Fine wine. It's really good wine. Huang Bai drank his wine, marveling at Yi Qing's alchemy skills. He took a few sips and then put down his wine cup. I'm getting old, so I can't take too many supplements anymore. We still need young people. He looked at Yi Qing and thought to himself, no wonder Yi Qing can control so many spirits. This medicinal wine alone is enough. A short while later, the townsmen finished their drinks in 1 cup. They were thinking about Yi Qing's words. Can't drink too much? This doesn't exist for them. Chapter 121 The 8th Stage of Indestructible Vajra. They immediately asked someone to refill their cups. Wang Weidong looked at the people around him, and they understood what he meant. They all got up and walked towards Yi Qing. Seeing the town general stand up, the rest of the people also stood up and looked at Yi Qing. Wang Weidong looked at Yi Qing, raised his glass, and said, Yi Qing, let's toast to you. If it weren't for you at the Suzhou fortress this time, we don't know what would have happened. If it weren't for you, we'd all be down there drinking right now. Enough said. Watch me. As Wang Weidong spoke, he raised his glass and drank it all in 1 gulp. Extremely generous. Beside him, Zhong Jiaxing and the others watched Wang Weidong's actions and secretly cheered. Wang Weidong was a real man, downing it in 1 gulp right away. But since he had set this precedent, the rest of them couldn't show weakness. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to demonstrate their respect for Yi Qing. At that moment, they, like everyone else, raised their glasses. Behind them, the family heads and guards were all ordinary. He drank the medicinal wine in the glass in 1 gulp. So generous. Yi Qing looked at them and muttered to himself before drinking the freshly poured wine from his glass. Wang Weidong and the others were just about to return to their seats. He then sensed that something was wrong. Why is my nose itchy? It looked like something was flowing out of it, and it was quite thick. Huh. Wang Weidong wiped the area under his nose. Then I looked at it. Huh. What's this? Wang Weidong looked at the bloodstains on his hand. Nosebleed. Wow. He suddenly remembered what Yi Qing had said earlier. This is not good. Yi Qing had set a tone for everyone beforehand. This wine is a tonic, so you can't drink too much of it. He didn't believe it before and drank 2 cups, and now he's getting a nosebleed. Doesn't that mean he's physically weak and can't tolerate tonics? This is a provocation against a man's dignity. He quickly wiped away the blood from his nose, trying his best to cover it up. However, his unusual behavior had already been noticed by others, and it was no use trying to cover it up now. Old Wang, what are you doing? Zhang Jiaxing noticed that Wang Weidong had turned away and seemed a bit off, so he came over to ask him what was wrong. And nothing, it's nothing. Wang Weidong mumbled something. Seeing this, Zhang Jiaxing put his hand on his shoulder and pulled him sharply. Wow, Lao Wang, your nose is bleeding so badly, it won't stop. Wang Weidong, I'll punch you to death. You son of a bitch. The moment you let out that awful voice, everyone will know. Sure enough, after he said that, everyone looked at Wang Weidong. Wang Weidong died on the spot. He wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Many people behind him saw that Wang Weidong had nosebleeds. My plan to have another drink was also abandoned. This is no joke. Even the town's general couldn't withstand it, let alone them. Yi Qing looked at Wang Weidong and thought, I told them not to drink too much, but they wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. As she spoke, Yi Qing poured herself another cup. Hearing the sound of wine being poured, everyone looked at Yi Qing. His eyes were full of doubt. Goodness, didn't you say I shouldn't drink too much? Why are you still drinking now? Yi Qing met their gazes and said, Don't look at me like that. It's nothing to me. I can drink as much as I want without getting a nosebleed. You know my physical condition. Hiss. One sentence made everyone's lips twitch. Goodness. This is the kind of showing off you can't do. Wang Weidong finally managed to stop his nosebleed, and listening to Yi Qing's words, he felt a deep sorrow in his heart. Comparing yourself to others will only lead to ruin, and comparing goods will only make them worthless. He knew about Yi Qing's physical abilities. In a very short time, it almost drained the dragon's blood from the blood pool. 1 cup. Another cup. 1 more cup. Yi Qing simply enjoyed the feeling of being cleansed. But this made Zhou Lingxue and the others watching tremble with fear. Honey, stop drinking. You really can't take it anymore. Li Xian, standing beside Yi Qing, couldn't help but tremble at the corners of his mouth as he looked at her. Yi Qing is really making himself the target of a lot of hatred. From a distance, Jingyao also saw Yi Qing's actions. Hearing the comments and teasing from those around her, Jingyao blushed, lost in thought. The banquet was grand, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. After it's over, Yi Qing whistled, summoning the 6-winged sky tiger over. Then, he looked at everyone and said, We're going back now. Yi Qing, come visit the military headquarters often when you have time. As Li Xian spoke, Yi Qing nodded. Yes, Lord Lingfeng. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he and the others boarded the 6-winged sky tiger. Once home, everyone washed up. After coming out, Yi Qing looked at everyone who was scattering and running away. I found the one that ran the slowest. Lu Lianming. Indestructible Vajra has been upgraded to the 8th rank. Morning. Yi Qing also left the room. Then he looked at his own information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-stage breakthrough. Contracted spirits. F-grade laceration blade, secondary reversion. Immortal slaying sword. E-grade Zhangqiu iron pot, secondary reversion. 9 dragon cauldron. E-grade soul summoning banner, secondary reversion. 6 soul banner. E-grade black lotus glazed lamp, secondary reversion. 12th grade world destroying black lotus. E-grade small wooden bow, secondary reversion. Qingquan bow. Skills. God level hunting skill, heavenly sky chi level 8, rapid crystal core absorption skill, dragon tiger spirit, God level movement technique, Vajra indestructible level 8, time freeze level 8, shadow puppet level 8, 80th place, 80% of overall strength, beast taming skill, size change, 9 nether soul level 7, mental erosion. Items, 4 divine control pills, upgrade card, crafting progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space, unlimited divine beast fasting pills. Martial arts, prison suppressing dragon fist, sword chi of the 8 directions. The Vajra indestructible has reached the 8th rank. After going outside, Zhou Lingxue and the others were having breakfast. After Yi Qing finished eating, he also walked outside. He was going to find Su Yulan. I haven't seen her since the big battle a few days ago. As they went outside, the six-winged celestial tiger had just retracted its wings that were absorbing moonlight. Come on, tell me you're coming. Ah. The six-winged celestial tiger let out a low growl, flapped its wings, and followed Yi Qing outside. A little while later, Yi Qing then went to Su Yulan's house. The gate was still open. Only, there were no strange beasts inside. It looked empty and desolate. Seeing this situation, Yi Qing roughly understood that all the strange beasts that Su Yulan had previously captured had probably died in battle. Su Yulan heard footsteps outside. Yurue, you're back? As she spoke, she opened the door. Then he saw Yi Qing standing outside. She looked at Yi Qing, was startled, and quickly covered her face. They ran into the house. Yi Qing looked at Su Yulan. Why was there a deep scar on her face? How did this happen? You stay outside and keep watch. Yi Qing gave a brief instruction, then walked into the house and found Su Yulan. Su Yulan covered her face with a silk scarf, revealing herself in this manner. I saw it all just now. What happened to your face? Under Yi Qing's questioning, Su Yulan finally revealed the truth. After all my beasts were killed in the beast tide a few days ago, I had no fighting power left. At first, I was carrying the wounded, and later I went to clean up the battlefield. As it turned out, there was a strange beast that wasn't quite dead yet. It suddenly counterattacked and scratched my face. As Su Yulan spoke, she said that she was now disfigured, and the only part of her that matched Yi Qing was gone. She kept her head down. Then a hand gently pinched her chin and lifted her face. Yi Qing looked at her, then took off her silk scarf. No, it's ugly. Chapter 122 The Contract, the Demon Refining Pot. Yi Qing removed Su Yulan's silk scarf and looked at her. Su Yulan's originally stunning face now had a scar, which ruined her original beauty. What's ugly about it? Yi Qing looked at the wound and gently stroked it with her hand. Then she looked at Su Yulan and patted her head. This time, you've sacrificed a lot too. As he spoke, he took out a pill and handed it to Su Yulan. Here, eat this and you'll feel better. Is this the medicine you gave me last time? Should I combine it with massage techniques? Facial massage. Looking at the medicine, Su Yulan remembered that the last time she fell to the ground, she recovered after taking this medicine and using Yi Qing's massage techniques. I don't know about this time. Yi Qing. The situation last time was quite complicated, but it won't be necessary this time. This is an enhanced version of the medication from last time. You don't need to massage anymore. Just take it and you'll be fine. As Yi Qing spoke, Su Yulan also swallowed the medicine. As soon as the medicine entered her throat, it transformed into a torrent of medicinal power and energy that circulated within Su Yulan's body, constantly cleansing her. Su Yulan felt this comfort and then looked at the mirror in front of her. The scars on my face have miraculously healed. Everything is back to normal. Wrong. My skin seems to be even better than before. There's a feeling of lightness in my body. Su Yulan looked at Yi Qing, her eyes filled with a different kind of emotion. She thought Yi Qing would leave after seeing her face like that, but to her surprise, Yi Qing touched her face and even healed her. She parted her cherry lips slightly. Yi Qing, I feel like there's something wrong with my wound. Could you take a look? In short, her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Yi Qing looked puzzled. It looks like it's all healed now. That shouldn't be the case. He leaned closer to take a look. The next moment, Su Yulan then made her move. They kissed right away. Yi Qing. Everyone says I'm cunning, but it turns out you're even more cunning than me. Now, Yi Qing no longer pretends to be a gentleman. He walked to the window and drew the curtains. A little while later, let's make a contract first. As Yi Qing spoke, Su Yulan's body trembled violently. Contract. Yi Qing actually agreed to form a contract with her. She's a monster trap. It's practically useless. Yi Qing, now in the Suzhou military headquarters, can be considered the new god of war. The difference between the two is too great. What else was Su Yulan about to say? However, a surge of energy flowed into her forehead. Okay, accepted. As Yi Qing spoke, he was already quite impatient. After all, Su Yulan in front of him is the demon refining pot. What an amazing artifact. The skills gained after successfully forming a contract will likely be incredibly powerful. Good. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Su Yulan also dispelled her distracting thoughts. She gently bit her lip and softly uttered a single word. Okay. I've made up my mind. Congratulations, host. on successfully completing the contract and obtaining the Tier 1 skill of the God of Slaughter domain. This is Su Yulan's contracted talent. Within the God of Slaughter domain, the host is the ruler, possessing a suppressive effect on people or beasts within the domain. The higher the tier of the God of Slaughter domain, the stronger its effect. One sentence left Yi Qing stunned. The domain of the God of Slaughter? It turns out it's this kind of thing. It has a similar effect to time freezing. This skill is indeed impressive. The first step is complete. Now, it's time to quickly upgrade the level of the God of Slaughter domain. Gain the Beast King's Aura skill. The aura of a Beast King. After reading the description, Yi Qing roughly understood that this skill could have a strong deterrent effect on high-level beasts. The suppressive effect is even more pronounced on lower-level beasts. Its effects on exotic beasts are outstanding. Su Yulan's first reversion to her ancestral form resulted in the creation of the Demon Locking Tower. Demon Sealing Tower. Yi Qing looked at the light screen, but now was not the time to focus on that. The God of Slaughter domain has been upgraded to Tier 5. It was getting close to evening. Su Yurue also returned from outside. However, her expression wasn't too good either. She went into the city walls today to find medicine that could heal her older sister's facial wounds. She could tell that her older sister had been depressed ever since she got that scar on her face. She had a big smile on her face when she saw Yi Qing earlier. It seems like Yi Qing is her little son. But now, a scar seemed to have extinguished her sunshine. Su Yurue couldn't bear to see her older sister like this, so she went out to find a solution. But, returning empty-handed. Well, she walked into the house. Then she saw a dark figure flying towards her. Huh, this. Su Yurue's eyes widened as she stared at the small, six-winged winged tiger flying towards her. In an instant, she also remembered the creator of that sky-covering shadow in front of the subversive beast tide. That six-winged giant tiger was as big as a mountain. This little guy in front of me. It's that six-winged giant tiger. That's Yi Qing's mount. Su Yurue looked at the six-winged celestial tiger, but now she dared not pet it as she had before. Huh. Since the tiger is here, doesn't that mean Yi Qing is here too? Is Yi Qing here to see my older sister? However, given my sister's current appearance, what will happen when they meet? Su Yurue had no idea either. Will Yi Qing look down on his older sister? She crouched low and went inside. I've only taken a few steps. She stopped. This. Su Yurue's lips twitched violently as she listened to the sounds inside. Not good. It seems she's come at the wrong time. It seems that brother Yi Qing not only doesn't dislike his older sister. This must be a contract with her. Su Yurue quickly left. I planned to take a stroll around the area before coming back. After she went out, she was in a good mood and skipped around for a while. It feels like it's about time. But after she came back, she realized how wrong she had been. Chapter 123, Bringing a Beauty Home. As night fell, Yi Qing observed that the Killing God domain had not improved. So we gave up. It's getting late. Now we can take Su Yulan back to the manor to meet Zhou Lingxue and the others. After all, we'll be comrades in arms on the same front from now on. Yi Qing pulled up her own information and looked at it. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-stage breakthrough. Contracted spirits, F-grade Lavage Blade, secondary reversion. Immortal Slaying Sword, E-grade Zhangxiu Iron Pot, secondary reversion. 9 Dragon Cauldron. E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, secondary reversion. 6 Soul Banner. E-grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, secondary reversion. 12th grade World Destroying Black Lotus. E-grade Small Wooden Bow, secondary reversion. Chinquan Bow. E-grade Beast Trapper, first reversion. Demon Locking Tower. Skills. God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi level 8. Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit. God level Movement Technique. Vajra Indestructible level 8. Time Freeze level 8. Shadow Puppet level 8. Rank 80. Overall Strength 80%. Beast Taming Skill, Size Change. 9 Netherworld Divine Soul level 7. Mental Erosion. Killing God Domain level 5. Beast King Aura. Items. 4 Divine Control Pills. Upgrade Card. Crafting Progress 50%. 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Unlimited Divine Beast Fasting Pills. Martial Arts. Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist. Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. Goodness, probably no one else has as many God-level skills as him. He observed that Su Yulan's demeanor was somewhat different from that of the other girls. Yi Qing analyzed it and concluded that it was probably the medication Su Yulan had taken that had taken effect. The medicine was absorbed by Su Yulan, so she's in pretty good shape. Let's go. Let's pack up and go back to the manor. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Su Yulan felt a little nervous. Was she really going to leave with Yi Qing? Go to the manor. Before Yi Qing, he had also contracted with many weapon spirits, which were all quite powerful and beautiful. She had no advantage over those artifact spirits. Will they accept her? Su Yulan was quite worried, especially about her younger sister Su Yurue. She went to the manor. What will happen to her sister? Yi Qing, I want to tell you Rue something. That's right, let's take her with us. By the way, where did this little girl go? Yi Qing said. Su Yulan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe what Yi Qing had said. Yi Qing actually invited Su Yurue to the manor as well. Really? Yi Qing, you're so kind. Etc. Su Yulan was taken aback when she heard Yi Qing say, wait a minute. Had Yi Qing changed his mind? Yi Qing reached out and pinched her chin. Make her look up. Yi Qing? Yi Qing, didn't we change it for you before? Why are you still calling me that? Honey, I was wrong. Su Yurue suddenly looked aggrieved. Snap. Yi Qing reached out and patted Su Yulan. Be careful next time. Pack your things now. I'm going to go find that little girl. Yurue saw that I was depressed because of the wound on my face, so she went inside the fortress to find medicine for me. She probably hasn't gone back yet. Maybe we can wait for her. It's all right. I'll go out and take a look. Yi Qing said this and went out as well. Far away, Su Yurue stood there, pacing back and forth, unsure when she should go back. Or rather, will she be able to go back tonight? Or, let's find a room somewhere else to sleep. I've made up my mind. She was just about to leave. Then they heard the sound of flapping wings coming from behind. She looked diagonally behind her. Then she saw Yi Qing holding one of the 6-winged celestial tiger's claws, circling in the air. After seeing her, it flew towards her. Su Yurue? Goodness, can this giant tiger really be used like this? A multi-purpose tiger, right? Brother Yi Qing, what a coincidence. Let's go back and pack. Your sister is already packing, Yi Qing said, looking at her, then pointed in the direction of the house. Huh? Pack what? Su Yurue looked confused. Pack your things. I'll take you to my manor, and you'll live together from now on, Yi Qing said, explaining to Su Yurue. Su Yurue is not a girl without boundaries. Brother Yi Qing, is it really appropriate for me to go? Why don't you just take my sister with you? Su Yurue said to Yi Qing. She probably knew that the manor was where Yi Qing and his spirits lived. Her going there would have nothing to do with Yi Qing. So how could she feel at ease staying there? All right, listen to me. Let's go. Yi Qing landed and came to Su Yurue's side. Although Su Yurue is not a divine artifact, she is still Su Yulan's younger sister, so Yi Qing naturally wouldn't leave her out alone. Okay, then I'll listen to you, brother Yi Qing. After tidying up, the three of them set off for the manor. At this moment, inside the manor, Zhou Lingxue and the others sat in the courtyard, drinking flower tea. Where do you think my husband went? Zhou Lingxue asked, looking at the people around her. Sister Zhou, if you don't know, then we certainly know even less. Yin Luoqing took a sip of her flower tea. Did your husband go to the military? Or did he go out to find some beautiful women? Do you think my husband might bring back a few younger sisters when he goes out? As Yin Luoqing spoke, she couldn't hide the smile on her face, as if she were having a beautiful dream. The people around her looked at her and said, You're being way too happy. Hey, and you're the ones talking about me. Wouldn't you be happy if your husband brought home a few younger sisters? Sister Lianming, look, you can't even hide your smile. By the way, are we running out of battle outfits? Should we buy a few more? We can give them a little welcome gift when new girls join us. Yin Luoqing then made the suggestion. Everyone, how vicious, how incredibly vicious their intentions were. He acted as if he would rather die than let his fellow Taoists die. Looking at their expressions, Yin Luoqing gritted her teeth as well. Who is it that treated her like this before? And now they actually look down on her methods. Who is it? The group joked around. Outside. Then came the sound of the door opening. My husband is back, let's go see him. As they talked, the group went over to take a look. Then, Yi Qing led Su Yulan and Su Yurue in. He was stunned. They all suddenly looked at Yin Luoqing. That expression seemed to say, Your mouth must be blessed. Yin Luoqing hadn't expected that she would be right. His eyes were filled with excitement. Well done, honey. They relieved some of their pressure. Over here, Su Yulan and Su Yurue also looked at the manor, as if they had entered the Grand View Garden. This place is so big and so luxurious. After watching for a while, they were already overwhelmed with shock. Then, Su Yulan saw the girls standing over there. Each and every one of them was stunningly beautiful, with a face as lovely as a flower and the moon. These are Yi Qing's artifact spirits. Su Yulan bit her lip lightly, wondering if they would accept her. They will still be ostracized. However, as long as he's around Yi Qing, he might as well be ostracized. As she was thinking, she saw several people walking towards them. Chapter 124. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I'm not your comrade in arms. As Su Yulan watched the group of people walking over gracefully, she felt a little uneasy and leaned closer to Yi Qing. Su Yurue, who was standing next to her, looked at the group and then sensed Su Yulan's guilty conscience. I also understand my older sister's mindset. She stepped forward, walked towards the group, and said, Sisters. Su Yurue knew the saying, you can't hit someone who's smiling at you. Hearing this, Zhou Lingxue smiled. She hadn't expected the new girl to be so polite. They split into two groups, one surrounding Su Yulan and the other surrounding Su Yurue. My dear sister, we've been waiting for you. Yin Luoqing looked at Su Yulan and spoke. Su Yulan. Huh. Have you finally arrived? Why? Don't you guys have any sense of ownership? I guess I stole some of Yi Qing's favor. She looked at the people next to her with a puzzled expression, but they were just as unperturbed, showing no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, it felt like we were a family. Su Yulan had not expected things to turn out this way. She thought that not being ignored was already the best outcome. But now, on the other side, Zheng Yusin and the others surrounded Su Yurue, while Lu Lianming also came over to look at Su Yurue. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. This younger sister may not be as pretty as the one over there, but she has a nice personality. Very generous and open. It doesn't matter, whether they're pretty or not doesn't matter. We're all comrades in the same trench. My dear sister, how about we discuss something? Lu Lianming leaned closer and whispered. Oh, Su Yurue didn't expect that she would be asked to do something so soon after arriving. She had to make a good impression. If I perform well, my older sister will be able to integrate better with the other older sisters. Sister, just tell me what you want to do, and I'll definitely do it if I can. Don't worry, you can definitely do this. Then tell me. Su Yurue said. Lu Lianming said in a low voice. I'll trouble you to sleep with my husband tonight, sister. We also want to get a good night's sleep. Huh. One sentence made Su Yurue's eyes widen in disbelief. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. This. Her face turned red instantly. There's been a misunderstanding. I was just an accessory. I didn't have anything to do with Brother Yi Qing. Lu Lianming looked at Su Yurue, who remained silent, her head bowed and face flushed. Good sister, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Sister, I came to the manor with my sister. I didn't form a contract with Brother Yi Qing. It was my sister who did. The group? You should have said so earlier. What a waste of breath. However, Lu Lianming looked at Su Yurue and thought that this girl was quite pretty, at least in the category of beauties. Since we're going to stay at the manor, we might as well develop it a bit. With one more comrade in arms, each of them will have to bear less of the artillery fire. Lu Lianming looked at Su Yulan on the other side, preparing to repeat what she had just said to Su Yulan. Then, Zhou Lingxue gave her a look. Lu Lianming watched with a smile on her face. She had to admit that Sister Zhou was more professional in this regard. Then, Zhou Lingxue raised an eyebrow and blinked. Lu Lianming and the others suddenly understood what it meant. Then he turned around and went to choose his battle attire. After the group got to know each other, Yi Qing watched them blend in and said, All right, Yulan, you and Yurue can wander around the manor. You guys can keep me company. Okay, honey, leave it to us. Several people accompanied Su Yulan and Su Yurue as they walked through the manor. The two were increasingly awestruck as they walked through the vast estate. This is way too big, let alone accommodating just a few girls. It would be more than enough to accommodate 3,000 concubines in the imperial harem. On the other side, several girls then started discussing it. I think this one is nice. Take a look at this one. This is great. I think this combination is good. Okay, this one will do. My husband will definitely like it. The group looked at the clothes the girls had chosen and smiled like doting ants. After strolling around for a while, Zhou Lingxue looked at the two of them and said, My two little sisters, why don't you go take a bath? Thank you, sister. The two were led to the bathroom. Yurue, come to the bathroom over here. Yin Luoqing beckoned to Su Yurue and called her to the bathroom in the other room. Without giving it much thought, the two entered the bathroom. A little while later, the god of slaughter domain has been upgraded to the 7th rank. At the same time, in Shanghai, we finally managed to suppress it this time. King Fenghai sat in the main seat and looked down at the powerful figures at the marquee level standing below. They were all guardians of the frontline strongholds in the Eastern Theater Command. He looked exhausted. Don't stand there, sit down. Yes, seal the Sea King. Upon receiving the order, everyone sat down to rest. Feng Haiwang looked at his secretary beside him. How is the situation at the Sioux City Fortress? When Lord Lingfeng and Huang Bai returned, they must have been traveling at full speed. After returning, Lord Lingfeng should have started working immediately and sorted out all the situations. Then I gave you a brief report. This is the report I just received. Please take a look. As he spoke, the secretary handed the report to Feng Haiwang. Yes, he acted very quickly. Feng Haiwang held the report, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. After all, the report contained mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He really didn't know how many people would be injured or killed at the Suqing Fortress this time. Especially for those who are injured, recovery takes a long time. A significant amount of medicine also needs to be transferred over. He opened it and looked at it, turning the pages one by one. See the next part. Watching Yi Qing refine medicine to help them recover. The wounded have almost all recovered now, and a celebratory banquet was even held. Seeing this, even Feng Haiwang was confused. Goodness, this kid's got some skills. If they are properly nurtured, they will be of great use to China in the future. Could he become the next king-level powerhouse? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Feng Haiwang's face. Chapter 125 Jiangqing Barriers, the Lung Family. Hiss. The group of powerful figures at the marquee level below looked at Feng Haiwang's expression. They also began to have doubts. Why is he laughing? Feng Haiwang, what's the situation at the Sioux City Fortress? One of the strong figures spoke up, and the others also looked questioning. There's no need to worry about the situation over there now. It's relatively stable. The wounded guards have also fully recovered thanks to the medicine refined by Yi Qing. Boom. One sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's ears. Make their mouths twitch. What? Yi Qing actually possesses such alchemy skills. And they still have such formidable fighting power. There are so many artifact spirits. How did such a genius end up in the Suzhou stronghold? If only we were in their fortress. Their faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Alright, you don't need to make that face. I know what you're thinking. There are many promising talents within each of these barriers. We must carefully discover them. Go back and do some digging, and bring them all into the military. Furthermore, after you return this time, you will need to strengthen your military deployment, or rather, redistribute your troops. The Sioux City Fortress serves as a cautionary tale. Sometimes, our military feels that its strength is sufficient, but who knows what kind of situation we might encounter. This time, the Sioux City Fortress was hit by a cataclysmic beast tide, something that hasn't happened in a long time. So we all became a bit complacent. Plus, with Li Xian gone, if it weren't for Yi Qing turning the tide, the Sioux City Fortress would have been reduced to ruins. Li Xian will probably make major adjustments when he goes back, and so will you. Consider the worst-case scenario, understand? One sentence reached everyone's ears. All the powerful figures at the marquee level stood up and looked at Feng Haiwang. Now that we know about Feng Haiwang, we'll be leaving. Go. Feng Haiwang waved his hand, and everyone left immediately. Feng Haiwang looked outside and saw that it was already late at night. So, while I was in the rift, was there anything else I needed to take care of? Feng Haiwang looked at the secretary beside him. The secretary gave the other two documents to Feng Haiwang. Feng Haiwang, this document was sent by Miss Jingyao to let you know she's safe. Yes, I know she's alright. Feng Haiwang nodded. After all, Jingyao wasn't a combat-type spirit. She was probably only good for tasks like moving the wounded. Furthermore, if Jingyao were to get into trouble, the Suzhou military would also send him a message. However, he has now given it some thought. He's not entirely at ease leaving Jingyao out there, and he's considering whether to find an opportunity to bring her back. Let me look at the other one. This is the list submitted by our Eastern Theater Command. As per your request, I have replaced Lung Ming of Jiangqing Fortress with Yi Qing. Lung Ming? That kid from the Lung family, the stronghold of Jiangqing. Feng Haiwang thought to himself, this kid is quite strong. He's reached the mid-stage of the town general realm at such a young age, and his spirit is also quite powerful. This is inseparable from the cultivation by the Lung family. The Lung family has extensive connections and considerable power within the Jiangqing stronghold. Therefore, this young man from the Lung family has had a smooth journey with little practical experience. Moreover, he is arrogant and his strength has increased almost overnight, so he may not have accumulated enough experience. Compared to Yi Qing, there is still some gap. Replacing him would be reasonable. Okay, Let's report these people to headquarters. It will probably take some time before the official announcement. Yes, the Sea King title is awarded once every 10 years, and the headquarters attaches great importance to it. So when it arrives at the headquarters, they will review it for a period of time. The secretary then went downstairs to report to headquarters. Outside, in the darkness of night, many powerful figures at the marquee level set off from the demon capital barrier and headed to various places. Old Qian, I have an idea. Qian Tu looked at Lu Yuan beside him. What's wrong? I want to go to the Sioux City Fortress to see what this young man named Yi Qing is like. After all, we've heard a lot about him these past few days, and it's clear that Marquis Lingfeng is satisfied with him. How about it? Come with me. As Lu Yuan spoke, Qian Tu sneered. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? You want to go and see? I don't even want to call you out on it. You probably want to poach Yi Qing from the other side of the wall, don't you? How could I possibly? Lu Yuan blushed, realizing that his little scheme had been seen through. Qian Tu sighed. All right, I'll go with you then. Anyway, I've already arranged the troop deployment at Jiangxing Fortress before I left. That's right. Your Jiangxing Fortress is nestled against the mountains and beside the river, with the Great River as a barrier. Moreover, there are far more high-level experts inside the Jiangxing Fortress than in the Suqing Fortress. Unless some powerful beast appears in the river, it is practically impregnable, Lu Yuan said. Damn it, don't jinx it. Qian Tu gave a warning, then led the artifact spirit and several guards onto the back of the beast. Let's go. We'll head there now. We should arrive around morning. Walk. Morning. Jiangxing Barrier, Lung family. Knock knock knock. There was a rapid knocking on the door. A little while later. Master, look at this document. This is a message from Shanghai. As soon as old Master Lung stepped out, the butler handed him the documents. News from Shanghai? Lung Ming has been nominated for the China Star Award? The Lung family still has a firm grasp on this nomination. After all, Lung Ming's strength was cultivated by him. As he looked at the documents, his expression gradually turned cold and stern. How could that be? Who is this kid? Why was his grandson's spot taken away? Who is this? Do we have any information about him? Some of them. He rose to fame during the recent cataclysmic beast tide that struck the Sioux City stronghold. Old Master Lung looked at Yi Qing's information. All right, don't just stand there. Go and call Lung Ming over here right now. Good. A little while later. Grandpa, why did you wake me up so early in the morning? What happened? Lung Ming walked over quickly, just as Old Master Lung was about to speak. Outside, a beautiful figure then walked over. The girl was stunningly beautiful, yet still retained a youthful innocence, appearing to have just come of age. In stark contrast to its immaturity are the surging waves. In addition, a pair of slender legs peeked out from her hot pants. She has an angelic face and a devilish figure. Lung Ruashi stretched and came in from outside, still half asleep. Brother, Grandpa, what's going on? Why is the house so busy and noisy so early in the morning? Chapter 126, A Bad Premonition. Hearing Lung Ruashi's words, Lung Ming also looked at his grandfather, his eyes filled with doubt. After all, it's so late at night, why call them over? What does this mean? Grandpa Lung looked at them and said, the nominations for this year's China Star Eastern Theater Command have been announced. Boom. A single sentence, like a thunderclap from the heavens. It struck them hard in the heart. Lung Ming and Lung Ruashi exchanged a glance. Lung Ruashi wasn't too worried about this. After all, her brother's strength was obvious. Coupled with the power of the Lung family, this will further enhance their strength. Although not as outstanding as those exceptional signs of elite families in top-tier cities like Shanghai, but it can definitely secure a place. They looked at Old Master Lung. I also felt that something was not quite right. Old man, why do you have that expression? Could it be? Lung Ming said softly. Grandpa, could it be that I wasn't nominated? As he spoke, Old Master Lung also sighed. Call. In an instant, both Lung Ming and Lung Ruashi's eyes widened, unable to believe what they had just heard. He didn't even get a nomination. How could that be? When we were planning it out before, we thought he would definitely get nominated. How could things change so suddenly? Who is it? Lung Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. Grandpa Lung also showed Lung Ming the documents in his hand. Lung Ruashi was the same. She leaned over to look at the documents. Yi Qing? Never heard of him. Lung Ruashi looked at this unfamiliar name. She had never heard of him before. Where did this powerful person come from? He was definitely not among the top tier or even super top tier experts. This person is from the Sioux City Fortress. Recently, the Sioux City Fortress encountered a beast tide, and Yi Qing became famous in one battle during the Beast Tide. I've looked at the materials, and it's not that this person is particularly strong or powerful. It's strange. This person's weapon spirit is quite strange. Most of them are adapted to using their fists and feet in large-scale group battles. Therefore, when such a person appears during a cataclysmic Beast Tide, this is the effect. Based on our previous estimates, he's the one who took your position. As Grandpa Lung spoke, Lung Ming looked at Yi Qing's information again. Just as the old man said, this guy's spirit is very strange, and as for how strong it is, they don't know. However, it probably won't be that high. After all, when they were calculating the number of strong individuals, they had multiplied the calculations several times over, yet they still hadn't discovered this one. So what do we do now? Is there no way to get my brother's spot on the China Star competition? Lung Ruoshi asked. Old Master Lung sat down and thought for a moment. It's not that there's no way to solve it. As he spoke, Lung Ming's eyes lit up. Old man, please tell me quickly. This is just a nomination, and it hasn't been made public yet. We obtained it through special channels. As long as you find Yi Qing and defeat him before the announcement, you can force the military to change the result. After all, the stars of China represent the 30 strongest young people in China. If someone among them has been defeated, how can they still be listed as stars of China? Isn't that just making a fool of themselves? These few words were like a wake-up call for someone from a dream. Lung Ming nodded. I understand, Grandpa. I'll go to the Sioux City stronghold right now to find Yi Qing. This time, I must defeat him. I will definitely get the position of China Star. Good. It's good that you have this ambition. Old Master Lung stood up. He whistled. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, the sound of a massive earthquake could be heard. A moment later, a huge, bizarre-looking beast stood outside. It resembles a horse, but isn't. It looks like a deer, but it's not a deer. It's a complete mess. However, there was a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Because we don't know when the military will announce the Star of China, you need to hurry to the Suzhou stronghold to find Yi Qing and make him fight you no matter what, and the more people who know about it, the better. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. I'll go find Xiaoling now. Let's set off now. Lung Ming said, preparing to call his spirit. Beside her, Lung Ruoshi watched and said, I'm going too. Huh. Lung Ming turned around and looked at Lung Ruoshi. What are you doing? With your abilities, you should just stay home and wait for me to come back. Hey, who are you calling a liar? So what if I'm not strong enough? But I have a lot of ideas in my head. If they avoid fighting when we get there, I might be able to give you some advice. Brother, I absolutely have to go this time. As Lung Ruoshi spoke, seeing Lung Ming's cold and stern expression, she turned to look at old Master Lung. Grandpa, say something. All right, Lung Ming, your sister is right. She may not have much else, but she's full of clever ideas. She might actually be able to help you if she goes. Lung Ruoshi. Goodness, Grandpa, are you praising me? Are you still insulting me? All right. Lung Ming glanced at Lung Ruoshi. This girl was probably out having fun. Lung Ming couldn't care less about that now. He went to summon his artifact spirit. We boarded the four-legged creature and set off. Walk. Lung Ming patted the back of the strange creature. Grandpa, we're leaving. Be careful. Old Master Lung said, giving a word of advice. It's all right, Grandpa. I'm here. Nothing will go wrong. This time, we will definitely return victorious. Lung Ruoshi was also speaking. Then, the four-legged creature began to run away. Lung Ruoshi and the others disappeared, but Lung Ruoshi's voice still echoed in the air. Is it inappropriate for me to ask Ruoshi to come along? Grandpa Lung stroked his chin. The girl's voice was still echoing in the air, making him shake his head. Truly worthy of being a zither spirit. Even her voice is so strong and clear. One's grandchildren will have their own blessings. After saying that, old Master Lung went back to sleep. Above all, a creature that is neither fish nor fowl. Lung Ruoshi grabbed the fur of the strange creature and rode it wildly. Alas, what a great feeling. I've wanted to ride Grandpa's mythical beast for ages. This is a mid-stage town general-level beast. Hey, brother, sister-in-law, why aren't you saying anything? You two seem a little unhappy. Lung Ruoshi said this on the way. Beside him, Lung Ming listened to her words. Really? He was right. This guy? All the advice they gave him was fake. This guy just wanted to go out and have fun by himself. You can tell by how excited she is right now. Snap. Lung Ming slapped him on the forehead. He had a bad feeling about this trip. Chapter 127 New Divine Artifact. A few hours later. It was already daylight. Outside the walls of Suching, several figures were rushing by. We're almost at the Sioux City fortress. I didn't expect we'd arrive so quickly. Oomph. Not fast at all. You just cut right through the danger zone. Qiantu looked at Lu Yuan beside him, his lips twitching. This guy really knows how to take shortcuts. You've directly invaded the territory of those powerful alien beasts. If they hadn't encountered powerful beasts at the level of town generals or marquises blocking their way, they might not have been delayed for much longer. They're still talking about it here now. Alright, enough talk. Let's go in quickly. I can't wait to see that kid Yi Qing. They came from the west gate. We've just approached the west gate. A gust of wind blew by, stirring up a thick, pungent smell of blood. Looking at the area in front of them, they could tell that this large area had been swept countless times. It has been renovated several times, yet it still retains such a strong smell of blood. How terrifying the previous battles must have been. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that rivers of blood would flow. It is truly remarkable that the Suqing fortress has survived this ordeal. Yes, that makes Yi Qing's military achievements even more apparent. Let's go. The group of people were talking. At this moment, on the city wall, the guards on duty also looked at them. What are these? They looked at their captain, who, looking at the group, was also filled with shock. As if struck by lightning, he stood there stunned. Then he hurriedly ran down the slope. Captain, what's wrong? Who is this? Why are you in such a hurry? You lot, quickly go and inform Marquis Lingfeng that these are two Marquis-level experts, the guardians of Jiangxing Fortress and Fuling Fortress, Qiantu and Lu Yuan, and their personal guards. Boom. In short, a thunderclap rose from the ground. The shockwave left the entire guard dazed. Two experts at the Marquis level. Why have two city lords from the first-tier strongholds arrived at Su City Stronghold at the same time? What do they want to do? However, they could only think about it. Who knew what they were there for? The most urgent task is to report this situation to Marquis Lingfeng and ask him to come and greet us. A little while later, outside, the captain approached the two men. Two city lords. Are you the captain of the guards at Shimen? Yes. Can you tell us about the previous battle? Qiantu asked, looking at him. At this time, in the military headquarters, Marquis Lingfeng also got up early. He was preparing to go to his office to handle some matters. They ran into Jing Yao, who had also gotten up very early. Lord Lingfeng. Jing Yao, you're up so early. I haven't been sleeping well lately. Maybe it's because I haven't seen enough bloody scenes. Now when I close my eyes, I still see those scenes of fighting from before, Jing Yao said, sighing. It's alright, things have calmed down now. Jing Yao said, thinking about the bloody scenes that she had been thinking about when she closed her eyes these past few days. Yi Qing was also present. He arrived riding a giant tiger, and there was a scene of him fighting with the strange beast. Just thinking about it made her admire it. As she was thinking, several guards rushed over from a distance. Lord Lingfeng. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Two experts at the Marquis level have arrived. They are the guardians of the Jiangxing Barrier and the Fuling Barrier. Huh? What brings Lao Qian and Lao Lu over here? Li Xian listened, his eyes narrowing slightly. These two were the kind of people who wouldn't come to the temple without a reason. Their sudden arrival suggests they may have some ulterior motive. Let's take a look first. Come on, take me there. A little while later. Westgate. Old Qian, Old Lu, what brings you here? Li Xian greeted warmly. Li Xian, I came here specifically to check on the situation at the Su City fortifications, Lu Yuan said, having already learned of the previous devastation. This time, it was truly a difficult time. Yes. Li Xian nodded, then stretched out his hand. Come on, let's go to the military headquarters to talk. I have some good tea here, you can try it later. Then we'll accept it without hesitation. Arrived at the military headquarters. Brew some tea. Seeing the two men, Li Xian became even more convinced of his previous idea. These two must have come here for something, and they seemed to have ulterior motives. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Have some tea and see when they reveal their true thoughts. Hey, Old Li, after you left, Feng Haiwang praised Yi Qing highly. We also want to see this young man. How about you take us to meet him later? Lu Yuan spoke with a smile on his face. Okay, so that's what they were planning. Seeing that the two had revealed their true intentions, Li Xian quickly devised a countermeasure to prevent them from meeting. Who knows what those two old foxes will say when they meet? Yi Qing is one of the people in their Su City stronghold. If he gets poached, then we're doomed. Yi Qing should still be sleeping. After all, he went through such a big battle, he needs to rest. Let's wait a little longer, and I'll send my men to check on him and bring him over, Li Xian said. Lu Yuan prepared to stand up. No need, we'll go there ourselves in a bit. We'll talk about it later. We haven't finished our tea yet, so there's no rush. Oh well. Looking at Li Xian, Lu Yuan felt as if his thoughts had been read. That's true. They're all ancient foxes. What kind of ghost story are they playing here? At this time, inside the manor, Yi Qing looked behind her and found that the light screen did not pop up again. That's all there is to it. After letting Su Yulan go, Su Yulan fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qing came out of the room. Looking outside, everyone is still asleep. The next moment, a light screen popped up in front of him. Species, hexagonal tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, mid-stage grandmaster. Mid-stage grandmaster. This guy's leveling speed is truly terrifying. It's been upgraded again. Come on, let me take you out for a walk. Yi Qing wondered if he should go to the military headquarters to talk to Jing Yao about their relationship. I don't know if Jing Yao is a young fish or a young fish. This horror will have to be explored in more detail later. As Yi Qing was thinking, not far away, a series of noisy sounds could be heard. He looked in that direction. A little while later, then they saw a strange beast approaching. With each step, the earth began to tremble. This strange beast. He is definitely above the garrison commander. He should have reached the mid-stage of the town general realm. Then, Yi Qing then saw the girl on the back of the strange beast. This girl looks familiar. The next moment, Yi Qing's eyes narrowed sharply. This is Chapter 128 Fushi Qin. Yi Qing looked at the girl and suddenly stopped. Later, following behind Yi Qing, the six-winged tiger was flapping its wings and looking around, not seeing Yi Qing stop. It crashed right into him. Yi Qing turned around and looked at the six-winged celestial tiger. The six-winged celestial tiger immediately used its cuteness to its advantage. Its big, watery eyes were truly endearing. You rascal. Yi Qing thought to himself. How come I've acquired such a skill now? Then he turned around and stared at the girl. It's confirmed. The girl's spirit form, after reverting to its ancestral form, is also a divine artifact. Fushi Qin. Unexpectedly, I've encountered another amazing artifact. Yi Qing smiled. He stared intently at the girl, glancing at her a few more times. Next, Yi Qing, considering the strange beasts they were riding, concluded that these people must be from outside the walls of Sioux City. Otherwise, Yi Qing would definitely have seen him during the Battle of Weiqing. At this moment, atop the strange beast, Lung Ming was also feeling anxious. No one knows how long it will take for the nomination of the China Star from the Eastern Theater Command to be submitted to the military headquarters. He must defeat Yi Qing beforehand to force the military headquarters to change the final outcome. After all, becoming a Star of China comes with extraordinary rewards. Furthermore, with various resources available, future development will be on a smooth path. However, now that they have arrived at the Suzhou City Fortress, finding Yi Qing is proving to be quite troublesome. Brother, look at that boy over there. He keeps looking at me. Lung Ruashi also noticed Yi Qing. There was no way around it. Yi Qing was indeed too special. With his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he stood there like a crane among chickens. With a strange beast cub following behind him, how could he not attract attention? Why don't we go ask him if he knows Yi Qing? He seems like he comes from a prominent family. If he does, he should know where Yi Qing lives. Okay, let's go ask them. Lung Ming urged the four-legged creature toward Yi Qing. However, when they got to within 100 meters of Yi Qing, the four-legged creature stopped. Come on, why aren't you moving? Lung Ming tried to urge the Qilin again, but it seemed to sense something and stopped there, refusing to move no matter what. What's going on? Lung Ming and Lung Ruashi also looked puzzled. Why isn't this guy walking towards that young man? Yi Qing also saw through their intentions and took a step toward them. Thump. As Yi Qing approached, the Qilin took a half step back. The people on it were experiencing the movements of the strange creature. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. The strange creature actually took a half step back. Were you serious about taking half a step back? Such a small action, yet it had such a huge impact. Helpless, they could only get down and look up at the strange creature. It was staring intently at the approaching youth, as if facing a formidable enemy. They even took another step back. What happened? You're from outside the walls of Sioux City, aren't you? Yi Qing looked at them and spoke slowly. Yes, we came from Jiangqing Fortress. The fortifications of Jiangqing. That's a first-tier stronghold, with overall strength even greater than the Suzhou stronghold. My name is Lung Ming. This is my spirit weapon. This is my younger sister, Lung Ruashi. Lung Ruashi. A name reflects a person. This cold demeanor makes it seem as if he keeps people at arm's length. It can only be admired from afar, not touched. Hello. Yi Qing came to Lung Ruashi's side and extended her hand. Lung Ruashi was taken aback. Shouldn't this person shake hands with the older brother? Why are they coming straight at her? This was the first time a boy had stood so openly in front of her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. His cold and imposing aura has diminished considerably. She also reached out and shook hands with Yi Qing. TSK. These little hands are soft, boneless, smooth, and tender. Who is your spirit? Yi Qing then asked further questions. I am a Grady Gujing. As Lung Ruoshi spoke, her coldness lessened somewhat, as this touched upon her sore spot. Have you made a contract? Not yet. The two were talking, while Lung Ming watched the scene unfold, and the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. This kid is way too outgoing. I, as the older brother, am right here. You're just holding my sister's hand like that? And you keep asking all sorts of questions. Being handsome doesn't make you any special. Ahem, brother, why don't you let go of my sister's hand first? Lung Ming coughed twice. I'm sorry, I was a bit out of line, Yi Qing said, though her hands continued to move. This made Lung Ruoshi blush. Just as Lung Ming was preparing to export again, Yi Qing let go of her hand. The Jiangxing Fortress and the Suzhou Fortress are quite far apart. What brings you here? We're here to find someone named Yi Qing. Yi Qing let out a soft and looked at the group. Lung Ruoshi's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Qing's reaction. What was this? Does this person know Yi Qing? Do you know where Yi Qing is? Lung Ruoshi asked. That's me. Lung Ming. Lung Ruoshi. Good heavens, so you're Yi Qing. What a coincidence. They had just arrived at the Sioux City Fortress and captured someone. The main culprit? Wrong. It's not even certain if it's the real person. After confirming with each other, they realized that this was the person they were looking for. Speak, what do you want from me? I'm here to challenge you. I want to defeat you and reclaim my position as the Star of China. Lung Ming said bluntly. In an instant, Yi Qing looked at Lung Ming with the eyes of someone looking at a lunatic. What is this guy talking about? He doesn't understand. What challenge? What will defeat me? And what is the Star of China? Wait a minute. What is the China Star? You do not know? Lung Ming frowned. How come this guy doesn't even know about China Star? Then he began to explain. Yi Qing roughly understood. You mean, there will be many rewards after obtaining this title? Yes, at the very least. There will be the essence blood of a king-level beast. There are other rewards to come. It can be said that after obtaining this title, one can rise rapidly in rank. Yi Qing's eyes lit up as he listened. Feng Haiwang had unknowingly given him a great gift. It seems I'll have to treat Feng Haiwang's two nieces better from now on. Yi Qing thought to himself. Yi Qing, how about we have a fight? Lung Ming looked at Yi Qing, feeling his blood boiling. Why should I fight you? Winning won't do you any good, and losing will mean losing so many resources. Only a fool would fight you like this. Yi Qing waved his hand, then turned and walked away. That one short sentence left all three of them stunned. That's right. Are they stupid? To fight you? Chapter 129, you can use your sister as a wager. While they were still in a daze, more and more guards surrounded them. They looked at the strange creature with predatory eyes. After all, this beast is just too terrifying. It's clearly a formidable beast. If they are not properly supervised and run rampant inside the walls of Sioux City, the destructive power they could cause is immense. But it's not ordinary. Fortunately, Yi Qing was here, which gave them a sense of security and made them feel more at ease. All right, thank you for telling me about China Star. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now, Yi Qing said, turning around and waving his hand behind his back. The six-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings and followed behind Yi Qing. Lung Ming looked at Yi Qing with extreme anxiety. If Yi Qing avoids battle, then his trip was in vain. What if I insist on attacking you? What will you do then? With a single sentence carrying a strong sense of threat, before Yi Qing could even turn his head, the six-winged sky tiger suddenly turned its head, its tiger eyes fixed on Lung Ming. His aura had risen to its peak. In an instant, everyone felt the aura of the six-winged celestial tiger, and a chill rose from beneath their feet. What's going on? Lung Ruoshi looked at the six-winged celestial tiger. This little guy looks pretty cute. How did you become so imposing? Thinking about it, a beam of light burst forth from the six-winged celestial tiger. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic beast appeared before them. Thump! The six-winged celestial tiger took a step forward, crouched low, and opened its bloody maw. Roar! The beast roared, and the stench of blood sprayed towards Lung Ming and the others. Lung Ruoshi stared wide-eyed at the six-winged tiger in front of her, hardly believing what she was seeing. Why? This is what happened to such an adorable tiger. That's terrifying. This appearance is so deceptive. Even when Lung Ming looked at the six-winged sky tiger, he felt as if he had a thorn in his side. This strange beast looks like it's not to be trifled with. Yi Qing also turned around and walked back. Are you sure you want to attack me from inside the Sioux City fortress? Just one sentence later, several guards nearby spoke up. Someone, go and summon Marquis Lingfeng. Damn it. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Brother Yi, I'll fight them to the death. Try to force your way out. See if you can leave Suzhou alive. A series of sounds came from the side. Lung Ming and the others looked at the guards beside them and remembered Yi Qing's information from before. Yi Qing turned the tide in the Battle of Weiqing. He now enjoys extremely high prestige among the guards of the Sioux City fortress. If he were to forcibly attack Yi Qing here, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Sioux City fortress military headquarters. This sin is something not only he cannot bear, but also the Lung family cannot bear. He just spoke recklessly. Now that I've realized it, my forehead is covered in cold sweat. My brother only wants to fight you. So, I think we can start a bet. If you lose, you don't have to pay anything. If we lose, we can give you resources. How does that sound? Lung Ruoshi felt the tense atmosphere around her, her mind racing, and she said in a trembling voice. Listening to his sister's suggestion, Lung Ming gave her a thumbs up in his heart. My brain works pretty fast. Hiss. That's a good suggestion. Yi Qing nodded. He looked at Lung Ruoshi's frightened expression, then glanced at the six-winged sky tiger. He had to admit that this guy's appearance was truly terrifying now that he had upgraded. He walked over to the six-winged celestial tiger's thick legs and patted them. All right, don't be angry. I'll stay here. Go play. Roar. Hearing Yi Qing's words, the six-winged celestial tiger let out a low roar, then gently flapped its wings, which, even with a gentle flap, caused sand and stones to fly. Then the six-winged celestial tiger rose from the ground and flew into the sky. With the six-winged celestial tiger gone, the entire arena felt far too empty. Then let me make a list. Then Yi Qing looked at the guards beside him and said, Give me paper and pen. Okay, Brother Yi. The guards quickly brought out paper and pen for Yi Qing. Yi Qing then began to write and draw. A moment later, 2 copies of the betting agreement were placed in front of Lung Ming. Take a look. Lung Ming looked at the bet agreement. He only glanced at it. Then his eyes seemed to be drawn to the bet, staring intently at it. What's this? How come there are so many? This bet. That's excessive. The spirit and Lung Ruoshi, noticing that Lung Ming's expression was off, also came over to take a look. Then, their lips twitched. Good heavens. So much stuff. You're asking for an exorbitant amount. 5 crystal cores are needed just for the level of a town general. There are other high-level spirit plants. This much is equivalent to the entire wealth of some of the barriers. Lung Ming watched, his face darkening. Yi Qing had originally avoided the fight, but now he has finally accepted it. Although the bet is a bit outrageous, it's not like the Lung family can't afford it. And I am confident that I can defeat Yi Qing. Just as Lung Ming was about to speak, Yi Qing added, If you think it's too much, we can discuss it further. Oh, is this even possible? That is indeed a lot. Look, could you make it a little less? It's essential to have less, but we can substitute it with something else. Under Lung Ming's expectant gaze, Yi Qing pointed at Lung Ruoshi. You can use your sister instead. Lung Ruoshi blushed immediately upon hearing this suggestion. How can you treat people as gambling? Isn't this bullying her? Etc. Something doesn't seem quite right. With so many stakes, her E-grade Gujing doesn't seem worth that much. Hiss. Lung Ruoshi didn't understand Yi Qing's meaning for a moment. Lung Ming's lips twitched, and he looked at Yi Qing with anger in his eyes. Yi Qing's suggestion was a joke. It was definitely meant to annoy him. No need to say anything more. I agree. These are the stakes. Let's begin. Seeing that there were no artifact spirits around Yi Qing, Lung Ming looked at the information and added, This guy's artifact spirits are all more bizarre than the last, and they can all attack in groups. With so many artifact spirits and so many methods, Lung Ming will be able to do so much. Go back and summon your spirits. We'll have a good fight outside the barrier. But you have a lot of spirits. Wouldn't it be unfair if all of them attacked at once? How about this? I'll let you choose no more than 3 spirits. That's fair to both of us. What do you say? Yi Qing looked at him and shook her head. Lung Ming thought Yi Qing disagreed with his suggestion, but Yi Qing continued. No need for that. Let's finish this quickly. We have important business to attend to later. I'm too lazy to go back and call people. Let's just have a physical contest. How about it? Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Lung Ming and the other's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy? They actually want to compete with him in a physical contest. This is absolutely insane. Chapter 131 Punch. Nearby, many guards frowned upon hearing Yi Qing's suggestion. What is Brother Yi trying to do? Spirit masters are meant to strengthen their bodies. The higher the level, the stronger the spirit master's body. They seem to remember that Brother Yi's level wasn't very high. Therefore, it seems that his physical body is not very strong. Brother Yi is so powerful that he turned the tide in the previous battle. In their opinion, more credit should be given to his weapon spirits. Using your weaknesses to fight against someone else's strengths is just asking for trouble. Brother Yi, think it over. One of the guards spoke up and then explained the situation to Yi Qing. Lung Ming also felt that this was inappropriate. He hoped to win fair and square, because the more fair and square the victory, the more likely it would force the military to change the outcome of the China Star competition. Yi Qing, I also think you should go back and call your spirit. I am a spirit master of the town general level. I have seen some of your information. My body is not comparable to yours. In terms of physical strength, you are no match. That's fine, it's okay. You don't need to worry about bullying me at all, Yi Qing said, her eyes gradually turning cold. This guy is really arrogant. To say he's no good? Today I'll show you what I'm made of, and let your sister see what I'm made of, and see who's no match for you. Alright, since you're going to give me such a generous gift, then I'll accept it without hesitation. Lung Ming was already overjoyed. In his opinion, Yi Qing was too arrogant. That's a bit too arrogant. He needs to be taught a lesson. Alright, everyone step back and clear this area. Yi Qing waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to move back as far as possible. Those of you behind him, quickly move to both sides. Don't get blood splattered on you later. Upon hearing Yi Qing's order, many of the guards standing behind Lung Ming quickly retreated to both sides. A little while later, within a radius of several hundred meters, only Yi Qing and Lung Ming remained standing. Lung Ruoshi looked at the two people in the arena, especially at Yi Qing. She never expected that Yi Qing would fight her brother in a way she had never thought of before. Yi Qing, thank you for this time. It's nothing. I will give you some resources as compensation after you lose today. Lung Ming said arrogantly. That posture suggested that victory had already been achieved. The next moment, Yi Qing stomped his foot. Thump. Where Yi Qing was, the soil crumbled. They scattered like sharp arrows. A huge pit formed instantly. Yi Qing's figure also suddenly appeared, his speed increasing to the extreme. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Lung Ming. Call. Seeing this, everyone felt like their minds were going blank. What happened? Why? Yi Qing's speed is that fast. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing appeared in front of Lung Ming. Lung Ruoshi trembled. Not good. She was wrong. They're probably all wrong. Yi Qing, it's not just the artifact spirit that's acting strange. Lung Ming's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Yi Qing, who suddenly appeared before him. The reaction speed was pushed to its limit. Only then did he realize that he had overestimated himself. That's way too arrogant. However, I still have a chance to make amends. Although Yi Qing was fast, he was not unstoppable. Before, Yi Qing looked at him. A punch was thrown. One punch, accompanied by sonic booms and the sound of wind breaking. Wherever the fist passed, space itself distorted. It felt like it was being torn apart. It flew towards Lung Ming's face. Just as Lung Ming was about to defend himself, the next moment, he was enveloped in a chill. What does this feel like? Lung Ming looked at what was in front of him, as if he were in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The extremely thick, pungent smell of blood hit his face directly. His face turned pale. His resolve wavered, and his mind was affected. His movements also slowed down. With his arm half raised, he had no time to block Yi Qing's furious punch. Thump. One punch. It hit Lung Ming squarely in the face. Lung Ming was sent flying backwards. In the air, a blood-red sword shot straight out of its mouth. It turned into specks of blood raining down in all directions from the air. And him. After flying backwards for 100 meters, it skimmed off the ground. It rolled on the ground for over 100 meters before finally coming to a stop. The once luxurious clothes were now covered in mud. The people around them who witnessed this scene all had twitching lips. It felt like watching a horror movie. One punch. Just one punch. That will extinguish all of Lung Ming's pride. The guards behind Lung Ming were also sweating bullets. Goodness. They only now realized Brother Yi's deeper intentions. This is not just about blood splattered on their bodies. If they had been hit, given the speed at which Lung Mingdiao flew out, they would have been lucky to escape with broken bones. In their eyes, Yi Qing's figure disappeared from the spot again. He stood before Lung Ming. Knock knock knock. One punch after another landed. Hiss. Many of the guards watching nearby twitched at the corners of their mouths. They gasped for breath. Brutal. That's absolutely brutal. This is a completely one-sided battle. Lung Ruoxi narrowed her eyes as well. It was too brutal. She couldn't bear to watch. She even reached out and covered her sister-in-law's eyes. I surrender. With a cold, clear voice, Yi Qing's heavy punch finally stopped. Then, Yi Qing grabbed Lung Ming's clothes and pulled him up. Just admit defeat. Lung Ruoxi and the other person quickly ran over from a distance. Looking at Lung Ming at this moment, Lung Ruoxi's brows furrowed to the extreme. Lung Ming's face is now swollen on one side, looking like a sweet potato. Their eyes were tightly squinted. He was covered in a mess. Flesh and blood were torn apart. It was as if they had been attacked by a powerful, strange beast. She looked at Yi Qing. What kind of body does Yi Qing have? Is this a human or a strange beast? So powerful. Let go of my brother. Seeing Yi Qing grabbing Lung Ming by the collar, Lung Ruoxi immediately said something. Oh. Yi Qing let go of her hand. Lung Ming collapsed to the ground, looking even more disheveled. I just felt he couldn't stand up, so I helped him stand up. Since you won't let me make you arrest me, then so be it. Lung Ruoxi. So that's what you meant. You should have said so earlier. A little while later, Yi Qing then borrowed a small, dark room from the guards and locked Lung Ming and his spirit inside. As for Lung Ruoxi, you and I will stay at the manor. No, I want to stay with my brother. Go write a letter of proof, detailing what happened, and I'll send someone to your house to collect the money. As he spoke, Yi Qing waved the betting agreement in his hand. Lung Ruoxi. Okay. Then, Lung Ruoxi and Yi Qing returned to the manor. Chapter 131. Another new little sister arrives. Inside the small house, Lung Ming sat there, constantly gasping for breath. As he recalled the battle, he felt as if a black hole was rising in his heart. It devoured his Dao heart madly. Why? Why would such a monster exist? Only those who have experienced battle can understand that feeling. Standing in front of Yi Qing gives you a strange feeling, as if you are in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Before us lay an endless wave of blood. It felt like he was facing a god of death. In my heart alone, I can no longer muster much strength to resist. Given Yi Qing's terrifying physique, his crushing defeat was to be expected. Lung Ming, are you alright? It's mostly just some superficial injuries. They'll heal with some rest, Lung Ming said, letting out a heavy sigh. I came here thinking I could easily defeat Yi Qing, but I never expected it to turn out like this. Not only did they lose, but they also had to pay out such a large sum of money. I wonder if the old man will be furious when he sees so many bets. Lung Ming is starting to worry. He had previously felt confident of victory, which is why he agreed to the agreement. Now it seems he is completely brain damaged. This time, even the Lung family, having handed over so many resources, will suffer a significant blow. Don't think about it too much now. Just focus on recovering. When we get back, we need to work on improving our strength. If you reach the Marquis realm, you can guard the front line. As for the bet, Yi Qing has taken Ruoxi away. Ruoxi should be able to handle it. Let's just stay in this little house and wait for the old man to bring the resources over. Yi Qing will then let us go. Lung Ming nodded, struggled to his feet, went to the window, and looked outside. There's no one guarding the outside right now. The two of us can escape now. However, this would completely ruin his reputation. Furthermore, his younger sister is currently in Yi Qing's hands. If I leave now, it would be tantamount to agreeing to Yi Qing's other form of exchange. She gave her younger sister to Yi Qing as a gamble. As he thought about it, he reached out and touched the glass. The next moment, outside, whoosh, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air. A little while later, outside the window stood many men in black robes. They stood there, not saying a word. However, even without saying a word, its deterrent power is quite formidable. What's this? Lung Ming felt a sense of despair as he sensed the speed these people had just moved. These people are so fast. Something's not right. Even he probably couldn't do that speed. What does that mean? These people are at least at the rank of town general. And these people are here to guard them. They're not even the guards yet. This means that this group of people belongs to Yi Qing's forces. Glug. Thinking of this, Lung Ming swallowed hard, hardly believing what he had guessed. Yi Qing can actually control such a power. How profound must his background and strength be? Lung Ming dared not even think about it. He now understands his current situation. It's absolutely impossible for him to run away. Just stay here peacefully. He walked into the house. I turned around. Then they saw that the men in black robes had disappeared. Sigh, I wonder how my sister is doing with Yiqing. But I'm in a precarious situation right now, barely able to save myself. Lung Ming thought to himself, sighing inwardly. His strength was still far from sufficient. At the same time, inside the manor, Su Yulan and Su Yurue also joined Zhou Lingxue and the others. However, Su Yurue seemed somewhat out of place. After all, these people had all formed deep contracts with Yiqing, while she had not. When they talked about certain topics, Su Yurue blushed deeply. It was quite awkward. Ladies, who's going with their husbands tonight? Su Yulan asked, her face filled with hope. With so many sisters, they'll have to take turns tonight, right? She couldn't take it anymore yesterday afternoon and last night. Even with medication, it's still unbearable. Yin Luoqing looked at Su Yulan and said, Sister Su, you may not know our rules here. When a newcomer arrives, they have to stay for at least 2 or 3 days. You've only been here for 1 day, that won't do. That's right, Sister Su, you can't do that. How about this, we won't bully you. 2 days, just 2 days, okay? Lu Lianming chimed in immediately after hearing Yin Luoqing's words. Zhou Lingxue and the others standing nearby looked at the two of them with a sense of helplessness. These two guys, where is this rule? Isn't this bullying a newcomer? However, they remained silent, reasoning that it was better to sacrifice a friend than themselves. Su Yulan felt like she was about to faint as she listened. Another day? That's been way too long. For the first time, she felt like each day was an eternity. It's all right, you have other help here. Yin Luoqing gestured to Su Yurue beside her. Su Yulan also looked over. If your husband has someone new, he might let you off the hook. Me? I can't do it, Su Yurue said, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered. At this moment, her heart was filled with surging emotions. Yiqing probably wouldn't even look at her. Su Yulan also knew that Yiqing had no feelings for her younger sister. It doesn't seem like that will work. There's nothing we can do about it. Zheng Yusin echoed this sentiment. The group was talking. The manor gates opened, and Yiqing entered with a beautiful figure. Everyone looked over and was immediately stunned. Speak of the devil and he appears. Is this my husband's new sister? They look very similar. She has a slender figure and a face like a fairy. TSK. She is just as good as any of them. Yulan, you're really lucky. Someone's here right now, Lu Lianming whispered. The group then went to greet them together. Lung Ruoxi looked at the manor. Although it was magnificent and exquisite, it was still inferior to the Lung family manor. But her next glance fell on the group of beautiful women who were walking towards her. Hiss! What a nice view. These people must be Yiqing's spirit artifacts. They are all absolutely gorgeous. Furthermore, according to the information, the spirits of these people are all incredibly powerful. Younger sister, welcome to the manor. Come on, we'll show you around. Words came one by one. Everyone became enthusiastic when they saw Lung Ruoxi. I took her to tour the estate. Along the way, we chatted, each of us offering a piece of fruit and a pastry. This made Lung Ruoxi feel embarrassed. I didn't expect these older sisters to be so enthusiastic. For someone as socially anxious as her, it was pure torture. She was just a hostage. Are hostages living such glamorous lives now? Lung Ruoxi had a strange feeling, as if being a hostage wasn't such a bad experience. Chapter 132, Is That Strong? After strolling around for a while, Lung Ruoxi quickly became familiar with everyone. Su Yulan also came over. Little sister Lung, I'll be troubling you tonight. A single, inexplicable sentence left Lung Ruoxi completely bewildered. What do you mean? What trouble are you asking me for tonight? I'll rest with my husband. One sentence made Lung Ruoxi freeze in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief at what she had just heard. Why? I'm just a hostage. Why do I still need to rest with Yiqing? What's going on? In an instant, Lung Ruoxi panicked. She looked into the distance, then at Yiqing. Yiqing, come here quickly. What's going on? I'm just a hostage. Why do you want to be in your lounge? What's the meaning of this? What are you trying to do? I tell you, I would rather die a glorious death than live a shameful life. I would rather die than surrender. Lung Ruoxi said. This surprised the girls next to him. What's going on? This little sister's reaction is a bit off. Also, what does hostage mean? Yiqing also came over. I explained it to everyone. Everyone. Sigh. So that's how it is. Su Yulan was also at a loss. You should have said so earlier. I was so enthusiastic just now. But, although she's not a good sister, she's a lucky charm. All right. Hurry up and write a letter home, explaining the situation. Oh, I understand. Long Ruashi wiped away a cold sweat and picked up her pen to write. At the same time, within the military headquarters, Li Xian was still having tea with Lu Yuan and Qian Tu. Outside, several guards were whispering among themselves. I have something to report to Marquis Lingfeng. Can I go in now? The man was speaking. He had been blocked outside for quite some time. He originally came to ask Marquis Lingfeng to arrive before the great battle, but they were stopped outside. Several more messages came in, and he knew that there was no need to call Ling Fengho over. The fight is over, why call them over again? Now, we can report on the course of events and their results. It's not that I don't want you to go in, but there are 3 experts at the Marquis level inside talking about something that's likely confidential. If we go in and disturb them, we'll just be asking for trouble. You should just wait outside. Otherwise, tell me what you want to report, and I'll find an opportunity to talk to Marquis Lingfeng about it later. My matter concerns Yi Qing. Lu Yuan and Qian Tu exchanged a glance, and they both understood that Li Xian was determined to prevent them from meeting Yi Qing this time. But if they don't meet, wouldn't their trip have been a waste? That won't do. What a coincidence. The people outside seemed to be talking about Yi Qing. Lu Yuan's eyes darted around, and he spoke directly to those outside. You guys outside, come in. The 2 guards outside also came in. I overheard you whispering outside, and it sounded like you heard something about Yi Qing. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked. The guard looked at Li Xian, as if asking a question. Beside him, Qian Tu added, It's all right, just tell us. Marquis Lingfeng can't possibly not let us hear this either. Right, Lao Li? Li Xian was also quite helpless. Just tell me. The guards received a response, and began to speak as well. Someone from Jiangxing Barrier has arrived to challenge Yi Qing. It seems to be Lung Ming from the Lung family. Qian Tu was also taken aback when he heard this. Lung Ming? Isn't this a promising talent within his Jiangxing stronghold? How did you get here? After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. It must be because of the quota for the China Star. Is it because of the quota for the China Star? Yes. The 2 made a bet that they would fight each other with their bare hands without using the spirits of their weapons. They said if Yi Qing loses, he has to give up his spot. Boom. In short, it was like a bolt from the blue. This made everyone stand up abruptly, especially Li Xian. His mouth twitched violently. What is Yi Qing doing? He had heard some things about Lung Ming as well. They're quite capable. Although Yi Qing was also very strong, he mainly relied on those unpredictable artifact spirits during the Battle of Weiqing. Now Yi Qing is suggesting fighting with his body. Isn't that like throwing an egg against a rock? Yi Qing definitely didn't understand what the Star of China meant. It has so many implications. Resource. Future. Even the opportunity to get in touch with the upper echelons. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. If they lose, it might force the military to reconsider their selection for the China Star. Qian Tu nodded. It must be said that Lung Ming has some skills and a high level of alertness. They actually managed to seduce Yi Qing to this extent. Has the battle begun? I'll go over there. Li Xian said anxiously. If it hadn't started yet, I would have gone over to stop it to prevent Yi Qing from doing something foolish. It's over. Li Xian. It's over. Qian Tu, standing beside Li Xian, understood what he was thinking by looking at Li Xian's expression. However, he was happy because his own barrier now had a Chinese star. Yi Qing sent Lung Ming flying with a single punch. Huh. 3 voices rang out almost simultaneously. The 3, each with their own thoughts, looked at the guard who had spoken at the same time. Their eyes were bloodshot with rage. What? What did they just hear? Yi Qing sent Lung Ming flying with a single punch. You're saying Yi Qing won? Yes. Yi Qing won with 1 punch, then pinned Lung Ming to the ground and beat him mercilessly. Lung Ming has been imprisoned by Yi Qing, and it seems that his sister has also gone into the manor with Yi Qing. This means that they will not release him until the Lung family has paid their bet. Everyone. What else can they say? What else can be said? Li Xian was quite shocked. Although he knew that Yi Qing was physically strong, he did not expect that he was so strong. He even began to suspect that Yi Qing might be a transformed beast. Qian Tu's face darkened to the extreme. This time, Lung Ming gave Yi Qing a very generous gift. With this result, Yi Qinghua's ranking in the Star of China competition will likely rise significantly. The Lung family's plan this time was brilliant, even ingenious, but in the end, they lacked the strength. That's why they ended up like this. It's a classic case of trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice instead. Well, however, his desire to see Yi Qing became even more urgent. Come on, let's go take a look. Qiantu said. After all, this concerns the people of our stronghold, so I have to go and take a look. Lu Yuan chimed in from the side. I'll go take a look too. Is this also related to your stronghold? Li Xian glanced at him. This concerns the defense of my two brothers, Lu Yuan said sternly. Chapter 133 Lord Lingfeng. That white tiger has ruined your mount. Li Xian. Well, you have your reasons. However, now that something like this has happened, it wouldn't be right for him not to let the two of them go and see. Let's go take a look together. Li Xian said. Then everyone set off towards the manor. Inside the manor, Lung Ruoxi has finished writing her letter. Yi Qing sent a bed agreement to the Jiangxing fortress. Then he took Lung Ruoxi out for tea. Seeing Lung Ruoxi's sullen expression, Yi Qing poured her a cup of tea. All right, don't be like this. You're doing much better now. If this matter had nothing to do with you, you would be in the same dark room as your brother right now. Lung Ruoxi, you know how to comfort people. Once your Lung family fulfills the bet, I will let you go back. Yi Qing spoke again, but when he looked at Lung Ruoxi, he hoped that the Lung family would use Lung Ruoxi as a bargaining chip to fulfill the bet. After all, this is the Fuxi Qin. Yi Qingxin was itching to try it. They were drinking tea. A little while later, then someone knocked on the door. After Zhou Lingxue opened the door. Lord Lingfeng, you've arrived. Marquis Lingfeng. Zhou Lingxue's voice wasn't loud, but it still startled Lung Ruoxi. A marquis-level expert. The guardians of the Suzhou fortress. He actually came to find Yi Qing in person? She looked in that direction. Then his eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. It's not just Lord Lingfeng. Beside Lingfeng Ho is Qiantu, the city lord of their Jiangxing stronghold. They were both experts at the marquis level. Even Grandpa would have to bow down to Qiantu. She didn't recognize the person next to her, but judging from the position of the three of them, she could tell. They were all standing side by side. I think I understand now. This one is probably also a marquis-level expert. Hiss. That's absolutely terrifying. Three powerful experts at the marquis level came to Yi Qing's door together. Yi Qing, this shows how highly she is regarded. She then looked at Yi Qing, whose image suddenly rose in her mind. At the entrance, Qiantu and Lu Yuan also looked into the manor and almost immediately spotted Yi Qing. There's no way around it. The manor is full of beautiful women. With Yi Qing being the only boy, it's almost impossible not to pay attention to him. Yi Qing, how are you? Are you alright? Li Xian rushed over to Yi Qing's side and checked on his condition. Qiantu and Lu Yuan twitched their lips behind him. This guy was too good at playing the good guy. You got the news in advance. Yi Qing defeated Lung Ming with a single punch. Are you still asking now? What's there to ask? Did you ask if Yi Qing's fist was injured? It's nothing. And who are these two? This is Qiantu, the city lord of Jiangxing fortress, and this one. Li Xian gave an introduction. So you are the two city lords. Please, sit down and have a cup of tea. After hearing Yi Qing's words, the group sat down, and a maid helped pour tea. We just heard about your duel with Lung Ming, so we came to check it out, Li Xian said bluntly, without any pretense. It was just a small battle. Lung Ming is locked up now. Yi Qing, can I talk to you about something? Qiantu added, I heard Lung Ming is injured. Could I take Lung Ming and the others back first? Don't worry, the bet will definitely be honored. I think it's better not to. I'll release them once the Lung family's resources arrive. Guests are always welcome, and I always make sure to treat them well when they arrive. As she spoke, Yi Qing smiled. Future prospects. Lu Yuan. Li Xian. Lung Ruoxi. How about we treat you? Your way of entertaining guests is quite unique. Yi Qing looked at the expressions of the others, then at Lung Ruoxi. How could he let her go now? If Lung Ruoxi stayed here a little longer, something might happen. All right, let's leave it at that then. Qiantu didn't say anything more. They looked at Yi Qing. He nodded. They are strong enough. He's ruthless enough. He's a promising talent. Now, what the two of them are thinking about is how to win Yi Qing over. Li Xian watched the two deep in thought and understood what they meant. What he needs to do now is to guard against the two of them trying to win over Yi Qing. As the atmosphere fell silent, Yi Qing felt as if something was missing. He touched his chin, suddenly becoming alert. That's not right. During the previous battle, the six-winged sky tiger was quite intimidating. He then told the six-winged sky tiger to go out and play by himself. Why didn't this guy go back to the manor? Did you really go out and have fun by yourself? He waved to Zhou Lingxue. What's wrong, honey? Zhou Lingxue came over and bent down. Where's our little tiger? Didn't I go out with you? I told it to come back early, but it didn't come back. No. Hiss. Yi Qing frowned. The next moment, the manor gate. Then came a rapid knocking on the door. The maid opened the door, and several guards rushed in. Where is Lord Lingfeng? And where is Yi Qing? As soon as the leader entered, he questioned a maid. His anxiety and rude attitude nearly frightened the maid. The maid pointed to the reception room. Lord Lingfeng and the others are having tea in the reception room. The guards rushed toward the reception room. As soon as they appeared, they felt everyone's eyes were on them. Marquis Lingfeng looked at them and frowned. What kind of behavior is this, shouting and yelling like that? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? I feel like you're all acting like frightened birds. After the Battle of the Acropolis, why have you become so sensitive? Be more composed in the future. Don't panic. Do you understand? Just as the guards were about to speak, Li Xian reprimanded them, which greatly diminished their previous imposing manner and anxiety. Looking at their current state, Lord Lingfeng nodded. Speak, what is it? Lord Lingfeng, your mount, the fiery tiger, has been ruined by Yi Qing's beast-taming white tiger. In short, it was like a bolt from the blue. The explosion caught everyone off guard. What? What did you say? In an instant, Li Xian and Yi Qing both stood up abruptly. They looked at each other. Li Xian's lips twitched. He stood there, speechless for a long time. He didn't know what to say or how to speak. Yi Qing frowned as well. He said, where did this guy go? So they went to ruin Lord Lingfeng's mount. This has made things complicated. Nearby, many girls also looked at Yi Qing. Lung Ruoxi was in the same boat. Her feelings at this moment were indescribable. What a bizarre thing to do. Is this even possible? Yi Qing's beast is no ordinary creature either. Chapter 134 Strange Sounds. The narrator notes that Qian Tu and Lu Yuan's expressions while listening to this story were quite interesting. It could be said that one sentence silenced everyone. The guard who spoke hadn't expected his words to be so powerful. He stood there, stunned. Another person quickly chimed in. Don't talk nonsense. What are you talking about? It wasn't Yi Qing's white tiger that ruined Ling Feng, Ho's fiery tiger at all. It seems that the fiery tiger did it willingly. Right now, the fiery tiger is snuggling up to the white tiger like a little wife, sticking to it. Huh. Lung Ruoxi was even more shocked. Beasts generally submit to those stronger than themselves. That's what I mean. Yi Qing's beast is even stronger than Ling Feng Ho's. This monster. Yi Qing is absolutely a monster. Much later, Marquis Lingfeng said, Yi Qing, why don't we go and take a look first? That's what I meant too. Yi Qing had no choice but to keep this guy by her side. Otherwise, trouble might easily arise. The next moment, a beam of light shone out in front of Yi Qing. Species, hexagonal tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, late grandmaster. This guy actually leveled up? Could it be that this guy has some kind of upgrade mechanism? Like him, does a deep contract offer rewards? Forget it. Now's not the time to investigate that. Let's go take a look first. Wait, honey, let's go too. Zhou Lingxue and the others looked like they were enjoying the show. Lung Ruoxi followed behind. She also wanted to go and take a look. The group set off. A little while later. Then they arrived at the two strange beasts. The fiery tiger was leaning against the six-winged sky tiger, which looked quite content. Upon seeing Yi Qing, the six-winged sky tiger also stood up abruptly. Then it walked towards Yi Qing, lowered its huge head, and prepared to rub against Yi Qing. You rascal. Yi Qing didn't say anything to blame him. He started to wonder, if the fiery tiger got pregnant, who would own the tiger cubs? Yi Qing flipped his hand. The next moment, several divine-level mythical beast fasting pills appeared in Yi Qing's hand. A unique fragrance wafted out. After everyone smelled it, they looked at Yi Qing's hand. This is drug. Judging from the aroma and appearance, Qian Tu and Lu Yuan were certain that it was medicine. And it appears to be a drug of a fairly high grade. Lung Ruoxi noticed it too. Being from the Lung family, she naturally had a good understanding of medicine. She could also tell that the medicine in Yi Qing's hand was of exceptional quality. In full view of everyone, Yi Qing threw several divine-level beast-specific fasting pills at the fiery tiger. The fiery tiger, smelling the aroma, also opened its mouth and rolled a few pills inside with its tongue. Everyone suddenly looked at Yi Qing. The expressions on each of their faces were quite fascinating. They all glared and bristled. I don't understand what Yi Qing did. This guy? They actually gave such a precious medicine to a strange beast. What a waste. What a waste. Lung Ruoxi also looked at Yi Qing. This guy is too rich and powerful. Even their family probably wouldn't do something like this. After taking the medicine, The fiery tiger stood up and walked towards Yi Qing. Roar! The six-winged sky tiger said a few words to the fiery tiger. The way the fiery tiger looked at Yi Qing changed. He bowed down, appearing submissive. Li Xian, who was standing next to him, was stunned. This guy wasn't this docile even in front of him, and now he's been bought off with just a few pills? Lord Lingfeng, it was my fault for not keeping a close eye on this guy. But now that it has happened, there's nothing we can do. Don't worry, I'll take care of your beast, the fiery tiger, from now on. Yi Qing made that promise. Marquis Lingfeng was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to say. All right. He waved his hand and said. Yi Qing stayed at the military headquarters for a while longer before leading everyone back to the manor. At this time, the news had already begun to spread within the military headquarters. My God, do you know what I just heard outside? Inside the document room, a girl also spoke up. No, what news? Just tell me already. Stop keeping me in suspense. Exactly. Are you going to make us guess? One voice after another came over, and the girl scratched her head. Let me tell you, I just heard outside that Yi Qing's giant tiger, you know, the white tiger with 6 wings? In short, everyone remembered the giant tiger on the battlefield that day. As Jingyao listened, she also began to recall. Wasn't that giant tiger always transforming into a tiger cub and following Yi Qing around? What's wrong? Could it be that someone was injured? The news that just came from outside is that the giant tiger has ruined Marquis Lingfeng's fiery tiger. This. As everyone listened, their lips twitched. I always said that pets sometimes resemble their owners' personalities. Look at Yi Qing's spirit artifacts. Each one is more beautiful and more powerful than the last. Yi Qing's beasts will also be the strongest beasts in our stronghold. As soon as she said that, another girl next to her quickly covered her mouth, saying, Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense. Jingyao listened from the side, quite shocked, but then she bit her lip lightly, realizing that what her colleague had said was indeed true. Yi Qing's artifact spirits are all incredibly powerful. She had originally fantasized about developing a relationship with Yi Qing, but now it seems that even if she formed a contract with Yi Qing, she would probably just be a pretty face with no real purpose. It also wastes Yi Qing's essence. Then she fell silent. Then, he let out a heavy sigh. Inside the manor, Yi Qing returned with the 6-winged sky tiger and told it to go and guard Lung Ming and the other person. Night fell. Su Yulan realized that she had not found anyone else yet. Then he and Yi Qing went into the room. Meanwhile, the others also returned to their rooms. However, their rooms were all quite far from Yi Qing's room. Only the room Lung Ruoshi chose was relatively close to Yi Qing. Huh? What are all these people doing running so far? I don't understand. This guy is pretty impressive. Let me see if I can uncover any secrets about Yi Qing from the sidelines. Lung Ruoshi was making her own plans. After all, people are more relaxed when talking to their bedmate, and they might just reveal some secrets. Lung Ruoshi looked forward to it. They were eavesdropping. A little while later. Sure enough, a sound came from Yi Qing's room. Only. Upon hearing this, Lung Ruoshi's face instantly turned red. What's this? This was completely different from what she had expected. Chapter 135 Layers of Imprisonment. In an instant, Lung Ruoshi regretted it. She had never expected things to turn out this way. How can she sleep like this? However, moving to another room doesn't seem feasible now. It's okay. Just cover your head with the blanket. It should be over soon. Although Lung Ruoshi had never experienced anything like this before, she knew a little about it. She immediately covered her head with the blanket, but rustling sounds could still be heard. Lung Ruoshi had no choice but to press her ears down hard with both hands to try and reduce the amount of sound she heard. This is torture, so incredibly torture. Let's finish this already. However, after a while, she realized that something was wrong. Damn it. How long has it been? Aren't you going a bit too far? Just a little longer, just a little longer. Lung Ruoshi comforted herself. Try to hold on a little longer. But, a little while later, she realized she was completely wrong. This guy shows absolutely no sign of stopping. Never mind. Lung Ruoshi stood up. They walked outside. She was going to visit her brother and sister-in-law. After all, her letter should be sent to Jiangqing's stronghold by now. She's not going anywhere, so it's not unreasonable for her to go and see her brother and sister-in-law, is it? She left the manor, preparing to head outside. However, a little while later, Lung Ruoshi immediately sensed that something was wrong. It felt like someone was following behind me. She turned around abruptly, but he saw that there was no one behind him. It gave her the creeps. This is truly bizarre. Don't panic, don't scare yourself. It's so late at night, everyone is asleep, Who could possibly come out? It's just a psychological effect. Lung Ruashi patted her chest. Continue walking forward. He headed towards the small, dark room where his brother and sister-in-law were imprisoned. At the same time, within the military headquarters, Li Xiangang and Wang Weidong finished dealing with the matter. Lord Lingfeng, I'll head back now, Wang Weidong said, turning to walk outside. Wait a minute. Marquis Lingfeng called out to him. What's wrong? I'm going to talk to you about the Deputy City Lord's matter, Li Xian said. Wang Weidong was taken aback by those words. He knew that there was only one Marquis-level expert inside the Sioux City stronghold. There are no other ranks of Marquis. They are all at the level of Town General. The position of Deputy City Lord has also remained unfilled. As a veteran of the military, he is qualified to become the Deputy City Lord of the Sioux City Fortress. He originally had the ambition to compete for this position. But now, he doesn't have much of that anymore. After all, Yi Qing's performance in the Battle of Weiqing was truly amazing. Furthermore, he has unlimited potential, especially considering that Ling Fengho brought up the matter of becoming the Deputy City Lord at this time. We should tell him that we are going to give the position of Deputy City Lord to Yi Qing, and that he shouldn't have any objections. I understand, Lord Lingfeng. You don't need to explain further. Yi Qing's appointment as Deputy City Lord is truly well-deserved. It would be controversial if he didn't take on the role of Deputy City Lord. I wouldn't be unhappy that the Deputy City Lord position fell to Yi Qing. I will continue to work diligently from now on. Wang Weidong spoke each word with great sincerity. Li Xian looked at Wang Weidong and was also taken aback. Did this guy misunderstand him? Wait, what are you saying? Li Xian said. Who said I was going to give the position of Deputy City Lord to Yi Qing? Wang Weidong's eyes widened. Wasn't it for Yi Qing? What is that? This position of Deputy City Lord is yours. I want you to go back and think carefully about how to further strengthen the defenses of Sioux City. Let's all think about it, and we'll hold the Deputy City Lord inauguration ceremony in a while. That Yi Qing. Li Xian laughed twice, then leaned back. You don't really think that with Yi Qing's talent, he will stay in the Suzhou stronghold forever, do you? The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. This guy has now made a name for himself in the entire Eastern Theater Command. Even Feng Haiwang has high praise for Yi Qing. His future achievements will be substantial. Let alone a Deputy City Lord of Sioux City. Even if you gave him my position, I'm afraid he wouldn't want it now. I can tell that this guy is not someone who can be bound by rules, so I have never tried to pull him into the military. As Li Xian spoke, Wang Weidong nodded in agreement. Thank you for your trust, Marquis Lingfeng. Then I'll go back and think about it. Go ahead. Li Xian waved his hand, and Wang Weidong left as well. Li Xian went outside, looked at the moon in the sky, and wandered around aimlessly. Soon, they arrived at the dwelling of their strange beast. Damn it, Yi Qingxiang is one thing, but his beast is actually... As Li Xian spoke, the fiery tiger did not appear. He went inside the residence and took a look. Goodness. Not here. There's no need to say more about where the fiery tiger is. They must have gone out with Yi Qing's beast. At the same time, Lung Ruashi also arrived around the cottage. She looked ahead. Then we stopped. A pair of eyes widened suddenly, as if they could hardly believe what they were seeing. What's this? In front of the old man's hut, Yi Qing's white tiger and another giant tiger were seen guarding it. These two tigers are here. Even the four-legged creatures that Grandpa couldn't make a move dared to act rashly and lay obediently on their sides. Especially Yi Qing's white tiger. Now its 6 wings are curled up, wrapping it into a cocoon. It is absorbing the moonlight in the sky. What a peculiar way of absorbing energy. Unprecedented. Lung Ruashi looked at the 2 giant tigers, who were now asleep. We are preparing to move forward. But the next moment, she saw the ground in the distance. Several dark figures darted over. It looked as if someone's shadow had detached from their body and was moving freely. What is this? Lung Ruashi felt the hairs on her body stand on end in an instant. Fear. Extreme terror. A moment later, the shadowy figures appeared before Lung Ruashi. Emerging from beneath the ground were figures in black robes. Without saying a word, he stood directly in front of Lung Ruashi. It was blocking her from moving forward. Is this Yi Qing's force? Lung Ruashi felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed the imposing aura of the group of men in black robes. Yi Qing was not only incredibly strong, but he also had many skilled subordinates. The guy was being watched way too closely. 2 giant tigers, and so many powerful warriors. It can be said that a vast and inescapable network has been laid. Brother, there's nothing I can do to help you now. Lung Ruashi clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest. He looked like he was praying for his brother. I just hope Grandpa can see the letter soon and send the bets over so they can go home. I should go back to sleep first. I've wasted a lot of time going back and forth. This guy should be done by now, and I can finally get a good night's sleep. Lung Ruashi thought to herself and murmured aloud. Chapter 136. Lung Ruashi can't take it anymore. She turned and left, and the next moment, she felt a gust of wind behind her. She suddenly looked behind her. Then they saw those black-robed men from before disappearing underground. Extremely fast. I can tell Grandpa about this method later and see if he has seen it before. Lung Ruashi felt it was amazing, but she still couldn't resist the drowsiness and quickly headed towards the manor. She entered the manor and had just approached the room. Her beautiful eyes widened, and the corners of her mouth twitched violently. She realized she was wrong, terribly wrong. Why is there still sound? This doesn't make sense. That's a bit outrageous. As Lung Ruashi thought about it, she blushed. She suddenly understood why the older women had been so enthusiastic towards her when she first arrived at the manor. A full stomach makes for a better workday. There's nothing we can do. I can only go back to my room and lie down. She has only one thought right now, to find another room as soon as possible tomorrow, and absolutely not to stay here anymore. Morning. Yi Qing looked at the light screen that popped up in front of her. The God of Slaughter domain has been upgraded to the 8th rank. Su Yulan has initiated her second ancestral rebirth, transforming into the demon-suppressing tower. The demon-suppressing tower. Yi Qing looked at this. Was this the treasure of Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king? TSK. As he looked at the description, he realized that its power was far superior to that of the demon-locking tower, and its ability to suppress alien beasts was much stronger. Then, he pulled up his own information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-stage breakthrough. Contracted spirits, F-grade lavage blade, secondary reversion. Immortal slaying sword, E-grade Zhangqiu iron pot, secondary reversion. 9 dragon cauldron. E-grade soul summoning banner, secondary reversion. 6 soul banner. E-grade black lotus, glazed lamp, secondary reversion. 12th grade world destroying black lotus. E-grade small wooden bow, secondary reversion. Shinkoin bow. E-grade beast trapper, secondary reversion. Demon suppressing tower. Skills. God level hunting skill, heavenly sky chi level 8, rapid crystal core absorption skill, dragon and tiger spirit. God level movement technique, Vajra indestructible level 8, time freeze level 8, shadow puppet level 8, rank 80, overall strength 80%, beast taming skill, size change, 9 netherworld divine soul level 7, mental erosion, killing god domain level 8, beast king aura. Items, 4 divine control pills, upgrade card, crafting progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space, unlimited divine beast fasting pills. Martial arts, prison suppressing dragon fist, sword chi of the 8 directions. Yi Qing looked at Su Yulan, who had fallen into a deep sleep. She probably didn't even know that she had unknowingly completed 2 instances of ancestral regression. At the same time, the fortifications of Jiangqing. The Lung family. Old Master Lung came out of his room in the morning, looking at the rising sun outside. I suppose Lung Ming and the others should have arrived at the Su City fortress long ago, and they should have finished their duel with Yi Qing by now, and the results should be out by now. Now we might be able to force the military to change the results. Grandpa Lung was full of confidence. After all, Lung Ming was someone he had personally taught. He was well aware of Lung Ming's strength. A little while later, outside, a figure rushed in. Master. It's a letter from Miss Ruashi sent from inside the walls of Su City. Upon hearing this, Old Master Lung's eyes lit up, and he took the letter. Ruashi couldn't wait, and probably told them the result beforehand. An uncontrollable smile appeared on Old Master Lung's face. Ruashi had already written back, so the outcome should be obvious. Lung Ming has definitely won. He opened the letter. Watching. What? Old Master Lung's pupils shrank as he looked at the result of the fight. We lost. Lung Ming actually lost. This is impossible. Could it be that Yi Qing used all the artifact spirits, making Lung Ming unable to fight against so many opponents, and causing him to be exhausted and defeated? Yes. Absolutely. Otherwise, how could Lung Ming have lost? That kid is too cunning. Old Master Lung sighed heavily. With this, the Lung family's reputation as a rising star in China was effectively over. Etc. Why are there more words after Ruashi? Old Master Lung watched. A little while later, his face looked extremely pale, and the muscles in his face began to twitch. What did he see? Yi Qing proposed the idea of a physical duel. Then, he killed Lung Ming with a single punch. This little guy is actually that strong. This bet. After reading it, Grandpa Lung felt even more dizzy. That's outrageous. Although the Lung family is wealthy and powerful, taking out these things is enough to cause serious damage. However, now his own grandchildren are in Yi Qing's hands. What should we do? There's nothing else we can do. Someone come here. The old man whispered something, and many people quickly came over. You all need to gather the items on the list, transport them to the Sioux City Fortress, give them to Yi Qing, and then bring Lung Ming and the others back. After the old man finished speaking, he sat down in a chair, thinking about all of Yi Qing's deeds. It's probably best not to antagonize someone like that. But there's no way to make peace now. The old man rubbed his temples, feeling a deep headache. This time, the Lung family suffered a double loss. Gradually, the news spread from the city walls of Suqing. Within a large family in Shanghai. Grandpa, I've got a great idea. Maybe I can get nominated for the China Star Award. Oh, tell me about it. An old man with white hair and beard became interested in his prodigy's words, put down the information he had just received, and prepared to listen quietly. My idea is to challenge Yi Qing to a duel. Anyway, the China Star competition is just a nomination, and the military hasn't decided on the final candidate yet. Yi Qing only became what he is because of those artifact spirits. If I defeat him, I can force the military to change the outcome, and then I can be elected smoothly. Each word came from the mouth of a young person. He was still excited, and it was clear that he was very satisfied with his idea. The old man. You think Yi Qing is only relying on the artifact spirit? A rhetorical question left the young man completely bewildered. Isn't that so? He was just a low-level player in a small stronghold before. The reason he was able to make a name for himself in a short time was because of his strange and wonderful spirit artifacts. If they don't rely on those artifact spirits, what else do they rely on? How do your strengths compare to Lung Ming of the Lung family, the stronghold of Jiangqing, in all aspects? Upon hearing Lung Ming's name, the young man's imposing manner immediately diminished. He is not as good as Lung Ming. However, Lung Ming isn't as quick-witted as me to come up with this idea, the young man retorted, puzzled. Chapter 137 Holding Jingyao. A few words left the old man with a look of helplessness. Although his grandson's idea was indeed good, he seriously underestimated the opponent's strength. Well, silly child. Seeing that the old man remained silent, the young man was secretly pleased. It seemed that what he said was correct, and the old man was beginning to consider his suggestion. Grandpa, what do you think of my idea? If it's acceptable, I'll set off now. After all, we don't know when the list of China's stars will be announced. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will be too late. Hey, wait a minute. The next moment, the old man quickly called him back. He was even filled with fear. After all, he had just received news that Lung Ming had not only lost the match, but also a huge amount of money in bets. If this silly child goes on like this, his family will probably be harvested as well. At that moment, the old man even felt a little grateful to Lung Ming and the Lung family. If it weren't for them, his family would probably have suffered the same fate. What's wrong, Grandpa? Why did you suddenly call me? Before you implement your plan, take a look at this first. The old man handed the materials in his hand to the young man. The young man was full of enthusiasm and ready to compete with Yi Qing when the old man suddenly gave him this thing. What did it mean? He took it and looked at it. Then his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at what he was seeing. Is this true? Lung Ming challenged Yi Qing to a duel, but Yi Qing defeated him with a single punch. One punch, and he's done for. Holy crap. That's incredible. Furthermore, they lost a significant amount of money on the bet. Looking at the materials, the young man felt like he had a thorn in his side. His whole body looked as if he had just been pulled out of a frozen river in the dead of winter. Thank goodness I didn't go. If I go, isn't he even worse off than Lung Ming? You should just stay home quietly. If you really want to fight, look at the others. This Yi Qing is not someone you can afford to mess with. Youth. After seeing the nominations for the Eastern Theater Command, I realized that the only person I can afford to offend is Yi Qing. Well, as things stand now, it's best to just stay home and behave yourself. At the same time, many noble families in the Eastern Theater Command have received some of the news. All of them instantly abandoned their challenge to Yi Qing. After all, this challenge is just too difficult. Having witnessed Lung Ming's tragic example, they would never dare to do it again. At the same time, Yi Qing also emerged from the manor within the walls of Sioux City. I went over to the cabin and took a look. With so many guards around him, and Lung Ming injured, it was impossible for him to escape. Thinking about it that way, there's no need for so much manpower to guard this place. Over here, the six-winged sky tiger and the fiery tiger saw Yi Qing and hurriedly came over. Knock, knock, knock. The loud tremor woke Lung Ming from his sleep. He was having a nightmare about fighting Yi Qing in his dream. Now that I'm awake, in that half-dreaming, half-awake state, I find myself immersed in the dream. Call. Lung Ming suddenly stood up. Then I felt as if I was being torn apart. It hurts. My body is aching more and more every day. He walked towards the window and looked outside. Far away. As soon as the two giant tigers arrived in front of Yi Qing, they lowered their heads towards him and then nuzzled their massive heads against him. They acted very affectionately. Seeing this, Lung Ming's eyes also trembled. He knew that the fiery tiger was the mount of Marquis Lingfeng and was known for its unruly nature. But now he's so obedient in front of Yi Qing. This guy really does have extraordinary power. Yi Qing looked at them and fed them a divine-level beast fasting pill. Eat up, eat up. After you finish eating, you don't need to stay here anymore. You can go and have a look around the military headquarters. Roar. Upon hearing this, the two strange beasts let out two low growls as a response to Yi Qing. However, he still hurriedly consumed the divine beast fasting pills. After eating, Yi Qing led the two enormous creatures toward the military headquarters. Within the military headquarters, Jing Yao arrived at the residence of the fiery tiger and saw that it was empty. Jing Yao, what brings you here? I was just passing by and came to check. Did Lord Lingfeng go out so early this morning? Jing Yao asked the guard who had spoken earlier, seeing that Liu Yinhu was not there. Oh dear, where did it go? Ever since the fiery tiger was ravaged by Yi Qing's beast, it's been like a little wife, following Yi Qing's white tiger around all day long. Now it feels like it's become Yi Qing's personal beast. Lord Lingfeng didn't say anything, and we didn't dare to interfere, nor could we control it. If that fiery tiger gets angry, we can't suppress it. Each sentence speaks volumes about the heartache. Jing Yao, good grief. Yi Qing's mythical beast is also a master at flirting with girls. I was just thinking about it. In the distance, the sound of the earth shaking could be heard. A short while later, Yi Qing arrived with two giant tigers. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Jing Yao also wore a sweet smile. Yi Qing, what are you doing here so early in the morning? I had nothing to do this morning, so I went out for a stroll. When I got here, I noticed that Marquis Lingfeng's mount was missing. After asking around, I learned that it had gone with you. This guy has been staying with me lately. Yi Qing looked at the six-winged winged tiger. This guy was now excessively large, and its 6 wings were exceptionally powerful. I wonder what it feels like to fly. It's been a long time since I've ridden it out for a ride. Jing Yao, let's go for a drive? A drive? Okay. After Jing Yao finished speaking, she saw Yi Qing walking towards her. Jing Yao was stunned for a moment. Isn't it just for a drive? Why are they walking towards her? As Yi Qing got closer and closer, Jing Yao didn't know whether she should retreat or not. She stood there, her face flushed. Yi Qing came over. He reached out and put his arm around Jing Yao's waist. Hiss. Jing Yao felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her body trembled violently. She looked at Yi Qing, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions, unsure of what Yi Qing was going to do. Didn't we say we were going for a drive? Why did he just make a move on her? Come on, I'll take you up. Yi Qing felt the texture of Jing Yao's slender waist. Indeed, it was different. With a light tap of his foot, he carried Jing Yao soaring upwards, landing on the back of the 6-winged celestial tiger. Jing Yao breathed a sigh of relief. So Yi Qing was going to bring her up here. But now that they're up there, why is Yi Qing's hand still on her waist? Oh, this. Yi Qing, we're up now, your hand. There will be quite a strong wind when we fly, so I'll hold you like this for now. If you feel you can handle it, I'll let go, okay? Yi Qing asked with concern. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Jing Yao inwardly cursed herself. I was judging a gentleman by my own petty standards. Thank you, Yi Qing, Jing Yao murmured, her face flushed. Yi Qing watched, a smile playing on his lips, and his hands became even more unrestrained. After all, the other party still had to thank him. Chapter 138 Crack. He patted the 6-winged celestial tiger beneath him and said, It's up to you now. As if receiving Yi Qing's command, the 6-winged celestial tiger immediately let out a low roar. The 6 wings flapped. The sound of something cutting through the air and a sonic boom suddenly rang out. Many of the guards witnessed what had just happened. Their faces were filled with envy. Look at other people. It's true what they say. Comparisons are odious. He was with a beautiful woman in his arms, riding a powerful steed. They could only watch from below. Call. The next moment, the six-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings violently. Thump. In an instant, the air pressure was at its peak. The guards felt the immense air pressure, and they all felt their bodies cracking and popping. Tongue. The six-winged celestial tiger soared directly into the sky. Jing Yao hadn't expected the takeoff to be so violent. She let out a soft cry and moved closer to Yi Qing, wrapping her arms around him. Oh. Yi Qing smiled and took the opportunity to grope her a few times. Let's go? Yi Qing said something. The six-winged celestial tiger then soared into the sky, and upon reaching a high altitude, its speed suddenly increased. There wasn't even a sound around. The sound barrier has been broken. Yi Qing felt this speed. It was no longer as simple as breaking the sound barrier, far exceeding the speed of sound. This guy's speed has increased to such an extent after the recent upgrade that even Yi Qing was a little shocked. Jing Yao felt the speed and pressed herself directly against Yi Qing. This speed was terrifying, but it felt so good. Is this the exhilarating feeling of being on cloud nine? A little while later, the six-winged celestial tiger accelerated again. Speed surged again. At the same time, within the fortified walls of Jinling, at the Li family home, Old Master Li and Li Xiao were sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. How's it going? Has the military been busy lately? Dad, I'm doing all right. I haven't been too busy lately. But you know, people can't be idle. Once they're idle, their minds start to wander. Lately, I keep thinking about Zijing when she was little. I guess I miss Zijing. Li Xiao said. Hearing his words, Old Master Li snorted coldly. Zijing is doing well now. You as her father should be happy. How can you still be so immature? What? Do you still want Zijing to stay with you forever? She will have a wider world to explore if she follows Yi Qing. Old Master Li said, taking a sip of tea. I don't know if you have noticed anything lately, but I have noticed it quite clearly. Since Yi Qing and his group made a name for themselves, not only have old Yu and his family become much more polite to me, but even families at the first-tier level, or even above the first-tier level, have come to me for help. The meaning is self-evident. Li Xiao understood what it meant. This is all thanks to Yi Qing and his daughter. If only the sun were out today, I could be enjoying some tea. It would be so pleasant. Listening to the old man's words and thinking about today's weather, Li Xiao smiled and said, Grandpa, the clouds are so thick today, I'm afraid the sun won't come out. After he said one sentence, then a ray of sunlight shone down. Li Xiao looked at the sunlight on the ground and suddenly looked up. Look up at the sky. Then his lips twitched. What's going on here? The thick clouds in the sky looked as if they had been cut open. It was cut open with a single stroke. Furthermore, the clouds on both sides are still receding to the sides. This. He turned his head sharply and looked at the old man. Old man, what kind of ability is this? Your words become law. The old man. You think you're funny? Does the word become law? This skill is something even those king-level powerhouses don't possess. Something unusual must be going on. Li Jinhai stood up, looked at the strange noise in the air, and narrowed his eyes. This is hardly a good omen. Go to the military headquarters quickly and check if there's anything strange going on. Good. Just as Li Xiao finished speaking, a series of explosions rang out in the air. Boom. Boom. Thump. Li Xiao looked up, his face becoming even more solemn. That was a sonic boom. So, what happened just now wasn't created out of thin air. Something must have flown by at an extremely high speed, and it was a sound that exceeded the speed of sound. So now we hear the sonic boom. Listening to the old man's analysis, Li Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of mythical beast could achieve such speed? All right, sir, I'll head over to the military headquarters now. Li Xiao hurriedly left. In the air, Jing Yao is now clinging to Yi Qing like a koala. Yi Qing now felt as if this little girl had taken the initiative. It seems like she's already taking advantage of him. Jing Yao blushed with embarrassment. She also felt her own posture. But I'm too scared to move. That's incredibly fast. Moreover, they were high in the sky. If he let go of Yi Qing, he would be blown away and fall to his death. Compared to being shattered to pieces, the current situation is bearable. Look, there's the sea below. As Yi Qing spoke, Jing Yao also looked down. It really is the sea. So beautiful. However, there are far more dangers in the sea than on land. After all, humans' fighting ability is greatly reduced in water. Okay, slow down. Yi Qing patted the six-winged celestial tiger, and it slowed down a little. Jing Yao also admired the sea view. She slowly moved off Yi Qing. No need to get down. We still need to go back later. It would have been better if this hadn't been mentioned. The more it was mentioned, the more blushed Jing Yao's face turned, almost as if it were bleeding. Jing Yao gritted her teeth, feeling ashamed. However, to be honest, Yi Qing's muscles were truly as if they had been carved by a knife and axe. I wonder if I got a good deal this way. At this moment, Jing Yao was completely oblivious to the fact that Yi Qing had also embraced her. Her mind was already occupied by the feeling she had just experienced. After strolling around for a while, the two headed back. Shortly after the two left, high in the sky, sizzle, a ball of lightning coalesced. Then it exploded. Lightning scattered in all directions, coiling in the air like tree roots. In the lightning, space gradually distorted. Then it tore. A crack will appear. From within the crack, a howling sound seemed to emanate. Or perhaps it was the roar of a fierce wind. The cacophony of sounds made the crack even darker and more terrifying. Click. But then, in the next moment, lightning struck down furiously. It struck the crack. Click, click, click. The crack slowly shrank under the bombardment of lightning, until it disappears. But the electric light was still gathering little by little, as if preparing for the next breakout. Chapter 139, The Bai Family of the Capital. However, Yi Qing and his group, who are now on their way back, are unaware of this. On the way back, the six-winged celestial tiger is even faster. Jing Yao moved even closer to Yi Qing. This is the Jinling barrier. Li Shaojiang ordered his men to strengthen the guard. The next moment, another beam of light shone down from above. They all looked up at the sky. His lips twitched immediately. Around the original line, another line appeared, the two lines parallel, which was quite frightening. This. Li Zhao's eyes widened suddenly. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Then, the sound of something cutting through the air and a sonic boom came again. What is this? All right, stop looking. Go and reinforce the guards. Keep your eyes peeled. I'll report to the Sioux City Fortress in a bit and see if they know what's going on. Li Xiao said. Everyone responded in agreement. A little while later, Yi Qing and his companion then returned to the headquarters of the Sioux City Fortress Army. Okay, get down now. Yi Qing jumped down from the six-winged celestial tiger while carrying Jing Yao. Released Jing Yao. Jing Yao sat down on the ground like a duck. Yi Qing. Goodness. Why did you suddenly go limp? Many of Jing Yao's colleagues looked at her, and then at Yi Qing, their eyes showing some understanding. The two of them, could it be? Jing Yao was aware of her current position, and then she noticed the looks in her colleagues' eyes. Her face immediately flushed red with embarrassment. She wanted to get up, but her legs were simply not strong enough to support her. Yi Qing, help me, I can't get up. That was too fast. After a few words, many female military personnel nearby were suddenly stunned. This. What does this mean? It can't be what they think, can it? This is huge news. This is something you have to eat like crazy. They looked at Jing Yao with envy and jealousy on their faces. After all, everyone knows that Yi Qing now enjoys immense prestige and influence within the Suzhou stronghold. In addition, they are very powerful. Being able to be with Yi Qing is enough to make one feel like they have no regrets in this life. However, they also knew their own limitations. They had no chance with a powerful figure like Yi Qing. After Jing Yao finished speaking, she looked at everyone's expressions and suddenly realized that what she had just said seemed a bit off, even though she thought there was nothing wrong with it. But from other people's perspectives, Jing Yao wished she could find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. The next moment, Yi Qing simply picked her up in a princess carry. Then she looked at a colleague in the clerical office next to her and asked, "Where is her room?" "Here, I'll take you there," my colleague said warmly. After a while, Yi Qing put Jing Yao on the bed. Jing Yao's face was practically dripping blood. She unbuckled the blanket and covered her head completely. Seeing Jing Yao like this, Yi Qing was originally planning to make further progress, but as soon as she came back, she shrank back, making Yi Qing a little difficult to deal with. After thinking for a while, Yi Qing still didn't know how to break through the quilt's defenses. Never mind. There is ample time. Jing Yao, I'm going back now. You must be tired from this trip, so please get some rest. After saying that, Yi Qing walked out and closed the door. Hearing the door close, Jing Yao was startled. She immediately threw off the covers and looked at the empty room. Yi Qing just left like that. When she was under the covers, her heart was pounding, and she thought things might take a step further. Jing Yao immediately pouted. After Yi Qing left, he took the six-winged sky tiger back to the manor. A little while later, outside the manor, a woman with a mature and sophisticated air looked out over the manor. This should be the manor where Yi Qing lives. Beside them, several girls who had followed looked at the manor with puzzled expressions. Miss, why did we come all the way from the capital to find Yi Qing to refine medicine? There are quite a few alchemists in the capital. Why don't we choose one that's nearby? Such a long journey. Words came from the side. Bai Muya listened and waved her hand. You don't understand the reasons behind this. Bai Muya thought to herself that although her family was not a top-tier family in the capital, they were still a prestigious family. The family's genes are also good. As for the boys, well, physical training mainly depends on their own efforts. The girls are generally above grade A. Furthermore, atavism is generally quite powerful. But the younger sister, Bai Rou, was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Her direct bloodline has actually awakened an E-level clearance certificate. What use is a travel permit? It's just the function of documents. Keep it for collecting stamps. They are completely incapable of fighting. Therefore, the younger sister is also known as the spirit of the useless artifact. In this respect, she is similar to Shangguan Yinran of the Shangguan family. However, the Bai family did not have the same resources as the Shangguan family, which allowed them to provide Shangguan Yinran with the essence blood of a king-level exotic beast for her ancestral reversion. Therefore, the Bai family took a different approach, using drugs to induce Bai Rou to revert to her ancestral form once. They all share the same goal. Just like the Shangguan family, they all want them to undergo a process of ancestral regression to see what happens after that. As for this time, he traveled a long way to the Suzhou city fortress to find Yi Qing. It's because Yi Qing has become so famous recently. The Bai family, located in the Northern Theater Command, had all heard of Yi Qing's reputation. He made a name for himself in the Battle of Suzhou. It can be described as extremely terrifying. Furthermore, Yi Qing is also an alchemist. Another important reason for coming to Yi Qing to refine medicine this time is to befriend Yi Qing. This is the head of the household's order. All right, all of you stop talking. The patriarch had his reasons for asking us to come to Yi Qing to refine medicine. Bai Muya's words silenced everyone around her. I dared not utter another word. After all, the young lady's aura is still quite imposing. Ding ding ding. There was a knock at the manor gate. A little while later, Zhou Lingxue opened the door. Looking outside. Wow. Bai Muya looked at Zhou Lingxue, and her heart trembled. So beautiful. Even her younger sister is probably a bit inferior to her. The main drawback is its lack of femininity. This one has a rather charming feel, while my younger sister, although not inferior in appearance, is still too immature. Who are you? Seeing that Bai Muya didn't speak after knocking on the door, Zhou Lingxue took the initiative to ask her. I come from the Bai family in the capital. My name is Bai Muya. I've come to see Yi Qing and would like to ask him to help me refine some medicine. Come in. Zhou Lingxue let the group in. Honey, we have guests from the capital who have come to ask you to concoct medicines. Come here for a second. Zhou Lingxue called out to Yi Qing in the distance. Yi Qing also stood up from the table where the girls were sitting. Bai Muya looked at the girl next to Yi Qing, her lips twitching. Goodness, they're all so beautiful. Furthermore, these girls have a rather alluring air about them, suggesting they've all formed deep contracts with Yi Qing. TSK. These must be Yi Qing's artifact spirits. Chapter 140. The Lung family's supplies have arrived. Then, she turned her gaze to Lung Ruoshi, a girl who had almost no allure. This should be Yi Qinggan's contract, right? Lung Ruoshi and Bai Muya looked at each other, and Lung Ruoshi sensed the deeper meaning in Bai Muya's eyes. She immediately panicked. Don't get me wrong. I am just a hostage. She's not Yi Qing's woman. Lung Ruoshi roared inwardly, but she didn't say it aloud. Yi Qing walked over here. Bai Muya's gaze fell on Yi Qing. She looked at Yi Qing and thought, what a fine young man. Sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Walks with a swagger. Her figure is also exceptional. In addition, they are incredibly powerful. No wonder so many girls admire him. Even Bai Muya, after taking a few glances, was quite tempted. Yi Qing then looked at Bai Muya. Hiss. This girl looks so familiar. Could she be some kind of powerful artifact spirit? No, she's not on the spirit ranking. It's strange. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Yi Qing approached Bai Muya. Extend your hand. I am Yi Qing. You have come from afar. We heard that you are not only powerful, but also skilled in medicine making. My grandfather, who is the head of the Bai family in the capital, called me here to ask you to help make a medicine that can enhance the strength of the artifact spirit and shorten the time of reversion to the ancestral stage. This is the payment. As she spoke, Bai Muya looked at a girl next to her, who took out something. These were several master-level exotic beast cores, as well as some spirit plants. After the girls took it out, they looked at Yi Qing with a hint of arrogance on their faces. There are quite a few of these things. In a second-tier fortified city like Suchong, Buying another estate like this wouldn't be a problem. Only, Yi Qing looked at the thing and smacked his lips. All right. In short, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. Okay, this feels like it's still a bit of a stretch. You guys sit down and have some tea first. I'll start refining it later. As Yi Qing spoke, he invited Bai Muya to sit down and have some tea. He looked at Bai Muya and did feel a sense of familiarity. That's strange. This is also why Yi Qing agreed to help Bai Muya refine medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to persuade Yi Qing to do so. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Bai Muya smiled and sat down to drink tea. He also chatted with Lu Lianming and others. A little while later, there was another knock at the manor gate. After opening the door, Li Xian came in. Yi Qing, do you have time? I'd like you to help me refine some medicine, the kind that's used for treatment, to keep on hand. I must say, the medicines you refined before were quite effective. Lord Lingfeng. Lord Lingfeng. Seeing Li Xian arrive, Zhou Lingxue and the others greeted him. Marquis Lingfeng. Bai Muya and the others looked at Li Xian. They had heard of the reputation of Marquis Lingfeng, the guardian of the Su City Fortress. Feng Haiwang's right-hand man. Furthermore, it has already reached the Marquis realm, and its artifact spirit is quite powerful, making its overall strength comparable to the mid to late stages of the Marquis realm. It ranks among the top in the entire Eastern Theater Command. Such a person actually came to Yi Qing in person to ask for help in refining medicine. The girls who had been so arrogant suddenly became much less imposing upon seeing this. Why are you all standing there? Don't be shy. As Ling Fengho spoke, a smile played on his face, making him appear quite approachable. This left Bai Muya completely stunned. They had heard of Li Xian's reputation in the capital. Li Xian, like Feng Haiwang, was an old fox. He rarely smiled and was extremely decisive. There is no room for friendliness here. But now, this is the attitude they have. What does this tell us? This demonstrates Yi Qing's status. Li Xian glanced around and saw Bai Muya and the others. He didn't recognize them. They must be guests. Who are you? Lord Lingfeng. I come from the capital, from the Bai family of the capital, Bai Muya. The Bai family? Li Xian nodded. Have you heard of the Bai family? No. Bai Muya. Everyone. Haven't you heard of what you're nodding about? But they dared not say those words aloud. They also came to me to make medicine. Oh, is that so? Then let's go by first come, first served. I'm not in a hurry. You can start making medicine for them first. Anyway, if you need any spirit plants, just go to the military headquarters to get them. I've already spoken to them, but I think that given your current reputation, even if I didn't speak to them, it wouldn't stop you from obtaining the spirit plant. Li Xian looked at Yi Qing with a smile on his face. Lord Lingfeng is joking. After all, I am not a member of the military. One sentence made Li Xian roll his eyes. That's why you're not a member of the military. If you were, you might not even be given a rank now. It's likely that even Feng Haiwang could directly transfer you to his side for training. All right. Since you still have things to do, I'll be going now. Li Xian waved his hand. No need to see me off. After Lord Lingfeng left, the entire manor became much quieter. Bai Muya and the others, who had been talking nonstop, seemed to have found their place and settled down, no longer as frivolous as before. The girls next to Bai Muya huddled around her like chicks, not daring to say a word. At the same time, south gate of Suzhou City, many guards were patrolling. Having experienced the last disruptive beast tide, their patrol intensity has increased significantly. Splash! Far away, a group of people emerged from the jungle. They rode on strange beasts, followed by a caravan loaded with many goods. Hiss! Many of the guards were watching. This group of people is a bit suspicious. Let's go and ask them. Several guards immediately walked towards them. Stop! Where did you people come from? And what are you doing at our Su City Fortress? The guards are currently exiting. Gentlemen, we come from Jiangqing Fortress. We are from the Lung family. We came to Suqing Fortress this time on the orders of our patriarch to deliver these items to Yi Qing. This is the list. Is it for Brother Yi? Hearing this, everyone relaxed. They took the order and looked at the contents. The next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. Holy crap! What's this? So many great things. They watched for a while, then suddenly looked up at the leader. They almost blurted out, has your Lung family gone mad? What kind of family is this, offering so much to curry favor with Brother Yi? But that's it. Chapter 141, So Many Good Things. Everyone smiled after seeing it. After all, they're bringing gifts for Brother Yi, so they should be treated well. Haha. Come in, gentlemen, please come inside the stronghold. I'll send someone to take you to find Yi Qing. The leading guard laughed heartily. then turned to a young man. Zhang Jucai. Come here. You too. Take them to Yi Qing's manor. Yes, Captain. Immediately, the convoy roared into the fortress. Enter the fortified area. Many people have also noticed this group of people and are speculating about what's inside the vehicle. A little while later, inside the manor, Yi Qing also plans to refine medicine. But the next moment, beside her, Bai Muya and several other girls stood there obediently. At this moment, Bai Muya had lost the arrogance she once had in the capital. After all, even Marquis Lingfeng came to her door seeking medicine. Not to mention that she originally came with a mission from her family, to curry favor with Yi Qing. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded again at the manor gate. As everyone in the manor watched, Bai Muya hissed and gasped. Could it be that some powerful figure has come to Yi Qing to refine medicine? No way. As she was thinking, Lung Ruashi opened the door. She had originally planned to watch how Yi Qing concocted medicine, but one person kept interrupting her and another kept interrupting her. This is so annoying. She wanted to see who would come to her door this time. She opened the door and glared angrily at the sounds outside. She rubbed her eyes, somewhat stunned. These are the guards of their Lung family. Later, so many convoys. Goodness. The stakes are here. Grandpa has come to redeem them. Lung Ruashi thought that she hadn't suffered any grievances while she was in the manor, but her older brother had suffered. She doesn't feel anything about going home now, but her brother probably does. Miss, how are you? Are you all right? Did the people here do anything to you? The guard looked at Lung Ruashi and quickly asked her questions. I'm fine. I'm actually quite happy here. That's good. That's good. The guard breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yi Qing still had a conscience, allowing the young lady to stay in such a manner. Although young Master Lung Ming lost, he still preserved their dignity. Come in, Lung Ruashi said, inviting them in. Then he looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, the Lung family's things have arrived. Things from the Lung family. One sentence was all it took to grab everyone's attention. Yi Qing looked on, a smile playing on his lips. Zhou Lingxue and the others beside him also got up and came over, ready to see how many good things there were. Only Bai Muya and the others stood there in a daze. Had the things arrived? What is it? Is this also for Yi Qing's alchemy fees? The Lung family should also be considered a clan. She also wanted to see what kind of fees other families were paying Yi Qing. All right, let them in. At Yi Qing's command, the troops began transporting supplies into the manor. Upon seeing this group of people, Bai Muya and the others' eyes widened in disbelief. Such a long carriage? How much stuff did you bring? Wrong. Not all of them are good. They may be of lower rank, but there are many of them, so they seem like a lot. After all, the fees offered by the Bai family for alchemy were already quite substantial. That's no more. As they thought this, the curtain was lifted. One by one, the supplies were revealed. Hiss. With just one glance, Bai Muya and the others felt as if their hearts had been struck by a heavy hammer. What is it? So many great things. Is this for Yi Qing to refine medicine? This must be a monster core of the town general level. There are so many high-level spirit plants. What kind of medicine is Yi Qing supposed to refine? Bai Muya felt like she had suddenly become a frog in a well. This role change was quite difficult for her. It seems that Yi Qing was already being very generous by refining medicine for them with such a small amount of stuff they brought. Yi Qing, see if these things are enough. Lung Ruashi handed the list to Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the items on the list. There were many more items than those in the bed agreement. It seems that the old man of the Lung family is very sensible. Okay, that's enough. I'll have someone take them to release your brother in a bit. You can go home after that. As Yi Qing spoke, he walked over to Lung Ruashi and whispered, You can also stay at the manor. One sentence made Lung Ruashi grit her teeth. What are you doing? We've already paid the bed, and you're still not planning to let me go? What good things do you have here? I can't sleep well at night. Lung Ruashi thought to herself. No need. I'd rather go home. All right. Yi Qing made some arrangements, sending someone with guards to pick up Lung Ming and his companion. Here, Yi Qing placed one hand on Lu Lieming's collarbone. Call. A gust of wind came. A little while later. Thump. A large cauldron appeared on the ground. The moment it landed, its immense weight caused the ground to tremble. Over here, Lung Ruashi, Bai Muya, and the others were also quite shocked when they looked at the large cauldron. Is this the artifact spirit that Yi Qing used to refine medicine? This is so different from the medicine cauldrons of ordinary alchemists. The medicine cauldrons of ordinary alchemists are not large, but this one is too big and too magnificent. If you said this wasn't a medicine cauldron, but rather a ritual vessel used by ancient emperors to bestow titles. Some people might believe it. Then, Yi Qing began refining it. At the same time, a man in black robes led the Lung family members to the small house. The Lung family members observed the man in black robes the whole way. Sensing his imposing aura, the Lung family members also felt that this man in black robes was no pushover. They sensed that his power was definitely above the level of a town general. This idea startled the Lung family. Above the garrison commander, Yi Qing must be incredibly powerful to have subordinates like this. They then looked at the cabin. Everyone, the difference between this young lady and the young master is too great. The young lady lives in a manor, and her standard of living has not declined at all. But the young master looks to be in a terrible state. They walked forward. But the next moment, dark figures appeared from all directions. It skimmed along the ground at high speed. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Every hair on my body felt like it was standing on end. What a terrifying feeling. What are those dark figures? The next moment, one by one, figures in black robes appeared before them, although he remained silent. But its deterrent power is astonishing. They were eyeing the Lung family and their group with predatory intent. The Lung family members could already feel beads of sweat the size of soybeans appearing on their foreheads. All of this is Yi Qing's power. Yi Qing, how could you have such a secret guard? Oh no, they had all underestimated Yi Qing. Such a force, the power in Yi Qing's hands, is probably even stronger than the high-level guard force of a first-line fortress. Chapter 142. Did they just let Lung Ruashi get away like that? And something about these people is strange. How do they manage to move across the ground? One question after another arose in their minds. However, no one provided them with an answer. Forget it. Let's take the young master out first and go back to the Jiangxing fortress to talk to the old man. However, one thing is beyond doubt. This time, young master Lung Ming has truly met his match. Not only will he be imprisoned, but he may also drag the Lung family down with him. Call. The black-robed man in front of the Lung family looked at the group of shadow puppets in front of him. With a wave of his hand, all the shadow puppets dispersed. Then, he led the group forward in large strides. Opened the door to the cabin. In. The swelling on Lung Ming's face had not yet subsided. However, I feel much better now. It hardly hurts anymore. When he saw the door suddenly pushed open, he thought it was Yi Qing and stood up abruptly. He's been really frustrated lately, not only losing the fight and paying out his bets. The key issue is that the Lung family would compensate Yi Qing with so much, but what did Yi Qing give them to eat? It's all mixed grains. So stingy. He was filled with anger, but when he saw the person who came, his anger subsided considerably. Their family. Young master. Your face. The Lung family guards looked at Lung Ming and were stunned. Now, only the young master's handsome face could be vaguely seen. All right, young master, let's go home. The master told us to deliver all the things. We just went to Yi Qing's manor and gave him everything. Now we'll go there again, take Miss Lung Ruashi with us, and return to Jiangxing Fortress together. Is Ruashi all right? Has Yi Qing bullied her? Lung Ming asked, explaining that he had been very worried about his younger sister these past few days, but could only feel powerless rage. After all, not only were there those black-robed men guarding the outside, but 2 giant tigers would also appear from time to time. In his current state, it was impossible for him to break through. I'm afraid I'll get beaten up again. Miss Ruashi is all right. She seems to be in good spirits, so she shouldn't have been bullied by Yi Qing. Lung Ming nodded. At least this guy had some conscience. Even though he lost, he didn't implicate his sister. But young master. Seeing Lung Ming's imposing manner and defiant attitude, the Lung family guard leaned over and whispered, "The old master's order is that you must not act rashly anymore. We still need to maintain a good relationship with Yi Qing. Our relationship with him is already very strained. We must not let it deteriorate further. It would be best to repair it if possible." Lung Ming looked at the guard. He beat me up like this, and I'm supposed to go and fawn over him? This is the old man's order. Seeing Lung Ming's cold expression, the guard reminded him again. Okay. I see. Stop talking. Let's go to the manor now. Several people went over. As we approached the manor, hold head high. One after another, the roars of dragons echoed. They looked towards the manor. Then we saw wisps of dragon energy rising up, hovering in the air. This. Lung Ming's lips twitched. What was this? What kind of tactic is this? Knock on the gate of the manor. He then realized that they were refining medicine. At this moment, Lung Ruashi and Bai Muya, who were standing next to Yi Qing, were completely stunned, their mouths agape, looking extremely surprised. Then, Kowloon circled in the air. It surged down, carrying energy from all directions. It was poured forcefully into the giant cauldron. A little while later, things are calming down. All right, the medicine is ready. As Yi Qing spoke, he walked over, took out a medicine from the medicine cauldron, and gave it to Bai Muya. That's it. Bai Muya asked in return. This is too fast, and it was completed in one go? Even a regular alchemist would have to go through several failures before they could successfully refine it. As a result, Yi Qing. What else? Does refining medicine have to fail several times before it's done well? Yi Qing looked at her and shrugged. Bai Muya, do you want to hear what you're saying? Lung Ruashi also snapped out of her shock and looked at Lung Ming. Brother, you're here. How have you been? How's your injury recovery going? Apart from the injuries on his face, he's almost recovered. Lung Ming patted Lung Ruashi's head. Then he looked at Yi Qing. He walked towards Yi Qing. He approached Yi Qing, then looked at the bets the old man had brought. In an instant, his heart bled, and he wished he could slap himself twice. How could I have come up with such a terrible idea? However, it's too late to say anything now. Yi Qing, if you ever have the chance to visit Jiangxing Fortress in the future, our Lung family will do our best to treat you well as a host. Lung Ming said this almost through gritted teeth. This is the old man's order. Don't worry, I will definitely go. As Yi Qing spoke, he glanced at Lung Ruashi. Feeling Yi Qing's gaze, Lung Ruashi couldn't help but shiver. This guy? Were you looking at her when you were talking just now? She sensed something was wrong. It seemed like she was being watched. Oh no. All right, come to Jiangxing Fortress, and we'll talk about it then. We'll head back now, Lung Ming said. Yi Qing smiled and said, I'll see you off. After all, they had sensed so many things, it would have been a bit much for Yi Qing not to see them off. Bai Muya held the medicine and said, Then Yi Qing, we'll head back now. Thank you for giving us face and helping us refine the medicine this time. After witnessing Yi Qing's alchemy process, Bai Muya realized that her own skills were nothing compared to Yi Qing's. People were helping her refine medicine entirely out of respect for her. Let's go together. Honey, you guys go ahead, we won't go out. Zhou Lingxue said. Yi Qing nodded. You guys tidy up these things at home and put them away for now. Thinking about these things, Yi Qing realized that he could improve his strength again this time. Okay, leave it to us. After Yi Qing and the others left the manor, everyone then got to work. I have to say, the Lung family has given quite a lot. However, it would be great if the Lung family could send Lung Ruashi over as well. Then we could have another good sister who is in the same trench with us. And you still say that? You didn't even see such a good opportunity. If you had waited until Lung Ruashi was taking a bath, then sent her the battle robe, and used some other methods, you might have succeeded by now. And you're talking about me? You haven't done anything either. Once they heard that the person was just a hostage, they stopped talking about it. All right, stop talking. They're all gone now, there's nothing we can do. Let's pack our things first, Zhou Lingxue said, seeing that everyone was getting more and more inappropriate. Lu Lianming and Yin Luoqing looked at Zhou Lingxue, who was being very serious, with a sense of helplessness. You were the first to use this method. Chapter 143 The Power of Talismans. However, they can't bring themselves to say it now. After all, the dragon slayers of the past have become the dragons themselves. They have used many such methods. At the same time, outside the walls, Yi Qing saw Lung Ming and Lung Ruashi off. Looking at Yi Qing, Lung Ruashi realized even more clearly that she was about to part ways with him. She hadn't been in the manor for long, but the shock Yi Qing gave her was no less than the shock she had received in the past 10 years. She increasingly realized that the boy in front of her was an extraordinary young man. Yi Qing, you must come to Jiangxing to play if you have the chance. When you come to Jiangxing, you can come to the Lung family to find me. Lung Ruashi said this, but her face was flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Lung Ming and the girl standing next to him both widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what they had just heard. Goodness, what did they say? How could my little sister say something like that? It should be noted that Lung Ruashi has always had a cold and aloof personality since childhood, and coupled with her background in the Lung family, she exudes an aura that keeps people at a distance. Now she's actually taking the initiative to invite Yi Qing to Jiangxing. This is truly unprecedented. Lung Ming, in particular, stared blankly at Lung Ruashi, then at Yi Qing, as if wanting to know what had happened between the two at the manor. This has caused such a big change in Lung Ruashi. Lung Ruashi's lips twitched as she looked at her brother and sister-in-law's expressions. What's the meaning? Can I say that? Alright, let's go. We still need to talk to the old man when we get back. We've been away for quite a while this time, and the old man must have been very worried. Okay, let's go back, Lung Ming said, patted the four-legged creature, and headed forward. Run, run. After walking a distance, Lung Ming patted the four-legged creature again. He was still muttering to himself. He discovered that he now felt fear towards the walls of Suqing. Wrong. He was afraid of Yi Qing. He felt immense pressure in Yi Qing's presence. Now that he's away from Yi Qing, he feels much less pressure. The further away you are from Yi Qing, the less oppressive this feeling becomes. Beside her, Lung Ruoxi looked at her brother's seemingly insane state and sighed heavily. Yi Qing dealt him quite a blow this time. This might become a source of inner demons for my brother in the future. This way, Yi Qing saw Lung Ming and the others off, heading towards the city gate. Brother Yi. On the city wall, one of the guards looked at Yi Qing and spoke. Many people around also spoke up. Brother Yi. Brother Yi. They all greeted Yi Qing. Yi Qing also looked up at the city wall and waved. The next moment. Later. Call. A thick, giant tree emerged from the jungle, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking and sonic booms, heading towards Yi Qing. That speed was extremely fast. This. On the city wall. Everyone frowned as they watched the giant tree rapidly approaching. Quick. That's too fast. It's so fast that you can only see after images. They wanted to warn Yi Qing, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the giant tree hurtled toward the back of Yi Qing's head. But then, in the next moment, Yi Qing turned around. Hands directly touched the giant tree. Then it turns. A kick. The giant tree made a cracking sound. Change direction. Heading in the direction we came from. It tumbled and roared as it crashed into the jungle. Knock, knock, knock. Call. One voice after another came through. This is absolutely terrifying. Wherever the giant tree passed, smashed down rows of towering trees. Wood chips are rising. The vegetation exploded. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Smoke rises. The guards on the city wall watched this scene, and a chill rose from beneath their feet. That's absolutely terrifying. Yi Qing looked towards the direction from which the giant tree had come. Take a step. The originally yellowish-brown ground instantly cracked open. Mud flew everywhere, and a large crater suddenly appeared. Yi Qing's figure also became illusory. The next time it appeared, it was already hundreds of meters away. Brother Yi. No. This. On the city wall, the guards looked at each other in bewilderment at the situation. Not good. That attack just now was definitely not something an ordinary expert could unleash. I feel it was at least at the level of a town general. I don't know who attacked Brother Yi. Right now, Marquis Lingfeng is guarding inside the Su City Fortress. This guy doesn't dare to make a move against Brother Yi inside the Su City Fortress, so he chose this opportunity. But why did Brother Yi rush over there? He's all alone now. Although he's physically strong, he doesn't have a spirit weapon by his side to protect him. He was impulsive, far too impulsive. All right. The captain observed the situation and then made some arrangements. You guys, come with me. Let's go see what's going on over there. The rest of you, hurry to the military headquarters to find Ling Fengho and the others, explain the situation, and ask them to come over immediately. Walk. After the team leader finished giving instructions, everyone understood the urgency of the matter. After all, Brother Yi is extremely important to the defenses of Suzhou. If something happens, it's simply unimaginable. At the same time, Yi Qing had already ventured deep into the jungle. This way, amidst the dust and mist, a phantom figure also headed into the depths of the jungle. I've found you. Yi Qing sneered, and his speed suddenly increased. They headed towards that person. At this moment, the shadowy figure sensed Yi Qing's speed. My heart skipped a beat. Then, the spirit of the whisk in his hand waved, and a talisman instantly appeared in his hand. He used a whisk as a pen and wrote a word under the talisman. Wind. Then, Zhang waved his hand. The talisman appeared in the air, and in the illusory realm, it transformed into energy that flowed into the legs of the dark figure. A strong wind came. He rode the wind, luring Yi Qing deeper into the mountains. A little while later, the shadowy figure sensed it had ventured deep into the jungle, stopped its enticements, and turned to look at Yi Qing. His eyes held a mocking glint. Yi Qing also stopped and looked over. This place is quite interesting, surrounded by mountains on three sides, and far from the barriers. It seems this guy deliberately lured him here. Kid, I really didn't expect you to dare follow me this far from the Suzhou city walls. As the shadowy figure spoke, he was trembling with excitement. He never expected Yi Qing to be so arrogant and so stupid. They actually chased him so deep without bringing the artifact spirit with them. This time, He can not only avenge his Titan serpent tamer, but also fulfill the orders given by his superiors. Yi Qing listened to his words and looked at the dark figure. This guy's strength as a spirit master was definitely above the mid-stage of the town general realm. And his spirit. Yi Qing looked at the whisk in his hand. He noticed it just now. This guy wrote a talisman. This guy should be able to use the power of talismans. This is truly a spirit I've never seen before. Chapter 144 Farewell to the Giant Scales. Although Yi Qing didn't know who the other person was. He didn't know why the other party attacked him. But Yi Qing knew that he only needed to do one thing with this guy who dared to provoke him. Kill him. The shadowy figure stared at Yi Qing, then opened its hand and produced another blank talisman. He waved his whisk and wrote the character for Earth on it. The talisman has vanished. Yi Qing felt the ground beneath his feet loosen. Then, a burr-like object shot straight out. Base. Oh, such methods. Yi Qing stepped forward, dodging one of the arrows. Base. 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 One by one, the earth roots followed Yi Qing's direction of movement. The man in black robes looked like he had gone mad, and he sneered repeatedly as he looked at Yi Qing's panicked state. He then flicked out the talisman, his whisk pointing rapidly. Wood. Fire. Thunder. He waved his hand dramatically. He swung it straight into the air. This way. Yi Qing dodged another spike, and the trees beside him, sensing Yi Qing's arrival, grew wildly in an instant. They surrounded Yi Qing. It's like a cage, trying to imprison Yi Qing here. At the same time, hold head high. Hold head high. Two dragon roars resounded. In the air, a fire dragon and a thunder dragon condensed. Several burly men. Dragon eyes were fixed on Yi Qing, as if locked onto a target. Then it plunged straight down. In an instant, a fire dragon, a lightning dragon, earth spikes, a wooden cage. They unleashed their full power on Yi Qing. Yi Qing had no way to avoid it. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out. It's done. The shadowy figure exhaled and snorted coldly. This young lad seems to have never seen anything like this before. So what if you're physically strong? That's just because they're strong. The body of a spirit master is only effective if they reach the marquee level or even higher. Otherwise, it would be far from being impervious to swords and spears, or water and fire. Yi Qing is probably already burned to a crisp. It might be chopped into charcoal. It might also get pierced by splinters. Anyway, it's impossible for him to still be standing. It's an honor for you to be able to deal with me with 4 talismans at once. All right, die a good death. The dark figure uttered a sinister sound. Looking at the smoke and dust over there, he was just about to head forward to check on Yi Qing's body. But, the next moment, the eyes in front of me suddenly moved. In the midst of the tumbling, a figure emerged from the dust and mist. It's none other than. It was Yi Qing. At this moment, all his clothes were torn to shreds. His body, gleaming with golden light, was revealed. At this moment, he was like a Vajra. The shadowy figure stared wide-eyed at the scene, hardly believing what it was seeing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this guy be completely unharmed? And how could he possibly be radiating golden light? In an instant, a phrase came to mind. Indestructible. What incredible physical skills they must have practiced. As he looked at Yi Qing approaching, a chill suddenly rose from his feet. It shot straight to the top of the head. Yi Qing looked at him. Not bad. But it's all just for show. Have you ever heard of the saying, one force can overcome all laws? With those words, Yi Qing slammed his fist down toward the shadowy figure's face. Thump! A loud bang suddenly rang out. The shadowy figure felt the force of the impact and was sent flying backward uncontrollably. In the air, a dark figure and a blood-red sword shot out from the sky. The shadowy figure was enduring excruciating pain, his mind racing. The next moment, he then ventured deep into the mountain. Boom! He crashed diagonally into the mountainside. The entire mountain suddenly trembled. Whoosh! A huge boulder rolled down the mountain. The entire mountain. Everything started to collapse. Oomph. Still alive. Yi Qing chased after the dark figure. Let's finish with another punch. The dark figure shot through the mountainside once more. Thump! Another loud bang. The mountain to the north exploded again, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Now only one side remains. The shadowy figure brandished a whisk wildly. One after another, talismans were unleashed as if they were risking their lives. An earthen barrier instantly formed, blocking Yi Qing's way. Thump! 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 Yi Qing watched as the barriers rose before him, and then unleashed his fists one after another. After smashing it, he went through the cavity formed by the shadow. At this moment, the shadowy figure was already at its last gasp. If it weren't for this strange method of using talismans, Yi Qing would have already twisted his head off. Thump. Yi Qing broke through another barrier. We've now entered the third mountain. Yi Qing looked at what was in front of her. Before, it was a huge hollow cavity. Why is there such a huge cavity inside the mountain? Yi Qing had originally come from the earthen hole dug out by the dark figure. Now, however, they have vanished without a trace. Snort. That guy still got away. However, the methods used in this talisman are indeed quite peculiar. If I had the Tai Chi diagram now, no matter how many talismans you use at once, you still wouldn't be able to escape. Yi Qing spoke. He dusted himself off. Clang. The sound of steel striking metal rang out immediately. Yi Qing-san's Vajra indestructible power was gone. The body returned to its original state. Then I found a set of clothes in the storage space. He looked at the cave. Far away, there was a huge skeleton inside. Oh, what's this? Although we let that guy escape, there was an unexpected bonus. Yi Qing walked over and looked at the huge skeleton in front of him. This skeleton, this scale and size. It seems to be above the late stage of the town general level. This huge cave must have been dug out by it. However, how could such a strange beast die here? That's really strange. He walked forward. A little while later. Then they saw a mangled corpse leaning against the rock wall. The body had already decomposed. There were many other things placed next to him. Several enormous alien beast crystal cores. The largest of them is the crystal core of this strange beast. However, what attracted Yi Qing's attention the most was, it is a spirit plant. This magical plant grows inside the rock wall. It blooms into a flower that resembles 7 stars. It even emits tiny fluorescent lights. Yi Qing reached out and stroked it. Even Yi Qing was greatly shaken by the energy within. The energy in this is just too abundant. This is a high-level spiritual plant. It's a truly high-level spiritual plant. It can be collected back. Yi Qing thought for a moment, then twisted the rock wall below with force, and it immediately crumbled. This, below, its roots were actually planted on a huge scale. Is it a spirit plant that was born by absorbing the energy of these scales? Etc. These scales. Yi Qing looked at the scales, and a thought struck him. He retrieved the scales he had previously obtained from the demon guard from his storage space. The two converged. They matched. And it's not just about opposing sides. You can still see that the scales are still incomplete and incomplete. If this were pieced together completely, the scales and the size would be beyond description. Huge wouldn't even begin to describe it. What kind of strange beast has these scales? They're so huge. Based on these scales, Yi Qing was able to estimate the size of the strange beast. It's probably over 100 meters. The energy contained within is also quite abundant. The scales alone possess such concentrated energy. What kind of strange beast must its true form be? Yi Qing shook her head. First, put both scales and the spirit plant into the storage space. Chapter 145 Divine Artifact, the Sea Stabilizing Pearl. Then I put the other things into the storage space as well. Although the huge cave hindered his pursuit of the dark figure, he still gained something. This is... Yi Qing put the things away and then looked at the lines of text below, her eyes narrowing. This is something this person wrote before he died. Yi Qing understood after looking at the text. This person had come looking for medicine for his daughter. They found a magical plant in the cave and wanted to take it back to cure their daughter's illness. However, lacking sufficient strength, he ultimately perished here along with the strange beast. In his message, the guy pleaded that if the spirit plant was sent to Jiancheng, he would offer the crystal cores as payment, and if he found his daughter and delivered the item, he would receive even more. Why is this guy all alone? Doesn't he have any spirit with him? Yi Qing searched around, but found no other corpses. He is a good father. However, you didn't even leave any information about what your daughter looks like. How are they supposed to send her off? Huh? What's this? A portrait. Yi Qing found the portrait on the corpse and then opened it. The next moment, Yi Qing stared at the portrait, his face filled with shock. He knew this girl. Ancient artifact. Dinghai Pearl. After ultimately reverting to their ancestral form, they possess the extraordinary ability to seal the heavens and stabilize the seas. Unexpectedly, I found a clue about her here. Yi Qingdu began to get excited. He looked at the corpse and said, "All right, I'll take care of this for you." Afterward, he looked around the cave again and, to make sure there was nothing else of value, prepared to leave. At the same time, on the other side, within the military headquarters of Suzhou, Ling Fengho, Qin Tu, Lu Yuan, and others gathered in the office, looking at a document issued by Feng Haiwang. Above, these were some transfer orders. Wow, your barrier has really struck it rich this time. This town magistrate named Zhong Jiaxing is going to be transferred to our fortress to serve as the deputy city lord. Many of your town generals are going to be transferred out to become deputy city lords of frontline strongholds. Qian Tu and Lu Yuan watched and couldn't help but sigh. Feng Haiwang was truly generous in this regard. Reward those who perform well, punish those who make mistakes. A little while later, Marquis Lingfeng then summoned all the people listed in the transfer order. Lord Lingfeng, what's wrong? Why did you call us all here? As Zhong Jiaxing spoke, everyone looked at Li Xian with suspicion. There's good news. Take a look for yourselves. This is Feng Haiwang's new transfer order. You're all going to serve as deputy city lords in first-tier strongholds or city lords in second-tier strongholds. They took the transfer order and stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they were seeing. They actually got promoted. It's obvious that this decision was made by Feng Haiwang based on their performance in the Battle of Suqing. They felt their faces burning when they talked about it. The victory over the overwhelming beast tide was mainly due to Yi Qing's efforts. They were essentially carried along by Yi Qing. They realized this, then looked at the transfer order, but Yi Qing's name was not on it. They exchanged a glance and both understood each other's thoughts. Yi Qing's name is not on this list. It seems that Yi Qing will likely receive a higher reward. Furthermore, Yi Qing is not currently a member of the military, so rewarding him with a transfer order might not be appropriate. Many thanks to King Feng Hai for his trust, and many thanks to Marquis Lingfeng for his guidance, Zhong Jiaxing said, also looking at Marquis Lingfeng. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time inside the Suzhou fortress and had developed a strong bond with Li Xian. Li Xian waved his hand. All right, you all go back and prepare in a bit, then hurry up and set off. However, Lao Li, you've transferred quite a few people this time. Is the defense force inside this stronghold sufficient? Qian Tu asked Li Xian from the side. Could the Sea King not have foreseen this? This time, although we transferred a lot of people away, we also brought in some good people and a lot of resources. Qian Tu and Lu Yuan's lips twitched as they listened to Li Xian's tone and looked at his expression. Goodness. Judging from his tone, it seems that Feng Haiwang has provided a lot of skilled people and resources. A little while later, outside, a figure rushed over. Lord Lingfeng. The joyful atmosphere was shattered by this hurried shout. Everyone looked at the guard who had given the report, their eyes filled with questions. What's going on? Why do you seem so rushed? Don't rush, tell me slowly. Marquis Lingfeng looked at the guards and said in a low voice. The guards caught their breath. Outside the city gates. Yi Qing has been attacked. What? Call. In an instant, Li Xian and the other two all stood up from their seats. Each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. Was Yi Qing attacked? Who is this person? They've got some nerve. Even Zhong Jiaxing and the others suddenly turned to look at the guards, all of them exuding an imposing aura, ready to ask what exactly happened. The guards felt a chill run down their spines as they sensed the powerful aura emanating from the area. What happened? Tell me now. And what about Yi Qing? Speak quickly. Even Ling Fengho could feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. Yi Qing must not get into trouble. We saw Yi Qing go outside the fortress to see Leng Ming and the others off. After they left, Yi Qing prepared to return, and then a giant tree was thrown at him. Yi Qing kicked the giant tree back and then ran into the jungle. They must have gone to hunt down the person who attacked him. You mean, Yi Qing went alone? Ling Fengho immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, Yi Qing went out alone, without the artifact spirit by his side. Everyone, that's incredibly reckless. Even if your physical abilities are terrifying and you can defeat Leng Ming who doesn't use his weapon spirit, so what? The overall strength of a spirit master who uses a weapon spirit and a spirit master who doesn't use a weapon spirit are two completely different things. Besides, they came specifically to target you. News about Yi Qing is flying around everywhere now, so at least everyone has a general idea of Yi Qing's strength. The person sent to assassinate Yi Qing must be a top-notch expert. One ring after another, overlapping. Yi Qing is probably in trouble. Let's go take a look, Qian Tu said, urging them on. After all, he had his eye on this promising talent. Furthermore, losing such promising talents would be a great loss for China. Immediately, everyone set off. A while later, we arrived at the foot of the city wall. Lord Lingfeng, has anything been discovered up there? Li Xian asked anxiously. There's something going on. The guards were speaking. Li Xian and the others were shocked. They all stepped forward and leaped onto the high city wall, looking into the distance. This sight was quite alarming. They were all frozen in place. He stood there, stunned, on the city wall. Chapter 146. I avoid his edge. Guards, bring me a sword. Lord Lingfeng, it's over there. Look at that dust and mist. A guard standing nearby pointed over there when he saw them standing there without saying anything. Everyone looked at the dust and mist in the far distance. Li Xian then turned around and asked, was there originally 3 large mountains in that place? Boom. In short, it was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Everyone gasped in shock. A chill rose up from beneath my feet. Zhong Jiaxing and the others swallowed hard. Indeed. Really. They just felt something was off while they were looking at it. Yes. It turns out that there really were 3 big mountains in that place. But now, there's only one left. 2 buildings collapsed. Qian Tu and Lu Yuan, seeing everyone's reactions, realized that what Li Xian said was true. There used to be 3 big mountains in this place, but now there's only one left. And the one who could do this must be Yi Qingyi. In other words, Yi Qing's fight with the attacker just now literally destroyed 2 mountains. What destructive power this is. Even they were astonished. Let's go. Let's hurry over and take a look. It seems the attackers are very strong. As Ling Fengho spoke, he had already sped off forward. Feel the speed. Both Qian Tu and Lu Yuan felt a tremor in their hearts. This guy truly lives up to his name, Marquis Lingfeng. Even they couldn't catch up with that speed. But I still tried my best to keep up. As for the town generals who came after them, there was really nothing that could be done. Shortly afterward, the 3 people in front had disappeared without a trace. The others looked at Zhong Jiaxing. Why are you looking at me? Let's head towards those 3 mountains. Well, that one mountain. Lord Lingfeng went ahead first, and they went to help. We should hurry over there too. They dared to attack Yi Qing. We must teach them a lesson this time. Otherwise, some guys really won't know their own limitations. As soon as Zhong Jiaxing uttered those words, everyone's speed suddenly increased. They all prayed in their hearts that Yi Qing would be alright. A little while later, Li Xian and the others then arrived at the surrounding area. It was only when you were there in person that you could see it more clearly, and it became even more horrifying. The mountains have all collapsed. At this moment, loose rocks are still rolling. The smoke and dust look like they won't dissipate for a long time. However, the sounds of fighting can no longer be heard. Why is there no movement? Qian Tu asked, looking at the situation, a bad feeling rising in his heart. It seems the struggle is over. As Li Xian spoke, his face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. How is Yi Qing? Let's split up and search. Good. Just as they were about to set off, a rustling sound came from not far ahead. Everyone stared at that spot, and then Yi Qing walked out from inside. Yi Qing! Yi Qing! The group looked at Yi Qing with puzzled expressions. After all, Yi Qing's current image is just too good. His clothes were so clean, there wasn't even a speck of dust on them. Spotless. Does this look like 2 mountains have just collapsed? That can't be. How did he do that? Looking at their eyes, Yi Qing could roughly guess what they were thinking. His previous clothes had been devoured by the fire dragon, and this was something he had just taken out of his storage space. How could it not be clean? However, since you all love to fantasize so much, I won't shatter your illusions. How are you, Yi Qing? Is everything alright? Li Xian hurriedly came over to inquire. Look at the way he looks. It seems like something's wrong. Qian Tu and Lu Yuan came over and said to Li Xian, don't let your concern cloud your judgment. We know Yi Qing is your precious treasure, but we really can't compliment your eyes. Li Xian, can you guys please talk less? What happened? Tell me. Just as Yi Qing was about to speak, Zhong Jiaxing and the others arrived from behind. Yi Qing ignored him and explained the situation. The more they listened, the more their brows furrowed. This person is quite strong overall. The spirit of the artifact is also quite strange. It can even use the power of talismans. With such strength and such a strange artifact spirit, Li Xian shook his head. There was definitely no such person in the military's channels. Do you know who this person is? I don't know. Yi Qing shook his head. It was that cave that allowed this guy to escape. Otherwise, I would have interrogated him thoroughly after I caught him. Everyone. After listening to Yi Qing's words, everyone was at a loss for words. Qian Tu and the other looked at Li Xian, as if asking, how can this guy be so fierce? According to Yi Qing, the person who attacked him was quite powerful, and the spirit of the weapon was also strange and powerful enough. Even a typical town general with a weapon spirit in the mid to late stages is probably not easy to deal with. But this guy, all by himself, drove them away. They even wanted to arrest them and interrogate them thoroughly. Just how strong is this guy? Looking into their eyes, Ling Fengho didn't know how to respond. He didn't know how strong Yi Qing was now, but he had a terrifying feeling in his heart. This guy's strength is increasing rapidly. After all, not long ago, when Yi Qing first came to the Su City barrier, he didn't even pay much attention to Yi Qing. I'll report it when I get back and investigate it as soon as possible. However, I'm afraid this kind of investigation won't yield many results. You're really attracting too much attention right now. It could be done by some people you've offended, or it could very well be an attack by forces outside of China. I want to strangle you. Li Xian analyzed the situation, and Qian Tu and Lu Yuan beside him nodded in agreement. They had previously been attacked by foreign forces. However, all of these issues were resolved. Many promising young talents also died in those attacks. I feel that you will still need to keep the spirit of the artifact by your side in the future, otherwise it will still be somewhat dangerous. Furthermore, it would be better to do it inside the Su City fortress. This time, the other side's intentions were quite clear. They didn't make a move inside the fortress, which is probably because they are wary of us few Marquis realm cultivators. As Li Xian spoke, Yi Qing turned to look at him. It's all right. We'll just wait for them to come next time. I'll just twist their heads off and hang them on the city wall as a warning to others. After that, other people who had designs on me saw it and knew I wasn't someone to be trifled with. They may not know me yet and think I'm kind. It seems it's time to let them know what kind of person I am. As Yi Qing spoke, he rubbed his fists together. A series of cracking sounds, like bones rubbing against each other, immediately rang out. Chapter 147 Archbishop. Words came one by one. Over here, Li Xian and the others listened to Yi Qing's words and felt his aura. A chill even rose in their hearts. How ruthless. If they dare to come again, I won't let them off the hook. Li Xian also said something. After all, these guys dared to make a move on his turf. This is practically defying the laws of nature. They're asking for trouble. A little while later, on the city wall, many of the guards, looking at the collapsed mountain peaks in the distance, couldn't help but start discussing it. So what's the situation? Will there be any problems with Brother Yi going after the attacker all by himself this time? Shut your mouth. What could possibly happen to Brother Yi? He's a lucky man. He'll definitely be fine, someone added from the side. However, Brother Yi was too impulsive. He didn't have the artifact spirit with him and just went out like that. We could all see that the attack was a trap. This time, it seems the other side was also prepared. The fact that they dared not make a move inside the fortress proves this point. However, just now, Marquis Ling Feng, along with 2 other Marquis-level experts and quite a few town general-level experts, also went there. If Brother Yi can hold on until now and wait for reinforcements, he will definitely be fine. But it seems that the situation over there is already over. Everyone was talking at once, and the discussion was in full swing. One of the guards looked into the distance. Then his eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. Look, it's Brother Yi and the others who are back. Oh, that one sentence attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked towards the bushes, their eyes falling on Yi Qing. Yi Qing walked with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger, his steps light and powerful, as he emerged from the woods with the others. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Qing's clothes, then looked into the distance. Then look at Yi Qing's clothes. How did Yi Qing manage to do that? Even after such a great battle, he is still spotless. Brother Yi, are you all right? That's right, Brother Yi. Upon arriving at the city gate, many guards looked at Yi Qing and began to inquire about his whereabouts. I'm fine, don't worry. Yi Qing nodded. He followed Marquis Ling Feng back to the military headquarters. After waiting for a while, Marquis Ling Feng also told Yi Qing that safety should be the top priority in the future. Yi Qing was talking to Ling Fengho. Qian Tu and Lu Yuan also arrived outside the door. Old Li, we're leaving. One sentence startled Li Xian, who was inside the room. Why are these two leaving? He knew perfectly well that these 2 guys had come to steal Yi Qing, a promising talent, so he took every precaution. But these 2 guys seemed determined to stick with him and stayed there. He thought the 2 of them could hold on for a while longer, but he didn't expect them to have to go back so soon. Oh dear, why are you going back so soon? I thought you would stay for a long time. But it doesn't matter. We must part ways eventually. You should go back now. I won't stop you. Li Xian's words left both of them feeling quite helpless. Is this your way of trying to persuade me to stay? You're just hoping we'll leave. Both of them felt aggrieved. Just now, Feng Haiwang gave them orders to return to their fortified positions. Otherwise, how could they have given up so easily? I've taken Zhong Jiaxing and the others with me. You should also give them some instructions, since they are your old subordinates. Qian Tu then looked at Yi Qing inside the room. Yi Qing, Go and have some fun inside the Jiangqing fortress sometime. Okay, I'll definitely go when I have the chance. Yi Qing nodded, saying that there were quite a few divine artifacts he wanted to obtain in Jiangqing's fortified city, such as the sea-stabilizing pearl and the Fuxi Qing. There might be others. However, there is still Jing Yao inside the Su City fortress that he has not yet obtained. It seems we need to speed things up. Li Xian also found Zhong Jiaxing and the others and gave them a brief explanation. Then, Li Xian and his group set off, heading towards the outside of the city walls of Su. They went outside and looked at the distant mountain ruins. Now that the dust and fog have dissipated, the view is even more terrifying. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure returned to the branch. Many people looked at him, and their expressions turned serious. "Bishop, what's wrong with you?" A man looked at the man in black robes, his lips twitching, and quickly asked. Wang Cheng tore off his tattered black robe. He sat there, panting heavily. The previous battle kept replaying in his mind, like a persistent nightmare. When he saw Yi Qing arrive, he thought he would definitely be able to bring Yi Qing back with his head this time, thus making a contribution and paving the way for his future promotion to Archbishop of the Eastern region of China. But I didn't expect that. This time, they stumbled and not only failed to assassinate Yi Qing, but they were also almost killed by Yi Qing. If it weren't for a cave that helped him conceal his tracks, he would already be a dead man at Yi Qing's hands. Many believers nearby watched Wang Cheng panting heavily, looking as if he had just survived a disaster. His eyes trembled as well. It seems that Bishop Wang's assassination attempt has failed. However, it is true that Yi Qing has a high reputation within the Su City stronghold, and Marquis Lingfeng also attaches great importance to him. It seems that it was Marquis Lingfeng who made the move, which is why Bishop Wang is in such a sorry state. Where is the Archbishop now? Still in the main hall. As one of the believers spoke, Wang Cheng stood up, but he stumbled a step. He felt his legs were still weak. A short while later, Wang Cheng arrived at the main hall. After entering, a fat foreign man dressed in red was sitting in the main seat. His commanding position exudes an aura of authority that speaks for itself. Archbishop Joseph looked at Wang Cheng, his eyes narrowing. Why is he in such a sorry state? Weren't they supposed to be on a mission to assassinate Yi Qing? Judging from this, the assassination attempt failed. Was it Marquis Lingfeng who discovered your assassination attempt and then took action? Joseph said, sighing. All right, no need to say more. I know your predicament. If Marquis Lingfeng had intervened, your defeat would have been inevitable. Joseph contemplated his own level of understanding. He is currently in the late stage of the town general realm and is very powerful, but he has no chance of winning against a Marquis realm expert. But you're already doing well to come back alive. Tell me what happened. I didn't encounter Marquis Lingfeng. I was beaten up like this by that brat. Our information is wrong. These words from Wang Cheng stunned Joseph instantly. What? Marquis Lingfeng did not make a move. They didn't attack Yi Qing either? What's going on? Chapter 148 Jing Yao's room. Tell me in detail, is it that kid's strange spirit that's causing you trouble? Joseph continued. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. Once he did, Wang Cheng's expression turned even colder. That's really bringing up the very thing you shouldn't be talking about. No, Yi Qing's spirit didn't cause me any trouble. I lured him over when he was alone. He was just by himself and didn't have his spirit with him. Boom. One sentence was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Joseph's eyes wide open in disbelief at what he had just heard. This is completely different from what they were told. They believed that Yi Qing had only achieved this level of accomplishment through those extremely strange artifact spirits. But I didn't expect that. That's not how it is. Is his body really that strong? Even a powerful figure like Wang Cheng couldn't deal with him? Then, Wang Cheng began to recount the entire process of the attack. Joseph was even more shocked by what Wang Cheng said. What kind of sorcery has Yi Qing practiced to be able to forge his body like this? Alright, now I understand what's going on. It seems we made a big mistake in our assessment of Yi Qing. Your mistake this time is my fault. You should focus on recovering. Let's discuss this further later. No. Upon hearing Joseph's words, Wang Cheng quickly spoke up. I feel that this kid is very strange. We have never heard of this person before, and he came into our view after he destroyed the demon guard. And counting from the time he eliminated the demon spirit guards, how much time has passed? Yet he has already grown to this level. If we plan for the long term, what kind of powerful expert will we need to send to kill him next time? My actions this time have exposed the Divine Awakening Society to Yi Qing and the Chinese military. What we need to do now is to quickly gather our forces and eliminate Yi Qing. Although he is no longer in his nascent stage, It is better to kill him at this stage than to fail to kill him later. Otherwise, the demon spirit guard will serve as a cautionary tale for us. Wang Cheng said excitedly. Hiss. Joseph listened to Wang Cheng's words and pondered. What you said makes sense. This kid is really too strange. However, since your attack failed this time, both he and Ling Feng Ho will probably be prepared. It might not be so easy for us to make another move. It seems we need to make plans as soon as possible. So, we'll go there tomorrow to observe this guy's movements and see if there's an opportunity. This time, what we need to do is strike once and for all. Good. When Wang Cheng heard Joseph say this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He was determined to twist Yi Qing's head off. Otherwise, how would he establish himself in the future, and how would he avenge his mount? You go and rest for a bit. I'll also contact the other forces of the Divine Awakening Society in China. Once we figure out Yi Qing's habits, we'll gather them together to kill him. Yes, Archbishop. After Wang Cheng finished speaking, he also walked outside. Joseph also quickly sent messages to the archbishops in other war zones. At the same time, within the walls of Suzhou, the legend of Yi Qing was once again passed down. He single-handedly chased down the attackers, smashed 2 mountains, and still managed to keep his clothes spotless. Meanwhile, in the military headquarters, Jing Yao also heard about this matter. After hearing the situation, she was also terrified. She hadn't expected that Yi Qing would encounter such a thing and dare to chase after her alone. Let's see when we have time to go up to the city wall. I heard that you can see the 2 mountains that Yi Qing destroyed from the city wall. Next to Jing Yao, a girl spoke, her eyes filled with admiration. Where is Yi Qing now? Jing Yao asked. Yi Qing, you should still be at the military headquarters, right? What happened? After she finished speaking, she saw Jing Yao run out. Then a maternal smile appeared on her face. Many girls nearby watched the scene with smiles on their faces. This little girl, she usually acts tough, but now that she knows Yi Qing was attacked, she can't stand it anymore, can she? Didn't they immediately give chase? Alright, stop teasing Jing Yao. Outside, Jing Yao searched inside the military headquarters and then saw Yi Qing coming out of Ling Fengho's office. Yi Qing. Jing Yao called out to him and then walked towards him, looking at Yi Qing's body as she went. Sure enough, there were no signs of injury. You weren't hurt this time, were you? No, it's nothing. You need something from me? Yi Qing asked in return. This question left Jing Yao speechless. She had just overheard what her colleague was saying and was so busy checking on Yi Qing to see if he was hurt. I really haven't considered anything else. She stood there for a moment, then looked up with a smile. It's getting late today. How about coming to my place? I'll show off my cooking skills and prepare a couple of dishes for you. Oh, Yi Qing didn't expect Jing Yao to invite him to dinner. Even if it's just a reward for taking me flying last time, don't refuse it, Jing Yao quickly said. I don't have anything I want to refuse. What I'm thinking about is what dishes to order. Jing Yao, I don't have many signature dishes, so please don't complain if they're not very good, Jing Yao said, her imposing manner softening considerably. Yi Qing laughed heartily. A little while later, the two then returned to Jing Yao's room. Upon entering the room, a girl's fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Qing looked at Jing Yao's room. It was clean and tidy. Although Jing Yao works in the military, the style here is still that of a young girl. Jing Yao looked around the room, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Seeing that there were no underwear items on display, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I dried and put away all the underwear I washed yesterday. Otherwise Yi Qing would have seen them all when she opened the door today. Wouldn't she be incredibly embarrassed? Yi Qing, sit for a while, I'll go cook. Yi Qing sat down, and Jing Yao went to cook. Yi Qing looked into another room. That was Jing Yao's boudoir. A JK uniform was hanging on the wall. Oh, Yi Qing was taken aback, not expecting that Jing Yao would actually like such clothes. Yi Qing, have some water. Jing Yao made tea and then brought it to Yi Qing. A moment later, fruit and snacks were frantically handed to Yi Qing. Even Yi Qing was finding it difficult to cope. All right, give me a little longer and I won't be able to eat lunch anymore, Yi Qing joked. Jing Yao looked at Yi Qing and shrugged. Today is also a celebration of your safe return from the attack. Shall we have a drink? Are you a good drinker? Who do you think you are? Jing Yao raised her chin slightly, looking defiant. Chapter 149 Contract with Jing Yao, Spirit He too. Okay, then let's have some drinks. I'll go cook now, you can just wait here. After Jing Yao finished speaking, she went to cook. A little while later, Yi Qing then saw flames rising in the kitchen. Then came the sounds of frantic activity. Yi Qing went over and looked at Jing Yao's expression, feeling somewhat helpless. This girl's cooking skills are really not good. Alright, you can go now. Leave the rest to me. Yi Qing said. Jing Yao, what kind of tone is that? I'm still very capable. This is nothing. It's just that I'm a little nervous having you here today. Seeing that Jing Yao still didn't move, Yi Qing bent down and picked her up in a princess carry. Jing Yao felt her body lighten, and her heart trembled violently. Feeling Yi Qing's broad chest and strong arms. Even Jing Yao blushed, and a number of scenes flashed through her mind in an instant. She herself hadn't expected that her first princess carry would be completed like this. While I was thinking, Jing Yao had already come outside and was placed on a chair by Yi Qing. Just stay here and wait patiently. After saying that, Yi Qing turned and went into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. A short while later, one dish after another was cooked and served. Looking at the dishes Yi Qing had prepared, Jing Yao judged from their color and aroma that they were indeed better than hers. She poured herself a drink. All right, all the dishes are ready. As Yi Qing served the last dish, Jing Yao looked at the table full of food and thought, does Yi Qing really know how to do everything? Your cooking skills are so good too. Her gaze towards Yi Qing began to ripple with emotion. Eat up, let's dig in. As Yi Qing spoke, the two of them began to eat. Jing Yao tasted it and nodded slightly. It was indeed better than what she made. Well, today, I was supposed to cook for Yi Qing myself, but it turned out like this. The host became the guest, and the guest became the cook. How can this be justified? Fine, I'll just have to keep them company with the drinks. Come on, Yi Qing, let's have a go. I just heard about the attack you were attacked from my colleague today. Although I don't think I'm in a position to say this, you have so many powerful spirit artifacts, yet you still acted so impulsively, charging in alone. That was too reckless. Next time, I must not act so impulsively. With that, Jing Yao downed the wine in her glass in one gulp. Seeing Jing Yao's boldness, Yi Qing said, your alcohol tolerance is amazing. You finished it all in one go. Well, it's not that bad. As Jing Yao spoke, she was overjoyed to be praised by Yi Qing. However, she was also a little nervous. After all, she had only drunk a little before, and had never drunk like this before, let alone drunk with a boy. I hope I won't lose control and do anything rash in a moment. After clearing their minds of their thoughts, the two began to clink glasses and chat. Yi Qing initially thought Jing Yao could hold her liquor, but gradually, Yi Qing realized he was wrong. Terribly wrong. This guy? He seems to have a low alcohol tolerance, and is already quite drunk. Jing Yao moved a chair next to Yi Qing and stared at him. What's wrong? Yi Qing asked. Can I look at handsome guys? After saying that, her hands started to wander, and she touched Yi Qing's abs with her little hands. Yi Qing. Jing Yao, you're playing with fire. After Yi Qing finished speaking, Jing Yao seemed to be provoked and pounced on Yi Qing. Yi Qing. Holy crap. Then, Yi Qing carried Jing Yao directly towards the room. A little while later, Jing Yao then felt a strange power enter her body. Accept it. Yi Qing's whisper reached my ears. Jing Yao accepted it in a daze. Congratulations, host, on the successful completion of the contract. You have obtained the Tier 1 skill of Heaven and Earth Dharma form, which is Jing Yao's contract talent. It allows you to utilize the power of nature, elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the energy in space, to condense a Heaven and Earth Dharma form. The higher the level, the stronger the power of the Heaven and Earth Dharma form. As expected, Jing Yao and Jing Yu are the yin and yang fish of the yin-yang symbol, and their contractual talents are related to the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. However, now is not the time to think about these things in depth. Yi Qing went to the window and drew the curtains. Gained God-level detection skill. Current detection range is 100 kilometers in radius. God-level detection? Yi Qing looked at the introduction and then tried it out. His power suddenly spread out. In that instant, Yi Qing seemed to transform into a god overlooking the heavens and earth. Standing in the air, looking down at the affairs within a radius of 100 kilometers. If Yi Qing wants to know, he can investigate in detail. Such skill. Yi Qing felt a sense of terror. With this, as long as Yi Qing activates this god-level detection skill, it's like he's opened up a vast domain, where every blade of grass and every tree is under his control. Only, this stuff consumes a lot of energy. Yi Qing took it back. At the same time, Ling Fengho's office. Ling Fengho suddenly stood up. His eyes were sharp as he surveyed his surroundings. Then, a look of doubt crossed his face. What's wrong, Lord Ling Feng? Wang Weidong was also taken aback by Li Xian's presence. He had just been talking to Marquis Lingfeng about the deployment of the entire fortress when Marquis Lingfeng stood up abruptly, displaying an expression as if facing a formidable enemy. Anyone who didn't know better would think another revolutionary wave of alien beasts was coming. It's nothing. I just felt something was strange, like someone was watching me, feeling like a thorn in my side. But I just checked carefully, and it disappeared again. I don't know why, Li Xian said, slowly sitting down, his expression still full of doubt. Could it be that I really sensed it wrong? On the other side, Wang Weidong didn't dare to speak either, since he hadn't felt anything just now. Of course, he couldn't directly say that Li Xian was wrong. The two are, after all, worlds apart. All right, you can continue. Li Xian paused, checked again to make sure he didn't have the same feeling as before, and then asked Wang Weidong to continue. Meanwhile, in Jing Yao's room, a screen of light appeared in front of Yi Qing. Jing Yao initiates a reversion to her ancestral form, transforming into the Hichu. Hichu. Yi Qing hadn't expected that Jing Yao's first reversion to her ancestral form would result in the river diagram. It is known that, according to legend, the Hichu is the origin of Chinese civilization, the origin of the 8 trigrams and talismans, and it can be said to possess immense power. As Yi Qing thought about it, she also felt that her connection with the world had become closer. It's as if he can use every blade of grass and every tree around him. Chapter 150 God-level skill. Heaven and Earth Dharma form. Yi Qing shook his head, deciding that the priority now was to improve the level of this Heaven and Earth Dharma image. The Heavenly Dharma form has been upgraded to the 4th rank. It was already evening outside. Yi Qing also felt that the Heaven and Earth Dharma form could only be improved to this extent this time. He brought up the light screen and looked at his information. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, mid-stage breakthrough. Contracted spirits. F-grade Lavage Blade, secondary reversion. Immortal Slaying Sword. E-grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, secondary reversion. 9 Dragon Cauldron. E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, secondary reversion. 6 Soul Banner. E-grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, secondary reversion. 12th grade World Destroying Black Lotus. E-grade Small Wooden Bow, secondary reversion. Jinkuan Bow. E-grade Beast Trapper, secondary reversion. Demon Suppressing Tower. E-grade Spirit Encryption/Decryption. Machine, first reversion, River Map. Skills. God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi level 8, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible level 8, Time Freeze level 8, Shadow Puppet level 8, 80th place, 80% of overall strength. Beast Taming Skill, Size Change, 9 Netherworld Divine Soul level 7, Mental Erosion, Killing God Domain level 8, Beast King Aura. Heaven and Earth Dharma form level 4, God level Detection Skill. Items: 4 Divine Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space, Unlimited Divine Beast Fasting Pills. Martial Arts, Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist, Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. Exhausted and under the influence of alcohol, Jing Yao fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qing lay down next to her and also dozed off for a while. Night fell. Jing Yao suddenly woke up with a start. She stared at the ceiling, having sobered up from her drunken state. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Just now, she seemed to have a dream, in which, thinking about it, Jing Yao couldn't help but spit at herself. I must be crazy. She was just about to get up and pour herself a glass of water when she thought about it. Then they spotted Yi Qing standing next to them. She stared at Yi Qing, her eyes widening in disbelief at what she was seeing. What's going on? Then, an explosive idea popped into her mind. Could it be that what I was just dreaming about wasn't a dream, but reality? Then, Jing Yao felt a strange sensation in her body. Is this what a contract feels like? Did she make a contract with Yi Qing? All of this felt like a dream to Jing Yao. Yi Qing actually made a contract with a useless artifact spirit like her? Woke up. Pack your things, don't stay here anymore. Come live with me back in the manor. Yi Qing's voice came from the side. Jing Yao blushed and murmured her agreement. A little while later, Jing Yao then appeared at the military headquarters with Yi Qing, dragging a large suitcase. Feeling Yi Qing's small hand being held, feeling the warmth of Yi Qing's hand, even Jing Yao blushed deeply. Inside the document room, everyone looked at Jing Yao, who hadn't appeared all afternoon, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Look, Jing Yao hasn't come all afternoon. What's wrong? Is she sick? I don't know, but I haven't heard anything about her plans for this afternoon. However, given her special status, It's possible that Marquis Lingfeng has something to discuss with her. That's true. It's getting late, and everyone's pretty much done. Let's go home and clock out. As the group was talking, they were about to leave when several figures hurriedly walked in. My God, come out and take a look right now, hurry up. One sentence left everyone stunned. What was going on? Why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden? What happened? Just as they were about to ask a question, they saw the person who had come to report walk straight out. This guy only says half of what he means, and then tells us to leave without explaining what it is. Alright, stop talking. Let's go out and see what's going on. Maybe we'll find some juicy gossip. Upon hearing the gossip, the big scoop, everyone in the document room's eyes lit up. The people in their document room were all lacking in talent, and they contributed to the military here, so they usually had little to do in battles. When there was something to do, they were happy to pass the time. Then they quickly headed outside. After going outside, where is the situation you described? The group asked the person who had come out earlier. Look over there. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. The next moment, it was as if I had been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. What's going on? Why is Yi Qing holding Jing Yao's hand? And he was walking around the military headquarters so brazenly. And what does Jing Yao's shy expression mean? Jing Yao looked like a pampered young wife, incredibly feminine, a stark contrast to her usual self. Dragging luggage, where are they going? Is he leaving the military? A series of questions arose in their minds. Seeing this, the girls nearby seemed to understand what was going on, and envy and jealousy immediately rose in their eyes. Could it be that Jing Yao and Yi Qing have formed a contract? That's definitely true. Look, I feel that Jing Yao has lost a lot of her youthful innocence. No wonder he didn't show up all afternoon. Now I understand. Congratulations. Congratulations. Words were heard, and everyone was happy for Jing Yao. He followed Yi Qing closely and latched onto her coattails. Jing Yao noticed them as well. Then I saw them secretly giving me a thumbs up. With just one glance, Jing Yao buried her head deep in her eyes, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This is so embarrassing. I should have known better than to show up with Yi Qing. I should have let Yi Qing go first, and I would have gone to the manor by myself later. Along the way, the two are quite eye-catching. Almost everyone's eyes were on them. A little while later, in the office of Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, the secretary walked in. Lord Lingfeng, there is something I need to report to you. The secretary spoke, then organized her thoughts, and once she had, she spoke. Jing Yao, you've made a contract with Yi Qing. Get straight to the point. The safest way to put it. Huh. Marquis Lingfeng was taken aback. Then he looked at him, his lips twitching. What? What did you just say? Jing Yao and Yi Qing. Wait a minute before you speak, let me calm down. After calming down, Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, roughly understood Yi Qing's intention. Yi Qing probably knew that Jing Yao was the niece of the king of Fenghai. So, I want to take advantage of it. Chapter 151 Breakthrough, Crossing a Major Rank. After thinking about it, Ling Fengho nodded. That should be correct. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't make sense. It's important to know that Jing Yao's spirit is the same as her twin sisters, an encryption/decryption machine. They are all useless spirit artifacts. If they weren't useless spirits, Feng Haiwang wouldn't have put them in the military's document room. This kid has some ideas. Anyway, he already has quite a few artifact spirits. Contracting one more or one less won't have a big impact on his strength. In that case, it will make King Feng Hai value him even more. Let's go out and take a look. With that, Marquis Lingfeng walked outside. As soon as they went outside, they saw Yi Qing pulling Jing Yao along as they walked over from a distance. When Jing Yao saw Lingfeng Ho, her face flushed even more. Marquis Lingfeng. Yi Qing greeted Li Xian in a very casual manner. I'm going back to the manor now. You better treat Jing Yao better, Li Xian said to Yi Qing as he was leaving. Yi Qing turned to look at Jing Yao and asked, Am I not good to you? Jing Yao, what a question you asked. How to call it good? How to call it bad? Who knows if you were being nice to me or not this afternoon? In an instant, even Jing Yao was conflicted. While she was still struggling with her decision, Yi Qing had already pulled her away. After the two left, the rumors never stopped and continued to circulate within the military. Almost instantly, it gave many girls hope of achieving great success. If he could form a contract with Yi Qing, wouldn't he rise to great heights in the future? I'm also a useless artifact spirit. Do you think Yi Qing will come and form a contract with me? I am also a useless artifact spirit. This is the first time I've ever been so excited to see a useless artifact spirit. A girl came over and said, Okay, I think we should stop thinking about it. Everyone outside is saying that Yi Qing only made a contract with Jing Yao because he was after her status as the niece of the Sea King. We don't have the identity of being the Sea King's niece, so forget about it. Everyone, is it really that realistic? A little while later, inside the manor, Lu Lianming had just returned from the Lu family. As soon as the door opened, everyone looked over, and when they saw it was Lu Lianming, their faces showed disappointment. Hey, what's with those expressions? Why are you all making those faces? Aren't you happy to see me back? Lu Lianming stood there with her hands on her hips, her slender hands resting on her waist. Even in this pose, there is a seductive quality to it. We thought it was my husband coming back. Yeah, all that excitement for nothing. Husband, Lu Lianming, still dreaming of the news she had heard today, also came closer. My husband was attacked today. What? Whoosh. In an instant, everyone stood up. Each of them wore an expression of disbelief. After all, her husband is now in the Suzhou stronghold, where he can command a great deal of influence and enjoys immense prestige. How could he possibly be attacked? Don't get agitated, my husband is fine now and has gone to the military headquarters. Lu Lianming then shared what she had found out with everyone. Everyone who heard this was terrified. Although my husband doesn't have his hands, it's still very dangerous. It seems we'll have to stay by his side from now on. That way, we can also enhance his strength. That's right. When he gets back tonight, I'll talk to him about it. As the sounds came, the manor gates opened. Then, they looked in that direction and saw Yi Qing and Jing Yao. Their attention was focused on Jing Yao. This little sister. So beautiful. Su Yulan looked at Jing Yao. They had met before when they were moving the wounded, and they were comrades in arms back then. She also knew Jing Yao's feelings for Yi Qing, and now that the two of them had appeared together, didn't that mean? In an instant, Su Yulan became excited. Was her overtime work career about to come to a temporary end? Alas. The other girls around her were looking at Jing Yao. Luoqing smiled and said in a low voice, "It seems that our big family has a new member. And look, this little sister is very sensible. Not only did she come, but she also put on a battle outfit herself." Li Zijing looked at Jing Yao's JK uniform, her face beaming with an undisguised smile. Everyone started talking, one after another. Not far away, Jing Yao saw people whispering among themselves and was also worried that they wouldn't accept her. Yi Qing pulled Jing Yao over. "Let me introduce you. So it's Sister Jing Yao." After the introduction, Zhou Lingxue led everyone to greet Jing Yao. Jing Yao got to know them one by one. When it came to Su Yulan's turn, Su Yulan leaned close to Jing Yao's ear and said, "Jing Yao, I'm sorry to trouble you tonight." After speaking, Jing Yao looked at Su Yulan and saw that Su Yulan also had a big smile on her face. Jing Yao, "All right, you guys have some tea. I'll go wait over there for a while." Yi Qing thought to himself that he now had a strong and well-equipped army. Not only did they receive a large ransom, they also obtained several high-level exotic beast cores inside the cave. If one absorbs this, they should be able to transcend many social classes. He entered the room where the ransom was kept. He selected 3 crystal cores of the town general level and then returned to his room. Remove the crystal nucleus from the storage space. Absorbs quickly. Call. The violent energy within the crystal core surged into Yi Qing's body in an instant. It continued to sweep through Yi Qing's body. A surge of energy, like water flowing into the sea, washed over Yi Qing's body again and again. The feeling of swelling made Yi Qing's eyes darken slightly. It seems we still need to use the method of concentrated breakthroughs. Concentrate your efforts and break through in one fell swoop. Yi Qing then guided the energy towards the shackles in his body. A little while later, thump! A muffled thud came from Yi Qing's body. A moment later, 2 more muffled thuds were heard. Yi Qing sat there, feeling the energy he still had left, and used it to solidify his foundation. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Yi Qing has now reached the mid-stage of Grandmaster. Stand up. Yi Qing looked at her hand, then clenched it tightly. In an instant, the space in his hand seemed to be torn apart, twisting wildly. The air in my hand was also compressed and exploded. A sharp, explosive sound rang out. The entire room was filled with the sound of wind whistling as Yi Qing clenched his fist. Yi Qing came out. The group had also heard the explosion. The newcomers didn't know, but those who had arrived before did. These loud explosions meant their husbands had been promoted again. My physical fitness has improved again. It's even more terrifying now. Then, they looked at Su Yulan, their eyes filled with strange expressions. Su Yulan also noticed their gazes. I was immediately puzzled. What does this mean? What happened? Why is there still pity in your eyes? Chapter 152 The Bai Family of the Capital. Travel Permit. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Jing Yao felt a little uneasy under their gazes, and then asked. It's nothing, we're just taking a look. That's right, why won't you let us see your little sister? Hee hee, what bad intentions could we possibly have? As the words were spoken, even Zheng Yusin blinked her big eyes and said, what bad intentions could they possibly have? Seeing Zheng Yusin's expression, Jing Yao relaxed a little. This girl looks so innocent. She probably doesn't have any ulterior motives. Alright, it's so late, we should go to sleep. Let's go to sleep. Everyone was talking. Jing Yao, you can just go to your husband's room, Su Yulan said, then feigned a sigh. Sigh, I really envy you, being able to be with your husband tonight. The people around. Watching her older sister, who was acting like an actress, Su Yurue chimed in. Then why don't you sleep with your brother-in-law tonight, sis? Huh. At this, Su Yulan's lips began to twitch. Goodness. You rascal. How could this be? Then, she turned to look at Su Yurue and asked, what did you just say? I didn't say anything. After saying that, Su Yurue took off running, with Su Yulan chasing after her. A little while later, everyone went back to their rooms. Jing Yao also entered Yi Qing's room. However, Yi Qing had already drawn the curtains by then. The heavenly Dharma form has been upgraded to the 7th rank. Looking at the light screens that popped up from time to time, Yi Qing also felt that his ability to control the surrounding elements was getting stronger and stronger. It could be said that he now has the illusion that he is the controller of all elements. However, they don't have that much control over it. Meanwhile, in the capital city, the Bai family. Bai Muya is back too. A while later, although it was late at night. However, the Bai family patriarch and other high-ranking members were also woken up from their sleep and came out together. Muya, you're back. How was the trip? The old man sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked. After all, he was the one who asked Bai Muya to go this time. Not only did she go to ask for medicine for Bai Rou, but she also wanted to get acquainted with Yi Qing and build a relationship. Yeah, sister, how is it? A soft, sweet voice came from the surrounding area. Bai Muya looked to the side. The speaker was none other than her own younger sister, Bai Rou. Spirit, pass to pass. Her face was exquisite. Even now, without makeup, it was flawless, with skin as smooth as ice and bones as delicate as jade. Truly a beauty that could topple kingdoms. As for body shape, even though she's wearing pajamas now, you can still tell she has a slender figure underneath. The waves were so large that pajamas couldn't possibly conceal them. And she also has a pair of slender, long legs. Bai Muya looked at her younger sister and sighed. Everyone says she and her sister look alike, but in terms of appearance, her sister is the real beauty. Of course, body shape is also important. If the artifact spirit weren't a useless one, it could be said that it completely crushed her. Is Yi Qing really as miraculous as the legends say? Bai Rou inquired, as she had recently heard quite a bit about Yi Qing. The rumors were all too bizarre. Even the sons of prominent families in the capital had not achieved such accomplishments at this age. Is it really that amazing? Bai Muya drew a conclusion with just one sentence. To everyone's surprise, Bai Muya came to this conclusion. What's wrong? What happened? Tell me. Everyone, including the old man, became interested. The old man looked at Bai Muya and asked her to continue. This time, I went to ask for medicine. I thought I had brought a lot of things, but then, Bai Muya told him about how Ling Fengho had asked Yi Qing for medicine and the ransom. Boom. In an instant, Bai Muya's words exploded on the spot like a bomb. The food was fried until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Standing there, everyone's eyes were somewhat dazed. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. Even Marquis Lingfeng had to ask Yi Qing for medicine, and he was always very polite to her. She was completely unpretentious. Other families also provided Yi Qing with so many supplies, including quite a few town general-level exotic beast cores. There are countless other high-level spirit plants. Compared to this, the rewards they offered for alchemy were pitifully small. As he listened, Old Master Bai also swallowed a mouthful of tea to suppress the shock in his heart. So how's it going? Is Xiaorou's medicine ready? It's ready. As she spoke, Bai Muya handed the medicine to the old man. The moment the old man touched it, he felt the energy within. This medicine is extraordinary. Very extraordinary. We took those things over, and they used them to make this kind of medicine. Overall, it seems like we still made a huge profit. Here, Xiaorou, you can eat. Let's see if you can revert to your ancestral ways this time. The old man said this, and then handed the medicine to Bai Rou. Bai Rou took it with both hands, looked at it, and then swallowed it. Then, she let out a soft moan. So comfortable. The medicine entered her mouth and transformed into a gentle medicinal power, circulating through her body and nourishing her. However, Bai-Ro blushed with embarrassment. She hadn't expected to make such a sound. Don't get distracted. Absorb the medicinal power with all your might. This medicine is a rare and precious thing. Seeing that Bai-Ro was distracted, the old man quickly reminded his granddaughter. After all, Bai-Ro's spirit was very weak. It was just a pass to pass through. If something goes wrong after taking this medicine, it will be a serious matter. A little while later, Bai-Ro opened her eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and her eyes became clearer. How about it? Bai Muya asked. I feel like I've improved a lot, but I haven't regressed to my ancestral ways. Everyone looked regretful. They had already anticipated the outcome. After all, Bai-Ro's spirit was too useless. Low-level artifact spirits usually never have the chance to revert to their ancestral form in their entire lives. Their idea of triggering her primal reversion with such a small amount of medication is rather wishful thinking. Alright, don't be so disappointed. Although we didn't revert to our ancestral form, we've still improved, which is great. Let's just wait for our chance. Besides, this time, we've at least met Yi Qing and become acquainted with him. After all, this kid has unlimited potential in the future. It's getting late. Everyone should go to sleep. Muya, you can tell me more about it tomorrow. Bai Muya nodded in agreement as she listened to the old man's words. She went back inside. A little while later, her door opened, and a figure sneaked in. Chapter 153 The Secret of the King Level, The Power of Laws. Bai Muya looked at the figure sneaking in, her face showing helplessness. What was Bai-Ro doing here so late at night instead of sleeping? What are you doing, little one, coming here so late at night? Bai Muya said. Bai-Ro arrived here, and, still in her pajamas, headed towards Bai Muya's bed. Sis, let's sleep together tonight. You woke up so late, I won't be able to fall back asleep anytime soon. I feel like you've changed a lot since this trip. I've come over to listen to what you've said. Hey, you little rascal. Bai Muya was also surprised. How could she tell that this girl had changed a lot this time? Isn't this a good opportunity for you to check it out? Otherwise, I don't want you to make any mistakes when you report to the old man tomorrow. Bai-Ro said, her smile widening. Bai Muya also sighed helplessly. This time when I went, I was still carrying the heirs of our Bai family in the capital. Although I knew the other party's strength, I didn't completely restrain myself. But in the last few days, I've realized that this person is someone our Bai family can't compare to in the future. This person will rise like a dragon in the future, and may even be able to reach the king level. Boom. One sentence was like a thunderclap, leaving Bai-Ro completely stunned. What did my sister just say? Yi Qing. Could he possibly reach the king level? What does the king level even mean? It should be understood that even those with exceptional talent can only dream of reaching the marquis level in their entire lives. Not to mention the king level. That is truly awe-inspiring. Bai Muya hadn't said any of these things earlier. This is a secret. Is this person really that amazing? If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. It's that simple, Bai Muya said. Never mind. Bai-Ro lay on the bed and murmured. What am I, this little useless spirit, supposed to do with my travel permit? Go find someone to stamp it. Should I go and tell them that the medicine you concocted isn't very good? I haven't experienced any reversion to my primal state even after taking it. I've thought it through. My whole life is just going to depend on my sister. Bai Muya. Goodness, you've really figured things out now. A moment later, Bai-Ro glanced at Bai Muya, seemingly casually, and said, By the way, older sister, there's one more thing. Is this Yi Qing handsome? Handsome. I've never seen anyone so handsome. Bai-Ro instantly perked up a bit. After hearing Bai Muya's description, Bai-Ro became even more eager to see Yi Qing in person. But let's wait for an opportunity. Alright, go to sleep now, or it'll be dawn soon. Bai Muya said. She was also a little tired after her long journey. The next moment, she heard the even breathing sounds beside her. Bai Muya, you really do fall asleep whenever you want. The sky was beginning to lighten. Within the fortified walls of Jiangqing, Lung Ming and Lung Ruoxi also returned to the Lung family. Grandpa, we're back. Upon seeing old Master Lung, even Lung Ming couldn't hide his excitement. Family. These really are family. They redeemed him from the clutches of that devil Yi Qing. I'm sorry, sir. I failed this time, and the family spent such a large sum of money on me. I will definitely work hard in the future to repay the family, Lung Ming said, expressing his gratitude. Alright, we're all family, No need for formalities. It's good that you're back. The old man looked at Lung Ming with great reluctance. His grandson's face was still swollen. This time we've really kicked a hornet's nest. When we were scheming, we thought Yi Qing had such strength because of those strange and unusual artifact spirits, but we didn't expect his physical body to be so powerful. As old Master Lung spoke, he noticed Lung Ming's body tremble involuntarily a few times. Lung Ming now recalled his previous battle with Yi Qing. It can only be described as a nightmare. This guy is a monster. When I was fighting him, I had a strange feeling that I wanted to talk to you about, sir. A strange feeling? In an instant, both Old Master Lung and Lung Ruashi turned their attention to this. Tell me about it. When I fought him, in that instant, I felt like I saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It felt like I wasn't facing a person, a spirit master, but a god of death. The god of slaughter who has returned from hell. I felt like fish on a chopping block in his presence. It was a fleeting feeling. I realized what was happening and tried to resist, but it had absolutely no effect. My hands and feet seemed to be frozen in place. I couldn't move them at all for a moment, and could only watch as Yi Qing threw a punch and sent me flying. As Lung Ming spoke, his voice began to tremble involuntarily. What? The listeners stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they were hearing. Such a thing really happened? Even old Master Lung fell silent after hearing this. Although Lung Ming's strength was promoted by his family, it was still quite formidable. I've seen plenty of big events. They wouldn't be affected by the other party's murderous aura at all. The next moment, a terrifying conclusion came to his mind. Yi Qing, could it be that you have already comprehended the power of the laws and condensed a domain? The power of laws. Field. What are all these? Lung Ming and the others listened with puzzled expressions. They had never heard of these things before. Grandpa, what are you saying? I only heard this secondhand. It concerns a king-level expert. Every expert who enters the king level not only needs strong physical strength, but also the help of a weapon spirit. The later the stage, the closer the connection between the spirit master and the artifact spirit becomes. This power of law is what the spirit master and the artifact spirit comprehend together. It is the heavenly Tao. Once comprehended, both parties' realms will advance another step. The domain is born from this power of law. This domain is mysterious and profound. It is said that every king-level expert will form their own different domain, which has different functions. Moreover, after entering the king level, the more laws of power one comprehends, the more domains one condenses, and the stronger one's strength will become. Therefore, it can also be said that even king-level powerhouses are divided into levels, and these levels are determined by the amount of law power and domain they possess. However, king-level powerhouses are all elusive beings, appearing only briefly and rarely seen. Even I don't know the truth about this power of law and the reality of this domain. As the old man was speaking, Lung Ming quickly interjected. That's not right, old man. That's completely impossible. You just said that one can only comprehend the power of laws and condense a domain when one reaches the king level. Yi Qing is clearly not within this scope, okay? Where did he get the domain to condense? And where did he get the power of laws to comprehend? From what I've heard, this thing also depends on the level of understanding between the spirit master and the spirit, the old man pondered. But it seems to be true what you said. I haven't heard of anyone who has condensed it before reaching the king level. Degree of contractual obligation. In short, it reached Lung Ruashi's ears. It made her lips twitch. She knew exactly what Yi Qing did every night while she was at the manor. Judging from Yi Qing's tireless work day and night, he must have a very high level of understanding with his artifact spirit. It's not impossible to condense a domain. Chapter 154, How dare you come here? What's wrong, Ruashi? Do you know something? Lung Ming looked at his younger sister's expression, which went from shock to blushing. Could it be that Lung Ruashi knew something? Me? What could I possibly know? Even Grandpa only knew about such mysterious things through hearsay. How could I possibly know anything about Yi Qing's situation? You guys discuss yourselves? Don't ask me. If you have nothing else to do, I'm going to bed. The more Lung Ruashi thought about it, the more obvious the blush on her face became. He then prepared to hurry back inside. Hey, you've spent quite a bit of time at Yi Qing's manor. Tell me about him. Lung Ming called out from behind. Let's talk about it when I wake up. Lung Ruashi didn't reply and walked straight back. This girl is acting a bit strangely. All right, Lung Ming, you should all go back and rest early. Although this mission was unsuccessful, it was my mistake in making the decision. Don't take it to heart. The only problem now is that we've made a grudge against Yi Qing this time. and Yi Qing's rise is unstoppable. If we have the opportunity in the future, we can try to get closer to him. Okay, Grandpa. Lung Ming dared not refute and went back after listening. On the other side, within the walls of Su City, Yi Qing looked at the sun outside. It's morning again. Then, a screen of light popped up in front of him. The range of the God-level detection skill has been doubled. Oh, Yi Qing never expected that this God-level detection skill could actually expand. Then, Yi Qing checked his information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, Mid-Grandmaster. Contracted Spirits. F-grade Lavage Blade, Secondary Reversion. Immortal Slaying Sword. E-grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, Secondary Reversion. 9 Dragon Cauldron. E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, Secondary Reversion. 6 Soul Banner. E-grade Black Lotus, Glazed Lamp, Secondary Reversion. 12th grade World Destroying Black Lotus. E-grade Small Wooden Bow, Secondary Reversion. Jinkuan Bow. E-grade Beast Trapper, Secondary Reversion. Demon Suppressing Tower. E-grade Spirit Encryption/Decryption. Machine, First Reversion, River Map. Skills. God Level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi Level 8, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God Level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible Level 8, Time Freeze Level 8, Shadow Puppet Level 8, 80th place, 80% of overall strength, Beast Taming Skill, Size Change, 9 Netherworld Divine Soul Level 7, Mental Erosion, Killing God Domain Level 8, Beast King Aura, Heaven and Earth Dharma Form Level 7, God Level Detection Skill. Items. 4 Divine Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space, Unlimited Divine Beast Fasting Pills. Martial Arts, Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist, Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. The Heaven and Earth Dharma form is currently at the 7th level and has not yet broken through. However, he didn't bother Jingyao too much last night. So Jingyao hasn't fallen into a deep sleep yet. Yi Qing probed. The next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. Okay, I didn't go looking for you, but you came to me on your own. There are quite a few people here this time. Jingyao had already changed into her pajamas when she saw Yi Qing frowning. She immediately asked, Honey, what's wrong? Why are you frowning? Come with me. As Yi Qing spoke, the next moment, his hand was placed on Jingyao's collarbone. Call. A gust of wind blew through the air. Then, Jingyao's figure then became illusory. Almost instantly, a picture that seemed to belong to another world appeared in the air. Above, as if written in celestial script, are unknown characters and symbols representing all things in the universe. Every word and every symbol shines brightly at this moment, just like how it corresponds to all things in the world. This is the Hichu. Yi Qing headed outside. He too followed behind Yi Qing. Outside, everyone got up. I'm having breakfast outside. Looking at her older sister, Su Yurue couldn't help but tease her. Sis, what's wrong with you? You look much better these past few days. Su Yulan blushed upon hearing her sister's words. Eat your food and don't talk. This girl really knows how to ask questions. With her comrades helping her rush up, she can get a good night's sleep. How could she not look well? My husband should be coming out for dinner soon. Listen, there's no sound at all. Everyone was talking at once. Then, the sound of the door opening was heard. They looked in that direction and saw Yi Qing walk out. They were right. They had just said that Yi Qing would be out soon, and Yi Qing arrived on time. However, the next moment, when they saw he too following behind Yi Qing, they all stiffened. What is it? This picture. Why is it that just one glance at it is like seeing the entire universe? The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams are all within sight. In just a few short glances, they felt a deeper connection with their surroundings. How strange. This is a spirit. Zhou Lingxue looked at the river chart and sighed. Everyone suddenly realized, and that was Jing Yao's spirit. I never expected Jing Yao's artifact spirit to be so powerful. But why did my husband turn Jing Yao into a spirit so early in the morning? What happened? Honey, what's wrong? Everyone saw Yi Qing coming over and quickly asked him questions. Come on, let's go together. I found the person who attacked me. Everyone listened, and they all became indignant. This is intolerable. The next moment, Yi Qing placed his hand on Su Yulan's collarbone. Beside her, Su Yurue watched Yi Qing's actions, and her lips twitched. Is my older sister about to take the field? How to get into battle? My older sister seems to be just a monster trap. It's still an E-rank artifact spirit. So what if it goes to the battlefield? However, reality dealt Su Yulan a harsh blow. A terrifying aura expanded outwards. This aura seems to descend from the heavens. intimidating. The six-winged celestial tiger, in particular, felt the impact most acutely. Sensing the aura, its fur stood on end, and it suddenly turned around. A small pagoda appeared in its tiger eyes. Chapter 155. You're being way too arrogant. Roar. The six-winged celestial tiger looked at the small tower and couldn't help but let out a low roar, its eyes filled with an indomitable will. Yi Qing hadn't expected that the demon suppression tower would have such a significant impact on the six-winged heavenly tiger. He immediately put it in his hand and concealed his presence. The six-winged celestial tiger regained its composure, though its eyes still held a hint of apprehension as it looked at the small tower. Beside her, Su Yurue stared at the small tower, her eyes filled with a lingering, unsettled emotion. What is this? Is this her older sister's spirit? Her older sister, isn't it a monster trap? What's going on? As Su Yurue pondered, an idea suddenly came to mind. Given this situation, it must be because my older sister regressed to her ancestral form after making a pact with her brother-in-law. It reverted to its ancestral form and became such a powerful artifact spirit. Good heavens! Beside them, Zhou Lingxue and the others also looked at the small tower with expressions of shock. Then, Yi Qing looked at them. Press them down one by one with your hands. A little while later, Su Yurue stared at Yi Qing in front of her, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she was seeing. What kind of outfit is this? He was covered in black armor, wielding a sharp sword, and had the river map, demon suppression tower, and six-soul banner by his side. The sheer presence of these spirits made Su Yurue feel so overwhelmed that she couldn't lift her head. She knew that she was already feeling pretty good. It must be that brother Yi Qing and these sisters have toned down their brilliance. Otherwise, judging by her current momentum, she would probably already be crippled. We're leaving. Yi Qing left the sentence, then stepped onto the head of the six-winged celestial tiger. The six-winged sky tiger spreads its six wings. Press down. The next moment, inside the manor, suddenly, a strong wind blew up. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Many of the leaves and petals of the flowers, plants, and trees were blown away. Su Yurue watched as the six-winged celestial tiger soared upwards. Then he discovered that there was another person next to him. She turned her head and looked at Lu Lianmeng with a question in her eyes. Lu Lianmeng looked at her, wondering what was going on. Can I stay here? You know, my skills are all in the ordinary, Lu Lianmeng said with a smile. Su Yurue nodded. That was indeed true. A little while later, on the walls of Suqing, a shift of guards is changing. Then I heard the whistling wind behind me. They looked up at the sky. Hiss. That's it. Don't get excited. That's brother Yi Qing's mythical beast, the giant tiger. But why did it come out so early? It shouldn't be that this giant tiger came out on its own. I've heard that this giant tiger is almost always by Yi Qing's side. I suppose Yi Qing is also on top of this giant tiger. As for where we're going, let's not worry about that. That's true. There's nothing we can do about it. Everyone was talking at once, watching the six-winged celestial tiger rapidly disappear into the distance. Deep in the jungle, Joseph, Wang Cheng, and the others were preparing, and behind them, a huge emperor lizard was lurking in the mountain hollow. The emperor monitor lizard has a muscular body, resembling a coiled dragon. It is nearly 100 meters long and covered with scales that have a golden edge. Its eyes were bloodshot, its mouth was open, and with each breath, a foul stench emanated from it. However, it is not moving at all right now. It seemed as if they were quietly waiting for the right moment. Archbishop, I think we too should go inside the fortress to investigate later. As for the others, let them stay here for now. Okay. Joseph nodded in agreement with Wang Cheng's suggestion. He thought so too. After all, there were more of them, and it would be a loss if they alerted the enemy. I have already written to the other archbishops in China, and I sent them out yesterday. They should see these letters soon, so we need to speed things up. This kid really can't be allowed to live. If he becomes a Marquis-level expert, then it won't be something we archbishops can handle. It might require a cardinal from China, or a cardinal from another region, or even the Pope to kill him. Boom. In short, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, it made everyone present feel a shiver. Cardinal. Pope. They felt a deep sense of respect upon hearing these names. Did they know that each of these cardinals possessed the strength of a marquis? As for the popes, that's the strength of a king. These cardinals and popes were scattered in various regions outside the capital. Each one possesses incredibly formidable strength. However, we don't need to think about that now. What we need to think about is how to nip it in the bud. All right, let's go now. Joseph spoke, then turned to look at the crowd. You all just stay here and guard the city. Without my orders, No one should make any rash moves. There are quite a few skilled fighters inside the Sioux City fortress. Just the Marquis of Lingfeng alone is not someone we can handle. Do you understand now? Clear. The crowd behind responded. Joseph and the others turned their heads. The next moment, they then noticed that something was wrong with the clouds above the fortress. What's going on? The thick clouds looked as if they had been cut open. They've separated. And it's rushing towards them at high speed. Something's wrong. As Wang Qing spoke, a flash of light appeared beside him, and when he turned his head, he saw that Archbishop Joseph had placed his hand on the collarbone of the woman beside him, and then the woman transformed into a giant sword. He realized what was happening. A moment later, the whisk also appeared in his hand. The next moment, they're not far away. A tiger's claws emerged from the clouds. Look at those huge, hairy, gleaming claws. Everyone was stunned. Then, the six-winged celestial tiger revealed itself. This is Yi Qing's strange beast. It's Yi Qing. Wang Qing recognized the six-winged celestial tiger immediately. Then, he saw Yi Qing standing on the tiger's head. His lips twitched, and the fear that Yi Qing had instilled in him that day rose up in his heart again. Joseph looked at Yi Qing as she approached, his heart pounding wildly. Who betrayed our whereabouts? One sentence reached everyone's ears. This gave them a jolt. Really, Yi Qing was heading straight for them. Their actions were extremely secretive. Yi Qing wouldn't have come directly to them if someone hadn't leaked their information. It looks like a major battle is about to begin. Joseph was also searching for Lingfeng Ho. However, after a while, he then realized that it seemed only Yi Qing had come, and Lingfeng Ho had not been summoned. Could it be that this kid, after finding out their whereabouts, wants to take them all down by himself? You're so arrogant. That's incredibly presumptuous. They didn't take them seriously at all. Court death. Chapter 156. One person, complete suppression. Others have also noticed this problem. At the same time, the six-winged celestial tiger looked at the crowd below, and finally its gaze fell on the emperor giant lizard. Ah, a tiger's roar. The sound echoed through the mountains and forests. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, the surrounding beasts all scattered in all directions. The emperor lizard, hearing the low growl of the six-winged sky tiger, also ceased its dormancy. They crawled out of the ravine. It raised its head and let out a fierce roar. Whoosh! Yi Qing hurled the six-soul banner directly downwards. The sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out. In the air, the six-soul banner unfolds. A black Dharma image rose up, its pair of scarlet eyes staring at the emperor lizard and the crowd, and it made a gesture with its hand. One after another, souls emerged from the six-soul banner. And that dragon soul. The dragon soul is much more solid than before. The six-winged celestial tiger looked down at the emperor giant lizard, let out a low growl, and pounced on it. Thump! The next moment, even the mid-stage emperor giant lizard in the town raised its head and straightened its body. The two sides collided. In an instant, a surge of air erupted, sending sand and stones flying. Wherever the two colossal beasts went, all vegetation was reduced to dust. At the point of impact, cracks appeared in the mountain peaks. Thump! 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 The two giant beasts began to fight. At this moment, Yi Qing flapped his pair of giant wings of karmic fire, hovering in the air, watching the battle between the six-winged celestial tiger and the emperor giant lizard, which was evenly matched. They even have a slight advantage. The next moment, he handed over the small tower in his hand. The demon-suppressing tower rises in the air, swelling with the wind. In a short time, a giant tower tens of meters high appeared in mid-air. Call. An overwhelming pressure descends. The ground below seemed to have sunk an inch. Joseph and Wang Qing looked at the dragon soul and began to fight it. As soon as the distance between us widened, I was quite shocked. Joseph's lips twitched as he looked at the dragon soul. Why? Yi Qing has such a strange artifact spirit. Something bizarre I've never seen before. Wang Qing is just average. He scattered talismans from his hand as if they were free. Bolts of lightning flashed and struck the souls. But then, a terrifying pressure emanated from above. The pressure made their bodies sink down. They looked up at the giant tower in the sky. This giant tower. When did it appear? They looked up, and there was a certain feeling about it. This giant tower seemed to have come down from the heavens, as if it were a spirit that did not belong to the human world at all. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Compared to Joseph, the emperor lizard suffers even more oppression from the demon-suppressing tower. At this moment, the emperor lizard felt the pressure, gathered its strength, looked up at the giant tower, and then roared. Roar. However, before it could make any move, the six-winged celestial tiger, completely unaffected, slammed down with its claws. Thump. With a single swipe of its claw, it struck the emperor lizard's head. Click. The sound of scales shattering suddenly rang out. Then, the six-winged tiger began its overwhelming attack on the emperor giant lizard. He lunged forward. Paw. Sharp teeth. It kept landing on the emperor lizard. A little while later, the emperor lizard was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Blood flowed into the ravine, forming a pool. Far away, the guards also noticed the situation. There's something going on in the far distance from where you are. What is this? It looks like a small tower in the air. Bullshit. That's because we were so far away, and what we saw was a small tower. If we were there in person, it would be a gigantic tower. Why is this giant tower able to float in the air, and why is it so huge? It's a spirit. It must be a spirit, and not just any ordinary spirit. But I've never heard of anyone in the Sioux City Fortress having such a massive pagoda as their spirit. Thump. As they were talking, a series of explosions came from afar. The sound was so loud it seemed like it could tear the mountain apart. What on earth is happening in the distance? I don't know, but look, that jungle over there. As one person spoke, the others followed his gaze. In the jungle, it looked as if the wind was blowing through wheat fields. It started to surge wildly. Then, several strange beasts emerged from the jungle. There seemed to be quite a few more like this. A beast tide. This is a beast tide caused by the battle in the distance. Alert! The captain quickly spoke. They had just experienced that cataclysmic beast tide, and were now highly sensitive to any future beast tides. The alarm sounded, spreading like a net across the entire city of Sioux. Within the military headquarters, Marquis Lingfeng was sitting there when he heard the alarm. He strode out, and at the same time, many high-ranking military officials also came out, their faces grim as they heard the alarm. What's going on? Li Xian looked at everyone. Wang Weidong pointed south. This is the alarm for the beast tide from the south gate. Let's go take a look. But it shouldn't be a big problem. After the last subversive beast tide, the beast forces around us have also been greatly reduced. They shouldn't be able to gather too much power in time. Besides, you and Yi Qing are currently inside the Sioux City Fortress. Wang Weidong's few words reassured everyone. However, they quickly headed towards the south gate. A little while later, the group climbed up the south gate ramparts, looking at the situation in the distance. What's going on? Lord Lingfeng, look over there. The unusual activity over there triggered a small-scale beast horde. Everyone then looked into the distance. Then they saw the demon-suppressing tower floating in the air. Li Xian looked at the tower, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is that? Then, in his eyes, beneath the small tower, an extremely thick pillar of blood shot up. What's going on here? Was there anything unusual before? When we changed shifts earlier, it seemed like Yi Qing went out to the fortress. A while after he left, there were unusual movements over there, and we suspect. Before the guards could finish speaking, Li Xian led everyone toward that direction. At the same time, roar. The roars of tigers and the howls of beasts rang out simultaneously. The six-winged celestial tiger tore off one of the emperor giant lizard's legs, sending another jet of blood flying. At this point, the emperor monitor lizard had absolutely no chance of resistance. They were being overwhelmed and beaten by the six-winged sky tiger. It was already on the verge of death. Emperor Giant Lizard. Joseph wanted to save the Emperor Giant Lizard, but was then blocked by the Dragon Soul and the Karmic Fire. Joseph, Wang Chung, and the others looked at the surrounding spirits and the rising Karmic Fire, struggling to defend themselves. Joseph now realized that Yi Qing was not only strange, but his spirit was also extremely strange. Archbishop, we can't drag this out any longer. Our commotion is too great. The Sioux City Fortress might get wind of it too. If Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, brings his men over, we might not even be able to escape. Wang Chung said, surprised that Yi Qing alone had managed to suppress them. Chapter 157 The River Chart, the Dharma Image of Heaven and Earth. At this moment, Wang Cheng's heart was pounding. He had never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent here. Archbishop Joseph stared at the Emperor Lizard, his fists clenched. He knew that, given the Emperor Lizard's current condition, it was impossible to take him away. He also thought about what Wang Chung had said. If they really attracted the strongmen of the Sioux City stronghold, it would indeed be difficult for them to handle. Even with Wang Cheng's talisman that allows him to burrow underground, escape would still be difficult. We must eliminate Yi Qing as quickly as possible. If we can't solve it, we'll have to run away. Joseph made a decision in an instant. The next moment, he was looking at Yi Qing in the air. He growled at Wang Chung beside him. Grab him. Wang Chung received the order. With a flick of his whisk, a talisman gleaming with light appeared. He wrote characters on it with his whisk, and then the talisman burst into light. Rumble. The entire earth began to tremble. In an instant, the remaining giant trees around them all grew wildly toward Yi Qing in the air. It was as if it were a cage, trapping Yi Qing and pulling him down. Far away, the group, who were fleeing at full speed, also noticed what was happening here. Lord Lingfeng, look over there. That little black dot in the sky looks like Yi Qing. Wang Weidong said that when they were on the city wall, they could only see the demon-suppressing tower. Only after getting closer did I notice the small black dot next to the demon suppression tower. It was none other than Yi Qing, who stood in the air with wings of karmic fire. It really is Yi Qing. Li Xian looked at the small black dot in the far distance. Then, towering trees began to rise, all heading towards Yi Qing. What kind of power is this? Why can it mobilize the power of plants? It possesses a powerful artifact spirit. Someone is really attacking Yi Qing. Let's go, let's speed things up. After saying that, Ling Fenghe looked at the distant sky. His eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't help but gasp. All around Yi Qing, terrifying sword energies gathered. 1, 2, 3. A moment later, the sky was enveloped by a dense array of sword energy. Each one carries the implication of a sword's frost, chilling 14 provinces. This, under. Wang Chung and Joseph's lips twitched as they watched the thousands of sword energies in the sky. What's this? Can anyone tell them what this is? Why is Yi Qing able to condense such terrifying sword energy? Not good. Joseph also roared. This is a reminder to everyone to prepare and take cover. However, it's too late now. Go. Yi Qing brandished the Xianyuan sword, unleashing sword energy that swept across the 8 directions. It shot downwards. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out one after another. Joseph looked at the sword energy and stomped his foot. He swung his greatsword. Clang. As the greatsword clashed with the sword energy, Joseph also felt the terrifying sword intent within the sword energy. Click. In the midst of the collision, Joseph heard an untimely shattering sound. He stared blankly at the greatsword in his hand, only to find that a small piece of it had broken off. Even such a small piece sent a jolt through him. You need to know, his spirit has undergone 2 ancestral regressions. And it was originally a spirit with great talent. But now it has been damaged by a small sword aura. He looked up to the sky and roared. Just like the giant monkey that refused to be suppressed under the 5-finger mountain back then. His greatsword danced wildly. Clang clang clang. The sounds of gold and jade clashing echoed continuously. As for the others, none of them have his strength. Uft, uft. The sounds of flesh and blood tearing apart rang out. One after another, powerful members of the Awakening Society fell. Wang Chung could only summon the power of earth and go deep underground. I just narrowly escaped disaster. He looked up and saw that Joseph was already in a state of frenzy. This is a fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, Joseph had already shattered the last sword aura and stomped his foot. Boom. Wherever he stepped, a deep pit instantly formed. Joseph rose rapidly. Wielding that scarred great sword, he slashed at Yi Qing. Court death. Seeing his frenzied state, Yi Qing flapped her karmic flame wings on her back, and her speed suddenly increased. Holding a sharp sword, he slashed at Joseph. In the air, the two collided. Clang. Thump. After the golden voice, the air in the entire space expanded and exploded. Even space itself was extremely distorted, almost collapsing. Click. Joseph felt Yi Qing's power, and it was as if he saw the legendary Hercules. Why? He possesses such terrifying power. Why? Click. Another shattering sound. Joseph looked at the great sword in his hand, and saw a crack extending from the point where the two swords met, which in a short time had spread to the entire blade. Boom. The next moment, the great sword has exited its transmogrification state. Transform into a woman. It's plummeting downwards. Joseph was just average. Slam it down. Thump. Another loud bang. Joseph was embedded hard into the earth. Beside him, Wang Cheng's lips trembled as he looked at Joseph. Fear. He looked around. The Emperor Monitor Lizard is already on the verge of death. The other powerful figures around were almost completely wiped out by Yi Qing's sword energy. Even Joseph, who was in a frenzied state, was directly cut down from the air by Yi Qing, and his weapon spirit was also forced into a phantom state. Is this Yi Qing's overall strength? This must be the level of being granted a marquisate. Ah. Joseph looked at Yi Qing, roared to the sky, and prepared to fight again. At this moment, he was already fired up and ready to fight Yi Qing to the death. Wang Qing quickly grabbed him. Archbishop, we have no hope of victory now. As long as we live, we can fight again. Let's leave first, and then gather our strength to kill Yi Qing later. Let's go, let's go. As the words were spoken, Joseph looked at Wang Qing beside him. Seeing the bloodshot eyes brought Joseph back to his senses. Good. Wang Qing is right. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Walk. Wang Qing suddenly activated the earth power in his hand. Below, the earth opened up, and a huge burrow appeared. Jump. Wang Qing pulled Joseph down and jumped. In the air, Yi Qing watched Wang Qing repeat his old trick, a cold smile on his face. How naive. He looked at the river map that Jing Yao had conjured. Go. He Chu then headed forward. Base. A giant Bagua diagram suddenly unfolded. It is a massive structure, spanning a kilometer in diameter. Above, all the symbols and hexagrams began to rotate. It was as if the power of heaven and earth had been mobilized in an instant. Chapter 158, Total Annihilation. Far away. Lord Lingfeng, look. As Wang Weidong spoke, everyone looked ahead. Each of them felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. What a scene this is. A Bagua diagram stretches out horizontally. The characters above are floating. Every character, every symbol, seems to wield immense power from heaven and earth. Even Li Xian and the others felt that the world around them was somewhat unreal. When did Yi Qing acquire such power? Does his artifact spirit even have this much power? Li Xian looked at Wang Weidong, and although he didn't stop walking, he still asked in a stern voice. No. Wang Weidong shook his head. At the very least, Yi Qing didn't use this power in the last battle of Weiqing. There's no way Yi Qing wouldn't use this power. It must be the power of the artifact spirit he recently contracted. Furthermore, Yi Qing didn't use that giant tower last time. That power must have been something Yi Qing only recently acquired. A recently contracted spirit. One sentence did indeed enlighten Li Xian. Yi Qing's recent contract. Jing Yao. This. A bold idea popped into Li Xian's mind. However, it only stayed for a moment before Li Xian eliminated it. How could that be? Jing Yao is the encryption/decryption machine. There's no way such power exists. Yi Qing is really strange. Absolutely bizarre. At this time, underground, Joseph followed Wang Qing as they frantically raided below. Only, his expression at that moment did not show relief from the ordeal. It was extreme anger and resentment. Why didn't he take Yi Qing seriously sooner and kill him? Raising tigers has now become a problem. He not only lacks the ability to kill Yi Qing, but has also lost almost all of his men. Even he was almost cut down from his horse. Damn it. Joseph nearly ground his teeth to powder before he managed to squeeze out those few words. Front. Wang Qing listened to his words with a helpless expression on his face. The Archbishop is really angry today. But getting angry now won't do any good. Yi Qing, all by himself, swept through one of their branches. It's terrifying to the extreme. Even if he runs, Wang Qing isn't confident at all. He looked behind him. This time was different from the last time. Yi Qing hadn't chased after him. This gave Wang Qing a bad feeling. The next moment, at his feet, base, a giant bagua, 8 trigrams, disc rose up. All roads are closed. Wang Qing stared wide-eyed at the scene, hardly believing what he was seeing. What's this? Why would such a bagua diagram appear? Behind him, Joseph looked at the bagua plate and was shocked. Wang Qing, what are you doing? Run. Why did you summon the bagua plate? Wang Qing. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Besides, can I summon such a bagua compass? Use your pig brain. There's no way I could have summoned this. It's not that I don't want to run. My artifact spirit seems to have malfunctioned. I can't mobilize any of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams power at all. It's the effect of this bagua compass. It shielded me from the power of my artifact spirit. What? Joseph looked at the octagonal disc. He was just about to make a move. Then I saw the bagua plate start spinning. In an instant, the power of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams within this place all stirred. Time flows on. The generating and restraining relationships of all things. It's as if they're all being controlled by someone. This. The two glanced at each other, then watched each other's movements. They were all incredibly shocking. It slowed down. The two of them moved as if in slow motion. Joseph let out a low growl. trying to break free from this control. But the next moment, click, the earthworks beside them were pressing in directly towards them. Like iron clamps. Clamp them down. Send it up there. Boom. A little while later, the two emerged from the ground. Bound by earthen blocks, they were transported to a spot not far from Yiqing. Speak now, what organization are you from? Tell me now, and I can guarantee I won't torture you, and will give you a complete corpse. Otherwise, Yiqing said, looking at the sharp sword in his hand, if you don't mind, I can use my sword to slice you into 3,600 pieces. In short, the sound wasn't loud, but it exploded in their ears like a thunderclap. They looked at Yiqing as if he were a devil. You're dreaming, Joseph said. The next moment, a surge of power swelled up from his body. Beside him, Wang Cheng sensed Joseph's actions, and his face was also full of determination. Boom, boom. Two explosions followed. Flesh and blood shattered. Both of them, along with the spirit of the artifact, chose to end their own lives. Blood and flesh fragments flew through the air. The karmic flames behind Yiqing burst forth, burning away all the flesh and blood that were hurtling towards him. They really have some backbone. Yiqing looked at the six-soul banner. A bold move. The six-soul banner flutters in the wind. Then, a powerful suction force came. Absorbed the souls of everyone into the six-soul banner. On the other side, Yiqing glanced at the six-winged celestial tiger. The six-winged celestial tiger also understood Yiqing's meaning. Tiger claw strikes. Click. With a single swipe of its claw, it shattered the skull of the emperor lizard. Its life force vanished in an instant. Then, the suction force of the six-soul banner came, and the soul of the emperor giant lizard was also absorbed. Uffed. The six-winged celestial tiger looked at the corpse of the emperor giant lizard, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down directly. How could the six-winged sky tiger possibly let such a rare delicacy slip by? The smoke and dust dissipated. Yiqing also landed. A little while later, Li Xian and the others approached. I witnessed this scene. Smoke and dust billowed up, and the surrounding vegetation crumbled. There were also various rubble and severed limbs. Tread, tread, while they were in shock, amidst the smoke and dust. Then a figure walked out from inside. Lord Lingfeng, you've arrived. Yiqing came out, carrying several severed heads in her hand. On the other side, the six-winged celestial tiger spread its wings. The wind is howling. Blow away the smoke and dust. The real battlefield that followed was revealed to everyone. Everyone looked at the battlefield and at what Yiqing was holding. Look at the spirits surrounding Yiqing. They all swallowed hard. Even Lingfeng Ho's gaze towards Yiqing changed once again. Yiqing's strength is now not to be underestimated. His overall strength has probably reached the marquis level. Such comprehensive strength at the marquis level at such a young age. In an instant, even Ling Fengho felt that the world had become magical. As for the others, they were looking at Yiqing's spirit. They had met all of those people before. What I've never seen before is this small pagoda, and this unknown drawing that contains the power of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Yiqing also dispelled the artifact spirit illusion. Then one by one, the girls appeared. After the Hichu diagram was removed, Jing Yao then appeared on the ground. She stared blankly at her hands. Was that power hers? When did she acquire that power? Why didn't she notice? Jing Yao wondered if the time when she might have become stronger was while she was unconscious. Chapter 159. Perhaps we can get my sister involved. This is Jing Yao? Ling Fengho and the others stared at Jing Yao with wide eyes, hardly believing what they were seeing. Jing Yao was actually able to transform into such a powerful artifact spirit. She was nothing more than an encryption/decryption machine before. A completely useless, worthless artifact spirit. It's Yiqing. This is a case of reversion to ancestral traits after Yiqing. After reverting to its ancestral form, it became such a powerful artifact spirit. Marquis Lingfeng looked at Yiqing with burning eyes. This guy's power is really too strange. The original useless weapon spirits all reverted to their ancestral form and became powerful weapon spirits after they formed a contract with him. Looking at Jing Yao, Ling Fengho stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking on Jing Yao's ability to transform into such a powerful artifact spirit. So, she also has a twin sister named Jing Yu, who is currently in the military in Shanghai. Like Jing Yao, she is also an encryption/decryption machine and a useless spirit. Could it be her sister? If she forms a contract with Yiqing, could she also become a spirit like this? If that's the case, Feng Haiwang would probably be overjoyed. Originally, Feng Haiwang had been working hard to help his two nieces with their useless spirit artifacts, but in the end, when all else failed, he put them in the military to contribute their strength. Now, if we were to tell Feng Haiwang that his two nieces were actually hidden gems, how would Feng Haiwang feel? However, those are things to be reported later. For now, it's better to figure out what's going on right now. Yi Qing, what exactly is going on? Feng Haiwang and the others came to Yi Qing's side and looked at the head in his hand. These people are from the organization that attacked me last time. The one who attacked me last time was one of the people who just self-destructed. Moreover, the strongest one among them is a fat foreigner. A fat man from beyond the realm? Ling Fengho frowned upon hearing this. This is no ordinary matter. After all, there are quite a few powerful individuals from beyond the realm. There are many powerful organizations. This matter is not easy to investigate. I feel that these guys are probably the higher-ups of the Demon Spirit Guards, Ling Fengho said. After all, these people are powerful, but they are definitely not registered in rank. They are powerful figures who are independent in China. The previous demon guards were the same. They were all arsonists, murderers, looters, and wicked men. Listening to Ling Fengho's words, Yi Qing looked at the blood and flesh fragments under his feet and crushed them with his foot. He had previously suspected that the Demon Spirit Guard had resurfaced. After all, the Demon Spirit Guard had plundered a lot of crystal cores before. Although their people said that all of it was supplied to that giant python. But no matter how much that giant python can eat, how much can it consume? The others must have other sources. If these people are the superiors of the demon guards, then this can be explained. They received all the previous crystal cores. What a pity, they came looking for me this time. If I had found their hideout, I might have made a fortune by now, Yi Qing said with a sigh. The people around. Good grief. Are you the reincarnation of a killing god? You still want to fight your way back? It's better to be careful. Since there are powerful figures from outside the region inside, this might be a branch of an outside organization. The fact that such an organization can be established in China suggests that this outside force is not small. There might even be a king-level expert in that organization. You should be more careful in the future. Alright, let's not talk here anymore. Let's go back first. You've exhausted yourself in that big battle. As Ling Fengho spoke, he looked towards the mountain hollow. Just now, the sound of flesh and blood tearing kept ringing out. That was the sound of the six-winged celestial tiger devouring the imperial giant lizard. He looked down at the ground, and then his heart skipped a beat. This monitor lizard has already been half-eaten. Blood was flowing. It congealed into a pool of blood in the mountain valley. They died all four legs of the six-winged celestial tiger, which were as strong as pillars supporting the sky, red. The six-winged celestial tiger was also stained with a lot of blood. It did, however, add a lot of ferocity. Roar. When the six-winged celestial tiger saw someone staring at it as it ate, it raised its head and let out a roar. Alright, there's nothing much to pack up here. Let's go. You take your food. Let's go home. As Yi Qing spoke, the six-winged sky tiger responded once more. It bit the monitor lizard. Let's go, Lord Lingfeng. Everyone, let's all get on the tiger's back. After Yi Qing finished speaking, everyone jumped onto the back of the six-winged celestial tiger. After everyone came up, Yi Qing patted its back. Call. The six-winged sky tiger spreads its six wings. Then press down hard. Thump. Below, sand and stones are flying everywhere. The vegetation and forests looked as if they had been hit by a nuclear explosion. It was torn to shreds in an instant by the blast wave. Even the pebbles rolled down with a rustling sound. The six-winged celestial tiger, along with the group and the emperor giant lizard, suddenly soared into the sky. We've arrived above the clouds. Then, the six wings flapped again. The surrounding clouds instantly dissipated. Its speed also increased dramatically. As Ling Fengho felt the speed, he sighed inwardly, thinking that flying beasts were indeed better. Yi Qing's beast was far superior to his own fiery tiger. I could make one myself someday. Etc. Wasn't our own fiery tiger pregnant? If Yi Qing's giant tiger has strong genes, it might give birth to a powerful flying-type alien beast. That way, we won't have to go through the trouble of catching them. Marquis Lingfeng was making plans. A few breaths. The six-winged celestial tiger then arrived near the fortified city wall. On the city wall, everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at the giant tiger. What kind of strange beast is that giant tiger carrying in its mouth? So huge. However, it's already broken. Half of his body was gone. After the six-winged celestial tiger flew by, blood rained down from the sky. Amidst this rain of blood, energy permeated the air. The guards took a breath and felt refreshed. I never expected there would be such a benefit. We arrived at the manor. Yi Qing bid farewell to Ling Fengho and the others, then went to the Emperor Giant Lizard and took out its crystal core. All right, you should all get some rest. Yi Qing looked at everyone. They were all exhausted from this event. You're back. How are you? Are you tired? Lu Lianming and Su Yurue also came over to listen to everyone's conversation. Then he looked at Jingyao. Just now, everyone said that the painting Jingyao conjured actually had such power. Jingyao, you're amazing. Lu Lianming couldn't help but sigh. Sister, you flatter me. All of you sisters are truly amazing. This was the first time Jingyao had been praised like this. After all, as a useless spirit, she had never had such confidence before. She now has different thoughts. After all, she has a twin sister. I'm in Shanghai now. Like her, Jingyu is also an encryption/decryption machine, both being useless spirit artifacts. If my younger sister could also form a contract with Yi Qing, would it be possible for her to revert to her ancestral form and become a powerful artifact spirit? If that's the case, it would kill two birds with one stone. As for the other gain, it's that I've gained another comrade in arms. Chapter 160, The Pinnacle Among Peers. At this moment, Yi Qing had already returned to her room. He looked at the crystal core in his hand. Next, the old crystal core and the medicine were removed. Absorb it all. Streams of pure energy entered Yi Qing's body. Previously, the gap between us and a breakthrough was not large. Now we can give it a try. A little while later, with a loud bang, Yi Qing opened her eyes and looked at her body. We've made a breakthrough. He has reached the late stage of the Grandmaster level. Sure enough, the further you go, the more insurmountable each step becomes. He thought about what Ling Fengho had said. If those people were still organized or online, he would have to arrange for shadow puppets to protect Zhou Lingxue and the others if he went out alone in the future. After all, although they have combat power, they probably wouldn't be able to fight against the opponent's top combat power one-on-one. The shadow puppet now numbers 80, each possessing 80% of his overall strength. They are a force not to be underestimated. Yi Qing's current strength is probably greater than that of the entire high command of the Suzhou City Fortress. At the same time, within the military headquarters, the report by Marquis Lingfeng has been completed. Find someone to deliver it to Feng Haiwang and expedite the delivery, Li Xian instructed. He then pondered for a moment. Yi Qing's personal strength was quite formidable, but he also had a weakness, his weapon spirits. Although these weapon spirits could exert great power in Yi Qing's hands, they could not exert as much power in individual combat. If those powerful people were to attack these artifact spirits, that would be bad. Wang Weidong. Exist. Arrange for some skilled individuals to guard Yi Qing's manor, with a focus on protecting Yi Qing's spirit artifacts. I see. Wang Weidong then made the arrangements. A little while later, a group of people were on their way to Yi Qing Manor. Captain, I never expected that we would have the honor of guarding Brother Ye's residence. One of the guards spoke with an air of honor on his face, while the other guards around him did the same. The captain looked at them and thought, these guys are only here to guard Yi Qing's residence. If they were guarding other families' residences, they wouldn't be this motivated. Everyone, stay alert. Our mission is very important. If we encounter any emergencies, we'll have to risk our lives to overcome them. Clear. Clear. And this time, we'll just guard the area around our residence. The captain gave the order. A little while later, then everyone arrived at the vicinity of their residence. They are preparing to carry out their mission. But the next moment, a cold wind blew by. This sent a chill down their spines, making them feel as if they had a thorn in their side. The hairs on my body stood up involuntarily. What happened? They glanced at each other, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Sure enough, everyone felt the same way. Before their eyes, a series of dark figures sped towards them from afar. Captain, look, what's that? One of the guards looked at the dark figures and whispered. Everyone prepared to place their hands on the spirit's chest. Is it a strange beast? What kind of monster is this? Why is its shadow moving across the ground? Get ready. The captain had never seen such a bizarre scene before. A little while later, the dark figure stopped not far from them. Then, shadow puppets rose up from the ground. They coalesced into figures clad in black robes. The shadow puppet just stood there, without saying a word. However, even without making a sound, its momentum was quite astonishing. Glug! Even the captain couldn't help but swallow hard. These people must be Yi Qing's guards. Who are you? The captain looked at them and spoke. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he took a step forward. This is the step. Unleash the shadow puppet's power instantly. That murderous aura. That kind of violence. It landed on the guards. This made them all involuntarily take a few steps back. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The captain sensed something was wrong and quickly spoke up. These people must be Yi Qing's secret guards, sent to protect the residents and the artifact spirit. Captain, what is their strength? Why are they so powerful? I feel my legs trembling. Judging from this, any one of these people could be a town general. Boom. The captain's words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploding in everyone's ears and making them tremble involuntarily. Town general rank. These people are all at the rank of town general? What kind of power is this? It seems we don't need to guard this place anymore. Let's go back and report. The captain spoke to the others, and they nodded in agreement. Indeed, with such a force here, what were they still guarding? A little while later, within the military headquarters. What? Yi Qing has such a power. When did he gather it? And why is it so strange? Did Yi Qing use this power during the Battle of Weiqing? No. Wang Weidong chimed in. Yi Qing must have used all available resources before, but this particular force didn't appear. It's very likely that Yi Qing organized it after the Battle of Weiqing. However, according to them, each of them is at the level of a town general. That's terrifying. There's no way Yi Qing could organize such a terrifying force here. It's probably a manifestation of Yi Qing's artifact spirit. In just a few words, the analysis was quite thorough. We've all seen Yi Qing's spirit artifact. Could it be that he's keeping a mistress hidden away? That's not necessarily true. Wang Weidong shrugged. This guy has developed too fast. I feel that if he had his current strength during the previous Battle of Weiqing, he could have single-handedly held off 10,000 men and swept through all the beasts at the North Gate and West Gate. Marquis Ling Feng. All right. Since he has the power to protect his own artifact spirit, then we can save our effort. Ling Fenghe waved his hand. Lord Ling Feng, I heard that the military's ranking of China's stars is about to be announced. Where do you think Yi Qing will rank? Wang Weidong raised a question. Based on this, they should be in the top 10. Hiss. One sentence made Wang Weidong gasp in shock. Top 10. Looking at it now, most of those ranked at the top are scions of powerful families in the capital, while it's unlikely that even scions of powerful families in Shanghai would rank highly. These people have such strength because of the power of their families and because they are all close to the age limit. But Yi Qing is only in his early 20s. From this perspective, he has completely outshone everyone else in China of the same age. Chapter 161 Ranking of China's Stars. However, the final ranking will be determined by the military headquarters. As for the final ranking, it shouldn't have much impact on Yi Qing's ultimate achievements. That's true. Wang Weidong pondered for a moment. After all, Yi Qing's current strength is already terrifying. Not to mention his original strength, those strange artifact spirits are enough to give people a headache. Moreover, Yi Qing also has that giant tiger and other strange forces by his side. More importantly, Yi Qing's age is what it is now. How old is he? At just over 20 years old, he is arguably the youngest among all the candidates. Regardless of how the military ranks them, it will not affect Yi Qing's future achievements. At the very least, one must be at the marquis level. To reach the king level, you need a stroke of luck. Knight. Inside the manor. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the sign-in event, and your indestructible Vajra skill has been upgraded to rank 9. 9th rank. Yi Qing looked at the light screen. This was the first skill to break through to the 9th rank. Then, a strange sensation rushed into Yi Qing's body. That feeling was completely different from when I evolved at the previous stages. My entire body felt as if it had been rebuilt. Could it be that skills undergo a qualitative change after reaching the 9th rank? Yi Qing thought to himself. But right now, I should hurry up and improve my skills. The sky was turning white. Within the walls of Shanghai. Feng Haiwan's office. Feng Haiwan woke up early and went to his office. See King. Jingyu also got up early and went to work in the military headquarters. Her face is almost identical to Jing Yao's, but compared to Jing Yao now, Jingyu looks more youthful, and the girlish charm has not faded. She now appears very hardworking, and when she sees Feng Haiwan, she shows him respect. Xiaoya, you don't need to address me by my title when no one is around. We're family. Feng Haiwan looked at her with a doting expression. After all, she is his own niece. Hey, uncle, why are you up so early this morning? I'm sleeping much less than before. Maybe it's because I'm getting older. And you're always saying, why are you up so early? Feng Haiwan looked at Jingyu. There's not much heavy work in the document room right now, so you can take a break. But it's strange, haven't you received any encrypted messages from your sister recently? Any news about her? No, Jingyu shook her head. I haven't heard from you recently. However, the Sioux City fortress was hit by a tidal wave of alien beasts. You participated in it. Although you didn't fight, you carried the wounded. The forces inside the Sioux City fortress should be redeployed and entering a period of rebuilding. She was in it, and she must have been trying her best to do her part. So we probably haven't been in contact recently. Thinking of her older sister, Jinghua worked quite hard. Yes, your sister is indeed that kind of person. Feng Haiwang looked at Jingyu in front of him, and also thought of Jing Yao, who was far away in the Sioux City stronghold, with guilt in his eyes. Although he is now the Sea King, he still hasn't been able to make his two nieces revert to their ancestral form in one go. If they could revert to their ancestral form in one go and create a powerful artifact spirit, they could also get rid of the title of useless artifact spirits. Okay, you take care of yourself and get some rest. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. As Feng Haiwang spoke, he patted Jingyu's head and strode towards his office. After entering, a moment later, the secretary came in with a document. Feng Haiwang, this is an urgent document sent by Marquis Lingfeng from the Sioux City stronghold. Please take a look. It concerns Yi Qing's situation. What is Yi Qing's situation? Could it be that something happened to Yi Qing? Give it to me quickly. After taking the document, Feng Haiwang looked at it, and gradually his face darkened. Snap! He slammed his hand on the table. Court death. Someone actually set their sights on him, the pride of China, and wanted to make a move against him. It seems these beasts from beyond the borders are now also stirring. It's been so long since I've dealt with them. They've got no idea how much they know they're worth. Pass on my order. Have Marquis Lingfeng investigate immediately. At the same time, draft a report for the military headquarters and ask them to investigate as well, to see if there is any progress at headquarters. After Feng Haiwang finished speaking, he also placed the report he was holding on the table. However, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. It feels like I missed some important information earlier. It seems to be something about Jing Yao. He quickly took the report out again. Watching. They were searching for news of Jing Yao. A little while later. Here. Feng Haiwang stared at the report, his eyes widening in disbelief at what he was seeing. He stood there, holding the report, stunned. His eyes went numb. What does this say? What's this? My own niece has actually made a contract with Yi Qing. And he even reverted to his ancestral ways. It reverted to its ancestral form and became a powerful artifact spirit. It controls the power of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. In the very first battle, he condensed the Dharma image of heaven and earth, forming the 5 elements 8 trigrams plate to seal the 5 elements talismans of the opponent's powerful warrior. This helped Yi Qing slay the enemy. Even Feng Haiwang couldn't suppress the overwhelming excitement in his heart. He had been suspicious for a while. Not only did Yi Qing contract with so many artifact spirits, but these artifact spirits were originally almost useless artifact spirits. However, after contracting with Yi Qing, they all started to revert to their ancestral state and became powerful artifact spirits. Now, the same situation is happening to Jing Yao. This further proves that there's definitely something strange about this kid. It must have been him who caused the anomaly when these artifact spirits reverted to their ancestral forms. Good lad. After a long while, Feng Haiwang also smiled. Jing Yao must be even more excited than him now. The transformation from a useless artifact spirit to such an artifact spirit is a great improvement for her state of mind. So, since Jing Yao has managed to get to this point, where's Jingyu? Feng Haiwang then thought of another niece, who, like Jing Yao, had a useless spirit weapon, a decryption machine. If Jingyu also forms a contract with Yi Qing, after a reversion to her ancestral form, could she also become such a powerful artifact spirit? It seems I need to find an opportunity to talk to Jingyu about this. Feng Haiwang put away the report and began to deal with other matters. The secretary was completely bewildered by the end of the morning. What's wrong with Feng Haiwang? It feels like she's become a completely different person. The original Feng Haiwang was an old, gloomy man with almost no smile on his face. But today is completely different. Not only did he smile, but he smiled all morning. It can be said to be extremely mild. Around noon, the secretary brought in another document. Feng Haiwang, this is a document from headquarters. The rankings of the China stars are out. Chapter 162, Part 5. Upon hearing this, Feng Haiwang also got up from his seat, looked at his secretary, and waved his hand. They brought the report over. Keep watching. As expected, Those ahead of us were all scions of extremely powerful families within the capital's stronghold. These guys all grew up rapidly by relying on the resources within their families. Of course, each of them is an extremely talented individual. They have also been tempered by blood. However, they are almost never in the military headquarters and have little contact with it. He looked at the fifth place. It's none other than someone else. It was Yi Qing. Wow. The headquarters really has a keen eye for talent, actually placing Yi Qing in fifth place. It seems that headquarters has a very high level of approval for Yi Qing. Becoming fifth place was not just due to his recommendation, but more so because of the headquarters' recognition of Yi Qing in various aspects. Looking further ahead, we see the clash of powerhouses from various war zones. Because the Shanghai stronghold is considered a top-tier stronghold with many powerful families, the Eastern Theater Command's overall ranking is relatively high. Headquarters said that the essence blood of the king-level alien beasts for China Star will be delivered to the various divisions in the next few days, the secretary added after Feng Haiwang finished reading. Yes, absorbing essence blood is a dangerous situation. I remember that Qian Tu absorbed the essence blood of a king-level beast once before. We can have him act as a protector and let Yi Qing and the others go into the Jiangxing fortress to absorb essence blood and inherit other resources. I'll make some other arrangements. Feng Haiwang pondered for a moment, and with each word he spoke, his secretary beside him would quickly jot down what he said. After everything was said, the secretary went out to issue orders. Around noon, Marquis Lingfeng also received orders from the Shanghai stronghold. He was having a meeting with a group of town generals. Lord Lingfeng, there is an order from the Shanghai stronghold to seal off the Sea King. The rankings of the stars of China have been released. Oh, everyone looked at the guard who was delivering the order. Ling Fengho's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the results to be out so quickly. He opened the report and looked at it. There were 30 people, and he almost immediately spotted Yi Qing. Fifth. Boom. One sentence, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. This shocked everyone, leaving them all stunned. Fifth. China Star, fifth. Generally speaking, the top 10 are mostly strong individuals from the capital city or the Shanghai city, with at most 1 or 2 strong individuals from the top-tier city. But this time, even though their Sioux City fortress was a regular first-line fortress, one of their members managed to break through. Furthermore, its ranking is ridiculously high. I'll go and talk to Yi Qing. Feng Haiwang ordered Yi Qing and the others to go to Jiangxing Fortress and have Qian Tu protect them while they absorb the essence blood of the king-level alien beasts. Li Xian muttered to himself, Qian Tu, that guy, not only absorbed the essence of a king-level beast before, but now he can even protect this year's China Star because of it. But now Li Xian is no longer worried that Qian Tu will try to win over Yi Qing. After all, Yi Qing has now formed a contract with Jing Yao, who is Feng Haiwang's niece. He'll definitely be the one to become the Sea King from now on. Is it really Qian Tu's turn to poach our talent? Alright, I'll go and tell Yi Qing about the situation first. You guys go back and get busy. Yes, Lord Lingfeng. All the town generals went out. However, each of them wore an expression of utter shock. As they walked and talked, many of the guards nearby also found out. Regarding this matter, the town generals did not give any instructions on what they could not say. This is a great thing, something worth celebrating. There's nothing that can't be said. Not only should we say it, we should also spread the word widely. Gradually, the news began to spread within the military. There was a strong urge to spread madly into the walls. At the same time, inside the manor, Yi Qing looked at Lu Lianming, who had fallen into a deep sleep. He had originally thought that he would be able to break through to the 10th level tonight, but he was overthinking it. He went outside. Meanwhile, the other girls were drinking tea in the courtyard, discussing something. When they saw Yi Qing come out, they all fell silent, not daring to say anything. Whoever says the wrong thing now will be the one still fast asleep in their room by noon tomorrow. Honey, do you want to eat lunch now? We'll go get it for you right now. As voices rang out, everyone became exceptionally attentive. Just as they were about to make a move, there was a knock on the door. Open the door. Li Xian then entered. Yi Qing, I have good news for you. Li Xian smiled as he spoke to Yi Qing. Everyone listened and looked at Yi Qing. My husband is amazing. He's ranked 5th in the China Star competition. You can also pack your things. This time, Feng Haiwang's order is for you to go inside the Jiangxing fortress and have Qian Tu protect you as you absorb the essence blood of a king-level alien beast. King-level beast essence blood. Yi Qing listened, and his heart stirred as well. After all, when he came to the blood pool of the Sioux City barrier to cleanse himself before, The blood in there was not essence blood. Even so, the power inside was extremely refined and violent. Yi Qing benefited greatly from this. If this were the essence blood of a king-level beast, it would be incredible. Such a good thing should be taken immediately. Yi Qing and the others then began to absorb it. Afternoon. The Jinling barriers. Grandpa, the rankings for the Star of China have been released. Li Zhao's voice came from over there. Li Mubai was chatting with the old man. China Star? Li Mubai listened and sighed. He had heard the old man mention this before. It was an extremely high honor, and those who made the list were all exceptionally talented. Dad, why are you so agitated? It's just that China Star was announced. Whether it's announced or not has nothing to do with us. Li Mubai waved his hand. Hey you brat, how dare you talk like that? That's true. No one in our family could make the list. Not to mention us. There aren't many people in the entire Eastern Theater Command who could make the list. Li Mubai shrugged, and the old man next to him nodded in agreement. Mubai's words, though rough, were true. Your brother-in-law made the list. And he's ranked 5th. Li Zhao's words stunned both the old man and Li Mubai. Then, they all suddenly stood up. What? Brother-in-law? Yi Qing is actually on the list. For a moment, Li Mubai was still thinking about his first encounter with Yi Qing, when Yi Qing killed the twin-winged silver tiger and saved him. In a short period of time, they have already soared to great heights. And he... Wait, no, he really did soar to great heights. After all, he's my brother-in-law. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Chapter 163, An Extraordinary Child. Pooh. Thinking of that word, Li Mubai unconsciously spat at himself. You're insulting yourself too harshly. Even though that's how things happened, you shouldn't talk like that. Beside him, Old Master Li looked at Li Xiao with a serious expression and asked, Are you telling the truth? Although I only heard it secondhand, it has spread throughout the entire Sioux City fortress, so it can't be false. Besides, Yi Qing had a brilliant record in the last battle of Wei City, so it's not impossible for him to have reached this position. Furthermore, Yi Qing has many artifact spirits around him, each of which is powerful. Given Yi Qing's age and immense potential, it shouldn't be fake. That's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. The old man's face was filled with excitement. The Star of China is selected once every 10 years. Each time, only the most talented individuals can make the list. Those who make the list often receive more resources. Many of those who made the list 10 years ago have become powerful figures who have been granted the title of Marquis and are now able to stand alone in their families. And how old are they? 40 years old. Yi Qing has now become a rising star in China, and his future will be bright. It's not impossible that he will go to Shanghai or even Beijing to develop his career. Grandpa Li then looked at Li Mubai beside him and said, Kid, it seems you'll have to cling to your brother-in-law's coattails from now on. Li Mubai. All right. She hugged her brother-in-law's leg tightly. However, recalling the things Yi Qing had done to him before, Li Mubai felt somewhat helpless. On the other side, the Lung family in Jiangcheng. When Lung Ruoxi and the others heard this, their eyes widened in disbelief. What is Yi Qing's ranking? 5th. This. As Lung Ming listened, his lips twitched. He stood there, stunned, unable to calm down for a long time. I was really overestimating myself. I thought I'd picked an easy target, but it turned out to be a tough nut to crack. China Star, 5th. But he is someone who can rival those prodigies in the capital. I picked this one right away. All right, Lung Ming, there's no need to make that face. You should be more at peace now. After all, you challenged the 5th-ranked player of China Star, so it's understandable that he defeated you. Now that Yi Qing has become a rising star in China, he will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. We have made an enemy of him, which is an unwise choice. We still need to find an opportunity to ease the tension with him. As Grandpa Lung pondered, Lung Ruoxi chimed in. Grandpa, based on my understanding of Yi Qing, he's not the kind of person who holds grudges. What do you know about Yi Qing? How did you come to know about Yi Qing? One sentence made Lung Ruoxi blush. How could she answer the old man's question? Didn't I stay at Yi Qing's manor for a while when my brother was detained? During those days, I was with Yi Qing's spirits every day, and I learned quite a bit about Yi Qing. Plus, considering our daily interactions with Yi Qing, we can already be considered friends. As Lung Ruoxi spoke, she patted her chest, speaking with conviction. The old man looked at Lung Ruoxi and said, I didn't expect you to have such social skills. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. All right, I've already heard the news. This time, several of the stars of China from the Eastern Theater Command will gather in Jiangcheng, with Qian Tu acting as their protector to absorb the essence of a king-level beast. Yi Qing should be coming too. Since you're the matchmaker, I'll treat Yi Qing to a meal so he can get to know this talented young man. Lung Ruoxi. Grandpa, I admit I was exaggerating a bit just now. Lung Ruoxi nodded reluctantly. She really didn't know if she had that much face in front of Yi Qing. She turned around and saw her older brother glancing at her from not far away. His gaze seemed to reproach Lung Ruoxi for not caring about him at all while he was being held captive, and instead enjoying herself at Yi Qing's manor. Seeing that look, Lung Ruoxi put her hands on her hips and returned the gaze with a fierce intensity. Do you think I'm enjoying a life of luxury at Yi Qing's manor? I admit, I ate a lot of good food and stayed in nice accommodations. But those noises at night kept me awake. You know that. You're still looking at me. Didn't I go to see you again? Although they were blocked by those men in black robes. Lung Ruoxi and Lung Ming were also on the verge of exchanging blows. The old man looked at the two of them with a helpless expression. On the other side, within the walls of Sioux City, Yi Qing and the others had all packed up. The next moment, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. Congratulations, host, you have been granted a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 2 divine-grade pregnancy-stabilizing pills. A miraculous pregnancy-preserving drug. Yi Qing looked at the medicine and paused for a moment. This stuff was quite good. Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming are both pregnant now. As for the other girls, there aren't any yet. This miraculous pregnancy-stabilizing medicine can enhance the child's physical constitution and strength, allowing them to absorb energy from the environment to strengthen themselves even before conception. Nice one. Yi Qing flipped his hand, and 2 pills appeared. Come on, Lingxue, Lianming, here's something for you to eat. As Yi Qing spoke, he also gave the 2 of them the divine-grade pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. After Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming took the medicine, it transformed into a surge of energy that flowed through their bodies. After washing their bodies, the liquid actually gathered in their stomachs. Feeling the warmth inside their bellies, Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming also touched their bellies. Honey, what is this? It feels so magical, Zhou Lingxue asked with surprise, as did Lu Lianming beside her. The other girls, seeing the 2 of them like this, also came over. Honey, what about ours? Yin Luoqing asked, and seeing that Yi Qing didn't take out any more medicine, she added, Don't tell me you're being biased, only giving some to Sister Lingxue and the others, and I don't get any? This is only for pregnant women. What? Are you pregnant? Yi Qing glanced at Yin Luoqing and asked in return. Yin Luoqing. The rest of the group. No. Yin Luoqing's face was flushed. You still have the nerve to ask for pills? You're working overtime tonight. Yin Luoqing. In an instant, Yin Luoqing wanted to slap herself twice for her mouth. Seeing this, the other girls didn't dare to speak, learning from the mistakes of the past. The next moment, a strange energy fluctuation then emanated from it. Yi Qing turned around and looked at Zhou Lingxue's stomachs. There was a suction force coming from their stomachs. It is absorbing energy from the surrounding air. Furthermore, the speed is not shallow. However, only high-level spirit masters can detect such fluctuations. Is this the power of a divine pregnancy-stabilizing drug? The couple isn't showing yet, and it'll be a long time before the baby is born. If they continue absorbing nutrients like this, the child will be extraordinary when it's born. Chapter 164 Six-Winged Sky Tiger, Early Stage of Generalship. Yi Qing saw that he had almost finished packing and was ready to head towards Jiangqing Fortress. Then, there was a knock on the manor gate, and Yi Qing opened it to find Wang Weidong standing there. Yi Qing, how's it going? Are you all packed up? We're almost done packing. Time to head to Jiangqing Fortress. Wang Weidong waved his hand as he listened. You are the highest-ranked Huaxiao star in our Eastern Theater Command. You should at least show some respect. If you leave now, with your tiger moving so fast, it won't be long before you reach Jiangqing Fortress. You absolutely have to be the last one to arrive. Of course, this is not my idea, but the idea of Marquis Lingfeng. The essence blood of the king-level beasts has not yet arrived, so it will probably take you a day or 2 to get there. Marquis Lingfeng is preparing to hold a farewell banquet for you tonight, and he asked me to come and invite you. After Wang Weidong arrived, his expression changed. He looked around and searched for a long time before finally focusing his gaze on Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming. The next moment, as if he had realized something, his face was filled with horror. Just as he was about to ask, Yi Qing understood what he meant. All right, let's go then. Let's go to the military headquarters now, and we'll set off tomorrow morning. Let's go. A little while later, they arrived at the military headquarters. The grand banquet for Marquis Lingfeng has been arranged. After Yi Qing took his seat, Li Xian looked at Yi Qing. This time you've really made a name for yourself at the Suzhou stronghold, going to the Jiangsheng stronghold. He was just about to continue when he realized something was wrong. He looked at Zhou Lingxue and the other woman. Then his gaze fell on their abdomens. My heart skipped a beat. What does this feel like? Is this Yi Qing's child? Yi Qing's children were actually competing with him, a marquis-level expert, for energy in the air, and some of that energy was actually taken away by the children in his wombs. What a genius, a prodigy. Good heavens, you're already a prodigy, but your unborn child is going to be just as prodigy, huh? Li Xian's mind raced, and then he looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, have you made any plans for your future children? Yi Qing was surprised that Li Xian had suddenly changed the subject to this, but she roughly understood why Li Xian had said those things. Not yet. The baby is only recently conceived. What plans could there be? You're not looking at things from a long-term perspective. A child's talent is one thing, but hard work is another. And when it comes to hard work, the teacher is the most important. How about I become your child's teacher in the future? I'm a marquis-level official. You can't possibly think I'm not qualified, can you? Boom. One sentence sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, especially those of lower levels, whose energy fluctuations are imperceptible. Looking at Yi Qing, her eyes were filled with envy. They haven't even received any guidance from Marquis Lingfeng yet, while Yi Qing's child has already been reserved as Marquis Lingfeng's student. Wang Weidong and the others watched from the sidelines and sighed. They also noticed something different about Yi Qing's child. She originally intended to be Yi Qing's child's teacher. But now, there's no need to speak at all. Ling Fengho's words shattered all their thoughts. Well, if you're not good enough, you're not even qualified to be a teacher. No way. How could a marquis-level expert not be qualified? Yi Qing waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I will train him well. Marquis Lingfeng laughed heartily. He was in a great mood and raised his glass. All right, then I'll toast you to celebrate your 5th place in the China Star competition. After saying that, Li Xian drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. Everyone around was stunned. They rarely saw Lord Lingfeng drinking like this. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the wine had been drunk and the dishes had been prepared. The grand banquet was almost over. We returned to the manor in the evening. Outside, after Zhou Lingxue and the others finished washing up, they gathered together. Li Zijing looked at Lu Lianming and asked, How was it? Did you like the pills this morning? I'll talk to your husband tomorrow and ask him to give you one to try. Lu Lianming spoke with a pure smile. Li Zijing. Then, with a wave of her hand, she directly covered Lu Lianming's mouth. Wah! Time freeze has been upgraded to Tier 9. This curtain of light didn't appear until the sun rose in the morning. The other light screens that Yi Qing had been hoping for still did not appear. But, even now that the pregnancy veil has appeared, Yin Luoqing can no longer take any medication. Yi Qinggang walked out. A light screen popped up. Species, hexagonal tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, early stage of town general. Early stage of breakthrough. This guy actually broke through to the level of a town general. That's incredibly fast. It must have eaten the flesh and blood of the emperor lizard before. It was just triggered. The 6-winged celestial tiger saw Yi Qing come out and flapped its wings to fly over. Even in its small form, it exudes a domineering aura, radiating authority without anger. Combined with its petite size, this creates a striking contrast, resulting in a charmingly unexpected appeal. A little while later, people gradually got up. Even Yin Luoqing was called out by everyone. However, he was still sleepy-eyed and his steps were unsteady, making him seem rather frail. Extremely delicate. Sister Yin, you've worked hard. Come on, Sister Yin, let's go. Zhou Lingxue and the others came over to help Yin Luoqing, which made Yin Luoqing blush deeply. Let's go, tiger. After Yi Qing spoke, the 6-winged celestial tiger's body expanded. Finally, a colossal beast appeared in the open space of the manor. Its size was terrifying, like a mountain. Intertwined patterns. This truly demonstrates the might of the Beast King. Yi Qing looked at the 6-winged sky tiger. This guy had only advanced 1 minor rank, yet the changes in his appearance and aura were so enormous. Honey, tiger has changed so much. Yes, it's upgraded and is now stronger. Let's go up. A moment later, everyone climbed onto the back of the 6-winged celestial tiger. Yi Qing looked at the girls cleaning in the manor, gave them a few instructions, and then patted Hu Zi on the back. The six-winged celestial tiger let out a low roar. Its 6 wings unfolded, and the next moment, slowly fanning itself, its enormous body gradually rose, and in an instant, everyone in the entire city of Su saw this enormous thing take off, entering the clouds. With a single flap of its 6 wings, the six-winged celestial tiger seemed to distort the surrounding space. Chapter 165. The whole city welcomes them. Base. The enormous 6-winged celestial tiger, like a cannonball, carried everyone toward the Jiangxing fortress. The girls on his back felt the speed, and their faces were filled with excitement. This feeling is truly like being above the heavens. It was incredibly refreshing. Yi Qing stood atop the tiger's head, controlling the direction. At the same time, within the fortified walls of Jiangxing, it's getting lively now. Many family heads have received news that several stars from the Eastern Theater Command of China are coming in the next few days, and they're all making preparations as such an opportunity is rare. Every one of the rising stars of China has boundless potential. In the future, they will at least become powerful figures at the marquee level. If you can seize this opportunity to curry favor with them, the benefits will be immense. Patriarch, I have already found out that several of the stars of China from the Eastern Theater Command have arrived at Jiangxing Barracks and gone to the military headquarters. We have no way to contact them now. The Feng family patriarch nodded upon hearing the reply. Who's still missing? Our message is still missing Yi Qing from the Suzhou stronghold. The other Shanghai youths, as well as other strongmen from the eastern frontier, have all arrived. They look like they've traveled a long way, probably because they received orders and rushed over as quickly as possible. After all, it takes quite a while to get here from the Shanghai frontier. Yi Qing hasn't arrived yet. The head of the Feng family pondered for a moment. After all, the highest-ranked person among them was Yi Qing, who ranked 5th and even squeezed out many scions of aristocratic families in the capital. Yi Qing is also the one that all the major families in Jiangxing want to curry favor with the most. Compared to other Huaxia stars in the Eastern Theater, who have grown up by accumulating family resources, Yi Qing's growth is more bizarre and magical, as if he rose to prominence in a short period of time. Furthermore, his abilities far surpass those of his peers. How could they not fawn over someone like that? Has Grandpa Lung made any moves? Old Master Lung is already at the city gate to greet us. Personally came to the city gate to greet him. The head of the Feng family was astonished. Old Master Feng was also a powerful figure who was very close to the Marquis realm. He actually came to the city gate to greet Yi Qing in person. Yes, after Old Master Lung went there, the other family heads received the news and went there as well. Now there are already several family heads at the gate of Jiangxing Fortress City. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have come over too. After saying a few words, the head of the Feng family quickly took action. At this moment, at the gate of Jiangxing Fortress, many people were greeting Grandpa Lung. Grandpa, you've come all this way in person. Grandpa, when do you think Yi Qing will be able to come over? The Su City stronghold where Yi Qing is located is quite far from the Jiang City stronghold. He must have received the news last night and has been traveling day and night. He should be arriving soon. Since we have been waiting here for quite a while, a little longer won't make a difference. As Old Master Lung spoke, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, we're all waiting here, so a little longer won't make a difference. Gradually, one family head after another gathered around, and more people came. Almost all the family heads, regardless of size, came. Lung Ruoshi's lips twitched as she watched the scene unfold. She had never seen such a scene before. While his grandfather's leadership played a part, the main reason for this was Yi Qing's own strength. Lung Ruoshi also stood on tiptoe to look ahead. I'm going to check if Yi Qing is there. Beside him, Lung Ming looked at his younger sister, Ruoshi. Ever since Ruoshi returned from spending a few days at Yi Qing Manor, she seemed like a completely different person. Normally, she would never have come to such an occasion. Today, not only did I come here, but I also stood on tiptoe to look at it. She has a captivating, alluring look in her eyes. Could it be? A bold idea emerged in Lung Ming's mind. Thinking about this situation, Lung Ming's lips twitched. At the same time, within the military headquarters, Qian Tu looked at the group of people who had arrived and arranged for them to sit down. Zhong Jiaxing, who had been transferred from the Su City stronghold to serve as the deputy city lord, also asked someone to pour them tea. After all, they are all rising stars of China with outstanding potential. Although they came from prestigious families, they knew that Qian Tu was a powerful figure at the marquee level, so they didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of him. Thank you, Lord Qian. Thank you, Lord Qian. Please wait a moment, everyone. Yi Qing hasn't arrived yet. We'll talk about some things when he comes. Please have some tea first. His city wall is quite far from the city wall, so it's understandable that he arrived a little late. Hearing Qiantu's words, the crowd felt somewhat dissatisfied. After all, they had traveled day and night without sleeping, and their energy levels were not high. Now they had to wait for others. I don't know how long it will take. However, since Yi Qing was ranked 5th, he had the right to make them wait. They didn't say anything more. They started drinking tea. Beside him, Zheng Jiaxing didn't pay attention to the expressions of the others. He thought to himself that it was really fate. He didn't expect that Yi Qing would come over right after he was transferred to the position of Deputy City Lord of Jiangqing Barrier. He had already arranged everything for Yi Qing yesterday. After all, they're one of our own. A little while later, the city gate of Jiangqing. Grandpa Lung stood there, and Lung Ruoxi moved a chair over next to him. Grandpa, are you tired? Why don't you sit down for a while? Many family heads watching nearby sighed inwardly. Look at that other family's granddaughter, who knows how to care for her grandfather. And look at theirs. None of them even know where they are now. No need. I'll just stand here and wait. Otherwise, when Yi Qing comes over, I won't know if I'm here to welcome him or to block the door. As he spoke, Old Master Lung patted Lung Ruoxi's head. The next moment, beside them, a family head looked into the distance and suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there." Everyone stiffened and looked up sharply into the distance, their gazes focusing on the sky in the distance. And there it was. The distant clouds looked as if they had been sliced open by a transparent knife. After separating, they retreated rapidly to both sides. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they were seeing. Old Master Lung also felt the speed, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. What speed? He had never seen such speed before. As they drew nearer, Lung Ruoxi looked at the giant tiger in the sky and exclaimed, "Grandpa, it's Yi Qing. That's Yi Qing's beast, a giant tiger with 6 wings. In short, everyone, get serious and stand up straight." They thought Yi Qing would stop at the city gate, but they were overthinking it. Base. A huge shadow loomed over them for a moment. Then they headed into the city. Chapter 166. It's gone? It flew past? And just like that, it flew over? Even the family heads, including Old Master Long, were surprised that Yi Qing would fly over like that, completely ignoring them. The next moment, boom, call. The sonic boom came from above them. It was deafening. Before them, the wind and waves swept by the high-speed flight of the 6-winged celestial tiger arrived late. Dust and sand were stirred up at the city gate. Sand and stones flew everywhere. He pounced hard on everyone's bodies and faces. Make everyone look disheveled. Quite a mess. The family heads looked at each other, their hearts filled with resentment. They had been waiting here for so long to welcome Yi Qing, but when Yi Qing arrived, he didn't even look at them. He simply swept past them, leaving them covered in dust. Beside him, Lung Ruoxi patted the old man's clothes and gave a wry smile. "Grandpa, it seems we've got it wrong. We didn't expect Yi Qing to ride the giant tiger into the city. He definitely can't see us waiting at the city gate from his position. That was a miscalculation." As Lung Ruoxi spoke, everyone understood that it wasn't Yi Qing who was arrogant, but rather that they were standing in the wrong place. If they had just stood a little further forward, Yi Qing would have been able to see them. Well, this is a mess. However, since Old Master Lung was treated this way, and so were they had no complaints. Behind them, the alarm went off instantly. It's a misunderstanding. The guards thought it was a flying-type alien beast entering the city. Old Master Lung realized in an instant. I'm going to talk to the guards about the situation. On the other side, the military personnel were still drinking tea, while a few young men from Shanghai were chatting amongst themselves, though their conversation was rather casual. People of their stature preferred to be alone and didn't particularly enjoy socializing. The next moment, boom, a series of whooshing sounds and sonic booms came from above them. Then came the sound of wind and waves sweeping across the land. What's going on? Everyone suddenly stood up. Qiantu and Zheng Jiaxing were no different. They both stood up, ready to go out and see what had happened. Then, the alarm sounded. Hearing this alarm, it's an alarm that a powerful flying-type monster is coming. Qiantu was almost the first to leave. The others followed closely behind, all coming outside to look at the sky. In the sky, a colossal creature sped wildly, as if it had found its destination, circling in the air, slowing down, and then descending. Everyone was shocked as they watched the giant creature slowly descend, feeling the hairs on their bodies stand on end. What does this feel like? Even the few Chinese stars who looked at this behemoth felt a chill rising from their feet, as if they had just been pulled out of a frozen river in the dead of winter. What an imposing presence. This size. They all believed it when they heard it was Feng Haiwang's mount. Could it be that the Marquis-level expert, or the King-level expert, has arrived? Zhong Jiaxing looked at the six-winged celestial tiger. He knew all too well what kind of strange beast it was, and he also knew all too well who had come. Yi Qing. Only. He looked at the six-winged celestial tiger with confusion in his eyes. He had seen the six-winged celestial tiger many times before, and it was definitely not this big back then. Even patterns can't capture this breathtaking beauty. It's been upgraded. It's definitely been upgraded. Yi Qing is truly a prodigy. Not only does he level up quickly, but his pets level up just as fast. Call. Call. The sound of wind is coming. The six-winged celestial tiger slowly flapped its wings, and then landed. Then, Yi Qing and the others then jumped off the six-winged celestial tiger. Compared to the others who were exhausted, Yi Qing and the others were full of energy and looked radiant. Yi Qing. Haha, I didn't expect it to be you. You've made such a commotion with your visit. Look, our alarms have gone off. Qian Tu was in high spirits when he saw Yi Qing. After saying that, the alarms stopped abruptly, presumably because someone in the know had informed the guards of the situation. Yi Qing. The others looked at Yi Qing, and their mouths twitched. Young, so very young. Although they had heard some things about Yi Qing before, and knew that he was relatively young, this was still excessively young. And their gazes fell on the beauties next to Yi Qing. Each of these beauties was stunningly beautiful, and had unparalleled charm. Every single one is top-notch. Moreover, they are all powerful artifact spirits. This. Who can I complain to about this? Roar. The six-winged celestial tiger looked at the crowd in front of it, and let out a low roar, drawing everyone's attention to itself. As the group of Chinese stars looked at the six-winged celestial tiger, a terrifying thought popped into their minds. Is it possible that they can't even defeat this strange beast? After all, that aura was simply terrifying. Zhong Jiaxing also walked over quickly from the side. Yi Qing, come on in and have a seat. You must be tired from your journey. Go and get some rest. Our trip here didn't take long. Just over 15 minutes? Yi Qing looked at the people beside her, and they nodded as well. It's a quarter of an hour more, but not by much. Others? A quarter of an hour? They walked all night. You arrived in just 15 minutes. And you're taking way too slowly. You're really good at keeping your composure. Yi Qing waved to the six-winged celestial tiger. The next moment, light shone from the six-winged sky tiger, and under everyone's gaze, the six-winged sky tiger shrank to a smaller size. Its small size combined with its imposing patterns creates a striking contrast that makes it endearing. How did they do that? A young man from Shanghai looked at the group of people beside him and asked in a loud voice. You're asking me? How am I supposed to answer you? This is the first time I've ever seen a creature that can shrink. Amazing, absolutely amazing. With a sigh, everyone followed Yi Qing into the reception room. Yi Qing and the others took their seats at the head of the table. The others took their seats separately, looking at Yi Qing. They had initially harbored resentment, but now, upon seeing Yi Qing, they felt a sense of powerlessness and awe, as if he were an unattainable mountain. They seemed to be no match for Yi Qing at all. After everyone calmed down for a while, the next moment, they then sensed a strange power. Even regarding financial prospects, they are searching for sources of income. After searching for a while, his gaze fell on Zhou Lingxue and the other person. He pondered for a while. Oh, Yi Qing, should I congratulate you? You're going to be a father. Seeing Yi Qing nod, Qian Tu's mind stirred. Sure enough, this fluctuation is coming from Yi Qing's child. What kind of child is this? What extraordinary talent must one possess to have urine in one's belly, thus competing with them for energy? If this were to be born, what would happen? Qian Tu thought for a moment, and then an idea came to his mind. Chapter 167. My child, you already have a teacher. Then, Qian Tu took a sip of tea and chatted casually. Yi Qing, I feel that this child is destined for great things. You must find him a good teacher in the future. You must not waste his talent. As Qian Tu spoke, many people around him understood what he meant. The meaning is all too obvious. You must find a good teacher, and now a good teacher is right in front of you. It's just a matter of you saying a few words. Zhou Lingxue and Lu Lianming also looked at Yi Qing, waiting for him to speak. Yi Qing smiled and said, Lord Qian is right. Before I came here, Marquis Lingfeng had already reserved the position of the child's teacher. I believe that the child will also achieve great things under his guidance in the future. Boom. In short, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, Qian Tu's lips twitched. Good heavens. What? What did you just say? Marquis Lingfeng. Li Xian, You really do have the advantage of being in a good position. You don't even let the opportunity with your child's teacher slip by. You're amazing. Oh, I see. Then I understand what happened. Marquis Lingfeng is very powerful, and he would be a good teacher for the child. Qian Tu practically spat out those words through gritted teeth. He had cursed Li Xian countless times in his heart. Looking at Qian Tu's expression, the others couldn't help but swallow hard. It's clear that Qian Tu is now filled with anger. TSK. Over here, several stars from the Eastern Theater Command of China looked on with helplessness. When they saw Yi Qing earlier, they felt inferior in terms of aura. Now, looking at Yi Qing, not only does he have so many exquisite artifact spirits, but he also has powerful experts at the Marquis realm vying to be his child's teacher. He's practically a winner in life. That's so enviable. Alright, let's not talk about anything else. Let's get down to business. You all came to Jiangxing Fortress this time, and you know why. This time, King Fenghai ordered me to protect you as you absorb the essence of the king-level beasts. The essence blood of a king-level beast contains a violent and refined energy that can greatly enhance your physical strength, and it is even possible that it could help you break through to a higher level. However, the violent energy inside should not be underestimated. If you are not careful, it may damage your source or body, causing irreversible damage. You must be extremely careful when absorbing it. As Qian Tu spoke, he then shared his insights on absorbing the essence and blood of king-level alien beasts. The group from Shanghai listened with expressions of learning. They knew that Qian Tu, who was standing in front of them, was once a rising star in China. He has now become a powerful figure at the Marquis level. He had absorbed the essence of a king-level beast before, and what he was saying now was based on experience, which was crucial for them who were about to absorb the essence of a king-level beast. Yi Qing listened and nodded. He wasn't too worried about absorbing this stuff, since his physical strength was already sufficient. Even violent energy is nothing in front of him. However, the king-level beast essence blood from headquarters has not yet been distributed. Qian Tu looked at the group with a smile. It should take a few more days to come down. In the meantime, you can take a stroll around Jiangxing Fortress and learn about the local customs and culture. Our military headquarters has also arranged accommodations for everyone. Someone will take you there in a little while. We haven't arrived yet. Everyone's faces froze upon hearing this. If they had known, they wouldn't have had to come in such a hurry. I thought I could absorb it once I arrived. Yi Qing didn't care about the others' reactions, since he had other things to do inside the Jiangxing stronghold. For example, the Fushi Qin, a type of zither, and the Dinghai Zhu, a pearl used to stabilize the sea. These are amazing artifacts. Alright, everyone, follow our people to settle in. Take a good rest these next few days. Financial prospects can be summed up in a single sentence. Everyone stood up as well. The others followed the other guards. Zhong Jiaxing came to Yi Qing's side and said, Yi Qing, come with me. City Lord Qian has specially arranged a place for you. A little while later, Yi Qing and the others then followed Zhong Jiaxing to a manor. This manor is no less impressive than the manors at the Sioux City barrier. It's clear that it was planned with care. They also hired quite a few people to provide services. Lord Qian is very thoughtful, but there was really no need for this. Your residence was personally arranged by the city lord. None of the others have such a large one. Alright, settle in first. If you need anything, just come to me. I'm only able to become the deputy city lord of Jiangxing Fortress thanks to you. Zhong Jiaxing said, thinking about the previous battle of Weiqing. If it weren't for Yi Qing turning the tide, he and Wang Weidong would probably be dead in the mouths of the alien beasts by now. How could he possibly have been promoted to the Sea King based on that one battle? Then, Zhong Jiaxing looked at Yi Qing and shook his head slightly. This guy's growth rate was indeed terrifying. When he and Wang Weidong went to Jinling Fortress to bring Yi Qing to Suzhou Fortress for training, he didn't have this strength yet, but in a short period of time, he has grown to this level. TSK. This is extraordinary. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Okay, then I won't see you off. No need to send it. Zhong Jiaxing waved his hand and left. Yi Qing and the others settled down here as well. On the other side, the other Huaxia stars were also arranged to stay in their accommodations. They looked at this residence, this place, and compared to their residence in Shanghai, it was far inferior. But it's not bad either. The fortifications in Jiangxing were clearly well planned. A moment later, a figure walked in from outside. Oh my god! After saying that, a young man from a prominent family in Shanghai sat there fuming. The others, seeing him return in this state after his walk, were puzzled and gathered around to ask, what's wrong? You went out for a while and came back like this. Who in Jiangxing has angered you? That's right. Now when you come, you're treated like a VIP. The man looked at them and said, Humph, you think it's not bad? This Jiangxing fortress is really playing favorites. What do you mean? Do you even know where Yiqing lives? Where? Dongshan Manor. I just went out and inquired. That Dongshan Manor is a luxurious manor within the Jiangxing fortress, many times more luxurious than ours. Tell me, isn't this a double standard? Isn't this discriminatory treatment? What? Just because he's ranked higher on the China Star list, he gets treated like this, but we're treated a lower tier? That's ridiculous. With just a few words, he stirred up everyone's emotions. Exactly, that doesn't make any sense. Chapter 168 Lung Ruashi. It's no use me going. Everyone was making a fuss, preparing to go and give feedback to Zhong Jiaxing. A little while later, Zhong Jiaxing also arrived here, with a smile on his face. Gentlemen, what's the matter? I heard that you're not entirely satisfied with the accommodations we've arranged. It's not that we're not satisfied. We're quite happy with our accommodations here. What we're unhappy about is that the Jiangxing military headquarters is being so hypocritical. Oh, Zhong Jiaxing looked at the group. Why do you all say that? The group then recounted the details of Yiqing's residence and their own. That's right. Our military allocates housing based on the number of people. Call. These words, when they reached everyone's ears, made them all pause in surprise. They had considered countless ways Zhong Jiaxing could speak, but they hadn't thought of this one aspect at all. Good heavens. Really? Yiqing has so many spirit artifacts, and if the allocation were based on headcount, there wouldn't be any problem with him getting a place to live. At this moment, their mentality was becoming increasingly explosive. This guy is so powerful, has so many powerful artifact spirits, and can still get such treatment because of so many artifact spirits. How could they not be furious? Gentlemen, is there anything else? No, that's all. The group was speechless. After leaving, Zhong Jiaxing's expression turned cold and stern. He then snorted coldly. These guys want to be treated the same as Yiqing? Do they deserve it? Yiqing single-handedly turned the tide and saved the defenses of Sioux City. Such a remarkable achievement deserves even better treatment. On the other hand, these guys have all grown up relying on their family's resources since they were young, and they still think it's all thanks to themselves. Inside, everyone stood there stunned for a moment. He expressed his feelings. This guy is amazing. How did he do that? That's right. They were nobody before, but now they've grown to a level that we can look up to. If you want to know about Yiqing's past, his file should contain a fairly comprehensive record. As one person spoke, several others nodded in agreement. For such individuals, the military would collect previous information and file it in their personnel files. Brother Zhang, doesn't someone in your family work in the military in Shanghai? How about we look into it? I'm extremely curious right now. We are too. As the voices rang out, Zhang Lei looked at everyone and nodded. Okay, I'll have my family check it out. As Zhang Lei spoke, he felt a pang of longing, like a cat's claws, to see Yiqing's growth story. At the same time, the city walls stand guard over the cold home. Everyone who greeted us at the city gate had taken a bath and changed their clothes before coming out. After the six-winged celestial tigers swept over their heads, the yellow sand it kicked up covered them. They almost turned into sand people. Over here, Lung Ruashi had also changed into a dress, her slender legs sticking out, and with her wet hair, she looked like a lotus emerging from the water. It gives people the feeling that it is something to be admired from afar, but not to be touched. She walked over and sighed. This time we really missed him. We thought Yiqing would come from the main entrance, but we didn't expect him to fly over from the sky. We waited there like fools for so long. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. That's true. Yiqing and the others should have gone to the military headquarters by now. I've sent someone to inquire, and I believe we should have news soon. Since we didn't greet them at the city gate, let's wait for Yiqing to come out of the military headquarters and then invite him to our home as a guest, or we can simply have him stay here. In short, we should try to build a good relationship with them. As old Master Lung spoke, Lung Ming's face turned ashen. Lung Ruashi, however, had a different idea. If Yiqing were to stay at the Lung family's residence, she would definitely choose a room far away from Yiqing's room. Having been a hostage in the manor for some time, she had a deep understanding of Yiqing's strength. If I don't stay away from it, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well every night. Wait until evening. A figure rushed in from outside. You're back. Patriarch, I've found out that Yiqing and the others left the military a long time ago, and Yiqing is currently staying at Dongshan Manor. The others are in smaller places. Dongshan Villa? Upon hearing this name, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This place is way too luxurious. They just gave Yi Qing a place to live there? It is evident that the Jiangqing military and Qian Tu both value Yi Qing highly. In that case, let's find someone to invite Yi Qing over, someone he has a good relationship with. Old Master Lung glanced around and saw Lung Ming. He then shifted his gaze away. After all, Lung Ming had gone to provoke Yi Qing and was beaten up. If he were to invite him, Yi Qing would probably just ignore him. Similarly, it would be the same if he went by himself. Then, Old Master Lung turned his attention to Lung Ruoxi. He looked at his granddaughter, whose appearance was like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice. Besides, didn't she also stay at Yi Qing's manor for a while? That would be a good opportunity to send her. Ruoxi. What's wrong, Grandpa? You spent some time at Yi Qing's manor. What was your relationship with him like? It's not bad. Lung Ruoxi thought about the time she spent in the manor. Her face flushed. Thinking about it now, it's still a little embarrassing. Since it's possible, then you should go this time and invite Yi Qing to your home. Lung Ruoxi. Grandpa, what time is it? Based on my understanding of Yi Qing, he should be doing something important right now. What am I supposed to do there now? Is there any way to stop it? If he starts, he probably won't stop until tomorrow morning. It would be pointless for me to go. However, Lung Ruoxi didn't know how to say it and hesitated several times before finally speaking. How about it, Grandpa? I go to see him again tomorrow morning. No, we must first show our sincerity. Since we weren't stopped at the city gate, we should now get ahead of the other families. All right, I'll go then, but I can't guarantee I'll bring Yi Qing back. Lung Ruoxi reluctantly agreed, intending to try her luck and see if Yi Qing had time. It's all right, you go first and see what's going on. After, Lung Ruoxi then arrived at the manor. They knocked on the door. Chapter 169, Returning to Ancestral Forms, the Map of Mountains and Rivers. The door opens. Zhou Lingxue and the others looked at the newcomer. Then he was stunned. Isn't this Ruoxi? Zhou Lingxue looked at her and took her hand. Come in quickly. We didn't expect it to be you who came to our door. We thought it was someone from the military. The others also gathered around. Lung Ruoxi looked at these older sisters, counted them, and thought, it seems like there's a good chance of getting Yi Qing invited over tonight. Aren't all these older sisters here now? Doesn't this mean that Yi Qing isn't busy right now? We thought you were at Jiangqing Fortress before we came, and we wanted to visit you this time. But we went straight to the military headquarters and spent a lot of time there, so we didn't have time to visit you. Zhou Lingxue said. Lung Ruoxi then told everyone that her Lung family and other families were waiting at the city gate. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Lu Lianmeng also sighed. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. My husband and I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful as to welcome us at the city gate. We were in a bit of a hurry this time, so we just skipped over there. And it even triggered an alarm, which was quite a blunder. The people around them were also chatting and laughing. After a while, Lung Ruoxi still didn't see Yi Qing come out. He then asked, Where's Yi Qing? I haven't seen him. That one sentence left everyone speechless. How do you explain that? He's busy. Yin Luoqing chimed in. Her face flushed, as she was too embarrassed to say such a thing aloud. Are you busy? What are you busy with? Didn't they say that we can't absorb the essence blood of king-level beasts now? Then, Lung Ruoxi looked at Yin Luoqing's expression and thought about what she had just said, and then her lips twitched. What's the meaning? What does this mean? Could it be that Yi Qing has formed a new contract with a weapon spirit? Yes, it definitely is. All the older sisters and cousins from before are here. That must be it. This guy has way too many spirits he can contract with. After she returned, she asked her grandfather about this matter. Is it really possible for one person to contract with so many spirits? Grandpa gave the answer. As long as the source is strong enough, it will be fine. From this perspective, Yi Qing's origin is indeed powerful enough. Actually, there's no need to look at it that way. You can tell just by the few days she spent at Yi Qing Manor. Ruoxi, what brings you here to see your husband? Yes, my grandfather asked me to come. Lung Ruoxi then recounted the whole story. Hearing this, everyone waved their hands. The old man is too cautious. How could my husband be so petty? Go back and talk to the old man. It's nothing. My grandfather won't listen to me now. Since Yi Qing doesn't have time right now, I'll go back and talk to him first. Okay, go back and talk to them first. The group then saw Lung Ruoxi off. This was after the Lung family. Old Master Lung was pacing back and forth in the main hall. After all, it's still necessary to maintain good relations with Yi Qing. This can be seen from the attitudes of Qian Tu and the Jiangqing military. The Jiangqing military is trying to curry favor with Yi Qing. You can't go wrong by following them. A little while later, Lung Ruoxi is back. How about it? Everyone is resting now, so I didn't even get to see them when I went there. You're resting so early? Old Master Lung looked at the time, also surprised. Faced with her grandfather's question, Lung Ruashi didn't know how to answer. She could only blush and say, they were probably tired from their journey and wanted to go to bed early. Anyway, I didn't see anyone when I went there. Well, the old man sighed deeply after hearing Lung Ruashi's words. It seems Yi Qing has a problem with them and doesn't want to see them. In that case, he definitely needs to make arrangements for tomorrow. You guys come with me again tomorrow morning, said Old Master Lung, and Lung Ruashi nodded. The next morning, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Qing. The heavenly Dharma form has been upgraded to the 8th rank. Yi Qing then felt a strange energy enter his body. He felt more connected to his surroundings. It was as if every gesture he made could cause the surrounding 5 elements and 8 trigrams forces to vibrate. He now seems to be one with everything around him. That's absolutely terrifying. Jingyao reverted to her ancestral form a second time, this time reverting to the first half of the mountains and rivers map. Boom. This screen of light also filled Yi Qing with shock. Jingyao has actually regressed to her ancestral form twice. The first half of the mountains and rivers map was created by returning to the ancestral origins of the Hichu. The first half of this scroll, in particular, is very meaningful. Her younger sister should revert to her ancestral form a second time, becoming the second half of the mountains and rivers map. If these two sisters join forces, they can create a masterpiece depicting the mountains and rivers of the land. That strength must be incredibly terrifying. Let's take a rest first. Yi Qing looked at Jingyao, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. She probably didn't know that she had unknowingly activated her second ancestral return and had even returned to become such a powerful artifact spirit. A little while later, Yi Qing came out of the room. The light screen popped up again. Species, hexagonal tiger. Physical form, childlike. Strength, mid-stage town general. Oh, midterm generalship. This guy leveled up again. It should be noted that the 6-winged sky tiger is a pure-blooded beast and has the strength to fight across major ranks. Although after the town general, each minor rank seems to be separated by an insurmountable chasm. However, according to Yi Qing's estimation, the 6-winged sky tiger is now capable of dealing with beasts at the marquee level. The 6-winged celestial tiger watched Yi Qing emerge. They flew over immediately as well. It rubbed its little head against Yi Qing, looking like it was searching for something. You rascal, asking me for food first thing in the morning. As Yi Qing spoke, he flipped his hand, and a divine-level beast-specific fasting pill appeared in his hand. Eat up, eat more. Seeing so many divine-level mythical beasts, the 6-winged sky tiger was overjoyed and flapped its wings wildly in a display of power. On the other side, honey, you're awake? Is Jingyao still sleeping? Who came last night? Yi Qing's words stunned everyone. Wow, my husband can now multitask? How could they know that someone came last night? It's Ruashi who's here. She wanted to invite you to the Lung family last night, but we told her you were busy. Lu Lieming said. Visiting the Lung family? With just one sentence, Yi Qing roughly understood what the Lung family meant. This is an attempt to befriend him. How about we go over to the Lung family's place now? No need. They should be here soon. Everyone looked puzzled upon hearing this. But, at the same time, within the fortified walls of Jiangqing, Old Master Lung led Lung Ruashi and the others towards Dongshan Manor. Of course, Lung Ming was not in the team. Chapter 170, Rich and Powerful. Around, many scions of prominent families also noticed this situation. Then I went home. Within a family, the young man hurriedly walked in. Master of the house, master of the house. A little while later, an old man came out after changing his clothes. Seeing his hurried appearance, he looked puzzled and asked, Why are you in such a hurry so early in the morning? I just saw Old Master Lung leading Lung Ruashi and several high-ranking officials hurriedly heading towards Dongshan Manor. The head of the family was taken aback. Then I found out what was going on. Good heavens, it's obvious that Yi Qing lives in Dongshan Villa, which is why Lao Lung got up so early and was in such a hurry. As he thought about it, the corner of his mouth twitched. Let's go take a look. At the same time, many family heads also began preparations. Only, Old Master Lung had already arrived at Dongshan Manor ahead of time. Knock on the door. You guys, what did I tell you? Here you are, Yi Qing said with a smile. Everyone, you were absolutely right. Yi Qing opened the door. Then, Old Master Lung looked at Yi Qing and was immediately stunned. What a talented young man. Yi Qing, this is my grandfather, Lung Wenzhong. the head of our Lung family. Grandpa, this is Yi Qing. Seeing is believing. I had only heard about Yi Qing's illustrious achievements, but I never expected him to be so handsome. In terms of appearance, he can truly be called a peerless gentleman. Old Master Lung also gave Yi Qing a very high evaluation. A gentleman unparalleled in the world. Those around them, listening to the old man's words, were all deeply moved. These words, coming from the old man himself, were truly high praise. You should know that the old man rarely praises people. Today, I'm not just praising people, I'm praising them in this way. Beside her, Lung Ruoxi also glanced at her grandfather, as if to confirm that he hadn't been switched with someone else today. Grandpa Lung glared back at her, his face showing helplessness. So it's Grandpa Lung, please come in. Yi Qing invited Old Master Lung and the others inside. When Old Master Lung saw Zhou Lingxue and the others, he immediately gasped. He originally thought his granddaughter was already extremely beautiful, but he didn't expect that any one of them could be just as beautiful as Lung Ruoxi, or even more so, etc. The next moment, Old Master Lung immediately sensed that something was wrong. This unusual energy fluctuation. He searched for a while and found the source. Then, his eyes widened slightly. What incredible talent. They have this ability to compete for energy even when they are in the womb. If this is a boy, he'll have a bright future ahead of him. If it were a girl, who knows what kind of spirit she could revert to? He would love to have a grandson or granddaughter like that. How pitiful. He's so old, yet he hasn't become a great-grandfather or great-maternal grandfather. Then, he looked at Lung Ruoxi. Looking at her grandfather's gaze, Lung Ruoxi was immediately puzzled. What? Why are you suddenly looking at her? What's wrong with her? Then, she saw the old man looking at Yi Qing. Lung Ruoxi instantly understood what the old man meant. This. My God, I just want people to be interested in me too. Old man, can't you think of something practical? If I make a pact with Yi Qing, aren't you afraid our family's ancestral graves will be blown up? Are we that fortunate? Lung Ruoxi turned her head away, refusing to meet the old man's gaze, making it seem as if the old man's series of attacks had hit a cotton ball. Old man, would you like to come and have some tea? Okay, let's have lunch at the mansion. I know there's another mansion owned by a powerful person. The food there is quite good. Let's have lunch together and have a couple of drinks. Okay, Yi Qing said. A little while later, several people are drinking tea. Jing Yao also came out of the room. They came looking for us. Lung Ruoxi also saw Jing Yao. Looking at her, Lung Ruoxi's eyes were filled with amazement. Putting aside everything else, Yi Qing's contracted spirits were all incredibly beautiful. After Jing Yao learned about these people, she also moved closer to Lung Ruoxi, saying, Little sister, here are some snacks, you can try them too. Looking at Lung Ruoxi's face, Jing Yao could tell at a glance that she was the type her husband liked. If I could recruit this younger sister, wouldn't I be able to finally get some rest? Thinking of this, Jing Yao became even more enthusiastic towards Lung Ruoxi. However, Lung Ruoxi smiled as she watched Jing Yao's actions, knowing that she had already learned this move before Jing Yao even arrived at the manor. A little while later, the manor gates were knocked on again. Zhou Lingxue and the others opened the door. Outside, there were none other than the heads of various families. They came in. Looking at these people, Old Master Lung scoffed inwardly. These guys came pretty fast. They rushed over as soon as they received the news. He acted as an intermediary and introduced them to each other. Flap, flap. As the group greeted each other, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. Everyone looked to the other side and saw the six-winged celestial tiger coming towards them. In an instant, almost everyone's pupils shrank, and their faces showed disbelief. This, 6 wings. Could this be the giant tiger that blotted out the sky that they saw yesterday? How did things turn out like this today? They look completely harmless. Why would such a colossal beast become so small? This doesn't make sense. They had never seen a strange beast that could change size at will. Ignoring everyone, the 6-winged sky tiger came to Yi Qing's side and unleashed another smooth combo. Yi Qing sighed helplessly. This guy had become far too greedy after leveling up. He flipped his hand. They took out a lot of divine-level beast fasting pills, along with some other medicines. The aroma of medicine immediately filled the air. Everyone inhaled the aroma of the medicine, their faces showing expressions of enjoyment. So comfortable. This medicinal aroma tells you it's a top-quality medicine. But why did Yi Qing take all these out? Then, in full view of everyone, Yi Qing stuffed the entire handful of medicine into the mouth of the 6-winged celestial tiger. Everyone, they stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their bodies trembling involuntarily. So many good medicines, top quality medicines. They actually gave it to a strange beast like that. This. They're incredibly wealthy. That's incredibly extravagant. Even old Master Lung was stunned by Yi Qing's posture. The Lung family has quite a lot of wealth. However, they simply wouldn't dare to make such a wasteful move. He swallowed hard. It seems that those bets given to Yi Qing before, those bets that crippled the Lung family, couldn't stir up any waves in Yi Qing's heart at all. Chapter 171 Noisy. Beside her, Lung Ruoxi stared wide-eyed at the scene, hardly believing what she was seeing. Arrogant. All I can say is that they're incredibly arrogant. All she wanted to say to Yi Qing was to stop using his supernatural powers. Click. Click. The six-winged celestial tiger chewed on a handful of medicine, and energy immediately overflowed. The entire space was filled with a rich fragrance. Even the old master of the Lung family twitched at the corner of his mouth, clearly not wanting to stay there any longer. How about we set off for the mansion in a bit? Yi Qing nodded in agreement with old Master Lung's words. Wait here for me a moment, I'll go get the wine. It's homemade. You can try it. Yi Qing went to a room and came out a moment later with a jar of wine. The group set off. The six-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings and followed behind Yi Qing. Jing Yao looked at the six-winged celestial tiger, then grabbed it with both hands and held it in her bosom, stroking it. Beside her, Lung Ruoxi also came over to watch. Little sister, do you like this little guy too? Come on, have a go, it's okay. This little guy doesn't bite. Little guy. Lung Ruoxi knew the true size of this little guy. It was like a mountain, blocking out the sky and the sun. Their strength is incredibly formidable. How dare she touch that? If she gets angry from touching him, will she even survive? The next moment, Jing Yao grabbed her little hand and pressed it onto the head of the six-winged celestial tiger. Lung Ruoxi. In an instant, Lung Ruoxi felt the hairs on her entire body stand on end. As if pulled from a frozen river in the dead of winter, his whole body began to tremble. However, a little while later, Lung Ruoxi saw that the six-winged celestial tiger was not making any moves and was still quietly staying in Jing Yao's arms. I can finally relax. His hand roamed over the six-winged celestial tiger. This fur is so smooth. So comfortable. Lung Ruoxi felt relieved and touched the little guy, thinking to herself that if she could hold him while sleeping at night, she would probably sleep better. We're almost there. The owner of that mansion is no ordinary person either. He is a town general. He captured a Grandmaster-level iron-headed white tiger and placed it in front of the mansion to guard it, which made the entire mansion look even more magnificent. The food there is quite good. I'll take you to try it later, Yi Xiaoyu. Okay. Yi Qing nodded. Then he thought that a Grandmaster-level iron-headed giant tiger was not weak. However, Yi Qing seemed to have an impression of this kind of beast. The reason why this kind of beast was called iron-headed was not because its head was hard, but because this guy was easy to get angry. Not afraid of death. Like the Peacekeeper, it specifically targets powerful alien beasts to fight. Therefore, it was given such titles. However, they don't seem to have any aggressive tendencies towards small creatures like humans. That's it. Grandpa Lung pointed to the distance, and Yi Qing looked in that direction. Then we came to a magnificent place. From the outside, it is already extremely luxurious. Inside, it is probably even better than outside. Not far from the mansion, a huge white tiger was chained up and guarded by several layers of protection. It makes the luxurious buildings next to it appear even more extravagant. This boss does have some taste. Yi Qing finished speaking in one sentence. Iron-headed white tiger, who had been dozing off, sensed something. He stiffened. Then he stood up. All the hair on its body was standing on end. It looked around. Finally, their attention turned to Yi Qing. Then, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Roar. A roar that carried for 1,000 meters. Oh. As old Master Lung looked at the iron-headed white tiger, his eyes gradually turned cold. That beast, why isn't he giving me any face today? This guy usually stays there quietly, sleeping most of the time, and even when he wakes up, he doesn't make a sound. But now, he's gone mad at the very moment he's hosting a banquet for Yi Qing. Beside him, Yi Qing also looked at the iron-headed white tiger, a cold smile playing on his lips. It seems that the Beast King aura skill on his body has taken effect. His Beast King aura has a suppressive effect on exotic beasts. But unexpectedly, I encountered a stubborn kid. I sensed the Beast King aura emanating from him, yet he still dared to challenge me like this. Roar. Iron-headed white tiger let out another low roar. Stand up, then bow down. Look towards Yi Qing. Keep moving forward. Until the chains were taut. Splash. Splash. Roar. 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 As Yi Qing drew closer, the iron-headed white tiger's reaction became increasingly intense. The thick, heavy chains were creaking and rattling, looking as if they wouldn't last much longer. The old Master Lung and the other family heads were all stunned by the scene before them. What's wrong with this beast today? Old Master Lung's eyes turned cold and sharp. It seemed that he had no choice but to take action today and knock this guy unconscious first. Don't affect Yi Qing's mood. He was just about to make his move. The next moment, behind them, then a beam of light appeared. Then, the air pressure was then compressed and exploded. It produced a sonic boom. In an instant, the top of their heads was covered by shadows. They looked up at the giant shadow in the sky. They were all stunned for a moment. When they were waiting at the city gate, the six-winged celestial tiger they saw was flying through the air. Back then, they knew the size of the six-winged sky tiger, but in terms of their perception, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Now, they all felt as if a mountain was truly floating above their heads. It sent chills down their spines. Call. The six-winged celestial tiger flapped its wings and headed straight for the iron-headed white tiger. When the iron-headed white tiger saw the six-winged sky tiger flying over, it roared even louder, spit flying everywhere. The surrounding iron chains also shattered instantly. The enormous body was about to pounce on the six-winged celestial tiger. This is bad. If we make a big move inside the fortress, we won't be able to explain it to Lord Qian. Old Master Lung let out a soft cry. He too was experiencing a severe headache at that moment. However, he could no longer stop the two strange beasts from fighting. The next moment, the sound of flesh and blood tearing apart rang out. Thump. A huge, muffled thud followed immediately. Everyone looked over. They all stood there as if petrified, their eyes wide with disbelief. What did they see? With a single swipe of its claw, the six-winged celestial tiger shattered the iron-headed giant tiger's head. The enormous crystal cores tumbled down. Glug. The family heads present felt a chill rise from their bodies as they looked at the six-winged celestial tiger. They knew they couldn't defeat the iron-headed giant tiger anytime soon, while the six-winged sky tiger only needed one move. It's terrifying. If they were to face this six-winged celestial tiger, they might be able to hold out for a little longer than the iron-headed giant tiger, but not by much. All right, enough of this noise, let's go eat. Yi Qing looked at the group of family heads with a smile on his face and took the lead in walking forward. It took the others a while to realize what was happening, and they followed Yi Qing. Chapter 172. Can it evolve again? At this moment, the guards of the mansion, seeing this situation, all stood rooted to the ground like wooden stakes. My God, Captain, what do we do? Should we go in? One of the guards said. The people around him looked at him as if he were an idiot. Even the captain almost went up and slapped him. Go up, go up, go what? You didn't even look at what kind of powerful beast this was before you attacked. You're risking your life, but we are. The sound of flesh and blood tearing apart rang out. The six-winged celestial tiger tore off a piece of flesh and swallowed it whole. Then I took another bite. The sound of flesh and blood being torn apart once again drew everyone's attention. A little while later, old Master Lung walked over. Where's your boss? Our boss is out. But they should be back soon. Okay, if your boss comes back, just have him come find me and tell him about this beast's madness today. Old Master Lung's meaning shouldn't be too obvious. He can take responsibility for compensation in this matter. Everyone listened with smiles on their faces. It's good to have someone in charge. Mr. Lung, please come in. After entering, many people also looked over at this group of people. This is Old Master Lung. The people next to me are the heads of many powerful families. What's going on today? So many powerful people have come to eat together. Look, that boy. After that sentence, everyone turned their attention to Yi Qing, who was at the head of the group. At this moment, Yi Qing was walking at the very front. Even old Master Lung was half a step behind Yi Qing, not to mention the heads of other families. Who is this person? From Shanghai. Yesterday, I saw many family heads waiting at the city gate, but in the end no one came. Could it be that this is the person they were waiting for? All right, stop guessing. A voice came from behind. Everyone looked at the person next to them, eager to hear the details. This one is Yi Qing, the fifth-ranked figure in the China Star rankings. This is the one that the heads of these families were waiting for at the city gate yesterday. Yi Qing. Upon hearing this name, everyone recalled the various legends they had heard before. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. No wonder these family heads all act like their little followers. Yi Qing's strength should now be above that of a town general. Above Zhenjiang? Don't talk nonsense. I heard from my friends at the Suzhou fortress that this person's strength has probably already reached the Marquis realm. Boom. A single sentence exploded around them like a thunderclap, sending chills down everyone's spines. The realm of a Marquis. Such a young Marquis-level cultivator. However, his current cultivation level is no longer important. Yi Qing is now the star of China, ranked 5th, and his future achievements will definitely surpass those of a king-level expert. Everyone chimed in with their own comments, and they all nodded in agreement. Several people wanted to get up and strike up a conversation with Yi Qing. However, he was stopped by his companion. Going there now would not only fail to win Yi Qing's favor, but would also offend the family head standing nearby. They could only watch as a group of people headed upstairs. We arrived at the private room. After ordering the dishes, the old master of the Lung family looked at the wine that Yi Qing had brought and called Lung Ruoshi to his side. Ruoshi, be more observant today and serve Yi Qing well. Go and open the wine that Yi Qing brought and pour it for everyone. Lung Ruoshi went over and opened the bottle cap. The next moment, a strong aroma of wine and medicine wafted over, and the heads of the families were all shocked as they smelled it. They were all seasoned veterans, but they had never encountered such fine wine before. They were all filled with anticipation. Lung Ruoshi poured some for Yi Qing, and then poured some for the other family heads. A little while later, the dishes were served one after another, and soon the aroma filled the air. All right, everyone, try my wine. Yi Qing raised his glass, and everyone else did the same. After taking a sip of wine, their lips twitched. What a fine wine. The alcohol's aroma, upon entering the throat, transformed into a surge of energy flowing through the body. While everyone was toasting and laughing, the mansion is in the distance. Several figures were riding on strange beast mounts, heading this way. Are you telling the truth? It must be true. I got the information from the military headquarters in Shanghai. How could it be false? A man looked at the mansion owner. Old Guan, I'm not saying this to be mean, but those Chinese stars might already be inside the Jiangsheng stronghold. Why don't you hurry up and curry favor with him? Especially Yi Qing, who is ranked 5th. He's practically a future king-level powerhouse. Furthermore, I obtained other information while in Shanghai this time. Oh, what news? Guan Fei asked quickly upon hearing this. It seems that Yi Qing has made a contract with Feng Haiwang's niece. Guan Fei. Yi Qing's plan is quite clever. I heard that Feng Haiwang's niece at the Su City Fortress is a useless spirit, and no one has been willing to form a contract with her. Now that Yi Qing has formed a contract with her, he can get in touch with Feng Haiwang's relationship. In addition, Yi Qing's original strength is already very strong, so it seems that he will rise to prominence in the future. Sai, a lot of people think the same way you do. The person next to him waved his hand. Do you know what happened next? After Yi Qing made a contract with Feng Haiwang's niece, Feng Haiwang's niece reverted to her ancestral nature. It reverted to its ancestral form and became a diagram. That diagram has the ability to control the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. That strength is probably beyond the reach of even an S-rank artifact spirit that has returned to its ancestral form. Huh, you're not kidding? Guan Fei was also stunned. Then he looked at his friend's face, who looked serious and said it was impossible for him to be joking. Sharp. As Guan Fei listened to these events, he could only say that Yi Qing was formidable. The two walked. My friend looked ahead, his eyes widening in disbelief at what he was seeing. After a long while, he said to Guan Fei beside him, Look over there, your iron-headed white tiger seems to have evolved. It has evolved? I've never heard of an iron-headed white tiger evolving. He looked in that direction, and then his body stiffened. What's this? What a giant tiger this is. All black and white. It's as big as a mountain. It has 6 wings on its back. Unrivaled in its grandeur. Just looking at him from afar made Guan Fei feel a chill run down his spine, and he felt a sense of dread, as if he dared not approach. Is this his iron-headed white tiger evolved from? Chapter 173. Did it not evolve? Or was it eaten? Wow. Guan Fei looked at the 6-winged celestial tiger with undisguised excitement on his face, though he didn't know why his iron-headed white tiger had turned out this way. But this is also a good thing. Look at this giant tiger, so majestic and imposing. It looks like a powerful mythical beast at the level of a marquis. And, incredibly, it even evolved 6 wings. With those 6 thick wings, it must fly very fast. That was awesome. He can't resist riding the 6-winged white tiger and flying around in the air. Come on, let's go take a look. Haha, don't eat yet. Let's ride on my evolved giant tiger and fly around in the air. I'll show you how to have a good time. As Guan Fei spoke, his facial expression was quite interesting. He was practically beaming with excitement. The man next to him looked at him with a helpless expression. However, he could understand. After all, he had seen the iron-headed white tiger before. It had a violent personality and was not very strong. It was only at the lowest level, and its size was not very big. It doesn't have wings yet. But now, things are different. It would be nice to be able to ride such a giant beast. However, looking at the giant tiger, he still had doubts in his heart. How did it achieve such evolution? Was it done by human intervention? If it really can be controlled by human intervention, then he should go back and evolve his tame beasts. The two ran wildly. We crossed the mountain. The next moment, the man and Guan Fei stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they were seeing. Even the strange beasts they rode on stopped in their tracks for a moment. Man, Guan Fei. What's going on? Why is there a huge corpse under that giant beast? It looks like none other than Guan Fei's iron-headed white tiger. It seems we were all wrong. This six-winged white tiger didn't evolve from your iron-headed white tiger. It must have eaten your iron-headed white tiger. The man muttered something, his lips twitching. He looked at Guan Fei, who also swallowed hard. He can see that's the case too. Do you need to repeat it again? At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen off a cliff. The psychological gap, coupled with the fact that his beast had been eaten, fueled Guan Fei's anger, and he desperately wanted to know what had happened. What's going on? Where did this strange beast come from? And why did it eat his beast? In broad daylight, under the clear sky. Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice? Walk. As Guan Fei spoke, he clamped his legs together, and the beast beneath him rushed quickly toward the mansion. Hey, don't get so worked up. The man beside Guan Fei looked at him and thought to himself that something was wrong. This six-winged giant tiger looked to be a marquis-level beast, and it could fly. It was so troublesome that even the city lord of Jiangcheng, Qian Tu, would have a hard time dealing with it. Guan Fei's strength is nothing. He's just a spirit master at the town general level. He actually wants to go toe-to-toe with this giant beast. At this moment, Guan Fei was already fired up and headed towards the mansion. But gradually, as the distance between them decreased, he gained a new understanding of the size of the six-winged, celestial tiger in front of him. Big. It's too big. He had never seen such a strange beast before. And at this moment, it was covered in blood. It was absolutely ferocious. Such a beastly aura made Guan Fei tremble in his heart. They almost lost the will to take direct action against it. At the same time, around the mansion, the guards were all in a panic, looking at the iron-headed white tiger that had been almost completely devoured. What are we going to do to report when the boss comes back? Report it exactly as it should be reported, make the situation clear. Neither this strange beast nor those family heads are people we can afford to offend. Yes, there's nothing we can do. Words came one after another, and then someone heard the voices from afar and looked in that direction. Then they saw Guan Fei rushing towards them. The boss is back. As one of them spoke, they then saw several other people rushing past Guan Fei, seemingly chasing after their boss. A little while later, Guan Fei then approached them. He hasn't said anything yet. The others then caught up. Guan Fei, I thought you were going to go straight to settle scores with that giant tiger, the man said with a sigh of relief. Shouldn't I find out what's going on first? I think you should calm down after you understand the situation. This giant tiger looks tough to deal with. It's probably not something you can handle. Let me see what's going on. Guan Fei said this, but he remained defiant. What happened? Tell me. The guard then explained the situation. As they listened, both Guan Fei and the man felt a chill run down their spines, and their lips twitched. One slap, and the iron-headed white tiger was instantly killed. This beast, this power. It's terrifying. Moreover, in a very short time, it devoured the iron-headed white tiger completely. Whose beast is this? I don't remember ever seeing such a beast in our Jiangcheng stronghold before. Whose beast is this from, a powerful outsider? It was a boy. The boy was surrounded by the Lung family head and other family heads. We didn't know him, but after inquiring, we found out that he was named Yi Qing. Boom. In short, it was like a bolt from the blue, startling everyone. Yi Qing. Are you sure? Yes. Listening to what they're saying, it sounds pretty much like Yi Qing. Yi Qing is a very popular figure right now. I'm warning you, don't mess with him, especially since it was your beast that was rude first. He is not only the star of China now, but also has a connection with Feng Haiwang. Yi Qing just formed a contract with Feng Haiwang's niece. If you clash with Yi Qing, you're essentially going against Feng Haiwang. Besides, alright, All right, you don't need to say any more. Guan Fei was so tired of hearing what was being said next to him that his ears were practically calloused. He then strode into the mansion, his manner quite aggressive. The man behind him took a few steps forward and grabbed his hand. What are you doing? You ignored everything I just said, didn't you? Are you trying to break ties with Yi Qing? I think you're tired of working here. Get out. Get out. Guan Fei flung the man's hand away. Don't keep me from getting some good wine to apologize. Man, you should have said so earlier and apologized. Why are you acting so aggressively? It's like we're going to have to fight Yi Qing. Chapter 174. Better to be beaten to death than to be scared to death. All right, you can go now. The man looked at Guan Fei impatiently. As they were talking, a figure hurried over. Who are you? Who are you looking for? The waiter looked at the newcomer and immediately stepped closer to ask him questions. He had barely finished speaking when Guan Fei came over. Lord Zhong, you've arrived? Lord Zhong. Upon hearing this, the waiter's eyes widened in shock, and a chill ran up from their feet. They had previously heard that a new deputy city lord, surnamed Zhong, had been parachuted into Jiangxing. But I never expected it to be this person right in front of me. I heard that several family heads invited Yi Qing to your area. I'm looking for him. I have some documents to show him, Zhong Jiaxing said, waving the documents in his hand. Hiss. Even Guan Fei looked at Zhong Jiaxing with shock and disbelief. The dignified deputy city lord actually came in person to deliver information to Yi Qing? Yi Qing actually has such a status? Zhong Jiaxing was the former garrison commander of the Suqing fortress, but he was transferred to the Jiangxing fortress because of the Battle of Weiqing. It seems that Yi Qing's role and achievements in that battle far exceeded the rumors circulating outside. Someone, take Lord Zhong to find Yi Qing and the others. I'll go get some things and go too, Guan Fei said. As he spoke, a servant quickly came over and led Zhong Jiaxing upstairs. A little while later, inside the private room, after drinking the wine, the heads of the families also sensed that something was wrong. It felt as if a flame was rising within my body. They immediately realized that this wine was highly nutritious and should not be consumed in excess, so they controlled their intake and none of them got drunk. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. A family head opened the door, looked at the person outside, and raised an eyebrow. Lord Zhong? Lord Zhong? Everyone looked towards the entrance and saw Zhong Jiaxing. Recognizing him as the recently arrived deputy city lord, they all stood up. Yi Qing also met Zhong Jiaxing's gaze with a smile. What's wrong, City Lord Zhong? Did you come specifically to see me? Haha. I thought you didn't have information on the other Chinese stars yet, so I got a copy and sent it over for you to take a look. One sentence made everyone raise an eyebrow. Goodness. What kind of status is this? You made a special trip just to deliver this little bit of information to Yi Qing? Why don't we just find someone from a higher level to handle this? As seasoned veterans, they also observed Zhong Jiaxing's attitude towards Yi Qing and the expressions on his face as he spoke. Gradually, they also sensed that something was wrong. In their conversation, it seemed that Zhong Jiaxing was the weaker party, and he had a respectful attitude towards Yi Qing. With this in mind, the more they looked, the more convinced they became. No wonder Yi Qing could live in Dongshan Villa. It turns out there was such a connection. Come on, let's have a drink together. Yi Qing took the documents and added a comment. The other family heads were also talking together. Zhong Jiaxing glanced at it, smelled the aroma of the wine, and a look of intoxication appeared on his face. I have important matters to attend to today. Let's do it later. Yi Qing, I'll be going now. These are the information on the Huaxiao stars from the Eastern Theater Command that came to Jiangxing this time. The information on Huaxiao stars from other military commands hasn't arrived yet. I'll give it to you when it does. As Zhong Jiaxing spoke, he also walked outside. After Yi Qing returned, he looked at the documents in his hand. They truly deserve to be called the Stars of China in the Eastern Theater Command. Each of them possesses the strength of a mid to late stage general, and their weapon spirits have also undergone a second ancestral reversion. Originally, they were weapon spirits with extremely strong talents, and now, after the second ancestral reversion, their strength is even more formidable. It is no exaggeration to say that they are leaders among their peers. Of course, there are also many reasons related to their family background. These people were almost all from prestigious families, and some were even nurtured by their families with all their resources. At the same time, several of the Huaxiao stars from the Eastern Theater Command also obtained information about the other side. They gathered together at this moment. Why is there no information on Yi Qing? You're asking me? Who should I ask? I want to ask him too. All our information is written down in black and white, but Yi Qing's isn't. I really want to see his. Should we go over and ask? A young man looked at the group of people beside him and said, Shall we go and ask Lord Qiantu about this? Come on, this data is definitely not something that Lord Qiantu could compile. It must have been compiled by the Shanghai military. As for why Yi Qing's data is not displayed, it's probably because King Feng Hai made arrangements. Why don't you go find Feng Hai Wang? One sentence left everyone speechless. How do I find it? What are their identities? You still want to find a king-level expert? Then we can only rely on hearsay? We don't have a clear understanding of Yi Qing's strength, right? One person said, stroking his chin. Wait, didn't Zhou Kong ask someone to see if they could retrieve Yi Qing's file? If they could also see Yi Qing's upbringing. Yes, Zhou Kong isn't here right now. He probably sent someone to deliver the message. Let's wait for him. As everyone talked, a while later, Zhou Kong walked in, but with a helpless expression on his face. What are you talking about? I could hear you from outside. Look, this is the information that was just distributed. It only includes ours, but not Yi Qing's. That's so unfair. I don't think we can make a fuss about this information now. We can only rely on hearsay and look at Yi Qing's file. So do you have any news? Yes, have you retrieved Yi Qing's file? Ugh, stop talking. We can't retrieve Yi Qing's file at all. Can't get it to work? Everyone looked at Zhou Kong with doubt in their eyes. This guy's family had influence in the military in Shanghai, so why couldn't they mobilize someone at this level? Yi Qing's file was sealed by Feng Hai Wang himself. What? Was it sealed away by the Sea King himself? This shows how much importance is attached to it. In comparison, the gap between them and Yi Qing is immediately apparent. After a moment of silence, Zhou Kong sighed heavily. Now you know why Yi Qing's information hasn't appeared, right? There's no other way. If we want to know Yi Qing's strength now, we can only rely on hearsay. Or, which of you could challenge him to a one-on-one duel? But don't blame me for not telling you. When Lung Ming from the Lung family, the stronghold of Jiangcheng, went there, Yi Qing fought him barehanded and sent him flying with a single punch. Therefore, you should bring the artifact spirit with you when you go. However, Yi Qing's artifact spirit is notoriously strange. Everyone, you've said so much, so what are we supposed to do? Still want a one-on-one fight? If the opportunity arises, it's not impossible to give it a try. Zhang Jie listened to Zhou Kang's suggestion with a thoughtful expression. It's better to be beaten to death than to be scared to death. Chapter 175, Help me find the girl in the portrait. The people around nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's better to be beaten to death than to be scared to death. That would be too embarrassing. At the same time, inside the mansion, after reading the information, Yi Qing put it aside. Although these people's artifact spirits are powerful, they are still far inferior to his artifact spirit. There's nothing to see. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again. One of the heads of the household got up to open the door. Then, Guan Fei was seen standing outside. Hiss. In an instant, he sensed something was wrong. Guan Fei wasn't with them this time. While Guan Fei was away, Yi Qing's six-winged sky tiger directly killed Guan Fei's iron-headed white tiger and even ate it. He knew Guan Fei's personality and strength quite well. His strength was not weak, and as for his personality, he was extremely irritable. This beast killed and ate him right in front of his mansion. How could he possibly tolerate such humiliation? But now he was facing Yi Qing. The fifth-ranked figure in the Huaxia Star rankings is someone even Deputy City Lord Zhong of Jiangxing Fortress personally delivers materials to. How can I turn against them? After this falling out, will the mansion still be able to operate? In an instant, the homeowner began to think about many things. No, I need to remind him. Who is it? No one's here. I'll go tell them. Hearing Yi Qing's question, the family head quickly squeezed out. We went outside. He looked at Guan Fei and said, Guan Fei, what are you trying to do here? As a friend, I advise you not to act impulsively. If you fall out with Yi Qing, or even with Lord Qiantu, or with the heads of so many families, can you bear the consequences? Sometimes, you have to make a choice. As he spoke, Guan Fei had already raised the glass in his hand. The head of the household was speechless. His lips twitched, his eyes were fixed on the bottle of wine, and a storm was churning in his heart. This was Guan Fei's personality. After his own beast was eaten, he actually brought a bottle of wine to apologize? Is this Yi Qing's power? Even someone with Guan Fei's personality like that gave in. Come on, I'll take you inside. The head of the household gave a signal and opened the door. Yi Qing, Guan Fei, the owner of the mansion, has arrived. After saying that, Guan Fei walked in, looked at Yi Qing in the main seat, and was suddenly stunned. So young? That's all the achievement you've made? With a smile on his face, he approached Yi Qing and said, I'm sorry, Lord Yi. I just came back from outside and heard my men say that the beast I raised was rude to you. I'm so sorry. This is my apology. It's all right, but my beast couldn't hold back and killed yours directly. It deserves to die, so be it if you kill it. Guan Fei forced a smile. Many family heads nearby, observing Guan Fei's demeanor, thought to themselves that Guan Fei truly was a wise and shrewd individual who knew how to seize opportunities. All right, Guan Fei, sit down and have a couple of drinks. Try today's wine. It's a fine wine personally brewed by young friend Yi. The Lung family head spoke up next to Yi Qing. This can be seen as giving Guan Fei another way out. Okay. He sat down, and Lung Ruoxi poured him some wine. The next moment, he smelled the aroma emanating from the wine. What kind of wine is this? It's so fragrant and delicious. I'll punish myself with a drink first, Guan Fei said, downing the wine in his glass in one gulp. As Guan Fei felt the liquor transform into surging energy, his gaze towards Yi Qing changed once again. Such a good thing must be incredibly valuable. Lord Yi, I don't have much power, but if there's anything you can do to help me, I'll do my best even if it means dying for you, Guan Fei added. The other family heads quickly followed suit. Yes, Lord Yi, we're the same. Looking at everyone's expressions, old Master Lung said, Young friend Yi, my Lung family also has some influence within the Jiangxing stronghold. If you need anything, you can mobilize the power of my Lung family. Each word reached Lung Ruoxi's ears. She looked at Yi Qing and couldn't help but lightly bite her lip. Currently, within the Jiangxing stronghold, Yi Qing's influence is terrifying. He can mobilize the military and these powerful families. Speaking of which, I do have something to say, Yi Qing said. Then he took out a portrait. This is the daughter of an old friend of mine. Before he died, he entrusted her to me. According to the information, she is in the Jiangxing fortress. However, the Jiangxing fortress is located in the front line of the fortress and has a large population. Finding such a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Why don't you help me find her? Guan Fei took the portrait. Then they arranged for someone to go down and draw a few copies. A short while later, several identical portraits were returned. Guan Fei distributed the gifts to each of the family heads. Everyone looked at the portrait. The girls here are absolutely stunning. Lord Yi, you are such a kind and righteous person. I admire you. Rest assured, I will do my best to find you as soon as possible. I will let you know as soon as I have any news. My Lu family is the same. Everyone expressed their opinions. Thank you, everyone. Yi Qing nodded. Afterwards, everyone began to clink glasses and toast. After the banquet, Jingyao pulled Lung Ruoxi along, saying, Little sister Lung, why don't you come and play at the manor with us today? When faced with Jingyao's invitation, Lung Ruoxi was about to refuse. After all, if she were close to Yi Qing's room in the manor, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep well all night, let alone playing. Just as she was about to refuse, old Master Lung, who was standing nearby, heard the suggestion and thought, this is a good suggestion. Sending his daughter over to interact with Yi Qing's spirits would also help bring Yi Qing and the Lung family closer together. And he had absolute confidence in his granddaughter's appearance. These are no less stunning than Yi Qing's exquisite artifact spirits. If Yi Qing were to form a contract with his granddaughter, perhaps his granddaughter would also undergo a primal transformation and become a powerful artifact spirit. In that case, the Lung family would truly take off. If I get pregnant again, that child is truly extraordinary. The Lung family. As he thought about it, old Master Lung couldn't help but smile. His mind was wandering too far, and he unconsciously became elated. Grandpa, look, should I go home? Lung Ruoxi's words pulled the old man back from his dazed state. Return? What are you coming back for? If he comes back, wouldn't all the things he was just fantasizing about be gone? Since Miss Jing invited you, why don't you come to the manor and have some fun? What are you doing back here? Grandpa Lung ignored Lung Ruoxi's wink and waved his hand. Go. I'm an old man. You don't need to come back and fawn over me. For the time being, you can just stay at Dongshan Villa. Huh. Lung Ruoxi's lips twitched as she listened to the old man's words. Old man, didn't you see the look in my eyes? Can't you understand what I mean so obviously? Or do you understand it, but choose to ignore it? Old man, doesn't your conscience hurt? Chapter 176 found. Okay. Grandpa, is this how you play the game? Lung Ruoxi gritted her teeth, but since the old man had already spoken, she had no choice but to turn around and look at Zhou Lingxue and the others. Then I'll be bothering you at the manor for the time being. Everyone looked at Lung Ruoxi with welcoming expressions on their faces. Everyone looked at her as if they were lambs about to be devoured by tigers. If Lung Ruashi really makes a contract with her husband, then the pressure on each of them will be less. After all, Yi Qing's physical abilities have improved considerably along with his increased strength. Alright, thank you all for your help. I'll head back now. After the banquet ended, Yi Qing stood up, looked at everyone, and spoke. The people around also quickly stood up. Lord Yi, rest assured, I will send people out to search immediately, and I believe we will find it soon. Guan Fei quickly spoke, and the other family heads echoed his words. Yi Qing and the others went out. Over here, the six-winged sky tigers saw Yi Qing, flashed with light, shrank into a small form, and flew towards Yi Qing. This. Guan Fei stared at the six-winged celestial tiger, wondering what kind of strange beast it was. How can it get smaller? Then he saw that the iron-headed white tiger was now just skin and bones. The rest of the flesh and blood were devoured by the six-winged celestial tiger. It seems that placing mythical beasts here to guard the area is a dangerous idea. After seeing everyone off, Guan Fei then summoned everyone from the mansion. The mansion will be temporarily closed starting today. Boom. These words reached the ears of each senior and middle-level manager. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. Closure? Why? Why is this mansion suddenly closing down when it was doing so well? From now on, everyone should search for this girl in the Jiangxing fortifications according to the portrait. We must find her as soon as possible. This is a task assigned to us by Lord Yi. As he spoke, he distributed the portraits to everyone. Use all your forces to search. If you can find it, I'll give you a big reward. Guan Fei resolutely blocked the railway. In short, everyone was full of enthusiasm. Then the operation began. They began searching the entire city. At the same time, over here, the heads of the families returned home one by one and quickly began making arrangements. When Old Master Lung returned to the Lung family, he summoned the higher-ups and Lung Ming. Lung Ming, there's something I need you to take the lead on. Then, Old Master Lung gave Lung Ming a portrait and said, find this girl all over the city. I'll give you a day, no, half a day. You must find her by tomorrow morning. Do you understand? Clear. This was the first time Lung Ming had ever seen the old man with such an expression, so he quickly led a group of senior executives out to search for him. On the other side, inside the manor, Yi Qing and the others have returned. Yi Qing sat there, thinking that Guan Fei and the other family heads should have already started searching. Dinghai Pearl. It's a divine artifact. If he can find this and form a contract with it, his future combat power will be even more terrifying. However, the existing combat strength can still be improved as needed, and then he saw Zheng Yusen. Beside her, Lung Ruashi was also observing Yi Qing's every move. Yi Qing noticed that his gaze had fallen on Zheng Yusen. She understood something at that moment. That night, outside the manor, the city walls of Jiangxing are already in turmoil. That night, countless people stayed up, searching for the girl in the portrait. As for those inside the manor, some people didn't sleep all night. Of course, Lung Ruashi is not included in this category. She was enjoying a quiet moment, sleeping soundly. The next morning, Yi Qing looked at the light screen that popped up in front of her. Shadow Puppet advances to Tier 9, rank 90th, overall strength 90%. Oh! Yi Qing looked at the light screen with excitement in her eyes. The Shadow Puppet has finally reached the 9th tier. 90 puppets, each possessing 90% of his own combined strength. It goes without saying how terrifying this team must be. Not to mention, even if this team is wiped out, it can recover to its original state in a short period of time. Such an immortal team is terrifying, comparable to 1,000 troops. Yi Qing then looked at his own information. Name: Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, late Grandmaster. Contracted Spirits: F-grade Laceration Blade, secondary reversion. Immortal Slaying Sword, E-grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, secondary reversion. 9 Dragon Cauldron. E-grade Soul Summoning Banner, secondary reversion. 6 Soul Banner. E-grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, secondary reversion. 12th grade World Destroying Black Lotus. E-grade Small Wooden Bow, secondary reversion. Chinquan Bow. E-grade Beast Trapper, secondary reversion. Demon Suppressing Tower. E-grade Spirit Encryption Slash. Decryption Machine, secondary reversion. Upper half of the mountain and river map. Skills: God level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi level 8, Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit, God level Movement Technique, Vajra Indestructible level 9, Time Freeze level 9, Shadow Puppet level 9, rank 90, overall strength 90%, Beast Taming Skill, Size Change, 9 Netherworld Divine Soul level 7, Mental Erosion, Killing God Domain level 8, Beast King Aura, Heaven and Earth Dharma Form Level 8, God Level Detection Skill. Items: 4 Divine Control Pills, Upgrade Card, Crafting Progress 50%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space, Unlimited Divine Beast Fasting Pills. Martial Arts, Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist, Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. Other skills still need improvement, and the upgrade card crafting progress has stagnated after reaching 50% and has not improved since. Yi Qing looked outside. It's been a whole night. Guan Fei and the other family heads must have searched all night. Surely they'll have found out by now. At the same time, within the fortified walls of Jiangqing, a remote place, the mother and daughter were surrounded by several figures. Both mother and daughter are absolutely stunning. Especially the daughter, with her oval face, cherry lips, and willow leaf eyebrows, possesses a beauty that could rival the most beautiful women in history. Her figure was quite well proportioned, especially her slender legs, which made her stand out gracefully. However, at this moment, her face showed anxiety, and she gently bit her lip. He looked at the few people around him who were grinning maliciously. Tears welled up in her eyes, a result of her failing her will. Tears flowed out, and all the energy in the air gathered together. It all converged into that single tear. Clang! 2 teardrops fell to the ground, solidifying into glass-like objects. It also emits energy fluctuations. Chapter 177. Can it produce source pearls? Oh, over here, everyone stared in awe at the glass bead-like object. Third young master, is it really as you say, that she can produce such wonderful things? A young man next to him stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was too amazing. At first, when the third young master Zhao Qingfei said that this girl could produce a source pearl containing energy, he didn't believe it, but now, seeing is believing. If I were to go back to this amazing girl and let her cry her heart out, I would love to see her. Wouldn't that be a huge fortune? Zhao Qingfei sneered and walked towards the two of them. He then picked up the source pearl, looked at it with excitement, and swallowed it. Call. The moment the source pearl entered his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of energy that flowed through his body. Such pure energy is extremely rare in the world. Zhao Qingfei looked at the girl in front of him with a predatory look on his face, but he didn't want to make a contract with her. After all, her spirit level is very low. If you form a contract with her, wouldn't you become useless? This time, she came with her father's mission. What exactly do you want to do? The woman next to the girl, Lu Feng, looked at Zhao Qingfei and the other's actions with resentment in her eyes and asked sharply, "What are you doing? Aren't I just offering you orphans and widows a good solution? Your husband has been gone for so many years. I heard he used to be a powerful figure, but he hasn't come back for so long. He must have died somewhere." In short, this caused both Lu Feng and Zhu Yin, who was standing next to her, to look angry. What kind of talk is that? Lu Feng, in particular, gritted her teeth. She was a powerful spirit, and she and her husband were once a formidable force in the region. However, later, her daughter fell ill, and when she had an attack, she was surrounded by moisture and experienced excruciating pain. Furthermore, when she cries, she produces source beads similar to those from before. Her husband went out alone to find the best medicine to treat their daughter's illness, while she stayed home to take care of her. But unexpectedly, her husband left and never came back. They all held on to the belief that their husbands would come back. Now that Zhao Qingfei has said this to them, how could they not resent it? You're talking nonsense. Lu Feng stared at Zhao Qingfei. Humph. Zhao Qingfei snorted coldly. If he hadn't died out there, how could he have been gone for so long? All right. As I say, you don't need to wait anymore. Your spirit is not bad. My father has taken a liking to you. Go back and form a contract with my father. Our Zhao family guarantees that you and your mother will live a good life for the rest of your days. How about it? Pa, you're dreaming. Lu Feng spat. Looking at Lu Feng, Zhao Qingfei smiled and said, sometimes, people have to give in a little, especially when your daughter is such a treasure. Look, if I were to tell everyone about the source pearl, things would get interesting. Guess what? Would you become the object of everyone's scramble? Would you still have a good life after that? If they catch you, making your daughter cry is a piece of cake, isn't it? So many tortures, so many methods, and especially, your daughter is so beautiful, tsk. Think about it yourself. Zhao Qingfei had a smile on his face. Each word was like a sharp arrow piercing Lu Feng's heart. She looked at Zhao Qingfei and the others and thought, despicable. These people are utterly despicable. Beside her, Athena Chu listened to their words, gritting her teeth. They were right. If her affair got out, she would definitely have no good days for the rest of her life. Her mother has worked very hard all these years to take care of her. In an instant, Athena Chu made her decision. Without her, given her mother's abilities, she should be able to escape. Think it over carefully. Once you've made up your mind, come with me. Zhao Qingfei walked towards the two men with a sneer on his face, looking confident of victory. The next moment, Lu Fang's body radiated light, indicating that she was preparing to transform. Snort. Seeing this, Zhao Qingfei's eyes turned cold and sharp. This woman really was asking for trouble. Court death. It seems we have no choice but to take them back. All of you charge. At Zhao Qingfei's command, all the guards beside him placed their hands on the collarbones of the women next to them. Rays of light burst forth. But then, in the next moment, uft, the sound of flesh and blood tearing apart rang out. Zhao Qingfei was stunned when he heard the sound of flesh being pierced not far away. Then, he looked in the other direction. His eyes narrowed sharply. Suddenly, one of the guards exploded. Who? He looked at Lung Ming. This is Lung Ming of the Lung family, a mid-stage town general. Why? Why did he suddenly come looking for me? Why did he attack me so suddenly? Kill. Lung Ming opened the portrait, looked at Zhu Yin, and then waved his hand. In an instant, the senior members of the Lung family behind him rushed forward. Uft, uft, uft. The sounds of flesh and blood tearing apart rang out one after another. A little while later, one by one, the guards fell, dying beyond any hope of survival. At the scene, only Zhao Qingfei and his spirit remained of the Zhao family. Zhao Qingfei looked at Lung Ming approaching. Although the Zhao family is far less powerful than the Lung family, they have no enmity or grudge against each other. What does it mean that he attacked so ruthlessly? Lung Ming, what does your Lung family mean by this? Snap. After Zhao Qingfei said that, Lung Ming slapped Zhao Qingfei across the face. A slap. Zhao Qingfei was sent flying backwards. It flew a few meters in the air before skimming off the ground. It rolled countless times before finally stopping. He struggled to get up, feeling his teeth. Half of one side was gone. Only then did he begin to feel fear. Lung Ming, if you want to kill him, you can do it in the next moment. He really doesn't care. Grab him. At Lung Ming's command, Zhao Qingfei and his companion were brought under control. Lung Ming walked towards Zhu Yin and her daughter, approaching them. Zhu Yin and the other woman looked at Lung Ming and said, "Thank you for your help in saving us." As they spoke, their eyes remained wary, for they had no idea what this menacing man meant. Lung Ming didn't speak. A senior executive walked over from the side. "Young master, what should we do now? I think we should hurry and inform Lord Yi." Lord Yi? Upon hearing this name, Zhu Yin and the other person felt a pang of sorrow. Someone who can be called an adult by this group must be incredibly powerful. And what would be the point of those kinds of people seeking them out? For what? Lu Fang thought to herself. Is it because of her? Or was it for the source pearl that her daughter could produce? Regardless of the reason, they all fell from one tiger's mouth into another. Chapter 178, Who is Lord Yi? However, given the current unclear situation, Lu Fang still holds on to a sliver of hope. Listening to the words of the higher-ups beside him, Lung Ming nodded. Now hurry up and inform Lord Yi. Lord Yi, it must be done quickly. Lung Ming is still not quite used to using this form of address. Okay, let's go now. ASAP. Lung Ming quickly said something. After all, this search for Athena Chu and her daughter wasn't just undertaken by the Lung family. The mansion's owner and his group, along with other family heads, also sent out many people to search. These people are not just searching for themselves. They were still observing each other's searches. Now that we've found it ourselves, I believe it won't be long before other teams get the news. He looked at Athena Chu and the other person. Don't be afraid, rest for a while. A little while later, another group of people arrived at the same spot. It was so fast that it came with the sound of wind breaking through the air. It was Guan Fei, the owner of the mansion, and his entourage. Zhu Yin and Lu Fang watched Guan Fei and the others speed, and their eyes narrowed. Master, a strong person. The leader of this group is stronger than a town general. Among those who saved us just now, there were also one or two strong people with the strength of a town general. Lu Fang said to Zhu Yin beside her. Even Athena Chu couldn't help but gasp. My mother is very capable. What she sees is unlikely to be wrong. But why are so many powerful people coming here now? I must say, young Master Lung is quick on his feet. He found the person in the portrait for Lord Yi so quickly. So, have you sent someone to inform Lord Yi yet? The notification has been given. There's no need for Boss Guan to worry about this. The news should reach Lord Ye's ears soon. That's good. That's good. Although Guan Fei said this, he did have a regretful expression on his face. It seemed that he would not be able to take credit this time. Well, although they didn't achieve anything this time, they did put in a lot of effort, so I think Lord Yi won't treat them unfairly. By connecting with Lord Yi this time, they can also get a share of the spoils once Lord Yi rises to prominence. A little while later, the Li family, the Wang family, the Sun family. The strongest people from every household have arrived. Zhu Yin felt her scalp tingle as she listened to her mother's words. Another powerful general had arrived. How many powerful generals have arrived? It's probably all the powerful generals from the Jiangqing stronghold, except for those from the military headquarters. Furthermore, judging from their words, they were all sent by Lord Yi, and when they addressed Lord Yi, their eyes were filled with respect, which showed their deep reverence for him. Who is this Lord Yi? Athena Chu was also filled with curiosity. However, what was stronger than curiosity was worry. It's a worry about the future. Who knows what Lord Yi wants with this mother and daughter? At this moment, inside the manor, a knock came at the door. Zhou Lingxue opened the door. A figure was then led into the manor. The figure appeared in front of Yi Qing. Lord Yi, I am a guard from the Lung family. After our young master Lung Ming led us in searching all night, we recently found the girl in the portrait. Not only her, but also her mother was with her. We've learned a little that she and her mother were likely coerced and lured by the Zhao family. After the figure spoke, Yi Qing frowned. The Zhao family? After he learned about the Zhao family, he simply snorted coldly. Let's go to the Zhao family first. A little while later, within the Zhao family patriarch asked the person beside him, well, has Cheng Fei returned? The third young master has not returned yet. Okay, let's wait a bit. The Zhao family patriarch tapped the table. If it succeeded, he would not only have a powerful artifact spirit, but Lu Fang's daughter would also be able to produce the source pearl, which was a treasure for enhancing strength. If they had this mother and daughter, the Zhao family status would surely rise dramatically to become a top-tier family in Jiangqing, like the Lung family. When he was thinking about it, outside, a whooshing sound came from the wind. He was just about to go out and check. The next moment, the door exploded. A figure burst in. The figure spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed it hard against the wall beside it. Nail it into the wall. This. For a moment, the head of the Zhao family was stunned. What's going on? Has someone broken in? Guards. Guards. As he was speaking, outside, then came the sound of footsteps. He looked outside. Then I saw an extremely terrifying scene. A young man walked in front, followed by nearly 100 men in black robes. Each of these men in black robes was carrying 4 or 5 severed heads in their hands. They're all from the Zhao family. What kind of strength do these people possess? How could you do this in an instant? This is an attempt to annihilate the Zhao family. The Zhao family patriarch wanted to speak, but the next moment, Yi Qing then took a step forward and came to the Zhao family patriarch's side. Reach out with one hand. Uft. A chop with a hand. The head of the Zhao family was sent flying into the sky. Outside, the Lung family members who had brought the news earlier stared wide-eyed at the scene, hardly believing what they were seeing. His legs started to go weak. What a terrifying scene. Who are these men in black robes? Why? It suddenly appeared. They've even started hunting mode. With swift strokes and decisive cuts, the battles are almost always completed in an instant, clean and efficient. Who would have thought that the Zhao family, which was quite large, would be wiped out almost in an instant? Is this Lord Ye's power? Is this the strength of the 5th-ranked Huaxiao star? The more he thought about it, the more distorted his expression became. I must talk to the old man and the others about this when I get back. This is extremely rare. A little while later, Yi Qing walked out alone. He looked at the Lung family guards and said, let's go. The Lung family guards looked towards the Zhao family's residence. Corpses littered the ground. Each head was neatly arranged there. However, the men in black robes disappeared. Like a ghost, it disappeared without a trace. This sent a chill down the guards' spines. What kind of force was this? Are these Lord Ye's secret guards? If even the secret guards possess such power, then Lord Ye's strength is truly formidable. I can't even imagine. In an instant, he felt that even the Lung family was like lambs in front of Lord Yi. A little while later, Zhu Yin sighed. Zhu Yin looked at the crowd. There were more and more people. Each one of them looked imposing and powerful. These people are now gathered in front of her. There's nothing happening right now. They must be waiting for the Lord Yi they mentioned. Zhu Yin also became curious for a moment. Who exactly is this Lord Yi? Chapter 179 Underground. There's something. Judging from this, Lord Yi must be quite old. After all, he is a person who can command so many powerful people. Furthermore, she was becoming increasingly puzzled as to why Lord Yi was looking for them. They were just a mother and daughter in distress, drifting aimlessly in this world. They dared not fight back when bullied by local thugs like Xiao Qingfei. The only useful thing might be the source pearl she created. Could it be that this Lord Yi came to her door because he heard from the Zhao family that she could produce source pearls? Thinking about it, Zhu Yin's face also showed despair. I never expected to escape one danger only to fall into another. When they were thinking about it, on the other side, a series of noisy sounds could be heard. Everyone looked in that direction and then saw Yi Qing striding over. Zhu Yin and Lu Fang also looked in that direction. What a handsome young man. Zhu Yin looked at Yi Qing and was also shocked. This was the epitome of a gentleman as elegant as jade and unparalleled in the world. Young friend Yi, we have found the people in the portrait. They are right here. I asked Lung Ming to send people to find them. When he found the two of them, they were surrounded by the Zhao family. Lung Ming killed the Zhao family members and relieved them of the siege. When Grandpa Lung saw Yi Qing arrive, he quickly spoke. It also highlighted Lung Ming's contribution. Yi Qing looked at Lung Ming and nodded, which was a way of acknowledging him. Lung Ming looked at Yi Qing. At this moment, Yi Qing was like a mountain in his eyes, towering and unapproachable. Why do I have this feeling? Was it because of that punch? Have no idea. Lung Ming didn't know, but he could clearly sense that the gap between him and Yi Qing seemed to be widening. Guan Fei and other family heads also gathered around. Lord Yi, you've arrived. These are the two people you were looking for. As expected, the Lung family, led by Old Master Lung, is indeed powerful. We searched all night, but Old Master Lung found them first. I must say, Old Master Lung is truly remarkable. Yes, we received the news while we were still searching, so we rushed over and stayed by their side to prevent any accidents from happening. We've been waiting for you to arrive. Words came from the mouths of the various family heads. It also reached the ears of Athena Chu and Lu Fang. The two women stared wide-eyed at the sight, hardly believing what they were seeing. Is this young man, so young, Lord Yi? Seeing how respectfully so many family heads and powerful figures treated Yi Qing, even they began to feel dazed. While they were still in a daze, Yi Qing walked over and asked, "How are you? You weren't bullied by the Zhao family, were you?" In short, it was like a gentle spring breeze and nourishing rain. Zhu Yin even raised her head to look at Yi Qing. Looking at Zhu Yin now, Yi Qing felt as if she were a lotus emerging from the water, her beauty beyond compare. She was already extremely beautiful in the portrait, but now she was even more beautiful than in the portrait. He was just about to speak when he saw tears welling up in Athena Chu's eyes. The next moment, as the tears rolled down, the energy in the air instantly condensed and gathered within them. This, Yi Qing squatted down and picked up the source pearl. This thing, he had never seen anything like it before. He never expected that Athena Chu would have such an ability. However, the energy within this source pearl is far inferior to that of medicine or the crystal core of a strange beast. It belongs to things that are suitable for the weak. Okay, don't cry anymore. Yi Qing reached out and wiped away the tear stains on her face. Thank you. My name is Zhu Yin, and this is my mother, Lu Fang. Zhu Yin said, I am Yi Qing. Zhu Yin looked at Yi Qing, and her impression of him improved significantly. However, have we never met before? Why are you looking for us, mother and daughter now? Take a look at this. As Yi Qing spoke, he handed the portrait he had obtained from the cave to Zhu Yin and Lu Fang. The two of them were instantly excited upon seeing it. Zhu Yin recognized the portrait. It was one that her father always carried with him. When she had a relapse, her father went out alone to find a powerful medicine and hadn't returned yet. So how did this portrait end up in Yi Qing's hands? Do you know where my father is? How is he now? Zhu Yin quickly inquired. Yi Qing remained silent. Zhu Yin and Lu Fang understood something instantly when they saw Yi Qing's expression. It was like being struck by lightning in an instant. Before he left, he entrusted you to me, asking me to come to Jiangsheng to find you and protect you. As Yi Qing spoke, he also began to fabricate stories. These were all fabrications by Yi Qing, since when he found the cave, the man inside had already perished together with the strange beast. The corpses were all decomposed. How could he possibly give Yi Qing his last words? Upon hearing this, both Athena Chu and Lu Fang burst into tears. Although they had felt this way before, hearing Yi Qing say it aloud still caused them immense grief. From now on, come with me. I'll take care of you, Yi Qing said, then looked at the corpses on the ground. I promise, no one will hurt you again. I've heard that these people are from the Zhao family. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about the Zhao family anymore. I just wiped them out. Boom. One sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded on the scene, leaving everyone stunned. What? What did Yi Qing just say? He just wiped out the Zhao family. In such a short time? One person? Afterwards, Guan Fei and the other family heads all looked at the Lung family executive who had accompanied Yi Qing, their eyes seeming to ask if what Yi Qing said was true. Then they saw the high-ranking official nod emphatically. This. In that instant, they all felt a chill rising from their feet. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. In a short period of time, Yi Qing destroyed the enormous Zhao family? Many families were also thinking about this situation. The Zhao family was not much weaker than them. So wouldn't that mean that if they offended Yi Qing, they would also be wiped out in a short time? TSK. I should be more careful in the future. Yi Qing waited for a while until the mother and daughter calmed down a bit. Let's go. I'll take you to Dongshan Villa now. I'll stay there. You can stay with me there for a while. It's a bigger place. The two nodded. Yi Qing led them to the other side. The next moment, Yi Qing immediately sensed that something was wrong. The energy fluctuations around here seem a bit off. Yi Qing then activated his god-level detection. What is that underground? Chapter 180 Mineral Vein. Yi Qing frowned as he explored the underground area. The underground situation looks like a mineral vein. It's an energy vein. It contains enormous energy. However, it's located very deep underground. There are huge reserves. What's going on? For a moment, Yi Qing was also puzzled as to why such a thing would be generated in this place. However, it's not good to make a fuss about it now. It seems I'll have to wait until tonight or when no one is around to come and check again. Unexpectedly, this trip yielded such great results. He then led everyone back to Dongshan Villa. Inside Dongshan Villa, Zhou Lingxue and other girls were drinking tea and chatting. We can take a stroll around Jiangxing Fortress this afternoon. I heard that Jiangxing Fortress is built along the river, so we can go and see the Great River. Don't think about it, sister. That Great River is outside the fortress. At most, we can only look at it from the city wall. There are many strange beasts in the river, and they are quite difficult to deal with. Nowadays, very few spirit masters and weapon spirits can fight in the water. And those strange beasts can unleash their full power in the water. The difference between the two is immediately apparent. It's alright, we can just look from the city wall. Anyway, Zhong Jiaxing will be the deputy city lord here, so with his approval, we'll definitely be able to go. However, my husband hasn't come back yet. Where is he now? I don't know. They must have found the younger sister in the portrait. I feel the same way. Do you think we'll have less to lose now that we've shared the burden? If my husband brings his new sister back, we'll have even more comrades in arms. Back then, Yin Luoqin raised an eyebrow and said, and Li Zijin next to her understood what she meant. Her face was flushed with excitement. Okay, let's talk about it when my husband gets back. Lu Yinming added from the side, then touched her belly, which wasn't swollen yet, but she could now feel the baby absorbing energy from the outside world. It's obvious. Moreover, it not only absorbed it, but also fed back some to her. Just as I was feeling it, the gate of Dongshan Villa was pushed open. Then Yi Qing brought Zhu Yin and Lu Fang in. Wow. Zhu Yin and Lu Fang looked at the manor with shock on their faces. It was so big. Although Athena Chu's father was also a powerful figure, he had never lived in such a large manor. Then, Athena Chu and Lu Fang saw Zhou Lingxue and the others walking over. Zhu Yin stared at them, also in a daze. These sisters are all so beautiful. Each one of them is an absolute beauty, with her own unique charm. Furthermore, she has a gentle and refined, feminine charm. Lu Fang was also surprised to find so many beauties here who were just as stunning as her daughter. Who are these people? Honey, what's this? Honey, is this the sister you came to Jiangxing to look for? Welcome, welcome. As each sentence was spoken, Athena Chu's eyes widened. What did this mean? Are these people all Yi Qing's spirits? Are you all Yi Qing's spirits? Zhu Yin inquired. Yes, we are all the spirits of my husband. Zhou Lingxue said. These words caused Su Yurue and Lung Ruoxi, who were standing nearby, to blush. They were no longer Yi Qing's spirits, but in this situation, there was no need to explain. Hiss. Lu Fang also looked at Yi Qing. How could this be? How could a spirit master control so many artifact spirits? Moreover, judging from Yi Qing's appearance, he walked with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger, showing no signs of being harmed at all. That's strange. A host of questions popped into Lu Fang's mind. However, she can only put it aside for now and solve it slowly later. She is very content now. Although they had received news of their husband's passing, they had been mentally prepared, so the news wasn't entirely unexpected. Now that the Zhao family had also been destroyed, Yi Qing treated them as honored guests. You could say it's like going from hell to heaven. Yi Qing looked at Zhu Yin, then flipped his hand, and a pill landed in Yi Qing's hand. The aroma of medicine filled the air in an instant. It entered everyone's noses. What an amazing medicine this is. They stared in disbelief at the medicine in Yi Qing's hand. You can eat it. Lu Fang stared blankly at the medicine in Yi Qing's hand. She knew that this was an extraordinary medicine. With such a fragrance, it was no exaggeration to call it a divine medicine. But Yi Qing just took it out like that without stopping at all. What a feat this is. This is so good for them. This is good medicine, Lu Fang said softly, leaning against Zhu Yin. It should strengthen your physique. Thank you, Yi Qing. Zhu Yin gently bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment, and took the medicine. The next moment, the medicine entered her mouth and instantly transformed into a surge of energy that warmed and nourished Zhu Yin's body. This brought a look of enjoyment to Athena Chu's face. Many family heads nearby sighed inwardly as they looked at Zhu Yin, wondering when they would be able to take such a medicine. However, now that the people have been found, they are no longer of any use in the manor. Guan Fei walked towards Yi Qing, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, Lord Yi, now that we've found the person, we'll be leaving now. If you need anything else, just ask me, and I'll be happy to help. That's right, my Lu family will definitely handle it immediately, without any hesitation. My Li family is also. One by one, the heads of the families expressed their opinions. Yi Qing looked at them and said, Thank you all for your help this time. There's one more thing I need to ask you all for help with. Oh, what is it? I've wiped out the Zhao family. Go and gather all of their assets. You can divide those assets among yourselves. Consider it a thank you for your hard work this time. Yi Qing said. Everyone waved their hands. Lord Yi, you're too kind. It's our honor to serve you. Here's what we'll do. We'll go to the Zhao family to take stock of their assets first, and then send them all to you later. Let's go, Lord Yi. They're gone. Everyone left. A little while later, they then arrived near the Zhao family's residence. Outside the Zhao family's residence, they could smell a strong stench of blood. It has a pungent smell. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with seriousness. Just by smelling the stench of blood, one can tell what's going on inside the Zhao family. They arrived at the main entrance and looked inside. Then they all almost lost their tempers. In that instant, the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Even old Master Lung narrowed his eyes, his face showing discomfort. Chapter 181. Forget it. What's going on here? Dead. They're all dead. The entire Zhao family, all its members, all its powerful members, are now dead. And they were all beheaded. The heads were lined up neatly in a row. The bodies were laid out haphazardly. The Zhao family now can be described as being full of bloodlust. Each corpse was surrounded by a pool of blood. My God, Lord Yi killed them all by himself? He single-handedly slaughtered the entire Zhao family. And look, these Zhao family members' corpses have no other wounds on them. They were almost all killed with a single blow. In other words, these people were killed almost instantly, without any time to resist. Furthermore, what's strange is that these people all seem to have been killed at the same time. What kind of power does Lord Yi possess that allows him to kill so many people in an instant? And there are indeed many powerful individuals within the Zhao family. As each sentence was uttered, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they could hardly believe what they were hearing. They hadn't made that connection before, but after hearing everyone's analysis, they were even more horrified. Lord Yi was actually this powerful. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Grandpa Lung watched the scene and listened to everyone's analysis with a look of shock on his face. However, he also had doubts. This thing could only be achieved by the domain ability of a king-level expert, which could instantly seal everyone's movements and complete such a kill. Otherwise, even a marquee-level expert probably couldn't do this. He looked at the high-ranking official who had informed Yi Qing earlier. You came here with Yi Qing, right? Tell me, what happened back then? What was the situation? After that one sentence, everyone's eyes fell on that high-ranking official. The higher-ups looked at everyone, then at the scene before them, and straightened their posture. Then I recalled the scene at that time. It wasn't Lord Yi who killed them all. I came here alone with Lord Yi, but after he entered the Zhao family, many black-robed men appeared out of nowhere from all directions. A man in black robes? Everyone was thinking, there are no black-robed men in Yi Qing Manor. So who are these people? Yi Qing's secret guards? Did Yi Qing infiltrate Jiangxing Barrier before he arrived at Jiangxing Barrier? What level of ability do these people possess? I feel there are at least dozens of these people. Each of them is extremely powerful, and they are the ones who killed all the members of the Zhao family. These people are clean and efficient. I feel that they are at least spirit masters of the town general level or above. What? As everyone listened, their pupils trembled. Dozens of people, all of whom were at least at the garrison commander level. Is that even possible? How did you do that? What is Yi Qing's strength? Could they possibly possess the strength of dozens of Zhenjiang level forces? Dozens of powerful town generals. That's practically the upper echelon of the entire Jiangxing stronghold. Alright, let's not stand still now. Let's deal with these things first, and then talk to Lord Qiantu City. After all, the Zhao family was a large family. It wouldn't be right not to tell the city lord if they were wiped out like this. The Lung family had immediately made the arrangements. Everyone nodded and got to work. Everyone stared in shock at the wounds on the corpses. Clean and efficient, without any unnecessary sloppiness. It seems that the Lung family's higher-ups were right. This must have been written by the town general. The Zhao family was blind to have suffered such a misfortune. You can't blame anyone else. They started packing up and also consolidated the Zhao family's assets. We still need to send these things to Lord Yi. The Zhao family has quite a lot of assets. Guan Fei said. Beside him, Old Master Lung looked at these assets. These things were not even as much as what he had given Yi Qing before. Moreover, Yi Qing had not taken the things he had given Yi Qing before seriously, so he would not care about these things either. I don't think Yi Qing would care about these things. Let's send them over first. At the same time, within the military headquarters, several young men from Shanghai came to Qiantu to ask him for tips on absorbing essence and blood. After all, the blood essence of a king-level beast contains violent power, and even with their physical strength, they need to be extremely careful when absorbing it. You don't need to worry. Your strength is evident. Back when I was absorbing the essence of a king-level beast, I didn't have your strength. Alright, let me tell you about some things to be careful about. Anyway, the essence blood of the king-level beast hasn't arrived yet. It should take a few more days before it comes. As Qiantu was talking to them, a guard hurriedly walked in from outside. Lord of the city, there is something I need to report to you. As the guard spoke, he gestured to the people around him towards Qiantu. Qiantu waved his hand. It's all right, just tell me. These are all rising stars of China from the Eastern Theater Command, and they will be the pillars of China in the future. There's nothing to hide. Yi Qing wiped out the Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family, a general, was killed by Yi Qing. The entire Zhao family, with so many powerful members, was completely slaughtered by Yi Qing. The Lung family and other families are currently dealing with the Zhao family's assets. Base. The next moment, Qiantu stood up and looked at the guard. What did you say? His voice rose several decibels, and his previous calm demeanor vanished. The other members of the China Star team, nearby, also twitched at the corners of their mouths upon hearing this news. Although the Zhao family did not know, they could tell that this family was not weak just by the fact that the patriarch was a town general-level expert. However, Yi Qing wiped them out in a short time. To be precise, it wasn't Yi Qing who was wiped out alone. Yi Qing went with a team of secret guards. I heard that the team of secret guards numbered nearly 100, and each of them had the strength of a garrison commander. Boom. One sentence, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. This left Qiantu and the other young men from Shanghai completely stunned. This is impossible. Where did Yi Qing find this team of secret guards? Wait, Yi Qing didn't bring this team of secret guards with him when he came to Jiangxing Fortress. What's going on? They infiltrated before? Or is this the power of Yi Qing's spirit? Various speculations lingered in Qiantu's mind. Over here, several young men from Shanghai looked at each other in bewilderment. They had previously said they'd rather be beaten to death than be scared to death. At this moment, they all abandoned the idea of fighting Yi Qing. How can we fight back? What if they come to our door to provoke us and get beaten up by a mob? Never mind. Chapter 182. You didn't make a contract with Yi Qing, did you? If they didn't know Yi Qing had bodyguards, they could still say things like, I'd rather be beaten to death than be scared to death. But now, anyone who still says that would be a complete fool. Over here, the guards also looked at Qiantu and frowned. City Lord, what do you think we should do about this? The Zhao family is a major family in our Jiangxing stronghold. Yi Qing made a ruthless move and wiped out the Zhao family. However, there are indeed reasons behind it. Oh, there are other stories behind this, and indeed, in his memory, Yi Qing was not that kind of person. Qiantu looked at the guards. What's the reason? The Zhao family is also wicked. The Zhao family already had a bad reputation in Jiangxing. This time, because of this, after Yi Qing came to Jiangcheng, he broke away from those families to find a girl. When these families found the girl, the third young master of the Zhao family was threatening the girl and her mother. They wanted to coerce the girl's mother into making a pact with the head of the Zhao family, and they intended to imprison the girl. After receiving the news, Yi Qing was furious, which is why he took such action, so it is understandable. The guards explained the whole story clearly, and Qian Tu understood the situation after hearing their explanation. He then looked at the group of Shanghai locals beside him and asked, "What do you think about this?" "Us. We think it depends on how important the girl is to Yi Qing. However, in my opinion now, that girl is still very important to Yi Qing. Otherwise, I feel that given Yi Qing's personality, he wouldn't do such a thing." "Oh." Qian Tu looked at one of the disciples. "You know Yi Qing very well." "No, but you can see glimpses of his personality in some of the things Yi Qing does. For example, when Lung Ming challenged Yi Qing, even though Yi Qing had the strength to instantly defeat Lung Ming, he only gave him a beating and didn't even seriously injure him. This shows that Yi Qing is not a person who kills indiscriminately. I feel that the Zhao family has only themselves to blame for this." Words came one by one. The other Shanghai youths echoed this sentiment. Although they wanted to challenge Yi Qing, they had previously felt that Yi Qing's ranking was undeserved. But now, however, they changed their minds. In the short time they had been in contact with Yi Qing, they also felt how terrifying he was, as if they could never reach his level. As a result, hostility has decreased significantly. There's even a feeling that having such a figure among the Huaxiao stars of the Eastern Theater Command is a stroke of luck for the other Huaxiao stars in the Eastern Theater Command. "That's what I think too, so let's just leave it alone," Qian Tu said, looking at the guards. After he finished speaking, he gave a bitter smile to himself, thinking that doing things this way was the best course of action. After all, Yi Qing's original strength was undeniable, and he had considerable prestige within the military, being a meritorious official. Furthermore, he also had the support of Li Xian and Feng Haiwang. Now, there is a team of nearly 100 bodyguards protecting them. Even if he wanted to deal with Yi Qing, he didn't have the power to do so. Okay, where were we? Oh, right, some things to note. When you absorb it, the energy in the blood essence of the king-level beast is still extremely violent. You must calm down, be patient and gentle, try to avoid the violent energy, and work hard to refine the essence to temper yourselves. This way, your bodies will suffer as little damage as possible, and your bodies will also be strengthened. Among our group, some people did not do well and were injured by the violent energy. In the end, their strength did not increase but decreased. Alas. At this point, Qian Tu also let out a heavy sigh. Those nearby, hearing Qian Tu's words, also realized the danger involved. "Yes, Lord Qian, we understand. Let's go back and make preparations, and wait for the essence blood of the king-level beast to arrive at Jiangxing Barrier." "Okay, you guys go ahead. It shouldn't be long. Get yourself ready." Qian Tu waved his hand, and they left as well. "Looks like I need to find an opportunity to have a meal alone with this little guy." After the others left, Qian Tu stroked his chin, deep in thought. He is increasingly realizing how little he knows about Yi Qing. Or rather, Yi Qing's changes were simply too rapid. The current situation and strength are vastly different from when he was at the Sioux City Fortress. "Let's do it tonight then." He was thinking about money. At the same time, inside Dongshan Villa, Lu Feng watched as Lung Ruoxi went to the restroom. They followed, waiting outside. When Lung Ruoxi came out, Lu Feng was standing outside, which startled Lung Ruoxi. "Aunt Lu, what are you doing standing here? Do you need to use the restroom?" "No, I need to talk to you about something." Lu Feng looked at Lung Ruoxi and said, "Lung Ruoxi, you want to see me? I'm just here to have fun. What do you need me for?" "Auntie, I can tell that you haven't formed a contract with Yi Qing. You and that girl named Su Yurue are different from the other girls. Neither of you should be Yi Qing's spirit," Lu Feng said. Lung Ruoxi's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. "How did you figure that out? How did you know?" Hearing Lung Ruoxi's words, Lu Feng knew that she had made the right judgment. However, it was not difficult to see that, since among those girls, only Lung Ruoxi and Su Yurei were extremely naive and looked like budding young women. As for the others, they all carry a certain degree of allure. "Let me ask you about Yi Qing. I want to hear about Yi Qing's experiences. Why are those family heads so respectful to him, even though he's so young?" "Oh, so that's what you wanted to ask." Lung Ruoxi then began to tell her story. She told him everything she knew without reservation. "Hiss, After hearing this, Lu Fang felt like her head was about to explode. She gasped for breath and even felt her body trembling. Could there really be such a gifted person in the world? Furthermore, Lu Fang had also heard that Yi Qing's artifact spirits were all E grade or F grade, but after forming a contract with Yi Qing, they all reverted to their ancestral form and became powerful artifact spirits. In other words, Yi Qing has the special ability to make the useless artifact spirit stronger. Perfect. Her daughter is an F-level spirit bubble machine. Wasteware spirit. Lu Fang thought that now that Yi Qing had been entrusted to her daughter by her husband, they were in a good position to get closer to her. If they could get her daughter to form a contract with Yi Qing, her future path would be much easier. After all, they had witnessed Yi Qing's power firsthand today. At that moment, Lu Fang began to make plans. Chapter 183, I feel much more at ease. Aunt Lu. Seeing that Lu Fang was stunned after hearing her words, Lung Ruoxi quickly spoke up as well. Upon hearing Lung Ruoxi's voice, Lu Fang smiled and said, "Thank you so much for telling me so much. However, I would like to ask you for a favor. When you go back, please don't tell anyone that I asked you about these things. We just want to know more about Yi Qing." "Yes, don't worry, Andy. However, I don't know much about Yi Qing either." As Lung Ruoxi spoke, she also walked to the other side. A little while later, Lu Fang also returned and sat down with everyone to drink tea and chat. Then the gates of the manor rang. After opening the door, Guan Fei and his group are outside, transporting a considerable amount of assets. Lu Fang and Zhu Yin stared wide-eyed at the assets, hardly believing what they were seeing. So many assets? Lung Ruoxi also looked at these assets, which were much more than the bet that the Lung family had given Yi Qing before. These should be the Zhao family's assets, right? My grandfather is honest. Didn't Yi Qing originally tell them to divide them up? Why did you bring it over again? Lung Ruoxi thought to herself, and shrank back a little. Luckily, the old man didn't know what she was thinking, otherwise she would have been given a verbal lecture by him again. Yi Qing also came out. Guan Fei saw Yi Qing and said, "Lord Yi, these are all Zhao family assets. Here is the list. Please take a look." Old Master Lung also sent someone to inform the city lord. After all, it wouldn't be good if City Lord Qian didn't know about such a big matter. The person sent by the old master explained the cause and effect of the matter to the city lord. City Lord Qian felt that the Zhao family deserved their punishment and didn't say anything more. Call. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought that if the city lord found out that Yi Qing had destroyed such a large family, he would punish Yi Qing, but it seemed that he hadn't. This put her mind at ease. However, the next moment, she was also puzzled as to why she was so concerned about Yi Qing now. Face. As she thought about it, Athena Chu's face turned red. She was incredibly shy. Then he spat on himself. She was only acting out of concern for Yi Qing, because he had saved her and her daughter in their time of need. How could she possibly have any other intentions? Furthermore, she's just an F-rank spirit bubble machine, not very useful. What a useless spirit. If it were to form a contract with Yi Qing, wouldn't that be a burden to Yi Qing and an act of repaying kindness with enmity? What if service is provided without a contract? Another idea popped into her head, and her face instantly turned bright red. He then shook his head, banishing the absurd idea from his mind. Yi Qing looked at the assets and said, "All right, thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to dinner and drinks when I have time later. Serving Lord Yi is our duty." Guan Fei immediately showered him with flattery. Many family heads nearby sighed inwardly at Guan Fei's manner, thinking that he truly lived up to his reputation as someone who ran a mansion, as evidenced by his effusive manner. They lacked that kind of shrewdness. "All right, you've all been busy all night. You must be tired. Go back and get some rest." "All right, then Lord Yi, we'll head back now. We're leaving now." As each family head spoke, they walked outside. "Come on, let's sort these things out." Yi Qing looked at everyone and called out, and everyone began to sort them out. A little while later, Yi Qing looked at the several crystal cores and led them into the room. Then, Yi Qing took out the medicine. He stuffed all the medicine into his mouth at once. Absorb crystal nuclei. The next moment, a surge of pure energy began to flow through Yi Qing's body, seemingly filling every part of his limbs and bones. Thump, thump. The series of explosive sounds were the result of this refined energy breaking through the barriers of the next level. Boom. A loud bang rang out. The entire Dongshan manor was shaken. Yi Qing opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed within them. We've made a breakthrough. The early stage of the town's command. We've finally reached the town general level. Yi Qing felt the power flowing through his body. This was the power of a town general. It was indeed different. That's absolutely terrifying. Outside, everyone felt the vibration. Zhu Yin and Lu Fang were the first to speak. Was that an earthquake? The defenses of Jiangxing are relatively stable. There haven't been any earthquakes for decades. How could there be an earthquake so suddenly? Wrong. That didn't seem to be an earthquake. There was a loud bang. It looks like something exploded. It's an explosion. Don't worry. Yin Luoqing waved her hand. These people knew all too well what was going on. My husband has made a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Zhu Yin's eyes were filled with doubt. A breakthrough caused such a big commotion. Should we go check it out? Or maybe we shouldn't speculate. I'm afraid of Brother Yi Qing. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yin Luoqing, Li Zijin, and the others opposite her. Li Zijin heard this and went in to take a look, but her body trembled. I don't need to go in. We all know what's going on. If you're worried, you can go in and see for yourself, Sister Zhu Yin. Your brother Yi Qing will be very happy to see how much you care about him. As she spoke, Li Zijing nudged Yin Luoqing beside her, right? Yes. Yin Luoqing immediately chimed in, then looked at Li Zijing. This girl is getting naughtier and naughtier. After hearing this, Athena Chu nodded and prepared to go inside to take a look. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Yi Qing opened it from inside. Looking at Athena Chu. What's wrong? No, Brother Yi Qing. I just heard an explosion coming from inside. I was worried and wanted to check if you were all right. I'm relieved to see you're okay. As Athena Chu spoke, a blush appeared on her face. Lu Fang, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and was surprised. She knew her daughter quite well. Her daughter had always been aloof, especially towards the opposite sex, but today she blushed several times. This is so unlike her. It seems that beautiful women all love heroes. However, although Yi Qing can make a useless artifact spirit revert to its ancestral form and become stronger, is he really willing to accept Zhu Yin? After all, there are still 2 girls in the manor who haven't been contracted yet, right? Lu Fang also began to think about it. Honey, we've got everything all packed. Aren't we amazing? When Zheng Yusin saw Yi Qing coming over, she immediately tried to take credit. Good, very organized. Honey, aren't you going to give Yusin a reward? Lu Lianming said from the side. Zheng Yusin, bad guy. When they were talking, the knocking sounded again. Zhou Lingxue opened the door and looked at the person in front of her with surprise in her eyes. Chapter 184 Cracked Spherical Lightning. It was none other than Qian Tu, the city lord of Jiangqing Fortress. Zhou Lingxue looked at Qian Tu with a different feeling in her eyes. After all, her husband had just destroyed the Zhao family, and Qian Tu came. Was he going to punish her husband? Although those family heads didn't directly punish Qian Tu after he mentioned it. Now that he's here, does that mean? Lord Qian, please come in. What brings you here? As Zhou Lingxue spoke, she had already come up with a plan. If Qian Tu really wanted to cause trouble later, she would ask her sister Jing Yao to take action. After all, Jing Yao was the niece of Feng Haiwang, who was a king-level expert and the superior of Qian Tu, the city lord. If she put him in charge, the city lord of Qian Tu would definitely give her a break. Thinking about it, Zhou Lingxue also looked at Jing Yao on the other side. Jing Yao nodded, indicating that she understood. Lu Fang and Zhu Yin watched as Lord Qian Tu arrived. They were also on high alert. They shared the same thought. After all, the other family heads had been vague in their statements, and the city lord hadn't really expressed his opinion. Now that he had come, he might finally be ready to give his true opinion. If that's the case, Lu Fang is prepared to reveal all the evil deeds of the Zhao family. Everyone is ready. Qian Tu sensed something was wrong as soon as he entered the manor. Good heavens, what kind of atmosphere was this? They were not welcoming him at all. They were staring at him like wolves, as if they would devour him alive if he did anything. Were all the people in the manor this terrifying now? Yi Qing is terrifying, and so are the others. Qian Tu, seeing this, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Don't be like this, don't be nervous. I'm not here to settle scores later. Didn't I tell those family heads that the Zhao family deserved what they got for their own sins? They deserve to be wiped out. I'm here to invite Yi Qing to dinner tonight. What do you think I'm here for? Staring at me like that gives me the creeps. As the words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood, realizing that things were much easier to explain that way. Lu Fang and Zhu Yin looked embarrassed as they listened to Qian Tu's words. Oh, I see. They've misunderstood. Etc. What did Qian Tu just say? He came in person to invite Yi Qing to dinner. Yi Qing's status is such that he's invited to dinner by Qian Tu. This is an acknowledgement of Yi Qing's strength. Looking at Yi Qing, Lu Fang found herself increasingly unable to understand him. However, her thoughts grew stronger. Such a handsome young man, with the ability to revert a useless artifact spirit into a powerful one, and such formidable strength. As Lu Fang was thinking, Yi Qing invited Qian Tu to sit down and have some tea. Let's go, Yi Qing. We'll drink until we drop tonight. When Qian Tu said this, Yi Qing smiled and said, that might be a bit difficult. His alcohol tolerance is so high that he can't get drunk easily. After all, this is a side effect of his invulnerability, and alcohol has little effect on Yi Qing. Qian Tu, you're quite the braggart. You little rascal, I was known as the guy who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk when I was young. What are you pretending for? Do you still have any good wine? Yes, wait for me a moment. With that, Yi Qing walked into the room. After Yi Qing entered the room, Zhou Lingxue and the others began exchanging glances, each with a look of worry in their eyes. Is my husband going to drink the wine he brewed today? That wine is a tonic. Moreover, what did Lord Qian City just say? Soaking ourselves to the bone until we drop tonight? If your husband goes into someone else's room at night, that person will never have a moment's peace. A moment later, Yi Qing came out carrying a large jar of wine. Qian Tu's eyes lit up as he looked at the large jar of wine. All right. I like drinking with straightforward people like you. You're not like them at all. For example, when I went to your Sioux City fortress last time, Li Xian was stingy and wary of me at every turn, let alone drinking with me. Let's go. Tonight we'll drink until we drop. Qian Talong said loudly, and then Yi Qing followed him. After they left, Lu Fang then sensed that something was wrong with Zhou Lingxue and the others. Why do they all look so worried? What's wrong with you all? Does Yi Qing go on a drunken rampage after drinking? Not really, how can I put it? Li Zijin said, her face showing helplessness. A blush then rose on everyone's faces. Yes, that's what they say. Lu Fang looked at everyone's expressions, her eyes filled with doubt. However, then, it seemed as if I understood something. The idea of making his daughter and Yi Qing form a contract grew stronger in his mind. A little while later, evening, Yi Qing and Qian Tu arrived at the military headquarters. The military headquarters is already prepared. A little while later, the drinks were poured, and Qian Tu was getting impatient. Don't be shy tonight. Just treat Jiangxing Fortress like your own home. Qian Tu said. Yi Qing raised his glass. I never feel constrained anywhere I go. Qian Tu. This guy? However, Qian Tu nodded in agreement. What this guy said made sense. He was already very strong, capable of killing someone like Lung Ming with a single punch, not to mention all the terrifying artifact spirits he had. Furthermore, there is also a powerful team of secret guards. That's because you don't have to be restrained. After some time, Qian Tu felt that he might even feel awkward standing in front of Yi Qing. Come on, let's drink. Qian Tu and Yi Qing clinked glasses and then drank it all in one gulp. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Qian Tu exhaled, and the alcohol vapor instantly transformed into a surge of energy that dissipated into the air. A little while later, outside, a guard hurried over. Lord City Lord, I have something important to report. This situation is also related to Yi Qing. It's news from the Sioux City Fortress. Yi Qing also looked at the guard. Seeing his hurried appearance, what was going on? Tell me quickly. Qian Tu said. A cracked ball mine has been observed far to the east of the Sucheng Fortress. Boom. One sentence made Qian Tu's eyes widen suddenly, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer in the heart. Absolutely stunning. What did I just say? Cracked ball mines have appeared around the Sioux City Fortress. How could this be? How could I possibly end up in that place? What's wrong? Yi Qing listened to the cracked ball lightning, puzzled. He had never heard of this term before, but judging from Qian Tu's appearance, this thing must be something special. So he also inquired about the exit. After a moment's pause, Qian Tu asked the guards, what's the situation with the cracked ball mine? Chapter 185 The Stone Statue in the Crack. It's relatively stable now. Quite some time has passed since the last observation of the cracked ball lightning. We are still observing it, and the crack should not appear in the near future. The guards report. Upon hearing this, Qian Tu breathed a long sigh of relief. That's all right. All right, I understand. You can go now. I'll explain things to Yi Qing. Yes, Lord City Lord, I'll head back now. The guards then went downstairs. Yi Qing looked at Qian Tu, still completely baffled by their conversation. What does this cracked, ball-shaped mine mean? Ball lightning, literally, is the first circular bolt of lightning. Of course, it is quite destructive. It can tear space apart and expose cracks inside. You may not have heard of these things very often. It's considered a top-level military secret, but if I don't tell you, someone else will eventually. Qian-Tu organized his thoughts. The spherical mine with the crack is not important. What is important is that it indicates a spatial rift, which may form around the Sioux City fortress. The rift is a connection to another dimension. Oh, this was the first time Yi Qing had heard this claim. Yes, that's right. When your Sioux City fortress last encountered a catastrophic beast tide, Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, who was guarding your fortress, was not in the city. This was because Marquis Lingfeng was transferred there by King Fenghai. Of course, we went there as well. King Fenghai called us there to seal the rift. A powerful beast might burst out from the crack. It will cause disaster to the surrounding barriers, so it must be sealed before it appears. Furthermore, there may be some things inside that we have never encountered before. Oh, Yi Qing became more and more interested as he listened. Qian-Tu actually used this terminology. What was this thing that hadn't been mentioned? It seems that there are more than just strange beasts inside this crack. There must be something else. Yes, there's much more to say. We can only explore a small part of the crevice. Most of it is darkness. Endless darkness. We have no idea what's inside. Has anyone explored what's in the darkness? Yi Qing asked. Qian-Tu looked at Yi Qing and took a sip of wine. There are people there, but they are all king-level experts. They are powerful enough to walk through the darkness of the rift. As for someone like me who is at the Marquis level, going into the darkness would almost certainly mean certain death. Even those king-level experts have gotten lost in the rift. In the past, there were more than just a few king-level experts in China. Many of them got lost while exploring the darkness of the rift. Even a king-level expert can lose their way. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. This revealed something extraordinary to him. What lies within the darkness of this crack? Or rather, what is this crack? Is it truly a connection to another dimension? Or? The world was veiled by a curtain, which was then torn down. It's the space inside this crack. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yi Qing's mind. Haha. What? You're already starting to think about it. Qian-Tu added, seeing Yi Qing deep in thought. Yi Qing nodded. This is something I've never encountered before, so it's quite surprising to hear about it for the first time. Your reaction is much better than mine was back then. When I first heard the news, I was incredibly shocked. It's alright. You're only just beginning to understand this rift. When you become stronger in the future, perhaps even the Sea King will let you seal the rift together. Something has been discovered in this darkness. As Yi Qing spoke, Qian-Tu was surprised that Yi Qing would ask about this. Immediately, you know that there are different levels above the king level, right? I don't know. Yi Qing was just like a complete novice. Qian-Tu then added, the connection between the spirit master and the artifact spirit becomes increasingly closer as the game progresses. Towards the king level, the two will comprehend the power of laws together. And then a domain will be formed on it. Field. Yi Qing's pupils contracted as she listened. He now possesses a god of slaughter domain. Unexpectedly, this domain was something he had created beforehand. According to Qian-Tu, this domain should only be formed after reaching the king level, so how come he has formed it now? However, it's a good thing. As I just said, even king-level experts are divided into levels, which are determined by the quantity and strength of their laws of power and domains. Yi Qing listened and began to understand. So that's how it happened. In an instant, Yi Qing became even more excited about what he would be like after reaching the king level. If he reaches the king level, he'll probably be incredibly terrifying. After all, not to mention so many top-tier artifact spirits, the combined power of laws and domains condensed by these artifact spirits must be immense and terrifying, etc. Yi Qing suddenly realized that Qian-Tu seemed to have given a somewhat irrelevant answer. He asked what was in the darkness. Lord Qian, I think I was asking what's in the darkness just now. What you're telling me seems a bit off topic. This can be considered as setting the stage. In the darkness, as Feng Haiwang said, there are stone statues inside. There are stone statues of strange beasts, and some other special stone statues. Those stone statues of strange beasts, each one of them was so large that it blotted out the sky. They were truly terrifying. According to Feng Haiwang's estimation, if any of those giant beasts were to descend upon the world, they would be devastating beings. It is not impossible for a single beast to destroy a country or even a planet. Hiss. Yi Qing listened, her brows furrowed. You just mentioned some special stone statues. What are those? There are also some stone statues, which Feng Haiwang doesn't think are strange beasts. He described it like this. Shortly after entering the darkness, he discovered a stone statue, a statue of a serpent god with a human head. Huge. Furthermore, the statue is presented in a strange posture, as if she is holding up something. After Feng Haiwang investigated, he found nothing. However, judging from the shape of her hand, she should have been holding something before, but that thing was probably taken away by someone else. Anyway, it's not there. Human head and snake body. He was holding something in his hands. It was truly amazing. Yi Qing shook his head and firmly remembered the matter. If I ever enter a crack in the future, I'll definitely explore it thoroughly to see what's going on. Chapter 186 Top Grade Or. Now that you mention it, I'm quite interested. If I have the chance to enter the rift in the future, I'd like to explore it thoroughly. As Yi Qing spoke, Qian Tu, standing beside him, wore a wry smile. He looked at Yi Qing, thinking to himself, this little guy is really too bold. You have no idea of the dangers inside the crevice. Right now, you might see mist, darkness, stone statues, and all sorts of strange things inside. But once you actually enter the crevice, you'll realize that it's fraught with peril. Just look at that black mist, and you can feel its chill. I heard that some king-level experts got lost in this black mist and haven't come out yet. Moreover, there was more than one king-level expert. Just tell me if it's dangerous inside. As Qian Tu spoke, he raised his glass and took a sip of wine. Therefore, even if there are cracks in the future, you should go in with a king-level expert and stay with everyone. Do not act on your own, and do not explore those stone statues casually. This is for your own good. Qian Tu and Yi Qing gave each other instructions. Qian Tu said he wouldn't tell the other Chinese stars, because although they are Chinese stars now, they don't know how many years it will take for them to become marquee-level experts and enter the rift. It's too early to tell them now. But Yi Qing is different. This guy is growing up too fast. His overall strength should already be above the marquee level, which is why I need to give him some instructions first. Okay, I've got it. Yi Qing nodded. He had to admit that Qian Tu had opened the door to a new world for him tonight. Cracks, darkness, and stone statues. What lies in the darkness? Why do stone statues appear? Why is there another world inside the crack? These are all things that attract Yi Qing. Then, Yi Qing raised his glass and clinked it with Qian Tu's. The essence blood of the king-level beast will still take some time to reach Jiangxing Barrier. In the next few days, you can take a look at the local customs and culture of Jiangxing Barrier. This Dongshan Manor will be yours from now on. Anyway, if you feel good about it, you can stay in Jiangxing Barrier for a while longer. It's fine. Just treat this place as your own home. Qian Tu spoke casually. Then his gaze swept over Yi Qing. Yi Qing saw through this little scheme. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Qian. I will come here often in the future." Good. Qian Tu thought this was a pretty good result. It would be good enough if you could get along with Yi Qing. The two clinked glasses. A little while later, Qian Tu is somewhat drunk. He looked at Yi Qing, and then his lips twitched. This guy doesn't seem drunk at all, not even a little bit. They really are young people. That's quite a capacity for alcohol. You're a monster. I can't drink anymore. We'll have another chance to drink until we drop later. Okay, then I'll head back now. Yi Qing got up, said goodbye to Qian Tu, and walked outside. After going outside, Yi Qing looked into the distance. He still has one important thing to do today. Today, meeting Athena Chu felt like discovering an energy vein. It's worth a visit. If it really is a mineral vein, then we've struck it rich. Yi Qing immediately began to move. A little while later. On the way, many guards were patrolling at night. The next moment, they felt a blur before their eyes. Who? This. They rubbed their eyes. A guard standing nearby looked at them and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you shouting like that? What did you see? Did you see a figure flash by just now? No. Are you hallucinating?" Fart. The guard looked at the men beside him and asked, "What about you? Did you feel it?" "I felt it very fast, extremely fast." He is an extremely powerful being. It seems they're heading in that direction. Shall we follow them and see? The guards were speaking. The people nearby. Good grief. With your mind and speed, you still want to catch up with someone? Isn't this a complete fantasy? Never mind. It should be a strong one from within our stronghold, and it doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. If it did, we would be dead by now. Let's continue our patrol as long as no more monsters appear. After the guard finished speaking, everyone nodded. Indeed, judging from the speed just now, this person's strength is far superior to theirs. If you wanted to kill them, you could do it with just a little effort. Let's go. Let's go take a look over there. Yi Qing moved swiftly, and after a while, he arrived at the area where Zhu Yin had been. He looked in this direction and activated his divine level detection. Really? Below, in this enormous space, are energy veins. Then, Yi Qing began to sense it little by little. This mineral vein has areas with abundant energy, as well as areas with only moderate energy fluctuations. He found the place with the richest concentration. Then he placed his foot on the ground. Boom. A Bagua compass suddenly unfolded beneath Yi Qing's feet. The interactions of the 4 symbols and the 8 trigrams manifested beneath Yi Qing's feet. Open, Yi Qing murmured, and the soil below dispersed to both sides, revealing a hole that stretched downwards for an unknown amount of time beneath his feet. Yi Qing jumped inside. As Yi Qing entered, the earthen cave above was gradually sealed off. Entering, Yi Qingdian sensed a strong energy. He looked ahead. It is a black and gold ore. Yi Qing placed his hand on the ore and began to absorb it. Then, an immense and powerful force entered his body. At the same time, the luster on those ores suddenly dimmed, and they eventually turned into dirt and fell off. Looking around, Yi Qing saw that there were quite a few black and gold ores. He immediately began to absorb it. Let's see if we can break through the constraints. After absorbing numerous top-grade ores, boom, an explosion erupted from Yi Qing's body. Yi Qing felt the power. This midterm generalship. Using the ore he had just collected, he successfully reached the mid-stage of the town general realm. Yi Qing looked at these ores as if they were treasures, and then put the gold, black, and some dark-colored ores into his spatial storage. Then, Yi Qing looked at the other ores. These were similar to ordinary jade. Although they shone with luster, the energy fluctuations inside were not as strong as those of the top-grade ores before. Yi Qing absorbed a piece. This stuff has less than 1%, or even 1,000th, of the energy of those previous ores. It's far inferior. Fortunately, this thing is plentiful and not as violent as the energy in the alien beast crystal core, making it easier to absorb. Chapter 187 Upgrade Card Crafting Progress. Yi Qing stomped her foot, and the dirt on her head instantly scattered in all directions as she landed on the ground. After several more explorations, they mined out all the high-grade ores. Yi Qing didn't bother with the rest for the time being. Since the quantity is too large and the energy is relatively small, we can wait until tomorrow to have others start digging. Thinking about it, Yi Qing returned to the manor. Upon entering the manor, Yi Qing noticed that Yin Luoqing's room was still lit, so she went inside. A little while later, Zhu Yin came to the courtyard to get some fresh air. Her face was flushed, and she was inwardly cursing herself. She wasn't like this before. She didn't have any feelings for boys. But now, ever since she saw Yi Qing, Zhu Yin felt as if she had fallen in love. Whenever she lay down, Yi Qing's face would appear in her mind. She fanned herself with her hand, and then heard strange noises around her. It is rather weak. She followed the sound and walked in that direction. As the sound grew louder, Athena Chu's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, she understood. Then, she jogged back into her room. Inside the room, Lu Fang also saw her daughter rush back, her face still flushed with embarrassment. This girl has been acting strangely ever since she came back from her trip. What did you encounter outside? What were you doing outside just now? Did you run into Yi Qing? Did Yi Qing return to the manor from Lord Qian's place? Lu Fang asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Zhu Yin somewhat helpless. I just went out for some fresh air and didn't run into Yi Qing. But Yi Qing has indeed returned from Lord Qian's place. Huh? You didn't run into Yi Qing. So how do you know he's back? Oh, this. Zhu Yin was speechless for a moment. How could she explain this? Should she tell her mother what had just happened? This is so embarrassing. Forget it. Let's just forget about it. I heard Yi Qing's voice. I see. Lu Fang then continued. This young man Yi Qing is really quite good. Not only is he handsome and strong, but I also heard that he participated in the Battle of Sioux City Fortress, where he single-handedly turned the tide and saved Sioux City Fortress from dire straits. That's why the military is treating him so politely now. He's a man with outstanding military achievements. Furthermore, it seems that even Feng Haiwang thinks highly of him. He is also a rising star in China, and his future is limitless. Not only is he powerful, but he is also a very good person. Putting aside everything else, your father entrusted you to him. Even if he didn't come looking for us, so what? Your father is gone, but he still mobilized so much power to find us and help us. Lu Fang's words resonated deeply with Athena Chu. Zhu Yin pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then, Lu Fang took Zhu Yin's hand and said, Silly girl, Mom can see that you have feelings for Yi Qing. Mom agrees with your father's decision to entrust you to Yi Qing. It's a good choice. Why don't we ask him if he's willing to form a contract with you? Huh. Zhu Yin never expected that her mother would praise Yi Qing and then take such a turn to this place. The conversation turned to her contract with Yi Qing. This. She was completely unprepared. And another thing, Yi Qing is so powerful now, what does she have? She's just an F-level bubble machine. How could anyone possibly form a contract with her? How could anyone possibly be willing to form a contract with me? I'm just a useless artifact spirit. What's impossible? I've inquired about it. It seems that Yi Qing's artifact spirits were all useless artifact spirits at first, but after forming a contract with Yi Qing, they quickly reverted to their ancestral form and became powerful artifact spirits. What does this mean? It means that Yi Qing has the ability to revert useless artifact spirits to their ancestral form and turn them into powerful artifact spirits. So don't worry. Besides, we still have a trump card. When your father passed away, he entrusted you to Yi Qing. We can take advantage of our proximity. Lu Fang was making plans. Then, Zhu Yin was seen running outside. Hey, this kid. Lu Fang was also helpless. What does this child mean? They didn't explain it clearly. Afterwards, Lu Fang thought about Zhu Yin's reaction, clapped her hands, and thought that this matter was reliable. However, it should still be Zhu Yin who took the initiative. If it were the little girl herself, she probably wouldn't be able to ask. Sometimes, I, as a mother, still need to give them a push. Lu Fang murmured. Outside, Athena Chu ran out, feeling embarrassed as she thought about her mother's words. Her mother had actually thought so much. Well, Zhu Yin sighed. She was feeling quite confused. I don't know what to do. She took a walk in the yard to clear her head. A gust of wind blew by. There was another sound carried on the wind. As Zhu Yin listened, her eyes widened in disbelief. The sounds in the room, and this. He truly deserves to be called a powerful spirit master. After Zhu Yin strolled around for a while, they went back. The next morning, Yi Qing looked at the light screen, but it still didn't pop up. It's hard not to sigh that the further you go, the more troublesome it becomes to improve your skills. It's not something that can be done overnight. Then, in the next moment, a curtain of light then emerged. Upgrade card grants a 10% progress bonus. Current progress is 60%. The upgrade card crafting progress has finally increased again, which is good. After all, this thing hasn't seen any progress for quite some time. Yi Qing thought for a moment, then went out. Send messages to various families and Guanfei. Yi Qing also walked outside. A little while later, Yi Qing then arrived at the mine. However, the mine beneath our feet is just some ordinary ore. It's nowhere near as good as what Yi Qing took last night. However, even these ores are rare and valuable. Moreover, the reserves are large enough. That's enough to cause a sensation. At the same time, within the Lung family, Master, Lord Yi has sent word that we need to gather at the place where the mother and daughter were found yesterday, and we need to bring more people. Old Master Lung had just gotten up and listened to the report from the visitor with a puzzled look on his face. What are we supposed to do? Wasn't the Zhao family wiped out yesterday? Why are we going to that place again today? Master, what do you think? Okay, wake Lung Ming up and have him gather the men. We'll go over together in a bit. Many other families also received the same news and began making preparations. Guan Fei sighed. Oh, you mean Lord Yi asked us to go to that place yesterday? Did he say what he wanted us to do? No. It doesn't matter. Just call everyone over, we'll go together in a bit. If we follow Lord Yi, we'll definitely get to eat meat, Guan Fei said decisively. Chapter 188 Sensation. Over here, everyone nodded in agreement with Guan Fei's words. After all, Yi Qing's strength was undeniable, and they wouldn't suffer any losses no matter what they did. Let's go, stop dawdling. Guan Fei urged everyone to hurry up and get started. A little while later, Guan Fei and the others then arrived at the place where they had found Zhu Yin and her daughter. By this time, a large crowd had gathered around. They were all scions of various prominent families. Each of them wore a puzzled expression. What are we supposed to do here? I don't know. Didn't you see everyone waiting here? Lord Yi and several family heads are in front, and I don't know what they're talking about. I thought they were calling us to fight, so I was all prepared. The words, when they reached the ears of the others, made them all burst into laughter. Do we need them if we're going to fight? Yi Qing alone, along with a team of secret guards, is roughly equivalent to the high-level strength of the entire Jiangqing stronghold. Furthermore, Yi Qing's power within the entire Jiangqing stronghold is currently at its zenith. After wiping out the Zhao family, he not only escaped any punishment, but it's also said that he was invited over for drinks by City Lord Qian Tu last night. I'll go see what's going on. As Guan Fei spoke, everyone made way for him. He went inside. Lord Yi. Guan Fei looked at Yi Qing with a respectful expression. You've arrived. I think everyone should be here by now. Lord Yi. I think everyone has arrived. This is what a family head is saying. Alright, I'll just say this. The reason I called you here is to mine a mineral vein. Boom. One sentence made them all widen their eyes, hardly believing what they had just heard. Or vein. What is this? What kind of mineral vein is this? Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Yi Qing added, I discovered a vein of energy ore here. These ores contain a lot of energy, and compared to those beast crystal cores, these ores are not as violent. They can be absorbed quickly to rapidly increase strength. Boom. In short, it was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. It shocked everyone. If, as Yi Qing said, the mineral vein were truly invaluable, it would be priceless. Let's start mining now. This thing is probably quite troublesome, since it should be in a rather deep place. Yes, we'll mine some first, then go to Lord Qian's city and ask him to arrange for all the houses and people on the mine to be moved elsewhere. Then we will proceed with the next stage of mining. As Yi Qing spoke, everyone began to rub their hands together in anticipation. Someone come here. The head of the Lung family waved his hand, and Lung Ming quickly led his men over. Looking at his patriarch's excited appearance, he was filled with doubt. What's going on? You can start digging. Dig? Where to dig? How do we dig? No need. Digging like this is too slow. Let me do it. As Yi Qing spoke, he then pushed off with his foot. Whoosh. A huge 5 elements and 8 trigrams plate appeared at Yi Qing's feet. As the plate rotated, the earth beneath it spread outwards, creating a pit that stretched to an unknown depth. This tactic. Not only were Guan Fei and the others stunned, but even old Master Lung had never seen such a terrifying method before. So deep. It's so dark down there. No problem. Hearing what everyone was saying, Yi Qing waved his hand, and a fire dragon immediately rushed out from the 5 elements 8 trigrams plate and headed down into the deep pit. Hold head high. Another fire dragon appeared, and with the 2 fire dragons reflected in the light, the situation below became clearer. This. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they watched Yi Qing's methods, and the hairs on their bodies seemed to stand on end. What an incredible tactic. Let's go down and take a look. Yi Qing said something to everyone, and then jumped down. Come on, keep up. Old Master Lung looked at everyone, then walked forward. Knock, knock, knock. One after another, figures descended from below. Upon landing, they saw the scene below, white or in front of them. Old Master Lung and the others placed their hands on it. Then I felt the immense energy within it. With a thought, they absorbed the energy from the ore into their bodies. Feeling this energy, it's quite immense. Plus, the quantity is large. Nice one. This is truly a great product. This thing is likely to cause a sensation. After all, based on their experience just now, absorbing it doesn't feel as violent as absorbing a beast's crystal core. It's very smooth and can be absorbed in large quantities in a short time. This alone is enough to show that it is priceless. Nice one. We don't know how much the reserves are. Judging from this, the reserves must be quite terrifying. Let's get some and show it to Lord Qian too, the city lord. Right. Lung Ming. Old Master Lung called out twice, but no one responded. He turned around and saw Lung Ming frantically absorbing the ore. At this moment, Lung Ming placed his hand on a piece of ore. The next moment, the energy in the ore was completely absorbed, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. Old Master Lung. Good heavens. This is the ore that Yi Qing discovered, and you're absorbing it like crazy here. What kind of behavior is this? Snap. Old Master Lung walked over and then patted Lung Ming on the back of the head. Oh. Lung Ming winced in pain and turned to look at his grandfather with a puzzled expression. No, Grandpa, what are you doing? Why did you hit me all of a sudden? And you're still talking? I called you several times, and what did you do? This is a mineral vein discovered by Yi Qing, and you're frantically absorbing it. It's really shameful. Lung Ming. Then he scratched his head. She also looked embarrassed. That's absolutely true. He then looked at Yi Qing with an apologetic expression. Looking at their expressions, Yi Qing smiled inwardly. The ore here was worlds apart from what he had taken yesterday. The energy contained in the ore he had taken yesterday far exceeded that contained in the remaining veins here. Therefore, Yi Qing didn't think much of these things. Alright, stop looking. Now take a piece of ore to Lord Qian too, explain the situation to him, and ask him to settle the people in this area so that it will be beneficial for our next phase of development. Okay. Lung Ming had just been beaten up, so he was bound to agree quickly. After responding, he took a few pieces of ore, and then, with a light step, went straight up. Base. As Lung Ming came up, everyone gathered around. So, how's the situation down there? Yeah, what's going on next? Tell me quickly. Chapter 189 News reaches Shanghai. In an instant, a large group of people gathered around Lung Ming, all talking at once. He asked. Lung Ming looked at them and knew their anxiety, then took out the ore in his hand. Everyone looked at this thing. This is the ore below. I just tried it down there, and it contains a vast amount of energy. After absorbing it, it can enter the body. Isn't this the same as the alien beast crystal core? This is different. This ore doesn't have the violent energy of those beast crystal cores, and it can be absorbed much faster than beast crystal cores. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, and they all gasped as they looked at the ore as if it were a priceless treasure. All right, Lord Yi and the others are still downstairs. I'll take this ore to Lord Qian for a look later. After all, we'll need Lord Qian's help to develop this ore. As Lung Ming spoke, everyone made way for him. After Lung Ming left, everyone looked at each other. I just sensed the energy within this ore, and combined with what Lung Ming said, this time, Lord Yi has discovered something extraordinary. However, how did Lord Yi discover this mineral vein so deep underground? A person nearby raised a question. Well, you don't need to doubt that. How could you and I possibly guess Lord Yi's methods? Let's think about the scale of this mine instead. I feel that it can't be less. If it is less, Lord Yi wouldn't have called us to come and mine together. Besides, I think Lord Yi's intention is to give each family a share. Yes, I think that's the idea too. Lord Yi is truly generous. I only helped him with a few small favors, and he has already given me such a generous gift in return. In an instant, everyone started talking at once. All right, let's wait patiently. Once mining begins, we all need to work hard. Of course. Everyone was in high spirits. A little while later, here, at the military headquarters, Qian Tu had just arrived at the office. The guards beside him, watching Qian Tu's appearance, whispered after he entered the office. Why is the city lord so late today? I had drinks with Yi Qing last night, so it's not a problem that I'm a little late. The city lord used to drink far more than this, and he still came to work as usual the next day, didn't he? Each word reached Qian Tu's ears, and he sighed. He hadn't expected that Yi Qing's wine was no ordinary wine at all. After drinking it, he felt extremely hot. He couldn't sleep last night, so he got up and took a cold shower. I didn't fall asleep for a long time after I got back. They arrived so late this morning. This kid, the wine is delicious, but I can't drink it anymore. He's so hot-blooded, he has no idea how terrifying it is for a middle-aged couple like us to have a kiss. It can give us nightmares for several nights in a row, Qian Tu said, when Lung Ming's voice came from outside. Lord of the city, I've come to see you. It's urgent. Qian Tu slapped his forehead as he listened to Lung Ming's words. What urgent matter could be happening so early in the morning? Come in. Lung Ming strode in. Qian Tu looked at him and saw that the kid's spirit had returned. He recovered from the setback quite quickly. Not bad, not bad. Then, his gaze fell on Lung Ming's hand. Hiss. What is this? It looks unusual. What is that in your hand? I came to see the city lord today because of this. As Lung Ming spoke, he delivered the items to Qian Tu. Then the explanation began. Lord Yi, a vein of this energy stone has been discovered, and we are currently summoning all the clan heads to prepare for mining. After each sentence, Qian Tu's eyes went blank. Yi Qing actually discovered such a good thing? Qian Tu played with the ore, then absorbed it. A surge of refined energy flowed into his body, giving him a mental boost. Someone, write me a letter. I need to report this matter to King Feng Hai. After Qian Tu explained the situation to Feng Hai Wang, he understood the matter. He then ordered someone to send it to the Shanghai stronghold at top speed. Then, Qian Tu also set off in that direction. A little while later, then they arrived at the scene. They went down into the underground cave. Yi Qing and the others have already cleared out quite a few. However, judging from the area that has been cleared out, the reserves of this mineral vein are not just large, they are terrifying. Yi Qing, you've struck it rich. Qian Tu looked at Yi Qing, but had no intention of taking the mine away. Since Yi Qing had discovered it, it belonged to Yi Qing. Come on, let's help with the mining first. The living quarters of those spirit masters and artifact spirits up there are simple. I'll have them move to another place and give them some compensation. They'll be very happy to do so. Okay, I'll cover the compensation. Yi Qing nodded. Before long, everyone began mining in full swing. Half a day later, the report also reached the Shanghai border. Jingyue came over with the report and knocked on her uncle's door. Come in. A voice came from inside. See King. As Jingyu spoke, Feng Haiwang looked at his niece with a smile on his face. There's no one here now, just call me uncle. Hee hee. Uncle, This is a report from Jiangqing Barracks. Uncle, have you heard anything about my sister lately? Jinghua hadn't heard from her sister for a long time and was quite puzzled. Your sister? She really does exist. Oh. Jinghua listened with a smile on her face. Where has my older sister been all this time? She listened intently. Your sister has already formed a contract with Yi Qing. Boom. In short, it was like a thunderclap out of nowhere, causing Jing Yu's eyes to widen in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe what she had just heard. Uncle, the Yi Qing you mentioned, is he the one ranked 5th among the Huaxia stars? The one who turned the tide in the Battle of Suching Fortress? Yes, that's him. This. Jing Yu gave a bitter smile. What's the reason for this? My older sister and I are just encryption/decryption machines. Yi Qing has a contract with her, it seems. Jinghua didn't say everything, but it was enough to convey her meaning. Feng Haiwang looked at Jing Yu and understood what she meant. You're so impatient. You haven't even finished telling me. According to my information, Yi Qing has an ability that allows the spirits he contracts with to quickly revert to their ancestral form, and during each reversion, they become relatively powerful spirits. Take your sister for example. After forming a contract with Yi Qing, she has completed her ancestral reversion and reverted to a powerful artifact spirit. It seems to be an artifact spirit that can control the power of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. According to Li Xian, the city lord of Su City, that artifact spirit's control over the 5 elements and 8 trigrams can be said to have reached the extreme. It is a rare and powerful artifact spirit, surpassing Yi Qing's other artifact spirits. Chapter 190 Jing Yu is here. Hearing this news, Jing Yu felt completely numb. These messages are absolutely shocking. Sis, you've suddenly become a powerful artifact spirit? No wonder there's been no news for so long. It's not an encryption/decryption machine anymore. So how could there be any news? Snort. She's still thinking about it day and night. What a bad person. However, Jinghua was also happy for her older sister that she could form a contract with such a person and become a powerful artifact spirit. At the same time, she also thought of what her uncle had just said. Yi Qing actually had such power. She knew her older sister too well. Her older sister was exactly the same as her. They were both spirits of encryption and decryption machines. But now it has become so powerful. Yi Qing must have played a part in this. So, like her older sister, could she also become such a powerful artifact spirit after forming a contract with Yi Qing? As she thought about it, Jinghua blushed. Oh. Looking at Jing Yu's expression, Feng Haiwang could roughly guess what she was thinking. However, he didn't say anything. After all, he favored his 2 nieces and would protect them no matter what kind of life they wanted to choose. He thought he should first see what news came from the Jiangqing fortress. After all, several of the stars of China from the Eastern Theater Command, including Yi Qing, have gathered in the Jiangqing stronghold, waiting to absorb the essence blood of a king-level alien beast. He opened the report and looked at it. A moment later, a gasp of cold air was heard. Seeing her uncle's unusual reaction, Jinghua was also puzzled. What was wrong? Why did my uncle react so strongly? What's wrong, uncle? Look at Yi Qing. I really don't know what to say about him. This guy is just too much trouble, and he always manages to come up with something new to surprise me. As she spoke, Jing Yu took the report quickly, taking 3 steps at a time. This is a mineral vein. Jing Yu narrowed her eyes. This mine didn't seem simple at all. Uncle, this is the first mineral vein discovered in China, isn't it? Yes, I understand what you mean. That's why I said this kid has given me a surprise. With the first one, there will definitely be a second and a third. No such thing has been found in the outer realms yet. We found it first, so we have gained the upper hand and have more power in the battle against those alien beasts. Yi Qing is truly a lucky star for our Eastern Theater Command. No, for the entire China. As Feng Haiwang spoke, he looked at Jing Yu and said, send out my arrangements later. I'll send some people to Jiangqing Fortress to take a look and explore it in detail. We'll see what the reserves and quality of this thing are like. If it's good, we'll ask the other city lords to excavate within the area. Also, we'll report to headquarters and ask the other military departments to start searching as well. Listening to her uncle's words, Jinghua stood there, starting to feel conflicted. She had something she wanted to say, but she didn't know how to say it. What's wrong? Why are you standing there motionless? Feng Haiwang asked, noticing Jing Yu's unusual behavior. Uncle, I also want to go to Jiangqing Fortress. I miss my sister. I want to go see her. As Jinghua spoke, a blush crept onto her face. This little girl can't keep secrets anymore. She said it, but the expression on her face clearly revealed what she was thinking. Okay, you can go with the team I'm sending this time. Go see how your sister is doing. I don't need your help here, so don't rush back. Stay there a little longer. After Feng Haiwang said a few words, Jing Yu's blush became even more pronounced. Okay, uncle. She said one sentence and then quickly went out. Seeing Jing Yu's flustered appearance, Feng Haiwang couldn't help but chuckle. He had watched these two girls grow up, and it seemed they were going to end up with the same boy. A little while later, the teams outside also gathered. Jing Yue and others set off together. By the time they reached the Jiangxing fortress, it was already evening. Jing Yu parted ways with them. After inquiring about where Yi Qing was staying at Dongshan Villa, she went there on her own. Shouldn't this be a surprise for my older sister? She headed towards Dongshan Villa. Looking at the situation here, what a huge manor. I have to say, Yi Qing's influence is quite great now. He can be warmly received anywhere. This should be the residence given to Yi Qing by the Jiangxing Barrier Military Headquarters. Jing Yu analyzed the situation, and then she prepared to listen to what was happening inside the manor from outside before going in. She went to the wall, ready to listen. However, they did not notice at all that a dark shadow was gathering beneath the ground behind them. A moment later, a bodyguard appeared behind her. Jing Yu belatedly realized that although she was facing the wall, her woman's sixth sense told her that someone was behind her. In an instant, a chill rose from beneath her feet, making her heart tremble. She turned around abruptly, and a figure in black robes came into view. A scream rang out, and she slammed against the wall. Thump. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, the six-winged celestial tiger was eating when it suddenly heard a sound coming from outside the wall. Then, a flash of light appeared, and a huge body emerged. It poked its head out over the wall. Look down. Let's see what's going on. Over here, Jing Yu, still shaken, looked at the man in black robes in front of her and was about to say something when she felt as if the moonlight above her head had been blocked. She slowly raised her head. Then, he saw a huge tiger head above his head, its piercing tiger eyes staring at him. That shape, that size. It was as if with a flick of its tongue, it could pull her into its body and devour her. Monster. Sister, where are you? There's a monster. Jing Yu immediately wailed. She's starting to regret it now. How did she end up at Jiangxing Fortress? How did she end up at Dongshan Manor? How did she sneak here all by herself? Now look what's happened. Not only did I not see my sister, but I'm also stuck here. Based on this discovery, it seems that my sister and I are destined to part ways in this life. In an instant, even Jing Yu felt a sense of sorrow rise in her heart. I'm going to die. Chapter 191 Terrified. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Yi Qing also sensed the situation outside. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he rushed out. Outside, many girls also looked over. They had also heard the shouts from outside the courtyard wall, but they were filled with doubt. Who would come here so late at night? Just as they were about to go over to check, they saw Yi Qing rush over. At this moment, Jing Yu was so frightened that her face turned completely pale. She clung tightly to the wall, trembling as she looked at the black-robed man in front of her and the giant tiger above her head. It was terrifying. The scene was simply too horrifying. But the next moment, a figure darted out. Go! Yi Qing came to Jing Yu's side, then opened his hand. When the six-winged sky tiger saw Yi Qing coming, it flashed with light and immediately shrunk to a small size before going back to eat. As for the shadow puppet on the other side, it simply transformed into a shadow and disappeared underground. Jing Yu's eyes widened as she watched the shadow puppet's movements, hardly believing what she was seeing. How did they do that? You just went underground, right? Then, Jing Yue saw the figure that had arrived. So handsome. And they just came from the villa. That must be my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Yi Qing looked at Jing Yu and recognized her instantly. She was so easy to recognize. She looked almost exactly like Jing Yao. However, compared to Jing Yao, she was still somewhat slender. You haven't admitted your mistake. Yi Qing looked at Jing Yu and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Jing Yu realized that she hadn't made a mistake earlier. Brother-in-law, thank goodness you came out in time. I thought I was going to die. Haha. Don't worry, this is all my power. But why did you suddenly come here? The two had only exchanged a few words when the gates of the manor opened. Jing Yao and the others came out from inside. Jing Yao looked at Jing Yu, and after a moment of surprise, her face showed astonishment. Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Sister, I haven't heard from you for a long time while I was in the Shanghai fortress. Then I went to see uncle, and he said that you and your brother-in-law made a pact and are now in the Jiangxing fortress. In addition, The city lord of the Jianqing fortress just gave Uncle a report that a mineral vein has been discovered in the Jianqing fortress, so Uncle sent people over to check the mineral vein. I asked my uncle, and he said I could come along, so I came. In just a few words, he explained the whole story clearly. Nearby, Zhou Lingxue and the others saw Jingyu and were also shocked by how much Jing Yao and Jingyu looked alike. But, at that moment, the group exchanged glances, their faces bearing unspoken smiles. They were just wondering if any new younger sisters would come, and here comes one right here. Plus Athena Chu. Thinking about it, they also looked at Athena Chu next to them. Zhu Yin looked at everyone with a puzzled expression on her face. Why are you suddenly looking at her? Lu Feng, standing nearby, frowned as she looked at Jingyu. This implied that, compared to Zhu Yin, Jingyu had a greater advantage due to her proximity to the source. It's best to act fast when it's available, otherwise you'll have to wait your turn. However, Yi Qing has already contracted with so many artifact spirits. Who knows how many more he can contract? What if we can't get a contract? Wouldn't that be the end of us? Alright, let's not stay here any longer. Let's go inside and talk. As Yi Qing spoke, she also invited Jingyu inside. After Jingyu went inside, the six-winged sky tiger looked at her and flew towards her. Oh. Jingyu looked at the white tiger, and then remembered the huge tiger from earlier. Could this tiger be a cub of that giant tiger from earlier? As Jingyu spoke, Jing Yao, who was standing next to her, covered her mouth and chuckled. Seeing her older sister's expression, Jingyu also hugged the six-winged sky tiger and stroked it in her arms. Then he glared at his older sister angrily. Sis, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? My silly sister, you're not wrong. The one in your arms isn't its cub, but the giant tiger that just shrank. Boom. One sentence left Jingyu stunned. She looked blankly at the six-winged tiger in her arms, and then her lips twitched. Quick, help me remove it. Jingyue's voice was trembling with tears. This ferocious giant tiger had now turned into such an adorable creature. That's so confusing. Alright, you can stay at the manor now. The people sent by Feng Haiwang from Shanghai should go back to find Lord Qian Tuesday. Lord Qian Tu is still mining the veins. If they want to investigate, just let them go. We'll rest tonight. Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. There's been so much dust on the way here. I'll take you there, Jing Yao said from the side. Jingyu enjoyed the hot bath, thinking about Yi Qing. She had to admit that her brother-in-law was incredibly handsome, even younger and more dashing than the rumors suggested. Moreover, he was powerful and possessed such special abilities. As she thought about it, Jinghua decided to go find her sister later and inquire about her brother-in-law's deeds. After she went out, she prepared to go find her older sister, but when she arrived around her sister's room. But then I heard some sounds. Oh, this. Jingyu's face flushed instantly. She couldn't possibly disturb them. She came at the worst possible time. Then she walked to the other side. Over there, Lu Lianming and the others were sitting together chatting. Jinghua, you finished your bath? Come on, have some snacks. Let me tell you, these are famous snacks from Jianqing Fortress. They're really delicious. You should try them. Yes, Jinghua, come here quickly. We're all family, so don't be shy, just eat. As everyone spoke, Jinghua was surprised by the enthusiasm of the women here. Thank you, sisters. I didn't bring any gifts this time, but I'll make it up to you when I get to Shanghai. Oh, that's too formal of you. I've only heard about my brother-in-law's achievements fighting alongside my sisters while I'm in Shanghai. I wonder if there are any other impressive feats or achievements of my brother-in-law that I don't know about. I'd like to hear it. After all, it's quite a legend. Oh, now that you mention this, I have a lot to say. Your brother-in-law's prowess and achievements are numerous. Yin Luoqing said, a malicious smile on her face. Just as she was about to speak, Li Zijing quickly covered her mouth. Li Zijing was genuinely afraid that this girl might say something she shouldn't. After all, given her expression just now, it would have been easy for her to say that. Chapter 192, the ninth stage of the Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Jingyu, standing to the side, looked at everyone's actions with a puzzled expression. What did this mean? Why are you suddenly telling me not to speak? Let me do it. I just looked into Brother Yi Qing's situation. Zhu Yin volunteered. Brother Yi Qing? What is this called? Isn't this my brother-in-law's spirit? Then, Athena Chu began to speak. Li Zijing and others occasionally added a word or two from the side. Jingyu listened, her eyes sparkling. This was simply her Prince Charming. However, my older sister beat me to it. But could I try to grab one myself? After all, she and her older sister were almost identical in every way, from appearance to spirit, so there's hope. I'll talk to my older sister about it when I have time and see what she thinks. After a while, as night deepened, everyone returned to their rooms. At the same time, on the other side, Mineral Development Department. Qiantu also met with the people sent by Feng Haiwang. Lord Qian, it was Feng Haiwang who sent us here. We're here to check out the mine. Here it is. This is what we have developed over this period of time. Qiantu led the group towards this place. Qiantu also knew the value of this mine to the entire China. If it was used well, the strength of the entire China would rise to a higher level. After they went over and looked at it, it was also a shock to my heart. Is Yiqing here? Yiqing has gone back to Dongshan Villa. I'll arrange for you to rest later. Yiqing should be able to come over tomorrow morning. You can talk to him about it then. It's probably not possible tonight. Okay, are you working 2 shifts now? Yes. How can we not develop something like this as soon as possible? We are working on it right now. Alright, then we won't sleep either. We'll mine with you. More people means more strength, and it'll be a good thing to finish mining sooner. Upon hearing this, Qiantu's face showed a hint of bewilderment. What's wrong, Lord Qian? The man looked at Qiantu's expression and immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. Why was he being looked at like that? It's nothing. It's just that we estimate that the reserves of this vein, if we continue mining at our current rate, will probably take several years to mine. What? One sentence made everyone's eyes widen. They could hardly believe what they had just heard. Such a large reserve. They thought there weren't many. What a treasure this is. Yiqing is rich. A myriad of thoughts raced through their minds in an instant. Let's go and rest first, and then we'll talk to Yiqing when he arrives tomorrow. The two looked back several times as they walked, taking in the bustling atmosphere of the mining operation before finally going to rest. The next morning, a light screen popped up in front of Yiqing. The heavenly Dharma form has been upgraded to the 9th rank. The Dharma form of heaven and earth has actually upgraded to the 9th level? Then, Yiqing looked at her own information. Name, Yiqing. Spirit Master level, Mid-Stage Town General. Contracted Spirits, F-Grade Laceration Blade, Secondary Reversion. Immortal Slaying Sword, E-Grade Zhangqiu Iron Pot, Secondary Reversion. 9 Dragon Cauldron. E-Grade Soul Summoning Banner, Secondary Reversion. 6 Soul Banner. E-Grade Black Lotus Glazed Lamp, Secondary Reversion. 12th Grade World Destroying Black Lotus. E-Grade Small Wooden Bow, Secondary Reversion. Shinkoan Bow. E-Grade Beast Trapper, Secondary Reversion. Demon Suppressing Tower. E-Grade Spirit Encryption Slash. Decryption Machine, Secondary Reversion. Upper half of the mountain and river map. Skills. God Level Hunting Skill, Heavenly Sky Chi Level 8. Rapid Crystal Core Absorption Skill, Dragon Tiger Spirit. God Level Movement Technique. Vajra Indestructible Level 9. Time Freeze Level 9. Shadow Puppet Level 9. Rank 90. Overall Strength 90%. Beast Taming Skill, Size Change. 9 Netherworld Divine Soul Level 7. Mental Erosion. Killing God Domain Level 8. Beast King Aura. Heaven and Earth Dharma Form Level 9. God Level Detection Skill. Items. 4 Divine Control Pills. Upgrade Card. Crafting Progress 60%. 1 million cubic meters of system storage space. Unlimited Divine Beast Fasting Pills. Martial Arts. Prison Suppressing Dragon Fist. Sword Chi of the 8 Directions. He got up, but Jingyao was still fast asleep and showed no sign of waking up. Outside, Jingyu had gotten up very early and was already helping to serve breakfast. Then she saw Yiqing come out of the room. Brother-in-law, you're awake. Where's my sister? Your sister hasn't woken up yet. She's still sleeping. Don't worry about her for a while. Let's eat first, Yiqing said to Jingyu as she came over. In an instant, Jingwei wanted to slap herself. She was so slow to realize that her older sister hadn't come out yet. What could she be doing? She must have been exhausted last night. Come on, let's eat first, and then we'll go to the mining site to see how efficient they were tonight. Good. A little while later, Yiqing then led everyone to the mining site. Everyone looked at Yiqing with extreme respect on their faces. Lord Yi, you've arrived. Lord Yi. Lord Yi. As the words were spoken, everyone greeted Yiqing. Beside her, Jingyu looked at these people. They were clearly powerful individuals, probably the heads of powerful families in Jiangcheng, but they were standing here like Yiqing's subordinates. Yiqing, you're here? Come and see what we've accomplished last night. Qiantu also walked towards Yiqing, his face full of enthusiasm. Hiss. This is Qiantu, the city lord of Jiangcheng Fortress. Is that his attitude too? So enthusiastic? Furthermore, judging from this, Lord Qiantu City also mines the veins here with these family heads at night? Goodness. Let's go take a look together. When Yiqing arrived here, he saw the scale of the mining operation. How could so much have been mined in just one night? It's clear they were going all out last night. However, these are insignificant compared to the entire mineral vein. Nearby, several high-ranking officials from Shanghai were also looking at the ore. They then came to Yi Qing's side and said, "Yi Qing, we are from Shanghai. Feng Haiwang sent us to investigate." Yi Qing nodded. Then, looking at the heads of the families, he said, "You all worked hard last night. Here's what we'll do. You can divide up these ores first, and everyone can get some." Is this okay? Guan Fei also asked a question. Beside him, Old Master Lung looked at him and said, "Look at you. Your expression doesn't match your question at all. Your mouth is practically stretched to your ears, and you still ask such a question. Hey, old man, look at what you're saying. I just feel bad about taking credit for someone else's work." Guan Fei scratched his head and said. Everyone looked at Yi Qing. Then, "Lord Yi, we would be too impolite to refuse." Chapter 193. The fourth place winner of the China Star competition has arrived. "Thank you, Lord Yi. Thank you, Lord Yi." In an instant, words came from the crowd. They looked at Yi Qing with gratitude in their eyes. After all, they had only mined for one night and were able to receive such a generous reward. Qian Tu narrowed his eyes as he observed the situation. Yi Qing's actions were quite impressive, but he had a feeling that Yi Qing had some ulterior motives. "Yi Qing, do you have a plan for the next step?" Qian Tu approached Yi Qing and asked, and the others, hearing Qian Tu's words, also looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded. "The next step is to mine this stuff. However, I definitely can't consume all of it. This stuff is good. It's produced in large quantities and contains a lot of energy, so it should benefit everyone. Dear clan leaders, I plan to open up the exchange of the ore mined later. You can exchange it with crystal cores. Of course, other barriers can also be exchanged." Boom. One sentence caused everyone in front of them to widen their eyes, hardly believing what they had just heard. Yi Qing, what is this saying? Previously, those beast cores were indeed hard currency, but now, compared to this ore, it's clear that this ore is the real hard currency. This substance is much easier to absorb than a crystal nucleus. However, Yi Qing did the opposite. Why was that? They were puzzled, but they didn't voice their doubts. After all, Yi Qing must have his own plans. They waited quietly, ready to hear what Yi Qing had to say next. "However, I currently lack the manpower to mine or open the exchange, so I will need your help in the future." Yi Qing looked at everyone. "I want you to become my agents for this, and help me open the exchange. Of course, I won't use your strength for nothing. You can each take 30%. How about it?" 30%. So much. Everyone present was moved. Even the usually calm and collected Old Master Lung was suddenly stirred. "Yi Qing, what a grand gesture. This is great news for them." Guan Fei knew how terrifying the prophets were, and immediately agreed. "Lord Yi, from now on I will definitely follow your lead. Just tell me what you need. I will definitely have my men mine with all their might." Guan Fei's words were truly heroic and inspiring. The other family heads nearby also expressed their opinions. Everyone agreed. In an instant, Yi Qing was able to command a huge following here. He was envious of the potential wealth. After all, although he was the city lord of Jiangqing Fortress, he couldn't treat these family heads the way Yi Qing did. Yi Qing's influence within the Jiangqing stronghold is now unparalleled. "Alright, everyone, let's spread the word about this." "Okay." The crowd responded and made arrangements for their subordinates, assigning them roles such as who would be in charge of mining, who would be in charge of publicity, and who would be in charge of exchanging goods. These family heads were all seasoned veterans, and in no time, they had arranged everything in an orderly manner. Half a day later, within the fortified walls of Jiangqing, almost everyone knew about the ore. Everyone was eager to make their exchange. Near the fortifications, several families also came together. "Have you heard? An energy stone vein has been discovered within the Jiangqing fortress." "Raw stone? What's that?" "It's something that can absorb energy from inside. Your information is really outdated." One of the family heads rolled his eyes at the other family head who was asking the question. Isn't this thing similar to the function of a beast core? What's so surprising about that?" "TCH, I told you your information wasn't up to par. This thing is completely different from the beast core. Ordinary people can't withstand the violence inside the beast core and can only absorb it slowly. But I've heard that this can be absorbed quickly, which means you can quickly increase your strength." The patriarch standing nearby couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. "Furthermore, I heard that the output is huge. It was discovered by Yi Qing. It's an entire vein of minerals. Now Yi Qing has allowed those families to mine it. and has also released a message saying that we can exchange it for crystal cores. That's great news. This Yi Qing is amazing. He actually managed to do this. My goodness, he discovered an entire mineral vein. Doesn't that mean he'll become incredibly wealthy? Who can argue with that? It's practically a business with no upfront investment. After he discovered it, he even put these families in charge of mining and acting as their agents, giving them 30% of the profits. As they listened, one of the families suddenly slammed his hand on the table. In an instant, the other family heads looked at him, their faces full of confusion. What's wrong with this guy all of a sudden? Only the head of the family knew that he had previously led his family to develop in Jiangxing Fortress before moving the whole family here. What a foolish decision I made back then. Otherwise, he could be living a life of luxury with Yi Qing right now. So what do we do now? Let's go check out Jiangxing Fortress first. If the ore is really as legendary as they say, we'll come back to get the crystal core. No. One of the family heads shook his head. The news about Jiangxing Barrier has already been spread, and it should be true. This time, we'll take the crystal cores directly and exchange them. Good. Good. In an instant, everyone agreed. After everyone made their decision, they set off. Such situations are not uncommon among the surrounding walls. After everyone made their decision, they all set off. Glass barriers. Several figures were listening to the conversation of several family heads not far away. I really didn't expect that Yi Qing is such a capable person. Not only is his unit ranked 5th among the stars of China, but he also has so many strange artifact spirits. Now, he has even discovered a mineral vein that can make him soar to the sky. Haha. Brother Hao, aren't you ranked higher than him on the Huaxia star ranking? A man next to him looked at Yu Hao, who had a smile on his face. But I feel that Yi Qing's ranking is somewhat inflated. After all, it's a military ranking. Yi Qing has made outstanding contributions in the military. Although he's not a member of the military, he still gets a boost from it, which is much better than us scions of aristocratic families. We're not far from Jiangxing Fortress now. Why don't we go and take a look? I'd like to meet Yi Qing and see if I, the 10th-ranked star of China, can dethrone him, the 5th-ranked one. Zhang Yao was eager to test Yi Qing's strength. Chapter 194 The Illusion of Dreams. As soon as he said that, Yu Hao turned to look at Zhang Yao and said, All right, stop talking. Yi Qing isn't what you think. His body is nothing like what you imagine. This guy is terrifying in terms of combat power. I heard that Yi Qing almost drained the blood pool in the Sioux City Fortress. Even the dragon soul of the black water flood dragon that Feng Haiwang killed was extracted from the mountain by Yi Qing. Plus his strange and unusual spirits. There's simply not something you can handle. Yu Hao waved his hand. Zhang Yao was speechless. This Hao Ji was boosting the morale of others while diminishing his own. Hao Ji, you're giving Yi Qing too much face by saying that. Oh, you think I'm just making this up? Then you don't know some of the details of Yi Qing's battles. Back then, during the Battle of Sioux City's fortified city, Yi Qing's clothes weren't even stained with blood. It's fair to say that he never went all out in any of his battles. I think this is also why the military put Yi Qing in 5th place. The military put him in 5th place not because of his outstanding achievements in the military, but because his performance was so unpredictable that the military could only give him a symbolic 5th place for now. However, given the speed of his rise, he could probably break into the top 3. What? In short, the girls next to him were all shocked. Top 3. You should know that the top 3 are terrifying beings. Alright, let's not discuss the rankings anymore. This is just a summary of the previous stage. The rankings don't mean anything. On the contrary, if you attach too much importance to them, they will keep you standing still. However, I still want to go and meet Yi Qing. The people nearby, listening intently, also became interested. Brother Hao, you won't let me challenge you, but now you want to have a go at it. What do you know? Yu Hao glanced at him and said, I heard that Yi Qing is a genius. He is not only physically strong, but also quite accomplished in mental strength. When Yi Qing was at the Sioux City Fortress, it seems that Marquis Lingfeng, Li Xian, gave him mental training. However, he discovered a problem. Yi Qing's mental strength was extremely powerful, but he didn't know just how powerful it was. As he spoke, Yu Hao looked at the girl next to him and said, I wonder if our dream illusion can trap Yi Qing. The illusion of a dream. Hearing this name, even Yu Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. This name belongs to Yu Hao's spirit. As the name suggests, this spirit specializes in mental power. An S-class artifact spirit, it has now undergone a complete reversion to its ancestral form. It can pull people into a mental space, where Yu Hao becomes invincible. Even during battle, it can pull the entire enemy force into a dream. There, they tore apart their spiritual power. Furthermore, while one may spend a long time in a dream, reality may only last a fleeting moment. Therefore, Yu Hao has the ability to kill instantly. As for the intensity of this dreamlike illusion, Zhang Yao had also experienced it. It can be said that they are incredibly powerful. In his dream, he had a feeling that Yu Hao, who was opposite him, was a god that no one can rival. His spirit could be torn apart in a matter of minutes. Brother Hao, you're joking. How many people can't be trapped by your dream illusion? You should be able to trap even a strong person in the early stage of the Marquis realm. The only ones who can't be trapped are probably those with terrifying mental power in the middle stage of the Marquis realm and above. Yi Qing can't do it, but he can go and take a look, since our beast essence blood hasn't been delivered yet. After they finished speaking, they set off towards the Jiangxing fortress. Half a day later, the city walls were already bustling with people. Many family heads from the surrounding area also brought crystal cores with them. They looked at the ore in front of them. I exchanged a very small piece first. Then a thought struck me. Call. A surge of powerful energy rushed into their bodies. Feel this pure energy. Even they had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Good stuff, really good stuff. I want to redeem it. I want one too. I'll take them all. One of the family heads shouted, and many people in front of him turned to look at him. Get lost. You think you can monopolize everything? Get in line at the back. Patriarch Guan Fei, watching this situation, also twitched at the corner of his mouth. This seems even more terrifying than he imagined. This is just the beginning. Almost all the people who have come are the heads of the families from the surrounding strongholds. If the news spreads, and more family heads from distant places arrive, it would be a terrifying scene. Guan Fei couldn't even imagine it. In addition, this mineral vein has huge reserves. He can not only make a profit from this, but also gain a lot of connections. In an instant, he began to feel fortunate. It was fortunate that he hadn't lost his temper when his iron-headed white tiger was eaten by Yi Qing's six-winged sky tiger, and had even apologized to Yi Qing. Otherwise, he would never have had a share of this immense wealth. Hey, everyone, don't rush, line up and buy it, okay? Seeing the family heads about to fight, Guan Fei quickly spoke up as well. At the same time, inside the manor, Yi Qing led everyone back. Jing Yao also came out of the room. I'm still a bit tired though. Jingyue, where did you all go so early in the morning? Hee, sis, you have no idea what we did while you were sleeping. Then, Jingyue began to tell her story. Oh my god, such a big deal. Jing Yao couldn't help but twitch her lips. A little while later, a knock came at the door. Grandpa Lung personally delivered the crystal core. Yi Qing, send over the first batch of crystal cores. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw these crystal cores. Although the grade isn't high, the quantity is huge. Alright, let's push it in. At Yi Qing's command, Old Master Lung had someone help push the crystal core to the location Yi Qing specified. At the same time, at the entrance, Zhong Jiaxing also came in. Haha, Yi Qing, you've really struck it rich. Lord Zhong, you've arrived. I've just made a little money. Zhong Jiaxing. This is considered a small fortune? How big is your appetite, kid? Let's go to the military headquarters and have dinner together tonight. Lord Qiantu is in a great mood right now. The Jiangxing fortress is now a gathering place for powerful people, and many families are even moving from other fortresses to Jiangxing fortress. Your move has greatly enhanced the strength of the Jiangxing fortress. Zhong Jiaxing said, you can try to negotiate with Lord Qiantu City tonight, for example. Ask him to have military personnel help with the mining. I think he would be happy to agree. Chapter 195. They came to the door. Alright, let's go together. Once I see Lord Qiantu, I'll ask him for an exorbitant amount. Yi Qing looked at Zhong Jiaxing with a smile on his face. If you don't make exorbitant demands now, when will you? Go ahead and do it. Zhong Jiaxing patted Yi Qing on the shoulder. He then looked at Zhou Lingxue and the others around him. Let's go together, we're all family here. In an instant, Lung Ruoxi, Zhu Yin, Lu Feng, and Jingyu, who had just arrived, all looked embarrassed upon hearing Zhong Jiaxing's words. Zhou Lingxue and the others are indeed not outsiders. But these people, aren't they obviously outsiders? Yi Qing turned around and looked at them. Let's go. We're all family. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Then let's go together. Jingyu chuckled and then stood next to Jing Yao. Athena Chu and others followed suit. A little while later, they arrived at the Jiangxing military headquarters, where Qiantu watched Yi Qing arrive. His face was beaming with smiles, showing just how happy he was. I have a feeling you're about to strike it rich. So many people are coming to exchange, and it seems that these are just the heads of the surrounding strongholds and powerful individuals. The news is still spreading, and the heads of the strongholds further away will also get the news and come over then. As Qian Tu spoke, thinking about these things, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Well, I'm also facing some difficulties right now, and I hope Lord Qian can help me resolve them. Oh, upon hearing this, Qian Tu immediately took it to heart. After all, the influx of so many high-level experts into his Jiangqing stronghold was all thanks to Yi Qing's mine. Now that Yi Qing was asking for something, he was eager to oblige. I'm still struggling to develop the mine. Although the family heads are putting in the effort, the development speed is still far slower than the exchange speed. Plus, as you said, more and more powerful people will come to exchange later, and then the supply will be even more insufficient. Hiss. I really hadn't thought of this issue. That's easy to arrange. I'll have some military personnel help you when I get back. One sentence reached everyone's ears. Especially Lu Feng heard this and couldn't help but gasp. Yi Qing actually managed to mobilize the members of the Jiangqing Barrier Army like this. Several members of the Eastern Theater Command's Stars of China, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh as they watched this scene. It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Their treatment was worlds apart from Yi Qing's. However, there's nothing we can do about it. Yi Qing is just that powerful. Come on, Yi Qing, sit here. Everyone, please take your seats in turn, don't be shy. Qian Tu greeted everyone warmly, but the next moment, a guard rushed over from outside. Lord of the city, 2 people from the capital have arrived. One is named Zhang Yao, and the other is named Yu Hao. Boom. In an instant, these 2 names reached the ears of several Chinese stars from the Eastern Theater Command. It was like a thunderclap. This. Why are these 2 here? Others may not know, but they do know that Zhang Yao and Yu Hao are also on the China Star ranking, one 4th and the other 10th. Among them, Yu Hao, who ranked 4th, can be described as extremely bizarre. Not only was he originally powerful, but his spirit was even more bizarre, named Dream Illusion. It could use its powerful mental strength to pull people's minds into a dream world, where they could defeat or even kill their opponents. Qian Tu also looked puzzled. Why did these 2 guys come all the way from the capital? Instead of staying in the capital and preparing to absorb the essence of a king-level beast, what were they doing here? Yi Qing, these 2 people must have come specifically to find you, Qian Tu said, looking at Yi Qing beside him. Oh, who are these 2 people? What are they doing? These words were spoken. Future prospects. A group of Chinese stars. You. How dare they talk like that? You don't know these 2 people. They're both China's stars, and one of them is ranked right above yours. Looking at Yi Qing's expression, they realized that Yi Qing was not faking it and genuinely didn't know. This guy? How big is his heart? Or rather, does he not take Yu seriously at all? That's incredibly presumptuous. Let them in. Qian Tu and the guards who were reporting the news were talking. At the same time, outside, Zhang Yao looked on in amazement. Brother Hao, did you see that just now? Yi Qing is amazing. He actually discovered such a mineral vein. This guy is going to make a fortune. You didn't see it just now? Those powerful figures and family heads all came from other strongholds. They were all in such a hurry, rushing as fast as they could, afraid of not making it in time. Yu Hao, I'm not blind, how could I not see? However, I still don't quite understand why Yi Qing would exchange for crystal cores. I just heard them say that the ore can be absorbed directly, and even faster than the crystal cores of alien beasts. Why would he exchange such a good thing for crystal cores? I really don't know what he's thinking. But that's none of our business. Let's meet this person first. As Yu Hao spoke, he felt even more anxious. Yi Qing seemed to be quite extraordinary. Compared to those guys in the capital, they seemed to be even better. A moment later, a guard came out. Looking at the group, he said, Gentlemen, Lord Qian invites you in. After entering, Lord Qian, haha, why aren't you guys absorbing the essence of king-level beasts in the capital? Why are you just wandering around here? When it comes to money, they are quite enthusiastic. After all, these families are all prominent clans in the capital. Each of them has deep roots in the capital and has been operating for countless years. Inside the family, there are even powerful figures at the marquis level, and even those close to the king level. The military hasn't distributed the essence blood of king-level alien beasts yet. We had nothing to do, and we happened to hear that the young talents of the Huaxiao Star from the Eastern Theater Command were gathering at the Jiangqing Fortress, so we came over. As Yu Hao spoke, he looked to the side. One by one, the rising stars of China from the Eastern Theater Command came into Yu Hao's view. They looked at Yu Hao, and a group of them felt ashamed of themselves. After all, although they were also the pride of Shanghai, they were nothing compared to Yu Hao. Yu Hao looked ahead. Then, Yi Qing and a group of beautiful women beside her came into view. Oh, this. Even Yu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. What is this? Although he knew that Yi Qing had many powerful artifact spirits, he didn't know that these artifact spirits were all beautiful women. Thinking about it, Yu Hao felt that Yi Qing was incredibly lucky. Chapter 196, Is this the strength of your dream illusion? Etc. Yu Hao then looked at Lu Feng in the crowd. Hiss. Is this also Yi Qing's spirit? This one looks pretty, but she seems to be quite old. Yi Qing really doesn't discriminate against anyone. This. Then, Yu Hao also saw Jing Yao and Jing Yu standing there. This. These must be Feng Haiwang's two nieces. In an instant, even Yu Hao lost his composure. Yi Qing was really good at playing games. Behind him, Zhang Yao watched the situation and began to curse inwardly. His lips began to twitch, and he was already trying hard to control himself. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and would just go up and punch Yi Qing. This guy is so enviable. I'm so jealous. This must be Yi Qing. Yu Hao looked at Yi Qing and said, This is Yi Qing. Speaking of which, you two are quite destined to meet. One is the 4th-ranked star of China, and the other is the 5th-ranked star of China. It's all just empty fame. I mainly rely on the uniqueness of the artifact spirit to secure a place in the top 10, Yu Hao said modestly. Then he looked at Yi Qing and said, Brother Yi, there's no time like the present. Why don't we have a friendly spar? Upon hearing this, everyone's gazes shifted to something unusual. Zhong Jiaxing looked at Yu Hao. This guy really had ulterior motives for coming to Jiangqing Stronghold. It turned out he wanted to have a match with Yi Qing. Qin Tu, standing next to him, also frowned. He was quite familiar with Yu Hao's artifact spirit, Dream Illusion, a spirit specializing in mental power. It could be described as extremely powerful and possessing a unique kind of violence. Yi Qing, this guy's spirit is extraordinary. It possesses the power to pull a person's spiritual energy into a dream. Seeing that Yi Qing didn't seem to understand this guy either, Zhong Jiaxing leaned over to explain. Spiritual artifacts? Yi Qing had no interest in offensive spirits. However, Yi Qing was more interested in mental strength. There should be a prize for any friendly competition. Yi Qing walked towards Yu Hao. How about we use the essence blood of a king-level alien beast as a prize? Hiss. These words were like a thunderbolt. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. What did Yi Qing say? How can you use the essence blood of a king-level alien beast as a prize? This thing is incredibly precious. Yi Qing, don't be ridiculous. Qin Tu also became serious. In his opinion, this was too frivolous. Yi Qing definitely did not know the value of the essence blood of this king-level alien beast, and it seemed that he did not know the power of this dream illusion. If you act recklessly like this, you'll definitely end up sacrificing your own king-level beast's essence blood. Zhong Jiaxing quickly came to Yi Qing's side and tugged at Yi Qing's clothes. Yi Qing, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what I just said? Isn't this just nonsense? It's alright. I'm quite skilled in mental abilities, so I'd like to give it a try. Everyone. Goodness, you're way too confident. This made Yu Hao laugh. Seeing Yi Qing's confident demeanor, Yu Hao didn't hold back either. Okay, what kind of spirit do you want to use? Isn't this aimed at spiritual power? It doesn't matter whether I choose the artifact spirit or not. Let's start like this. Boom. This statement is absolutely astounding. Huh. Then let's do it for real. The next moment, Yu Hao chuckled and placed his hand on the collarbone of the girl next to him. How could he possibly let such a golden opportunity slip by? This arrogant brat, let's teach him a lesson today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't respect him as the 4th-place winner of the China Star competition. A flash of light appeared, and a phantom artifact spirit appeared in Yu Hao's hand. Come. Yu Hao gave a low shout, and then he and Yi Qing froze on the spot. The people around were watching. Look, they're all still. We've already entered a dream, Zhang Yao chimed in. Time flows differently in Hao's dream than in the outside world. We may have been outside for a while, but inside, a very long time has passed. Let's just wait patiently. It seems that this time, Brother Hao is going to take away the essence blood of this king-level alien beast. Zhang Yao spoke with a smug smile on his face. Qin Tu and Zhong Jiaxing, who were standing next to him, both had cold and stern expressions. Even the few rising stars from Shanghai, seeing this situation, felt a sense of shared indignation. Zhang Yao's words were simply too infuriating. At the same time, in a dream, Yi Qing and Yu Hao landed. Yi Qing looked around. Feel this power. Yi Qing, how about it? This is the dream I created with my dream illusion. Everything you see now is under my control. For example, The surrounding scenery can be transformed according to my will. You can say that you are in my territory. Without overwhelming mental strength, you cannot defeat me. As Yu Hao spoke, he stretched out his hand, and giant dragons emerged from the void. 1, 2. A moment later, 9 giant dragons appeared behind him, their dragon eyes fixed on Yi Qing, as if they were about to devour him at any moment. Outside. Look, Yu Hao has a smug smile on his face. You can't help but turn up the corners of his mouth. Qian Tu looked at Yu Hao's expression and his heart sank. This guy must have gained the upper hand in the dream world to have such an expression. Beside them, Zhou Lingxue and the others also felt their hearts pounding. Their husbands were inside, but they were outside and helpless, only able to watch anxiously. Beside them, Yin Luoqing leaned over and whispered, "What do you guys think? What if we take advantage of that guy's current state and go over there and beat him up?" Hiss. In an instant, everyone looked at Yin Luoqing. Even Zhong Jiaxing and the others heard Yin Luoqing's whisper. Sweat beaded on his forehead. This. That's incredibly unethical. It's clear that the spirits Yi Qing contracted are no pushovers either. Zhang Yao also trembled, then stepped in front of Yu Hao, saying, "Don't mess around. This is not martial ethics. We're not some great men. Why should we talk about martial virtue? Girls should also have martial ethics." While they were arguing outside, Yi Qing observed Yu Hao's methods, and then sensed the changes in the power around him. "Oh, so that's how it is." One sentence made Yu Hao smile even wider. "Now that you know, you should admit defeat." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qing suddenly clenched his fist. Boom. A loud bang. Behind Yu Hao, 9 giant dragons exploded in an instant. It turned into fragments, which fell down in a flurry. Chapter 197 breaks through directly. Boom. In an instant, Yu Hao stared wide-eyed at the countless fragments scattered across the sky, hardly believing what he was seeing. Why? This was within his dreamlike illusion. This is his home turf, a place where he should be in complete control, but now all of this has been ruthlessly shattered by Yi Qing. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. As Yi Qing spoke, he raised his hand. Hold head high. A series of dragon roars that resounded through the sky came, and then, to Yu Hao's horrified eyes, one after another, even larger dragons than the ones he had just summoned appeared before him. The feeling, the sense of oppression, made Yu Hao feel as if he had just emerged from the frozen depths of the Sanjiu Ice River, and his whole body began to tremble. He didn't understand why Yi Qing could do this. Then, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Yi Qing's ability to do this could only be explained by one thing. Yi Qing's mental strength had far surpassed his own. At the same time, outside, everyone watching began to get anxious. Especially Zhou Lingxue and the others, seeing that the two hadn't made any move for so long, and considering the smile that had appeared on Yu Hao's face earlier. They always had a bad feeling about it. Isn't it said that the flow of time outside is different from that inside the dream realm? A lot of time has passed outside now, so if that's the case, even more time has passed inside. They haven't come out yet. Have they been fighting inside for so long? As each sentence was spoken, everyone watched the expressions on the two people's faces. Look, Yu Hao's expression has changed. Looking at Yu Hao's expression, Li Zijing also let out a soft gasp. Everyone else looked at Yu Hao. Then, they were stunned. What kind of expression is that on Yu Hao's face? He had been smiling just moments before, but now he was stunned and shocked, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans appearing on his forehead. What's going on? Beside him, Zhang Yao frowned, wondering why Hao Ge had such an expression. Weren't we just confident of victory? Could it be that Yi Qing caused Hao Ge some trouble? The idea was immediately rejected by Zhang Yao as soon as it came up. It was just too far-fetched. Hao Ge is invincible in the dream realm. It's simply a pipe dream for Yi Qing to cause trouble for Hao Ge. Just wait. We should have the results soon. Qian Tu's expression calmed down considerably. After all, Yu Hao's expression indicated that he also lacked the ability to instantly kill Yi Qing. This kid is really something. He thought the kid was just acting on impulse, but he didn't expect him to actually have some skills. At this moment, within the illusion of a dream, Yi Qing looked at Yu Hao in front of her. At this moment, Yu Hao on the other side was already numb. You're pretending to be weak to take advantage of others. I never said my mental strength was weak. You were too confident. Well, now that you've seen this side of me, you won't regret losing that king-level beast blood essence. You've seen your artifact spirit, I'll let you see mine in a bit. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the giant dragons flew forward. Each one opened its gaping maw and lunged at Yu Hao. Knock knock knock. Call. A series of explosions rang out. Yu Hao felt like his body was about to explode. Click! A barely perceptible sound came from behind. Yu Hao struggled to open his eyes, looked in the direction of the voice, and then froze. This. His dream illusion has shattered. Moreover, it was under his control. Click, click, click. A series of cracking sounds rang out. A massive crack burst open, and the entire dream began to shatter. Boom. Outside, just as everyone was waiting anxiously, a loud explosion rang out. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yu Hao was sent flying backwards. It was the illusion of the artifact spirit's dream, which was also broken and flew outwards along with Yu Hao. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, their shock beyond measure. What did they see? What's wrong? Zhang Yao rubbed his eyes, wondering if they were okay. That's terrifying. Yi Qing, relying on his mental power, forcefully destroyed Hao Ji's dream illusion. Zhang Yao turned to look at Yi Qing, who was still full of vigor, as if his mental strength had not been damaged in the slightest. Glug! Zhang Yao couldn't help but swallow hard. Beside him, a group of China's stars from the Eastern Theater Command watched this scene and couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly astonished. Yi Qing, ranked 5th in the Huaxia star rankings, defeated Yu Hao, ranked 4th, with ease. They had previously thought that Yi Qing's ranking was boosted by the Battle of Sioux City Fortress. But now it seems that not only is it genuine, but the military headquarters has even lowered Yi Qing's ranking. Yi Qing can definitely break into the top 3. Even further ahead. Thinking about these things, they were all afraid to even consider them. Outside, Yu Hao and the spirit fell to the ground and took a while to stand up. Then they saw Yi Qing and the others walking outside. I lost. My king-level beast blood essence is yours. However, you just said in the dream illusion that you would let me see your artifact spirit. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Rest assured. After saying that, Yi Qing placed his hand on Jing Yao's collarbone. A burst of light erupted. The first half of the map of mountains and rivers appeared before everyone's eyes. As everyone looked at the map of mountains and rivers, it was as if they could see the magnificent landscape before their eyes. I remember it all so vividly. They were also deeply shocked by the power contained within it. Even with a promising future, he felt immense pressure when facing the map of mountains and rivers, as if he were facing an entire world. Even though he was granted the rank of Marquis, he dared not underestimate him. Beside her, Jingyu was stunned, her small face filled with extreme shock. This is the spirit of the artifact after my sister reverted to her ancestral form. So powerful, so amazing. Jingyu bit her lip lightly, her eyes filled with longing. She thought about what her uncle had told her. If she wanted to be as capable as her older sister, the only way was to be with Yi Qing. Thinking of this, Jingyu's face also flushed. Go! With a wave of his hand, Yi Qing sent the mountain and river map flying toward Yu Hao and the spirit beside him. As the light flashed, Yu Hao and the artifact spirit were both absorbed into the mountain and river map. Where there was only emptiness, nothingness remained. Chapter 198. Don't even think about poaching her. Where are they? Were they sucked into the map of mountains and rivers? At the same time, inside the landscape and state map, Yu Hao and the spirit looked at the situation inside. It was also a shock to my heart. Wow, this is amazing. It seems to be the same as our dreamland, but it's also a little different. Yu Hao stroked the flowers and plants around him. No, the same. The girl looked around and thought, every blade of grass and every tree around here seems to really exist. It's not as simple as a dream or illusion that we created. Look, this contains the power of heaven and earth. It's simply incomparable to a spirit of my level. The strength of Yi Qing's spirit is already a bit excessive. The girl looked around. I feel that we are now under Yi Qing's control. If he wants, he can use the power of heaven and earth inside, such as the power of earth, to bury us directly, or use the power of water to drown us here. As he listened to the girl's analysis, Yu Hao's eyes gradually turned cold and sharp. He now understood that Yi Qing's strength far surpassed his own, and he could not possibly cause any trouble in front of Yi Qing. Let's go out. I understand Yi Qing's current strength now. It wasn't a bad deal for us to lose the essence blood of a king-level alien beast. As he spoke, he shouted into the air. Yi Qing, let us out. Just one sentence later. They then went outside. After landing, Yu Hao's face showed a look of complete admiration. Yi Qing, you've really opened my eyes today. I'm far inferior to you. Once I get back, I'll report it and have my king-level beast essence blood directly distributed to you. These words, coupled with Yu Hao's expression, left Zhang Yao, who was standing next to him, somewhat taken aback. He even began to doubt whether the person in front of him was really Brother Hao. You should know that Yu Hao used to be incredibly arrogant, and there was absolutely no way he would back down. But now, I'm truly convinced, completely convinced. Nearby, several stars from the Eastern Theater Command of China watched the situation unfold. He nudged the person next to him and whispered, "It's a good thing we didn't challenge Yi Qing, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to protect this king-level beast's essence blood." Upon hearing this, the people around him nodded in deep agreement. If this were a real challenge, it would be no different from giving away the essence blood of a king-level alien beast. At this moment, Qian Tu looked at the situation with a broad smile on his face. Come, Yu Hao, Zhang Yao, you've come all this way, so you should be treated as guests. Let's have lunch together. As for other things, don't think about them. Stay here for a few days, there's no need to rush back. Then we'll have to trouble Lord Qian. Yu Hao also cupped his hands in greeting, then looked at Yi Qing. He felt that Yi Qing was full of mystery. Just now Yi Qing alone had shattered his dream illusion. Using a spirit artifact made him feel terrified. Yi Qing has so many other artifact spirits here. How terrifying must these artifact spirits be? The combined power they would unleash was something he couldn't even imagine. The next few days, Yi Qing's defeat of Yu Hao also spread to Jiangqing Barrier and then to other barriers. These kids spread like wildfire. The speed of transmission is exceptionally fast. One day later, in Shanghai, I wonder how Xiaoya is doing inside the Jiangqing stronghold. It's been so long. Has there been any progress? Has she made a pact with Yi Qing? Feng Haiwang muttered to himself. If Jing Yu heard these words, she would probably be blushing with embarrassment by now. See King. The secretary knocked on the door and came in. I just heard some rather startling news from the Jiangqing fortress. It seems to be about Yi Qing. Oh, Yi Qing and Jing Yu have formed a contract. Huh. The secretary's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. Yi Qing had made a contract with Jing Yu? Didn't Yi Qing already form a contract with Jing Yao? Goodness, they're not even sparing either of the twins. That's not the news. Feng Haiwang. He waved his hand, looking bored. Apart from this news, he had no interest in hearing anything else. After all, Yi Qing could come up with something new every now and then. Today's news is probably about that mine. Tell me about it. It was Yu Hao, ranked 4th among the Huaxia stars, who challenged Yi Qing. The two wagered the blood essence of a king-level alien beast, and Yi Qing entered Yu Hao's dream illusion. Whoosh. In an instant, Feng Haiwang stood up, his eyes wide, and looked at his secretary. What did you say? Has Yi Qing gone mad? To gamble with something so precious, and even enter Yu Hao's dream illusion? Isn't this practically giving away the essence blood of a king-level beast? Don't get excited, Feng Haiwang. There's more to the story. Yi Qing has defeated Yu Hao, and he was defeated by one person solely through mental strength. Feng Haiwang, don't say anything to me yet. I need some peace and quiet. Is this kid going to defy the heavens? Does headquarters know about this? Feng Haiwang was also having a headache. Yi Qing's move was essentially a direct rejection of the headquarters selection results. At the same time, inside the headquarters, a tall, imposing figure faced the window, gazing outside. Is Yi Qing really capable of this? This kid really does often give me unexpected surprises. Since Yi Qing and Yu Hao have both placed their bets, there's nothing more to say. Send both portions of king-level beast blood essence to Yi Qing. I'd like to have a good look at this kid when he comes to the capital. The secretary behind him was also somewhat taken aback by what the person in front of him said. Usually, this person was taciturn and had a calm demeanor that could conceal great emotions. Today, not only did he say so much, but his tone even carried a hint of pride and admiration. Then I'll go arrange the distribution of the king-level beast blood essence. The king-level beast blood essence has arrived and can be distributed to the various war zones. Go ahead. The man waved his hand, and the secretary quickly left. On the other side, in western Xinjiang, king of the western frontier, king of the southern mausoleum, some news has arrived. A town general, looking at the two king-level experts before him, was extremely respectful and quickly came over to report. After hearing this, the two of them, they exchanged a glance, then slammed their hands on the table. Old Jing really got a good deal. The Eastern Theater Command actually produced such a monster. Why can't we have one in the West? You're right. Why can't our Southern Theater Command produce someone like that? All right, stop thinking about it. Old Jing's niece has already made a contract with Yi Qing, so we probably can forget about poaching her. Chapter 199 Contract with Athena Chu. Let's not think about it anymore. The king of Nanling also sighed, and then spoke. Beside him, the king of Shijiang listened to his words and fell into deep thought. Much later, he looked up at the prince of Nanling and said, I do have a niece, and she's really quite pretty. Isn't your niece an F rank? What you're saying is ridiculous. Old Jing's two nieces aren't exactly powerful artifact spirits either. Besides, I've heard that none of Yi Qing's artifact spirits were powerful at first. They were all useless artifact spirits at first, and only became more powerful after forming a contract with Yi Qing, king of Nanling. Now that you mention it, it seems that Yi Qing really does have the ability to turn the rotten into the miraculous. I'll go ask my niece right now. The king of Western Frontier chuckled and prepared to depart. Over here, the prince of Nanling looked at him and curled his lip. If you act like this, won't I look like a fool? What does that have to do with me? King of Nanling. I at hashtag you in %. Inside the manor. Inside the room, Lu Fang looked outside, closed her eyes, and thought about everything that had happened yesterday. Yi Qing was so strong, it was far beyond her imagination. She had previously learned about Yi Qing's strength from Zhou Lingxue and the others, but yesterday she truly witnessed just how strong Yi Qing was. The two were completely different concepts. It seems I need to have a talk with Yi Qing. It just so happens that Zhu Yin isn't here either. Lu Fang, thinking that Zhu Yin and Zhou Lingxue had gone out for a stroll, walked towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing happened to be in the courtyard. I saw Lu Fang. Yi Qing, can we talk? Lu Fang knew that she had no leverage to talk to Yi Qing right now. After all, Yi Qing was so strong that girls who wanted to form a contract with him could stretch from Jiangxing Barrier to Shanghai Barrier. Although Zhu Yin was beautiful, beauty was useless because her spirit was too weak. Therefore, if you want Yi Qing to form a contract with her, you should play the emotional card and talk more about Yi Qing's friendship with Zhu Yin's deceased father. Sure, there's nothing you can't do. Yi Qing readily agreed, and the two headed towards the reception room. Soon, the tea was ready. Lu Fang then began to talk about Zhu Yin's deceased father. A moment later, Yi Qing also looked confused. What did this mean? Why are we suddenly talking about this? Yi Qing didn't know anything about what she said. After all, Yi Qing's previous claim that he knew Zhu Yin's deceased father and that Zhu Yin was entrusted to Yi Qing was all fabricated by himself. It's not real. Just when Yi Qing was wondering what Lu Fang was up to. At the entrance of the manor, Athena Chu and others also returned. At this moment, Athena Chu looked at her group of sisters and felt that she belonged among them. However, she was also aware of her own identity as a guest in this place. They are no match for Zhou Lingxue and the others in terms of status, not only in terms of status, but also in terms of strength. They are worlds apart. Where's my mother? Zhu Yin asked the maid. Madam Lu, Lord Yi is having tea in the reception room. Oh. Zhu Yin responded twice and then walked inside. At this moment, in the reception room, Yi Qing listened to Lu Fang ramble on for a while, her fingers lightly tapping the table. What exactly are you trying to say? This? Lu Fang knew she had been rambling on for too long. I'm a little embarrassed to say it. It's all right, feel free to speak. Since Athena Chu's late father entrusted her to you, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you could make a contract with Athena Chu. Boom. In short, like a thunderclap. It hit Athena Chu's ear right as she entered the room. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. What did my mother say to Yi Qing? This is so embarrassing. In an instant, her face turned red. Lu Fang didn't expect Zhu Yin to return at this time, but it didn't matter. She could tell from the girl's behavior that she wanted to form a contract with Yi Qing, but was just too proud to do so. Now that the issue has been raised, she walked over and took Athena Chu's hand. He walked towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing, look. Okay. Huh. Hearing Yi Qing's words, even Lu Fang was stunned for a moment. Is it really that straightforward? She had just been preparing to reason with Yi Qing and appeal to his emotions if he didn't agree. Let Yi Qing agree. Now it seems that it's no longer necessary. At this moment, blood was almost dripping from Athena Chu's face. Outside, one by one, figures walked in. Honey, you agreed to the contract with Sister Zhu Yin? Zhou Lingxue walked in and took Zhu Yin's hand. My dear sister, from now on, we're family. The words Zhou Lingxue's family were pronounced with particular emphasis. Beside them, Yin Luoqing and the others also looked at Zhu Yin with an indescribable smile. Great, now they have a new comrade in arms. In the evening, after dinner, Yi Qing then entered Zhu Yin's room. He then placed his hand on Athena Chu's forehead. Accepted. Feeling the power of the contract entering my body, Athena Chu accepted it. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a contract with Athena Chu. You have obtained the first stage of the Frost Domain. This. Yi Qing stared at the light screen, momentarily stunned. The Frost Domain. You've obtained another domain. He already had one field before, and now he has another one. He looked at the description of the domain. As the name suggests, it was the Frost Domain. Within the domain, one would be affected by the power of ice. Whether it was movement or anything else, it would be slowed down. Moreover, within this domain, Yi Qing had absolute dominance and could directly freeze his opponents. Nice one. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the power of the Moon Spirit. What's this? Yi Qing looked at the introduction and then paused in surprise. This thing can actually absorb the power of moonlight. Absorb the power of moonlight to rapidly increase your strength. Isn't this just like the six-winged sky tiger? Does this mean he'll have to compete with his own beasts for the power of moonlight later on? Never mind, I'll just rob it. Night. The six-winged celestial tiger was spreading its wings, preparing to absorb the power of the moonlight. The six wings came together, wrapping it into a cocoon. Then, it began to absorb the power of moonlight. But gradually, the six-winged celestial tiger also sensed that something was wrong. The power of the moonlight seems a bit off today. It let out a low growl, spread its wings, and then looked toward the power of the moonlight. Then, to his surprise, he discovered that something was wrong. The moonlight power he was supposed to absorb was heading towards a room instead. That room belonged to none other than Yi Qing's. The six-winged celestial tiger's eyes widened. It didn't know what to do, then it thought for a moment. It could only spread its wings and fly to the other side. Chapter 200. Late stage of the town general's reign. Call. A little while later, the six-winged celestial tiger then arrived at the Jiangxing Barrier Army headquarters. Then, it found an open space and lay down, spreading its six wings again to absorb the power of the moonlight. Now, there's no one here to compete with it. At the same time, beside, the guards spotted the six-winged celestial tiger immediately. Then I felt them all over. They recognized it. Wasn't this Yi Qing's beast? Why didn't you stay at the manor today? Instead, you came to the military headquarters and lay down here. This is really strange. Forget it. I'll just talk to Lord Qian. Meanwhile, Qian Tu was still dealing with affairs. After all, many powerful individuals had recently applied to settle in Jiangxing Barrier, and he was busy just approving applications. Lord City Lord, there's something I need to tell you. What's wrong? Is something important? Outside, Yi Qing's giant tiger, for some reason, just landed and lay down without doing anything, as if it were resting. Why don't you go and take a look, City Lord? Upon hearing this, Qian Tu also headed outside. Once outside, I witnessed this astonishing scene. That's really strange. Do you think it's possible that Yi Qing might give me this strange beast? Qian Tu looked at the guards beside him and asked them, Guards, Lord, are you drunk? You think you can just eat shit? Unless Yi Qing is insane, he wouldn't give you such a strange beast. Qian Tu looked at the expressions of the guards beside him and waved his hand. All right, you don't need to say anything more. I understand what you mean. Pass down the order to let this beast stay here. Don't drive it away. Just leave it alone. It shouldn't hurt anyone. Yes, Lord City Lord. One night later. The next morning. The Frost Domain has been upgraded to Tier 5. Athena Chu has awakened the first stage of ancestral reversion, becoming a pillar of strength. A pillar that stabilizes the sea? Is this the first time the Dinghai Pearl has reverted to its ancestral form? That's quite interesting. Yi Qing watched the rising light screen, and then felt the surging power within his body. Boom. A loud explosion came from Yi Qing's body. Then, a surge of power spread throughout Yi Qing's entire body. We've made a breakthrough. Yi Qing understood in an instant that this was the effect of the moon spirit power. The large amount of moon spirit power he absorbed last night, combined with his previous accumulation, was what allowed him to break through. Then, Yi Qing looked at his own information. Name, Yi Qing. Spirit Master level, late stage town general. Contracted spirits, F-grade laceration blade, secondary reversion. Immortal slaying sword, E-grade Zhangqiu iron pot, secondary reversion. 9 dragon cauldron. E-grade soul summoning banner, secondary reversion. 6 soul banner. E-grade black lotus glazed lamp, secondary reversion. 12th grade world destroying black lotus. E-grade small wooden bow, secondary reversion. Shinkoan bow. E-grade beast trapper, secondary reversion. Demon suppressing tower. E-grade spirit encryption / decryption machine, secondary reversion. Upper half of the mountain and river map, F-grade bubble machine. First reversion, sea stabilizing needle. Skills, God level hunting skill, heavenly sky chi level 8, rapid crystal core absorption skill, dragon tiger spirit, God level movement technique, Vajra indestructible level 9, time freeze level 9, shadow puppet level 9, rank 90, overall strength 90%, beast taming skill, size change, 9 netherworld divine soul level 7, mental erosion, killing god domain level 8, beast king aura, heaven and earth dharma form level 9, god level detection skill, frost domain level 5, moon spirit power. Items, 4 divine control pills, upgrade card, crafting progress 60%, 1 million cubic meters of system storage space, unlimited divine beast fasting pills. Martial arts, prison suppressing dragon fist, sword chi of the 8 directions. Then, Yi Qing went outside. Outside, Li Zijing ate her meal while looking at Jingyao. Jingyao, how was it? Did you feel good about getting a good rest tonight? Fine. Jingyao looked radiant at this moment. So this is what it feels like to have other people help you. This is so awesome. Listening to the two women's suggestive remarks, Jingyu understood what they meant. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she dared not say anything. She could only lower her head and eat her meal. At the same time, outside the territory, several figures also entered a palace. The palace was magnificent. The massive stone pillars and the rustic bricks and tiles all reflect the long history of this place and the wealth of the people who lived here. Archbishops, why are you in such a hurry? A foreigner looked at the archbishops with surprise and doubt on his face. What's wrong with me today? He recognized all of these archbishops. They were all archbishops active in China. No, wait. It seems like someone is missing. Joseph. Joseph didn't come. We have important business with the Pope. Seeing their expressions, the person at the door sensed something was wrong and quickly led them into the palace. Above the main seat, an old man wearing a crown and holding a scepter sat there. Although his face was expressionless, his aura was still terrifying enough to make the important person who rushed in feel a chill. Then he placed one hand on his chest and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty the Pope. The Pope looked at the group, his eyes narrowing. Why are you all back from China? What happened? Joseph is dead, and Wang Cheng, and their men, they're all dead. Upon hearing this, the Pope frowned instantly. He knew that Joseph and Wang Cheng were both powerful generals, and they also possessed beast taming abilities, as well as formidable weapon spirits. Given their secretive nature, how could they possibly be wiped out? Tell me in detail what exactly happened. As the Pope finished speaking, the group then recounted the letter Joseph had written to them and the related information they had subsequently investigated. Hiss, you're saying that a young Chinese man named Yi Qing killed Joseph and the others. One person wiped them all out. That's right, that's exactly it, Your Holiness. We've investigated this young man, and his rise has been incredibly rapid. In such a short time, he's gone from an unknown nobody to this level. I feel we must take revenge, and we can't delay this any longer. Otherwise, if he grows even stronger, it will be much more difficult for us to eliminate him later. Each word struck the Pope's heart like a heavy hammer. If what these people say is true, then this person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, this person will become a potential threat to them in the future. I'll send someone to investigate further, and then we'll take the next step. You all go and rest for a bit. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing that the Pope valued this, the group said nothing more.